One day, chaos came to the world. Monsters attacked people and destroyed everything around, sowing panic and destruction. They appeared completely suddenly and attacked everyone indiscriminately. The monsters were much larger and stronger than humans, had sharp fangs and tough skin. The creatures could appear anywhere and cause chaos, and ordinary people could not cope with them. Helicopter blades cut through the air with a noise in the Cheongho-dong area. A new anomaly appeared, and at first people couldn't even understand what it was. The Cyclopean object did not attack people, even if they were nearby. The rocky tower towered over the city like a single sharp tusk. She soon revealed herself by activating a summoning circle and absorbing people straight from the streets. Once inside, at first they didn't know what was happening or why. The tower seemed to have played a lottery and called upon random winners. For years they disappeared into the depths and underwent severe trials, until every fifth person on Earth visited the tower and became a hunter. The hunters who cleared the tower became the new hope of humanity. 12 years after its discovery, the monsters have not disappeared. Ugly creatures, vile and bloodthirsty, continued to appear on the city's streets. But now they were easily repulsed. Killed with one blow, hunters destroyed monsters with magic and other abilities. Their appearance attracted a storm of attention and loud applause. Like heroes, they became an ideal for people. Even ordinary hunters were known by name. Their forces forced governments to pass new laws. However, hunters created their own world, with guilds and unions outside the state. The operator gave the signal to let them know they were on the air. There were 3 guests in the studio, 2 men and a girl between them. The beautiful presenter greeted the audience and began the show. Today, the leaders of the 3 best guilds in Korea gathered in the studio. The leader of the Goguryeo Guild, Han Kwon-so, is a young man with a bold hairstyle. A refined, model-like blue-eyed girl from the Aran Guild, Lee So-yeon. The last one to introduce himself was the unflappable handsome man, Kim Si-hyun, the leader of the Seoul Guild. The show started talking about an experienced player, a mysterious person who became popular online. The guild leaders were surprised to hear the familiar nickname. The experienced player has given rise to many legends and urban stories about himself. Kwon-so laughed cheerfully. Judging by what they say, the player did not die and is living well. The beauty, So-yeon, said that she is an experienced player and has been living in the tower for 12 years. When the tower was cleared, he did not leave like the others, but went back down to the first floor, Kim Si-hyun added. All 3 believed him to be the first hunter summoned by the tower. For as long as it exists, a hunter lives in it, clearing it out time after time. One could only guess how strong the man was that he lived for 12 long years. He walked up the tower from the first to the 100th floor in one day. The player is stronger than any tower student in all basic skills except magic. One day the hunters ran away without looking back and called for help. Throwing away their weapons and wounded, the group ran away, but one man did not run. The explosion threw back several weak hunters, but the guy in the tracksuit was not hurt. The impact raised a large cloud of dust and covered the cave. But the guy in flip-flops on his bare feet walked forward slowly. The hunter walked forward in deep thought, as if he were walking in a park. He looked up when he came across an obstacle in front of him. Just the final boss stood in his way, grinning with an ugly mouth. Balok, a demon with a fiery mane, loomed over a simple guy in a suit and flip-flops, and he played a staring game with him, staring at him with his eyes red from the coals. The guy smiled at the demon as if he were an old friend. "I have seeds, and if I find any," he asked. There was a lot of gossip about the experienced player on the internet. Everyone wanted to determine his rank. Witnesses told different stories of how they crossed paths with the player in their levels. One day, on the 72nd floor, he single-handedly dealt with 3 huge werewolves. After meeting the player, people reported that he was inhumanly strong. They wrote that he could jump from the first floor to the 10th. The guy in the tracksuit gave the demon a regular kick. The demon's head cracked against the cave floor, its palisade of teeth clicking together. The demon growled angrily, unable to rise after receiving such a blow. Slipper pinned the tower's final boss's head to the ground. The guy in the tracksuit, laughing madly, stood over the defeated enemy. He laughed so crazy that it was time to doubt who was the bigger demon here. The boss of the last floor was decomposing in a magical glow like a normal dungeon monster. The crazy guy in the tracksuit sighed. It was all over too quickly. Over the course of 12 years, the time it took to complete the Tower of Learning was gradually reduced. All the towers were similar to each other, and their contents did not change. The number of those who completed the training grew, and their knowledge accumulated and helped others avoid dangers. People dealt with monsters that they would not have been able to defeat otherwise, Information became the main weapon of the tower's dungeons. Over time, the training turned into something like a sporting competition, where groups of hunters set new records. In many countries, sharing information has become the best strategy to help the weak survive and to identify and recruit the strong. However, there was a limit to what a person could do, even with an advantage in information. People were dying like flies, and only a few survivors were able to reach the end of the tower. Hundreds of hunters died despite all the efforts and assistance. Even after reaching the top floor, they continued to suffer losses. The monster of the 100th floor, the lord of the tower, the demon blazing with fire, blocked the way. The final test of the tower, the ugly evil demon Balok. This disaster took the lives of half of the players, and the survivors will be tormented by nightmares. And this terrible monster was nullified by one attack of striped slippers. A crazy guy in a tracksuit took a penalty with the head of a demon. Not a single black and white striped flip-flop was harmed. The surviving hunters couldn't believe their eyes. Their nightmare in reality was killed with one blow. 1349th Purge. The insanely strong guy counted out melancholically. The light from the portal illuminated his face, indifferent to everything. Sighing, he slapped his feet towards the purple portal, the exit from the tower. He closed his eyes and listened to the sensations. The familiar feeling of slight disorientation came and went. He opened his eyes and looked around. No changes, still the same damp dungeon. The neon banner on the first floor still greeted those who entered in a boring manner. A new passage had begun. A nervous laugh was heard from a guy in sweatpants and flip-flops. He fell to his knees and was completely desperate. Even a fun ride would get boring if you didn't get off it. The entire tower shook from his choice curses, and the involuntary prisoner begged to be returned home. Having let off some steam, the hunter lay down on the cold stone floor of the tower. And I called up the status window, as I did every time after another cleaning cycle. The familiar blue rectangle of the interface appeared before my eyes as a translucent cloud. 12 years ago, they and their friends reached Balok with great losses, among the first. Having defeated the demon, the four friends rejoiced, celebrating their victory and imminent return home. Everyone thanked Kim Hyun-woo for saving them and agreed to meet again. But the hunter modestly denied his merits and promised to meet with them. However, after the portal, disappointment awaited him. He again saw the boring sign of a bugged establishment. The neon sign blinded his eyes. He was the only one who returned to the starting room. The Banshee curse was received. He read the sentence in the blue window. No matter how hard Hyun-woo tried to understand why he was cursed and put in prison, he still couldn't find the answers. Then he began to clear the tower himself, from the very bottom, and slowly went crazy trying everything possible. Hyun-woo stubbornly walked past the tower dozens of times, each time carving a mark on the stone. He quickly increased his physical strength to the limit and could crush stones with his bare hands. But the boring neon sign haunted him at the damned entrance to the tower. Even after 5 years of trying everything possible, he couldn't get out. In his own way, he even enjoyed what was happening, playing pranks on the other hunters. Kim Hyun-woo gave them quests, acting as the starting NPC mentor and dungeon guide. He played the role of a tough military training instructor, making the new recruits sweat during training. But this could not continue for long. Everyone he knew left the tower after the cleansing. After 1,000 playthroughs, he was looking at the status window again, dying of boredom. But this time, something was different. And Hyun-woo stood up excitedly. He read the inscription again, curse broken. It told him the status. Hyun-woo grinned like a madman. Would they really let him out after so many years? His joyful cry shook all the floors of the tower from the first to the last. The hardcore prisoner gathered all his physical strength in his flip-flops. The guy in the tracksuit did a normal jump-up, but with such force that in one fell swoop it broke through 10 floors. A lonely guy in flip-flops was finally heading home. The host of the show asked the guild leaders if the 18th group of hunters that entered the tower could break the clearing record. The groups vary greatly in composition, number, cohesion, and it is difficult to predict their capabilities in advance, answered the beauty Lee So-yeon. It is also important to understand which techniques are more effective given each person's abilities, Kim Si-hyun added, with a straight face. Kwon. So clarified that the biggest obstacles arise after passing the middle of the tower. Starting from the 51st floor, every 10 floors a high-level boss would appear, much stronger than the other mobs. The level 60 boss became worried, sensing something was wrong. At his level, a strong earthquake began, as if a volcanic eruption was approaching. The earth split open, revealing a mad hunter rushing home. His eyes were burning with fire. How many years this tower had kept him locked up? In one jump, he passed 10 levels like a rocket. 90th floor, Hyunwoo's rocket didn't slow down, but instead continued to gain speed. Level after level was reduced to flaming ruins, all by one player. Explosions comparable to bombs, stones turned to dust, until the insanely strong prisoner reached the top floor. The stupid, ugly bastard stared at the hunter for the last time. Down with this boring game where there are no updates and the exit button doesn't work. Balok was reset in a second from one light kick to the solar plexus. The ascent took a record few minutes and almost destroyed the tower. Jongho-dong, Gongdong District, the tower's access control center, observed its activity at the foot of the tower. A flash of purple light left the office staff confused and staring out the window. The tower gate opened, revealing a purple portal hole. A guy in a tracksuit and flip-flops on his bare feet came out onto the lawn in front of the tower. Kim Hyun-woo looked at the city in front of him, laughing madly. The guy was met by a slightly overweight employee of the surveillance office who congratulated him on passing. "Good job," he praised the hunter, but he was still recovering from his long stint in prison. Finally, the eccentric boy turned around sharply and looked at the official. Hyun-woo asked him sharply with a trembling voice if he really had left the tower. The young man's face shone with joy. He wanted to hear it from the outside, to know for sure that he had not dreamed it. "He's home," a loud voice rang out. "Kim Hyun-woo is finally back." His name was not found on the list of the last 18th group. The observer had to leaf through the entire impressive list of those studying in the tower. The first group, the association observer, was surprised. He thought it was impossible. An experienced player, hunter of the first group of the training tower, Kim Hyun-woo, officially got out of the tower after 12 years. A week later, a crowd of people gathered outside the testing center. People were in a hurry to meet the newcomers from the 18th group, and to see the stars already known to the whole world, who would also be here. Considering that this group broke the world record by 2 whole weeks, the hype around them is more than justified. But one more piece of news could not go unnoticed. That same hunter is also here today. Graceful legs and fashionable shoes walked along the wooden parquet floor of the VIP box. A nice girl entered the well-furnished living room. She was a little late for a meeting with friends. The 3 gathered were representatives of the best hunter guilds. They came to check out the rumors about the returning hunter. Now they will gather together again. They will easily recognize each other because in the tower there is no cold and sleep, and people do not age. Their friend has not changed a bit since then. Han So-kwon was looking forward to the meeting. He was worried about how strong his former comrade could become. The hall was filled with newcomers wearing protective gear, waiting for the test to begin. Kim Hyun-woo gnawed on a bag of chips, having longed for their taste over the years. The snack quickly ended and he sighed in disappointment. He yawned sleepily, surprising the entire group of novice hunters. Hyun-woo noticed that the hunters were wearing strange equipment. The equipment was distributed early in the morning, but the freed hunter missed it all, wanting to sleep longer after 12 years without sleep. The starting signal sounded and everyone was serious, as if a difficult test was ahead. The gates opened, blinding the rookie hunters inside with a bright light. Hyun-woo closed his eyes, not knowing what to expect from the test. He was clearly bored. They came out to the labyrinth. A huge building the size of a hangar stood in front of them. The newcomers were greeted by a man in a black mafia boss suit. A-rank hunter, David. He wore a black suit, black drop glasses for coolness. He was bursting with importance, as if he were a secret agent on an important mission. He began a pompous introductory speech, and the crowd of greenhorn newcomers listened to him attentively. The hunters were nervous, despite having just cleared the tower. Maybe it was David's suit that impressed them, or the knowledge that they were being watched by cameras. David looked pleased with the impression he made on the newcomers. But there was no need to worry, the examiner said in a patronizing tone. Everyone except one person listened to his instructions. Kim Hyun-woo openly yawned. He felt sleepy already after David's first words. He thought only about how to quickly end everything. David continued to put on airs. He took out his phone and announced the start of the first test. The terrible grinding sound was unpleasantly irritating to the ears, like the scraping of stone on metal. There are many tests ahead in the labyrinth, the examiner added, shouting over the grinding noise. As if by magic, the heavy megaliths rose into the air. They moved quickly, making a rumble and a grinding noise, as if they were racing. The monoliths formed complex three-dimensional structures of intricate shape. High walls rose up in front of the subjects. David continued to throw dust in the eyes of the young and inexperienced, warning them about the traps and dangers of the labyrinth. The boys and girls stood at the ready and hoped to show everything they were capable of. Their eyes were burning with determination, and now they were eager to fight as if for the first time. The adrenaline in their blood made them grip their weapons tighter and grit their teeth. The signal to attack was given, and they moved forward in a coordinated manner as a group. David watched the fleeing group. This group seemed disciplined and prepared to him. He smiled, remembering his youth, and whether it was worth expecting good results from the newcomers this time. David was pleased with the good start, but one hunter had not yet entered the maze. He called out to David from behind, tearing him away from his thoughts. "You just need to get out of the labyrinth," the guy in the suit clarified. David pulled his drops back to look at this weirdo. Who was this guy, he asked himself, who was in no hurry at all? Without equipment and just a tracksuit and flip-flops, he didn't look like an ordinary newbie. This guy can really pass the test. The examiner was surprised. The shaggy weirdo came closer and stared at him self-confidently. Hyun-woo waited for the answer. Neither the test itself nor his grade mattered to him. What kind of joke is this? The examiner frowned. This newbie was allowing himself too much. In addition, the newcomer only smirked in response and advised David to watch the other students. David flared up. After all, he was an A-rank hunter, and some chick was treating him without any respect. Kim Hyun-woo, as if he was counting on it, offered a bet that he could get through the maze in 20 seconds, with a bet of 1,000,000 won for the winner. The newcomer was talking complete nonsense, which made me even more angry. Could it be that he got scared? The eccentric hunter egged David on. 10 million, David muttered through his teeth. He decided to raise the stakes. As soon as he heard the amount, Hyun-woo, overjoyed, rushed towards the labyrinth. What kind of crazy person is he, David thought. Hyun-woo's hand touched the wall of the labyrinth, an ordinary stone. The tower is made of the same. Hyun-woo was counting the money in his mind. The fees for hunters in the service of the state were impressive. Tens of millions of won, easy money in his pocket. Hyun-woo swung his fist from a low stance, like a karateka. The main thing in a strike is the point of support. He pressed himself firmly into the ground, and he released his power, his foot going deeper into the concrete base. David took off his glasses, not understanding what the strange newcomer was up to. The audience stared at the screen, also confused about what the experienced player was doing. Even his friends couldn't tell what was happening and watched closely. Hyun-woo concentrated, took a deep breath and gathered his strength. His hand was covered in a blinding blue glow. He released all his absurd power in one blow with a bright flash. The shockwave permeated the labyrinth as if it were made of cardboard. Hyun-woo walked through the thick cloud of dust, along a well-trodden path. Standing proudly in the middle of the piles of rocks on the other side of the labyrinth, he announced that he had passed the test. He just won the bet he himself proposed. Easy money. There was a commotion in the audience hall. The audience was in shock. Kwon So was pleased their friend was still a stubborn guy. Hyun-woo could only think about the 10 million won he just won. Suddenly it dawned on him that he was no longer in the tower, where everything would fix itself. It remained to be hoped that he would not be forced to pay for the damages. The day before testing, work was in full swing in Hunter's editorial office. The next issue of the magazine was special because of its participants. Rumors of a seasoned player may have boosted sales of the magazine this month. However, it was not easy to find anything about the player. The editors were also looking for other promising newcomers. One such person was on the list. The journalists knew him well, as they followed the hunters. The newcomer is strong in traditional martial arts and has good physical fitness. This newbie hunter could outshine even an experienced player. They had to prepare. Lee Kang-hyun read the caption underneath the photo of the stern-looking guy. The hunter gripped his sword tightly and prepared for battle. He always dreamed of becoming a star, of gaining fame and recognition. And he always had enough skills, intelligence, and luck on the way to this goal. Where others fled, he remained to meet the enemy, holding his katana firmly in front of him. And that is why he always went into battle without fear or a shadow of doubt. No matter what terrible monsters he encountered on his way, he never retreated. He was not afraid of death. He looked into its eyes and chopped with all his might. Thus, Lee Kang-hyun became the best hunter of the 18th group. A good debut was a step towards his success. He could count on it. That's what he thought until he saw the boss of the 100th floor die from one peak. With a kick, the terrible demon of the tower had his head completely cut off. Someone disregarded all the efforts Lee Kang-hyun had put in to climb up. He remembered the face of the madman with burning eyes who snatched victory from his hands. That bastard blew through like a hurricane without even looking at them. An unknown crazy psycho cleared out the tower instead of the entire team. With a joyful laugh, he rushed into the portal and was gone. After all, this lunatic took away all the glory that Lee Kang-hyun should have received. They met again at the hunter's exam. He was just shining while passing the test. and now it is interrupted by an unknown force. The destroyed labyrinth is no longer suitable for conducting the exam. There was a commotion, with journalists and other observers rushing to find out what had happened. No one was filming Hyunwoo at that moment, because he fell behind the main group, which was led by Lee Kang-hyun. And who would have paid attention to a shaggy guy in slippers? Hyunwoo's face appeared on the screens in the journalist's studio. A star was born. Kang Hana gritted his teeth. For the second time, his well-deserved glory had been taken away from him. Hyunwoo just slept while he could. No one yet realized that all the commotion was because of him. In the waiting room, they gossiped about what had happened. Lee Kang-hyun kept his eyes on his dangerous opponent. He did not lose hope for a rematch and hoped to get even. They were informed over the loudspeakers that a new test was due to begin in 15 minutes. The noise woke up Hyunwoo, who was sleeping peacefully, and made him open his eyes and stop drooling. For Lee Kang-hyun, this was a ray of hope. He had to show his best. The head of an ugly orc appeared right ahead. The test was called the Monster Flow. Kang Hung drew his purple aura sword and prepared to fight. He rushed at them with his strongest technique, without holding back. The blade was enveloped in lightning magic and electricity sparked at its tip. A powerful spell was cast upon the crowd of holographic targets, and this created a furor. Using magic immediately after clearing the tower was rare. The masters of the best guilds also noticed the birth of a true genius. Lee Kang-hyun was jubilant. His moment of glory had come, where he could prove himself. He used a technique with many strokes of sword and magic, and they killed 78 targets. A lot for one man. He alone was worth an entire team. Here it is, that very feeling. He got what he deserves, the best result, all the glory now belongs to him. Observers also gave him high marks. He definitely looked like a candidate for leadership. He would have been noticed earlier if it weren't for the strange guy in sweatpants. Hyunwoo was obviously bored, but he went to take the test. Lee Kang-hyun was wary of what this crazy guy would do this time, he thought. For journalists, such stories are fodder. They closely watch the competition between the genius and the experienced player. Hyunwoo's friends also watched him closely to see how his fighting technique might change, what new things he would show. The test room filled with the light of the holograms, and the timer began counting down 2 minutes for the test. The holograms of the enemies lit up. Ordinary orcs. Nothing special. Hyunwoo stood in the middle, his hands in his pockets nonchalantly. The audience watched intently, glued to their screens. The friends of the experienced player froze in silence in front of the screen. The orcs stared boredly, although quite naturally, and they surrounded him in a tight group while the countdown was still going on. How stupid I have to be, the hermit sighed. It would be better to stay home and sleep, then eat, and sleep some more. The digital targets rushed to attack the indifferent guy. There followed a light push from the ground with a foot in a flip-flop. He left an indented mark on the arena's concrete surface. Hyunwoo hit the first target, cutting off the head of the Orc of Light. It is unlikely that the journalists could keep up with his speed, and now they were only hoping for footage from their cameras. The virtual orcs rushed to attack in a crowd. But at that very moment, the next orc suffered the same fate, his head exploding. Hyunwoo jumped back and forth and knocked off heads like a real flash. For an outside viewer, he simply disappeared, dissolved. All they saw was the monsters' heads exploding, their bodies remaining motionless, only a black shadow flickering between them. At first they suspected magic, but Kwan Song saw through it with his keen eyesight. Hyunwoo moved so fast that even experienced hunters had a hard time keeping up with him. In slow motion, they saw Hyunwoo simply run towards the monster, as if he was on a walk in the forest. And he hit, without much effort, without taking his hand out of his pants. And then I repeated it many times, just holding down the attack button on the joystick. He's just so fast that it seemed like heads were exploding on their own. His friends wondered what he did in the tower to become so fast. Sometimes Hyunwoo did what others thought about him, and that's how he became an experienced player. He stood proudly amidst a pile of bodies as the tabloid revealed his murder tally, 248 kills. And this is what they call a test child's play, Hyunwoo thought. The video broadcast gained millions of views and spread across the internet. Thousands of viewers analyzed it frame by frame and could not believe their eyes. The network did not calm down. They wondered what kind of magic the experienced player had used. Lee Kang-hyun was angry. All the platforms were discussing only the player. His hands were shaking with anger. Once again, all his efforts had gone down the drain. He squeezed his phone so hard that he didn't even notice how he crushed it. To screw up like that on the day of the test, in front of everyone, Lee Kang-hyun didn't want to accept it. The door to the waiting room almost flew out into the corridor from his blows. Out of anger, he took it out on the concrete wall with his bare fists. From morning till night, he worked like crazy, exposed himself to mortal risk, rose in rank, all for the sake of glory. Is it fair that that crazy bastard experienced player just went and ruined everything? Lee Kang-hyun howled. A tablet with a long list of names was placed in front of Hyun-woo. After the test, a nice girl took him to a separate room. She gave him a list of guilds that wanted to recruit him. Alice, she introduced herself as the head of the association's information department. Hyun-woo was surprised when he took the business card. He had become unaccustomed to these things over the past 12 years. The manager told him about how the world had changed. Dungeons, labyrinths, and monsters had appeared. Alice was babbling about guilds and monster rewards, but Hyun-woo was thinking about eating. He listened inattentively, so the manager asked him what he was puzzled about. Hyun-woo was distracted from the list and thoughts about delicious food that he hadn't eaten in 12 years. He was bothered by the fact that such issues were being discussed with him personally. This did not seem like the work of the association, he noted. The sly fox admitted that she came on personal business. She was eager to meet him in person and placed the Aries Guild contract in front of him. Hyun-woo started to delve into the terms of the contract, but Alice turned his gaze to the payment section. Hyun-woo got confused when counting the zeros of the one-time payment to the hunter who signed the contract. Alice smiled contentedly. With such a sum, success was guaranteed. A $10 billion contract for one stroke of a pen at the end of a page. Alice repeated the amount again, anticipating a good commission. You can't fool Hyun-woo like that. He hasn't been home for too long. The country could be destroyed by an economic crisis in 10 years. Numbers, zeros are silent. They don't say anything by themselves. Maybe the country has suffered an economic crisis and now everyone gets so much. Because of the monsters, prices did change, but there was no crisis, the market grew. Alice showed him a comparison of property market prices over 10 years. More than convincing, a fourfold increase in 12 years. Hyun-woo's jaw dropped. Even though the property is expensive, he will easily buy it, because he is entitled to $10 billion for the contract. Alice caressed her ears. Moreover, upon completion of the contract, it is possible to conclude it with a new one. Doubling the payments, she poured honey. 10 times 2, 20, Hyun-woo thought. Of course, the contract also implies obligations. Part of the spoils of the dungeons and the labyrinth, the girl added. But he will get a bigger share, the fox smiled. She almost got the cheese. And yet, Hyun-woo did not hold back her suspicions. The information department of the association does not offer contracts. The cat's eyes flashed. She came as a recruiter for the guild, Alice said. In order to protect the interests of hunters, they are prohibited from signing contracts until they leave the dormitory. The girl rubbed her hands contentedly. The fish bit, and said out loud that the contract could be postponed. But Hyun-woo had made up his mind. He had no intention of joining the guild from the start, and he easily threw away the contract. He did not want to join the guild and refused her offer. Alice was embarrassed and took it all as a joke at first, but Hyun-woo stood his ground. This completely confused the manager. She didn't know how to respond. The self-confident hunter repeated his desire to remain alone. The world works on the principle of give and take, he thought when he returned to the hostel. For $10 billion, he will be required to take on a bunch of unwanted responsibilities in which he will drown. A mountain of empty packets of chips has accumulated under the bed. There are no chips in these towers. Hyun-woo wanted a quiet, unhurried life. No need for unnecessary troubles. He will do only what he wants, and when he wants. Did Hyun-woo's words mean he didn't want to be a hunter? Alice asked him. But a hunter can also be a loner, the experienced player answered the girl. She looked at him doubtfully. Being alone, for experienced hunters, a newbie can do little in the labyrinth without a team. To this, Hyun-woo could only smirk. He could definitely do it, the player said at the end. In reality, everything is not as simple as he thinks, Alice replied. The manager asked him to call the number on his business card if Hyun-woo changed his mind, but the hunter simply waved her off. The player lay in despair. He had wasted a lot of time. If he had known about the free hunters earlier, he would have returned home to sleep. Now he was so angry that he couldn't sleep normally. Hyun-woo took the list of invitations from other guilds. A thick stack. But it was a waste of effort, he thought. 3 names seemed familiar to him, as if from a past life. They met 5 days later, at the best Japanese restaurant. While he was eating, Hyun-woo couldn't get used to what he saw. He did not dine alone, and could not get used to what he saw in front of him. He looked at vaguely familiar faces and had difficulty recognizing them. Hyun-woo stared at them. Forgetting about politeness, he left his social skills in the tower. Kwon-so was the same age as Hyun-woo, but now he looked like a grown man, albeit just as cheerful. The crying high school student Shuken became a cool, handsome man like a pop idol. Little So-yeon, who was in middle school, became even cuter. Hyun-woo pointed his finger as if it were a curiosity. "This is Kim Si-hyun," the hermit said. "The one who always cried before level 50, Hyun-woo recalled. On the 14th floor, So-yeon saw a spirit, Hyun-woo said, but the girl interrupted him. Having confirmed their identities with shared memories, Hyun-woo returned to the delicious sushi he had lived without for 12 years. "But what about that incident on the 70th floor?" Shirky objected. "Has Hyun-woo forgotten how they caught the merman?" The hunter kept whining about wanting sushi, and one day they came across a tribe of fishmen. Taking the knife from Kwon So, Hyun-woo cut off the merman's tail and prepared it into salted meat. Even then, friends understood that legends would be made about Hyun-woo, and from them they later learned that he was living quite well. Hyun-woo became worried and asked again what other legends there were. "He's famous," So-yeon said. "Even your eccentricities were shown on TV," Soo-hyun confirmed her words. A shadow of worry crossed Hyun-woo's face at these thoughts. He was horrified when his concept games were shown on TV, because he had no idea what kind of games they were. There were a lot of them, stupid and absurd eccentricities. A naked cleanup game where he pretended to be a crazy exhibitionist. A game of Gollum, which he implemented out of nowhere, terrifying all the surrounding players. However, the most popular part was the one where he killed bosses while dancing, and the one where he jumped from the first floor to the 10th. Hyun-woo breathed a sigh of relief. The world didn't remember all the madness he had done, and he easily confessed to what he had done. He danced like a lame disco dancer who was deaf in both ears. Even monsters were baffled by his crazy antics. The friends listened attentively to the story from the tower where he had wandered for so long. Hyun-woo paused to eat some delicious sushi, weighing his words. He had been missing this taste for so many years that he had already forgotten it. He was just trying things out, he told his friends. He had a hard time in the tower, but now it's all over. He broke through the ceiling of the 10th floor out of boredom by simply jumping up. Even during the test, it became obvious that Hyun-woo was a monster. And after such a story, Kwon So became even more convinced of this. With a heavy heart, the involuntary hermit remembered everything he had gone through. And that is how he became stronger. One of his followers had left the tower earlier, Hyun-woo suddenly remembered. For some time, he lived between the 50th and 60th floors. There was one guy who fell behind the rest, wounded, weak, easy prey. Hyun-woo put on a show, and at first he was even mistaken for a monster. "Does he want to survive?" the mad hermit asked the wounded boy. He became his mentor and promised to guide him in everything. Then, Hyun-woo was foolish enough to create a martial art and take on a student to develop it. He was inspired by the plot of one manhwa, where the main character was imprisoned, and there the truth was revealed to him, which helped him escape. And then Hyun-woo thought that he should try the same thing. Madness is his middle name. He made the student balance bowls of water in combat stances. He gave the student unbearable weights as training equipment. He reproached the student when he couldn't hit stones with his bare hands, and he talked nonsense about chakras, like a real martial arts master. However, all he really did was catch the student when he was running away from unbearable hardships, for which Hyun-woo regretted that he had gone too far. The mad hermit was glad he wore a mask back then. He certainly wouldn't want to meet the disciple in this life. He returned to reality and asked his friends what had been happening in the world all these long years. They just chatted about this and that like old good friends. Late in the evening, he returned to the hostel, tired of the get-togethers and out of the habit of socializing. Lying on the bed, he called up the status window to check it again. Age was reset to 0. The restrictions on the growth of abilities that he pumped up to the maximum in the tower disappeared. The broken curse item was still hanging at the bottom of the screen. A knock on the door interrupted his exploration. Hyun-woo turned towards the door. An elderly security guard from the dormitory came to him and said that someone wanted to meet with Hyun-woo. The guard said that someone from the Aries guild wanted to see him. Hyun-woo immediately waved it off, but the guard said that he had already promised to call him. The frightened elderly man asked to understand him and not refuse. The player decided to sort it out right away, since Aries would continue to bother him anyway. He agreed and went to the first floor of the dormitory. On the ground floor, there was a well-furnished reception room. 2 gangsters appeared to him for negotiations, one with a mustache and the other bald. The hunter immediately informed them that he was not going to join the guild, as before. Usagi handed Hyun-woo his business card and introduced himself as if he were a big shot. Had the young hunter thought of everything? The mustachioed geezer asked after that. "If Hyun-woo doesn't join their guild, there will be consequences," said the impudent gangster. He hinted that a novice hunter would not be able to develop properly. Someone else in Hyunwoo's place would have definitely tensed up upon hearing this, but not the crazy player. Kang Ben openly blackmailed Hyunwoo, saying that he wouldn't experience such hardships if he joined the guild. Hyunwoo quickly understood what the mustachioed guy with the habits of a bandit was getting at. "Don't be a menace to South Central," said the Mad Hunter. The bald brute behind him had already lunged at the guy, but Ben with his cockroach antennae stopped him. Having understood the guy's final decision, the bandit began to hide behind the entire Aries guild. "The only thing mongrels can do is intimidate people with their pack," Hyunwoo answered him. He already knew everything about their guild. While having dinner with friends, they told Hyunwoo that a ticket was needed to enter the dungeons. "It's as if these dangerous places have become an amusement park." "The Aries Guild occupied more than half of the beginner dungeons in the country," Shuken said. "The guild was throwing money around left and right, buying up all the good dungeons for farming," said Little So-yeon. "Some newcomers are forced to buy expensive tickets from Aries and join them, handing over most of the profits," his friends told him. A strong bang, the sluggish negotiations ended, and a real dialogue began. "Aries people are everywhere, and Hyunwoo should watch his language," the mustachioed man told him smugly. The table flew away like a feather. The bandit threw it with one hand. The bald giant threw the table at the wall, causing it to shatter into pieces. Lysick received an A rank for basic physical skills, but he still couldn't reach Saitama's level. "Do you think you can defeat him?" the mustachioed man asked, to which Hyunwoo only grinned. Hyunwoo sighed at the scum he was dealing with. The idiots were furious at his reaction. The brat went completely nuts. "He came here," said the Mad Hunter, taking out the slap of fate. "Hitting with his hands is disgusting, so he uses a slipper," Hyunwoo told the gangsters. Lysick gritted his teeth. There had never been a newbie who behaved like this. In front of him was an A-rank hero. "He really wants to die," the bald man decided, and struck first. He screamed like a slaughtered boar and made a terrible face. And then he grabbed the impudent bread slicer with the slipper of fate. Hyunwoo didn't hit hard. He didn't want to become a killer, and he carefully controlled his powers. The slipper hit the mug hard, knocking the bald man out immediately. He flew into the wall like a bullet, breaking through it with a terrible roar. The cockroach's antennae began to move, but it was too late to think about escaping. Lysick reliably drilled his head into the wall like a battering ram. The hapless bandit just saw his main argument in any negotiations nullified before his eyes. "Let him just yelp something," Hyunwoo said, holding the remains of the slipper in his hands. Of course, Kang Ben saw that same video from the training test. Who didn't see it? It made a splash. Of course, he was aware that Hyunwoo was stronger than he seemed at first glance. But for the guild, he was still small fry. Even though the newbie now thought that he was the strongest, what will happen if he sees real power? The mustachioed man wondered. The power and influence gathered by the Aries Guild will bring a newcomer to his knees. The muscles of an ancient god, a Hercules in the flesh, the bald man was overwhelming with his mere appearance. At least that's how it should have been, the mustachioed bandit thought. It was supposed to be this way. It always was, but not this time. So when the hell did everything go wrong? The mustachioed man wondered. It's impossible to do something like this without any magic, the gangster told himself. And the most terrifying thing was that the boy had a second slipper. Hyunwoo approached the bandit inexorably, like inevitability itself. He pressed the mustachioed man until he unconsciously pressed himself against the wall. The terrifying slipper was approaching. Even half of this slipper would be enough to break a person's spine. The words stuck in the mustachioed man's throat. His former importance evaporated without a trace. "What he hates most is being threatened," Hyunwoo said. "Grit your teeth harder, idiot," the Mad Hunter grinned. And he flashed his slipper right in the mustachioed blackmailer's face. The starry sky sparkled with a scattering of lights over the night city. Due to the destruction, Hyunwoo stopped by Shin Kyung, who scolded him for his violent rampage and destruction. "Aries people are completely out of control. Very cruel," Shuken, a homeless friend, scolded. And what was cruel about them surprised the hunter while he was eating delicious strawberries. "No one touches the Aries Guild because they are terrible in their revenge," Shinken warned. Hyunwoo was surprised. "They may not let you join another guild," the faithful comrade continued, "or grab him quietly in the labyrinth. And that one, Shinken was dodging. He might even be killed," his friend worried, because there were no witnesses in the labyrinth. "The world has become more cruel," said Hyunwoo, carefreely eating strawberries. "The crazy hermit is the one who has become cruel," replied Shiken. Hyunwoo could join his guild or live freely as before, Shukyung suggested. "But the idea of freedom will have to be put on hold for now," Hyunwoo noted, biting into a strawberry. "What happened this time?" Shiken asked his homeless friend. "I have some business," the Mad Hermit answered vaguely, and asked if Shinken had heard about the Aderon Research Center. For many years, he was tormented by the question of why he could not leave the tower. How much doubt and anger had accumulated that it drove him to madness? Who created the tower? Why did they need to imprison him for 12 years? He wanted to learn their secrets and find the creators. Shiken asked why the hunter was interested in Aderon's dungeon. Hyun-woo asked to tell everything that was known about this place. Aderon Research Center, it's in a hard-to-pronounce area, and it's a C-rank dungeon. Rumor has it that it's great for developing newbies. The monsters in it are just as stupid as those in the tower. But why do you need this dungeon? Hyun-woo asked Shinken, but he evasively answered that he had to do something there. Shin-kyung warned his friend that he would not be able to get inside, much to Hyun-woo's surprise. The Aries Guild is taking over all the dungeons and Aderon is one of them, a friend said. Hyun-woo was outraged. What right do they have to do this, and where's the government looking? Was there really no monopoly law? He continued to be indignant, but Shinken reminded him that governments could not influence the world of hunters. Hunters are outside the state. They can even get away with murder if it is committed in a dungeon and no one moves. You can't investigate in these areas because they are too dangerous due to the monsters inside. Everything is being written off as an accident. A real mess, Hyun-woo noted. For the state, Aries is a profitable, growing company that pays taxes regularly, and they won't interfere with the affairs of hunters or influence them because of this. But what if we get there secretly? Hyun-woo asked. Shin-kyung warned him that the entrance was guarded by Aries, and they were not sleeping on guard. Then I'll get there another way, Hyun-woo replied. He was clearly planning something crazy. Always cautious, Shiken suspected something was wrong. He could simply break through the passage, the Mad Hermit reassured him. Shinken warned that this would definitely make him an enemy of the entire guild. Hyun-woo thought for a moment, but he was already their enemy, so everything was fine. There was a meeting in the Aries Guild discussing the Pedo Guild, which unexpectedly greatly interfered with Aries' affairs in China. How long will this delay the guild? The director asked. China is delayed by 5 months. Russia and Japan are next in line for development. Director Hyuk Seong-woo listened to the report. He didn't care how long the plan took, he told his subordinates. The main thing is to do it faster than everyone else, insisted Director Sun-woo. The important thing is not to be the fastest, but to not be the slowest, he taught. The director let them go, pleased with the report he received. Having finished one task, Director Song-woo immediately began another. He was given the Kim Hyun-woo skill chart that the director had asked about earlier. Based on the video from the learning area, they created a table using analytics technology. They got their hands on various materials, a video of the second test by the orc wave. Many experts began to analyze it and make calculations. Physical data, agility, physical strength were at the highest level. Magic was absent. This department made a mistake. The head of the guild Aries doubted the results. Headmaster Yu Byung-wook said that he also doubted the results of the analysis, but the error could be within 1 rank. So it's true, Hyuk Song-woo agreed, clutching the papers with the report. Is he hired? The young guild leader asked with interest. The manager began to make excuses, but the head just waved it off. Unexpectedly, he noticed that it was for the best that they didn't hire Hyun-woo. The manager pretended to be surprised, but the director knew that his subordinate understood everything. If the guild hired this hunter, its business would go uphill. A newbie will cope well with dungeons and will develop. And this could become a threat to Hyuk Seon-woo and his position as the guild director. It's like a poisoned apple. It looks delicious, but you'll choke if you bite into it. If they accept him, the guild will fall apart from within, the slippery man thought. Chief Yu Byung left the director's room and was immediately called out with urgent news. What's up? He asked his subordinate, who was very out of breath and reported bad news. Trouble happened in the dungeon of Aderon. Yu Ben heard unexpected news. The weather on Mount Jongbongsan was sunny, and there were no signs of trouble on this gentle, fine day. At the entrance to the checkpoint, a lonely girl tried to get a pass into the dungeon, but she was refused. The red-haired girl with a bow on her back made a pitiful face and wanted to get a pass. The proud guards mocked her by offering her a deadly labyrinth to hunt. No skills, no money. The guard continued to mock, despite her sincere requests. He leaned towards the girl. His eyes flashed with concern, and he immediately revealed his rotten nature. Scum was eagerly recruited for such a position. The idiot was shamelessly flirting with a girl in a desperate situation and leaned right into her face. He promised to let her inside if the girl gave him her personal number. She was very taken aback by such offers. They were interrupted by another strange guest, dressed in a tracksuit and flip-flops on his bare feet. Uncle, there is no toilet. Go to the forest and do your business there, the annoying idiot sent Hyunwoo dismissively. But I don't need to go to the toilet. I need to go to the dungeon. Hyunwoo pretended to be a simpleton. This is not a place for games. The stupid monkey got angry. There is a dungeon with monsters here, he pointed out to the ignoramus in front of him. Hyunwoo was not at all embarrassed. He continued walking. He replied that he came for his own business. Or is the monkey so stupid that it hasn't figured it out yet? He asked the guard. Not only the security guard was taken aback, but also the poor girl next to him. He looks like a simpleton, talks all sorts of nonsense, and has clearly confused all the boarders. This won't do, said Hyunwoo, reaching for his slipper. Astrologers predict that he'll soon be learning politeness. The slipper rose up with meaning, as if pointing out to people their mistakes and excessive pride. Both guards, the lustful one and his friend, were dumbfounded. They hadn't been taught what to do with psychos. Come closer, Bandar logs. Hyunwoo beckoned to them, waving his slap and grinning devilishly. Well, he's really sick. At least you know that. The big guy began, but didn't finish. His angry speech was cut off mid-breath. The slipper lit a supernova by writing out an extra lesson in good manners. The first student was knocked out. He flew past the second guard so quickly that he didn't even understand anything, only his legs flashed. He looked at his friend in the cloud of dust, and at Hyunwoo, at his friend, and at Hyunwoo, and forgot all the words. The friend lay down to rest, proving once again that hunters are stronger than ordinary people. An ominous shadow grew behind his back. He wanted to cancel his subscription to politeness lessons, but it was too late. The guard began to pray involuntarily, and Hyunwoo complained that he had miscalculated his strength. Hey you, he said to the second guard, who decided to pretend to be a pillar in the hopes that he would get away with it. I need your clothes, Hyunwoo told him, in the classic way. Do you want to rest too? Hyunwoo asked him, making a scary face worthy of the demon Balok. And not bad, said Hyunwoo, trying on the new clothes. Clean leather shoes, shining. Very rare shoes worth 5 million. Enchanted for lightness, the money of a slow-witted poor fellow cried. I do have a conscience after all, said Hyunwoo, looking at the poor guard's bare feet. And he generously gave him his slippers of fate, just like that, from the master's shoulder. The guard was deeply depressed when Hyunwoo left, and the girl decided to go too. When did life take a wrong turn, the unlucky watchman wondered, while his friend dozed peacefully off to one side. There was a real commotion at the Seoul Guild headquarters when So-yeon learned that Hyunwoo was just released to Adorn's lab. They didn't let him go, but he left on his own. Shin-ken justified himself to his grumpy friend, but she had once been a sweet little girl. He had expected to calmly drink a cup of coffee, but the girl nagged him with her angelic voice. She was worried about the crazy hermit, as if he were her boyfriend who noticed Shin-ken, but the girl brushed off his barbs. What could he do if their antisocial hermit friend preferred to act alone? The girl lowered her beautiful eyes. She herself understood the absurdity of the situation, where she had to look after a savage. And yet the situation was not easy. Now Hyunwoo was at odds with an entire guild, not the last in the rankings and very cruel. But what is, said Shin-ken, clutching his cup of coffee. He himself was not delighted. In the past, Hyunwoo had always had a calm disposition and acted in a balanced manner. He was a rock that could be leaned on. But it was not always like this. Sometimes life drove him into a corner. They always looked at his broad back because he protected them like a true leader. However, everything changed. The calm and confident Hyunwoo disappeared as soon as enemies stood in his way. Then the madman in him would awaken, and all his bad character would manifest itself on his enemies. The friends sighed heavily. Hyunwoo's character had become even tougher over the 12 years, so they understood why he was like that. But should they worry about someone who evaporates rocks with their bare hands? The friends discussed while Hyunwoo strolled around the lab. Rather than worrying about his enemies, Hyunwoo walked through the dark, empty corridors without a care in the world. The friends reassured themselves that there was little they could do to influence things. His feet moved easily and freely in these polished shoes, which was especially pleasant since he usually used flip-flops. Next time I'll bring my pants too, Hyunwoo thought. Sometimes it's very useful to have enemies for your prosperity. If his words were true, Shin-ken continued, recalling his conversation with Hyunwoo yesterday about the Aries Guild. What do you mean? So-yeon was surprised. Does he really know anything about Hyunwoo's abilities? The girl thought. Shin-ken looked at her conspiratorially, wondering whether he should tell his lively friend everything. The news surprised the girl. Could it really be true? She couldn't believe her ears. The laboratory looked abandoned. Darkness all around. Dusty suspension everywhere instead of air. and only the groaning of monsters broke the silence. Even the scientific monsters had fangs, albeit small ones, one of which wandered through the empty corridors in search of experimental samples. The chimera of a goblin and a robocop brandished a surgical scalpel, croaking in an extraterrestrial dialect. A shot for someone, an injection. The boss of this level wandered alone, frowning terribly, lighting his way with his eyes and headlights. Several hunters observed this monster. The Aries Guild left it alive because it did not bring in money. In the room next to the boss, the trio settled down and figured out what to do next. Two guys were waiting for what the girl in the mask would decide. The guy in the rugby jacket insisted on catching the boss, yet they paid a bribe to get into this lab. The brown-haired girl doubted that if their skills were top-notch, they wouldn't have to resort to such tricks. Helmet Head believed that there should be enough strength. The boss had a weak attack and good defense. He would not survive a long battle. But the girl leader did not want to take such an unjustified risk and delayed the answer. There were too many variables. But then, throwing aside these heavy thoughts, he prepared for battle. Our motto is stupidity and courage. The trio really wanted to raise their level. They were ready to pounce on a lone target like street punks, but suddenly noticed an uninvited guest. Who is this? They wondered. The man didn't look like a hunter, and sportswear was not among the most common pieces of equipment. The unexpected guest stood in the shadow of the boss without hiding at all. He looked completely open and confident. Or just crazy. The boss wasn't particularly intelligent, and it looked like he bought his diploma too. He noticed Hyun-woo and creaked disgustingly. Something about tests. Maybe an enema for the warm-up or 5 liters of blood for analysis, muttered the zombie Robocop in his lisping voice. In the distant past, when Hyun-woo was still a child, he ended up in an orphanage. Don't be naughty. Don't show your weakness to anyone. His older, unlucky brother instructed him. And also listen to your teachers. He let go of empty formalities to the child who was just beginning to understand life. And don't say anything unnecessary. He continued his meaningless conversation. But the boy was not looking at this at all, and was carefully remembering what he saw. Fate treated him cruelly. His parents had just died in a car accident, and his brother had already sent him to an orphanage, taking his inheritance into his hands. So the boy learned his most important lesson in life. Never trust anyone, don't expect good, don't ask for mercy, and no pity. A zombie pathologist in iron pants bent over a pathetic little man to abuse him. Some of his unimaginable, incomprehensible purpose devices were clearly short-circuiting electricity, apparently so that he could move faster. Hyun-woo couldn't stand the horrible harassment of the monster who hadn't even finished his honey and interrupted his empty chatter. But it's unlikely that the foolish head understood the language of words. After all, the only science in this place was the name. The monster licked its lips carnivorously, only to get his stupid face hit with a light kick from Hyun-woo. The trio of brave hunters sat to the side with stupid faces. Their whole adventure just ended before it began. Hyun-woo landed softly on the concrete floor of the lab. Not a single shoe was damaged. Like a true action hero, he didn't turn around to see the guts of a dumb monster explode, who was only good at spouting pseudoscientific nonsense. The hunters slowly flowed onto the cold floor from the cruelty they saw, glad that they were not in the place of the monster. "One is ready," Hyun-woo muttered. "Time for the next one, in the forest village." He tapped on the status window. The 3 brave ones left the shelter, went out to look at the remains of the terrible boss, but after looking closely, the girl was able to recognize the mysterious hunter. It's hard not to recognize the person in the first trends of the network. Now in the light, they were able to recognize an experienced player. In the deep basement of the Aries Guild, 2 important guild bosses met. "And what is the reason for your visit?" asked Woo Chung-myung, the former head of the administrative department. It was a special report. Yu Ben handed his colleague a folder with documents. 2 whole A-rank skills, Wu Chung exclaimed, and this from a newly hatched newbie from the tower. He asked again, looking through Hyun-woo's detailed file. The assessment couldn't be 100%, perhaps the target was even stronger. Strong, the head of the department frowned. Not just strong, but a real monster, he concluded. "Nothing will happen," he asked, holding the folder at his throat, grinning ominously. "We were told to just do harm," Yu Ben objected. "However, no body, no case, no one will ask if the target trips and falls on a knife." "Isn't it wonderful to get rid of this nuisance?" asked Wu Qiong. "This guy brazenly entered Aries' dungeon, beat up the guards, and this is a very unhealthy precedent." "That's right," Yu Ben confirmed. "Because of Hyun-woo, the reputation of the entire guild could suffer. We're not shameful wolves." "Oh, no need to worry." Wu Zhong noticed and grinned confidently. With Hyunwoo's skills, it would be hard to just hurt him. He laughed. How fortunate that the guild leader is busy with China, and it is possible to quietly deal with the upstart, and even get the leader's recognition later. Wu Chong rejoiced. Having decided this issue, the conspirators headed to the elevator. We are sending people to China, Yu Byung asked. It's all because of the Pedo Guild. They were created 2 years ago and have already taken over half of China's dungeons. Their leader left the tower only 4 years ago, but the tower turned her into a real monster, and her followers are incredibly strong. But what is most surprising is that she is ranked 5th in the world, as if the spirit of Qing Shi Huang has been reborn in her. Nobody knows anything. In the smoke of incense stood a girl with a skull tattoo. The guild cannot waste resources, so the protruding nail must be hammered in while all forces are directed to China. Wu Chong noted, a special specialist is needed. What a disgusting face. Hyun Woo made faces at the smartphone's selfie camera. He admired what technology had come to as he sat in Shinken's living room, rejoicing like a child. Now a bird will fly out. He clicked the camera for the 100th time, filming everything in a row. All digital innovations were a novelty for a hermit with 12 years of experience. Once a boy and then no longer a boy, Hyun Woo learned about games, videos, music, and risked drowning forever in the world of digital networks. The Soul Guild owns the Forest Village dungeon, Shinken told him. But his friend could not be brought back. The magic of the internet was stronger. Jigi, I'll have the best farm, the crazy hermit Hyun Woo whispered to himself. But there won't be a boss, Shin Kyung informed the teenager in front of him. The information arrived with a giraffe's delay, about 7 seconds, until the meaning of what was said reached the gaming nerd. What do you mean the boss is gone? He cried out. What do you mean they caught him a few weeks ago? The new information significantly changed the whole thing. Monsters appear in the tower every day. Regular ones and bosses no matter how many you kill, Shin Ken explained. But the dungeons of the world outside the tower, other ordinary monsters also respawn ad infinitum. I don't want to farm. But bosses, unlike mobs, have a full social package, paid vacation, pension, and holidays. In short, they need time. How long would it take? Hyun-woo asked. And when he received the answer that it would take a month, he almost started foaming at the mouth. But he was lucky, according to the schedule, the monster was coming out of vacation in a couple of days so he could be visited, Shinken said. But what about the visible swamp? Hyun-woo asked. But there was no information on this object. The swamps belonged to the Aries Guild. Shinken suggested looking for more information, but Hyun-woo had already withdrawn into himself. For His Majesty to be so tense because of the monster, it would never happen. He fell back again to support the sofa when Shinken asked him to register with the association. The equipment was of little interest to the mad hermit, who won even naked. But at the word money, his conditioned Pavlovian reflex was triggered. It turned out that you can get money if you pass the test every 2 or 3 months and confirm your rank. Having heard such wonderful news, the homeless man, the leader of the hermits, became very excited and was ready to go to the certification in the middle of the night. In the morning, they went to the place where the hunter's abilities were measured. A large building in the center of the city spoke of the high status of hunters in society. The legendary slaps of fate of the great hermit, who had finally decided to stop being a dependent, slapped across the floor of the building. They entered the association building like real tough guys. It was hard not to recognize them. But the idiot in the reception area succeeded, however. This is due to the appearance of Hyun Woo, who has not changed since leaving the tower, still the same wild one. They came to register. He asked the usual question to a strange guy in a suit, and received the answer, Kim Hyun Woo. The name nevertheless flew around the world and sounded very familiar. The tester immediately clarified whether this was the one who returned from the tower after 12 years. That's right, the shaggy man confirmed, thinking about how to quickly get the money for registration. The association official frowned. This was definitely the man, and they had already asked about him today. That strange blonde guy who looked a little crazy asked about Kim Hyun Woo, a yellow-mouthed creature that has nothing special about it, but about which there are already so many rumors and noise, the tester thought while examining the hunter. Having confirmed all the formalities, he handed the shaggy hermit a strange object and pointed to the projector in the middle of the room. The object looked as if the demon had been put under a press and turned into a compact cube with an eye sticking out. The principle is simple. As soon as you touched it, it showed a status window and all the characteristics of the hunter who held it. Hyun Woo grabbed the demon cube and the projector opposite him lit up, taking measurements. At rank maximum, the tester was thinking while they waited for the calculations. Maybe it's a plus, since he's so famous. After all, there's no smoke without fire. But imagine his surprise when he saw the result. "That's all?" asked the bored hermit. "Give me my money already," he thought. But suddenly he heard a suspicious noise, and the fuse of the seat caught fire. The tester screamed like a berserker on his way to Valhalla. Hyun-woo barely dodged the spitting spray. How is this possible? A scream was heard throughout the entire association building. The news spread like hot potato pies. The World Wide Web of rumors was already in full swing, discussing the experienced player. The news stunned and turned all ideas about normality upside down. All of Hyun-woo's A-rank skills, except for magic, are something to envy. Hyun-woo was driving in the car and listening to the video of the reactions to his testing. But what was even more surprising was that they had barely left the building when rumors had already spread like wildfire everywhere. "Nothing special," Shin-ken noted, squeezing the polygonal steering wheel. After all, his friend is a celebrity. People dream of finding out a little more about him. Moreover, just recently Hyun-woo caused a stir in the dungeons of Aries, turning everything upside down there. "You don't care," but Shin-ken stopped short when he turned to his friend, clearly worried about him. The Aries Guild definitely made inquiries and got wind of everything, including today's inspection. They definitely won't leave Hyun-woo alone. "Be careful," he said, and wanted to add, "fool." But he was too well brought up. "Aries really are dangerous people," Shin-ken continued. But when he didn't receive an answer, he became indignant. Instead, the hermit Hyun-woo, as befits a madman, giggled nastily, distracting the driver from driving. He definitely has 8th grader syndrome. Hyun-woo, ignoring the traffic rules, shoved the screen into Shin-kyung's face. The video showed a loading screen in the game that appeared when completing dungeons. Hyun-woo played the dungeon because he couldn't live without them anymore. "Just look at that idiotic pose and strange aura," laughed Shin-ken's frivolous friend. In the video, there was Shim-kyung, but the crazy hermit Hyun-woo didn't realize it right away. He continued to tease his friend without realizing it, ridiculing his fighting techniques. Shin-ken, who had long since become an adult, could not get used to the fact that his friend was a little out of touch with life. He again said that it was him on the video. The gears in the shaggy hermit's head began to grind with effort. How awkward that turned out to be. There was an awkward silence. "My friend and I are idiots," Shin-ken thought. But what can you expect from the poor? Hyun-woo still didn't know what to say and decided to pretend to be a mannequin. Maybe it would work. It's a miracle that he didn't forget his speech while playing the role of Rapunzel. The silence dragged on. Hyun-woo strained to remember what normal people do in such situations. Maybe dance naked and diffuse the situation. Then it dawned on him that he just needed to change the subject, and he decided to ask his friend a question. "The rubric asks a stupid question on the screen, and you are not doing anything at all," asked Hyun-woo. He asked why Shuken was not doing anything, even though he was also the guild leader. "Teaching a fool will only spoil him," thought Shin-ken, and asked a counter-question about why he thought the guild leader might not be busy. Even now, he was wasting his precious free time on a homeless hermit without a residence permit. But it didn't seem like he appreciated it. The empty corridors of the Aries Guild office gave off a cold feeling, as if it were a king's palace. Yuben was in a dark confusion. News came from the Hunter Testing Center. "A real monster. Now it's clear why the boss wants to deal with him," confirmed Woo Chung. Yuben felt the tension. It was so tight that it could bite off a crowbar. "It's also too tight," thought Woo Chung. But he wondered out loud about the thoughts of his colleague in the dangerous business. "Don't worry," said Woo Chung. "I'm worried myself, but we'll definitely deal with this threat." He grinned maliciously. He said a name and he said it with meaning, Shin Chong-gun. Yuben was distracted from his heavy thoughts and asked again excitedly, "An S-rank hunter from China, as high-ranking as Hyun-woo, but far more dangerous." "Now the damned Hyun-woo will eat the earth and beg for mercy," the bandit grinned evilly. It was a moonlit night in the dungeon of the forest village. The friends descended here without any problems, because it was run by the Shin-ken Guild. They timed it perfectly to come here a minute before the boss appeared. It would still be enough for one hit. They took an assistant with them to carry everything they needed. How useful it is to have a servant, thought Hyun-woo, who lived like a hermit. They had dug deep into the forest without the low-ranking guide boy Hyun-woo would have had to tear down the entire forest to get out. However, they were not alone here, although they did not know it, and walked without hiding. The man with still good teeth smiled while he could. Hyun-woo once again demonstrated his attention to people. After half an hour of walking together, he finally asked who was with them. The boy introduced himself as Park Ga-moon. Apparently a simpleton. What can you expect from him? He is Frodo Baggins's loyal companion, Shinken explained, and will collect loot from the monster and do all the dirty work. If you catch a boss, you can get items from him and get money for them. Money? It clicked in the head of the penniless hermit. A fortune for the boss, where to spend so much? Shinken stopped, thinking about how to tell his friend more gently that he was a homeless person and looked the part. Normal people don't walk around everywhere in sweatpants and flip-flops with bare feet. Young Samuus Gamgee took out his phone and asked to take a souvenir photo with celebrities. Hyunwoo seemed to have once again discovered the presence of a person next to him. In principle, he didn't care when he was filmed, but he still asked what it was for. Park Ga-moon began to tell the inmate about video hosting sites, advertising, views, and earnings. Okay, Hyunwoo gave the go-ahead, including the player's abilities in the monopoly of the Mac level. You are 2, I am 8. Everyone is fair and equal, I counted. The group moved on, Shin Kyung and Hyunwoo walking in front, while Park Ga-moon broadcasted. Shinken handed the hermit a folded piece of paper. Woo Hyun unfolded it, trying to figure out what he was looking at. Oh, how long ago it had been since he graduated from school, he thought. The forest village is a labyrinth, and it is difficult to wander around in it. Hyunwoo carefully looked at the map. In vain, he skipped geography lessons. He looked more closely in the dim moonlight, wondering whether it was north or south above. The map looked like a satellite image, but where did satellites come from in the dungeons? Hyunwoo wondered. It's not clear at all. He twisted it this way and that, but he was embarrassed to ask. They'd call him stupid. What a mess, the hermit thought. To hell with it, Woo Hyun just threw away the useless piece of paper. I'll figure it out somehow, he thought. He simply walked up to the tree and estimated the direction in which the boss should be. Hyunwoo smiled, anticipating easy money, and turned to their companion. Park Ga-moon wanted to remind me of his name, but he didn't dare, after all. He was a timid guy. Film. Everything well, the greedy hermit with no permanent place of residence told him. And yet, Paga didn't quite understand what this strange man would do. Hyunwoo stood up to strike. Everything had to be done effectively, in one take. Oh, the work of professional YouTube stars is hard. He concentrated and launched his signature plasma-burning strike. The ionized gas around his fist sparkled like a sheaf of blue sparks, the fist instantly heating the air to thousands of degrees. He swung wider to make it flare up more powerfully and brightly, which is not something you do for the sake of show. With you as the evening lumberjacks program, the tree in front of him was all covered in fire. The shockwave went up, cutting it down the middle. It was the first time Park Ga-moon had seen something like this, and the bright light from the flashes blinded his eyes. The tree in the clearing evaporated, along with the ground beneath it and everything else that was within the radius of destruction. Some ogre was caught off guard. The guy wanted to say that where had he ever seen someone working so hard on the very first day after vacation, but his toothy mouth was not well suited for that. Even the experienced Shinken was impressed by such a demonstration, not to mention their porter, who almost fell on his butt in surprise. But you have to give the boy his due. He held up well in the face of real monsters. We continue the program Get to Know the Local Flora and Fauna with Hyunwoo. Subscribe and like. In one hit, Hyunwoo cleared the way to the boss. To hell with the terrible geography book, he can handle it without maps. The dissatisfied underground employee waved his hands indignantly. His southern temperament was showing. These little people didn't understand anything at all. Hyunwoo made a point of light, once again not sparing his slaps. In one movement, he soared toward the ogre's forked head, who waved him off with a cry of, "Hooligans are depriving me of my sight." But no one understood him. Free delivery of kicks arrived. Hyunwoo was approaching the ogre. He landed deftly on his shoulder, much to the honest dungeon director's concern that the guest might fall and get hurt. A powerful kick rejected his polite address. A supernova flared from his blow. The ogre fell on his back. He was definitely going to the hospital. The master of writing out certificates for people, and not only for a sanatorium, landed from above. Newcomer Park Ga-moon barely had time to focus the camera. A true hero, a hermit, a forester, a hunter, and simply a good person, Hyunwoo proudly showed off on the body of the unfortunate dungeon director. Park Ga-moon cried with happiness. It seemed like he felt an insane amount of sympathy for the homeless hermits. In the shade of the trees, sitting on a branch like a chicken on a perch, a proud and lonely representative of the feathered race watched them. An hour earlier, the atmosphere in the Aries Guild office was filled with excitement and optimism. "Have you checked everything yet?" asked Woo Chung, his late guest. Shin Chung-gong sat at the table like an ill-mannered idiot with no manners, his feet up on the table as if there was no one else to sit under. Sean Gang agreed, wondering what he was doing there. Why was Wu Chung sitting there? Was he really just airing himself out, the bastard? But he kept quiet. He really is a monster of legend, Sean Gunn confirmed with a smug grin. Hyun Woo only had physical abilities, no magic, which was surprising. However, where there is strength, there is also weakness. No one is invulnerable, Sean Gan continued. It was incredibly easy to spot his weaknesses, he noted with a confident air. Wu Zhong also grinned, understanding where this wild, unmannered hunter was heading. They knew exactly where he would appear next. It would be their dungeon, the visible swamp. The creepy and self-confident guy Sean Gunn jumped up from the table in one movement. It looks like he really trained him for a long time. He will go ahead and prepare everything. The birds were chirping, a light breeze was blowing, the leaves were rustling, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Hyun Woo went out for a walk to the swamp. As usual, he was in no hurry, letting the wind move his thick hair, and yet he felt a strange threat, his hermit's intuition making itself known. He felt a slight vibration in his pocket and didn't immediately understand what it was. After all, he had only recently gotten a phone. He looked at the screen in surprise. Not many people could contact the lonely hermit. Little so. Yan wrote to him, wanting to know about his plans for today. Hyun-woo sighed. He thought that he would get a phone and cute beauties would write to him. But so far only grumpy girlfriends were writing. And yet he understood that his friends were worried about him. They behaved just like adults, which made Hyun-woo feel like a child. Aries. Not Aries. What difference does it make who and how? After all, it's he who's great, thought Hyun-woo. Earlier, when the beautiful So-yeon was sitting in front of him, she asked him why he needed Aries' dungeon. Sinner Hyun-woo returned to reality and got out of the internet. But what can you expect from a hermit with low social skills? He answered her question evasively. He had business there, that's all, with his girlfriend. Hyun-woo continued to wriggle like an eel in a frying pan, but the terrible force of feminine charm was pressing on him. It would anger Aries just a little, he replied, grabbing his strawberry smoothie, not knowing how else to get out of direct questions. So Yeon made a cute cat face and looked at him worriedly. She could only sigh. Her friend was completely impenetrable, a good quality in battle, but difficult to communicate with. And yet she decided to press him to get a direct answer. He was bothering her too much. Of course, she understood that he was not someone to worry about too much, but you can't be sure of everything. The new video from the forest village confirmed his strength. He is definitely not a weakling who can be offended by any passerby. In front of her sat a very problematic specimen of a hermit, who easily looked for trouble on his head, and they found him. In any case, I must act quickly, little. So Yeon instructed him in her thin but firm voice. Visible Swamp is an A-rank dungeon, and it is perfect for staying unnoticed and avoiding unnecessary risks. On the day the boss appears, Aries will definitely lead a raid to kill him. So Yeon continued. Hyun-woo listened to her attentively, yet she managed to attract his attention. He still saw her as the schoolgirl with whom he cleared the tower. He thanked her carelessly, as if he had no intention of breaking into an enemy base where 100 dangers could await him. He told her not to worry, but everything went wrong from the very first minutes. In front of him stood a guild guard, with a Chinese broadsword at the ready, and he was frankly shaking with fear, and perhaps he had already become a little lighter. The guard shouted loudly. When dogs are afraid, they also bark loudly to call their owner, Hyun-woo thought. So Yeon haunted him even in his memories, even though she had told him not to be seen by Aries' guards. How tiring, Hyun-woo said. It's the same thing every time. Everyone's screaming loudly and flying off with one serve. No fun. Couldn't they have reacted differently? Offered tea? Asked politely? But no, it's the same thing. Stop. Who goes there? Hyun-woo was indignant. And then you immediately get into a fight even though you know that you can't win? Hyun-woo continued. You just can't learn. A samurai has no goal, only a path, you understand? Thought Aries' guard, and was terribly angry. He would have shouted something harsher, but he was not allowed to, and rushed into the attack. The fate of Aries' simple guards is hard, but they are paid for it. You see a bright flash. It's the light of broken hopes and dreams. Hyun-woo's fist is back in action. Once upon a time, he was led by the road of adventure, and then he met Hyun-woo, and only a light smoke went in the wind. They're pestering me, thought Hyun-woo. I told them I had business, and they gave me my pass, but I gave it to them. It's good that he had two of them at once. Hyun-woo sighed heavily. What kind of organization is this, Aries? He doesn't spare his subordinates at all. The foot sank into the soft soil. The quagmire was very close. He walked right into the center of the swamp and looked around. The boss was definitely nearby. Amber eyes with a slit predatorily aimed at the new prey. a lonely, defenseless target so close you could smell him. The predator rushed to attack like a cocked mechanism. A real death machine will emerge from the swamp on heavy, short legs. It kicked up a spray of water and mud all around and paddled powerfully through the soft ground. Hyunwoo stopped. His trick worked. As soon as he pretended to be easy prey, all your monsters would rush to attack. The boss appeared before him. A huge, ancient fossil with the boring name Mega Alligator. Hyunwoo recognized the beast because So Yeon had taken the time to tell him about it in detail. However, everything that Hyunwoo remembered concerned the cost of skin and teeth, which meant that the monster had to be caught whole without damaging the skin. This is a pension increase for a lonely hermit, Hyunwoo thought. He gave his signature grin and activated the orthodox bending mode. The fossil dinosaur has not seen such impacts since the Chicxulub asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. The ancient lizard immediately became despondent, deflated, and turned sour. The hunt somehow didn't go well right away. "I'll kill him quickly and rip off his skin," animal lover Hyunwoo told the future bag. But the walking antiquity was not going to give up. He had experienced worse in his long chronicle. You can always use a tactical retreat, not to be confused with a panic flight. Hyunwoo reacted instantly. A valuable resource cannot be let go. He had already thought about what kind of wallet and boots he would have. He quickly and firmly grabbed the fleeing lizard. Time to make money. The crocodile had two tails at once, so it was even easier to hold him. And for a few moments he turned into a hole digger. "Carousel, carousel, it's joy for us," Hyunwoo sang happily with a demonic grin. The crocodile remembered the dinosaurs, how they fell and were replaced by weak rodents. But when, say, everything went wrong, he was perplexed. Having experienced an overload of 9, Megalligator realized that he would never become an astronaut. It was too much for him. He flew into the rock with all his might, raising a cloud of dust around him. This is a good place to lie, the lizard thought. Maybe they will take him for a fossil embedded in a stone, send him to a museum to rest. But on the other hand, what this Pleistocene miscarriage allows itself, the crocodile remembered its pride of cold-bloodedness. "To die not twice," said the ancient warrior. He despised death, squeezing out a stingy tear. "I lived a good life, and that means the end should be bright." The monster went into battle again. An aura of fighting determination enveloped his body. A proud warrior ready for a fight to the death. Hyunwoo had no idea that someone else was watching his fight from the sidelines, waiting for their moment. Sean Gunn grinned contentedly. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Only old men go into battle. The crocodile launched his body like a torpedo straight at Hyunwoo. "Great, another round." A real boss always has a second phase, the mad hermit rejoiced. Suddenly, an unclear force pulled him and threw him off balance. Red chains, like hot metal, enveloped his legs, not allowing him to move. What about the samurai spirit and honor, Hyunwoo thought. But asking the boss to wait was not an option. "That's it," the killer, Sean Gunn, rejoiced. "Now the bird will be gobbled up, feathers and all." The chains held him as if he was in quicksand. The more he moved, the more he sank. Hyunwoo didn't expect such an attack. The crocodile's mouth was ready to slam shut over him like a giant stapler and pierce him. Easy money. Sean Gunn was already mentally imagining how to spend it in the best brothels in the country. He did not break away until the very end. Since he can't move his legs, he still has his hands. So Hyunwoo grabbed the ground tightly. And only in this way was he able to dodge the torpedo in the face of the alligator, its mouth loudly clicking shut. Taking advantage of this moment, the cowardly crocodile jumped into the water. "Wait," thought Hyunwoo. "What about the crocodile's skin boots?" Both the wallet and the bag communicated well. He got upset and looked at his feet. The unknown object was still preventing him from moving his legs, tightly entangling them and digging deeper and deeper. "Magic chains," Sean Gan answered the unasked question. Now he could show himself without any fear of his opponent. And what can he do with his strength if he is now sitting there miserable with a dirty face? "Mud and chains suit you just fine," Sean Gunn said, grinning contentedly, feeling in control of the situation. Another rude guy, thought Hyunwoo. Not only did he not say hello, but his bag also ran away. Now what's the point of skinning him? Sean Gunn came down closer, holding red chains of magic in his hands. Time for a super villainous performance. "I'm Batman" almost escaped his lips, but he corrected himself in time and said that he was a hunter from the Aries Guild. "I'm bragging terribly." "You should see a psychiatrist for treatment for delusions of grandeur," thought Hyunwoo. "What kind of killer is he who calls himself a killer?" he asked. "Do you think he's the smartest?" Sean Gunn asked him as he approached. "Now he'll show him how big the world is." "You may be strong," Sean Gunn continued, "but strength isn't everything. You can spin a heavy dinosaur around like a feather, the bounty hunter noted. Even if you can kill a two-headed ogre with one blow like a fucking cheater, Sean Gunn said evenly. But even if you were 100 times stronger, what could you do while bound by these chains? The bandit asked him, with a malicious grin. The chains kept getting more and more tangled around Hyun-woo, like wired headphones. The longer it went on, the more knots there were. But it didn't bother him. Suddenly, he discovered that he couldn't break them. A very unusual skill was used on him. These are not simple chains, but magical ones. Magical, the villain helpfully explained. Thanks to him for the details, Hyun-woo thought. The only way to break them apart was with another A-rank magic. The noble bandit willingly revealed the weaknesses of his technique to the victim. Hyun-woo looked deeply stunned by this discovery, looking ahead as if desperately searching for a way out of the situation. He started to act like a fool, asking the bandit again what was already obvious. Sean Gunn got angry. Hyun-woo asked for the third time if he really couldn't get out, playing the role of a confused victim. Sean Gunn gritted his teeth. The boy in front of him didn't understand, or didn't want to understand, the situation he found himself in. But he had seen this before. Everyone he worked with behaved the same way. They pretend to be calm, throw dust in the eyes, but in fact they are desperately thinking about how to get out of it. Sean Gan has strengthened the magic of the chains. These hapless blockheads are trying to escape with stupid tricks, he continued, but Hyun-woo remained impervious. With a sharp movement, he drew his hidden blade. It was time to finish the job. He had killed many such naive guys. Sean Gunn rushed forward to add another name to his death list. His attack filled the blade with a purple glow. Hyun-woo could barely keep up with it with his eyes. Just before the blow, he suddenly raised his hands up and blocked it. But this attack had a second effect. Sean Gan used the technique of deadly poison. There was an explosion, and everything around was illuminated by an ultraviolet flash. If anyone had been fighting now, they would have definitely gone blind. Sean Gan grinned contentedly. His opponent was a pathetic, worthless brave man. Now he would be food for the swampworms. In the thick smoke that rose after the impact, it was difficult to see anything further than an outstretched arm. Gradually, the smoke cleared, and a shadow in the form of a human figure appeared where Hyun-woo had been sitting. Sean Gunn tensed. This was not the effect he expected to see at all. The smoke prevented him from seeing everything in front of him properly. To his great surprise, once the dust settled a little, he saw Hyun-woo completely unharmed. He continued to act like a fool who didn't even understand what had happened, or simply didn't even notice the flea attack. Sean Gunn experienced a serious dissonance between expectations and reality, something he had never seen before. His attack didn't work, didn't leave a single scratch, didn't even wrinkle the clothes, as if they were special magical armor. And at that moment he shuddered. His legs unconsciously began to walk in the opposite direction. Gradually, it began to dawn on him what had happened, and he imperceptibly quickened his pace. Unable to withstand the colossal pressure, he ran away in horror like a seasoned trotter. His heart was about to stop when Hyun-woo's shadow grew in front of him again at a terrifying speed. The last thing he saw was a fist flying into his face, and then everything was a blur. Having received a blow, he flew back to the tree behind him. Another person in his place or a monster would have turned to dust from such a blow. But Sean Gan survived. Although he winced from the hellish pain, he hit his whole body against the tree. It was as if the chains had stopped holding Hyun-woo back, and he moved completely freely. His fallen opponent had fused with the tree, leaving a deep dent in it. Even the dense wood felt like soft soil underfoot. Now it was Hyun-woo's turn to torment the villain. "You should have tied up your whole body," he noted. Sean Gunn couldn't believe his eyes. His technique was completely useless after hundreds of uses. The chains slowly spilled onto Hyun-woo's legs, much to Sean Gunn's horror. Hyun-woo demonstratively raised his hand, which was wrapped in a chain that had noticeably loosened. The light kick of the slipper lit up. Hyun-woo had no intention of sparing the enemy. From the kick, the long-suffering tree collapsed as if it had been cut down, along with Sean Gunn. Hyun-woo grabbed him tighter. It was time to repeat the ride. Sean Gunn was clearly not thrilled. He had never liked amusement parks since he was a child and was very uncomfortable being the victim. Hyun-woo began to quote the great Chinese strategist, "Whoever comes to us with what and for what reason, he does so, and for that reason," he said, swinging his arm harder. The overload pressed Sean Gan even harder into the tree. He no longer knew what was worse, the shame of defeat, or this torment. Meanwhile, the crocodile in the swamp was doing what he usually did, pretending to be a log and reflecting a little on his behavior. He was quietly and peacefully floating in a small lake, not bothering anyone, and fixing a Primus stove. Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over him. Something was quickly approaching him. The shadow covered the entire sky, but the reptile's eyes did not allow him to look up and understand what it was. A huge log with Sean gun on top hit the crocodile with great force, causing a fountain of spray. Hyunwoo made a great throw in the garage key. 2 goals in 1 go. He looked at the surrounding landscape with the eyes of an investigator. An unlucky hunter chased a squirrel up a tree. It fell, and a crocodile grabbed it in the river. It looked like it was an unlucky nudist hunter, a squirrel catcher. That's what anyone would think, Hyunwoo thought. The status window lit up blue, and a notification arrived. Having defeated the boss, he received the lower title it was listed there. Meanwhile, in the Aries guild office, someone was diligently washing down Valerian with expensive whiskey. Shinchong Gong was dead, received a short report from Wuchong. There was no other information after all, the hunter was working alone. All this meant that a very large and furry little animal had just stepped on all his plans. A small investigation established that the body of the unsuccessful killer was already deep at the bottom of the swamp. The monsters definitely ate the remains. No body, no case. But he will still have to answer, Sean Gan thought to himself. He would probably have launched himself to the moon from the burning of his buttocks, but the Valerian had already begun to work. Or maybe it was a liter of elite whiskey without a snack. Xinjiang Gang is an elite assassin with 2 S-rank skills, read his file by Wu Zhong. And this Xinjiang Gang, who acted so boastfully, killed Kim Hyun-woo, the worried office worker wondered. Everything that happened seemed like a devilish prank, someone's mockery. This was unbearable. Wu Chung ground his teeth in anger. Then he imagined what his boss might do to him when he found out about the spent asset, which would guarantee a week of constipation. It was a quiet night in a residential area of Seoul. The stars were sparkling outside the window, and the city was drowning in the lights of lanterns. Hyun-woo lay in complete prostration on the sofa in Shin Kyung's living room, as befits an unemployed slacker. A fly. A fly on the ceiling. And how does it stay there? He thought, staring up. No matter how much he thought, he still could not understand the quirks of nature and existence. But still, he firmly decided to figure it out and called up the status window. The familiar blue hologram appeared in front of him like a projector screen, its light making his eyes hurt. He couldn't quite make sense of the line under his name, where the title was listed, Temporary Guardian. And the ability was added, the right to information, he wondered, and with the size of the melons it would work. And yet I couldn't know how to use it, because I had never seen such changes in the system. He also received an invitation, without an exact location but with a countdown timer. Hyun-woo continued to puzzle over this for a long time, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't understand it anymore. Hyun-woo's adult and responsible friend returned to the apartment and greeted his unemployed comrade. Knowing how useless Hyun-woo was in housework, since he hadn't lived in the house for over a decade, Shin Kyung asked if he had had dinner. Suddenly, it dawned on Hyun-woo. Wait, don't press anything, let me try, he said to Shin Kyung. Hyun-woo decided to test the new ability of the right to information. It has to work somehow. Abracadabra. He said the words of activation and looked closely at his friend. A window of Shin Kyung's status appeared in front of Hyun-woo's face, but it didn't show any new information. How the hell do I use this garbage? He blurted out. No, of course he had seen stupid thugs, but he had never seen such stupid ones, he said, referring to the system's developers. But Shuken took it all personally, so I had to calm him down. For the remaining 2 hours, he stared impatiently at his phone, counting down the minutes. The last few seconds dragged on like tar. It couldn't be, he thought, that he had simply been deceived. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Hyun-woo waited tensely. He didn't know what awaited him, monsters, trials, but he was ready for anything. But then the light went out, as if everything around him had disappeared, and he felt a slight sense of disorientation. When the light came on again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. It was good that there was a chair under his buttocks, otherwise he would have fallen to the floor. The place resembled a deep stone well. The light fell from above, with no visible source. He was moved unnoticed without any portals. Hyun-woo looked around. In front of him sat a girl at the table. He had seen a similar scene somewhere before. The white-haired Chobit girl greeted him politely. She stood up straight and moved little, and her skin looked unnaturally pale. Nice to meet you, guard, she said. I am an architect, or rather an assistant. A girl named Av quickly recovered. Ah, Hyun-woo asked, amazed at how a name could consist of 2 letters like a model of a toaster. These meetings would be frequent from now on, the white-haired answering machine informed him. The mad hermit was inspired. He could finally find out everything about the tower and his imprisonment. 5 minutes of silence passed. Hyunwoo decided to check if she would really remain motionless. He even held his breath. Another 5 minutes of silence, she's definitely not breathing. A damn bucketoid, instead of a living being. Unable to bear it, he began asking questions first, whether he was human or not. He could definitely be made to talk, he thought. The white-haired girl didn't even intend to explain anything. She blinked her gray eyelashes. This made Hyunwoo furious. He jumped up from his chair and started shouting and demanding answers. She could answer the question if asked directly. Apparently, this model of ChatGPT did not support a high level of abstraction. A stupid bucketoid with the appearance of a cute girl confirmed his guess. He asked her who had locked him in the training tower. A simple, direct question that even a stupid bucketoid could handle. A lengthy data processing followed. It looks like they shoved a Pentium 3 processor into the girl. Information denied due to low rank, the answering machine said after a long pause. How stupid, Hyunwoo thought, but decided to try again. He found out that only by raising his rank could he gain greater access and more information. At least the machine said this clearly. However, it really pissed him off that the system, like this doll answering machine, was all done by clumsy developers, and there were no answers anywhere. He tried again to ask a leading question. If you increase your rank, can you find out who created the tower? But it didn't work out. The machine couldn't comment on the hidden data about the system in any way. It's not even clear what he would learn by increasing his rank. This was frankly starting to get annoying. No user focus. The entire development budget went to a pretty face. A request for the training tower also yielded no results. Access denied. A request for the reason for its creation was also dismissed with a bucket of bolts for brains. The request for the reasons for the appearance of monsters was also rejected. There is information here, but they don't give it. They only show it. Beautiful, Hyunwoo thought. He remembered how his father used to fix the TV in his distant childhood. If he hit it, it would immediately start receiving a signal properly. This machine had one excellent property. It felt pain, and you could vent all your anger on it. A stupid android with the appearance of a cute girl rubbed his bruised head. Hyunwoo got really worked up and was thinking about opening up this system unit because there was something interesting inside. The bucket girl was indignant. She couldn't answer his questions. Dad's method works, thought Hyunwoo. However, the developers were still just wasting his precious time and he was terribly angry. Anticipating the imminent unpacking, the android reported that there was still some information available. Guardian, the bucketoid said, shaking his fist as if the answer was so obvious that it needed no explanation. The guard must protect. The robot issued another poorly written script. It seems one blow is not enough to enlighten the microcircuits. The bucket was stuck in overload mode again. It seemed like that was how she compensated for her lack of computing power. She finally got around to giving the main quest so I wouldn't have to waste so much time on empty dialogue branches. However, the bucketoid wasn't going to say anything that Hyunwoo needed. At the moment, Hyunwoo is only a temporary guardian, whatever that means. To become an official guardian, you need to follow the link. Then began an unskippable advertisement for an unknown Hyunwoo brand of electrical equipment. When it was over, he was finally able to ask how to get a new rank. 5 days later, she said in an ominous voice from the movie, a glacial crevasse will open in the city. At the deepest point of the crevice, there will be a beak that will help him increase his rank. This city needs a new hero. Hyunwoo watched the lights of the crime city flicker. Hyunwoo moved away from the dialogue with the Chobit. He was still irritated by her phrases and stupid electronic voice. However, there was something important. He had to improve his skills for the first time. In a very long time, he could become even stronger. There was nothing else to do but accept this task, especially since it involved many third parties. In the morning, friends' gatherings in a cafe for breakfast were interrupted by the exclamation of little So-yeon, a glacial crack, she screamed. They came to eat meat and burgers as befits real hunters. When Hyunwoo decided to ask his friends what they knew about the ice crack, the friends looked at each other with alarm and were in no hurry to answer. Shinken decided to first find out what was behind this question, and he also looked worried. Hyunwoo was surprised by his friend's sharp reaction. It seemed like it was not an easy matter. Shinken began to explain to him with a serious look. The phenomenon was familiar to him. It's a real disaster, he said, a catastrophe of enormous proportions. At the main headquarters of the Aries Guild, in the boss's office, they were heating up a soldering iron to further motivate his subordinates. Boss Hook Seong-woo had just destroyed the office furniture and was now thinking about who and how to use the electrical appliance. The news that followed upset him greatly, and he thought about what to do about it. His subordinate sent the guild's best killer to eliminate the annoying obstacle, but ended up being killed by his target. He really wanted to send half the department to the torture chamber to maintain discipline and morale, but that wouldn't help matters, Song-woo thought. Woo-jung bowed his head guiltily and prayed that he would get away with it. Last time he had experienced a red-hot poker and did not want to repeat. The boss's attention turned to Yoo Byung-wook, and Woo-jung breathed a sigh of relief. "Start killing the goats," Boss Song said angrily, showing more and more of his cruel nature. He took the case under personal control and was even ready to allocate his money for new killers, stronger than Sean Gunn. "And let the music play in his house, but he will not hear it," he ordered his people. He asked again specifically to know if he had been understood correctly. Yuben nodded in response, immediately making it clear that he had accepted the order. The boss sat down on a chair, letting off steam. He felt better, because some teenagers were causing a ruckus, killing the best people, some kind of mess. But there was something completely different on the agenda. The Pedo Guild also required urgent attention. Intelligence reported that they were gathering a real army and preparing for open war with the Aries Guild. Hunter wars are common. Yuben nodded again. The task was clear: to use everyone for consumption and fertilizer. Nothing can be left to these blockheads. Chief Song-woo grabbed his head. "There are so many things to do. I would love to go to the bathhouse and have a drink. But business is business. He doesn't take care of himself at all. He's always busy with work. And he has to think about himself too." A cheerful quartet of the first hunters sat in the restaurant and waited for their food. Hyun-woo was as happy as a child, looking at something bright in front of him. The ring in Kwon-sun's hands glowed to the full value of 2 billion. "Such expensive things are given in the labyrinth." Kwon-sun gently hinted to his friend that it was time for him to stop being a parasite and find a job. Hyun-woo learned from his friends the difference between a labyrinth and a dungeon, and it turned out that they contained different artifacts. "This ring is also an artifact," explained the beauty So-yeon. "Dungeons also provide special resources, such as magic stones or monster parts," Shin-ken added. "In the labyrinths, they give ready-made artifacts from the treasury, like this ring." "The ring has an enchantment," Kwon-seong said, hoping to pique Hyun-woo's interest. "Just like in the games," the hermit noticed, looking at the shiny trinket. Artifacts with enchantments, much better than ordinary ones. Hyun-woo gradually understood what was what. The smell of money attracted him like a hare to a fox. As soon as he looked closely at the ring, he began to see inscriptions in an ancient language, and a status window appeared. Now Hyun-woo could use his ability to recognize objects through the system. He used the right to information skill again, concentrating on the ring. Damn secret materials, Hyun-woo thought. The system hid the description. However, he accepted Kwon-so's tip that after all the work, he definitely needed to visit the labyrinth. He returned the ring to its owner and again asked about its value to make sure he had not misheard. Having put all his affairs aside, the hermit decided that it was time to eat. And that is why he goes to meet friends, because they feed him well. He simply swiped his finger across the menu and ordered each dish like a true caveman. Friends were very surprised by Hyun-woo's bottomless stomach and his complete lack of conscience. "Eat without hesitation," said Kwon-so, holding back tears with difficulty, "because today it is his turn to pay the company's bills." Hyun-woo exclaimed, as if he had forgotten a small detail and only now remembered it. "What do you know about the glacial crevasse?" He suddenly stunned his friends with his question. The question caught them off guard and made them fall silent. They became very tense. There was a long silence as they thought about what their eccentric savage hermit had gotten himself into again. Meanwhile, food was brought: rare steak, pizza, and other snacks. But Hyun-woo did not back down and continued to ask about the crack. It turned out that this is what they call a crack in the ground that suddenly appears and monsters that have no end in sight crawl out of it. "Germany and China, where it originated, are called the gates of hell," said little So-yeon. Hyun-woo thought as he greedily devoured the meat. He missed normal food terribly while he lived in the tower. The stupid android didn't say a word about the fact that this event was a real disaster. But what will happen if this thing appears in their native Korea? He scared the guys with his question. They couldn't find anything to say in response. Terrible images of possible consequences were floating before their eyes. Even the always combative Kwon So became thoughtful and despondent. He really didn't like these thoughts. The rational Shuken calculated that even with a C-rank crack, even if it was stopped in time, everything would be destroyed. Hunters lack cohesion. Even if the guilds unite, Aries may refuse help, providing it only formally. "What bastards?" Hyun-woo responded, taking out his anger on a piece of meat on his plate. He poked the unfortunate piece again and again, deep in thought. They should rest and gain strength in the remaining 4 days, Hyun-woo informed them. However, he did not go into details, since what he would say would sound too strange anyway, and it was unlikely that his friends would understand it. The roar of the turbines drowned out everything around for many kilometers. The airport was in full swing with its usual work. However, something unusual had already begun to happen, and at first people did not understand at all what they were feeling. But then they felt a tremor, as if someone was beating a drum and sending waves across the ground. The tremors became stronger and stronger until a real earthquake began, throwing everyone into panic. A long crack ran across the runway, as if the ground had dried out after a long heat wave. Soon it broke apart, beginning a tectonic birth, and everything around shook terribly. Hundreds of screams were heard, and panic gripped the airport as the crack became a veritable abyss. In the darkness of the underground temple there lived a single monk. The empty gallery was illuminated by the light of deathly dim lamps. A lone figure entered the atrium with a large round table, where another person was waiting. "The ninth level has come to its senses," the novice reported, bowing. The man at the table asked if someone the two knew about was fully awake. "Soon he will be completely ready," reported the monk in a dark cassock. The man at the table was pleased with this news. He looked like a formidable warrior and had a dark aura surrounding him. His thoughts were occupied by the wild, eccentric hermit, a very unusual person. How strong is he? The warrior wondered, wanting to test this man as soon as possible. Seoul Airport continued to collapse under powerful tremors. The disaster only gained momentum. People fell backwards and could not move from fear. They screamed loudly and begged for salvation. Soon, other people began to arrive at the scene, and the first to arrive was a helicopter carrying reporters, which began to notify everyone about the disaster. The government announced an emergency evacuation within a 5-kilometer radius of the airport, with hundreds of thousands of people to be rescued. The airport was closed, and the first small group of hunters and those who could be quickly gathered were sent there. A terrifying picture opens up from above. The entire area around the crack was teeming with monsters. They were crawling like locusts. Smoke and the glow of fires covered the entire area, and real chaos reigned everywhere. A small group of hunters fought in loose formation in the open area of the parking lot. They could hardly hold on. Horror struck them to the very heart. It was unlikely that these people could resist for long. Humanoid monsters with weapons in their hands and paws attacked small and weak people. There were too few of them to hold back the onslaught of many monsters, each of which was quite dangerous. The men were thrown into the breach without proper training. They had lost all their fighting spirit and were shaking with fear, not knowing what to do. But among the ordinary hunters, there was one who did not lose his composure and took command. This guy reacted well to danger and rushed to help his comrade who was hesitant. Magical fetters bound the ugly monsters and protected the confused fighter. The warrior finished off the monster bound by a magical tentacle with a blow of his blade, demonstrating excellent preparation and coordination of actions. After the attack, he immediately retreated to avoid accidental hits on himself. This man knew his business. A soldier from his group began to thank the elder, but he cut him off abruptly. The battlefield was no place for idle chatter. Their situation was still difficult. They were like rats driven into a corner. The squad leader's furious attacks could not defeat them. He was only stalling for time until the inevitable end came. There were too many enemies, and the cavalry was in no hurry to help. At this rate, they would definitely be finished off before it arrived. But he did not even think of giving up. If he showed weakness, his people would completely lose heart and die that very hour. The hunter fought back bravely with all his might, striking his enemies with blows from his broadsword. But in place of the killed monsters, new bloodthirsty monsters appeared, full of strength. They are all running non-stop to the airport where there are many civilians who will not be able to defend themselves. The Dark Army kept coming like a tide, wave after wave, completely inexorably. They filled everything around with bodies. From the left, strange sounds were heard as if a hurricane was howling. The leader of the hunting party turned around, and even he flinched when he saw this. A giant walked towards them with heavy steps, the earth shaking from his steps. A huge skeleton with a club at the ready emerged from the crevice. An enemy that was too tough even for experienced hunters, let alone their tiny squad. The A-rank monster looked like a death sentence, and the hunters who had gathered their courage once again despaired. They had neither the equipment nor the skills to do anything to this demon. The experienced squad leader froze for a moment. He was not taught to think for long. He had gone through more than one training course. He had long been turned into a killing machine. But now his trained instincts were not working and could not give him any effective plan of action. "Run, you fools!" he shouted when he came to, a surge of adrenaline bringing him to his senses. Another hunter, shield at the ready, rushed to stop the monster's attack and protect their squad. A heavy club the size of a tree flew towards a small shield that could hardly protect its owner. The fighter activated the skill and a red glow flashed, giving his comrades time to regroup. The skeleton hit a home run and the hunter flew away like a rag doll. The leader screamed as he saw his fighter just get seriously hurt. The soft body of the car crumpled and partially softened the impact. The guy was lucky enough to miraculously stay alive, even though he was seriously wounded. But the giant did not stop and continued to move forward. He did not want to let the victim go so easily. A monster without an ounce of soft tissue swung to deliver a fatal strike to a wounded fighter. Skelrist firmly clutched a club with a metal handle. At such a size, it didn't matter how high quality the weapon the enemy used. The commander rushed with all his might to help. His fighter was unconscious and could not move, and the leader did not have time. He could only scream. He ordered him to get up and survive, but in vain. The giant was already lowering his bat to smash the man's head. But this is not what the squad leader thought. He should not see his people die. He should have died first. Suddenly, a light kick from a man in flip-flops and a tracksuit rolled into the battle and instantly eliminated the threat with one slap. The skeleton turned into a pile of bones when it was swatted like a fly. The commander was taken aback. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a sight. The cavalry arrived in time, and the strange man saved them. The flip-flops sparked as the hero landed, the mighty slippers back in action. The fighters recognized their savior. His distinctive black suit and slippers were widely known among hunters and others. The shaggy, wild hermit hero arrived in a dazzling blaze of his own glory. The hunters looked at him as a savior. There can be no doubt about that. Experienced player. Kim Hyun-woo practiced his heroic appearance and posed in various impressive poses. The day almost turned into night from the lips of smoke. The fire spread quickly, threatening to burn everything to the ground. Hyun-woo stopped near the remains of the defeated enemy, which were slowly melting away, emitting miasma, when the system notification popped up again and the status flashed. He also had to go to the airport. After that, time was running out. Hyun-woo glanced at the hunters nearby. They looked battered, but they did not stop admiring him. After the mortal danger, they suddenly relaxed the bakery. Are they completely crazy or something? Thought Hyun-woo. They're not filming a movie here. The fight is still going on. He asked them if they remembered where they were, just like little children. After all, right now, monsters were attacking them from behind because the hunters had completely forgotten about them. Hyun-woo surveyed the battlefield. He wasn't very coherent in combat, but he was still dragging the roller solo as usual. But there really were too many monsters, and leaving them in the rear was dangerous. There was real chaos on the battlefield. Blood, guts, tears, the cries of the wounded, the best cure for wrinkles. Hyun-woo decided to help a little so that the hunters could hold out until the main forces arrived. The damn big club came in handy, and Hyun-woo armed himself with it. The hunters were distracted again. Watching his actions, he did not understand what the hermit was going to do. However, they could not help but admire his strength and power. He single-handedly held the log that the giant skeleton was wielding. The Rocket Man launched without any reverse calculation and soared into the sky. Even the seasoned battle veteran, the commander, had never seen such savagery in battle. Hyun-woo swung the telegraph pole in his hands with all his might, and he turned on the death carousel mode. It was spinning around its axis very quickly. Then he made an excellent throw, like in Gorodki, and the giant log flew towards the enemy. They scattered like bowling pins, their crowding playing into the hands of Hyun-woo and his Jedi trick. The enemies scattered in a cowardly manner, tails between their legs, or something similar. The hellish lawnmower stunk up everything around, even uprooting concrete slabs. Even the hunters were horrified by this terrible frenzy. Hyun-woo shook his hands. He had completed this part of the task, and it was time to move on. The squad leader couldn't believe his eyes. The hero had saved them again. The rumors about the experienced player were true. They allowed themselves a moment of emotion. Now, in their desperate situation, there was a ray of hope, and they could survive. "Excellent," he commanded. Everyone gather around the experienced player. His fighting spirit had returned. This battle could still be won. He thought and noticed how the player was pressing on his heels, as if nothing had happened, leaving the battlefield. "He'll be back," Hyun-woo shouted to them. "They can handle it, because they have the power of friendship." He quickly rushed away towards the airport, only his flip-flops flashing. The commander was again stunned. How could this happen? And what was going on? Unanswered questions swarmed. His sword flashed and took the bloody harvest. The path of the samurai is simple. Strike and learn, and think about nothing else. Everything fine, they just have to deal with the rest. Easy. You can't show your tears to your subordinates. The commander rushed into battle. Damn experienced player, if he had stayed a little longer, that's how it is. After this, the heroes will be played with and abandoned. The battle raged with renewed fury. Aviation fuel blazed all around, and people and monsters fought to the death. His men were on their last legs, their stamina exhausted. There is a limit to everything. Even if they have survived until now, they will fall from fatigue, completely exhausted. And the leader understood this. Once again, they were on the brink of despair, survived thanks to unexpected help, and again lost it. There was no more hope. He took a deep breath. If there is one thing that helps a person to hold on in difficult times, it is his fighting spirit. Never give up, be a man, went the ancient proverb authored by Statham. Balls in a fist, some have them, some don't. Just hold on with all your might. Help is already on the way. The commander threw out the squad's inspiration. But death was already breathing down his neck. He could already see wheat fields to the horizon. The ears of grain caressed his hands. A samurai's hand on the hilt of a katana. A fleeting movement of a plum petal, one enemy defeated. Maximum speed, said the warrior, and began the game of death. With one stroke of the blade, the huge orc was split in half. The commander was saved. The cavalry came for the second time in his life, and in the same battle, the hunter wondered how much longer this would continue. This emotional roller coaster would drive anyone crazy. After this fight, he will definitely retire. The sword returned to its sheath. We must love everyone. Even the enemy must be killed tenderly. Samurai warrior star guild leader and simply handsome Shinken arrived on time. And with him, his entire honest army, they lined up beautifully and effectively so that everyone could be seen. The exhausted hunters rejoiced. Now there was nothing to fear. The sky was cut by flashes of lightning. It seemed someone had summoned a scorpion. The electrical discharges launched a cascade of lightning and destroyed all the monsters in the area. One day the Sith will rule the galaxy. Know the power of the dark side of the Force. The charred, crispy corpse fell at Shinken's feet, and the smell of fried meat filled the air. And this is called time, asked his living Tesla coil, gracefully walking across the field of everyday life in high boots. Come on, guys, said the beautiful So-yeon, her long, disheveled hair falling down like a waterfall. Her guild had arrived in full force. She spent the entire evening before the attack on her makeup, and it was a success. The sight of the beauty made the male half of the hunters drool. It can't be. 2 cavalry regiments arrived at once to help. You can only see something like that in Manhwa, thought the squad leader. Eagles have arrived, shouted one of the fighters, pointing to the side. A squad of armored tanks from Quan Sun's guild also arrived on the battlefield. Three cavalry regiments. The commander did not believe his eyes. He did not understand which god saved him, but he promised to pray to him. Now that he's definitely retired, he'll start a vegetable garden and plant potatoes, and not all this other stuff. The alert little. So-yeon looked around for Hyun-woo, who was nowhere to be seen. And this experienced player surrendered to them, the commander thought. Who in their right mind would worry about him? He went deep into the rift. The commander told the beautiful So-yeon. The bosses are never late or delayed. They come exactly when needed, Shimken said. The heavy infantry shield crashed into the concrete surface, sending up a shower of sparks. Quan Sun, as befits a tank, stood at the head of the united army of hunters. He pressed his shield into the ground, used the acceleration ability, and turned into a transformer. His heavy shield was enveloped in a force field aura, and the bulldozer man pushed forward. Heavy armor and shield along with acceleration became a good combination with a huge energy output. Forming a wedge, the hunters of the 3 guilds launched an organized attack on the crowd of monsters. The shield simply crushed the monsters with a battering ram. They could not withstand Quan So's mad onslaught. He walked through the disorderly ranks of the enemy like a knife through butter, smashing everyone in his path like Keldy. Some particularly agile monsters tried to outflank their group, relying heavily on speed and attacks to the back and flanks. But they all met instant death. The calm and measured Shinken cut them down in an instant. And he didn't even bat an eyelid. Such small fry didn't bother him. The enemy's defeat became obvious. His fiery blade cut through flesh and bone without losing speed, just like cutting through air. Casting a spell in white gloves, the blue-haired witch gathered a clot of magic in her palm, and lightning flashed. Static electricity lifted her luxurious hair as she cast multiple lightning spells. The Mistress of Storms completed the rout of the enemy by unleashing weapons of mass destruction on them. The discharges killed so many monsters that their bodies covered the entire parking lot where the battle was raging like a carpet. Another fighter gave his life in the war. What brought him here no longer mattered. War is the path of killing. With the corpse of his defeated enemy crushed under the slippers of fate, Yun-woo surveyed the battlefield. It seems that the forces that arrived should deal with the disaster while he takes on the main task. An otherworldly portal filled with dark energy opened up before him. He was thinking about how to get down, and how good it was that the monsters disappeared after they died. Otherwise, who would bury them all? Along the sheer wall of the rift, a serpentine road climbed, as if carved directly into the stone, and new troops of their unknown enemy kept arriving along it. Hyun-woo thought about it. He needed to get inside as quickly as possible, and not waste a lot of time on small fry. If you go left, you will lose your horse. Hyun-woo saw a strange inscription on the rock. If you go to the right, you'll find 100 grams. Another strange sign? The signs here are so-so, thought Hyun-woo. But he didn't read the next inscription because he saw something more interesting, and GPS navigation would be more reliable. Right over the abyss hung a tired car. It despaired of finding its happiness, and sadly looked into the abyss. To be or not to be, that was the question. He just needs some fresh air. Car psychotherapist Hyun-woo opened the right door. The left door suffered the same fate, and now he held a car door in each hand. Car psychotherapy services, fast and cheap, ask crazy wild hermit Hyun-woo. The slippers of fate have begun to take off. The main thing is to start waving your arms vigorously. Geronimo, spreading his arms like wings, Hyun-woo jumped off the cliff. He hadn't known how to be like everyone else since childhood. Apparently this is my lot in life, he sang. Time to play Mr. Proper and clean up the place, Hyun-woo laughed. Directly below him, the monsters were climbing a narrow, slippery path in the rocks, pressed tightly together. It looks like rain is coming, said a distant relative of Piglet. Hyun-woo landed on the path, a burst of plasma scattering everyone unfortunate enough to be underneath him. The monsters hesitated. They could no longer see in the cloud of dust. Others supported them from below, and an unknown enemy appeared from above. The winged shadow of a demon emerged through the clouds of smoke as the dust settled a little. Bazooka hands! Hyun-woo shouted and rushed down the sloping path in a mad rush. The monsters wavered. In the terms of their contract, there was no mention of devouring, gutting, destruction. But there was not a word about fighting madness. Hyun-woo watched the result. He slid all the way to the bottom, scattering the monsters like a bunch of dry leaves with a broom, all of them resting peacefully on the bottom. The air at the bottom of the crevice was stale. The miasma made it difficult to breathe, and it smelled like a menagerie. The search in the semi-darkness did not last long. Hyun-woo found the desired target. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the boss of the gym appeared and approached him with measured steps. "Punk not grandfather," barked a humanoid monster who was dropped into a jar of Gainer as a child. Tourist Crimson Horse, Ascendant has gained the status of a monster hero with a glowing mohawk on his head. On the side of the hiking enthusiast hung the sought-after key, somewhere between the bricks of his press. Eureka, Hyun-woo realized. There was going to be meat now, but even he was embarrassed by the steroid overgrowth. It's good that the key wasn't hidden more securely, otherwise he would have spent a long time looking for it. Hyun-woo rushed forward at the angry punk. Saikentsuki flew into the monster's mug. "Good evening," the polite hunter greeted. But the steroid-fueled tourist with the face of a boiled bat easily dodged the blow. What a twist. This must be a real glitch in the Matrix, Hyun-woo thought. The kick also had no effect. The monster was even able to counterattack by swinging its hoof. The heavy blow sent Hyun-woo skidding on his butt all the way to the wall of the gorge. For the first time in a long time, he received a clean blow in response. No matter how many years had passed, Hyun-woo's heart began to beat faster. Danger, vulnerability, goosebumps. As if he were alive again, and the joy had returned to battle. The walking testosterone didn't play at being noble, and decided to finish off the lying man with a blow from above. The heavy blow almost smashed the hermit's skull, and the sand, knocked out of the rocks by the abrasive, streaked across his face and got into his mouth. The boss of the gym frowned rather glumly and continued to strike until the enemy came to his senses. Hyun-woo performed a birch tree and sent the tourist flying with a light kick, and then he gave him more with his fist on his boiled face. The Red Chief drilled into the rock like a true geologist. But such an attack did not harm him. On the contrary, he seemed to become even more inflamed and immediately rose up. "A man in a tracksuit and flip-flops, who is he without them?" croaked the hiking enthusiast. "Hermit, auto mechanic, dentist?" Hyun-woo thought. He understood the devil without words. Why use words when you can speak with the force of your fists, especially when you have such a good interlocutor for heated discussions? Hyun-woo caught up with his opponent on the ground. They don't hit those lying down, they finish them off. He remembered the ancient rule of fistfighting. Paper beats rock. I knew I had to throw away the scissors. Hyun-woo was upset. And then he immediately used the second stone. This is not in the rules of the Konobu, but who reads these rules? But the punk lover had also watched Bruce Lee movies, so he was able to block the hermit's blow. Hyun-woo didn't expect such a turn of events. When all the monsters fall with one blow, you begin to forget what real contact is. The blast wave passed through him, almost rupturing his eardrums, and the demon's fist threw him back again. Followed by a finishing kick from the front, the punk tourist did not miss karate lessons. This blow went through in full force and Hyun-woo absorbed all the damage. He crashed into the wall with his back, exploding the stones. The hermit coughed heavily. His ribs ached from the blow, the sand crunched on his teeth. The evening ceased to be languid. They changed the third position, but he is the only one who gets it. Something is wrong, the hunter thought. The steroid-fueled cranium creature turned out to be much stronger than he thought. His ribs cracked as he tried to get up. Now the real fight would begin. The monster was very different from those he had encountered in the tower. Even the level 100 boss flew away like a furry animal. The limitations of the tower were taking their toll. Hyun-woo inhaled. In order to become stronger, he subjected himself to various austerities. It was time to remove one of the restrictions. He did not like to break the vows of abstinence he had made to himself. It undermined his spirit, but the situation forced him to do so. "Hey, rubber face." The hero rose to his feet, gathering his strength. The monster wheezed something unintelligible in response. After all, he didn't have a command of real speech, like all monsters. Hyun-woo pointed at the monster and promised him a quick and easy death. But the punk fan didn't understand a damn thing. He put all his points into strength, but not enough into intelligence. The mad hermit took a special stance. The first technique is a lethal slap. He made the same seemingly insignificant movements with his hands. Taking a low stance, he invited the monster on a date with death. This technique brought back old memories from his time in captivity, so he didn't want to use it again. Many years ago, imprisoned in the training tower, he knew despair when he tried everything he could to free himself. Hyun-woo had not yet become a crazy hermit and was following the script of a martial arts novel he had read before. The hero of this novel, like him, was imprisoned, but was able to escape by learning the truth and creating his own martial arts. The prisoner, completely exhausted, lay on the cold ground of the tower, and only at the bottom of the well of despair did the right thought strike him. Having cast off his mortal fatigue, he became cheerful again. The hunter refused to give up and accept his fate, away with despondency and defeatism. He would definitely be able to get out of this prison. Madness was gradually enveloping his mind. Hyun-woo tried everything possible and persistently created his own martial art. He remembered everything he knew about martial arts from movies and novels. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 crunches, he did everything. But what does it matter if a person is determined to achieve his goal? The main thing is to believe that once he becomes a master, he will be able to do whatever he wants. He ran around the tower like crazy, shouting pompous phrases and striking theatrical poses that he could only imagine. Even then, the tower's inhabitants began to suspect something about their involuntary guest. Unfortunately for Hyun-woo, his techniques didn't work, and the cheats refused to connect. He continued to study the sky, flying away again and again from the blows of different bosses. It was all about boredom and the endless time at his disposal. Hyun-woo didn't give up and kept trying, still delivering ridiculous blows and shouting strange phrases into which he put his whole soul. Until one day it worked and the monster was torn to shreds. A special feeling was absorbed into every cell of his body as the monster's head exploded like a balloon. This feeling turned into special skills because he used them thousands of times while clearing the tower. From comic movements, these techniques turned into a real martial art and acquired unprecedented power. And yet the source of the power of these blows is his madness, each blow one step closer to the abyss into darkness. Hyun-woo removed the final seal and prepared for the final round with the boss. He waited for him to rush at him. He clearly saw his every movement. The demon attacked with an overhead hook, his left hand held ready for the finishing blow. A heavy fist with growths on the knuckles was heading straight for the hunter's head. The games were over. Both fought to the death using their best skills. Hyun-woo patiently waiting for the right moment to attack. He deftly entered the redhead's defense, his palm aiming at the demon's eyes, distracting him. Hyun-woo then turned his palm into a fist and slammed it into the ugly demon's face. The fist was echoed by a pathetic phrase worthy of the king of pathos. The technique didn't reach the level of finger gripping of the whiskers, but the explosion was deafening. Secondary fragments flew, and the shockwave crumbled the walls of the gorge. The energy of the impact was reflected from the walls and filled the entire bottom of the gorge, scattering in both directions. The mad hermit stood in the middle of the gorge in clouds of smoke, bending over the fallen enemy. Hyun-woo sighed as he looked at the devastating consequences of his actions. Because this technique required the utterance of strange words and drew on the energy of the absurd, he always felt awkward when using it. Everyone has their own cemetery in the closet, but it's better when no one knows about it. He picked up the key from the monster's body. It was good that it hadn't been lost in the heat of battle. Finding it in the dark would have been difficult. As soon as he took the key, the system recognized the quest item and sent a notification. This promised answers to long-standing questions. The system sent him a new invitation in 3 days. As soon as the noise of the battle died down, Hyun-woo noticed a strange buzzing sound above him and a wandering red light. Something was approaching from above the gorge, buzzing like a huge fly. A drone copter descended to the bottom of the gorge. Apparently it was filming. The drone carefully focused its digital eye on Hyun-woo's face. The mad hermit had been in captivity for so long that he had no idea what the purpose of the thing above him was. The Aries Guild drone kept direct observation of the mad hermit and broadcast everything to the guild office. The mood of the staff was depressed. The man on the screen was a very formidable enemy and did not promise anything good. They waited in fear for the reaction of their young, hot-tempered, and quick-to-reprise boss. "Is this A rank?" he asked his staff after finishing the screening. The HR manager hastened to justify herself, since she had previously delivered not a simple analysis, but a document from the association. On their table lay the result of the official test of his skills, all A-rank abilities, except magic, for which he received an A rank. The director couldn't stand it and slammed his fist on the table where his people were looking. Even after watching the video, this chicken didn't understand anything. Does she really think that these skills are just A rank? The manager looked down in fear. She couldn't find anything to say in response, but this was a remark. Without magic, without items in a regular tracksuit, even director Song-woo couldn't understand how this was possible. He returned to contemplating the case materials again. He needed to think everything through with a cool head. An incredible force that was fundamentally changing the entire landscape of their strategy, and something had to be done about it. Having made his decision, as befits a true boss, Hook Seong-woo turned to his deputy Yoo Byung-wook. He asked if the materials for the new case were ready. You can always turn defeat into victory if you are smart. Yoo Byung-wook confirmed his readiness. He had already let his boss down once, and it was not worth letting him down a second time. A weak smile touched the director's face. There are always things that can't be fixed with force alone. Inspired, he ordered his subordinates to carry out the plan. The day after the ice-free glacier crevasse closed, a meeting was held at the Korean Hunters Association. There were dozens of reporters present, even from abroad. The leaders of the 3 guilds and Hyun-woo were invited to receive awards in recognition of their efforts in closing the fissure. Hyun-woo once again showed his complete disdain for formal dress codes, preferring loose clothing. Park Ga-moon's hands were shaking with excitement, and the phone almost fell out of his hands. He was overjoyed because he could broadcast from the front row as Hyun-woo's friend. Thousands of people watched his broadcast and wrote animatedly in the chat. The minister handed the award to the hero with a sour face. He had never gotten used to the changes in the world when self-confident children began to play leading roles in society. He looked the guy over from top to bottom. He looked sloppy. His uniform was not in regulation, and because of his age, it was too late to be called up for the army. But in his youth, he would have definitely brought such an impudent upstart to his senses and shaved his head, the minister's gaze said. The sight of the mad hermit evoked nothing but contempt. And this man was a hero, a complete disgrace to society. The minister was angry. Perhaps it would be worth buying some clothes for Kim Hyun-woo, the minister noted, his lips pressed tightly together. Hyun-woo snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the Minister of Defense right in front of him. Usually he just ignores people, having lost all social skills in the tower, but he chose to answer this time. He rudely brushed off the minister, which angered him even more, saying that he could ignore him. The chat on the broadcast exploded with comments. Everyone liked the rebellious antics of the crazy hermit. The man in uniform almost collapsed from a heart attack. In the army, he would have definitely sent the greenhorn to the guardhouse, but here he was forced to endure. The crazy hermit simply took the commemorative award, flowers from the minister's hands, without waiting for any special congratulations. And at that very moment, he was gone, running away from the outbursts and boring objections of the Minister of Defense. A high-ranking man who had devoted his entire life to his career and service was shaking with anger. He became truly furious and demanded that the hunter be sent to the army. where he would immediately be taught to love the army. Hyun-woo's friends could only sigh. His selfish nature and low social skills made communicating with him a difficult thing. The tall Chinese pagoda was drowning in the rays of the sunset, where the headquarters of the Pedo Guild was located. The girl was taking a royally huge bath and looking at the screen. Thick clouds of steam were rising from the hot water, like in a bathhouse. Her thin robe revealed her bare back with a skull tattoo on it. Beautiful thin lips sighed excitedly, and a tear ran down her cheek. The girl watched the fight between the mad hermit and the red-skinned demon and could not believe her eyes. The special pose, the low stance in which Hyun-woo stood, seemed familiar to her. She froze, afraid to miss even one frame. Her red eyes did not blink. The pose, the disheveled hair, the outline of the body, it all evoked very familiar feelings. The girl jumped up suddenly as if she had been stung. She was beside herself with excitement. The pretty cutie's face blushed. No longer from the hot water, she wanted to know his name. The bathhouse girl who was serving her reported that it was Kim Hyun-woo, a hunter who had recently left the tower. Kim Hyun-woo, she whispered his name, spelling it out on her tongue, her beautiful eyes sparkling like bright rubies. She immediately demanded all the information about the strange prana in the tracksuit. The minion nodded and hastened to clarify what exactly interested her mistress so much. The long-haired beauty with the appearance of a princess wanted to know absolutely everything. The maid nodded again solemnly. The will of the mistress was law for her. Another servant in white robes entered the bathhouse and approached his mistress. The warrior knelt down and bowed. He reported the capture of the neighboring guild. The princess did not look up from the screen. She did not even deign to glance at her servant. His report was insignificant. The warrior reported on the capture of all the southern dungeons, telling everything in detail. The lady emerged from the water, her thin robe clinging to her naked body. But she was not worried. The servant would hardly dare to raise his eyes. Their troops clashed with the Aries guild and lost one warrior as a prisoner, the servant continued. She stood on the warm tiles of the bathhouse, water dripping down her body. The maid threw clothes of imperial colors on her. The girl did not care at all about the fate of the prisoner. If he let himself be captured, then he was pathetic, she said, her beautiful face giving off a chill. The weak have no place in the guild, the petite girl said imperiously, walking barefoot on the tiles of the bathhouse. With her thin, graceful fingers, she took hold of her luxurious long hair. With one easy movement, she squeezed them dry, each movement filled with power. A proud beauty, she made an indelible impression, like a real empress. She ordered to not delay in capturing all the remaining guilds. Behind her sweet, childish face hid a powerful and cruel nature. The spirit of Emperor Qin was reborn in this fragile beauty. She demanded to capture all the dungeons without a trace. All for the sake of an oath given a long time ago, she thought, looking at the eccentric hunter. Only when she looked at him did her eyes shine with interest, and her face was scorched with a slight blush. She moved closer to the screen to get a good look at Kim Hyun-woo's face, her heart beating faster than usual. The beautiful So-yeon dressed up in a low-cut evening dress for dinner, and once again scolded Hyun-woo for his indiscretion. She reminded him again that he was too popular, which meant he needed to be more careful. Kwon-so laughed and confirmed her words, but Shin Kyung, cautious as always, said that it was not funny. Kim Hyun-woo wondered where such popularity could come from. As a true hermit, he was very far from it. Friends began to show him various news about the mad hermit. The topic of the experienced player has grown incredibly, and only the lazy have not written about it. The journalists hadn't changed at all, Hyun-woo noted, and they were doing the same thing back then as now. Little. So Yeon insisted that Hyun-woo pay more attention to this matter and not run away in the middle of the ceremonies. They watch every step, including appearance, Shin-ken noted reservedly. Kwon-seong just laughed. He understood the futility of his friends trying to curb Hyun-woo's eccentric nature. Hyun-woo brushed it all off easily. "Why worry about people you'll never meet?" he replied frivolously. His life and his rules, Shim Kyung and So-yeon, finally surrendered. No matter what you say, a fool doesn't care about anything. The mad hermit glanced at his watch and told them that he was leaving them. Cautious Shim-ken hastened to clarify where exactly their crazy friend was heading. But he, as always, evasively and evasively reported that he had a meeting and turned around to leave. Meeting, whispered little So-yi to herself, completely discouraged. Where is Hyun-woo, and where are the meetings? All three shuddered at such news. Could a mad hermit really have friends besides them? They were surprised. The girl sighed. She was already tired of worrying about her friend as if he were a small child. But why worry when your friend is Superman? Kwon-song was surprised, looking at his depressed friend. He drove the world's media crazy. Became the personal enemy of a huge guild, that's all, Shinken answered him anxiously. He had barely left the tower, and events had already taken a diabolical turn. After everything Hyunwoo had done, his friends had reason to worry. The beautiful So-yeon lay prostrate under the weight of worry, and Shin Kyung was also deep in thought. Only Kwon Song was amused by what was happening. He, like no one else, understood the hermit's violent nature. Hyunwoo went out to get some air and stopped in a dark alley where there were no random passers-by at all. He arrived here a few seconds before departure. This time Hyunwoo knew what to expect. The bright glow of the teleporter passed through him, and he felt a familiar feeling of disorientation. The silver-haired Chobit girl greeted him again in the enclosed gray room. Hyunwoo responded enthusiastically. He was also looking forward to this meeting. After all, he had now raised his rank. He asked the android girl if his status had risen, and she said yes. By killing the tourist, he raised his rank. From the lowest rank, she paused loading files. To low, the android happily said. Hyunwoo listened carefully, anticipating the useful answers he might receive. However, the android clearly told him something other than what he expected. A shadow fell across the mad hunter's face. He exploded instantly. The damn machine had once again deceived all his expectations, completely failing to justify his trust. This time, the android girl reacted faster, remembering how scary a hunter is when angry, and she hastened to shift all responsibility onto the system. Someone, who is this developer that writes dialogues for this android, a mad hermit, was blazing. Vedroid again pushed everything onto the system, but this did not change the essence of the issue. He remained a fool for believing their promises. The girl with bolts for a brain cowered in fear, but couldn't add anything. Hyunwoo's rank didn't allow him to know more now. But very soon everything will be in a better shape, she hastened to assure the hunter, who was quick to punish. And since he has already become a guard, he can tell him what he will do next. If he can handle it, then this time he will definitely be able to find out everything he wants. The android girl continued to mess with his brain. However, this only made Hyunwoo even more angry. He heard exactly the same thing last time, and now he suspected that he was simply being deceived. His task is to fight the Ascendants, the Bucketoid continued, giving out something new for once. Hyunwoo immediately took notice of this and demanded a detailed explanation. Those who climb the tower, the girl continued, ascending tourists, like the one Hyunwoo defeated last time. In all his years in the tower, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The Bucketoid was saying strange things. It wasn't about the training tower, the animated chatbot explained. Hyunwoo felt more and more interested after all. It wasn't for nothing that he agreed to this task. The tower Chobit spoke of has 12 floors, one of which is the entire Earth. The news sounded shocking. It was out of line with the usual ideas about the world. The silver-haired android repeated everything he had said again, so that Hyunwoo would understand everything. Guard Kim Hyunwoo must now guard the 9th floor out of 12, the android said meaningfully, finally explaining the essence of the mission. We were talking about an entire planet, his homeworld, which could be in danger on a previously unimaginable level. Hyunwoo couldn't believe his ears when he realized the meaning of all the information he received. He looked shocked. Other ascenders are going up to the 9th floor and they need to be stopped, the android girl said. He didn't sign up for this. Hyunwoo was indignant. He just wanted to know who locked him in the tower. The further into the forest, the thicker the partisans, he hissed. Things did not add clarity, only new problems. He was so stuck, the mad hermit lamented. Too much had fallen on him at once. If the ascenders are not stopped, the entire 9th floor will be destroyed, the Bucketoid reported important information. In this case, Hyunwoo will disappear, like the entire planet on which he lives, she stated the obvious. Where is this captain's boat? Hyunwoo slammed his palm on the table. What was happening made him very angry. In other words, he was being told to shut up because he would have to do what he was told anyway. And what he hated most was being manipulated. The android blinked its silver eyelashes in confusion as it processed the request. Chobit began to fuss and make excuses. That was not what she meant at all. What's the matter then? The mad hermit was angry. He could barely keep from destroying everything here. The Vedroid, as if sensing something was wrong, began to vigorously move its microcircuits. And then he gave out completely absurd nonsense. Apparently the bugs short-circuited all her circuits. Hyunwoo was pretty fed up with this parody of a humanoid robot with limited functionality that kept mumbling. The little android went into standby mode. Even the monitor backlight went out. And yet she is part of the control system of the 9th floor. The Bucketoid clenched his fists, gathering all the digital will that was there. Kim Hyunwoo, The android suddenly changed its behavior protocol, adding rigidity to its patterns. Even Hyunwoo noticed the changes in her behavior and voice. This neural network was still capable of learning. True, she still had a lot to learn. She returned to the stupid android again and asked him not to be angry with her. Hyunwoo was appointed as the guardian of the Earth for his own good, the android girl Av continued. Their goal is to help him, she said. Besides, she fawned, there would be a reward, and it would increase with every feat and every defeated ascending tourist. Hyunwoo was mentally calculating the rewards and risks. This was no joke. But all this could have been to his advantage. He had been in prison for 12 years. It could not be left like that. He asked how high a rank one had to be to learn about the tower's creation and the identity of his jailer. No less than the highest rank, the silly android Av answered him. If he catches all the ascenders reliably, he will definitely raise his rank to the required level. Information must be paid for. Let it be so. He is ready. It is better than nothing. Hyunwoo asked how many murders would be required. The little android rubbed her chin thoughtfully and couldn't count exactly. The ascenders were divided into levels, each with its own weight and price, she said, like an experienced bounty hunter. 5 heads of the elite ascendants will be required for Hyunwoo to access the system, the cute android girl informed him. Hyunwoo asked how big the head of the red-faced punk he had eliminated was. The Crimson Horse Arkir, the bucket-like girl with the habits of a slave trader, clarified. She informed Hyunwoo that the level of the hiker was the lowest among all the ascenders. Even the lowest level caused problems for the hermit, forcing him to use the technique of absurdity. This time the conversation was more productive, and he at least understood where he should go next. Hyunwoo was satisfied, albeit not completely. Late at night, he returned to Shinken's apartment, where he lived completely free of charge. He sat in the library with many books on the shelves, studying his status and thinking about the new information. Hyunwoo stared at the blue screen until his eyes began to hurt, but he continued to stare at it. No matter how much he sighed and thought about it, he still wouldn't get any new answers. It doesn't matter whether the Earth enters the tower or not. He will do what must be done and come what may. Saving the world is the world's business. It is not obliged to think about everything at once on its own. Great power is a great headache for Hyunwoo. He was already burdened by this burden. What he saw and learned did not essentially change his previous goals, but now his path would be a little longer. He will simply focus on the immediate targets, kill 5 ascendants, and not think about anything else. The phone vibrated, tearing him away from his deep thoughts. It was little So-yeon calling. In recent days, he began to feel the same way about the nanny who was constantly looking after him, even though he was the older one, and was taking care of the snotty schoolgirl in the tower. True, now that she had turned into a young girl, Hyunwoo picked up the phone, and suddenly he heard her shrill, excited voice. So-yeon asked if he was watching the news now. She demanded that he immediately get up and turn on the breaking news. Hyunwoo turned on the first channel of Korea and began to listen. He did not immediately understand what was being said. When it dawned on him that he was the one who became the subject of heated discussions on the country's main channel. He was accused of murder. It was no longer a joke case like before. Journalists seriously discussed the murder of the hunter Aries in their dungeon, blaming Kim Hyunwoo for everything. The mad hermit was even taken aback by the unprecedented impudence of his opponents. What was happening amused him. In any case, there was nothing to fear, since the hunters lived outside the law. They met at Kwon-so's country house, where it was quieter, away from people and journalists and their cameras. The phones were ringing off the hook non-stop since the night, which was already really annoying Hyunwoo. He thought about throwing them all in a bucket and dousing them with gasoline. Little. So-yeon slammed her fist on the table and was indignant because it was Hyunwoo who was the culprit of all the commotion. After 12 years he came out of the tower and now became a very famous man, she scolded him. And because of the recent events when he single-handedly closed the rift, other countries are also watching him. And now everyone is discussing him as a murderer, but she warned him many times and worried about his affairs with Aries. So-yeon nagged him. Hyunwoo just waved away all the shouts listlessly. He had long since lost all social instincts and didn't care about people's opinions. But for the sensitive So-yeon, this was already beyond the pale. She flared up even more than before at his request to calm down. Hyunwoo felt a sense of confusion. Something vague and incomprehensible called social relationships was invading his mind. It was like his wife was nagging him. But wait a minute, he wasn't married at all, the hermit thought. And yet he could not understand the reason for her great concern for him. But isn't it self-evident? Exclaimed the passionate girl with a heightened maternal instinct. Hyunwoo had scraped off the last of his social skills. The last time he'd been updated was back in school, which was an eternity ago. Does she really like him? He blurted out, completely ignoring the atmosphere, mood, and relationships, demonstrating a third-grade level in understanding people. From such a stupid and inappropriate question, little Soyeon lost her power of speech, as if someone had punched her in the gut. It took her a full minute to come to her senses, while she simply looked at him with her blue ocean eyes. All kinds of painful executions of sinners flashed through her mind, and she noted those where the victim lives for a very long time. For such jokes you can even get a cardiac stimulation. The girl storm turned into a real storm. If he says one more word, she will prescribe him such electrophoresis that it will not seem like much. So Yan was unrecognizable. Instead of her, a real witch appeared. Hyun-woo decided not to really anger her anymore and shut up. It's better to believe a woman when he promises you something. Shim Ken came to the aid of his suffering friend and took the eccentric hermit into his care. He brought his phone, which was ringing off the hook with hundreds of calls from reporters. On top of that, Hyun-woo rose to the top of the internet search rankings, and so did his friends. Hyun-woo was delighted because he thought that it was his first time there, but Kwon Seong noticed that the hermit had been there before. Shim Kyung began reading the articles, most of which looked like dirty slander against Hyun-woo and his comrades, picking at every little detail. Shim Ken looked at the hermit reproachfully. The scale of the problem had grown beyond what could be simply brushed aside. But Hyun-woo still doesn't understand why there's so much excitement, as if he himself had nothing to do with it. The always reserved friend became despondent. Unlike Hyun-woo, he was very concerned about public opinion. He was responsible for the guild. Kwon Song was on his own wavelength, just like Hyun-woo. He didn't worry about anything. For him, everything was simple. His friend's problems were his problems, the rest didn't matter. Hyun-woo asked Kwon. So, when the press conference on the case would begin, there was only half an hour left before it, and Kwon Sung asked if Hyun-woo was ready to perform in front of the people. Shim Ken was alarmed as if there was a fire. The news was completely unexpected for him. Little So Yeon was also unaware of the Mad Hermit's plans. Hyun-woo reassured them that he had prepared for the meeting with the reporters and was quite confident. But the couple simply didn't believe him. It wasn't Hyun-woo's custom to negotiate verbally. They were worried that he was going to beat up the journalists. Kwon So, who knew about everything in advance, burst out laughing, amused by their reaction. Hyun-woo was a little confused and didn't know what to say to this. His friends didn't trust him at all. It seemed that his comrades had strong doubts about his ability to act, which made Hyun-woo feel despondent. An extracurricular meeting dedicated to an experienced player has begun in the Aries Guild. Boss Hyuk Seong-woo nervously tapped his index finger on the table as he listened to his deputy's report. Yoo Byung stated that everything was going according to plan. After leaking to journalists, they launched bot farms and raised the issue online. The slanderers did a great job, and the attitude towards Hyun-woo changed to negative. People reacted sharply to the unjustified murder. Hyuk-san knew how to manipulate public opinion, give people a reason to hate, and they will do the rest themselves. Everything was going well, even too well. He sat back in his chair, satisfied, waiting for good news. The press conference was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that there would be time to prepare everything. Hyun-woo was not going to bury his head in the sand. Judging by the social surveys and their dynamics, as well as the decent bribe, Hyun-woo will have a hard time at the conference, confirmed Yoo Byung. This is the power of money, Hyuk Seong-woo thought to himself. Money gives unlimited power and influence and allows you to get even more money. This is how, step by step, you build your empire. Money is the grease for the wheels of an all-out war for dominance. In order to win this game, Hyuk-san decided to attack first when the opponent was not ready yet. And now Hyun-woo is walking on very thin ice, and when the ice cracks, he, the guild leader Aries, will be waiting for him on it. And thus, by moving people like pawns, he will always be one step ahead of his opponents, Hyuk Seong thought. Hyun-woo is inconsistent, harsh with authorities, an uncontrollable madman who does not know how to deal with society. And this is his weak point. This conference is a real battlefield. It will be broadcast live, which means that changes must be responded to immediately, concluded Hyuk-san. Yoo Byung took care of Plan B and sent his men there just in case. Hyuk Seong calmed down the slight nervous tremors of excitement. He had prepared everything. Now he would destroy the next enemy. A malicious grin blossomed on his face. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Hyun-woo shouldn't have messed with him. Spotlights brightly illuminated the conference venue so that nothing was hidden from the camera lenses. Hyun-woo sat alone, almost during the interrogation. but he held himself proudly and courageously, not changing his habits. The crowd was thirsty for fresh blood, and as soon as the interview began, journalists pounced on him with questions under the flashes of hundreds of cameras. Bred in circuses, the audience rejoiced in anticipation of a great show. As always in such cases, in pursuit of hype and news, even someone like Hyun-woo, with his social instincts dulled, felt a huge pressure on himself, as if he were standing in front of a pack of hyenas. And yet he made the first move, immediately taking everything into his own hands. He immediately stated that he would not follow the official regulations but would remain himself and speak as best he could. He pretended not to have heard all the previous questions, which confused the journalist. The first question was about his well-being. The journalist wanted to catch him out. If Hyun-woo said that everything was fine, he would be accused of insensitivity. But Hyun-woo didn't make things up and answered as is, that he felt lousy. Such directness without embellishment confused the journalist, who did not expect it at all. But ordinary people were touched by such frankness. The crowd has always liked upstarts, rebels, people with character, scandals, intrigues, investigations. Hyun-woo handed the floor over to the next reporter by simply pointing his finger. This time he was asked directly whether it was true that he was guilty of murder. Hyun-woo immediately gave an affirmative answer, accepting all the accusations in one fell swoop. This made many people in the room shudder. Usually a person justifies himself when he is accused. What should they do if he really is a cruel killer? Hunters live outside the law. Luckily for them, Hyun-woo suggested that they listen to his side of the story first and then draw conclusions, since this wasn't a trial after all. He took matters into his own hands again and controlled the crowd's reactions, until his words were backed by boundless power. He started by telling everyone the backstory of their conflict with the Aries Guild. Hyun-woo merely refused their recruiters, but the Aries Guild didn't like it. At that time, he still didn't know what this could lead to, after which Hyun-woo turned on the recording. The recording contained the voice of Sean Gunn confessing that he was Aries' killer and that they were his employers. The new evidence and circumstances of the case caused a stir, which radically changed the initial image of Hyun-woo as a cold-blooded killer. The people in the room instantly became excited. It's not every day you hear about someone hiring killers. The recording continued to play, making it clear exactly what Sean Gunn intended to do. The truth was shocking. The unprecedented cruelty of the killers reached their ears, even in the form of a recording. After this, there could be no discrepancies, provided that the recording was original. Hyun-woo let them listen to the whole thing until the very end, for greater effect. Sean Gunn's piercing scream marked the end of the story. For a few moments, the entire audience forgot how to breathe and came to their senses. They rethought everything that had been said about Hyun-woo earlier and their positions on the matter. One of the journalists wanted to know more details and asked about the place where the recording was made. Hyun-woo confirmed that this is the very place that has already been trumpeted everywhere in the Aries Guild, the Swamp Dungeon. He came there to catch the boss, but now it turns out that the story is being told completely differently than it actually was. It was as if Aries was the victim of an attack and an assassination attempt, and not a peaceful hermit who did no harm to anyone. This turned everything upside down, making the accusations false and simply slander. If anyone doubts he can provide other information, Hyun-woo was very confident in himself. But the journalist is not so easily confused, and he immediately asked what could prove the authenticity of the recording. The question sounded weighty. It couldn't be brushed aside so easily. Who could prove that Hyun-woo wasn't a manipulator? However, everything went exactly as he had expected, and he allowed himself a condescending grin. This question was a real gift for him. He really wanted to be asked. Hyun-woo took out another smartphone and shook it in front of hundreds of cameras. The mad hermit suspended the intrigue, waiting for the right pause without giving away everything at once. The reporter hesitated. He was led by the hermit's tricks and did not know what to say. Hyun-woo stated that the phone he was holding belonged to the killer. In court, evidence is usually considered separately, but at the press conference, more importantly, as you say, the reporter hesitated again. The phone itself is still locked, but if given to specialists, it could become important evidence. He brought it with him simply to claim that he had such evidence. As for the killer, Hyun-woo stated that he could only resist since he was a rookie who had just left the tower. He completely captured the attention of the people, skillfully playing on their emotions. Now, according to his calculations, in the eyes of the public, he must appear as a victim of an attack and a person who used self-defense. Hyun-woo was simply fending off an attack from a more experienced and older hunter. According to Hyun-woo, during their fight, Sean Gunn accidentally fell into the mouth of an alligator. The reporter was completely confused by Hyun-woo's testimony, who had just stated that everything that happened was an accident. Hyun-woo responded to this by saying that there was no contradiction. In some sense, he was involved in Sean Gunn's death. Even though the killer was killed by an alligator, Hyun-woo himself is not the kind of person to relax in a fight with. Every word he said was recorded by hundreds of hands that were broadcasting the text. Hyun-woo stated that he had heard a lot about Aries' authority and how great of a guild it was, and that's why he wanted to smooth over their conflict. However, Aries was the first to decide to play on the public field, and dirty, and it went too far. The conference ended successfully for him. Hyun-woo left the buildings in thought. It was not the first time their paths crossed. Aries was bothering him once again and he couldn't leave it as it was. Deputy Yoo Byung could no longer sit. His hemorrhoids had reappeared. The results of the conference had wasted all his efforts, but now things were even worse. Everything was turned upside down because of a tiny little thing, a dictaphone recording. Their guild was seriously exposed to attack, and the journalist will not miss it, said Young-woo. The problems of a large, well-known guild worried them more than the death of one hunter. Yoo Byung winced in anger, imagining the scolding he would receive from his boss. He almost cried, realizing that he had lost to the eccentric teenager. Yoo Byung thought that he was playing against a boy, a simpleton who could only swing his fists. No matter what, they can no longer relax their vigilance. Who knows what other surprises the crazy hermit will throw up. The gang visited the restaurant again to celebrate the victory and the successful conclusion of the conflict with society. Shim Kyung was amazed at Hyun-woo's foresight in recording the fight, as if he knew he might need it. Both Kwon Song and Little So Yeon were surprised by such foresight that Hyun-woo even took the killer's phone with him. It's simple, Hyun-woo said. He lied through his teeth and made it all up. Of course, we are talking about the killer's phone, he added, seeing the astonished faces of his friends. But it didn't help much. They were still perplexed by what they heard. They demanded that everything be told to them immediately, as it was, and that they not be led by the nose. Hyun-woo repeated his words, stating that what he was holding in his hands was not the killer's phone, and that it was not evidence. However, the recording is real. They burned his ears so much about Aries being dangerous that Hyun-woo got the idea to record the conversation. And the imaginary phone of the killer is just one of Shin Ken's devices, which he changed like a girl changes shoes. Little So Yeon was furious. This turn of events worried her more than if the authenticity of the phone was established. Hyun-woo answered her with a satisfied look that no one would know about the fake evidence. Hyun-woo reasoned that everything was quite simple, because the Aries Guild would come for him much faster than the police with their checks. The girl was taken aback by his answer. She still could not understand the train of thought of the mad hermit. The Aries Guild would definitely make contact, he assured her, without bringing the matter to an investigation. So Yeon thought, according to Hyun-woo, everything was going well, but when he solved one problem without creating another. She still firmly believes that a big child in the role of a crazy hermit needs to be kept under close surveillance. The group laughed heartily, teasing little So Yeon for her hyper-responsibility for Hyun-woo. The hermit suggested going back to food. Since he had returned, he had only two favorite things to do: eat and sleep. Of course, there was another occupation: killing enemies. Hyun-woo thought about the Aries Guild. They were considered a world guild, with headquarters in the United States and dungeons in different parts of the world, scattered everywhere. They were able to take the most dungeons in Korea, which made this foothold very important. Hyun-woo calmly devoured the meat on his plate. No matter what the Aries Guild did, the contract, or slander, he didn't care. The reputational losses of the huge guild far exceeded any possible losses for Hyun-woo. He had nothing to lose. With these thoughts, he walked out into the restaurant parking lot. Late at night, they went home, Shuken again acting as a personal chauffeur. But Hyun-woo suddenly asked his friend to leave him, and he himself said that he would go for a walk. Shiken was surprised. Usually this meant that his crazy roommate would definitely get himself into a new mess up to his ears. But Hyun-woo remained adamant and simply waved his hand without going into details. Shiken watched his comrade go. He couldn't be his nanny forever. He sighed and decided to leave everything as it was and not to interfere. After all, his friend survived in the tower himself for more than 10 years. Hyun-woo found a convenient place, narrow, dark, and completely deserted. A perfect place for a hot date. He walked through the night, breathing in the cool air, completely open, as if inviting a conversation. The interlocutors did not keep him waiting, and Hyun-woo sensed their presence. He stopped so they could catch up with him. Come closer, Bandar logs, he thought. The masked enemies were cosplaying as the Leaf Village clan, and they arrived even faster than he expected and surrounded him. Hyun-woo greeted them with bravado, but as soon as he was left alone, his stalkers immediately showed up. The group of fans of his skill moved closer. They left no free space at all. They looked more like Assassin's Creed fans. Their leader invited Hyun-woo to his boss's place for a cup of tea. After taking a closer look at their cosplay, Hyun-woo liked it. He played this game even before the tower. The leader of the cosplay gang thought about what to do with the uncooperative client. Hyun-woo asked who the respected gentleman was, who had sent him an invitation with an escort. However, the leader of the costumed gang responded that their boss preferred to remain incognito. Of course, Hyun-woo knew who invited him and why. He only provoked the dummies who were sent. He refused to drink tea. To which the head of the theater troupe politely warned that he would use force and would still see the guest out. This turn of events was quite expected and moreover desired by the Mad Hermit. He reminded the cloak and dagger servants that he had achieved considerable fame after the glacial crevasse, and he remarked to the lords in front of him that they were quite self-confident to say such things. The slippers of fate have come into motion. Astrologers predict an increase in skeletons in the cemetery. The historical reenactment enthusiast perked up in response to the sudden movement of the target, but the Mad Hermit simply walked past them and squatted down. There are seeds, and if I find them, he addressed the unlucky role player. Hyun-woo pulled out a few onions from the garden bed and politely asked them to come over to him. Fresh onions are good for your health, says healthy eating advocate and hermit Hyun-woo. The killers couldn't stand this anymore. Their honor and dignity as cosplay fans were undermined at the root. Their leader shook with anger. He couldn't stand vegans and preferred cooked food. Realizing that the negotiations had ended in nothing, the killers moved on to arresting them. The leader spread his arms like a monkey and launched some kind of magic. His palms lit up like spotlights. He flew up to Hyun-woo and pointed his hands towards him. The gateway lit up with a bluish glow. But the lettuce quickly interrupted the too long cast and the meaningless cries of third-rate killers. The leader flew up like a rag doll from the blow. They might have been experienced cosplayers, but against the crazy hermit they were like children. The henchmen of the leader of the theater troupe panicked after having just lost their leader. Drawing their short blades, they launched a desperate attack. They also had their own aces up their sleeves, which they quickly used. Various skills worked in Hyun-woo's favor. Their combination attack looked promising, combining buffs, melee weapons, and entangling the enemy. The attack was well coordinated, from all directions at once. It looks like the troupe had rehearsed a lot. The screeching of metal and flashes of magic cut through the silence of the night alley where there was not a single window. But something went completely wrong with their rehearsals. The victim should have already been in mortal agony immediately after the blow. However, instead, their blades were unable to penetrate even the Mad Hermit's tracksuit. They tried to pierce it properly by pushing hard or to cut it. But it was all in vain. The steel didn't take Hyun-woo. The hermit looked at them with disdain and asked if they were ready for prophylactic enemas. The patients lay quietly, spread out on the ground in an even layer. There was only one left who was still standing on his feet, his knees shaking with fear. The Mad Hermit grabbed him by the scruff of the neck as if he were a kitten that had done a bad job. The hapless medieval cosplay enthusiast begged hysterically for mercy. Hyun-woo decided to leave him because he needed at least one survivor who was able to think. Provided that he gets to know the Mad Hermit and the one who sent him such an insistent invitation to meet. Deep night descended on the mountains. The stars twinkled brightly between the clouds. Far from the city, they were not blinded by the light of street lamps and cars. Hidden deep in the forest is a concrete bunker with thick walls and reliable security. So strong that even the local servants were surprised by the extent of capital investment in this building. Another servant objected that it was only thanks to a secure rear that they could conduct their business. They were expecting a special famous guest today and were looking forward to the meeting. Experienced player Kim Hyun-woo caused so much trouble for the guild that every member knew about him, and everyone wanted to get even with him as soon as possible. The arrogant Kim Hyun-woo was annoying with his fearlessness, but today he would be beaten up properly and brought here. They had all the amenities for a comfortable stay, a real healing sanatorium. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a blow from the sky, as if something heavy had fallen from a great height and stuck into the ground. The guards perked up, trying to make out in the dust what was happening and who had come to see them. The star arrived to sign autographs, Hyun-woo holding his guide tightly, clumps of dirt and dust falling from above. "This is the very place where he was scheduled to meet for tea," he asked his guide. He fawned like a beaten dog and nodded his head. He had a tail, and it would have wagged. The door guards slowly realized what was happening and asked the right questions about where the first team was. They just couldn't get it into their heads that real men don't need an escort, they come on their own. A distant, dull noise, as if from a blow, passed through the thick walls of the bunker. The sound came from somewhere above, the junior henchman reported. The source of the noise was getting closer, and they realized that the sound was coming from inside the elevator shaft. The door exploded with a flash of light and a body flew into the corridor. All the bunker's servants stood at the ready, expecting an attack from an unknown enemy. The fragments of the steel elevator doors collapsed, and a man without an invitation card but wearing a tracksuit and flip-flops entered the room. Hyun-woo looked around the interior of the real villain's base and really liked it. He immediately estimated the cost of capital work on the bunker's construction. The guild had a lot of money and a little more. The first henchman demanded that the intruder introduce himself, stupidly holding his sword. Hyun-woo smiled. He anticipated a long autograph ceremony. In anticipation, he flared up with an aura of darkness and moved ominously towards the future fanbase. The treatment rooms of the Mountain Forest Sanatorium had all the necessary tools and equipment for rehabilitation. There was also a patient who had undergone a full course of tooth extraction therapy, nail-picking massages, and cauterizing medicine. The Esculapians treated the girl with the skull tattoo to the point of complete exhaustion. She has already undergone many courses of their therapy. Hyuk Sung-woo personally interrogated the victim, demanding that he reveal valuable information. He put moral pressure on her, saying that her comrades from the Ped Guild had abandoned her long ago, and no one would come to her aid. If she doesn't talk, she will die. Aries' boss continued trying to get the stubborn girl to talk. He offered her to give up her friends, receiving in exchange a generous reward and her life. But the captive girl remained silent. Her gaze remained foggy, but she did not give up. Hyuk Seong-woo was completely inept at interrogating someone and quickly lost his temper. The girl had not injected herself for many weeks. Empty threats could not touch her. She had long ago accepted her death. The henchmen asked the boss if they could kill her in that case, to which Hyuk Seon-woo told them to do whatever they wanted. In any case, she was a useless witness if she remained silent. The local orderlies nodded happily. Now they don't have to worry if their toy accidentally breaks. During these days of the week, the sadistic henchman has already become accustomed to his prey. Now he has gained complete power over it. A happy line of Hyun-woo fans stretched out on the bunker floor, with Hyun-woo's personal autograph prominently displayed. Hyuk-sun froze. He also wanted an autograph but didn't have time, and now he had difficulty with his actions. A blade with a cobra head-shaped blade flashed in the semi-darkness of the dungeon. A desperate henchman rushed at the mad hunter with some kind of fork. Hyun-woo could sign autographs all day long. He easily dodged the blow to the neck, and he signed the funeral with a direct kick to the stomach of another fan. The text message reached the addressee, and he lay down to rest after a hard day at work. Hyun-woo was perplexed. They invited him for tea, but there was no tea. They didn't even fire up the samovar. Hyuk Seong-woo already regretted that he hadn't prepared black tea with buns. The remaining henchmen also froze in indecision. They didn't even have cups. The director waited. Every second could save the situation. He desperately looked for a way out. The enemy in front of him had a strength that was above A rank. There was no doubt about that. The bunker only contained B+ rank minions and A+ rank cosplay assassins. The best assassins who were close to S rank went as part of the first team for Hyun-woo. At the moment, the director did not have a single asset that could deal with the mad hermit and plug the gap. He had managed to deal with a large crack on his own. He didn't want to admit it, but her boss was strong, Hyuk Seong-woo thought. His enemy was definitely worthy of S rank. The unarmed guildmaster clenched his fists. Even more than just an S rank, the Mad Hunter was definitely at the top of their list. There are hundreds of names on the list. The world is huge. Hyuk-sun barely reached the middle with great difficulty. He weighed his strength. The Mad Hunter got tired of waiting and called out to his opponents. If there is no tea, then everyone will get an autograph. Hyuk-sun was torn away from his thoughts. After all, his defeat was obvious. Now the bargaining began. Hyun-woo rushed him to make a decision. Only 2 chairs, one with tea, the other with autographs. Which one you will sit on? Which one you will offer to your friends? Hyuk-san flared up due to his youth, and he could hardly contain his wounded pride. But he clenched his teeth and bit his tongue. He would have to drink tea, even if there was only coffee in the bunker. He chose negotiations. While there is hope to reduce losses, pride should be cast aside. With a man whose strength was incalculable, one had to be careful. They sat down at the table. Hyuk-song waited. Every situation had its pros and cons. He had to find out more about the enemy while he had the chance. Hyun-woo sat down at the table and started the conversation first. He spoke from a position of strength and could demand whatever he wanted. It's high time to demand compensation from the impudent director Aries. The loser pays. Seong-woo was floating. He looked like a fool because of the excitement. He was thinking slowly. For the first time, he was being seated at the table like a beaten dog. Hyun-woo asked if he had gone deaf and made his demands for all the damages caused. He began with an attempted murder in the swamps where Sean Gunn lay in wait for him, and about today's group assassination attempt on him, which could not be called an ordinary matter. The Mad Hermit also demanded compensation for slander in the media and moral damages. Did Aries really think that they would get away with this? The Hermit wondered. The bidding began, and Hyuk-sun asked what amount of compensation was being discussed. Hyun-woo's appetite was quite serious, 10 billion, and several entry-level dungeons, which is much more important than money. Hyuk-sun was taken aback. He was not prepared for such losses. He was not prepared for losses at all today. He was going to win. A fist slammed onto the table. The future of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild was at stake. Hook Seong-woo vehemently rejected such crazy demands, considering them excessive. But Hyun-woo simply brushed off these objections. He knew that the Aries Guild had enough money. It was not possible to blame the lack of resources. The impudent hermit understood that the guild was not in poverty. Money was easy to raise, it just took time. But rights to entry-level dungeons were a different matter. Hyun-woo, seeing the director's confusion, threatened to increase the amount by another 5 billion if he hesitated. Hyuk-sun had to swallow everything as it was again. He was completely in the hands of the enemy. But he still decided to play diplomacy. Perhaps they would be able to come to an agreement. He asked the hermit why he didn't join the guild if he needed money. By joining the guild, he would have received money, power, and dungeons anyway, and Huk Seong can guarantee this to him. Hyun-woo was surprised by the unexpected attempt at direct bribery. Had the office plankton really gone completely mad, he thought? Why be enemies when you can cooperate profitably? Continued Huk Seong-woo. But his words only caused contempt in the hermit. His enemies were just pathetic cockroaches. Their negotiations were not a deal but a capitulation, which is why director Hyun-woo asked for unnecessary words. On top of that, he demanded a prisoner because he could. All jackals are alike. Hyun-woo was cursing director Hyuk Seo. They think they're cool because they're all in a pack. And they always say the same thing, Aries, the hermit continued. But against real power, even a powerful guild is nothing to Hyun-woo. Hyuk-song tried to threaten again because there were other branches of the guild. Wasn't this newbie too self-confident? But Hyun-woo simply cut off these attempts to stall for time and demanded a direct answer. Either accept his conditions or die here and now. There is no third option. He confidently stood up from the table, making it clear that the negotiations were over. Hyuk Seong squeezed his pride and pushed it deep inside. There was nothing he could do about it anymore. Late in the evening, Hyun-woo returned to Shi-kyung's apartment, where he lived completely free of charge. Shi-kyung met him in the living room where he was watching the evening news, but he looked at his friend and fell silent. He saw something incompatible with each other. Water and oil, ice and fire, something that could not exist in nature. Hyun-woo, who is also a crazy hermit, came home late at night with an unknown girl in just a dress. The crimson sky hung like a blanket over the ruined castle, and fire still blazed around it. A lone warrior walked among the ruins, the wind blowing his long black hair. The smoke from the fire covered everything around, and the warrior contemplated the devastating picture. Before him rose the Tower of Babel, reaching up to the sky, its thin spire lost in the clouds. The warrior looked closely at the building. It was the 9th floor. Early in the morning, Shuriken's apartment was filled with heated discussions about the consequences of the night. Hyun-woo told him how much he had snatched from the greedy director Aries, and that the girl had come along with it. Shuk-kyung was amazed that the greedy grabber Hook Seong-woo gave everything away, but Hyun-woo replied that he had no choice. The always cautious Shu-ki turned his gaze to the girl and asked who she was. The mad hermit declared that the girl was a valuable hostage, and when she came to her senses, he should question her. But he didn't say what exactly, citing the fact that it was a personal matter. As usual, Hyun-woo brushed it off. It's a personal matter. Shiken couldn't figure out why this homeless guy was living with him and dragging random people here and not even paying. But he had no time to be upset. It was the day of the boss's appearance in the guild, and Shuriken was leaving to clear them out. The captive girl was given first aid. She was badly wounded and tortured, and was now sleeping peacefully. Hyun-woo couldn't help but notice her unusual skull-shaped tattoo, the outline of which seemed familiar to him. This could not have been a simple coincidence. The similarity between them was too great. A long time ago, when he still lived in the tower, he carved himself a skull mask from the bones of a monster. The tattoo on the girl's body repeated the outline of that very mask with amazing accuracy. He requested the status by activating the information skill on the girl. The girl was nothing special. Her characteristics were ordinary. Hyunwoo couldn't know her and decided to ask when she would wake up. Suddenly, the status window flashed again, even though he hadn't called it up. Hyunwoo was confused. Everything was happening too fast. The stupid system didn't give him time to prepare. The girl Chobit-ov, as usual, was sitting at the table in an empty room. Hyunwoo did not understand what she could need. The android, as usual, was slow to think and seemed to be coming out of standby mode. And then she squeaked in her thin digital voice that someone was already coming. The discouraged hermit asked who he was talking about, since the bucket had attached so much importance to this. It was about the next ascending tourist, the bucket girl said seriously. And who is this foreign tourist? Hyunwoo asked in a worried voice when he would show up. Like a priestess of a techno cult, she called up a system screen, the same as the mad hermits. Unfortunately, the status window showed exactly the same notification that Hyunwoo had already received without any additional data. Hyunwoo made an emergency adjustment by tapping the indicator on the top of his head. He angrily scolded the electronic chatterbox for wasting her time when she had nothing new to add. The silver-haired bucketoid began to make excuses, rubbing the bruised area. She simply could not give what the system forbade her. But Av vehemently denied all the accusations, saying that she still had something to say. Hyunwoo realized that she called him to warn him about something. The new ascending tourist is an illegal, much more dangerous than the previous one, and it takes preparation to fight him. Hyunwoo calmed down and asked the bucketoid how exactly he should prepare. He must awaken the magic within himself as soon as possible, or he will be in danger, the shaggy android informed him. But Hyunwoo heard his friend. He was only interested in the ascending rank, because he was an important target. Av answered negatively, because to fight a high-ranking illegal alien, it would require much more than just awakening magic. High-ranking ones are capable of causing a real apocalypse, but it's too early for him to take on those, the girl answered. There was still one important question left. Where exactly would the new rift in space appear? The bucket girl gave a negative answer, tensing up considerably in anticipation of the blow. The whole point is that the appearance of the Ascendant depended heavily on his abilities and skills. The Mad Hermit summed up their short and productive conversation. It was necessary so as not to miss anything. The android was always being shady and not telling the whole story, which was very annoying. And now, as she could do nothing to help, Hyunwoo wanted to hit the bucketoid on the top of his head again, just to let off some steam. Sensing danger, the android covered his head with his hands, outraged by such injustice. How could he beat such a cute little girl like her? A boor without parental upbringing, the girl blurted out. Hyunwoo winced. It had been a long time since he had been asked about his parents. He barely remembered their faces. He told her that her parents died in a car accident many years ago. The frightened android began to bow and beg for forgiveness, stuttering and babbling. But Hyunwoo changed his anger to mercy. His long-forgotten past hardly bothered him. The shaggy android hung, immersing new assessments and patterns in connection with this information. The man in front of her, contrary to past assessments, was not so bad and he just had a difficult childhood. At the headquarters of the Aaron Guild, there was a real commotion and angry shouts were heard. Hyunwoo sat in the middle of the magic circle and lamented, because he was promised that as soon as he sat in it, he would immediately feel mana. In his anger, he ran his hand across the floor, threatening to erase the magical inscriptions. Much to the horror of little So-yeon, the circle stood like a palace. The Mad Hermit wondered if he could be a man without mana. But So-yeon ruled out that possibility. All hunters had magic in one way or another, she explained tiredly. And there was not yet anyone in her practice who could not unlock mana, in the presence of a magician like her, and with a magic circle of concentration. They continued to argue heatedly. Little So-yeon was already quite tired of dealing with him when Shu-kyung came to them. The friend asked about their condition. Both looked irritated and annoyed. He found out that Hyunwoo was unable to unlock the mana, even though he had been sitting here for 4 days. He came not only to mock the hermit, but also to bring him a registered letter. Shu-kyung asked if Hyunwoo had founded a guild, and when So-yeon heard this, she also screamed. She was very surprised that Hyunwoo created a guild, and she didn't know anything about it. Hyunwoo created a guild called Guardian, receiving several dungeons and a ton of money. After being teased a bit that being on guard was not something a crazy hermit could do, Hyunwoo changed the subject, asking about the hostage girl. The girl with the skull tattoo still hadn't come to her senses. Hyunwoo was not happy about this news. He was worried that she might be brain dead and then she would be useless. But Shuken reassured him, saying that she was fine, she was just in deep shock, all he had to do was wait. Hyun-woo became capricious like a little child, completely unaware of what kind of feeling Mana should evoke. The beauty. So Yeon, having tried everything possible, suggested turning to other psychics for help. Shiken immediately realized who the girl was talking about. The name was familiar to him, Nagavki Yasumi. Hyun-woo didn't understand anything at all. Everything sounded like Elvish to him. Emu was told about a female acupuncturist who could awaken the mana pathways in Hyun-woo. He was delighted with such a cool method and looked for information on the internet. But the miracle woman lived in Japan, and he needed to fly there to meet her, the hermit found out. He immediately abandoned this idea and waved his hand in annoyance. A suspicious cracking sound was heard. Hyun-woo looked at his hand and the source of the noise, and his soul sank into his heels. The hand involuntarily erased part of the lines of the circle and destroyed its integrity. Get out of town, you're a loser, Shuken thought, looking at his friend. Oh, how awkward this turned out to be, thought the crazy hermit. He screamed under the lightning bolts, promising to pay for everything, even Shiken got it. There was a battle going on in one of the dungeons in Tokyo. The wounded were screaming, begging for mercy. The fighters called her for help, but the guild leader did not take her eyes off her enemy. Naganawa Yasumi, the leader of the Izanami Guild, stood completely defeated. The enemy left them no time to regroup and attacked mercilessly. Yasumi ordered everyone to duck, noticing the enemy's attack. But the blockheads in her squad hesitated. They succumbed to panic and did not think clearly. Delay is death. The enemy's attack swept them away, striking them with lightning discharges. The head managed to dodge with a deft jump, and the lightning blast passed by. She landed away from the area of effect of the incomprehensible magic. The battlefield is littered with corpses and debris, and the few survivors are wounded. "You idiots," the huntress muttered. "You should have jumped, what's not clear?" Through the noise of destruction, she heard a quiet step towards her. The terrible enemy stepped rhythmically over her fallen comrades. In his hand, he clutched the heavy straight sword that had cut short so many lives. A tall, long-haired warrior stood over his fallen enemy. The guild leader couldn't find the words to describe his strength. "What is he?" she asked, looking death in the eyes. The girl was lucky to dodge, the warrior thought, since she was worthy of an answer. He thought about what name he would introduce himself with. He has many names: Ripper, Crusher, Scorpion, Thor, Lord Sidious, Electrophoresis. But the long-haired warrior introduced himself as Chongma. A push notification hit Hyun-woo in the face, so he wouldn't miss anything. An ascending tourist appeared in Japan, and the hermit immediately told Shuken to prepare the car. They quickly sped to the airport, Shuken at the wheel, as usual in the role of personal chauffeur. The tourist has already caused a stir in Japan, Hyun-woo learned from the news. He never learned magic, and he was a little worried about it. Shiken, who worked for free, asked his friend how long. He just refused to go, and then he immediately agreed. "What's the matter?" Shiken asked him. "How are things?" the hermit answered evasively and hurried the cabbie. At least he took the documents, asked the hermit for a free driver. Documents, multi-passport, hoofprints. Hyun-woo went through the documents in his memory from the training tower. Whiskers, paws, and tail. "Here are his documents," the experienced madman answered him. A tense silence fell over the room at the Japanese Hunters Association. One of the leaders asked Nakazawa how the woman was still alive. He had seen her death on the news. "She survived in time," she replied. "The backup artifact had saved her more than once." But she told about their enemy firsthand. He is very strong. After seeing her death on the front page, other hunters lost heart and refused to help. But even if she were alive, there was little they could do together, the chairman reasoned. No one came to the rescue, and the number of civilian casualties only grew. A familiar face appeared on the battlefield broadcast screen. The female acupuncturist recognized this world-famous hunter. The experienced player entered the rink in his imperturbable slippers. The mad hermit looked at his opponent appraisingly. The long-haired man also decided to silently play a staring game. The information skill didn't work on the illegal tourist. "All sorts of people walk around here and then their swimming trunks disappear," Hyun-woo told the illegal. The long-haired man eloquently moved his blade, which spoke volumes, and he slashed with a long sword and showed his ID. Hyun-woo tensed up. The handwriting was illegible and the letters were small. The tourist used a long-range attack and sent him to read on the sidelines. But the border guard had his own questions and did not accept the documents. A part-time border guard issued a direct refusal to a person, an illegal immigrant. "Why are you, sir, immediately grabbing your saber?" he asked the illegal. "Here he is," thought the long-haired man, asking questions. And he decided to introduce himself properly, Changma said the warrior, swinging his sword. He attacked again from long range with a strong attack. Hyunwoo ducked awkwardly, barely able to keep up with his speed. The tourist turned out to be fast, the crazy hermit managed to think, but not fast enough to hit him, the hunter said. He saw the enemy's technique, although it was not clear at first glance. It looks like the long-haired one waves once, but in reality, it is many quick waves. If he gets cut into thousands of pieces, Hyunwoo will hit him with slippers. Close combat is the best for him, since the enemy only has ranged attacks. Changma blocked the straight serve with his blade sheath, but he missed a left to the liver from a half-time guard. The long-haired man flew back to his corner of the ring and sat down to rest. But the mad hermit did not let go of his rival. Those who lie down are finished off. Changma quietly whispered to himself, "Where is the second phase for the boss?" "How interesting," he said, spitting blood from his broken lips. The illegal tourist caught fire like a damaged transformer. Lightning bolts enveloped him from top to bottom, like a Tesla tower. Changma asked the crazy border guard for his name. No one had ever resisted him so stubbornly before. So this is the second phase of the boss, Hyunwoo thought as he watched the lightning strikes. The citizens were well settled while watching. The only thing missing was popcorn. Shiken found out the details while they were flying to Japan. A rift opened. A fan of alternative medicine, she was glad to have the support. Hyunwoo ran away as soon as the plane landed, Shukyung recalled. And now he was standing on the battlefield facing an invasion, Shurken wondered. A vague suspicion crept into his mind. Could Hyunwoo possibly know where the rift would be? Hyunwoo dodged the bolts like crazy. He jumped from side to side like a boar, as if through a minefield. What kind of crazy skills did the hermit ask the enemy? "Are these skills?" the long-haired man answered contemptuously. "Chain lightning, lightning sword, lightning aura," the illegal electrician answered him. Nothing he used on Changma related to the system. The person who connected the cheats moved as if in slow motion. Hyunwoo watched his every move with great difficulty. Dodge or retreat, the mad hermit thought about what to choose. He shifted abruptly, skidding on his flip-flops. He grabbed the illegal electrician by the kimono and pulled him sharply towards himself. The sound of a bell rang out as their heads collided. He could have gotten a concussion, but he got off with just a fright. Changma rubbed his bruised forehead. Float like a boar, sting like a bee. Hyunwoo didn't wait. Time to play rock, paper, scissors, lizard Spock. The palm turned into a fist. Hyunwoo used his signature move. The power of the absurd threw the illegal immigrant back with a flash of light. Suddenly, he also threw a stone. Hyunwoo became nervous. "Hyunwoo!" Flashes of electricity painfully blinded the hermit's eyes. "Real bosses always fight until the third phase," said the illegal electrician. A halo of a huge circle of mana grew behind Changma. "Let him try to dodge this," said the long-haired warrior, raising the lightning bolt in his hand. Things started to smell hot and the crazy hermit became nervous. He rushed towards the illegal without waiting for the end of the spell cast. Thunder God mode on, illegal electrician swung once. Half the country was left without electricity, and an explosion thundered. Home theater fans watched the fight broadcast in stunned silence. "Real monsters," Shinken thought, as he watched the crazy fight. One swing of the electrician god's fan scraped the entire area clean. "Good reaction," said the illegal to the enemy at his feet. Hyunwoo managed to grab the electrician's coat at the last moment and avoid the blow. However, it was not for nothing that the illegal was called electrophoresis. Hyunwoo felt a pleasant tingling sensation in his body. The currents warmed him up well and stimulated the necessary points. The push notification system was pulled in right during the battle. Preventive currents opened all his chakras in stagnation. Psychic, Hyunwoo thought, and jumped away from the illegal tourist. Changma looked puzzled. He expected a different result. Just in case, he began a second cast of lethal magic. Changma's skills were astonishing because they went beyond the system. Hyunwoo remembered reading about a similar character in many manhwas, a powerful fighter who rose to the top of martial arts. Changma asked the hermit if he wanted to continue after what he had seen. But he wasn't scared. On the contrary, the electrophoresis really loosened up his shoulders. Longhair was surprised by the guard's courage, but he did not feel sorry for him. Hyunwoo replied that he had now learned the power of the dark side of the force, and now he's going to kick the asses of illegal immigrants. Changma froze. The opponent just became stronger, while Hyunwoo was in the tower, honing his fighting skills like the ancient masters. He could only blindly copy random movements from the Chungma manhwas. However, now the old teacher was right in front of him. One movement from him was enough for Hyunwoo to understand the essence of the martial arts he imitated. Confident Changma froze. He was not the only one with the third phase. Almost instinctively, he attacked the mad hermit. But in vain, the uninvited student had just surpassed the teacher. Hyunwoo's technique repelled the ascendant's attack with mana wings. As a sign of respect for his teacher and psychic, Hyunwoo decided to reveal all his cards. The technique they used was very simple: gather mana in 1 point and detonate it. The Mad Hermit combined two techniques. He gathered mana and used the Absurd Strike. There was an explosion and everything disappeared in a blinding flash. The copter filmed for a live broadcast high in the sky. When the shockwave reached him, he fell to the ground and broke. There was only one left on the battlefield, the elephant mountaineer from the film. The pagoda of the imperial palace was immersed in the rays of the sunset. The empress watched the broadcast, sitting comfortably on the throne. On the screen, the mad hermit used the technique of the absurd. A shiver ran through my body, from the familiar feeling of madness. The man on the screen was definitely a teacher, the empress realized. 5 years ago, when she first entered the learning tower, even weak monsters could beat a girl half to death. Wounded, she despaired and was ready to give up. To kneel, accept her fate and die. That was all she could do. But instead of death, salvation came to her. She heard the monsters dying. A mad hermit in a skull mask destroyed the zombies in one fell swoop. Later, the hermit taught her to fight, made her strong. He was like a teacher. The first person she accepted with all her heart and agreed to serve was a crazy hermit teacher. The empress left the throne. The servants reported that there was only one zone left on the path to absolute power. In a month, they will take the last enclave, the servant said. But this time, the empress will go forward, at the forefront of the attack. The girl was in a hurry to fulfill the promise she made to the teacher to build the world he deserved. Then she will be able to meet him. The student plunged into her dreams. Soon the friends returned to Korea on the first flight. As soon as they left the building, they were blinded by flashes from cameras. A crowd of information-hungry piranhas pounced on them. Hyunwoo told the seagulls to shut up. They were asking too many questions. And he promised that the always balanced Shuken would answer all journalists' questions. Shuken did not immediately understand the depth of the setup he had fallen into. He is now a chauffeur, a housewife, and a personal agent and nanny for a superstar. It was time to run, but reporters surrounded him from all sides. And his friend meanly abandoned Shiken to be torn apart by the media piranhas. The crazy hermit got to his friend's apartment where he lived for free. How much hassle with people who stick everything everywhere, but he thought while throwing off his slippers. It's good that there is a fool's friend, Hyunwoo relied on him. In the living room, he was met by a girl with a skull tattoo. She had come to her senses after the shock. She bowed to him in gratitude for saving her. The girl expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. The girl's name was Sun Win, and Hyunwoo listened to her story. The envoy of the Pedo Guild, Aries, treacherously captured the girl while she was defending the dungeon. But Hyunwoo was interested in something else, and he asked her about the tattoo on her shoulder. The tattoo on her shoulder is a sign that she is a representative of the guild. The symbol means everything under the sky. The mad hermit became gloomy and asked the girl what this meant. There is only one sky above all. That's what the master said when she gave this tattoo to her minion. Hyunwoo angrily interrupted her story by slamming his fist on the table. The girl cowered in fear, not understanding how she could have angered him. But it wasn't her at all, the mad hermit explained. He made a mistake in the past and now he is paying for it. The hermit wondered how the nonsense from the tower had leaked out to the surface and left the lips of another man. Long ago, when Hyunwoo thought that he would leave the tower if he achieved enlightenment in martial arts, he also suffered from 8th grader syndrome, as if he had been bitten by the king of pathos. He was talking nonsense, and now some idiot is spreading it through the meaning of a tattoo. Bastard, Hyunwoo remembered the lazy student from the tower. This is definitely the same simpleton he saved. Now he is the head of an entire guild, and the dark past may come to light. The mad hermit asked the girl to pass something on to the chief. Hyunwoo was terribly angry that he would not seek a meeting with him. A few days later, Hyunwoo sent Sun Wen back to China and showed up at the studio. Host Lee Hai-young happily greeted viewers of her show. Recognized the bachelor. A shaggy hermit in tracksuits appeared on the viewers' screens. Little. So Yeon almost choked on her coffee when she saw Hyunwoo. They could only guess why he decided to appear on this show. The gloomy Shurkyung never recovered from the show and didn't want to know what Hyunwoo was doing. Hyunwoo paused. He was of course used to living in society, but his hermit ways were making themselves felt. That's why he said outright that he came on the show to sell the garage and at the same time tell about his guild. The motherland calls, said the hermit, everyone to join his guild. The three friends in the living room remained silent, After each of their friends' pranks, they all scooped it up. They looked at the pile of boxes in front of them, Shurkyung asking Hyunwoo why he was doing this to them. Hyunwoo justified himself by saying that he himself did not expect that there would be so many responses to joining the guild. Shiken immediately said that he no longer works for free. Housewife, agent, driver, now personal assistant. The friends were going through the questionnaires. Hyunwoo promised them access to his dungeons for their help. He's the only one who could ask the other guild leaders for such a thing, Kwon So told him. Creating a guild is a tedious task. There are many things to keep track of. So why would a hermit need a guild? Kwon So asked. Money, money, and more money came the immediate response. Hyunwoo makes money by clearing dungeons, and now he has his own. Creating a guild will bring even more profit. The hermit replied. Some people want to make up for a difficult childhood, suggested little So-yeon. Hyunwoo glanced at one of the hunter's profiles and immediately rejected the candidate. The big guy roared like a bear, indignant. He yelled at Hyunwoo. Did he read the resume? He is the most experienced C-class hunter, so why was he rejected? The mad hermit responded indignantly. He really didn't like the candidate. Get out of here, dog! He yelled at the whole guild office. At the fool, the most famous hunter from the ranked dungeons, left rejected and dejected. The mafia boss stared at the status screen. He was skeptical. The bucket girl invited him again after defeating the illegal. This time, instead of the guardian rank, he received an information skill upgrade. Vedroid added a new ability to the skill and upgraded push notifications. Identity check, Hyunwoo was surprised. Now the scanner was doing the work of a psychoanalyst. At first, he didn't know how to use the upgrade, but then he used it in his first interview. Hyunwoo looked closely at the girl fidgeting in front of him, and he applied a new skill, and a system window lit up above the huntress. The characteristic came up, compromiser. Ambiguous, thought Hyunwoo. He looked at the other hunters sitting nearby and used the skill. The dummies sat still as if on a string. A window fluttered over each one. Sacrificial personality, strength, and friendship. Hyunwoo was satisfied with this. He accepted all three, and the hunters almost died of happiness. The lazy hermit specially selected the most hardworking people in order to dump all the work on them. How can a guild interview go so quickly? Asked the free part-time driver Shiken. Hyunwoo told him that he simply chose hardworking simpletons who were honest enough. That was enough. The mad hermit did not test their abilities because he would be the one fighting anyway. However, not a single S-rank hunter came, the hermit noted. S-rank is rare, explained driver Shiken. There are only a few thousand of them in the whole world. He told the hermit that while he was gone, his friends had climbed to the top 200 of the world. If a hunter is on this list, he will be recognized everywhere and everyone will want to hire him. Hyunwoo was surprised. His friends actually climbed high in the rankings. The hermit noticed another oddity. Many S-rank hunters disappeared from the catalogs. They're dead, explained Hyunwoo, his free driver. Hyunwoo was surprised that so many S-rankers died. Were they really that weak? Regular hunters are highly dependent on the rank they raised in the tower. After leaving it, they can only raise it up to 3 levels. To overcome the ability barrier, you need an artifact of ST plus rank, which can be obtained at the bottom of the labyrinth. There is a deadly battle going on in the labyrinth for these items, and it has long since turned into a graveyard for S-ranked people. Another way to get the artifact is to kill the owner outside the labyrinth, Guide Shiken said. Such killers are called hunter killers and are excluded from all lists. Hyunwoo recalled a few people he had dealt with in the past. They were like that. Aries crazy bastards, the hermit said. His enemies used dirty methods. The mad hermit came to the visible swamp. According to the deal with Aries, it is now the property of Hyunwoo. He took a good look around the new estate, where he had already been once. Hyunwoo left the free driver Shurkyung in the car and went to clean up the boss who came back from vacation. Skin, crocodile skin, bag, boots, and purse, he sang happily. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mad hermit appeared. The idlers on duty were very surprised by such a visit. The guards recognized him, and Hyunwoo advised them to crow more quietly. After all, he is a serious man, and he has 2 pairs of flip-flops. The boys suddenly remembered the politeness courses from the crazy hermit. Now this is his dungeon and he can go about his business here, Hyunwoo said. One slacker said something about a failed transfer but quickly fell silent. Hyunwoo walked through familiar places looking for the valuable skin. Suddenly, the crazy hermit met a man. In the area with the boss, not just anyone goes. A man with a gun in a hip holster seemed to be waiting for the hermit. He greeted him politely and addressed him by name. The hunter knew who he was dealing with. Hyun-woo grimaced. Was it really the Aries Guild that decided to shit in the slippers again? Guild, the passerby confirmed, and three more jumped out into the clearing next to them. Oh, another cosplay troupe, Hyun-woo thought as the pandemonium group struck poses. For some reason, they acted out scenes from the past in front of the hunter. They are supposedly formidable killers. They work without witnesses. Everyone knows them. The four dummies lined up again and said their names. Hyun-woo didn't even listen to them. Finally, he waited for the end of the strange company's dismal performance. The girl in the group said that she was a high-level mage, which attracted Hyun-woo's attention. But the arrogant shorty boasted that Hyun-woo should have known the great mama. The mad hermit immediately shaved it off. These people had not received a course in politeness for a long time. The shorty couldn't resist and attacked first, stupidity and courage. A very long cast began. To hide this delay, the shorty again praised her great self. A large magic circle appeared under Hyun-woo's feet, the spell finally working. Purple tentacles emerged from the circle and entangled the mad hermit. He can draw circles, Hyun-woo concluded, while the girl was spouting nonsense like it was not the time to ask obvious questions. The mad hermit sighed. Teaching fools only spoils them. He asked to understand whether to kill the theatergoers or not. The boastful shorty was horrified. The magic should have paralyzed Hyun-woo. The shorty's friends from the corpse rushed to her rescue in a group. The sun never set over China, and the remote town was bathed in the rays of an eternal sunset. The underground bunker of the Wind Dye Guild was completely destroyed. The boss of the guild and the bunker did not live up to the intruders' expectations at all. And this is the main base, the rock girl with a cold and cruel voice. Total disappointment. The Empress glared at the boss with a scarlet gaze. What an arrogant woman, the final boss of the level mumbled tiredly. Everyone was killed. He was left alone. The main forces would arrive soon. The beauty looked at him confidently. A mockery. The wounded enemy of the Pedo Guild was angry. Death is better, he thought. The warrior slashed with his heavy sword as the cruel beauty came closer. He was horrified by how easily she dodged, as if she was expecting a blow. Even though he is not worthy, since the Empress wants to finish quickly, she will do it. Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, the words of power sounded. She used a technique that the mad hermit taught her. The power of the absurd, the greatest martial arts technique. The Empress finished off the final boss with one blow. What a wonderful day, what a beautiful day, sang the mad hermit's disciple. Do not look for him, that is what the teacher told the Empress. Sunwind's henchman met the teacher before her, which made her angry. But he was waiting for his student, the Empress understood. And this made her happy. The teacher's words mean not to look for him until all the vows are fulfilled, until she builds a place worthy of heaven. Hyun-woo arrived at the cutie. So-yeon's guild. He was heavily indebted to the huntress, the beauty. So-yeon was very surprised by his appearance when she met him at the entrance. He brought a useful little man to fix the magic circle. Just in case, he asked the slave if she could definitely fix the circle, and the captive nodded vigorously. The shorty naively asked if they would definitely let the sorceress go after this. Hyun-woo grinned and said to get started. Beauty. So-yeon learned about free slave power, famous killer wizard lover of tentacles. How could he bring a murderer here? Asked little So-yeon. She was very surprised to hear his story about the cosplayer's puppet corpse pandemonium. Hyun-woo's stats are definitely not in order since he easily dealt with S-rank cosplayers. The cutie was surprised. Hyun-woo also thought they were weird, but what can you do if the system has crooked developers? Even the Bucketoid was powerless in this matter until he raised the rank of Guardian. In any case, the shorty is not dangerous. He will work hard, under threat of death, until he is completely exhausted, the mad hermit reassured. The shorty fell to her knees and begged for her life because she was a reaper, a singer, a piper, and would do everything. To repair the circle, the short man did not need a staff or other tools. Hyun-woo handed over the short cosplayer's things, staff, and robe to the beautiful So-yeon, leaving the new slave in the care of Cutie. So-yeon the hermit went about his business. A satisfied Hyun-woo bought gifts for the Aries Guild. It's worth distributing them, he thought while looking at the enemy guild's tower. Slippers of fate have appeared on the horizon, to bloody rains, astrologers reported. After all the events, the shaggy hermit was 100% recognizable. The stupid dummies were alarmed like wild boars in a pen when he entered. The funny people haven't yet realized that it's time for Dad to run away from the building or they'll have to take them away in pieces. Hyun-woo asked if Chief Hyuk-seong-woo was there and took out the gifts. The stick of justice he wrote on a toy hammer. The polite hermit asked if everyone had health insurance. The game was called Whack-a-Mole, and Hyun-woo quickly got the hang of it. Whoever he hits is the mole. The citizens liked the gifts. They fell unconscious from joy. The mad hermit swatted the guild's hunters like flies. A couple of guards stood in the way. Probably the bravest ones here, Hyun-woo thought. Perhaps they have already signed a sick leave, asked the fair hermit. The dummies slowly flowed to the floor, out of fear of an ordinary toy. Hyuk-sok listened to the call on speakerphone. Big trouble was approaching him. And with every scream of the useless idiots, the buttocks clenched tighter. A mad hermit came to them with a single toy hammer. They won't be able to wash away such shame for a long time if they write about it in the news. The slippery director fidgeted with anxiety as he wondered whether he should call the heads of the guild. There was a light knock on the door, leaving no time to think. The slippery director jumped out to greet the dear guests. How many years and how many winters? A fair hunter entered and said hello. The slippery director's stomach began to rumble loudly from unpleasant thoughts. Having mowed down the bite, the just hermit immediately got down to business, and he sat his opponent down for further business negotiations. A pile of books fell on an empty head. Not long ago, the partners discussed compensation for damages. And here again, Hyun-woo said. As soon as one costumed group finished their tour, Hyuk-seok sent the next one, a panda something or other group of killers. The fair hunter was amazed. Hyuk-seok wanted to answer, but he clenched his teeth tighter. What if they hit him again? It's too late to drink Borjomi, he resigned himself. Even S rank is no match for the crazy Hyun-woo. Hyuk-seok wondered what would be taken from him this time and offered compensation. How good it is that they have established a clear form of communication. The just hermit rejoiced. 20 billion won. Even his mouth went sour, Hyuk-seok agreed. The main instrument of negotiations fluttered in the hermit's hand, to land over the head of the clueless director Aries. Let him send anyone he wants, the main thing is that he is ready to pay the bills, warned the crazy hermit. Let him call an ambulance for the sake of useless idiots, the hermit said at last. And he left the slippery director to languish in the corner after business negotiations. The vengeful but rich fool slammed his fist on the floor. He liked this rake so much that he wanted to get it a third time. To deal with Hyun-woo, even S-class hunters are not enough. You need to look in another league. The director gnashed his teeth. He couldn't ask the head office. That would show his weakness, but there was definitely a solution. The fifth person on the world list, a fighter from China, is the Dragon Emperor. The eighth floor was ablaze with fire. Its guards were fighting the invaders. The last of them could barely stand on his feet and was staggering badly. He looked at his opponent with horror, feeling death behind him. He lost, and in front of him, riding on a hellish centipede, sat a demon girl. This city belongs to her now, said the pointy-eared demoness. The barbarian warrior, overcoming the pain, refused to give up. The demoness laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. One step, she whispered, and the flow of mana began to circle. The barbarian warrior rushed at her to interrupt the terrifying technique. Another step, she simply walked forward, releasing more and more strength. The barbarian in the fur hat screamed in hellish pain. He was torn apart from the inside. The third step crushed the warrior guard with a press, tearing out his insides. The fourth step blew the city up completely, demolishing it with an explosion. Hundreds of residents turned to ashes with their last breath. The demoness stepped into the fifth circle of hell, her technique. A pillar of flame and mana, bright as a second sun, illuminated the ashes of the eighth floor. The horned, pointy-eared demoness smiled contentedly at the work done. A handful of ashes that disappeared in the wind. All that remained was where she walked. Only 5 steps out of 10 that are in the technique, so she will have to change the name. The demoness smiled evilly and said, "Legion forward." An army of huge monsters rose up at her command and headed towards the high tower. Hyun-woo was reading the news while lying on the sofa. And as soon as he got home, they had already written about the distribution of gifts. People were gossiping about this and that, about how Hyun-woo had destroyed the Aries Guild with just one hammer. 47 frags said the cautious shuriken to the homeless hermit, the hammer of justice lying nearby. Shi-kyung was afraid that Aries might press charges and take Hyun-woo into custody. What nonsense! The mad hermit of justice noted. It's all self-defense, he's not guilty of anything. And the weapon was a toy hammer, Hyun-woo objected. But how many people were sent to the next world as a result? Asked Shi-ken. But the hermit waved it off. Nothing like that would happen. He hit lightly. Hyun-woo jumped up as if he had been shot, barely glancing at the time. He informed Shi-ken that it was time for his lessons, and if he was late, he would be deprived of his bonus. Shi-ken heard something about lectures in Japan and asked if that was what he was talking about. Because at first, Hyun-woo refused, but now he changed his mind. 50 million won, Hyunwoo beamed. Money motivates anyone. He received a push notification about another illegal immigrant that needed to be dealt with, right during the lesson. A group of dummies followed him and filmed his every step and word. Nonsense, the fair hunter dismissed. Even if the world is in danger, this is no reason to refuse money. And he continued his crazy lectures on how to catch the boss with your bare hands, luckily without an exam. Hyunwoo thought about it. The invitation time to the android was updated twice. At the meeting, Hyunwoo bombarded the bucketoid with questions. A new illegal appeared so quickly, and he didn't even raise the rank for Changma. The right to the necessary information did not rise, but he received something. The silver-haired bucketoid bargained. And what kind of ones are these? The mad hermit became interested. Vedroid was in a hurry to give him information about the new illegal, because Hyunwoo was expecting a generous reward for him. This time the illegal is not alone. He is coming with the entire diaspora of rubber mugs. Hyunwoo remembered that the first illegal tourist was also accompanied by a wave of monsters. But the Vedroid objected that the monsters were created by the system that time, simply to help the weak illegal. However, they are a weak support group and can only exert pressure by numbers. They cannot be called friends, Av said. The new illegal was of average level, a little stronger than the previous one. Hyunwoo was surprised to hear this. Electrophoresis was not a weakling. Vedroid confirmed that she had been making progress in developing her intellect recently. Hyunwoo was encouraged by defeating the illegals. He could finally increase his guardian rank and gain access to the system. He returned to Little So-yeon's guild in a hurry. The illegals were approaching. Hyunwoo knocked on the door and asked them how the magic circle was doing. The little witch told the hermit not to break property, but he blamed it all on bad habits. The beauty. So-yeon asked him why he came. The hermit replied that of course it was to test the slave's strength. The shorty and tentacles lover almost completed the task and even improved the magic circle. Excellent, thought the mad hermit, and gave her another task. A slave must not rest. The shorty's main skill was teleportation, so he ordered her to draw a teleportation circle. The beauty. So Yan was surprised by the captive's skill. She asked the killer why she didn't run away, and she replied that she couldn't do it without her staff. To escape, she needs the help of a magic circle, so if she wanted to escape, she would use it. Realizing how her words sounded, the shorty became nervous. She made excuses when Hyunwoo received another text message. Little. So-her asked the hermit where he was going, and he just found out the right place thanks to the system's spam mailing. Germany met the illegals fully armed. Right before the break, useless hunters offered to surrender to the lowly demoness in exchange for a pardon. But the toothy little mischief maker only showed her fangs. Doesn't she see how strong they are here? The idiot hunter shouted. The chancellor of sausage and beer lovers watched the broadcast from the safety of his bunker. He reliably guarded the rear for the soldiers on the front lines and was very worried about them. So it's just a matter of numbers, asked the cunning demoness. How wonderful that they believe in the power of love and friendship. The horned one grinned. If you are strong, said the lolly demon, then we are a host. The rubber-faced diaspora of illegals has moved forward. The dummies were scared. They usually won half a pint of dark beer, not a barbell in the gym. The horned demoness presented her title for a long time and called herself the leader of the rubber muzzle squad, horns and hooves. The warriors wavered, fear firmly settling in their hearts. The parody of Shai Kulud stood on its hind legs in front of a bunch of idiots. A vicious cross between a sausage and a crab stick glared with red headlights. And with all her might, she dug into the ground. Spice must flow. Hyunwoo looked at the tickets and was visibly nervous. The plane would have flown for 11 hours, but they could have made the circle in 5. But he hurried the slave. Little So-yeon was reading the news when she noticed something disturbing. There is a rift in Germany, she perked up with her whole sweet face. The mad hermit replied indifferently that he knew everything. All over the news there was an open request for help. Hyunwoo saw it himself. His name was trending everywhere. Cutie. So-yeon excitedly asked him if he would stop the disaster this time too. She looked at him in surprise as if she was seeing him for the first time. Even though she was older now, he was still like an older brother to her. But was he always so altruistic, Little? So-yeon wondered. Another strange video was leaked from the network news. The source of the rift offered to make a bet. The headline read, "The horned lolly beast demoness offered a dispute, playfully wiggling her hips. The rules are as simple as a chicken pekin." She licked her lips with a sharp tongue. She will remain at the rift site for exactly 1 day. If she is defeated, she will give up illegal immigration. But if the guards fail, she will burn city after city. The blonde beast smiled confidently and said that she would wait. In a secure bunker in the rear, the frightened chancellor prayed. The devil came for him. He was perplexed as to where they had put the defense budgets, what they had been doing before, even though he knew what they were doing and had taken part in it himself. The disaster had already claimed 20,000 lives, and the number of victims was growing. The vaunted S-rank hunters have already become food for monsters. A request for international assistance also yielded no results. The official's phone vibrated in his pocket. He was waiting for this call. The official immediately picked up the phone, with the chancellor's consent. He just received good news and didn't believe it right away. Help was already on the way. That same hunter from Korea, Ya 40 Chi in the first page will be given. The chancellor heard great news. The hunter who killed Chong Ma in Japan will soon arrive with reinforcements. The teleporter worked. A pillar of purple light threw Hyun-woo onto the roof of the building in the center of the crevice. The hermit liked the free magic thing created by the labor of slaves. In one fell swoop, he found himself in Germany at a carnival of huge monsters. The living statue of Buddha creaked in greeting to the new viewer. Hyun-woo couldn't stand the grinding of the stone teeth and immediately knocked them out with a routine kick. But it turned out that the carnival of illegal monsters was organized by some weaklings. In one leap, he climbed onto the back of another monster, and a sausage ran down the back with crab sticks and an ugly face. The monster also turned out to be weak. It looks like they were taken with them only for the carnival. The blow exploded on the rubber face, sending him into a deep knockdown. Border guard Hyun-woo came closer to interrogate the illegal immigrant. Where is the leader of the rubber-faced diaspora? And the border guard demanded documents. The illegal face became despondent. The documents were left at home because the monster had paws. Using drones, the media broadcast the event to people all over the world. The lolly demoness with a strange pronunciation was waiting, as promised in the video, in the center of the square. When the border guard on duty from the 9th floor arrived there, it appeared without gathering dust, an illegal tourist of a crazy hermit. The demoness looked young, but spoke like an ancient woman, Hyun-woo noted. You rumble a lot. The demoness didn't like the treatment of the mad hermit. She broke all the huts, who will rebuild them. The border guard in charge, Hyun-woo, was indignant. The lolly demon was furious. The enemy before her was either too brave or just stupid, she said. To which the mad hermit suggested finding out for himself. She is not fast, said the demoness, but she will make an exception for the sake of the impudent border guard. The lolly demon stood up from her makeshift throne, jokes aside. Is the young man as good as he says he is? She approached the crazy guard. 5 tops for Yasmuk, 7 for the hero, and how much can he withstand? The demon muttered to Loli. Hyun-woo had difficulty understanding the illegal immigrant's speech, but he didn't call for a translator, since the negotiations would end in a fight anyway. First stop, the horned lowly beast grinned and took 1 step towards Hyun-woo. The second stop, the little bare feet of the demoness, took the second step. Life is hard for demons. They don't even have shoes, the border guard thought. He felt an unusual power. The demoness used a cunning technique. A strange feeling pressed on the mad hermit. There was no enema, but there was pressure. He was surprised. Hyun-woo felt the mana around him. It was behaving strangely. He was pressed to the ground. The pressure of mana expanded and tore apart the space more and more as the demoness took her 3rd step. With each step, the mana emission increased. The mad hermit realized on the 4th step. The border guard immediately decided to proceed to detention and release the most powerful equipment. Red mana enveloped his body, gathering into a halo behind his back. The 6th step of the lowly demon caused a tsunami in the mana field. The 7th took away Hyun-woo's control over his mana. The demoness pressed on him and expanded his mana field. The mad hermit felt like he was being torn to pieces, but he could still move and rushed forward to stop the demon's lowly technique. 8th stop. The dream of a lover of women's legs minted, taking a step towards. Hyun-woo used his signature funeral kick. There was no talk of detention, only elimination. But the familiar feeling of being hit in the head did not appear. The horned beast effortlessly caught the border guard's strongest blow. Congratulations, I almost made it, she said. However, there is one more stop, the horned beast sneered. 10th stop, said Loli, and took the last step. The gates of hell opened on the earth, and waves of mana flame engulfed everything around. The flames blinded the mad hermit. His insides were torn to pieces. It can't be, said the demoness. He was standing in the middle of a bare ashes where not even stones remained. He managed to take all 10 steps and remained on his feet. The demoness taunted while Hyun-woo was coming to his senses. The puppet demon got a pat-a-cake from happiness. Hyun-woo absorbed all the damage, that's why the city remained intact. She erased the previous one in 5 steps, the demoness said. The mad hermit gritted his teeth in pain. As the bucketoid said, the demoness lowly hit harder than electrophoresis Chongma. What will you do next? Mocked the horned lowly. You have no more strength to fight, she said to the hermit. Ask for mercy, come on, or fight to the death, said the demon Hyun-woo, who could barely stand on his feet. Hyun-woo straightened his back. It was a little stiff from bending over for so long. The shorty forgot to add another option where the illegal immigrant is detained, the hermit said. The horned demon lowly was very surprised by such words. She had already won. Good, good. A laugh escaped her lips. The crazy border guard amused her. You crave for thrills on your seat, the horned one answered him, licking her lips devilishly. I'll give it my all, like the god of a camp of rubber illegals, said the demoness. Hyun-woo froze. Things had taken a serious turn. The demoness had attacked differently. The tsunami wave of mana pressed on him many times stronger. The immense pain was interrupted by a system message, as it usually distracted during combat. Hyun-woo grinned. His sadomasochist skill kicked in, and after experiencing intense pain, he increased his stamina. On top of that, he activated cheats, and his body absorbed the demoness's mana, just like in the fight with electrophoresis. The mad hermit grinned. It was not for nothing that he had spied all the cheats in the tower. He mastered dozens of fictional techniques that he read in novels and manga, and discovered the power of the absurd. In this long list of absurd techniques, there was one called Divine Long-Armed Asura. Streams of mana shot through his back as he released the technique. 3 lotuses appeared next to the mana halo, and 4 tentacles. The lowly demon looked at the crazy border guard with alarm. Now the state border control representative has 4 hands for searching. She couldn't stand this. She had to put everything on the line, the demoness whispered. One stop, she said. But the sneaky border guard grabbed her barefoot and began searching her. Damned rabble, you decided to paw. The demon lowly was indignant. What kind of long-armed one is this? He was just far away. The horned one was surprised. The hand of the god of the long-armed ones stretched out and firmly grabbed the horned lowly. The demoness kicked the foot lover's vile hands with disgust. The lowly demon quickly stepped forward a second time, but was again grabbed by raking hands. Deboshi, she clenched her sharp teeth. No one has ever groped the demoness so brazenly. How dare you, you lousy bastard, touch my feet lustfully, howled the lowly demon. She broke free, still 8 steps out of 10, her technique gaining strength with each step. One missed stop wouldn't weaken the blow, lowly demon reassured herself. The bare foot of the horned lowly took another step. She could still gain strength, you can't take a liar. But the crazy border guard didn't let the illegal lowly go so easily. The power of the divine long-armed lotus has awakened to its fullest. She suppressed the lowly demoness, not allowing her to take a single step. What a bastard! He dared to detain me like that. The horned one was pushed back by the power of long-armed love. She completely lost her temper. The power of 10 feet of destruction did not work. What kind of damn bastard is pawing at the beautiful lowly and not letting her step? She howled, pointing her finger at the hermit. The little lolka resumed her steps, singing words of power. And a horned goat follows the little guys. And the sun is shining again, Hyun-woo thought. The table of fire devoured him whole. Nakosha bite the lustful block. 10 feet on it now, the lowly demoness rejoiced. Eat until you drop, you damned thing, the horned lowly bared her sharp teeth. But then the scythe met a stone, and the crazy border guard interrupted her attack. The lolly demon and the divine long-armed man met each other's gaze, face to face. So, lowly the demoness wondered, her mouth opened up. The power of a masochist, the mad hermit answered the unasked question. A lover of spanking, the horned lowly was horrified by her own mistakes. Time to conduct a thorough search of the illegal demonic Lolas, said the mad guard. The power of lowly's love gathered in the cancer of the excited border guard. The fighting style of the ray of lowly love and goodness sent Hyun-woo to the illegal demoness. She froze, unable to resist such strong magic. The ray of love from the excited border guard struck the demoness right in the heart. The fragile body could not withstand such force. The power of love for the lowly pierced her through and through like a stormy stream. I am dying from my mortal enemy. A belated realization came to the unfortunate head. The power of love demoness without a trace. Hyun-woo moved to the room of the bucketoid Av. The silver-haired girl happily greeted him. Thank you for your border service, she congratulated the perverted border guard. And she reported that now his access rank had been raised to medium-low. She called upon a mad hermit to explain the changes that had taken place. Hyun-woo hadn't yet recovered from pawing the lowly demon to death and was slightly taken aback. For the first time, he was called immediately after the arrest of an illegal immigrant, all because the buckethead was in a hurry to warn as soon as possible. Hyun-woo was pleased with this arrangement. The sooner the better, said the hermit. It seems the room has become larger, he asked, examining the stone bag where he always appeared. Vedroid Adoyu confirmed that such changes happen every time Hyun-woo defeats illegals. Vedroid told him that there were many changes, and one of them was the remote control, which she handed to the hermit. By pressing a button, he could change the interior of the virtual room, just what he needed for his secret hobbies, Hyun-woo thought. The room was transformed into a dark basement, evoking a familiar atmosphere. Vedroid screamed, recognizing the first floor of the training tower. She screamed even louder when Hyun-woo switched to the normal living room. Vedroid reported that he could not personally control the system, and for the first time he saw the room of people on the 9th floor. Av said that she had been sitting within 4 walls since the moment she was created in the system. So that's why she's so stupid, the hermit realized, and she went into hibernation mode between their conversations right on the table. Hyun-woo suddenly felt sorry for the bundle of neural networks. He was suffering because he was not taught properly. His skills have changed, the bucketoid continued, and he has also added the bury and release skill. The point is that once a day, Hyun-woo could come to the hiding place where Av lived, which was very convenient. He then asked the bucketoid what was wrong with his status screen. Even though his stats had increased after the fight with the lowly demon, he still thought that his abilities were higher than what was stated. Av confirmed that he could now respond to the hermit since his information level had increased. The mad hermit rejoiced. His labors had finally paid off. The creator of the learning tower set restrictions for nerds, but they only affected system skills and could not block his personal skills. Hyun-woo liked what he heard and told the droid to continue. Unlike the status update, Hyun-woo's body continued to develop. How simple it all is, the hermit noted, and asked what the real difference between the indicators was. But the android cannot answer this question, she said sadly. The reason why he was stuck in the tower was also beyond his understanding. The system was still brazenly exploiting him, the hermit realized. But since after the battle with Loli the demon flared up, he immediately demanded the next illegal. The little empress held the S-rank hunter by the throat like a kitten. She hoped to have some fun with him since he was considered strong, but it was not meant to be, the student said. It was all in vain, said the tailed one, and threw the man away like trash. Tired of the boring battle, she called for a servant, and he immediately appeared. Kim Hyun-woo's photographs from the battle in the German Rift. He reported to the hostess, handing over the tablet. The mad hermit's disciple bit her lip in delight. The mad hermit used the fist of the divine, long-armed man in these shots. The empress was beaming with happiness. The teacher, as always, lived up to all expectations. Having quenched her thirst, she demanded a report on the captured lands. She wanted to hear these words. China has been captured. The small enclaves that remain belong to loyal puppets. Their great campaign of conquest is now fully completed. Excellent, said the empress. She had been waiting for this for many years. Now she could look the mad teacher in the eye when they met. The girl plunged into memories of when she was still a beginning student. Then the future empress made a promise that she would create a worthy position for a teacher. The brat was trying her best to please the teacher. In the memories, the teacher tenderly saw off the tailed student before she left the tower. Nostalgia brought back happy memories. The girl had grown up since then, and she turned into a strong and tough warrior. It's time to meet with the teacher, she thought. Hyun-woo scrolled through the list of rewards for eliminating Loli for a long time, but most of them were related to tax breaks. The sensible Shurken asked for the papers for himself, and the friends dined together again. Hyun-woo got all the Loli items, and the rest was a tax break, a house, a car, and an office for the guild, basically asking him to move. This time the rewards are bigger than those from the Japanese, Kwon-so said, and asked what the hermit did with that electric sword of Chongma. Shukyung boasted that he got the sword, to which little So-yeon pouted. But the crazy hermit immediately cooled the women's desires by reminding them that earlier, the girl had received a staff, a robe, and a magic circle. Kwon. So took a sip of water. Oh well, screw him. Changing the subject of objects little. So-yeon asked why their friend was stopping the rifts all over the world. The cautious Shukyung had also long suspected something was wrong and joined in the question, as did Kwon-so. It wasn't that there were any special reasons, the hermit answered, to paw lolis, stop illegal immigrants, and everyone who considered themselves strong. It was that simple. The friends were surprised, not knowing what to answer. Hyun-woo tactfully slipped away to look out the window while his friends were paying the bill. The miser was true to himself. The shopping mall where they were having lunch had a good view of the learning tower. The training tower appeared along with the monsters and summoned him along with the other people. The hermit sat there for 12 years for unknown reasons. Hyun-woo cleared it 1,000 times from 1 to 100 before he was able to get out, while his friends had long since left him, going into the outside world. And even his disciples left earlier, leaving behind the mad hermit. He closed 3 spatial rifts, although slowly, access to the system grew. When will Scrooge pay for himself? Asked little So-yeon. But Hyun-woo didn't care at all. Don't have 100 rubles, but have 100 friends. No need to worry, he replied to his friends. Money is not that important. A week after defeating Demonololi, Hyun-woo snuck onto the Bachelor show again. The mad hermit sprawled out in a royal manner in the studio. He was bored and staring at his phone, but he still showed up to the studio. At the last conference, he said something amazing, the Fox host asked him. But the hermit brushed it off. He was just telling the truth. The girl presenter laughed. The hermit, as always, behaved simply and directly. She invited viewers to listen to the recording of the conference together. After defeating Lola the demoness, he was asked what unique skill he possessed. Skills, the hermit was surprised. He simply searched one lowly thoroughly, using the martial arts he invented in the tower. After his words, martial arts became popular again. The presenter sang cheerfully. 2 grandfathers in pajamas suddenly entered the studio out of nowhere. They were invited into the studio. Hyun-woo looked skeptically at 2 geese, one gray and one bald. The lazy old people performed ballet dances, and according to them, those who practice them will achieve the highest level of mastery. Hyun-woo got angry when he realized that the 2 pajama-wearing grandfathers were simply trading his face to make money. The crazy hermit stamped his foot in annoyance, interrupting the old people's pajama party. It seems that they have misunderstood the crazy hermit, and it needs to be corrected urgently, Hyun-woo said. He snatched a fake sword from an old goose in pajamas. They are promoting themselves using the name of a hermit, and they are not bringing money into the cash register. This is outrageous. Martial art is him, the hermit answered them menacingly. What matters is who uses them, Hyun-woo continued, and not what exactly to do. Please pay. A little demonstration would freshen up the show. The mad hermit grinned. He showed them a real martial art by releasing mana. The mad hermit copied the old geezer's stance, only now it radiated power. Keep your eyes wide open and your pants tight, the mad hermit told them. I recently read a great novel about martial arts. The ridiculous movements took on true meaning, and an aura enveloped the hermit. Serpent Lizard Ray, he shouted as he used his absurd power. The snake crashed through the ceiling, sending debris raining down on the heads of studio workers. It's worth making sure that everyone understands, the mad hermit continued. There's only one dad in the building, and it's him, Hyun-woo said proudly. So they better not be swiping money past the register. Hyun-woo returned to his office where the slaves and dummies were working. He barely recognized the short slave. She changed her style from cosplay to business, began to look like a human. Time to test the slave's strength, Hyun-woo thought and came closer. He left her alive because she was a useful acquisition, as a job. Did he like it? He asked the short slave affectionately. Or maybe he doesn't like it, he asked the unfortunate woman, and she shook her head sharply from side to side. Great, said the hermit. I promise to feed you, water you, protect you, and give you a day off on holidays. But if she suddenly thinks about running away, it's scary to imagine what he'll do to her, Director Hyun-woo instilled in him. And then he hit her on the shoulder almost affectionately with his fist, the carrot and stick method, he remembered. If you behave well, I'll give you some cookies, he said at last. The girl thought about it. It had been 10 days since she had been working in the guild as a full-time accountant. Quiet, unfussy work. They didn't push you to death. They fed you well, she thought. The creaking of the printer interrupted her thoughts. The Aries Guild fax arrived, successfully transmitting the dungeons. Young-woo shouted at the slippery director, Hook Seok, and went to personally go to the Pizzo Guild, with which he had recently been at odds. Devil Hyun-woo took all the dungeons for himself, disgracing the director twice. Such a disgrace can only be washed away with blood. To hell with it, the director waved his subordinate off. They were both in deep trouble. Young-woo thought, after all the events, the director's influence had fallen below the baseboard. Soon, he himself will find himself where he sent his predecessors in the fight for the director's chair. Hook Seong spoke as if he was slightly out of his mind and obsessed with revenge, but he was right about one thing. They were in the same boat. If one falls, Chung-woo will fall too. So the director decided to go all the way. The monopoly collapsed, The influence of the entire guild was devalued. The head of all branches of the Aries Guild listened to the report. Boris Mart, his nameplate read, listened attentively. He was informed about the problems of the Korean branch. Director Hyuk Seong-woo lost part of the dungeons due to a mistake. Anyone can make a mistake when ringing their rings, Boris Mart said. Only something that was corrected later can be called a mistake, he continued. Such words should be said when everything is fine. Otherwise, it should be defined as a failure, he said each word with fury. They will return all the dungeons they lost and undo all the consequences of the failure, the Lord of the Rings rumbled. The pagoda of the Imperial Palace was immersed in the rays of the eternal sunset. Hyuk Seong-woo arrived at the Forbidden City. He thought that the contract had already been concluded, but the guild leader demanded a personal meeting. He had strong doubts about everything, but he was determined to go through with it. What the hell is this? The Middle Ages? He was surprised when he went inside. He was met by a masked gatekeeper. If he confirmed the contract, Hyun-woo would definitely be dead, the director thought. He was told to enter. The palace has numerous guards, the slippery director thought. The place weighed on him with its severity, as if he had returned to ancient times. The gates in front of him were opened, and Heek-sun closed his eyes against the glow of the lamps. The throne of the guild leader Peijo, the imperial dragon named Mi Ryung, was occupied by a small girl. The slippery director was surprised. He greeted formally and bowed instinctively, as if in ancient times. Too much of the atmosphere, Hyuk Seong thought. But they didn't even give him a clear answer. He was confused and didn't know how to behave. A beauty with a cold, commanding voice told him from the top of the throne that she knew about his contract. "Name the name," said the Empress. And like a bolt from the blue, Hyuk-sun sensed something was wrong. But it was too late to go back on his words. He named the man who closed the rift in Germany, Kim Hyun-woo. He named a huge sum and a bunch of dungeons in payment for the contract if they would take it on. And he actually said this name. The director heard a voice as cold as steel. The Empress rose slowly from her golden throne. "He just asked to kill the teacher," the Empress answered in a steely voice. The shockwave pierced the roof of the pagoda, a column of fire. The Empress was angry. The whole palace was filled with a red aura. She became terribly angry. Heek Seong-woo couldn't collect his thoughts. He didn't understand what was happening. What kind of reaction was this, he wondered. Why did the order to kill Hyun-woo cause so much anger? What kind of teacher is this? The director wondered in horror. There must have been a mistake, he blurted out. He, like Kim Hyun-woo, could be her teacher. Hyuk Seong asked the Empress where they met, and she replied that they met in the tower. A ray of hope flashed very close. The Empress simply confused Hyun-woo with someone else, the slippery director thought. He told the Empress that Hyun-woo could not be a teacher, and the girl asked why in response. Each tower is assigned to its own region. Each one calls people from its own region. The Empress got tired of listening to the nonsense and interrupted the scoundrel. She sent him flying with a familiar kick of her ballet shoes. The cruel Empress did not allow the director to lose consciousness while she beat him. She wondered how this cockroach would get out of this, but he just kept talking nonsense that Hyun-woo was not her teacher. She lifted the director by the scruff of the neck, as if he were a kitten that had pooped in his slippers. Unfortunately for this slug, the Empress said, she was trained in a Korean tower. At that time, her father sent her into exile to re-educate the young rich girl, and she ended up in the tower. Luckily, she met a mad hermit who took her on as a disciple. A formal kippao dress, loose hair pulled back into a cheeky ponytail, a teacher's mark on her back, and even the name Mi Ryung. All that is the will of a crazy teacher, which a brainless cockroach decided to deny. How dare he now hope for an easy death, said the cruel Empress. The worm had twice attempted to attack the teacher, and now, in addition, he denied their strong connection. The little beast pressed on. Hyun-woo listened to the android's delight. He installed cable into the virtual room, and now the program could at least somehow develop. This cheeky girl from the microchips even asked for a gaming console. She made a cat-like pitiful face, saying that she couldn't do it herself because the android existed as a voice assistant. Hyun-woo wondered if he should reward the idiot and what it would lead to. But by clicking the remote control, he added the console to the virtual environment, to the great joy of the digital baby. Like a kitten, she rushed to hug the crazy hermit in gratitude. This grid is good, Hyun-woo thought. It has learned to manipulate his emotions, imitating the role of his daughter. The white-haired kitten remembered that he wanted to tell me something else. She still spoke haltingly, but Hyun-woo asked her directly what she meant. The hermit was called out and found himself in the living room with a juicy chicken in his hands. The cautious shuriken asked the hermit why he was not eating. On the ninth floor, there might already be an illegal immigrant without a residence permit, the homeless hermit recalled the buckethead's words. The girl Av told him that before the hermit got out of the tower, 3 cracks occurred, and 2 out of 3 are still open, which means the illegals haven't been caught and are walking free. Quan. So asked the hermit when he was going to Germany. Hyun-woo planned to leave in 3 days. A friend suggested that they go together and see the local sights in the red light district, but the hermit refused. Kwon So was upset. He knew many good places, but Hyun-woo doubted that after the rift, everything was calm in the country for walking. The beauty. So Yeon answered him that firstly, she eats, and secondly, the quarters will be quickly restored by the migrant magicians. Mage Tyler's migrant workers will carry out all repair work. Without their contracts, the whole world would lie in ruins after battles. The hermit thought for a moment and asked if there was a reason why his friends wanted to go to Germany. Hyun-woo heard about the item auction and asked what it was. The attentive Shu-kyung volunteered to explain. These auctions are organized by the association, and they were not cancelled even despite the destruction of an entire city. That is, Hyun-woo clarified, the friends simply want to use the teleporter for free and fly to Germany at his invitation. The mad hermit agreed. He didn't pay anything anyway. Kwon so assured his friend that the bidding could be interesting. The Hunters Association told Hyun-woo that the number of rifts depended on the ranks of the hunters, the hermit recalled. If the android's proposal is correct, then there are 2 illegal immigrants living on Earth. Their status is closed to the hermit, unlike ordinary hunters, so if they show up at the auction, he will notice the illegals. But this added a lot of work, and the hermit already had things to do. Although he had become stronger in the last couple of skirmishes with Electric and lowly Demoness, what to do if a demon of a higher rank appears? I need to pump up, he thought. Hyun-woo accidentally said this out loud, and the beautiful So-yeon thought that he was talking about preparing for the auction. Hyun-woo smiled in confusion. He was in the clouds again, little. So-yeon noticed and laughed. 3 days passed quickly, and they arrived at the trading floor where the sound of a hammer was heard. The guys, except for the hermit, dressed up, and little So-yeon came in a chic open dress so that everyone could appreciate the girl's beautiful figure. Young-woo burned the evidence and said goodbye to his past life in his office. The director personally went to the Peugeot Guild to meet with their leader, but there was still no news from him, which could only mean one thing, Young-woo realized. It's time to run away and cover your tracks. The director won't be coming back. He prepared for this eventuality. As he understood that their former enemies in China were very dangerous, Chong-woo collected enough money with him. He is the boss's right hand, which means he is important as a witness and will not be touched, he thought, when suddenly he stopped feeling his hand. He raised it to his face to look, but saw only the hand being separated from the body. Young-woo fell to his knees, splattering the office with blood and writhing in pain. The killer mocked him. He could have killed him already, but he enjoyed mocking his victim. The order of cosplayers, Young-woo whispered, and the killer laughed. The small fry knew about them. The order of cosplayers under the main office came for Young-woo. He didn't have time to leave. Why is the order here? He asked a stupid and desperate question. The killer chuckled and pointed out to the victim that he himself should understand this perfectly well. Chan-woo really wanted to live, and he crawled pitifully towards the exit. By causing fountains of blood, the killer ended his target's torment. All traitors will die, he added. His partner entered the office. He blocked the escape routes in case of unforeseen circumstances. Already finished, he asked his comrade in the cloak and dagger business. As if anyone could detain them, the partner answered boastfully. Their second target remained in the Forbidden City Palace, and they could not yet know whether Hyuk Seong was alive or not. Shouldn't we deal with that man? The killer asked his comrade. But he replied that 4 costume designers from the Order had already been sent after him. The hunter was surprised by 4 of them at once, but the target could also stop the catastrophe on his own. The braggart continued to wag his tongue and boast that their boss would definitely defeat the arrogant one. But his comrade told him to shut up. You shouldn't openly discuss classified information. Even walls have ears, he reminded the braggart. He stopped short, spreading his arms guiltily. In any case, they were done with business in this place. The auction attracted quite a crowd, and the host announced its start. Kwan Song asked the hermit if he would really go to the Red Quarter in tracksuits, but Hyun-woo only sighed. Shiken also did not understand the hermit's choice of clothing, but he was perplexed. With clothes, it was always better than without them. What difference did it make? Hyun-woo answered, and Shu-kyung agreed. Even the media had already perceived their friend's appearance as ordinary. The beauty. So-yeon looked at the list of lots with disappointment. There was not a single item of level S+. Still, they are rare, Shurken replied, and Hyunwoo thought he had seen this rank somewhere, and he felt the object in his pocket, the stone of the essence of the demoness Loli. Some of the information was hidden, and the hermit also did not know how to use it. He received it at an award ceremony for his exploits. The item had a high rank, but did not provide modifications or skills. It could not even be sold at a high price, the hermit thought. This made him want to know more about the item. But for now he returned to the bidding and lots. But everything was boring. Nothing worthwhile was sold here, and who would sell a good item anyway? Hyunwoo scanned the objects with his information skill with bored eyes. The next lot is Oslin's spear, he read in a long, semi-legendary text. Tired of the restrictions on information, he went out for some fresh air and waved to his friends one last time. The mad hermit walked out into the parking lot and breathed in the cool night air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a quick movement. A civilian had just died. The hermit turned around sharply to understand who was so brave that he decided to attack him. He took a step and dodged the swift killers who suddenly attacked. The hand blocked Wolverine's claws, those damn cosplayers again, Hyunwoo thought. But this time the cosplay turned out well. The killer's blow threw the mad hermit back. Another troupe of wandering costume designers, the mad hermit thought wearily. The dummies stood in a picturesque pose and not at all original. They could have at least made a birch tree. The hermit was indignant. The costume order presented its quartet. They continued to chat instead of doing what they came for. One even began to read a prepared speech, but the hermit quickly interrupted him. He couldn't bear to listen to these lousy speeches, he said, and he threw a stone right into the eye of the pseudo-Wolverine. For his efforts he got 5. But overall it was still 2, said the teacher of politeness. The dummies paid off one by one, and the crazy hermit prepared a second stone. He grinned devilishly. They say that the hermit always runs away from the battlefield. Now he will show that this is not so. The performance was a failure, the actor was drunk, the quartet lost heart and were horrified. Boris Mart listened to the report. Heek-sun Woo has not been eliminated yet, but that's for now. They have no right to make a mistake, he told his subordinate. And that guy, he asked about the crazy hermit and they told him that the battle had already begun. A hand in rings raised a glass of wine, no matter whether his people could handle it or not. Boris asked his subordinate if he doubted the abilities of the order. He demanded to list those who were sent, 4th, 7th, 9th, 10th. The employee of the order named the numbers. So everything has already been decided, he told his surprised subordinate. Boris Mart didn't think his people would win. He was just experimenting to see if his opponent would be able to read the status. Kill the enemy, start looting. The ancient rule from the tower came to mind. He looked closely at the Wolverine claws at his feet. Not bad work, the hermit thought. Real ones should stick out from the body. Hyunwoo called up the status window to evaluate the purchase. The mad hermit was very surprised when he looked at the details. Boriska drank expensive wine. He wondered if his enemy would understand this joke. The underground atrium was left without light again, and a man sat at a huge round table. A crimson aura of darkness surrounded him, as if he had bathed in potassium permanganate. How did it all go? He asked his interlocutor in a monastic robe. The chief has already detained 2 illegals, the filthy thugs. They don't give you any peace at all, the monk answered him. The 5th-class electrician and lowly demoness were going up to the 9th floor, the servant monk reported. The Lord clapped his hands in delight. He knew these guys, they were not weaklings. He thought that on the 9th floor, the borders were weak, and it would be easy for illegal tourists to pass through. Who is next? He asked the monk's servant, and he replied that everything had not yet been decided. An unexpected obstacle appeared. The Lord of Manganese rejoiced. The taste of anticipation is sweet, he said. What was in the bag? Asked his driver Shurken when they were driving home. The hermit answered, he found it. This crazy hermit was found in the middle of a mountain of corpses, said the cautious Shurken. Fortunately, the cameras recorded everything. Managed to find out who it was, asked him Shurken, and received the answer that the person being interrogated died after the first question to the head. Hyunwoo asked what kind of cameras were used to film everything from good angles, and learned that this was the special magic of the stream. But do they tear off heads during interrogations? Asked the cautious Shurken. The hermit guiltily slid down, saying that his hand had simply slipped. He just slapped them, the cautious Shurken noted to the crazy hermit. He really just slapped them away, swatted them like flies. But he managed to experiment a little, Hyunwoo recalled. In any case, they hid their faces with magic, Hyunwoo replied while Shurkyung went to get some souvenirs. The mad hermit pricked up his ears and asked who it was, but the cautious Shurken simply dodged the question. Hyun-woo remembered his souvenirs in the big bag. He shook the goods right onto the floor to get a better look and rummage. Luckily, he now has the scanning skill for items. Replica 123, that's how all the artifacts were signed, each one of a fairly high level. The hermit wondered what the replica in the artifact's name meant as he studied them. The hunter wondered whether the artifacts were artificially created, but he could not find out more. Hyun-woo went into his memories, activating Sherlock's abilities. Yesterday's costume designers knew exactly where and when he would appear. They work for Aries, or someone hired them from the outside, the hermit thought. Having forgotten about the artifacts, which he would sell anyway, he switched to the costume troupe's customer. Who paid for their tour? He asked. It seems that the slippery bastard Hook Seong-woo has not learned anything at all, and for the third time he stepped on the same rake. The hermit sighed wearily. Now he couldn't get away with it so easily, Hyun-woo decided, and knocked on the door of the guild's main office. Where is the director? He asked a guild employee who was passing by. The boss is on a business trip. They quickly answered the crazy hermit before he asked again. But this was already clear, and Hyun-woo politely asked to indicate the exact location of the business trip. The office worker fell to his knees, babbling that he knew nothing. But the mad hermit squatted down and asked, or rather, learned that Hook-sun was in China, in the Forbidden City. Guild Pizhou heard a familiar name, Crazy Hermit. In the evening, he hung out in the living room of the cautious Shuken and watched TV. He asked his friend what he knew about the Pizhou Guild. Shuken replied that in general terms, not much. They say they recently captured all of China, Shuken said, and Hyun-woo was surprised. Just recently they only had half. Usually it's quite difficult. Paperwork, contracts, but not in China. It's the law of the jungle, Hyun-woo concluded. But it wasn't always like that, Shuk-hyung added. Once upon a time, all the dungeons belonged to the state, and it was much more difficult to hand them over, Shuken continued. Everything changed recently. The head of the guild, Pizhou, pushed through the necessary law and began the takeover. It turns out he is very influential, Hyun-woo concluded. The mad hermit was lost in memories of when he was still in the tower. The hermit wondered if he had spoken to his student about something similar. He played the role of a crazy hermit teacher, and he himself was guilty of cosplay, but his performance was real. The girl argued with him and bickered without taking her red eyes off him. He hit her on the head with the edge of his palm. You don't argue with teachers, especially with crazy ones. As a teacher, he demanded 3 bows as a matter of course, but the girl refused. He carried out severe tests for her on the verge of life and death. She would never die, he promised tenderly. He would never let his dear student die, he reassured the little girl. The main thing is that she doesn't get offended by him, the mad hermit asked, and pushed her into the abyss with the monsters. The girl passed all the initiations and reached the 100th floor. There was nothing more to teach her, and the hermit sent her away. The brat denied it, but the truth is that she has grown since then and become stronger. No one would push her around anymore. The crazy teacher gently stroked her head. The little one burst into tears from the excess of overwhelming feelings. Everything under the sky, he told her at last. No one can be higher than her except the crazy teacher, said the hermit, firmly getting into the role. The girl listened attentively to everything. As if to a mad teacher, his will is the law. She said something in the same crazy spirit at the end. Hyun-woo vaguely remembered what exactly. At that time, the hermit was too lazy to listen, but who knew what it would lead to? They say Peijo has a whole empire, but Shuken didn't know anything else. He wasn't very interested in it. Hyun-woo contentedly ruffled his friend's hair. It's time for a business trip, the mad hermit told his friend. To China, Hyun-woo added. Or rather, to the Forbidden City, the site of the main palace, the Peijo Guild. The empress lay peacefully on silk sheets and thought about her teacher. She remembered what she had said to him last before leaving the tower. The one who was used to solving everything with money faced many difficulties in the tower, and only the teacher was able to save her. Her father was too protective of her, and the girl grew up like a spoiled doll. But the crazy teacher showed what the true path is. Unlike his soft-hearted father, he didn't care about the brat, but accepted her as an equal. He taught her how to live according to the rules he himself followed, and pulled her out of the shackles of weakness and laziness. The cruel empress remembered her teacher with tenderness, hugging her knees. Now the whole empire was at her feet, and she could bring him here. The girl went to the window, breathing in the cool air. She dreamed just a little, her delicate cheeks glowing with a blush. 2 dummies from the Order of Costume Designer numbers had just received an order for Hyun-woo. Their predecessors of higher rank were already feeding the worms. Don't be scared, he's scared himself, the 5th one told the 8th one. There's definitely a way out. As long as Hook Seong-woo is not killed, they can stay in Beijing and not rush into another suicide mission. The costume designers rejoiced. Why them? The eighth wondered, when their target has no weaknesses. The fifth one also did not understand why it was time for the first numbers of costume designers to go on such a mission. Their target killed four, with powerful artifacts and higher rank. Direct contact should be avoided, the fifth said, as the ground suddenly shook. The fifth, as the eldest and leader, was the first to react to the new threat. But the powerful attack threw the costume designer aside like a rag. He didn't have time to do anything. The younger one, having snatched up his weapon, tried to counterattack the unknown enemies, but in vain. He was being suppressed by pure force. Unknown people in white uniforms and skull masks on their faces. They were the ones who killed young Wu, the masked man asked them as he cut the killer's knives. The eighth one jumped back to save himself by flight. The enemy was too strong. But he was immediately surrounded by dozens of blades. The dogs of the Empire knew their business. The hapless dummy was slammed face down into the floor. Just don't whine, the leader of the Empress's hounds told him. They dared to eliminate the one who was supposed to be Her Highness. Now we will have to drag two blockheads to the Empress, said the skull. The dummy powerlessly ate the earth, unable to utter anything. The faithful slave finished drawing the teleportation magic circle, as usual, a laborious process. Hyun Woo was not eager to deal with this matter, and little So Yeon suggested not to go. But everyone has a dark past that they don't want to talk about, thought the mad hermit. He became an orphan at an early age and worked hard to survive until the tower called him. Before, he had no time for theatrical teenage nonsense. But in the tower, time is endless. Everything would be fine, but the past came to the surface. He must take Hook Seong-woo and leave quietly, the hermit thought. He was going to another country, little, So Yeon warned. The girl was worried that the crazy hermit had done something wrong, but he simply waved her off as usual and was gone. The beauty was worried about her friend. A vague feeling of anxiety suddenly washed over her. Free Slave almost gave up her spirit from another overtime. Sweet. So Yeon came closer to ask her something. Hyun-woo stepped into the teleporter and was immediately transported to China. There wouldn't be any problems, he thought. But there were already problems. As soon as he appeared at the gates of the Forbidden City, the hermit was stunned. The palace was decorated in the style of a mad hermit. The gates were adorned with the inscription, "Everything under the sky," and his phrases. A total failure, he greatly underestimated the scale of the insane problems. The dogs of the Empress's regime appeared here as if noticing the uninvited guest. The guard's hand roughly touched the mad hermit while he was thinking what to do with what he saw. He jumped up to get into the territory of the Forbidden City. Small fry did not bother him. First, he will kill the slippery slug that has already attempted to kill him 3 times. The mad hermit did not waste time on trifles and immediately used the power of the absurd. He decided to finish this quickly. The blow blew apart the main gate and the damn inscription above it that he had once read from novels about the Qin Emperor. The Empress's faithful dogs raised the alarm and surrounded the invader. Each one has a copy of the mad hermit's mask on their face, and even his technique. The henchmen attacked him persistently, but Hyun-woo easily dodged them. The mad hermit noticed something in their strange movements. The faithful dogs used real martial arts, just like the ones he taught the little brat. The little pest comes out and has trained its people, the crazy hermit realized. The hermit froze in place, getting into the role of a martial arts master. The power of the absurd filled him. The intruder simply disappeared before the eyes of the servants. "This is how you use this technique," he said, appearing right in front of the guards. With one fell swoop, the mad hermit threw everyone aside, clearing a path for himself. "I hope no one died from this." Hyun-woo dusted himself off. "Teacher?" he heard with a breath, a familiar, gentle voice. Now a mature girl was looking at him with wide-open ruby eyes. She would recognize him anywhere, the power of movement, the technique. Her heart beat faster. But what was more important to the hermit was the look with which she looked at him. My crazy teacher, she thought. The student, the hermit thought. After so many years, they met again. The mad hermit stood silently. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other," he sighed, accepting the inevitable. Ruby eyes burned into him with a gaze from under long eyelashes. She has come such a long way to give the master everything he desires. She gathered a guild, changed the laws, trained people. The girl went to the mad hermit. No matter what names they called her, no matter how tough she had to become, it was all for the master only. At a step's distance, she dropped to one knee and greeted him like a mad student. The girl counted down all the days and months of their long 3-year separation. And now, the head of the Peugeot Guild, the Dragon Empress who ranked 5th in the world, could finally bow to her master. Hyun-woo looked at the emperor's insanely luxurious golden throne and couldn't believe what he saw. A throne for the master, said the crazy disciple. A throne for the master, golden, Hyun-woo drooled. Don't you really like the throne? Asked the crazy student. She played her trump cards and knew how to touch the master's heart. Then she executes those who did it. To the horror of the hermit, she cut off the brat. Hyun-woo immediately interrupted her before someone actually got their head chopped off like in ancient times. He sat on an insanely expensive, gold-trimmed imperial throne. So stop! How did he end up here? The crazy hermit stopped short, imperceptibly succumbing to the mood. He usually doesn't fall for this, but the girl is really good. The mad hermit found himself completely disarmed under such genuine pressure. Hyun-woo couldn't understand why she treated him like that, even though he taught her martial arts. But all the training was needed to comprehend the power of the absurd, which is why he did not look for it after leaving the tower. A disciple, said the hermit, sitting in the imperial throne, and she immediately knelt down. No, nothing, said Hyun-woo, and the crazy student happily wagged her tail and replied, yes, master. Damn it! Hyun-woo panicked about what to do with her, since she was so kind to him despite the fact that he had pestered her several times. The hermit sighed and used the information skill on the girl. Always faithful, he read in the characteristics. Definitely abnormal, the hermit thought excitedly. Hyun-woo turned to her again, and the girl shone brighter than the throne. Hook Seung-woo was brought in at the hermit's request and thrown onto the cold floor of the palace. The prisoner didn't look very good, the mad emperor Hyun-woo noticed. He dared to hint at an attempt on the master's life, the student responded, and Hyun-woo gently praised the candidate for concubine. The hermit woke up the slippery director of the Slipper of Fate. The crazy Hook Song was soaring in spirit upon seeing a familiar face and seemed to forget about his hatred. How are you feeling? Is the sanatorium good? Asked the hermit, recalling Hook Seung-woo, his bunker with a health resort. He clung to his seat like a tick, begging to be saved from the crazy student and taken away from this place. Pathetic worm, the concubine candidate thought, as she released a bloody aura. The mad hermit turned to look at the innocent maiden. You will live if you answer all the questions, promised the mad emperor. The slug could not believe his luck. Oh yes, you will certainly live, said the mad emperor, thinking about how many thrills there are. In an underground bunker on the outskirts of New York, a meeting was taking place. Boris Mart gave the task to a trio of numbers from the highest echelon of the Order of Costume Designers. This time the work is difficult, the Lord of the Rings told them. Do it quickly, and you will be provided with an SST Plus level artifact. The numbers were excited by these words. They didn't even suspect that an artifact of such a level could exist. Such an item increases the characteristics by 2 levels at once. Something unimaginable amazed the costume designers. Do they think that the Lord of the Rings might be lying? Boris asked. The existence of such an artifact has not yet been made public, but soon, said Mart, looking at his hand. The friends were sitting in the office of the Kwon-so Guild. Shuken asked them when they were going to the labyrinth again. Kwon-so, who never received a gift from the hermit, doubted that he would find anything useful this time. Shu-kyung agreed with him. What's the rush? Asked the beauty in a business suit. So-yeon, if Shuken hasn't sold the artifacts from the last trip yet. The ever-cautious Shuriken replied that he already felt a dire need to increase his stats. Kwon. So waved it off. They were too busy with guild affairs, so they hadn't grown for a long time. The shadow of the mad hermit loomed over him, and he stopped short, having somehow moved too far away from them. Compared to Hyun-woo, the always cautious Shuriken admitted, and did not finish, everything was clear without words. Even the beauty. So-yeon sadly lowered her blue eyes. So, they were sent by the Aries Guild, Hyun-woo asked, looking at the 2 half-dead idiots with numbers on their faces. They are still alive, at least asked the hermit, and his crazy candidate for concubine nodded affirmatively. Hook Seung-woo finally went mad and fell at the foot of the mad emperor, begging for his life. The emperor asked if there was a prison here, and the student replied that there was a suitable dungeon with rats. They wouldn't kill you, but they would bite you until you lost consciousness. The one who remains inside will experience hellish torment, writhing from endless streams of pain, reported the crazy student with a sweet face. 30 days later, the emperor passed a sentence on the great horror, the slug Hook Seung-woo. He babbled weakly, but the magic ballet shoes pressed her head to the stone floor. I obey the master, the cruel beauty answered. A ring fell out of the pocket of the numbered costume designer. What a delight, Hyun-woo thought. He picked it up and activated the information skill. My precious flashed on the edge of his consciousness. But Hyun-woo came to his senses. The ring was also called replica. And in addition, Aries' people were standing in his way again, and the mad emperor became angry. At this point, he finished his business and said that he was leaving, and the crazy student perked up. "The master is leaving," she asked the mad emperor, but he only waved her off. "But isn't the master going to take me under his control?" asked the clever student. "Let's talk later." The mad emperor remained cold. But he reassured his devoted student that he must first deal with the Aries guild and only then return to this conversation. The mad hermit abandoned his devoted concubine candidate. The girl moved her finger and two servants appeared before her. "You will see the members of the Aries guild," she said. "They will all be slaughtered like pigs." Hyunwoo brought the ring to the pawn shop, to the appraiser, and the android reported that the ring was not a simple one but a fake. The mad hermit was surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Artifacts are created at the bottom of the labyrinth, from objects, and are fed by legends that determine their characteristics and skills, the android said. "Objects for artifacts are removed from the existence of floors," the virtual girl answered vaguely. "Illegals have to climb the entire tower to do things like that," she added, which puzzled Hyunwoo even more. "The ring is just a high-quality copy without its own history, a replica," the android answered him. "Perhaps even created by an illegal jeweler," the mad Sherlock heard. The case was becoming more and more complicated. The white-haired android had gotten smarter and had made a good guess about the two illegals earlier, Hyunwoo recalled. "However, it is worth teaching this machine to clean up after itself. Otherwise, it will cause such a mess, the brainless neural network," the hermit said to the android. But the white-haired product of the gloomy genius merely waved it off, which greatly angered the hermit. He clicked the button and everything became clean. The girl was even happy at first. "But then, I discovered that the console was missing. I'll take it until the next visit." The hermit nailed a lump of ill-mannered microcircuits. Judging by her pitiful cries and promises to keep the virtual house clean, he chose an excellent punishment. The neural network went crazy, showing all kinds of remorse and pity on its cute interface. Late at night, the killer sneaked into the Forbidden City. He noticed a hole in the roof that was left during the day after Hook Sung-woo appeared and dove into it. Like a real ninja, he entered the main palace. The third-numbered costume designer was given the task of rescuing two of the juniors of the order and killing the traitor Hyuk Sung-woo. "It seems that rats have appeared in the palace," the killer heard a predatory female voice. "Aries Guild slugs," asked the mad empress herself. He jumped away like a hunted mouse that didn't even smell the cat. "Try not to die right away, little mouse," said the empress. "Then she will at least splash out a little of her anger." At that moment, the unlucky ninja cosplayer realized that he had definitely gone to hell. There were more holes in the palace, but it was no problem. The servants would fix everything tomorrow, the mad empress thought with satisfaction. Hyunwoo returned to the world. He had to calm down the upset neural network because he did not know that the save was being deleted from the console. "Suddenly, I discovered that I had guests, although I hadn't invited anyone for tea. The guests were lounging in the living room and they didn't even take off their slippers. As if it wasn't enough that they showed up without an invitation," the hermit thought. But more importantly, whether Shuken was okay, the hermit looked around. Hyunwoo remembered that his friend said that he would return from a date in the morning, which means he is not home, the crazy hermit realized. The #1 costume designer, Hyunwoo smugly reassured that there were no guests at home except for them. The mad hermit smiled maliciously at the guests. Now he could turn around to his full potential. He asked the blockheads why they had come if he himself was going to visit them. The guy in the tracksuit was pushed back by a strong attack and flew out of the window with a sharp sound of broken glass. The cosplayers chased the crazy hermit right through the air, and they had plenty of preparation to do. Their artifacts also looked strong. The Patlak attacked with an ice spear. The costume designer threw the spear at Hyunwoo with a powerful throw. But the mad hermit caught the heavy weapon with ease. Beat the enemy with his own weapon, he remembered his rule, invented in the tower. But instead, the hand clenched empty space, as if the heavy spear had disappeared. The mad hermit was attacked again and thrown to the ground, and the spear miraculously ended up in the hands of the costume designer. Hyunwoo used his information skill to figure out what kind of tricks the uninvited guests were doing. Spear of Return. SST plus rank, highlighted blue status. In the name, as in other items of unlucky theatergoers, was listed Replica. The magic of accounting attacked the mad hermit, and his entire visual field was covered with tax reports. Tax returns, financial statements, mortgage payments covered him in a thick cocoon. A top-ranking accountant magician appeared before him with debt books in his hands. The report sheets were aimed squarely at the homeless hermit who was dumping all the work on his slaves. "He hands out salaries in envelopes," said Hyunwoo, the costume designer, but the hermit waved it off. "You can't catch him on that. He doesn't pay the slaves at all." will definitely get you for tax evasion, the costume designer financial analyst with a spear told him. There was still a difference in speed. This doublet performed better than the previous blockheads. However, the Mad Hermit is still faster than the efforts of the tax audit cosplayers. But as soon as he took a proper swing, accounting reports flew into the fray. The Hermit dodged easily and wondered what would happen next. As soon as he froze, the homeless Hermit was pinned down by a strong blow from a financial analyst. Clouds of dust rose up and severely obscured the Hermit's view. The costume designer suddenly attacked with his spear at the ready, through the curtain of dust. The powerful spear tested the durability of the S-rank, the Mad Hermit. And when he tried to counterattack, he was hampered by the accountant's tax returns. A rather angry, shaggy hermit crawled out from under the rubble like a bear from its den. The battle had already lasted longer than a couple of hits, so Hyunwoo decided to try something. "Don't move, guys, until I press something," the Mad Hermit told them, and disappeared from sight. "Oma and va shindaru," he said in an anime voice to the long-haired cosplayer. He didn't even have time to tell Nani before he was hit with a heavy blow from Hyunwoo. But even after the shady step, the financial audit cosplayer did not lose his presence of mind. Two translucent sheets protected him from the blows of the Mad Hermit. Hyunwoo was putting on a show, but he himself was not in the best shape after the jump. His mana channels were tangled. While Hyunwoo was distracted by the accountant, an analyst with a financial poker snuck up from behind. As soon as he dodged the attack, the tax reports added, these costumers really were annoying the Hermit. The accountant threw arrows of mana, and the cosplayer held the analyst with a spear so that the Hermit could not dodge them. He figured out the tactics of the killers. These blockheads knew their business and attacked the Hermit in a coordinated manner. Hyunwoo's shadow step had not yet been completed, and the analyst killer was already approaching, but to his surprise, the target remained calm. The Mad Hermit held himself suspiciously relaxed and open, as if luring him into a trap. Since he was standing still, he simply had to attack, the financial analyst decided, and an explosion thundered from the blow. The cloud of dust rose even more than before. The cosplayer got in his own way, and now he wondered whether he had hit the target or not. Suddenly, I felt the strong male hands of a Mad Hermit on me. The homeless Hermit caught him and put on a grin. Now there will be a different conversation with the tax authorities. He used his S++ rank durability and let the enemy get closer to catch him. And this time, I was able to give the cosplayer a good slap on the back of the neck. "Time for an escort ride," the Mad Hermit told the cosplayer and grabbed him by the skull. Shiken looked around his destroyed apartment. This is a party, he thought, and he wasn't invited. The homeless Hermit consoled his now homeless friend, but he was not very calmed down. What a snake pit they've created in the bachelor apartment, and little So-yeon came to support them. But at least, Shirkin had settled in well. She finished off her inconsolable friend who was sitting on the sofa. "The association will cover all the losses and there were no accidents," Shiken replied to her. The girl actually noticed this and took out her phone to show him a video of the battle, in which a crazy hermit grabbed a long-haired cosplayer by the mane, and with one powerful jump he dragged it across the entire building. They flew up to the rooftop on the Hermit's Galactic Express, and it immediately became clear who had destroyed the apartments of the inconsolable Shiken. Even the beauty. So-yeon felt sympathy for her friend. It was good that the Hermit didn't live with him, she thought. "And why did he take in a homeless person?" asked little So-yeon. But Shikyung himself found it difficult to answer. "The eternally homeless man uses it," complained Shiken, driver, dishwasher, personal agent. After that time, Shirken's phone was constantly ringing off the hook with journalists. He complained to his beautiful friend. It hadn't even been a month since he changed his number. Shirken cried inconsolably, while the homeless Hermit gathered all his belongings, putting his toothbrush in his pocket. The inconsolable Shikyung asked the Hermit where his conscience was, and caught something shiny that Hyunwoo threw to him. "Cheer up for now." He threw a bone to his faithful dog and headed to the office of little So-yeon's guild. Inconsolable, Shiken looked at the piece of metal in his hands, and immediately felt the incredible power of the ring to rule everyone. "Woof!" The always cautious and faithful Shiken shouted loudly at the Hermit's back. "It's good that there are useful slaves," the Mad Hermit noted to himself once again. The cosplayer quickly revealed the name of the theater owner. As soon as he was taken for a ride on the train, Boris Mart named the name. Guildmaster Aries was hiding in a distant underground bunker, but with teleportation magic, that wouldn't be a problem, Hyunwoo thought. The diligent slave reported the completion of the circle, although earlier she had been organizing a useless performance. Hyunwoo worriedly asked the talking weapon if she was okay, otherwise it would be a shame to lose her. She nodded weakly. Then let's begin, the crazy hermit decided. But before that, he remembered. He threw the phone to the girl so that she barely caught it with her tired hands. Give it to So-yeon, said the homeless emperor. Let her keep it, he added. The girl with insomnia syndrome even beamed upon receiving such an easy assignment. Hyun-woo jumped into the warp portal. The slave girl perked up as soon as he left. The homeless hermit noticed. He found himself in a dark, deaf basement with no windows or doors. What a strange place this is, the homeless hermit asked himself. It was not as if the slave had betrayed him and sent him to a place from which it was impossible to escape. A polite man emerged from the shadows and greeted the hermit. Boris Mart recognized the director of the theater, a crazy hermit. As Hyun-woo confirmed, I watched so many performances with his actors, said the crazy hermit. The main performance will only begin now, the director of the traveling theater informed him. They were well prepared, the Lord of the Rings told the ninth floor border guard. Gathering information didn't work, which meant that the one in front of him was none other than an illegal, the hermit realized. Excellent, said the homeless border guard. Two birds with one stone. We'll close the theater and eliminate the illegal immigrant. This place itself is a trap, said the Lord of the Rings. They changed the coordinates so that the hermit would fall into it. How nice of the villains to give away the base, said the border guard, and began to detain the illegal immigrant. The blow exploded in a bright, blinding flash. The hermit did not mince words. But instead of hitting the target, the hand hit the magic barrier. Hyun-woo was surprised. This barrier is no match for his low-grade magic, the illegal told the hermit. The shockwave threw back the crazy border guard. The illegal immigrant turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Hyun-woo braked, leaving two deep furrows in the ground. The hermit noticed movement above him and looked up. Dozens of weapons of various types hung menacingly over him. The illegal immigrant spoke in a theatrical voice and decided to introduce himself again. The cosplayer Magneto gave a long, pompous speech, which Hyun-woo ignored, and introduced himself as a replicant. With a wave of his hand, the illegal artifact counterfeiter controlled the guns, attacking the mad border guard. Hyun-woo had to jump like a boar to dodge the constant attacks from above. The mad hermit used shadow step and dodged the powerful blow. The hermit realized that such a strong barrier as that of an illegal replicant could not be broken through with a normal attack. Since the drinking was going on like this, Hyun-woo decided it was time to play his trump card and activated the absurd power of the mana circle. The hermit decided that he needed to use the divine long-arm attack to stall for time. The illegal alien hunter got closer to the target. Whether the theater director could withstand this divinely absurd kick with a slipper, Hyun-woo shouted words of power. For a second, he managed to break through the Magneto's magical barrier. Noticing the effect, Hyun-woo stretched out into a split for a second kick. But suddenly the kick lost all its absurd power, and the glow of the red aura weakened. Boris Magnetovich grabbed the hermit by the leg. How much mana for one blow? He praised Hyun-woo's futile efforts. The Lord of the Rings himself swung to strike, clenching his fist with the rings. A blow of unprecedented force broke through the resistance of the mad hermit. The fighters returned to their original positions at the start of the battle. The homeless border guard could collect more mana, but it immediately dissipated. Mana freeze, the villain politely explained. The effect affects the entire room. The illegal counterfeiter was well prepared for his meeting with the border guard on the 9th floor. As Hyun-woo battled the final costume duo, the illegal was watching him closely. Most of the mad hermit's attacks rely on his mana. What a talkative man he is, interrupted the cosplayer Magneto. A crazy hermit. Boriska continued to boast. Wasn't his opponent deprived of his absurd attacks now? Hyun-woo smiled back. Weren't they in the same situation now? Of course you are right, agreed the Lord of the Rings and waved his hand. The illegal counterfeiter replicant could still control his counterfeits. Hyun-woo was having a hard time dodging the illegal's attacks. Even Shadow Step didn't work anymore. He took a direct hit from a heavy shell. Even for his resilience, it was too much. It's no use hoping for fortitude, Boris Magnetovich gloated over the hermit. Having shed the first blood, all the fakes exceeded the S+ rank. The room had no visible exit, and therefore the path lay only through victory, the hermit reasoned. The illegal counterfeiter prepared to attack and raise the barrier. Where is it? Hyun-woo searched with his eyes, scanning every item of the illegal. What causes mana freezing? The gaze fell on the staff in Magnetovich's hands. There it is. Hyun-woo has gotten close to the theater director. The barrier is strong, but not enough to contain his pure power. The mad hermit dodged the counterattacks of heavy shells. He flew up to the ceiling and pushed off again, changing his trajectory. The mad hermit somersaulted in the air. He remembered the special technique from the manga he read this morning. Even though he didn't have mana, it could work. A holy motivational kick in the ass. The hermit shouted words of power. The blow hit with full force. Hunwoo felt it perfectly. But Boris Magnetovich easily blocked the combat techniques with his shells. Oh, thought the mad hermit and clenched his teeth even tighter. At the last second, he parried the blow of the iron rod with the back of his fist. Magnetovich's swing whirled the mad hermit around as if in a dance. With cat-like agility, the border guard landed on all fours. The barrier was broken for the second time, this time without mana. The illegal counterfeiter was surprised. The performance was a great success. Now, the theater director can also perform, the illegal said. The peculiarity of this sword of the Claudinets, the forger of relics stated, is that it adopts the abilities of other weapons. There is an ancient myth about a hero who fought with the power of friendship and love. The theater director continued to perform. The Jedi sword in the hands of the gloating director began to glow with the welding arc. This is what a proper build is, said the relic forger, throwing 100 buffs onto the blade. With this, he went on the offensive, face to face with the unarmed hermit. Hyunwoo saw the movements out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't have time to dodge. The blade's sting pierced his skin. Without mana, the hermit could do little, but Boris Magnetovich did not give in. Blow followed blow. The mad hermit could hardly keep up. The satisfied counterfeiter swung his chain mace. The spiky stuff hit, and other sharp objects followed suit, obeying Magnetovich's power. And finally, the theater-goer took out another sword, the only original among his fakes. The berserker's sword, with the inferiority complex debuff, he snatched the steel rail of the train. Hyunwoo looked at the illegal Guts cosplay with a doomed expression. That's all. The illegal director concluded his presentation. But the mad hermit was still standing on his own 2 feet, although covered in wounds. The guard did not give up, let me ask, he said to the illegal counterfeiter. Since the guard looks like a beaten dog, then maybe we can chat, Boris Mart agreed. Why kill the border guard? Asked the hermit. He wanted to get the illegal to talk. Ascend to the throne, the illegal replied briefly, as if it were self-evident. Throne, the border guard received new instructions in this difficult matter. What else needs to be answered? It's time to finish, the illegal director of the theater decided. Bastard with strong items, Hyunwoo said. Those lines dealt critical damage, not just scratches. Boris asked if he had gone mad before his death. But Hyunwoo replied that he also had trump cards. Mana. Boris Mart was surprised by the head-shaped glow around the hermit. No, it wasn't she, he guessed, but the hermit was already dissolving into the teleport column. A good performance, but he will return the money for the ticket later, the hermit said at last. The border guard said goodbye to the illegal counterfeiter of artifacts until we meet again. The mad hermit said to the illegal and disappeared into the warp. Hyunwoo fell into the virtual room where the android girl lived. She ran up to the hermit in horror to examine him. But the crazy border guard felt better than he looked, and by pressing a button, he changed the interior of the room. Boris Magnetovich was indignant, the only spectator in the theater, and he ran away during the intermission. The illegal could not track the coordinates of the teleport, but he needed to catch the enemy while he was wounded. The thin thread of mana that the hermit left behind caught his attention. Boriska realized that since the teleport thread was not broken, it meant that the hermit had hidden in subspace and was actually still here. The Lord of the Rings has prepared all his artifacts. The intermission will be short. When the viewer returns, the illegal will force him to watch it all the way to the end. The first floor of the educational tower was recognized in the room by the android girl. The bandaged hermit practiced a crazy kung fu style. Even though the android used first aid protocol on the hermit, the wounds were deep. The silver-haired girl regretted that there was no healing potion or artifact, only a first aid kit. An illegal smuggler of counterfeit artifacts, he can also freeze mana. The situation is lousy, the hermit thought. In 20 minutes, the cache will be locked and he will be thrown out. The mad hermit took a deep breath, he finished. The crazy kung fu training is over, he replied to the neural network girl. Training, in his state, the hermit looked carefree. The android was worried. After all, she was part of his system. Hyunwoo told the little girl that he was leaving, but she was worried that the hermit had not thought things through enough. He gently patted the neural network on the silky fiber optics on its head. This time it was different, the hermit reassured the android, who actually looked pleased. Bandaged as if he had just encountered a lawnmower, he emerged from the warp. The hermit looked refreshed after a short intermission. Perhaps he had a drink for a friend, as befits a spectator. Welcome back, Boris Magnetovich greeted him as if he were Prince Arthas. The illegal replicant was very happy to see the only spectator. But the crazy hermit immediately broke the serious atmosphere of the performance and burst out laughing. Sorry, it just blurted out. The border guard spectator justified himself. The illegal, having lost his prepared lines and sprinkled them randomly, along with heavy shells, he attacked with pathos. Hyunwoo closed his eyes. How much longer could he go on, he thought, promising graves, death? Instead of just doing it, these theatergoers were tired. He has trained countless fictional martial arts, thus gathering the power of absurdity. But there is something that is not part of them. All this related to the principles of martial arts, the concepts on which they were built, their foundations. But it is impossible to study this principle just like that. Each master guards his chutes of knowledge. However, in a short period of time in the warp room, Hyunwoo turned on the cheats, meaning he achieved enlightenment. The Mad Hermit summed up all the experience he had accumulated in martial arts, and also the spirit of the fights with the illegal electrician and the demon Loli, who used a completely opposite experience. The artifact's slashing blow was deflected by her bare hand without causing any harm. All this helped the Mad Hermit to discover the principle of grafting. He cut shoots from each master and grafted their skills onto himself. The illegal replicator was stunned. Its power stopped working on the Hermit. No way he hooked up the cheats. The fucking cheater thought he was watching the border guard reflect all the registration requests. Hyunwoo was jubilant. His new concept had already proven itself to be a success. Outwardly, nothing had changed. The wounds remained the same and the illegal theatergoers' lines still worked, Bariska wondered. The level of skill turned the Hermit into a different person, the Lord of the Rings realized. He planned to play with the wounded man before finishing him off, but he didn't hesitate, feeling threatened. Bariska rushed into a desperate attack. To hell with the script when the entire theater is on fire. Hyunwoo imitated Dr. Strange's gestures with a smug look. He thinks this is a matrix, and all blows can be blocked with one hand, the illegal director shouted. Boris delivered a piercing blow with his blade into the Hermit's chest area. An unknown force of cheating skills injured his hand, intercepting the blow. Boriska howled in pain, but Hyunwoo told him to clench his fangs tighter. Rock, paper, scissors, he used his signature Mad Hermit move. Boris was thrown back by the meaningless words of force. Right crown, left funeral, the Mad Hermit cried out and finished off the enemy. The counterfeiter was pinned to the floor as if by a steel battering ram. The Hermit swung his arm to finish off the dog so that it would not suffer, but his attack was interrupted. The heavy projectiles from the artifacts made him jump like a boar again. The Hermit bit his tongue. It was difficult to avoid everyone. It's good for you to be crushed in a mortar with vegetables, asked the wounded illegal and stood up. The cheater leveled up in the pause menu before the fight. The theater director was angry. In one fell swoop, he released the power of all the contraband artifacts. The illegal drew the berserker's sword of inferiority, its ability to absorb all the stats of other weapons, the replicant made known. How childish it is to compare who has more, the Mad Hermit noted. Now we'll see if Boris Magnetovich has decided to make the final strike. It is unlikely that his body could withstand more than one blow from the full force of his inferiority complex. Boris put everything into one blow. A heavy steel beam came down on the Mad Hermit with all its might. King Kong's penknife with its size. Even the crazy border guard was uneasy. Well, whoever has the bigger gun is the cooler, the illegal counterfeiter thought to himself. Hyunwoo absorbed the full force of the blow through his body and set up a rail of inferiority strike. Mana, Boris thought at first, but then he recognized the familiar energy. The power of vaccination, said the Mad Hermit and quickly approached the illegal. Illegal migrants will be detained, the border guard in charge shouted. Hyunwoo directed Boris's own blow at him, intensifying it with powerful words of pathos and absurdity. Fucking cheater! The illegal shouted at last and took a clean hit. Instant death tore the illegal immigrant's body into pieces. That's the end of the story. The one who cheats here is a good guy, the crazy hermit exhaled. The remains of the illegal immigrant disappeared along with the replicas of the artifacts. But the magic duffel bag did not disappear. Hyunwoo noticed the artifact. At least some loot, he thought, picking up the object from the floor. The system suggested Hermione's bag. The thing could hold 15 items. The hermit put his only real inferiority complex into a bag. For such a boss, it's a bit meager. The crazy border guard assessed the loot. It's time to go home, the homeless hermit noticed. If only he could find some clothes. He looked around, and the phone. The secret door of the dungeon opened, and the last of the wandering troupe of costume designers called for the master. And I discovered with horror that I had just become an unemployed actor. S-level luck, the hermit grinned. He rushed like a bullet to the secret gate in the illegal director's trap. A numbered cosplayer fell into the clutches of border control. "Do you have money, drugs, weapons?" asked the tired hermit, and began the search. "I need your clothes," the homeless hermit muttered, "and your phone, and your wallet, and everything else you have." 3 days later, the mad hermit held a press conference, claiming to know who attacked the homeless Shuken. As always, the crazy hermit showed up in a tracksuit. Hyun-woo said that he would be brief, say what he wanted, and leave immediately without further explanation. The uninvited guests in Shurhung's house, the hermit explained, came for him. Instead of evidence, he provided a recording fabricated by the neural network AV the day before. But who can ask from a crazy hermit? From the note, it followed that the head of the guild of the international guild Aries, Boris Mart, was behind everything. Some might think that he fabricated the recording. The hermit justified himself, but there is other evidence. Hyun-woo expressed his hope that the Aries guild would give an explanation, but secretly expected more compensation from them. 3 days later, when the homeless hermit was still visiting friends, a crowd of journalists gathered outside the house. "Where had Hyuk-sung-woo gone?" they shouted. The boss of the mafia group, the Guardian, was sitting in the living room. He told his friends the hard truth about their world. In fact, they live on the 9th floor of the Matrix, but there are others. They could hardly accept the truth, even little. So-yeon furrowed her brow, thinking about Hyun-woo's border service. "Then just forget about it," the crazy mafioso advised the beauty. She hesitated with her answer, but the hermit himself understood how incredible it sounded. This is approximately what he expected, the hermit thought, looking at the worried faces of his friends. But sooner or later, he had to tell them what else could explain the faults and the illegals. It's no wonder that the not-so-altruistic Hyun-woo was busy with the riffs, Suk-kyung noted. So it turns out that this time an illegal immigrant was detained, asked Cutie, So-yeon. The hermit didn't quite answer. The head of the guild turned out to be an illegal replicant, 2 geese in 1 salvo. The mad hermit wanted to continue the story of his military exploits, but they were interrupted by shouts from the street. They got him, the mafia boss got angry, but the cautious Shuken asked if he was in a condition to talk to people. The madman unwound the bandages, revealing his heroic abs, and told his friend that everything was fine. The mad mafia boss came out to face reporters under a hail of questions. But when the hermit came out, he saw something different from what he expected. A faithful student greets a homeless emperor as expected. "Respect to the master," the clever student formally greeted the hermit. Why did his dark past grow on his doorstep if the hermit had left him in China? He asked himself. The faces of friends who only this morning found out that their friend was Agent Smith and now also a crazy teacher. The mad empress faithfully caught every word of the master. "Who is this?" asked the hermit, pointing his finger at the black-headed ones. "The best bodyguards," answered the crazy student. "Let them go," he asked, and the bodyguards immediately disappeared. Kwon So asked his friend again if it was really the Dragon Empress from the P-Jo Guild in front of them. A cautious Shi-kyung replied that it was the nickname of the world's top 5 rankings, much to Hyun-woo's surprise. 5th in the world rankings, the hermit looked at the cute student in front of him. When he taught her, he only passed on part of the imperial techniques, the mad hermit recalled. How this meek little lamb became so strong, he wondered. The crazy student hit her forehead and asked the master for forgiveness. She apologized for not being able to follow all his instructions. After all, he told her that there could be no one higher. But the hermit immediately interrupted the student before she could blab too much. But the flow of sentimental martial arts nonsense could no longer be contained. Hyun-woo pressed the off button on the monitor. The screen was useless. "Don't make me raise my voice," he said in the voice of a mad emperor. And the student blushed. The masochist's apprentice was drooling contentedly when the cautious Shuken addressed the hermit. "Emiren," the hermit's friend said, stuttering with excitement. The mad student was covered in a bloodthirsty aura of darkness. Then Shuken even heard her voice in his head. "Don't you dare call me by the name of the teacher." "What connects them?" asked the cautious Shi-kyung, while So-yeon and Kwon So tactfully left. "Disciple," Hyun-woo replied, petting the contented cat to calm her temper. Cautious Shuken drained to the bottom of the test tube. "5th-rank disciple," he muttered. "The bastards are noisy," said the mad emperor, and the student suggested finishing them off. "Everyone under the knife," she said with a sweet face, but the homeless emperor stopped her. "What is impossible?" she asked with the expression of a cute kitten. The mafia boss smirked when he received the text message he was waiting for. "I'll be away for a while," he said to the dejected Shi-ken. "Aries's minds have been in touch," the mad mafia boss explained. They met at a cafe nearby. Hyun-woo, as usual, neglected the formality. Why not squeeze half the guild in a diner? "Let's discuss this directly." the mad mafia boss declared to the weakling in front of him. Boris's deputy came to meet him personally. He was noticeably nervous. Boriska's deputy was indignant that he had to clean up the mess they had made. In addition, the hermit showed the number 6 at the conference, which means he has a number from the order of cosplayers as a hostage and witness. Most likely, it was because of this crazy guy that the boss died, Boris's deputy thought. The guild was bursting at the seams. He was in a hurry to figure everything out and asked the hermit what he wanted. The deputy promised to process the compensation request, which would please the hermit. All the dungeons of Korea, the mafia boss declared to the astonishment of the deputy, but Hyun-woo had something to blackmail them with. The guild has a long tale of crime behind it, and a valuable witness has already turned everyone in, the crazy mafioso hinted. He guessed at random, but from the deputy's reaction, he realized that he had hit the bullseye. Racketeering was his second profession, the hermit thought. But the homeless mafioso was familiar with mercy, and he agreed to 40% of Korean lands in the hands of Aries. He grabbed us by the Fabergé so tightly, Boriska's deputy was horrified. Pleased with his business, the mad mafioso leader left the dive bar, his empire slowly growing. The mad student did not weaken her zeal despite the fact that they were far from the empire. I told you to remove the extras, the homeless emperor reminded, and they disappeared. Her hand reached forward as if the girl wanted to touch the master while he was grumbling. He turned around and asked her what she was doing, but the crazy student just wagged her tail. She looked at the pathetic slug in the diner and remembered his face, to one day bring it to his mad master. The girl turned her back, watching the crazy teacher go. In her hand she was clutching a small device of unknown purpose. All dogs gather, ordered the main candidate for the emperor's concubine. Boriska's deputy begged for mercy. Help. The hooligans are depriving me of my sight, he shouted. Black shadows were thrown at the concrete wall of the parking lot. The senior dog of the Empress's personal guard said nothing special. The deputy recognized them as soldiers of the Peugeot Guild. The deputy shouted pathetic excuses for his innocence, but to the Empress's dogs, his only fault was that Aries existed. The dogs tore out the deputy's fingernails on his left hand so that he would better remember their words. Dare to anger the master again, and they will definitely return, the men in skull masks told him. It's cold. The neural network with extended functionality complained. Last time Hyun-woo never changed the interior before leaving. But the girl could have called him, the mad hermit asked guiltily. After he used the stash, he was unavailable for 5 days, the android Av explained. Hyun-woo nodded, eager to know what could be improved this time, and asked the android. The girl happily announced that an update had been delivered to the system. As the mad hermit remembered that function of psychoanalysis, he did not quite hear the android's answer. Each improvement requires an increase in level. Hyun-woo fell out of reality. How long does it take to work as a border guard in 3 shifts without a break? How can one reach a high level in the system if progress crawls like a turtle? The hermit lamented. But the answer was obvious. If he wanted more information, he could interrogate the illegals properly, the android told him. In addition to the usual illegals, there are those who have already climbed the tower once and then began a new ascent. But why this recursion, the android did not know. Hyun-woo realized that repeat illegal immigrants might know much more useful information. The counterfeiter replicant spoke of something similar, that there was a throne at the top of the tower, the mad hermit recalled. The words didn't mean anything by themselves, so he would have to interrogate other illegals with the same degree of partiality, the hunter thought. That's all, said the sharp, impudent Hyun-woo, but the neural network stopped him. Kasianima, Plastationum, Vernomon, the electron's muzzle started chattering. And how can one refuse such people? Asked the crazy hermit, whose cuteness meter was going off the charts. Eventually, the android quickly learned to be nice and hack into the leather bags, he concluded. The friends met at a construction site where a huge mansion was being built. A modest dwelling for a mentor, the clever student reported, knowing the weak points of the homeless hermit. Modest? Hyun-woo was horrified as Shukyung Googled the place online. This land was allocated for a new city, he read from the news, and was more horrified than the hermit. How much money is that? The crazy teacher asked her. He bit his lip, realizing the value of such a gift from the hands of a faithful student. What was going on? The mad hermit wondered. Why was she treating him so well, looking at the devoted student? What was she hiding, he asked himself, an ulterior motive, a secret identity? These questions haunted the hermit. Always faithful, he read in the status of a surprised student. The student turned into a crazy hermit who had lost his social skills in early childhood. Maybe she's just a pervert, the mad emperor asked bluntly. Even the always reserved Shuken shouted at the mad hermit. How can one say something like that to a child? he scolded his friend sternly. But she is small, the hermit thought. Looking at her carefully, he asked when the crazy student was getting ready to go back to China. The owner wants her to leave. The girl answered with the look of an abandoned kitten. So Hyun-woo quickly clarified that he was worried about Pei-jo's affairs. The only place where she should be is under the sky, the contented cat answered. Oh, sighed the mad hermit, and told her to just do something. The ever-cautious Shurken noticed something between these two madmen. What happened between them? The hunter asked the mad hermit. He portrayed a sweet girl who was beside herself with the opportunity to serve the teacher. But the crazy hermit ordered her to forget everything. Forgotten, Shurken agreed with him and asked when the crazy teacher would go to the USA. He reminded his friend that he had received an invitation from the International Hunters Association, and Hyun-woo was surprised. They want to put the hermit in S rank, Shuk-young explained. Hyun-woo remembered that for raiding they give money for free. And for S rank there are huge payments. Hyun-woo remembered only what brought profit. On the other hand, he is already a rich man, the mad hermit asked himself. Having a place in the world rankings is prestigious, Shurken thought wistfully. Then it's worth going there, the crazy hermit agreed. A few days later, the three arrived at the World Association building. Hyun-woo was amazed by the size of the park around. The Mad Emperor's ardent disciple suggested building one in his mansion, but Hyun-woo talked her out of it. Shiken greeted the man who greeted them. The man with the monocle was named Liam, and he immediately recognized the living legend. Shiken introduced him formally as a member of the Association's Supreme Council, Senator Liam, who suggested calling him Qui-gon. He politely shook hands with the mad hermit, exchanging pleasantries. He also extended his hand to the crazy student, recognizing her as the Dragon Empress. But the girl didn't even move. There is only one sky, she thought. But why did the senator come in person? Asked the cautious Shi-kyung, to which the cunning politician replied that he came for Kim Hyun-woo as his fan. Besides, the crazy hermit came here to find out his place in the ranking. Qui-gon volunteered to personally escort them to the testing building. He opened the modern door with his fingerprint and invited the guests inside. The place looked like a modern super laboratory. The mad hermit was surprised. The test itself is quite simple. You need to touch the purple sphere. It will do everything, explained Senator Liam. So simple, the hermit asked disappointedly, to which Liam replied that wouldn't it be great to simplify things? Well, thought the mad hermit, now we'll find out. He didn't really trust these machines, even his status was acting up with the readings. He approached the ball. The hand of the mad hermit lay on the warm neon quartz. Observers froze in anticipation of the results, not knowing what to expect. Error 404, the hermit read in the status that popped up. What the hell, he thought, looking at the blank screen. The gorgeous beauty. So-yeon wiped her wet forehead and praised her group for their good work. The monsters are especially strong this time, the tired cutie thought. But more importantly, it seemed like the monsters had become smarter, as if someone had boosted their intelligence. On the other hand, maybe she's just winding herself up, the amazing huntress dismissed. From the news, she learned that the third ranker would also be coming to the hunter's banquet, and she became worried about the crazy hermit. A few weeks ago, Shu-hyun suggested to little So-yeon that they move their raid to the labyrinth. Are you planning to follow Hyun-woo? She teased her friend, but he was surprised. Didn't she plan to do that? Not quite, the beautiful girl answered evasively. Business is over for today, she sighed with relief. Cautious Shurken held her back. He had one question left, he said sheepishly. The gorgeous beauty listened attentively to her friend. What kind of gifts do girls like? Shurken asked her, confused. The question took her completely by surprise. Shurken hadn't asked such a question in so many years. Boriska's deputy was gnawing on the remains of his nails. The value of the guild's shares had fallen, and the Lord of the Rings artifact had also dissolved. But the biggest disaster is not even angry shareholders. And that damn psycho Kim Hyun-woo, Boris's deputy, shook that table. 40%, he screamed. Someone came in, an annoyed corporate worm, turned on the director and wanted to scold the one who disturbed him. But he quickly stopped short when Geralt Mason, the consul of the World Association of Hunters, visited him at his workplace. What brought such an important guest, the corporate worm fawned? Boris Mart answered the white-haired politician. They were indeed quite close, the deputy recalled. But Geralt the Mason assured that he came to extend 2 helping hands to a man in trouble. It was all for Boris, Mason continued. What would it be like for him when he returned and the guild had fallen into disrepair? He placed his hand gently on the corporate gasket's shoulder. Just do as you're told, said Geralt Mason's eyes. The mad hermit stared blankly at the blue status screen. Again, the stupid system was messing with his brain. It couldn't be calculated, it was an error, the damn program repeated. This had never happened before, a worried Qui-Gon informed them. The cautious Shuken volunteered to test the system and found that his rank had dropped. But this meant that the ball was definitely not broken and was working properly. The problem lay in Hyun-woo's crazy anomaly. Qui-Gon was confused and did not know how to hide his awkwardness, but his sweet student calmed him down by calling him a country bumpkin. Master Great Sky, began the ardent, passionate student. Shut your mouth, quickly interrupted her crazy teacher. It seemed like he had made the whole journey in vain. The hermit was annoyed, but Qui-Go, in Jedi fashion, switched him to food. The banquet would soon begin, he convinced the hermit. This hunter doesn't want to leave, he wants to stay and eat meat, Liam said in a strange voice. The mad hermit ate his fill, and the devoted student kept a meticulous list of the future emperor's preferences. Qui-Gon was just thinking about how to further entertain the crazy guest when they were rudely interrupted. They turned around to see who was so brave that he allowed himself to forget about politeness. Bald Hulk, third place in the ranking, was read by Hyun-woo with the help of a scan. The people around also noticed the squabble and eagerly watched its outcome. As annoying as a fly, the hermit noticed. But Shiken warned that it was better not to mess with this hunter. This man has taken over all the gyms in the country, all the exercise machines. He abuses his power everywhere, the cautious Shiken quickly explained. Bald Hulk was flashing his bald head and clinging to Hyun-woo. He clearly hadn't had a lesson in politeness for a long time, the crazy teacher thought. I bet I have a bigger deadlift and bench press, the square-headed hermit teased. Do you know how many squats I do? The boorish jock pressed. That's it, he said to the hermit, pointing his finger. These are the words of great men like him, the mad teacher of politeness dismissed. The jock quietly signed up for a crash course in politeness from the crazy relationship professor Hyun-woo. Qui-Go tried to use his powers of persuasion again, but they didn't work on the stupid. The Hulk smashed and swung sledgehammers at the square skull, but the hermit turned away. Thank you for subscribing to the politeness lessons, said the mad hermit, grinning contentedly. Rock, paper, scissors, sent the stupid jock flying. It almost knocked down the supporting wall of the building, trapping everyone under the rubble. Is one lesson really enough? Hyun-woo was upset. He had prepared a whole course, but the bald Hulk got up. If there had been brains, there would have been a concussion. This is the real talent of the bald bodybuilder, thought the cautious Shiken. Invulnerability. The jock grabbed a larger stone with his tenacious paws, and he threw it like a ball at the imperturbable hermit. Big deal. It's just a pebble. After all the battles, you can't surprise a crazy hermit with something like that. Hyun-woo crushed the flying boulder into dust with one blow. The square-headed Hulk took advantage of the moment and jumped with his body behind the hermit's back. Pump up, skinny guy, he shouted at the hermit and hit him with his sledgehammer fists. People ran out of the room in panic when two of the top ranks started a fight. It was better to get away. The hermit is being pressed. Qui-Gon was surprised. The fight needs to be stopped, he decided, so Mason's faction will only get stronger. Want to pump up? Asked the Hulk how. The overgrown closet laughed. But the crazy hermit only laughed. Compared to the illegal boss of the gym, the red horse punk, all these were jokes. Only people with complexes and low self-esteem swing, the hermit replied, lightly shaking off the dust. Now it's time for a crash course in politeness. The mad hermit jumped forward. The bald man got a good look at the fist flying straight into the stone scoreboard where his face should be. The fist of absurdity landed a strike and sent the Hulk flying into space for the first time. He got his face beaten up, but his resilience helped him hold on. Excellent. Here's the test punching bag. The mad hermit grinned. Cautious Shuriken stood with his mouth open. His faithful student was filming videos for night viewing. Qui-Gon was lost behind. For all of Hulk's durability, he had accumulated a lot of damage, Shuriken noted. The stone brainless cabinet went into a deep blackout and got off easy. The mad hermit demonstratively wiped the sweat from his forehead, but in reality, he wasn't even out of breath. Stoneface, in third place, the test showed that the gym is nonsense, concluded the crazy professor of relationships. So third place now belongs to him, Hyun-woo concluded. Little hut, turn your face to the forest and your back to me. The wind howled over the monk's house. Those who live in the little tower will soon get their comeuppance. The wind howled in the shutters of the ancient temple. The ink master meditated, learning the art of shadows. Congratulations, came the voice of a man visiting the house for the first time in many days. Now the warrior is the greatest mangaka in the world, and the divine technique of drawing with ink is executed flawlessly, the bearded man admired. Nothing special. The mangaka falsely pretended to be modest. Black ink along the body. That's right. The bearded mangaka master watched the warrior. A person who has mastered all types of drawing and shading is a true master. What will you study next? The bearded man asked the great warrior mangaka. He glared with red eyes. Nani desu databayo, he thought. I'll climb to the top, he said, to meet the master who painted the tramp. The beauty. So Yan had already read in the news everything that had happened to the crazy hermit. He had made a mess again, the girl sighed. Why worry about Hyun Woo? He has plot armor, Kwan. So answered the beauty. She agreed. But that is exactly why you should worry. Such resilience will not work forever. The girl became sad. Hyun Woo destroyed the entire familiar world of hunters by breaking into the rankings. He shook the rotten foundations and the entire policy too easily. He's a man of many layers, Kwan So noted, and little So Yan agreed. Cutie changed the subject and asked him if he knew about Shuken. And what's wrong with him? The friend was surprised and stared at the girl, listening attentively. It seems he has made a girlfriend, shared the cunning fox So Yan. Romantic Shiken sorted through the goods, smiling dreamily. There was a knock on the door of his room, and he hurried to disperse the pink flies. Qui-Gon, not knowing how else to entertain the guests and curry favor with the crazy hermit, placed all three in the association's luxury room. The senator offered a flattering apology for what happened, but it is obvious that this is all part of his cunning plan. The banquet was cancelled, Hulk was taken to the hospital and prescribed preventive enemas. A crowd of hangers-on from the cream of high society gathered around the mad hermit. Then Liam convinced the hermit to stay at the hotel with the student. Liam offered to talk. It was about a deeper agreement between them. The mad hermit agreed. As soon as he headed towards the exit, he discovered a cat's tail behind him. Stay home, he said to the crazy cat, and her fur stood on end. 100% of her hostility was directed at the cunning Qui-Gon. The crazy student returned empty-handed and upset. Cautious Shiken experienced the feeling of any guy when a beautiful girl sits further down, although there is an empty seat nearby. It would be nice to become friends, thought the cautious Shiken. After all, they are both in the hero's retinue now. But it's not so easy to approach a petite beauty with the character of a cruel berserker. He politely addressed her by name. Miss Mi-Ren. 2 scarlet rubies scanned him for the importance of the conversation. The level of interest was somewhere between the baseboard and the floor. The cautious Shuriken asked her how they met the crazy hermit. The long eyelashes of the possible candidate for concubine fluttered slightly. The crazy cat agreed to tell, but set her own conditions for the hero's friend. What does the master like? The girl asked with the meekness of an angel. Cautious Shuriken thought about the answer. At first, the crazy friend was only crazy about food, but then he became addicted to money, so much so that he even lived with her for free, and forced her to work as a driver, an agent, and a housewife. The cat said thank you and pricked up her ears, leaving the cautious Sharken to wonder what the girls had in mind. The crazy student ran away, slamming the door loudly. The cautious Shuriken wondered what kind of bee had stung her. The crazy hermit drank some expensive tea. The politician was clearly sucking up to him, but the homeless emperor liked it. He quickly got down to business, stopping the flow of exhortations. Quan So gave a mock chow-chow laugh at the mad hermit's straightforwardness. He asked Hyun Woo if he knew Geralt Mason, another influential member of the association. This man is closely connected with the authorities and the top ranks of the hunters, Qui-Gon said. Mason is slowly gaining influence and needs a counterbalance in the association. The cunning politician continued. He directly asked the mad hermit to take his side in this confrontation. The homeless emperor wondered whether he needed all this pile of problems on his seat. With the same thoughts, he returned to his room. Politics was very exhausting for the crazy hermit. He returned quickly, noticed the cautious Shuriken receiving the cookies. The mad hermit immediately poked his nose in, asking Shuriken what he was hiding, having forgotten all about tact decades ago. A souvenir, Shikyung stated evasively. But Hyun Woo didn't let up. It looks like a gift, he asked who. Embarrassed, Shiken changed the subject and asked how things were with Liam. He can just laze around, the homeless emperor replied. Shiken took a new look at his friend, who had gained considerable political weight, a student in the top 5 of the world, an enemy of the Aries guild that was a thorn in everyone's side. His shadow alone can change the balance of power on the political chessboard, Shuriken noted. Hyun Woo received the offer from the senator precisely because of this, Shikyung explained to his friend. That's right, the crazy hermit remembered. The senator promised a free teleport. He really gave permission. The cautious Shuriken didn't believe, but Hyun Woo was firmly convinced that he had heard about the teleport. The top 50 banquet was in 2 weeks, and Hyun Woo would need to show up there. These were the conditions for supporting the senator. Geralt Mason took the chair of the head of Aries and quickly combed all the office rats. One of them stood in front of him and fawned with a report. Boris's deputy himself understood that all these were temporary measures. Aries was finished, but Mason helped keep the guild afloat. It is obvious that Boris Mart is just an excuse to use the remains of the guild at his own discretion. But the puny office worm cast aside all doubts that were being eaten away by poison from within and accepted what was there. Mason noticed the doubts of the office plankton, who began to fuss even more. Everything is fine. He calmed the puppet down and prepared a gift. He thrust a strange object into the simpleton's hand, which surprised Boriska's deputy. A black beetle-like disc lay on the palm of his hand. "What is it?" asked the office worm. "Do as he's told and he'll be able to control the Aries guild members," Mason said in a conspiratorial tone. The bald Hulk was coming to his senses after his evening preventative enemas. It was very painful and humiliating, especially from below. When he got up, he found visitors in his room. Geralt Mason himself was waiting for him to wake up in the rays of moonlight. They warned Hulk not to mess with the crazy hermit, but he didn't listen, and here's the result. Such were the painful lessons in politeness that the Hulk received from the ink manga master, the patient said. "Who is this like him?" Another visitor entered the room. "Speak of the devil," thought Hulk, hearing the familiar voice of the manga artist. "What's wrong with your face?" the mangaka asked, and corrected himself. "Sorry, it's always like this." Mason smiled contentedly. His main support in the political field had returned from training. He theatrically spread his arms and told them it was time to act. Qui-Gon did not move away from the windows. He was waiting for an important guest and was lamenting that he had not yet arrived. "Is he still waiting for him?" another hunter asked the senator. Number 4 in the ranking, the boatman with a huge oar on his back, suggested Liam to surrender. "It seems that Hyun-woo is not interested in this meeting." "Don't people send notices by mail, by pigeons?" asked the girl with green hair, Cece. Qui-Gon understood that Hyun-woo was a very peculiar wild barbarian hermit, and there was still hope. There was a knock at the door, time for the official part of the banquet and his exit. The senator was very good at public speaking, after all. This is his main profession. The evening brought together political sharks from all over the world, top-class hunters, and moneybags. Everyone is busy strengthening their corrupt connections and making money out of nothing. "Senator, the hall was recently destroyed, but is in order again." The guest turned to Liam. He laughed. "Oh, these magical migrant workers." The boatman, who also happened to be Liam's bodyguard, touched the senator's shoulder with concern. He drew his attention to Mason's faction, which had just arrived. The ink mangaka also showed up. He didn't drink or eat, as if he was waiting for something. This also caused concern for CC. The mangaka had not appeared at any official event since he reached the top 5. Now Qui-Gon was under pressure. The Mason faction presented here looked influential and strong, which meant that clients would go to them. "All the hunters are here?" asked Mangaka, the politician nearby, and he, looking around the room, confirmed that all the invited guests had arrived. He suddenly unclenched his arms, which had been crossed on his chest, and answered the man next to him. "Excellent." There was no reason to wait any longer. Mangaka grabbed the guy by the skull, and he crushed it with his hand like a ripe watermelon, unsightly staining everything with scraps of brains. Ink mangaka also looked around the other guests indifferently, searching for a convenient target. Liam was stunned, terrified, as if he himself had been nailed to the floor. "Why is he doing this in his guild, cutie?" So Yeon sternly asked the crazy hermit. "It's good here too," the impudent hermit answered her. "And there's no one here," he responded to her indignant claims. But the cutie got even more angry. "There's no one here because she doesn't let anyone in here." "That's how? Then let's change the location," said the carefree hermit, which caused the slave to have an attack. She started babbling that we would have to start all the work with the magic circles from the beginning. "What's wrong?" asked the mad slave owner, completely failing to understand the question. The girl collapsed in despair. "Night shifts." Again, she began to lament, to which the hermit suggested taking care of himself. After all, a living slave is more useful. But she still has a main job. The circle needs to be drawn at night for 2 weeks. Just do it during the day for her work. They will find another slave labor, the crazy slave owner quickly decided. The cat nodded. Her master is merciful. The slave fell on her face, rejoicing at the relaxation of her work regime. "But what about Liam's proposal, cutie?" So Yeon asked the hermit. "Traveling around the world with the help of magic circles is convenient," the hermit recalled dreamily. "But the circle is only for detaining illegal immigrants, cutie." So Yeon frowned. The hermit confirmed everything correctly. "You never know where a rift will appear and how many people will suffer, so teleportation is useful." Hyun-woo approached the slave when he heard a knock from the utility room. The man knocked on the door when he heard their voices and asked to be let out. "Oh, cutie." So-yeon remembered a captive was recently captured by a hermit, she said. She had completely forgotten about him. The embarrassed girl began to fuss. "Let's let him out." She opened the door, but a terrible wild male face appeared from there. Perhaps another time, the beauty slammed the door at that very second. The hermit asked her why she closed the door, but the girl replied that she was simply scared. The hunter in the back room looked miserable, Hyun-woo noticed when he opened the doors again. He begged him to spare him. It's good that So-yeon didn't lock him in the refrigerator and forget him there. Less than a month has passed and already such a sight. The mad master of torture was surprised. "You say you'll tell everything," the hermit smiled. This prisoner was perfectly marinated. The banquet hall turned into a bloodbath. Body parts, blood splashes. A group of conspirators destroyed everyone they saw. Liam hurriedly got his men and clients away while there was still time. But a catastrophe was inevitable. They would all soon die if no one helped them, the senator understood. It took the conspirators less than 5 minutes to kill dozens of top-ranked hunters. So great was the gap in strength. The shadow of the bald Hulk loomed menacingly over the senator. He turned around in horror, hearing a familiar bass voice, and looked his death in the eyes. The boatman saved him from the steel grip at the last moment. The Hulk could have simply crushed the weak senator. Crazy bastard, the boatman gritted his teeth. He was inferior in rank to the Hulk. Sasai was also pinned against the wall. Her opponent was much stronger than the girl. "Run!" the green-haired girl barely said to Liam, her throat being squeezed by telekinesis. The Hulk came to his senses and attacked the boatman. Liam could only watch in defeat. "Why the hell?" he cried. "Why are they doing this? Why have they crossed the line?" The mangaka painted the last victim red. "Simply necessary," he answered the senator quietly, "to destroy the world." Liam did not understand what he was talking about. The words of the madmen, although he heard them clearly. Look, they started the party without the main guest. The hermit was surprised. He had just arrived with his faithful disciple. That's it, he realized. Scanning the conspirators with his ability, Ink Mangaka also recognized his main opponent. "Why is this place destroyed?" the mad hermit asked the senator. "Why is everyone so sad as if someone died?" Hyun-woo wondered. It turns out that it is he. The mad hermit heard and turned around. "That's who chased Bald Hulk." Mangaka came closer. "Are you some kind of reenactor again?" the hermit asked. And Mangaka introduced himself. "No, he just said he had just come from Comic-Con." "Who is this?" the hermit asked again, and the helpful, faithful student explained that before him was the #1 hunter. Just in time, just as I wanted to draw, I heard Hyun-woo and was surprised. "Did they know each other?" "I just heard about it," Mangaka replied and dropped a drop of ink from his finger. "To climb the tower, you need to kill the border guard," said the mangaka in the hat. "Quick and daring, like a known substance," thought the hermit. The mangaka released a stream of ink like a water cannon. "Climb up," the hermit heard and confirmed his suspicions. "So you've been caught, you damned illegal?" The crazy border guard rejoiced. After asking for information again, he saw his status, which was quite unexpected. "I haven't become one yet," Mangaka said, "but I will soon. It only takes one small step." The unrecognized artist takes off his hat. And instantly he moved, with a clap of air that closed where Mangaka stood. "And paint his portrait with blood," the artist continued. The hand moves, bandaged. The hermit saw a flying fist. "It smells of ink and a lonely lifestyle," he managed to think, and dodged at the last second in the style of Neo from The Matrix. Hyun-woo did a somersault on his hands using the energy of rotation. He delivered a sudden upward kick to the artist's jaw. The mangaka not only blocked the blow, but also caught the hermit in a hold. "Your martial arts," said Mangaka, appreciating the hermit's skills. "You're a complete wreck. Get out and don't disgrace yourself," said the unrecognized artist. And he directed the mad hermit towards the exit with a slight movement of his hand. There were no doors along the way, so the hermit had to make his way with his strong body. The devoted student became concerned and wanted to intervene to help, but the ugly square face blocked the entire view. "Wow, what a girl! Let's dance," the crazy student heard. "I don't dance with freaks," the Dragon Empress answered boldly. Here he is, thought Hyun-woo. Now they were theater-goers, now they are artists. The crazy artist showed well-trained choreography. He threw multiple punches so fast that his movements seemed blurry. The mad hermit had difficulty keeping up with the complex ballet steps. He is generally a bad dancer. Cosplayers, artists, now ballet, enough is enough. This is the entertainment of the intelligentsia. "Give us folk art," the mad hermit was indignant. The unrecognized artist performed at the level of the illegals, perhaps even stronger than them. the border guard felt. Since they are squeezing, you have to answer, the crazy hermit realized. Release the power of the divine long-armed. If you can't handle the hold with 2 hands, you need more. The mangaka let the border guard go and thought about how he would throw evidence into his pockets and not notice. The unrecognized artist felt something strange. The mana field around them expanded, making everything seem blurry. This is the benefit of 2 weeks of practice, Hyunwoo grinned. The fist of the divine long-armed one itself. Only Loli is good at feeling, but if the target is detained, then a thorough search can be carried out. The mad hermit used the 10-stop technique of Demonololi. Expanding the mana, he detained the artist. Thanks to her, he increased his internal mana supply. The unrecognized artist was pressed to the ground. He was not prepared for such criticism. The border guard's raking hands reached out to the artist. No one can cross the border illegally, Hyunwoo rejoiced, neither inside nor outside. He used the wave of love for Lolis on an unrecognized manga artist. The entire area was filled with rainbow pink light. The shock waves spread out in circles across the ground, so that the hermit closed his eyes. A strong wind threw sand into his eyes. Having assessed the results of the arrest, the crazy border guard was very surprised. This unrecognized mangaka preferred older women. The love for Lolis did not touch the heart of the unrecognized artist at all. Loli sucks, said the unrecognized artist, and found himself behind the hermit. Real artists draw mature models. Mangaka hit the hermit on the head. You have to hate Lolis so much the crazy border guard couldn't come to terms with it. What did they do wrong that nature made them so ugly, he gasped with indignation, and got a kick in the ribs from an unrecognized artist. All those who say that the most important thing in women is the soul are hypocrites, the artist said. And what? The hermit objected. Everyone is good in their own way, he answered, confused. All your preferences must, the unrecognized lonely artist firmly stated. He just loves everyone and doesn't follow his ideal like your stupid mana. That's what's wrong, mangaka continued. He has been practicing martial ink arts for hundreds of years and knows what he's talking about, even if he does not think he will win, he told the hermit. Hundreds of years, the border guard was surprised. But you look young. You are a man, the hermit muttered. Hyunwoo checked the status again. Mangaka was human, but with a special ability. He was constantly reincarnated and could train martial arts for hundreds of years. It makes no sense, Hyunwoo thought. What next? The celestials will descend from the sky. So be it, he said, for such a persistent border guard. He uses the best ink, the mangaka said, as he released black mana. To show the true meaning of martial arts, ink stains flowed from behind. An unrecognized artist used a strange but very powerful attack. In an instant, she threw the fighter in tracksuits into his corner. But as soon as he stopped, the unrecognized artist crept up again from behind. The calligraphy strike shouted out words of power. Mangaka. A powerful blow fell upon the honest border guard. The attack took effect despite the high-ranking resistance, and the artist continued to respond to criticism of his work. A powerful calligraphic blow. A shock dose of pathos-filled text swept away the hermit. But the text never ended. The artist shouted it out and made calligraphic strokes. He paused briefly, collecting ink, and he released another volume of calligraphic strokes. The victim of postmodernism carefully assessed the results of his blows. The resilience of the mad hermit amazed even him. After all the blows, he remained unharmed. The border guard understood that anyone else would have already died reading the intricate calligraphy. Isn't it time to use the room of rescue? The hermit wondered. But if we retreat now, a faithful student will be hit, and that is a sin. The border guard firmly decided to stay until the end and took a fighting stance. The artist hesitated, either out of pity or out of a love for theatrical pauses. The mad hermit tensed up. Everything was at stake now. Everything was swimming before his eyes. If the technique didn't work, he would definitely die. Blue screen window, gave out the base, cheats are enabled, the power of the masochist worked, durability is increased. I can't understand whether the artist has given up. Whether he is stubborn or just stupid, he asked the hermit. I'll finish him off so he doesn't suffer, he said, ending the theatrical pause. And he splashed out all the ink at once, as if he were hiding a squid in his sleeve. But the hunter dodged, simply disappearing from the line of the ink attack. Good evening, the artist heard a male voice from behind. The mad hermit used shadow step and instantly got close to the artist. Changma's fist, used like this, broke the artist's ribs with one blow. The vile bastard. The unrecognized mangaka gritted his teeth in pain. He broke the distance with the opponent who had hooked up the cheats. The hermit used some strange principle of motion recognition. Beat the enemy with his own weapon, the ancient principle of the tower. The crazy border guard jumped on the enemy. He gave the artist back all his calligraphic strokes, only without the ink. The artist fought back with difficulty, although he knew these movements because they belonged to him. Hyun-woo folded his fingers, mirroring the artist's actions. With a calligraphic blow, he brought the volume of text down on his enemy. How? The unrecognized artist asked. How could he notice everything the first time? Hyun-woo had learned the power of the dark side, and now the artist could not defeat the hermit. After intense training, the mad hermit discovered the Sharingan within himself and could now see all of his opponent's movements. The artist's martial arts were so good that his movements were easy to recognize. However, there was a price to pay for using other people's martial arts. It was impossible. The unrecognized artist could not believe what he heard. I learned to draw by simply picking up a pencil and drawing a picture of another artist. Mangaka was surprised. Of course, the difference between drawing and making a replica is huge, Hyun-woo agreed. But the experience gained in battles and training in the tower, and also having expanded mana channels and enabled cheats, nothing is impossible. Well, it's time to begin the detention, i.e. liquidation, the hermit clarified. Meanwhile, the devoted student was turning down her rowdy suitor. It didn't get any easier, Senator Liam noted. Hyun-woo is busy, and will a schoolgirl be able to turn down a grown man? She is only in 5th place, and the wardrobe was not in 3rd place until recently, the senator worried. You can just sit on my lap, the square-headed man suggested to her, and he even brought a friend with him. Get lost, unclean one, I said I won't dance, the crazy student answered the annoying man. Let's have tea, coffee, dance, beer, vodka, lie down. The giant did not calm down. The girl got angry. She wanted to leave the jerks for the master as a snack. But since he is busy, the Dragon Empress decided to bury the idiots now. The stone-headed man did not understand where the girl had apparated to, with a clap of air. How his friend was already carefully washing the floor with his tongue. And here, wipe it well. The Empress pressed her foot a little harder. What kind of kids are there these days? They don't understand jokes and immediately start fighting, the thug wondered. But what difference does it make, the Empress thought. When to kill the goats, now or later? I'll kill everyone. The crazy student lost her temper, so much so that even the Hulk shrank to a mini version. Well, he just thought, there's a girl, beautiful, lonely, bored. How did it come to this? The stonehead was horrified. The Dragon Empress quickly explained to the harasser why he was behaving badly. 2 masters fought in the air, a cheater with reincarnation and a cheater with a Sharingan. The fight was equal, with both sides exchanging hundreds of blows, but the mad hermit had a few more cheats in store. He brought the unrecognized artist down to earth with a powerful kick. After this, Mangaka lay down to rest on the comfortable stone slabs. Bastard, he muttered. That means his cheat is to get stronger while you fight. Phase 2, said the artist, and poured all the ink onto the canvas. Like a squid, he splashed ink around himself. The mad hermit covered his face from the sudden wind. The real boss, the border guard thought, lived to see the 2nd phase, and yet, formally, he didn't even become illegal. The descendant of the bonsai master was covered in ink, as if he had bathed in it. The unrecognized artist extended black tentacles towards the hermit. This is an ability he will not be able to copy, Mangaka told the hermit. There is something just as good, the mad border guard replied, and released the red tentacles. You're not the only one who read comics in your youth, the mad hermit noted. Hyun-woo remembered the skill that electrophoresis used well, even though he couldn't copy it back then. But now everything is different because he understood the principle of vaccination, and he has a Sharingan. The bonsai master was surprised by the form of mana around the mad hermit. Hyun-woo performed his signature electrophoresis, just like the illegal electrician did in the past. Dominate, rule, humiliate. The crazy student remembered the principles of the tower. Little wretch, the stone-headed man lamented, needlessly increasing his pain. What's going on, he wondered. This is the 2nd time in a row that they've bent him over like a boy. A miniature ballet shoe covered the stonehead's dirty mouth. The Empress crushed his tough skull in cold blood. How stupid. It's not about skills, it's about martial arts, the girl said. A storm began outside, and man-made lightning bolts thundered. This sight brought pleasure to the Dragon Empress. The discharges struck the ground where the 2 martial artists clashed. Hyun-woo crowded around Master Bonsai everywhere, prescribing him a relaxing electric massage. The Bonsai Master responded with ink tentacles, and they fought as equals. And both of them flew apart, receiving a counterattack from the enemy. Even the increased resistance of the Mad Hermit stopped working. The Bonsai Master also felt that he would not win with simple attacks. In addition, the electrophoresis technique took a lot of mana, and the Mad Hermit noticeably weakened. The cheater in front of him was getting stronger all the time, the bonsai master noticed. And so the conclusion for the mad hermit was obvious. Now I understand, Master Bonsai, having gathered all the ink forces in one point. The two martial arts masters understood that it was not advantageous to prolong the fight. Hyun-woo concentrated, tracking his opponent's every move. The octopus's ink blot continued to shrink to a tiny dot. The mad hermit did not immediately understand what this enemy technique was. The black blotch stained everything around with ink, and the hermit decided it would be better not to get caught in it. He had already seen this technique, Hyun-woo realized. The nine-tailed bomb? What kind of business did the mad hermit get upset about? This isn't martial arts, but a clot of mana. It doesn't matter, the main thing is that it works, the bonsai master blurted out. The remnants of mana gathered around the hands of the unrecognized artist. Then the bonsai master detonated the nine-tails Rasengan. An ink tsunami rushed towards the mad hermit in a wide radius. Even S-rank strength would be reduced from this, the bonsai master reasoned. But the mad hermit, using the principle of grafting, devoured the ink mana. Thank you for the treat, said the polite border guard. The bonsai master was surprised by the nine-tailed cat's bomb blocked with his electrophoresis. Well, whose cheats are better? The crazy gamer boasted. Now it's my turn to show my bending skills, said the hermit, and used all the skills without a cooldown. The bonsai master lost when he poured all his strength into the tailed beast bomb and forgot to save before that. A bright flash of explosion incinerated the body of the bonsai master without a trace. The on-duty text message beeped, confirming that the failed illegal immigrant had been eliminated. I spent all my cheats on him, the crazy hermit thought wearily. All that remains of the adult manga master are the horns and a strange headband. Hyun-woo looked at the unusual item that fell from the unfortunate illegal. The secret of the bonsai master, it said that he wanted to become illegal in order to meet his teacher. Read in the status of a hermit. Already through the foggy veil, he saw his faithful student rushing towards him. So there is nothing to worry about. The tired hermit relaxed. Even with cheats, the rink was not easy, but the enemy had his own cheats, and he fell to the ground. And yet he won. The mad hermit sighed with satisfaction. The digital camera lens carefully recorded the entire battle. The atrium of the gloomy dungeon was once again occupied by the manganese lord. The hidden climber and the candidate for illegal tourists were defeated. The lord listened to the report. Impressive, he said, scratching his crimson chin. The dead were strong. No pain, no gain, he uttered the ancient principle. Only through crises do we become stronger. The border guard of the 9th floor is this crisis, asked the servant of the Crimson Lord. The Lord asked whether he had ever met a mountaineer of the highest rank and received a negative answer. However, the border guard will not meet such a tourist anytime soon, because even the gods avoid the 8th floor, the servant monk added. Hyun-woo lay resting, waiting for the stretcher, his faithful student leaning over him from above. How quickly he will reach his limit, the carefree, tired hermit thought. The helpful dummies from Hyun-woo's guild were discussing the hot news. The real massacre horrified the docile girl from the office, but her colleagues, on the contrary, were happy about the coolness of the boss they worked for. How is this possible? The office idiot shrank. Such things are happening in the world, and they are so calm. Only 9 people survived the bloody feast. Regional associations have already stated that the losses will not affect the overall strength in any way. There are still many worthy replacement hunters. The blockhead didn't care. They only cared about the boss's status. The media lied. The red-headed woman heard the obvious truth. The whole statement is a smokescreen, said the slave accountant. If the head finds out, he won't like it, the red-headed one realized. It's better not to say this in front of the hermit, the slave added. Cutie. So Yan flew in to check on her wounded friend. He looked like crap. He lay bandaged like a mummy and was cheeky in response, which means the sweet huntress didn't understand everything so badly. The cutie left and went about her business, leaving the hermit behind. Even after several days, he still had not recovered. The wounds were painful. The consequences are not a joke, the mad hermit noted. It could have been even worse if it weren't for his special cheats. His mana would have simply been destroyed. The energy still circulated incorrectly in the tangled channels. He turned on the cheats intuitively, without knowing all the details of their use, and it made itself felt. What to do next, the mad hermit asked himself. Train on his own or find a mentor. A couple of days later, he asked how to use the Master Bonsai's footcloth. The android girl conducted an assessment as an experienced pawnbroker. And how to get rid of the limiter, the mad hermit asked her. Android has clearly improved its search engine during his absence and has done the search. The white-haired android found a clue quite quickly. Whatever the object is, to open it, you need to go down into the labyrinth, the girl told the neural network. Okay, Hyunwoo realized. The system wouldn't have given any big answers anyway. Are there any new awards? Asked the mad hermit. There was one. Now the system gave access to thoughts. Twice a day, it seemed like telepathy, Hyunwoo realized. It is difficult to use this skill on hunters, but it is quite possible on ordinary people. Another notification system was added about the time and place of the hunters, but Hyunwoo did not quite understand what it was. The android made a sweet face again. She will beg again, the crazy hermit realized. The prefix, he guessed the neural network's intentions, and it pouted. But instead, she decided to share important information with him. Hyunwoo tested his new telepathic ability on a test subject. It would be better if he didn't do this. All her thoughts were about the crazy teacher. Is everything okay, teacher? Asked his ardent and passionate student. Hyunwoo regretted seeing her thoughts, a continuous stream of anxiety. But where is So-yeon? He asked the devoted student, and she replied that the huntress had gone to get her hermit's discharge papers. Will everything be okay? There are some unwanted people gathered on the first floor, the student reported. Ah, these simpletons, the hermit noted to the reporters. The student offered to eliminate them, but Hyunwoo volunteered to accompany them himself. As soon as he left the hospital grounds, he was attacked from all sides. They pointed their recording phones right at his face and didn't let him say a word. Let the steamer go, the hermit flapped his wings, dispersing the annoying journalists. He even gave one of them a painful elbow in the chest. Even the wounded hermit easily scattered the pathetic people. One slippery paparazzi was very offended by such treatment. Does this hunter consider the others to be subhumans or something? The journalist was indignant. Hyunwoo started as soon as everyone had quieted down, but he was rudely interrupted. Is it true that the massacre at the banquet was a pretext to kill the unwanted? Asked the impudent journalist. Even other journalists were stunned by such directness. Hyunwoo wanted to continue, but the impudent reporter continued to taunt him, asking if the hermit's answer could be considered consent. The damned peasant has lost his bearings, thought the mad emperor. Excellent, the impudent journalist gloated. This is what he wanted. But Hyunwoo didn't respond to the barbs and directly told the idiot to disappear. The journalist hesitated at the direct threat. He was not used to this. Usually his victims acted within the law. Hyunwoo gave 30 seconds for the reporter to disappear, or there would be no interview. Nearby, the Dragon Empress called over a hidden servant. She just ran her hand over her throat and looked in the right direction. Spring came to the city streets. The devoted student did not take her eyes off the teacher. Always cautious, Shiken read the news about the hermit and his run-in with the reporters, where he was called polite. The mad hermit opened the door as usual after a light knock and returned with the student. He will soon go to the labyrinth, the mad hermit said. Shiken was surprised that the hermit was suddenly taking money, and he replied that he wanted to check something. Hyunwoo also said that Shiken's guild is needed. It was all about the cards, explained the mad hermit. He didn't even know how to read them. Shiken realized that the labyrinth is a place where you can't rest and there are monsters all around. He said that he would prepare a raid next week. The satisfied hermit ran his hand through the silky hair of the student. The candidate for first concubine immediately blushed scarlet. After scratching the cat, the crazy teacher remembered a familiar feeling. There was another student, a face that popped into my memory. Is everything okay with that child? The crazy teacher wondered. The image of the girl with the rose thorns came into his mind. In the old days in the tower, he played the scenario of the crazy teacher and planned to escape after, but it didn't work out very well. But another child himself asked to become the mad hermit's disciple. It was too late to teach her the martial arts of the absurd, so he trained the girl differently. Since he had no news at all, that in itself was good news, the hermit decided. Hyunwoo was in the clouds again, a cautious Shi Kyung noticed as he rummaged through the papers. What the heck, he thought after reading other news in the feed. They wrote that the slippery and impudent reporter who pestered Hyunwoo disappeared after he resigned from the association. It didn't look like the crazy hermit was doing things quietly, thought the cautious Shiken. So it's all about this sweet and devoted student with a cruel disposition. It would be worth being more polite with the mad hermit, the cautious Shiken decided for himself. An expected but completely unwelcome guest arrived in Boriska's deputy's office. He straightened his tie. Difficult negotiations lay ahead. The deputy could not simply hand over the dungeons to a hermit. Turning to Mason for help was also out of the question, the deputy thought. After the massacre that the hunters from his political faction had carried out, he could not act openly. It didn't matter whether the politician was personally involved or not. He would be closely watched. After this incident, one person took over all influence in the association. They entered the office and Boris's deputy turned around. The crazy hermit in sweatpants had already trodden a path to this office. He had been here so many times. So what is the answer? The hermit went straight to the point. Time to bargain with that creepy guy, deputy. He barely opened his mouth when Hyun-woo rudely interrupted him. Let's finish this quickly, said the mad mafia boss. From now on, say only yes and no. The mad hermit pointed his finger at the simpleton. He couldn't stand such impudence and jumped up from his seat. But what's wrong? Asked the mafia boss. Only 40%? He could have taken everything, but he took pity on them. The damn psycho immediately went into a squeeze mode. The office slug got angry, but heard a familiar voice. Hyun-woo turned on the recording from his phone. Before that, he diligently talked to the taken language from the former gang of costume designers. The office plankton recognized the voice of the sixth number. Just in case, the hermit said, if they refused a voluntary donation to his guild fund. It will only get worse, said the country's most powerful mafia group. The office slug was covered in sweat in an instant. And one more question, said the mad hermit. Everything is completely voluntary and on a public basis, the mafia boss reminded. And who's the director here now? The office slug squeezed his knees. The Dragon Empress listened to the minion's report. He proudly reported on the new conquests that the Empire's troops had just introduced. Good job, the contented cat praised her henchman. The teacher's house is almost finished. All this time she was so cold and cruel, it was unusual for the henchman to see his mistress happy. Not noticing him, the girl indulged in sweet dreams. The secret guard appeared. The chatterbox was eliminated, asked the Empress. But she received a negative answer. A third party took care of the reporter. And who dared to take their spoils? Asked the mad Empress. The servant raised the tablet to her eyes. Here is the only clue, mistress. This sign was left on the victim's table and reported to her. The kidnappers wanted to make a name for themselves, the henchman continued, and received orders to investigate everything. At that very moment, the head of the secret guard disappeared with a soft pop. She also let her chief minister go, but he asked at the end when the lady would return to her homeland. The contented cat told him that she would return when the emperor wanted her to, and until then he should look after everything. Recognition, the chief minister of the empire flourished. Until now, no one had received such trust. He bowed before her, but the contented cat didn't care. He purred about his own. The homeless hermit was visiting Shuriken again when he asked him how the deal with Aries went. The deal went well. In 2 weeks, the problem with the guild will be resolved. Using telepathy, Hyun-woo found out all the dastardly plans of the slime, who planned to install a certain device in the dungeon on Mason's orders. The head of the mafia already thought that he had taken the business for himself. But a competing organization of Mason appeared. But who would just let their chance go? The crazy mafia boss reasoned. The dungeon smelled terribly of sewage, the perfect place for a slippery office slug. There were half-decomposed dead people and skeletons walking around, and other office plankton tired from work. Trying not to breathe, a still-living office slug made its way here. So this is where the souls of burnt-out workers go, Aries' office dummy realized. Having good stealth skills, he avoided the zombie meeting. He took on this risky task for the sake of promotion. They were already being handed out left and right. The guild was not in the best of times. You just need to bury it. The slug followed the instructions. When I came across the boss of a criminal gang, why did this racketeer come back again? Hung the silent question of Boriska's deputy. Sorry, we're late, apologized the polite mafioso. After all, 6 hours have already passed, he affably informed the office plankton. Words cannot describe these feelings, the slug thought. Let's talk, suggested the polite boss of the organized group, but the deputy rudely called the security. The security appeared at that very second, although not quite what he expected. 2 of the caskets supported the unlucky blockhead. The final passenger, take your things and get out, the polite mafia boss told the blockhead. The case file stated that the victim accidentally cut himself while playing with a knife. Big deal. Vavka will heal before the wedding, the mafia boss reassured him. But the plankton continued to scream loudly from the pain in the cut. Now stop it, said the polite mafia boss, or they'll think he's a bad guy. How does he know everything? The polite mafioso read on the slug's face. Hyun-woo sighed. And what to do with it now? These are not the times. Otherwise, he would have rolled it into a barrel of cement. Once you understand that you are in trouble, start begging for mercy, he said. And the exemplary student also nodded her head. How did he find out everything? The hermit said, very simply, and politely asked. This whole damn guild of bastards keeps stepping on the same rake. That's how Hyun-woo simply answered his question. Now start talking, the crazy mafia boss allowed the slug. If not, we will find out which is stronger, the head or the stone, said the hermit. The polite mafioso gave him a minute to think, and the slug's deputy agreed to tell him everything. A few days ago, Mason gave him a device and told him to install it in the dungeon that Hyun-woo wanted. But what did they give him? Asked the office slug Geralt. Catalyst, the blonde bastard answered mysteriously. You've heard about the wave of monsters, he asked the office idiot. If you don't kill monsters for a long time, they accumulate and break out. This is a wave of monsters. So this thing in his hands causes an artificial wave of monsters. Hyun-woo will be criticized for not taking good care of his dungeons, and Aries will be able to take them back. If all went well, Mason said, he would continue to help keep the guild in check. That's how it all was, the stupid slug said frankly. The faithful student noticed something very strange and frowned her beautiful forehead. Why did Mason do this before? He didn't have any problems with Hyun-woo, the girl wondered. Unless what was said was a lie, the Empress threatened reprisals. It's not his fault. Mason came to him himself, the slug justified himself. Under the pretext of helping, he plotted something against the mad hermit. The idiot had no other choice, and he agreed to these conditions. He justified himself pathetically. How ridiculous, Mason thought, rubbing the strange beetle-shaped objects. The bonsai master failed, and this was the first step to destroying the 9th floor. He sipped red wine from a glass. It seems that the calculations were wrong. Mason underestimated the enemy. The 9th floor was defenseless. When he met Boris Mart, he was convinced of this. They had a plan, and they stuck to it. Step by step, they were preparing to destroy the entire floor. The hunters could do nothing. With Aries, they would control all the dungeons in the world, and with the association, they would attract the best hunters. If there was a massive wave of monsters in all the dungeons and a bloody feast at the banquet at the same time, the world would definitely collapse. As soon as the border guard appeared, everyone wanted to climb in, but it was written, "Don't climb in, he'll kill you." Mason laid out the pieces on the board. The mad hermit even got to Boris Mart, but part of the general plan is still in effect. Boris's pawn, although he suspects something, is too stupid to understand it. Everything was going smoothly, but the unrecognized mangaka decided to lose to the border guard. "Stop," Mason said angrily, the glass breaking in his hand. However, the illegal thought, there is always a plan B and even C. There are still many letters in the alphabet. There is no need to be upset if the plan with the name A didn't work, he thought. He seemed to be paying too much attention to the bonsai master, believing that without supervision he would fail, Mason recalled. But mangaka grew on his own, and without much effort became ridiculously strong. Mason looked at dozens of boxes and the monster catalysts in them. He was pleased. Happy as an elephant after an enema, he noticed a voice behind the chair. "Everything is correct," Mason answered carefreely. And he stopped short, turned around sharply and saw the uninvited guest who appeared like a jack-in-the-box. "Kim Hyun-woo," he shouted the hated name. "Where are you going? Private property." As he had just guessed, the mad hermit gloated and added that the law does not apply to mafia bosses. Hyun-woo remembered how the android Av warned him that Mason might be a hidden illegal. Before the rift, such a person did not exist. The girl neural network found out. And then he appears and twists everyone, she added. How else would a bonsai master know about the world beyond the 9th floor of the Matrix? Of course, these are all hypotheses. The silver-haired neural network was being clever. If the guard has not recovered, it is better to forget about it, the android girl worried. It took a while, Hyun-woo said, to show up in person and take over the business. And the reasons are scattered in a conspicuous place, the mafia boss echoed himself. Break and enter, hooligans deprive of sight, Mason crowed. The data collection didn't work on Mason, but a negative result is a result. The crazy mafia boss was thinking about detaining a rich illegal immigrant and taking his property, saying that it was lost or destroyed in a battle. And he put the plan into action. Half the house exploded as if it were made of cards. Mason took off like a rocket to count the stars. Such was the force of the impact. Good evening. The polite bender, Hyun-woo, appeared from behind. The textual power of the absurd kicked Mason to the ground, where it crashed into the welcoming concrete with a deafening explosion. What kind of detention is this? He has rights, the illegal settler boldly declared. The right to eat earth, the mad hermit replied and pressed Mason deeper. No passport. Give me some coin, said the honest and incorruptible border guard. It won't hurt at all. The security officer took out a mop. No mop, Mason thought, and clenched his fists with all his might below his back. The illegal immigrant grinned and said one word, freeze. This was enough to prevent Hyun-woo's slipper from sinking any deeper. The mad hermit was surprised. He could not move his body at all. He fell backwards, as if he had suddenly turned to stone. and could no longer maintain his balance. Hyun-woo was confused as to what was happening while lying on his back. The illegal migrant got back on his feet and miraculously managed to avoid detention. "Bastard," he said, and kicked the regime dog in the ribs for threatening him with a mop. Like a plastic soldier, Hyun-woo was thrown to the side, unable to move a single joint. An unclear force held his body in an interesting pose. The illegal was well prepared, studied the laws, and took the first volume of Capital with him, just in case. A strong wind arose as the currents of power began to move. Land for the workers, factories for the peasants. "It doesn't matter who will deal with the bourgeois mug," Mason told the hermit. An illegal immigrant with the habits of a theater-goer, dressed up and introduced himself again, the voice of the people, Len in each. "The place where they are is a zone of communism, which he has worked on for many years," Mason explained. "The defenders of imperialism are powerless here." "I knew that communism could develop in a single locality," the hermit declared. "Revolution is a movement of progress," Len In chattered, delighted with his success. "Get ready, bourgeois mug, we're going to dispossess you now," Mason said to the hermit. "But he doesn't have anything, just non-profit enterprises, pure charity," Hyun-woo said. "And how many such gifted ones were there?" he asked Mason. "The imperialist mug has completely despaired," Len In each realized. "It's a stupid question. The working people are the source of all wealth and talent. They appear all the time," Mason said. "So he doesn't know," Hyun-woo realized, and asked one more question for the end. "Does he know anything about repeat illegal immigrants who have already served their sentences?" Hyun-woo asked. "These are the ones who were deported and stripped of their citizenship," Mason replied. "And to get it back, they are climbing up the floors again." Former citizens, Hyun-woo was surprised. "And who are they then?" "It's unnecessary," Mason said. "He's going to die anyway." Black lightning bolts ran through the body of the mad hermit. "It doesn't look like it," said the mad hermit, rising. "He's moving again," the illegal revolutionary squealed. "In the area of communism, there is no movement of capital, as Len In could not figure out. People always find a way out. The black market, under-the-table trade, instead of monetary capital, social capital, and everything else follows. It doesn't matter, socialism, communism, people remain free because we are one biological species," explained the mad hermit. "Damn it. The teaching of Marxism is true because it is true. Do not move the imperialist," ordered the rich hermit Len Ying. The waves of the planned economy reached out to free capital, and they were easily repelled by the lightning bolts of the free market. The time for revolutions had not yet come. Hyun-woo had destroyed all attempts to nationalize his property. Mason was horrified. What about Marx? What about Len In? The spells no longer worked. Hyun-woo moved easily, completely destroying the enemy's ideology as untenable. After the battle with Mangaka, he gained enhanced control over mana, and now no external influences could affect the hermit. In the same way, the attack of the long-armed fist was blocked by Mangaka. Even though the hermit still lacked experience, the technique worked. The mana began to move again, and the mad hermit released it to strike. He easily brought down a volume of calligraphic blows on the illegal revolutionary. A clot of bloody mana landed where the failed revolutionary stood. "Everything is simple if you don't get hung up on one economic school," said the mad hermit. But the liquidation notice never appeared. Old dogmas are surprisingly tenacious. Hyun-woo was furious, always finding a way into immature minds. He was left alone in the middle of the ruins. The illegal revolutionary had fled. The wounded Mason took the golden throne. He could hardly move. One more moment, and the border guard would have definitely detained him. Plan B can still be carried out because he still has the KGB. They started out as a small security department and then grew to take on anything that wasn't nailed down. Mason sighed with satisfaction. If there is power, any teaching will become true. "Long time no see," the illegal greeted his guest. A beautiful girl, like a rose, entered, gracefully swaying her hips. She smiled sweetly at the illegal revolutionary, with the epaulets of a skull mask adorning her shoulder. "Let him listen first." Hyun-woo handed the recording to Senator Liam. He feigned concern, although of course he knew what would end up on the recording. The cunning politician pretended to hear everything for the first time. Mason's voice, confessing to the crimes of the bonsai master. "This voice," he shouted, playing out the play to the end. Hyun-woo was quite satisfied with this reaction. Political games are not for him, but he came to make a deal. "Is the recording genuine?" the senator asked the mad hermit, who nodded in response. "Mason is an illegal revolutionary, which alone gives Liam an advantage. Now he will be able to remove his people from the association and put his own in place. All the money and contracts will flow through him. Previously, it was difficult to imagine such a thing. A politician would be accused of abuse of power. But now it is easy to sway public opinion to your side. So what's the price of the deal? Asked the wily Senator Liam. Just a little, said the mad hermit. It's better not to mess with politicians, just play a little with the media, he replied. All the hermit needs is to get out of the journalist's focus and act freely. The deal is win-win, the hermit smiled. The senator agreed that if Hyun-woo personally laid out all the evidence, he could be declared biased and evaded. With this, he takes his leave, said the hermit and left his place. There's one more thing. Senator Liam stopped him and asked. There was a huge mana explosion in Mason's house that was shown on the news, the senator said. Is he dead or not? The cunning politician asked bluntly. All the circumstances of the deal still need to be clarified. Hyun-woo sighed. He was easily seen through. Dealing with politicians is not easy. No, said the hermit. Not yet, he clarified without a waver in his voice. The Empress's bloodhounds combed through all the debris in the surrounding area, but found no trace of the escaped illegal immigrant. After the death of an illegal immigrant, a notification always comes, but this time there was none. It is unlikely that this is a system failure. Hyun-woo was finally tired of thinking about politics. He should kill the illegal as quickly as possible and forget about everything, the hermit decided. I'm counting on your help in my search. He wanted to finish but was interrupted by a system notification. The system just credited him with the liquidation of an illegal revolutionary. Rose walked confidently past the secret agents, holding a sword in her hands. You look tired, he said to the illegal revolutionary. There is one person that needs to be taken care of, he said, and told her the name Kim Hyun-woo. The girl was stunned when she heard it. That's how, without changing her tone, she calmly answered the illegal immigrant. But there is nothing to worry about, said the illegal, because they have Rosa and the KGB. No, that's not it, the sweet girl interrupted the idiot's boastful nonsense. And she made a small stab with the sword in the chest area. The sweet girl leaned towards him to assess the consequences. What a pity he is such a fool, said Rosa, mocking the illegal immigrant. He could only stare helplessly as he was pinned to the throne. What the hell are they doing when something like this happens? Mason looked at the agents. What are you doing? He wheezed through his leaky lungs. Detain him immediately, the illegal immigrant gurgled. Seize, quarter, wheel, and other uncultured words escaped his bloody lips. But the agents did not budge, betraying their boss. Why? Wheezed the illegal revolutionary, the unfinished counter-revolutionary, grabbed the girl by the collar. She easily waved it off. What was he thinking? Asked his agent Rose. They betray friends and they were never even a team. The agent smiled creepily. He's just a convenient idiot who gave the money. Did he really think that she created the KGB from scratch just for an illegal revolution? The real owner of the underground was not an empty-headed revolutionary at all. The whole organization is a gift for him. The true owner. Agent Rose waved her hands. It would be right to tell the illegal what killed him. Rose grabbed the hilt of the sword, and with one movement she cleared the way for the flow of blood from the wound. It's simple. He tried to eliminate her real boss with her own hands. The illegal immigrant rested in peace, his lifeless body slumped on the throne. Hide all the evidence, the girl ordered the agents, including the furniture to record in the case. He tripped on a knife, but the body disappeared without a trace. The girl thought even more simply, no body, no matter, remembering the teacher's words. So he really is an illegal Jedi. He will evaporate if you chop him up. The agent confirmed her suspicions. She gently touched the shoulder strap of the skull mask, something he would not have to deal with. She will help the master eliminate everyone who stands in his way, the girl thought tenderly. There was no doubt about it. The white-haired android confirmed everything. Len Ying was dead. He blamed the system, but it seems there was no error, since they even gave him a promotion. It's good that the frag wasn't taken, but Hyun-woo wondered what happened. Did he die on his own, or did they help him? That is the question. The mad hermit rubbed his beard. Who cares? Even if he himself ran into a knife while making sandwiches, the border guard sprawled out. There are no more hidden illegals, he asked Av, and she agreed. Since he was about to leave, but the girl stopped him. Was it really for games again? The hermit asked. No? The embarrassed android pouted, looking away. But she didn't let go of his hands, and quietly pulled him towards the laptop screen. This is what the android pointed with his cute finger at the advertisement for VR glasses. The extortionist thought, Hyun-woo. The android said that it could work better, continued to hack the hermit's cuteness. And how can you refuse a child? Hyun-woo sighed upon hearing the request. A few days later, the homeless emperor was met by a candidate for concubine. To the entrance to the labyrinth, said the mad emperor to the driver, scratching the cat behind the ear. What if the others are not ready? The satisfied student asked him. One will be enough, the emperor answered briefly, causing the student to blush. The master will appoint her as the main wife. The satisfied student began to daydream. Hyun-woo read the news quite a bit. Not much time passed, and the cunning senator had already decided everything. This problem is solved, thought the mad emperor. Otherwise there has been so much to do lately. The hermit took Mangaka's footcloth from his pocket. Progress on the lock was slow. Kai my sweet, squealed the stupid goblin with open arms, to get punched in the inhuman, impudent face at that very second. The hermit was surprised at how nasty the monsters had become. And there are still many damned perverts here. The mad emperor was surprised. A devoted student volunteered to disperse all the enemies. But the emperor refused. He himself wanted to give the rubber mugs a slap on the wrist. It's time to pump up on the boars, he said, and rushed at the stupid mobs. The genocide of the green non-humans ended with a couple of powerful attacks, while the rest of the raid group quietly smoked on the sidelines. So Tona, Kwon So said admiringly. Cute So Yeon also couldn't get used to this fact, even though she had long known about the hermit's power. Even if we all were together in this narrow passage, it wouldn't be easy to fight off the perverted trolls, thought the cautious Shiken. Maybe that's the difference. The hermit always drags the rink solo, the hunter reasoned. Boss, the squad's overjoyed loader addressed Shiken. He thanked them for taking him along. The guy was recording the entire raid. A crowd of people came running to his broadcast with the crazy hermit. Even the cautious Shurkin was surprised by such a number. Their friend had become too popular. The mad hermit raised his hand and declared that he was going up. He had already leveled up. The stupid mangaka's footcloth was opened if you filled the bar with killing monsters. The cautious Shurkin asked the couple of madmen how they would climb up if he didn't have a map and couldn't read them. The mad hermit glanced quickly at the student, but she pouted and turned away. Student, the mad teacher addressed her, but she shyly hid her gaze. It's clear, Hyun-woo said to the crazy student. Just like the teacher, he understood. They were rescued by a part-time loader blogger. Although his payment for the raid was not full, he agreed. No problem, the guy said, because he works as a loader for fun, and he makes real money from streaming. The prisoner was awakened by a bucket of cold water thrown in his face. He found himself in the middle of the interrogation room, chained to a chair. Who knows why they're keeping him here, said the agent in dark glasses in the basement. They said to interrogate him, and they're interrogating him. An elegant girl entered the interrogation room, and Agent Rosa herself went down to the detainee. We are breeding counter-revolution. We are confusing immature minds. Therefore, she stood over the prisoner, we are discrediting the name of the leader of the party. The leader, the nasty little reporter blurted out in surprise. Discrediting the name of the leader, he asked again. Is it really about Kim Hyun-woo? The journalist was horrified. Agent Rosa approached the switch with a sweet face. A good interrogation, a guarantee of a sincere confession. How good that he understood everything, said a sweet voice, and clicked the switch. Have mercy, I swear on my mother it's not my fault, the wall newspaper worker screamed in pain and horror. Liar, said Agent Rosa, and who wrote nasty philippics, invented poems, told jokes about the leader. You say that you don't know anything, but you yourself were warned that everything should be submitted to the Censorship Commission first, the agent continued. Censorship, the independent media worker was surprised. But what about freedom of speech? An all-seeing eye looked at him from the girl's collar. Big Brother is watching you. A terrible motto surfaced in his memory. A few days ago, in the editorial office, he asked the question, isn't all this suspicious? Where has the free press gone? Isn't Kim Hyun-woo too heroic? He asked his colleague. Nothing surprising, he said. The employee, a hero guy, stopped the bonsai master. Yes, all the articles are commissioned. There is no criticism. Total one-sidedness. Citizens should see different points of view, the little reporter insisted. Don't interfere, he heard from his colleague. The slower you go, the further you go. Freedom of speech is a fiction. Write what people watch, what they pay for, chase the hype. Otherwise, you'll be left with nothing. The colleague confidentially slapped the journalist. But is this honest journalism? Democracy? Freedom? The little reporter was indignant. What kind of tattoo is that? He wondered, looking at his friend's neck. I did it recently, he answered sheepishly, adjusting his collar. Now I remember, Agent Rose smiled. Freedom of speech is when it is against whom it is needed. But about the leader, please write whatever we say. Double standards, the idealist reporter was horrified, but why was he asking? Isn't it the duty of the secret services to ensure that there is order in the state? Asked the agent with a sweet face. The mangaka's footcloth is now ready for use, but only once, since he did not become illegal, which means the effect is not perfect, the hermit read. Use the electrophoresis sword, the system suggested. I'll be away, the Mad Emperor informed his student. I'll be back when I return. He needed to visit an old friend, he told his devoted student. The portal worked perfectly and threw the hermit into an unknown place. He looked at his hands in surprise. It was impossible to take anything from the outside here. The mad hermit felt a presence behind him. The hermit turned around. The same guy was standing there, alive and well, as if nothing had happened. The fifth-class electrician, illegal electrophoresis, stood with his back to him. The warrior noticed the intruder and turned around, looking at him seriously. The 8th floor was ablaze. The dragon Smaug lay on the ground with broken wings. The winged lizard coughed up blood from its torn entrails. And that's all he can do, the enemy mocked. I thought you were a guard, said the monkey with a cockroach mustache on his hat. Heh heh, laughed the missing link in human evolution. What animal are you? Asked the monkey. The dragon Smaug. The animal himself, the hominid answered. Now he will show all his strength. Look carefully, cold-blooded, the monkey boasted, taking out a stick. Now I'll take this stick and beat you, and then I'll skin you, the evil monkey boasted, introducing himself as the Monkey King. Hyun-woo caught Thunderbolt off guard, who barely had time to put on his pants. As soon as he sat down to relieve himself in the bushes, Electrician Chong-ma was surprised. The Mad Hermit was surprised. This was not what he expected to see upon arrival. Normal people go to the toilet, thought the crazy hermit. They didn't teach you to knock when you come to visit, the electrician asked the intruder. Who knew that even in virtual space there is nowhere to relieve oneself? The hermit was indignant. But the electrician remained indifferent to the senseless excuses. Turning on Sherlock, Hyun-woo realized what had happened. He had been sucked into Electrician's hard drive, and the key turned out to be Master Bonsai's footcloth. He was heading here for martial arts, and since Electrician was here, he could teach him. The humble disciple greets the master. The mad hermit hits his fist with his palm. You should be ashamed to talk about modesty, Chong-ma reproached the hermit. Sensei, teach me everything you know, Hyun-woo insisted, but was refused. Who would want to train the border guard who detained him? The mad hermit understood. Shifu, please teach me, the hermit said, gritting his teeth. Get lost! The proud electrician snapped his last thread of patience. First he won with cheats, and now he came to study, the master reproached the hermit. Well, just a couple of cheats, what's the big deal? Hyun-woo was genuinely surprised. Who needs this hardcore? Said the crazy hermit. Your set of cheats has not changed. The electrician assessed at first glance the path of the hermit's mana. Perhaps just a little, he added. Cheats or not, defeat is defeat, Hyun-woo countered, and he can do it again. What nonsense, said the warrior electrician. Cheats don't work here. Let's check. The crazy hermit rushed to attack. All the crazy cheating power fell upon the 5th-rank electrician. But he threw out the paper, and the paper hits the stone. The cheats really didn't work. Here he is faster than before, said the electrician. And he threw the mad hermit aside to think about his behavior. Without cheats, you can't even see its movement, the mad hermit noted. Even though he became faster, electric was still ahead of him. Still, crazy kung fu is cooler than electric, said Hyun-woo, jumping into battle. But all his blows were repelled by the local Morpheus. With his eyes closed, the electrician easily grabbed the mad hermit by the hand, and he gave a kick in the side to the failed chosen one. This is not the Matrix for him, he thought. Hyun-woo lost his temper, responded with a cheeky kick, and was indignant. Without cheats, everything was not going as before. But there weren't many cheats before, so something was clearly wrong. Previously, the electrician explained, he had carried out a call and set restrictions. Since he was playing as an illegal, the system imposed additional restrictions. What does the hermit know about illegals? How ranks are determined? Does he really think that it depends on personal strength? It all depends on the recognized achievements that the system has counted, no matter who you play for, illegals or border guards. So when you become too strong, the balance system intervenes, asked the hermit. He's smarter than he seems, the electrician told the hermit. Combat skills at the level of the elite illegals, but without achievements they have greatly decreased. Balance system, the electrician explained. Like during their battle, he told Hyun-woo. So be it. The electrician suddenly changed his mind. You can kill me. I'll show you a couple of tricks, he suggested to the hermit, drawing his sword. It's good that he hasn't changed, the hermit answered cheerfully. But if you kill electrician, you won't learn martial arts, the hermit noted. This is the training level of the Matrix. You can't die here, the electrician explained. But you can experience the full range of thrills, he said, and cut Hyun-woo in half. Thus, the mad hermit experienced his first death. So Hyun-woo disappeared as soon as he touched the footcloth, asked the always cautious Shurken, the lonely cat, and she nodded. At this point, their communication ended and a dead silence fell. He got himself into trouble again. He could have warned him, Shurken breathed in cautiously. The devoted student now looks like an abandoned cat. I'll poke out your blinkers, the irritated girl hissed, and Shiken quickly retreated. Better to avoid her, he thought. Looking up, noticing something strange, the secret guard changed their place of observation, silently disappearing, and Shiken was devastated by what his house had become. Even in his own home, there is no rest, only problems, the hunter was indignant. When the apartment is repaired, he will slip away there, the cautious Shiken decided. And he silently left the abandoned cat. She still wouldn't let anyone near her. The girl waited faithfully at the place where the master left her, and she carefully heard the voice coming from Hermione's bag. So, you can hear the voice, warrior, coming from the bag? The devoted cat stared at the strange object. Whether it seemed so or not, she couldn't tell. The girl wondered if she was the only one who heard that voice. It's suspicious. If it weren't for the master's things, she would have buried it long ago and deeper, thought the devoted cat. You can hold on to your strength a little, child. I will give you some heroic strength. The voice from the bag persistently agitated. The Dragon Empress did not understand what kind of conversation they were having. Don't be scared. The first time is always a bit painful, but then you get used to it, said the voice. Loli Demonis. A voice with an ancient accent introduced itself. Morpheus continued training the unchosen Neo on the secret level of the Matrix. The crazy cheater was always using dirty tricks, but each time to no avail, Electrician could not be taken by such tricks. Holding down the attack button does not mean fighting, the master criticized the hermit, and he chopped the mad hermit in half, like for a Greek salad. At this level, Hyun-woo could only rely on his own abilities. Why sweat in a game where you can quickly complete a level and learn the plot? The crazy nerd was indignant. How many times had he already passed this level? The hermit was indignant. He had already tried 100 times. So this is a bonus level, the electrician smiled. Just move on, he suggested to the hermit. Don't you dare underestimate the power of Korean nerds. The crazy hermit clenched his fists. Didn't you understand? Answered the electrician. He won't pass this level. Hyun-woo thought. There will be no reward, no achievements either except maybe a check mark on the list of credits. 100 rounds dry, he reasoned. Was it worth it? Electrician is strong. His technique cannot be broken by stepping on his foot, the hermit thought. Doesn't use fake trinkets like Replicator Boris. Doesn't go crazy in difficult situations like the Bonsai Master. It is impossible to defeat him because he has no weak points, the hermit concluded. And yet he got back on his feet. If there was a damn uncompleted level left, it would haunt the hermit for the rest of his life. Impossible yet, Hyun-woo thought and grinned. No one is invincible. I told you not to underestimate the power of nerdism, said the mad hermit. Empty chatter again, the fifth-class electrician breathed in. Well, Hare, just you wait. Hyun-woo got ready for a new fight. Use strength. Hyun-woo remembered the ancient principle of the tower. Think about the good and kill whoever you have to. The mad hermit concentrated. Gathering his courage, the hermit again went on a direct attack. It's boring as hell, sighed the electrician. I wish he'd come up with something new. And sent the crazy hermit to restart the download. The digital image of the hermit slowly healed, but the pain did not go away. But despite this, he attacked again. Electrica. They are different from the previous one. The master was surprised by such pressure, which didn't stop him from cutting the mad hermit in half again. Many rounds passed quickly, and each time Hyun-woo was knocked down in one blow. The hermit was killed hundreds and hundreds of times, each time mocking him, but raising his fist he did not give up. My mind became clouded, and memories of the past flashed past me. The hermit was often bullied in the orphanage by other children. The teachers scolded him when he decided to fight back against the bullies. I had to work a lot on the construction site to survive. Argue against the unfairness of teachers at school. And even in the tower, he always continued to move forward. And even when confinement brought him to the brink of losing his mind, the mad hermit never gave up. The fighting spirit gave the hermit new strength, and their fight ceased to resemble a dull beating. He's much crazier than I thought, the illegal electrician noted. This is a hidden level. On a hard drive, there is no time, no aging, no death, no restrictions. The system puts all killed illegals here. Usually no one except the owners can get in here, but the crazy hermit somehow managed to do it. What he said seemed funny to Chong-ma, but only at first. It was strange for Electrician to hear such nonsense from his own killer. It was interesting to see how long the hermit would last, and so Chong-ma set a condition. He didn't intend to teach the madman. He just wanted to relieve his anger by resetting him over and over again. That's how it was at first. For the 100th time, nothing changed, except that Electrician got pleasure from revenge. Always a brazen cheater, he now looked meek and scared. But he did not give up, and the endless fights dragged on. The feeling that he was being followed grew stronger and stronger, and Electrician began to give it his all. On the 200th reset, Hyunwoo couldn't parry a single blow. For 400 rounds, the Hermit could hardly withstand 3 blows. 700 rounds. It's nice not to let the Hermit get the finishing blow. The 1000th round, all the fighting techniques are solved and destroyed. The Hermit has nothing more to do. The Electrician was sure that after this, the Hermit would not be able to take a step. The mad Hermit was slowly going mad from the piercing, endless pain. But he just got up again as if nothing had happened. This was starting to irritate Electric. Having no other way to get rid of the Hermit except by forcing him to surrender, he continued. An unpleasant feeling grew in his chest. Such a weakling could not withstand even a couple of movements, but he did not give up. Without even noticing it, Electric was pushing himself harder and harder in these rounds. What is this feeling? He asked himself, striking blow after blow. Only after 2,900 he found the answer. The same feeling that he experienced long ago when he became illegal. At first, this sensation was very weak, noted Electrician. He used increasingly destructive techniques on the annoying fly. But he definitely felt the danger coming from the Hermit. What if this guy never gives up and drives him crazy with boring fights? To hell with it, decided Electrician. He had quietly become interested in duels. He stopped short, noticing that he had made a slight mistake in his movements. And the Hermit did not miss this opportunity and immediately counterattacked. Gathering all his will into a fist, he delivered an uppercut to Electric's chin. The fist hit its target and exploded in pain. For the first time in thousands of battles, Hyunwoo got his opponent. The Mad Hermit counted 5 to 3,000. There is nothing infinite except Korean nerdiness, the crazy Hermit cheerfully announced. Fucking nerds. Thunderbolt got really angry. The Monkey King looked into the distance at the blazing horizon of the 8th floor. Quickly, the voice of an ally was heard from behind. Fat Leo appeared before the monkey in a disheveled robe. He's already sat his whole ass on the stone. Monkey was indignant, but his comrade waved it off. Monkey's seat is definitely stronger than the stone, he said. That's true, said the monkey. During the 3 months he waited, his seat had grown to the stones. Once Fat Lion had finished, where were the others chilling? Asked the monkey. The roasted rooster and the white elephant don't ask. Where the trunk is arrived shortly after Tolstoy. We had a great time, Lev asked the couple who arrived. And they confirmed that they had fucked everyone, especially Rooster. How funny. Everyone has already climbed the tower and been illegal, but they spent 3 months on one zone, boasted Monkey. It's just that the system's balance is shitty, Fat Leo justified himself. The Trinity received achievements for abusing animals and gaining their powers. The system only counted them. Don't ask where the elephant's trunk is, you might get upset. And don't ask how to become a roasted rooster. Leo was indignant. Excuses for weaklings, the damned macaque teased. The Leaning Tower of Pisa appeared, shaking the earth, leading to other levels of the Matrix. The passwords are the same, the addresses are the same, the monkey shouted and ran forward. 25 again, he will jump on his stick, Fat Lion breathed. Each takes on one side of the world, the monkey reminded. In total, 2 months, boasted the talking monkey. The ever-cautious Shuken was pulled away from his paperwork by a ringing bell. They were looking for the missing Hyunwoo, who had not been heard from for a long time. A rift had occurred. The cautious Shuken was informed. In 3 hours, the enemy would be in Korea. The sad cat was still waiting alone for her crazy teacher. But he was in no hurry to appear and console the devoted cutie. The electrostimulator sword showed no signs of awakening. The fight continued. The Mad Hermit continued to catch the serves. The only counter he could keep was the battle count. Time did not exist in this matrix. The Hermit was doing well and was already forcing Thunderbolt to move. The entrants began to receive electric shock attacks, which had not happened before. The new sensations were pleasantly invigorating after the usual piercing, cutting foreign objects. The Mad Hermit now attacked madly and unpredictably. Strike! He spun the turntable, confusing the electrician's mind with his nonsense. It was just a trick. Hyunwoo fired his fist instead of his leg, but Electric dodged everything. Crazy psycho, said Thunderbolt 5,000 deaths later. Are you really tired? Asked the crazy nerd, teasing the electrician. Interestingly, nerdiness is also a cheat, Grummaboy thought. How long can you do the same thing over and over again? This guy is definitely crazy, decided Electrician. There may be no fatigue here, but is it normal to hold a bev session for 5,000, he thought. He should have given up a long time ago, because from the middle of the fight, Electrician used all the electrophoresis techniques to the fullest. The Mad Hermit was almost reaching his goal, but at the last moment it was reset by lightning strikes. Thunderbolt felt someone touch his pants. "You are definitely a mad dog," he said to the Mad Hermit. "Aren't you tired of it?" he asked without the words of a Korean nerd. But even in this position, his eyes said that he would not back down. "Only girls grab onto clothes," said Electrician. "In times of need you too will do," replied the Mad Hermit. The feeling of danger turned into a thrill. What else could a crazy nerd do? On his way to the top, Grummaboy killed many different illegals. But this was the first time he had seen such crazy nerds. Dumb as an oak, but stubborn, the Electrician of the 5th rank realized. Everyone broke down after meeting Thunderbolt, but not this dumb nerd. He broke all his skills and fighting techniques, but the madman invented them again and rose again. It's as if someone turned him into a robot that doesn't know how to give up. That is why even Thunderbolt felt awe before this madness. No one could change the nature of man. Sooner or later everyone gives up, thought the 5th grade Electrician. Shadow Step noticed the technique of the Hermit Thunderer. He had seen something like this somewhere before. The warrior once again easily dodged even a high-level attack. He had seen this thousands of times. 3 steps must be taken to complete it, said the Electrician of the 5th rank. Hyun-woo froze. For the first time in so many fights, he received advice from the master. Hundreds of discharges struck one point in a bright arc of electricity. Martial arts are not buffoonish movements and loud words. Get to the root, he taught the crazy nerd. Focus on the basics. Forget the complicated names, said the 5th grade Electrician. Simple copying will not help with electrophoresis techniques, the master explained. What is important is not copying lightning with mana, but keeping it in the mana itself. The Hermit exchanged the 8,000th zeroing for advice. When lightning is inside mana, all you have to do is give it the desired shape. The discharges evaporated Hyunwoo's body, leaving large bald spots in her image. He had already lost count of how many resets had taken place. Each step was like water, and different from the previous one. These are real martial arts, the Mad Hermit realized. Then he broke the form he had acquired again. 10,000 nerdy zeros. After 15,000 resets, he finally figured out how to use his brain. The mana in each cell creates lightning, from which dozens of other techniques emerge. And they all merge into one technique of the god of electrophoresis. The last step, having studied the form, is to break it, the master electrician instructed. Previously, Hyunwoo would have said that all of this was made-up nonsense to add mystery and importance to simple truths. After all his teachers were images from books, from which he drew the power of the absurd. But now he finally understood the true meaning of real martial arts. Their battle, which had died down, flared up again. Both were equal. There was a commotion in the center of the Korean Association. They were late in reacting to the invasion. Senator Liam took over and led the defense from the bunker. When the first disaster appeared, he was not worried because he had hope for Kim Hyun-woo, but then 3 more appeared. The situation was dire everywhere. The S-rank hunters could do nothing, the secretary reported. "We need to prepare for the worst," Senator Liam realized. Even if there was no connection with Hyun-woo, there was no need to worry about Korea, the senator reasoned. Hyun-woo has left, a cautious Shu Kyung informed his friends. You can assume that he is on another planet. He hid it for a month, but it won't come out anymore. To stop the disaster, we must rely on our own strength, said the ever-cautious Shiken. What will the Dragon Empress do? Shiken asked his loyal disciple. For the first time, the girl looked at the hunter as something other than just empty space. 15,000 zeros, the Korean nerd counted endlessly. They exchanged hundreds of blows without Hyun-woo being cleared. He no longer died, and they could clash as equals. His mastery of mana reached perfection. The halo behind his back turned into a raven. The crazy electrician looked pleased with the result. This form embodied the essence of his martial arts, the halo and the wings. Now the Mad Hermit was pressing the 5th-class electrician. Surprisingly, this did not hurt the pride of the god of electrophoresis. He enjoyed the fight on equal terms, something he hadn't experienced since he had become a little stronger. The Mad Hermit used both ranged and melee attacks. His expression had not changed since he started this climb. The face of a crazy nerd, if you suffer for a long time and then fail at something? The god of electrophoresis wondered what kind of monster he had raised in these battles. However, what difference does it make? I'll finally get some rest from endless fights, thought Thunderbolt. The full force of his technique, performed by a crazy nerd, opened up above him. This is the way, thought the electrician of the fifth rank. Hit it now, don't delay. But the fatal blow only slightly rustled a strand of hair. After 15,000 resets, the hermit stopped. Why didn't you finish him off? Thunderbolt asked him. The hermit turned around. He rubbed the hair on the back of his head shyly, thinking about what to say. How can a student show such disrespect to a teacher? The hermit asked. What? Said the thunderer. I don't remember when I took a nerd as an apprentice, he asked. Since that's all, let the people rest. Master Changma waved his hand. Even if he asked to stay, he would still leave heartless, leaving Hyunwoo as the last one. And yet, the mad hermit thought to add, thank you, teacher, even though you are an asshole, he blurted out, dissolving into the light of the portal. What a bastard, thought the fifth-class Master Grumma boy. Crazy Korean nerd, he'll tire the dead, he said after him. The student, after all the data had been reset, in the infinite matrix, wasn't so bad, thought Changma. The association's troops met the disaster at the very fault line and prepared the first line of defense. Finally, the rift cracked and someone emerged from the portal. The bird is climbing out, I repeat. The hole has opened. Oh, the hunter commander creaked into the radio. The cannons fired their first salvo at the target. It was difficult to understand what the huntress meant, so they decided to just shoot. Rockets and shells rushed towards the lone target that had left the portal. A huge ball of fire appeared in the sky as they all hit their target. The dummies stood waiting for the results of the artillery preparation. What a warm welcome, a mocking voice was heard. I plan to quietly clean everyone out, but there is no need to hold back, said the monkey with the cockroach mustache. Mayday sos, Monkey Lord Nish kaput first, Stein. The commander chattered into the radio in panic. The bird broke out. She did not finish speaking. Since Monkey took the radio anyway, no one understood her orders. Let's clean out the weaklings first, the macaque boasted. Grow up, the Monkey King shouted cheerfully to his stick. The roasted rooster landed in Thailand, and in the midst of the chaos he caused. Such a simple floor, he said, folding his chicken wings. What kind of feathered misunderstanding is this? The rooster heard. And I saw a guy in front of me in sweatpants and flip-flops. What kind of madman dared to approach the great sage? Hyunwoo heard. First I'll kill you, then I'll roast you, shouted the roasted rooster. But the mad hermit did not listen to the senseless clucking any longer. I just returned, and here the roosters pestered me. The crazy hermit was surprised. Now the border is crossed with chickens, he asked the animal. The rooster thrashed under the electric shock. The arrest was a success. The mad hermit incinerated the firebird with electrolysis. A notice about the detention of an illegal chicken immediately appeared. But what the hell was he doing in Thailand? The navigation system was clearly acting up, Hyunwoo noticed. Little so. Yeon lay unconscious, her disheveled hair falling across her beautiful face. Always cautious, Shurken received a powerful blow and flew into the wall. Are you kidding me, fools? Fat Leo mocked his weak opponents. But the Wildcat Empress did not give up and covered Shurken. It was fun playing with the kitty, Fat Lion told her. But it was already boring. The uncouth boar swung his paw. A fat, uncouth Leo punched a cute girl in the stomach. Pain spread in circles throughout the devoted student's petite body. The mad hermit studied the system mail he had missed during his absence. So it means that the damned illegals have set up a thoroughfare here. Hyunwoo understood from the words of the android Ov. One is already a rarity, but four at once, the floor is not made of rubber. Where only they can climb, asked the crazy hermit. On the other hand, Demon Aloli took a whole diaspora of rubber faces, Hyunwoo recalled. There is a high probability that these illegals also have a gang leader, the android calculated. A strong illegal, he can take Ocean's friends into his team and cross borders together. One of the three, of high rank, the mad hermit concluded. The silver-haired girl leaned in to confirm his conclusion. The hermit thought to ask how he ended up in Thailand, but the time was not right. And where is their leader? The hermit asked, and the girl pointed to the map. The USA. Hyunwoo looked at the location of the three and figured out in what order to eliminate them. The hermit thought that getting to their leader and destroying him would be as easy as pie. If he goes to the US, his friends in Korea will kick the bucket. On the other hand, there is a faithful disciple, thought the mad hermit. On the other hand, the girl is no match for the illegal immigrant. Hyunwoo was thinking about the difficult choice when the notification appeared. After reading it carefully a couple of times, he was still very surprised. The cautious Shurken assessed the situation as everything had arrived. The Dragon Empress fell from a couple of blows from Fat Lion. The hunter himself lay on his last legs, having used up all his strength and mana. And where only Hyunwoo wears, he regretted in a moment of weakness. But suddenly, he threw these thoughts aside. What was he thinking about? He himself decided and persuaded others to fight for their home with their own strength. It is not the fault of the mad hermit that the friend in his retinue is simply a weakling. The Dragon Empress came to her senses and began to stir. Miraculously, the fragile, refined girl was able to stand on her feet. Powerless even with the martial arts master, the girl thought. The teacher's words gave her absolute confidence that the imperial arts were of great power and sufficient. If they don't help her win, she's just not strong enough, the master told her. The crazy student did not consider herself strong. She walked under the sky and considered all weaklings below her to be fools. And this way of thinking led her to where she was now. Bitterness rose in her throat. She only admired the master's power and looked at him from afar, not even thinking of reaching his heights. That's the end of the tale, and whoever listened is a fine fellow, sang Fat Leo. I will do you the honor, growled the uncouth boar who beats women. And I'll show you how to become fat, he continued, devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The lion's roar sent the weakened Dragon Empress flying. The heroic strength is not enough for loans, the girl heard a voice from Hermione's bag. I see, came the voice, and the girl looked at the source. The same voice she recognized Demonololi with her strange speech. Keep the heroic strength, and you will be of help in the army, Demonololi persuaded. But the master told the student not to take sweets from strangers. You don't trust me, Demonololi realized, when the fat lion had already opened his mouth wide. Well, let it go, said the demoness, and released her mana to Loli. The Dragon Empress screamed in surprise as the force enveloped her. She said it only hurt the first time, said the demoness. The magic of the flawless Demonololi filled the Dragon Empress. Now you feel the heroic strength, whispered ancient Loli. The appearance of the miniature crazy student was completely transformed, and the features of a cute demon Loli appeared in her. The horned goat is coming after the little guys, the warrior maiden grinned. The fat lion was surprised to see a young goat in front of him. Suddenly he discovered that he could not use his mouth. What is she? Horns have grown and teeth, cried the fat lion. Well, so be it. Goats are very nutritious, said Leo, and tried to open his mouth. One stop, he heard a quiet, gentle voice and fell to the ground. Loli's power prevented him from moving, and the girl quickly walked towards him. Fat Leo was crushed by a steamroller, with every step of his tiny feet. Always cautious, Shiken took a moment to pull out his wounded friends who were unconscious. Although it was shameful to run away from the battlefield and leave the girl alone, he would only get in the way nearby. No one can resist the power of Loli. The transformed student leaned over Fat Lion. Do you think you are the only one whose strength was cut? Said Loli Demoness. Anything could happen. With every step, the pressure of Loli's power grew and flattened Fat Lion. If only I were a queen, said the demoness, turning the Fat Lion into a flat lion. They should call her Goddess Loli, the demoness said to the flat lion at the end. An illegal elephant walked through Mexico City and everything around was destroyed. The girl with the trunk froze in place, amidst the destruction. And she couldn't move. She didn't understand why at all. Do your eyes hurt without blinking? A stern female voice asked her. What did she do? Asked the elephant, squeezing out the last of the air from her lungs. A petite, cute girl, Agent Rose, appeared right in front of her. Just animal experiments. The agent smiled sweetly. She recently found a great book. There is nothing to be afraid of. They are a humane organization and do not torture animals, said the agent with a sweet face. Sick bastards, the elephant objected, but the agent shut her up, not saying that to the elephant who had trampled an entire city. On behalf of the KGB, allow me to express my gratitude, Rosa smiled. With its help, they eliminated competitors in a dangerous business. Who is she? The girl with the trunk asked in horror. Let's get back to our sheep, said the girl and opened the first volume of Capital. This experiment is aimed at revealing signs of dialectical thinking. Agent Rosa smiled sweetly. The injured little So-yeon slowly came to her senses in the hospital. The girl woke up and heard the voice of Kwon So, who was on duty nearby. Realizing where she was, she immediately jumped up in bed and asked what happened. Kwon So didn't remember much. They got it from an illegal immigrant, and the staff said that Shirken dragged them in. The hunter himself, having bandaged his wounds, returned to the battlefield. Damn crazy, cutie. So-yeon was horrified, but Kwon So asked to leave the guy. The friend understood that after such a deal, the guy had reasons to be disappointed. A cautious Shirken looked down from the roof of the hospital. He could only run away, tail between his legs. The hunter scourged himself. The doors behind him opened and someone also came to the roof. Cautious Shirken turned around at the sound of the door. He was very surprised when he saw the girl's familiar face. The Monkey King smashed the troops to smithereens. Explosions blazed everywhere. The battle was already boring, but something had changed where he sent the clones. The clones are equal in strength to low-ranking illegals, and 300 would be enough for the entire ninth floor. In one moment, half was destroyed, he thought, as he heard a quiet, "Good evening, you are the boss here," behind. Delivery of noble cuffs ordered, the hermit Hyun-woo appeared. The monkey deftly blocked the blow with her stick. "Who is this?" the Monkey King asked the mad hermit. But he performed a double kick with his legs instead of introducing himself. The macaque flew towards the ground and struck, raising a cloud of dust. "Grow up!" shouted the Monkey King, and a large stick flew towards the hermit. But he deftly dodged the macaque's unexpected attack. The monkey appreciated the hermit's abilities. He was not simple. "You jump like a monkey," he pointed out to the mad hermit. "I've been looking in the mirror for a long time," the mad hermit asked the macaque. The zookeeper, who also works as a border guard, introduced himself as a hermit. "People are also monkeys," the smart hominid objected, "but more developed ones. Now we will teach you too," the hermit mocked. At the same moment, he received 2 notifications about the liquidation of illegal animals. "Grow up!" the angry monkey shouted and hit Hyun-woo with a stick. "Narustishishka," he blurted out when the mad hermit suddenly appeared nearby. And now Rusty again, the nasty monkey was playing with his stick. The stick rocketed him away from the mad hermit. In its place, a column of flame rose and engulfed the mad hermit. But from under the rubble, the enraged macaque was grabbed by the tenacious hand of a border guard. "A declaration must also be signed for animals," a state border control officer said. And he put a wet stamp on the entry denial form, the impudent monkey. "You'll end up in the monkey house," he told the illegal intruder. The impudent Monkey King could not tolerate such a thing. But the border guard was strong. "And that's all that a high-ranking illegal can do," the mad hermit mocked. And there was talk. The impudent monkey was upset and could not break away from the crazy hermit. The macaque then took up the fight on the spot, waving his telescopic staff. "Damn monster, where did he just crawl out of? The impudent illegal has completely lost his bearings." "There's nothing to be done," said the macaque, and activated the second phase. Having released all of Rastashishka's power, the staff reached the low clouds. A huge bolt of fire flew towards the ground. The magical ranged attack flew right on target, but the mad hermit only grinned. And he gathered and released his mana in the form of a bloody crown. "What is this?" The impudent monkey was surprised. He was not the only one who had a second phase. Hyun-woo also knew how to control lightning and easily repelled the attack of the macaques. At headquarters, they couldn't tear themselves away from the spectacle and watch the screens, spellbound. Even Senator Qui-Gon watched with his mouth open as he watched what was happening. This is already beyond the bounds of normality. The cunning senator was stunned. Far away, the earth shook from the blows of real monsters. A crazy hermit was chasing an illegal macaque. But he deftly evaded arrest as befits a macaque. "Do you think you can hurt a Sith with lightning?" the mad hermit asked him. Bloody discharges of electrolysis flew towards the macaque. However, he managed to fight back with his paws and a stick. While the Monkey King was distracted by the lightning bolts, Hyun-woo crept closer, and he gave the impudent illegal animal a straight kick. The monkey rolled over the stone hummocks, tumbling comically. The monkey gritted his teeth, but he could do nothing. The mad hermit launched his mana at full capacity, activating all abilities. The fist of the divine long-armed man sent a wave of love to his smaller brothers. Increased mana. The skin of the unfinished macaque sparkled. A fiery wave of rays of goodness pressed back the impudent macaque. Hyun-woo examined the results of the finishing magic. The roasted macaque was not going to give up alive. He resisted to the last. The illegal monkey wondered where such a monster could come from on the 9th floor. "Not bad for a monkey," the mad hermit mocked the animal. How dare he look down on the king of all monkeys, and therefore people too. The macaque lost his temper. A halo of mana lit up above his cap with a cockroach mustache. "Since I can't go higher, I'll take you with me." The Monkey King decided to fight for the last time. In all directions, clones, monkeys just like him, branched off from him. Each one is equal in strength to the weak illegal, and he has bred many of them. Hyun-woo was happy with such fun. After he left the hidden level of electrician, he could turn on cheats again. "Come closer, Bandarlog," he said in the voice of the wise Ka. The damn snake got out, and the monkeys rushed into the attack. Just what he needed, thought the mad hermit. Close combat is his specialty. The monkey cast 18 nuclear strikes. A ball of hot plasma turned the remains of buildings into dust. A monstrous shockwave of mana destroyed the entire city. The impudent macaque assessed the results of the ashes he had created. It worked, he wondered, after he had blocked his own view. The mad border guard flapped his wings and flew out of the cloud of dust. He landed easily and walked towards the impudent macaque completely unharmed. It didn't work, the Monkey King realized, but it was too late. The training of a fifth-class electrician was not in vain. Spending all your strength in one attack is the height of stupidity, Electrician taught him. Don't complain. Unwind it piece by piece and may the force be with you, he instructed. Hyun-woo waited until the macaque was completely exposed, and he scored a critical hit from close range with the final attack. Another nuclear mushroom rose over the remains of the city. The roar of 1,000 bombs exploding reverberated throughout the area. The flames heated the ground to red heat, and clouds of dust slowly settled. In the middle of the crater, there remained only one mad hermit. Hyun-woo exhaled after a hard run and scrolled through a bunch of notifications. He carefully felt himself for damage. His arms were fine. His legs, too. There were no problems with mana. This time, the illegal immigrant got off with little bloodshed, unlike previous times. Long training with a fifth-class electrician produced results. A pure victory was understood by the fist, a mad triumphant. What kind of rolling pin is this? He thought when he saw the familiar object. The Monkey King's staff, Rastashishka, can grow and copy itself, Hyun-woo read. There is a great use for this wand. The hermit chuckled contentedly. Grasping it tighter, he estimated the direction of the Hunters' Association. And shouting, Rastashishka took off like a rocket towards the headquarters. At headquarters, the crazy hermit was given a clean tracksuit. Not a bad design, the hermit, who had not changed his clothes for many years, appreciated the new item. He fought such a battle and is now in perfect order, the cunning senator noted, and his appearance is worth something. He fell from the sky on top of a huge stick. Qui-gon was amazed. So Korea didn't suffer much damage, Hyun-woo learned. By the way, there is one small request, the senator asked, taking advantage of the opportunity. Shi-kyung looked at the crazy couple. Together they were visiting the beautiful So-yeon in the hospital. The contented cat sat meekly, motionless, all in a fervent blush. Forget it, thought the cautious Shurken and asked out loud how the hermit got to the United States from Thailand. Just jumping, the hermit answered in a casual tone. Iron Man triathlon, heard? He asked his friend. This is generally legal. Cautious Shurken fell to the bottom of the test tube. But in fact, he was tormented by a completely different question. Cutie. So-yeon heard their conversation from the hallway. Shu-kyung asked about the special training that the hermit was undergoing in the Matrix. Could he also go through it? Asked the cautious Shurken, to his friend's surprise. Too weak, little So-yeon heard, and tactfully did not enter the room. She scolded her friend for leaving the hospital without healing his wounds and causing her anxiety. It was hard to accept himself as a weakling, the cautious Shurken justified himself. But the thing is that illegals are strong, said little So-yeon. Not only that, the hunter argued, she is also strong, remembering the Empress of Dragons, he clarified. Ah, cutie. So-yeon saw the fight on tape. It looked epic. Previously, Shurken could avoid this topic, simply attributing it to the power of a mad hermit. But now, Shurken realized, he had to learn to protect what was dear to him with his own strength. The beautiful. So-yeon just smiled, happy with her friend's growth. He looked so excited that she teased him about whether something good had happened while his friend was out. Cutie. So-yeon waited for her cautious friend to finish. He made up his mind quickly, she noted, thanks to Shaiken's efforts. The crazy hermit thought, it's great that his friend decided to grow up, but will he be able to cope with a fifth-class electrician? And will he want to teach him? If there is no rush, I will return the sword later, the hermit decided, and So-yeon entered the room, saying that she would be discharged tomorrow. Hyun-woo himself wondered how much his characteristics had changed after passing the secret level of the Matrix. Nothing much had changed. The hermit looked through the long list. But what? The crazy reader shuddered, having reread it again. In the age column it said 118 years. The hermit improved the virtual room for the girl neural network. The system gave bonuses for detaining the illegal zoo, and it was possible to expand the virtual room. The girl was so overjoyed that the hermit suspected the net of self-interest. She, of course, denied that she was expecting new games more than his victories. After the secret level, the counter counted that he was a whole 118 years old. There were no glitches in the system, inside the time matrix, but the hermit's internal clock continued to tick. The time paradoxes are explained by the difference in the computing power of the matrix processors. At a hidden level, they were going faster, Av said. 100-year-old virgin, the mad hermit was horrified, but for that you wouldn't give an archmage enough. On the other hand, he had already gone through something similar in the training tower. The main thing is that the face hasn't aged. And everything else, you can live, the crazy hermit will decide. Is there any information about the tower's creator? He asked the android girl, and she clapped her hands and said that there was. Finally, the crazy hermit was happy after so much effort. The creator is the creator, the blonde blockhead rattled on. And then what? The hermit was impatient to receive an answer. The creator is the creator, the neural network repeated, obviously not understanding what was confusing the hunter. Okay, you're a fool yourself for hoping for a crooked system. The hermit resigned himself. But the girl was outraged by such condescension and screamed. 5 days, the young neural network loudly declared. No, even 7 days and she will be able to find his location. Of course, this is not accurate, but the main thing is to believe, the android blurted out. Okay, the crazy hermit has long since gotten used to the antics of the network. So it was the essence of lowly demoness that spoke first and gave strength, the mad teacher clarified. A new word successor has been added to the student status. Av warned him that the illegal force was still present on the 9th floor. It turns out that there is another receiver in Mexico, and someone knocked out Mason. There was a connection here. The hermit turned on Sherlock. He looked at the dejected, crazy student, who was sitting with her eyes downcast. She reproached herself for using the master's things without asking. The girl felt the master's hand reaching out to her. For a second, she curled up into a ball, but instead of being punished, she was praised. Without you, everyone would have died. She did the right thing, the crazy teacher told her. The faithful cat did not expect to hear such words at all. But having received praise, she blossomed with mad happiness. Senator Liam was hosting an important guest and asked to repeat the request in case he had misheard. The guest greedily twirled his beetle antennae. Could it be that they had misheard him? This staff belongs to Montana, said the fat seal, who was also the governor of Montana. As a collector, it is not surprising that he was interested in the staff, but it was Kim Hyun-woo's loot, Senator Qui-gon said. But our union was also active there, the seal brazenly declared. It's enough to meet Kim Hyun-woo and figure it out. The fat dumpling rubbed his mustache cheekily. Senator Liam frowned. That was the problem. He had dealt with the mad hermit before. About me and without me. They entered the door without knocking. Liam jumped up, sensing trouble. Who wants his staff? Asked the mad hermit, looming over the fat carcass. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo moved his dumpling's beetle antennae. The hermit looked closely at the seated misunderstanding that had spread out across the chair. He handed over the staff for inspection and registration, as required by procedure. But they had already flocked to it like flies to honey. Fatty extended his sweaty palm and introduced himself as the governor of Montana. Oops, let's skip the details. The hermit shut the impudent fat man's mouth. The story is about how he scooped up everything for everyone, and while he was away, someone decided to steal the loot. He understood everything correctly, said the hermit. In general terms, mumbled the fat, sweaty dumpling. There seemed to be a conflict of interest, said the master of diplomatic negotiations. Liam no longer knew who to call. Hyun-woo smiled sweetly. A smile can solve hundreds of problems, and having a strong fist, you can solve all problems. The hermit cracked the impudent beetle. The fat cat didn't understand anything and poked the sausage towards the hermit. He won't leave it like that, the pig squealed. And then he immediately received an additional bonus from the master of aggressive negotiations. More questions? Asked the hermit. But the client was already sleeping peacefully. Don't be afraid, he told Liam. He was just tired after the negotiations. No need to worry. Just give me back the digging stick, the mad hermit asked. The next day, an agent showed up at the association's parking lot. What did your boss Evan say? The bespectacled agent asked the tired worker. He can't eat. He wants to shit in Hyun-woo's striped slippers. How funny, the agent grinned. Do you have a plan? He asked the mole. Sew him up, the recruited defector clarified. 10 years of undercover work just like that, asked the agent. But the mole just threw up his hands. He didn't like the job anyway. Of course, if you compare it to working here, the underground agent noted. All for the sake of our director and the KGB, said the bespectacled agent. Let her rule the world from the shadows. He read the organization's motto. The master bonsai's footcloth. The cautious Shuken was surprised as he examined the footcloth that had been used many times. Wrap the sword in it and a secret level will open, the mad hermit explained. Shuken glanced to the side at the preparations the slave was making. The poor girl worked late again to have time to draw the teleport circle. Are you going to Mexico? Shuken asked, secretly sympathizing with the slave. Just need to check something, the mad hermit replied. He had to find a second receiver, Hyun-woo thought, as he looked at the surprised student. The successors of a person of uncertain orientation can become both border guards and illegal immigrants. They can do nothing, or they can take over the world to rule it, the hermit learned. In any case, this doesn't mean that they are definitely bad. Hyun-woo took out Hermione's bag. Now it's yours. He threw the stone with the essence of lowly demoness to the student. The girl immediately recognized the object that gave her strength. Use it as you wish, the mad hermit allowed his devoted disciple. It's good when there are many capable border guards, and there's no point in expecting betrayal from the student, Hyun-woo thought. You can be trusted, said the teacher, but the faithful and ardent student heard something of her own. When I get back, he left the satisfied cat drooling. Will you go straight away? Asked Hyun-woo, the cautious Shuken, to whom he gave the footcloth. Tell the electrician, said the hermit, to build himself a toilet and not go into the bushes. Hyun-woo walked through the ruins of the capital and thought about where to start his search. The migrant workers' magicians were already busy laying new tiles on top of the old ones. An agent in a three-piece cotton suit came into view. They were waiting for him. The agent bowed low. They know how to invite, the hermit noted. The all-seeing eye, the symbol of the organization, sparkled on the jacket. Let me invite you for a cup of tea, the agent suggested. The cautious Shuken took hold of the electrophoresis sword, and the hidden level actually appeared. To be or not to be? Am I a trembling creature? The hunter wondered. He just recently fixed up his apartment, and now he's leaving it again. He has a bad character, like a real fifth-class master. He drinks a lot of vodka, Hyun-woo warned. Shuken pressed the button and went to the level of alcoholism nerds. He was transported so quickly that at first he didn't even understand where he had ended up. Everything felt real, and it really was a matrix, the cautious Shuken realized. Just when I was in a rush, the guests came. The hunter heard a voice. The drunken electrician of the fifth rank looked menacingly at the uninvited guest. And indeed, he recognized the cautious master Shuken. But what can he say? I want to become a drunken master, the cautious Shuken blurted out. Any fool can become drunk, Changma breathed in, but not everyone can become a master. But wait, how is he related to the crazy nerd? Electrician asked, and Shuken nodded. Korean nerds, the drunk electrician shouted in his heart. I just dumped one, and another one showed up, and the master got angry at the courtyard checkpoint. There's definitely no point in asking about the toilet, the cautious Shuken realized. There's no vodka, the electrician said sharply. You can go home. You still don't know how to relax in a cultured way. You only know how to get drunk like a pig, answered the electrician. Shuken was horrified. He definitely came here for a new discharge. After all the torment, he could not retreat and leave with nothing. Let's have a little drink just once, the boy pleaded. The discharge is very necessary. Please teach me, master, the cautious Shuken blurted out. If he doesn't agree, the hunter promised, he will sit here and watch. Just like a Korean nerd, he also wants to wear me down. The master got really angry. But since you ask so, we will do the same. You will drink to the point of unconsciousness until you learn the power of vodka and cultural recreation, Shuken heard the answer. Maybe then you'll upgrade your rank, said the electrician and opened the first bottle. You drink the first flask in one gulp to the bottom, said the master. That's how you feel your eyes opening, and the clarity of vision, the world becoming more beautiful, asked the electrician. Tea with the boss, you say, the mad hermit was considering the proposal. And if you refuse, he asked the agent, what will you do then? Then we'll have to leave with nothing, the agent said, leaving the choice up to Hyun-woo. The agent spoke coherently, even if you tried. But he wouldn't say anything new, the hermit realized. It didn't look like an ambush, the mad hermit decided. Besides, most likely the android girl was talking about them. Hyun-woo agreed, and the agent led him to the headquarters, the entrance starting from the golden elevator. The hermit was surprised by such luxury, just for an ordinary elevator. An entire castle resembling a cathedral awaited them underground. As soon as the door opened, agents lined up on both sides and bowed in respect. Even the experienced mafia boss was taken aback by such a nice greeting. The master was waiting for you. The hermit heard and saw the girl smelling of roses. A sweet beauty with purple hair smiled tenderly at him. This is how the meeting of the stunned, mad hermit took place. Although a Sith is only allowed to have one apprentice, he took 2 apprentices, ignoring all the tower's regulations. One of them is Mi Ryung, a wild cat and the Empress of Dragons. He was lost in memories of the old years when he wandered around the Tower of Learning. A weak girl was attacked by her former comrades. They wanted to kill her to raise their characteristics. At the last moment, the girl was saved by an unknown hermit, and he sent the good-for-nothings out to get some fresh air, which saved the little girl. So he became the hero Hana Rin, or Agent Rose in reality. They had an unusual relationship, the mad hermit recalled. The girl turned out to be a good conversationalist. Of course, he trained her no worse than the wildcat Mi Ryung. The little girl spent a year and a half with the hermit so easily and carefree, until she cleared the tower. promising to prepare everything as a parting gift. So she killed Mason. The hermit listened to Agent Rose's story. "And what about the castle underground?" asked the Mad Master. "What is it for?" "Didn't the master say it would be cool to build one like this?" Agent Rose reminded him. "Everything else is ready too," the girl sang in a sweet voice. 200 hectares of American land. Headquarters in every European country, casinos, and money for the rest of her life. She continued to bend her fingers. But when he said that he wanted this, the mad hermit forgot. There was one similar conversation, however, when they were rafting down the river. "What would he like?" the beauty asked him, and the hermit answered that a lot of things. "Get enough sleep, don't work, live like a rich man," he answered dreamily. "And also a castle, a casino, a harem." Not in life, she remembers. The mad hermit realized reality. The girl laughed with satisfaction. She liked the teacher's reaction. To remove all doubts, Hyun-woo used his telepathy skill on the girl. Whatever the master wishes, he saw her secret thoughts, the same as those of a faithful cat. Yes, she is also out of her mind, the mad hermit realized. But once things were sorted out, the girl was now the successor after Mason's murder and the acquisition of the first volume of Capital. "What are they going to do with all the power they have now?" he asked Agent Rose sharply. "The problem is that she has an unclear orientation, whether she is a border guard or an illegal immigrant. Even the system can lie. If the girl betrays him, he will have to deal with her. All my powers are only for the master." She gave a simple answer, which discouraged the hermit. "So she killed the last illegal elephant too?" asked the hermit, lounging on his throne as usual. "I checked a couple of possibilities of Marxist ideology," the girl answered. "The city in ruins had a hard time," asked the mad teacher. "This is part of a long and bold plan," the hermit heard. "You said it yourself. You want a whole city? And now there is space and resources." She presented the whole world in the palm of her hand. "So now you can give free rein to your imagination, master," Agent Rose beamed, "and play Sim City." Crazy student number 2 sparkled with happiness. Yes, she is even more crazy than Miryung, the hermit decided, and cooled Rose's hot ardor. They hadn't met before because the girl wanted to prepare everything. And working with the media was also her business, the hermit learned. Totally crazy, Hyun-woo decided, watching the girl wag her tail contentedly. "And why are the students like that? When he is completely normal," the crazy hermit lamented. "That's all, I take my leave," the homeless emperor told her, and left the throne. "And what about all this that she had prepared?" asked Rose, to which the hermit waved it off. "Look later." The girl quickly understood everything. Now the master had no time for entertainment. "Then I'll take you," said the beauty with pink hair. Hyun-woo was surprised that she let go so easily. "But why did she stand in the circle?" the hermit asked her, and received the answer that it was the duty of the student to be close to the master. "What about the organization?" he asked. But Rosa easily answered that the KGB would survive without her. He had heard this somewhere before, the mad hermit thought. "I'll just take it with me. There won't be any problems," the hermit decided, and said to stay closer to the center of the circle. "Teleports are convenient. Breathe in magic and jump," the hermit noted. Loli Demoness tempted the inexperienced cat to sign a long-term contract for Loli's power. But she was thinking. In any contract, there is a note in small print, the faithful cat thought. "The innocent maiden wants to know the whole truth," asked Demono Loli. "To share thoughts, feelings, and fight together with the enemy." The whole agreement. The demoness was indignant, offering an equal contract. The faithful cat wondered what the demoness would do, giving up control over her entire body. "So you can take the body at any moment," declared the Dragon Empress. But the demoness denied that the contract was voluntary and honest, and the offer was tempting and therefore suspicious. While she was thinking, the teleport circle in the yard lit up. "Master!" cried the happy cat and jumped up to greet the master. "Teacher!" Her voice broke off mid-sentence as she came downstairs. Suddenly, the cat realized that she was not the only candidate for a concubine. The thief was holding the mad emperor's arm, as if that was how it should be. The Dragon Empress has suffered devastating damage. She waited. The master greeted the faithful student, who stuttered as she poked at the master's new surroundings. "Why are you clinging to him?" he asked the other cat. But she was not going to let go. He had told her to hold on to him. But the conversation was about something completely different the Mad Emperor did not understand. Since this is how it turned out, everyone needs to be introduced, the hermit decided. Here is the first student of the Cat King, he pointed to Mai Ryan. Here is the second student of the Cat King, the Emperor pointed to Hana Rin. Questions. The second, the Master, could not believe what the cat Mi Ryan heard. "What's wrong?" asked the Mad Emperor, who had lost all social skills in his early childhood. I haven't heard about the other student, the girl mumbled excitedly. The rival smiled smugly. It was obvious who was now the Emperor's favorite, her gaze said. He told him to let go. The hermit moved away, but the tenacious paws wouldn't let him. Xu, the jealous cat couldn't contain her emotions, and it fell into deep sediment at the bottom of a black hole in the middle of space. What do you want? Asked Loli Demoness when she was suddenly awakened. I accept all the conditions. She heard a sudden agreement. It seems that unwanted obstacles have appeared on the horizon, and the jealous cat has caught fire. What the hell? Thought the crazy hermit when he moved into the room of the android Av. It was a complete mess, he noticed. The sloppy network did not know how to clean the basket at all. How are things going? He asked, and heard the question, and what was from the blonde neural network. But as soon as he took out the TV remote, she immediately understood what he was talking about. So what information? The mad hermit demanded. The location could not be established, an android girl appeared. Insufficient rights. But there's something better than a key. A drawing of a key, the neural network answered mysteriously. There is an item that can help to establish the exact location of the creator. The beautiful. So Yan stood at the door to the living room, hesitant. She brought the documents, but she didn't want to go in. A storm was raging outside the doors. They watched the carnage. Huan-Wu was chilling. The beautiful So Yan was watching worriedly from the balcony. What are these two doing? The cutie asked the crazy hermit. She is the first cat wife and candidate for concubine, Mi-Ren insisted. Little one, answered Rose. They were having a light sparring match. But it looked more like a fight to the death, so Yeon worried. The forces of the two successors were equal, so they systematically destroyed the entire court. Freeze created a zone of communism, Rose, and immobilized the Dragon Empress. She received a direct hit, but was able to put up a defense. Shouldn't they be stopped? Shouted over the hurricane. Cutie, So Yan asked. No use, replied the serene hermit. Scoundrel, trash, damned doormat. The girls were pulling each other's hair out. The Babylonian harlot and the port courtesan exchanged compliments with the students. Enough, little kids, the mad emperor finally intervened. But this is just light sparring, Agent Rose objected. Easy, he pointed out to the jealous owners the destruction of the house. Like a cat and a dog, the hermit scolded the students. Everyone should go into the corner and think about their behavior. He sent the girls out of sight. The beauty. So Yan looked at the girls, but who is she? Asked her friend. The second student, the mad hermit answered briefly. How many of them do you have? The beauty. So Yan was surprised. Only 2 pieces of cat-shaped stuff were placed in the tower, the hunter answered. One was not enough, cutie. So Yan was horrified. If these two grabbed each other by the hair, she wouldn't be able to separate them, the girl lamented, and Hyun-Woo was absent. Hyun-Woo rubbed his burning ears as if someone was remembering him. What's wrong? The android girl asked, but Hyun-Woo simply scratched behind his ear. Where is the artifact that will point to the creator? He asked the blonde neural network. Between 8 and 35, said the android Aver. The 8th floor is divided into a bunch of sublevels and is different from the 9th, making it difficult to search there. Hyun-Woo didn't understand a thing about the droid's complex, poorly translated, tongue-tied descriptions. Is there a passage to the 8th floor? He asked the blonde. We need artifacts, the girl answered, and presented a long list. 5 pieces puzzled Hyun-Woo, but he was reassured that they were easy to find. 3 out of 5 are in the possession of one person, the girl assured. Hyun-Woo checked all the data and confirmed that it was correct. If so, we can go, said the mad hermit, rising. It's easy as pie. He smiled when he saw the familiar face of the owner. Where? Asked the cat Mi-Ryung, pointing to the mask. Are the roses? Special shoulder straps that the master gave her, the pink-haired girl answered proudly. It can't be, the cat exploded. The mentor protected every mask. That's right, the pink-haired girl answered. But didn't he give her anything? She asked mockingly. I'll kill them all. The jealous cat became furious at such impudence. That's how the masters listen. Spank again, asked the mad emperor, suddenly appearing in the house. And he looked with displeasure at the obstinate students. They had a lot in common. The tactless hermit thought the girls would become friends. Well, okay, time to keep them busy, decided the homeless emperor. Sparks of rivalry flared up again between the cats. But the hermit sent them in different directions, giving each one the task of obtaining an artifact. Anything else? Agent Rose sweetly fawned, but was met with a negative response. Just finish peacefully. In Montana, a fat governor was ranting and raving. Even for a generous fee, they refused to cooperate with him. No matter how much the dumpling screamed, no one wanted to write stinking complaints about Kim Hyun-Woo. He received a dozen refusals and reviled the hunter for all he was worth. "They have arrived to see you," the secretary reported, although the dumpling was not expecting anyone. "The meeting was not planned. He just showed up," the secretary said in a conspiratorial tone. The ravings of a madman. The already angry dumpling shook with anger. They entered the room without knocking, almost knocking over the fat governor. The seal assessed the redevelopment and panicked even more. "How long can you scream like a slaughtered pig?" a familiar voice asked him. The mad hermit came for a cup of tea, even though no one invited him. "How dare you?" the seal was indignant, poking the sausage in Hyunwoo's direction. "What a question. So much slop poured behind your back, it's time to pay," said the crazy mafia boss. Hyunwoo listed everyone the fat, impudent pig had gotten involved with. He didn't know what to say and had a premonition that autographs would soon be given out. Hyunwoo discarded the list, too long to read to the end. "Is it so interesting to write nasty things?" he asked the fat governor. The crazy mafia boss smiled sweetly, and negotiations began. "How could you, you fatso?" jerked towards the secretary when you realized that he had been betrayed. "All you had to do was behave well," the defector replied. And here the secretary gave another list of the guilds with which he collaborated to the hermit. Wow. Even so, he acted as if the Aries guild, the crazy mafioso, was surprised in a dramatic manner. "A complete failure. They grabbed me like a goat by the beard." The dumpling was horrified. "For this he should be rolled into asphalt, but today he is kind," said the hermit. "So let's make a deal." The crazy hermit sat down closer to him. "A couple of trinkets and we will solve this misunderstanding." The crazy hermit smiled sweetly. The Dragon Empress quickly found the collector she needed, and she called him onto the carpet to talk over a cup of tea. "Such people are without security," the local sycophant asked her. The blind man's compass was put on the table quickly and briefly instead of a greeting, the Empress said. And in return, a miserable cockroach dared to squeak and almost lost his life. "We'll do it in the best possible way." The pathetic collector quickly changed his mind. Just 3 days. 3 hours no less, the Empress ran her hand across her throat, leaving no doubt what would happen to him. But this thing far abroad dared to justify itself and mumble sycophantically, which caused the wrath of the now demonic Dragon Empress. "The first one follows," she ordered her henchmen. "We need to deal with this faster than that pink-haired thief," the Empress thought. The blind man's compass lay in the palm of the local appraiser of stolen goods. In just 2 days, it could have taken a week. The white-haired girl was surprised. "It just happened that way," the crazy hermit replied, lounging on the sofa. "Hanarin finished it in less than an hour, and Miryung finished it quickly too. Now we just need to connect these artifacts because before they were already one whole." The android girl placed each piece in the right place, and she began to set up a complex artifact management system. Hyunwoo was very surprised that this was happening. For once the android was useful. The white-haired girl delved into layers of information and blue screens. The mad hermit squinted from the bright light as the synthesis began. The result was a strange and tasteless trinket. "Now the compass looks different and the status has changed," the homeless hermit noticed. "This is the true form of the blind man's compass," the girl proudly said. Now, Hyunwoo could easily get to the 835th floor through the labyrinth using the compass. The mad hermit yawned tiredly. He was bored of killing stupid mobs, but there was no other way to get through the labyrinth. "How much longer do we have to walk?" he asked himself, and pulled out a compass. Ariadne's yellow thread led to the exit of the labyrinth, where he had long since lost his sense of time and direction. "You stay," he said to the 2 ardent cats. The Mad Emperor ordered everyone to be let in and no one to be let out. "You can take just one," suggested the cunning pink-haired fox. "The master's first disciple, the Dragon Empress, will definitely protect this place," Rose suggested. "This auntie has gone too far," the Dragon Empress was outraged. "Only the first student has the right to defend the Emperor." They were again arguing over the place of the first candidate for concubine. The hermit was worried that they would destroy the city when he was interrupted by a squeak. A crowd of green homeless people pounced on him in a crowd. The hermit took out such weaklings even without cheats with one spit. What could he come up with that would make weaklings run away in fear, he thought. Hyunwoo looked at the dead man lying at his feet. The pulse was not palpable. The patient died from the autopsy. The diagnosis was made by a crazy doctor. This means that there will soon be an exit from the labyrinth. Since there are only weaklings around, the hermit rejoiced. The room trembled in anticipation of an imminent exit. Cutie. So Yan came to say goodbye to Hyunwoo before leaving. But slave Anya reported that the master had already left. As always, the beauty got upset and gave the coffee to Hyunwoo, his slave. But what was this familiar object next to Anya? The girl was surprised. She recognized this sword without difficulty because she had seen it so often. Anya hesitated awkwardly as she asked the question, dark circles from overwork not leaving her eyes. Don't be shy, ask Cutie, So Yan suggested, almost like a friend. When exactly will Hunter Kim Shi-kyung return? The slave girl asked, sweetly embarrassed. That's it, the beauty. So Yan was stunned by such news. The illegal hungry eunuch frolicked with a huge axe. The first sword of the Empire, Master Dreisch, weakly fought off the formidable illegal. The monster chopped his comrades into cabbage and they lay shredded at his feet. He turned to his soldiers and tried to encourage them, because they were the last defenders of the Empire. But the evil eunuch cut them down like grass in a hayfield. The soldiers fell, cut in half by a huge axe. He was already tired of playing along with weaklings. The eunuch mocked his pathetic attempts. It's time to show your strength, hungry eunuch, said the illegal, intercepting the axe. As soon as he swung his arm, a thunderous cry was heard from the sky Rastashishka. A healthy club stuck into the ground in the place where the eunuch had swung his axe. Master Dresch couldn't make out anything in the cloud of dust from the impact. A soft landing. The mad hermit rejoiced. It's good that there is a mat here, otherwise they made the exit from the labyrinth right in the air, he said. He defeated our illegal Master Dreich, and the rest of his company were stunned. Stomping again, the mad hermit shook the blind man's compass to illuminate the direction of the quest. But the thread broke here, because he had already arrived at the right place. Several beaten natives approached the mad hermit to greet him. Whose slave are you? Asked the knight Drisht when he came closer. Shiken gritted his teeth. The vodka wouldn't go down anymore, but electrician continued to pour. At the same time, he forced him to do strengthening physical exercise. It was not easy for the hunter. Who drinks like that, soullessly, one gulp after another? The fifth-class electrician instructed after 100 shots. But Shiken didn't give up. He came here to upgrade his rank. After so many liters, he strengthened his will, hardened his liver, and wanted to become stronger. As the hermit had told him, Shiken tried to keep up with the electrician, but it wasn't easy to outdrink the fifth-rank master. He himself had already forgotten why he started drinking, why he continued to get over a hangover every time. Go get some sleep, electrician suggested, giving up. There's no chance here, he claimed. Drinking is an art, not the student drinking that Shiken was used to. Electrician tried to dissuade him from quitting. But without a rank, he will not be a worthy hunter. He will not be able to protect what is dear. Shiken slapped himself in the face to keep from getting completely drunk. Master Electrician thought about it. There was something smart about this guy. Shiken sighed through his broken nose. He thought he got a little carried away. Until he develops immunity to alcohol, he will never leave, he firmly decided. A real Korean nerd, like his friend, breathed in Master Electrician. I'll have to teach him a little, 2 approaches with swords, and a little at a time, the electrician commanded. The beauty So Yan came to have coffee with the slave Anya, to ask how the guild's affairs are going now. They used to be a complete mess, but now that they started working together, things have improved, the girl replied. Little. So Yan looked out into the street and noticed a huge and tall building being built next door. What is it? The huntress asked. On the left is the palace of the Pijo Guild in Korea, the Mad Dragon Empress. And on the right is an unknown guild, Shared Slave Anya. Building where there were already 2 large guilds, the newcomers only caused surprise in the sweet So Yan. But then she remembered the fight between the 2 crazy students, and a terrible guess about his new neighbors suddenly dawned on the girl. The mad hermit was invited to a reception at the palace, which was everywhere glittering with gold and luxury. The Palantir of Truth, a national treasure, but the savior of the empire will be reported to the emperor, Master Dreisch promised the hermit. They brought him to the right place themselves. The mad hermit quietly rejoiced. The servants solemnly opened the doors for him, and the bright light of the hall cut his eyes. The emperor stood alone on his throne, which of course did not measure up to the golden throne in the Forbidden City. The local monarch greeted the guest with flourishes, and he held himself as arrogantly as all his kind. The little king beamed with flattering and non-committal praise for the hero. Hyun-woo wondered if he should follow the local etiquette, but he dismissed the idea because he was a true master of negotiation. The kinglet noticed the hermit's straightforwardness, but he endured it and was about to move on to thanks, but he was interrupted. Hyun-woo was not impressed by the promises to throw a feast in his honor. Fame and authority in the local underdeveloped state are of no use to him. The hermit asked directly about the Palantir of Truth, but received a sharp refusal. Such intractability was irritating. These idiots seemed not to understand that the hermit's wish was not a request. The kinglet justified himself by blaming everything on his vassals, who would not allow the people's treasure to go to a foreigner, but instead he would give a generous reward he promised. And if the hero serves the empire faithfully, then perhaps his request can be considered. Hyunwoo grabbed his head from such nonsense. There is no time to mess around with underdeveloped natives who do not know their place. The hermit got angry. Master Dreishk, not accustomed to palace intrigues, kept a poor face, and the hermit suspected something was wrong. He used the telepathy skill on the wren. It would work without any problems on such a weakling. They are completely crazy, the hermit decided when he read the monarch's thoughts. We'll send him north to deal with the barbarians, give him a title, marry him, and if he refuses, we'll eliminate him, the impudent and stupid monarch reasoned. There, a bald old man was completely overcome with dementia, and a mad hermit went out of his mind. Sacred animals chosen by heaven accumulate energy within themselves. Gradually, as they come to know themselves, they acquire intelligence similar to that of humans, or even better than that. The fox lived for 2,000 years, practically a sacred animal, and now she stood at the portal to the 9th floor, timidly rubbing against the entrance. It won't hit. The fox timidly stuck her paw into the drain between the floors. And I was surprised by the level of magical powers at the exit of the labyrinth. And a few more. For a cautious fox, the 9th floor looked like a dangerous place. But she had no choice, she had to leave anyway. Having made up her mind, the fox jumped into the portal between the levels of the matrix and pressed the drain button. The shawarma is under the fence, I hear from the market slut. The fox ended up right in the center of a furious squabble. The fox pretended she wasn't there, a cloud, a cloud, a cloud, and not a bear at all, she sang to herself. The owner appointed her as the main cat keeper, Agent Rose said, so she will take the fox. The first candidate for concubine did not agree with this statement, and the fight intensified. The girls really got going, raising hurricanes with one blow, so much so that the fox pressed her ears back in fear. Well, screw it, you saw, the little fox was horrified. She wanted to run away quietly, but she tripped awkwardly, which attracted the attention of two beasts. Woof, or whatever foxes say, blurted the fox. Maybe it will work. But it didn't work. The skin stood there. The crazy students shouted after the fox, running away in horror. A mad master of negotiations approached the local Aborigine king. He was choking from the unheard-of insolence. No one dared to speak like that to the disgusting monarch. But he has reasons for saying so, the mad hermit continued. He defeated an illegal who could have wiped the entire empire into dust. And in return for gratitude, he learned that local blockheads wanted to brazenly use him. They wanted to throw dust in his eyes with promises of reward and glory. But this is only good for weak-willed heroes. Hunwoo was blocked. Life in a medieval barn might attract an uneducated schoolboy, the hermit continued. But for a man of a highly developed civilization, this is complete nonsense. He turned the blades of Dreischt and his soldiers into crumbs. Master Dreischt was the first to realize what would happen next and rushed to the defense of the stupid king. His Majesty will endure everything, the knight declared. It seems it's time to show the natives who can bomb them back to the Stone Age, the mad hermit realized. And he released part of his magical powers with claps of thunder. Azam is the king and god who came down from heaven, the mad hermit told them. The palantir sparkled brightly in his hand. Strength the main trump card in any negotiations. He again confirmed his rule. The purple ball hid its data in the status, except for how and what it was needed for. Hyunwoo heard footsteps behind him and turned around. Knight Drish came out to see him off. He said not to see him off. Or does he want to get away, the hermit asked the knight. But the knight came to restore honor and ask for forgiveness. Although he was a vassal of a stupid king, he felt guilty. He bowed low and apologized, but the hermit brushed them off. He was a simple man and did not remember insults. Here's a present. He threw the package to the native as a parting gift. This is delicious, said the hermit, and mounting his staff, an equal exchange, he remembered the rules of the tower. Rastashishka commanded the madman and flew up to the entrance to the labyrinth. So there won't be any revenge, Knight Dreischt breathed a sigh of relief. But what did the mad guest give him instead of a national treasure? The knight examined the army rations. I've sipped so many times, but I still haven't learned how to drink. Even a hermit could do it better, said Master Electrician. So neither can we maintain a conversation nor pour drinks on time, insisted Teacher Grummaboy. But it's not for nothing, asked the cautious Shuken, who had been drinking and exercising for a day already. Another 100,000 times, and he would definitely outdrink a 5th-class master, said the hunter. The master just smiled, a greenhorn student who had barely finished vocational school and was already making a move on the master. Electric welding technology is not at all suitable for such a talentless person, he stated sharply, but reassured, there is something. Even such a young man can cope if he masters a simple installation course, Shurken heard happily. They will no longer drink or learn electrophoresis, the master declared. Before he started his illegal climb, he met a stupid guy. He had nothing but persistence, but that was his strength. Just what a Korean nerd needed, the master explained. They're coming, be on your guard, the magician warned his partner. The skeletons of the labyrinth are very strong, he instructed. The leader of the squad ordered everyone to take positions. The girl tensed up in anticipation of a wave of monsters following the instructions. Something doesn't add up, Chief, she asked the squad leader. Although the skeletons have no faces, it was obvious even to an inexperienced girl that the mangy faces are running in horror from the terrible misfortune. The leader of the squad was dumbfounded, he asked himself. Are monsters capable of such a thing? There was an even stronger monster behind him, he realized, and ordered a retreat. But an unknown force had already turned the monsters into dust, breaking all their bones. Rastashishka heard the leader's loud cry in the midst of the general noise. Something long and heavy rushed past them, and they barely had time to duck. What the hell? Both hunters were dumbfounded and looked up. Oh, people have appeared, the crazy hermit smiled. This means he returned to the 9th floor? The man with topographic cretinism rejoiced. Even with a compass, the journey took 2 weeks, and he returned to the estate where he was immediately surrounded by his faithful students. Spit it out, he said to the Dragon Empress. She presented the mad hermit with a fox energy ball. This time, an unreasonable animal tried to cross the border. The fox cowered in fear and shook all her tails. The girls immediately began to figure out who got the 9 fox collars on the fur coat. How did it all go? The hermit asked the crazy students. She did it all herself, each of the jealous cats said. Okay, he sighed. Let the first catwoman speak, said the mad emperor. I listen and obey, the contented cat rejoiced. The association asked for help, and both girls went to catch the illegal animal. Everything was just like that. They just went a little overboard in the process, the Dragon Empress reported. A little bit, the emperor asked again, reading the colorful news headlines. It was okay, since no one was hurt. But why didn't they take off the skin? The hermit asked, to the fox's horror. She immediately bit through the strip of tape on her cute little face, and she squealed, begging for mercy to the mad hermit. She still has no strength without the ball, Hyunwoo heard, and was surprised for the first time an illegal wanted to live in his memory. Without the ball, the fox was really only good for a fur coat. So why did they leave them alive? The hermit asked the crazy couple again. Someone interrupted, Agent Rosa answered evasively, looking down. Wasn't it her? The Dragon Empress asked her. They started arguing again and figuring out who was boss. It turns out that they were going to kill the fox, but they still couldn't decide who would get the fur coat, the hermit asked them. The girls bashfully fell silent and even stopped looking at each other. They had always been incredibly strong students, but what kind of kindergarten was this, the mad hermit thought. Okay, Live, decided the crazy hermit. No one wears fur coats anyway. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about the Matrix Tower right now. Hyunwoo shook his fist. He kicked out the crazy students so that they wouldn't interfere, and listened to the long story of the talking fox. Some of the information turned out to be useful. It was not in vain that the illegal immigrant was interrogated. Illegal tourists receive a medal from the master of the Matrix for their trip and can lay claim to a place at the throne, the hermit found out. But what do these achievements mean? The hermit wondered, and heard the answer, any desired power. Why suffer so much for the sake of some power? The border guard was even more surprised. Getting an achievement is like making a dream come true, the fox explained. Like goblins, she said. The goblin can get the achievement stick killer, the fox said, and Hyunwoo asked if that meant he could use this ability. But not only that, the fox said, achievements allow them to take possession of everything that their original owner has. Having defeated the Swordmaster, the illegal becomes the Swordmaster, taking over his karma, all abilities, memories, habits. Hyunwoo thought. Getting Electric's karma without 100 years of fighting was a tempting offer. The fox pressed her ears back, telling the mad hermit everything she knew. I promise to go to the litter box and not make noise at night. Take me, the fox asked. We'll decide later, the cold-blooded emperor replied, causing the fox's fur to stand on end. But maybe she wants to be skinned right away, the hermit asked, and she shook her head. Lord of Manganese was once again sitting at the round table in the empty atrium. This is true, the lord asked after hearing the good news. There is a possibility that he is getting closer to the truth, the monk reported. I'm terribly curious what this will lead to, responded the Lord of Manganese. This outsider will climb the tower even without being illegal, the monk began to lament. He stopped short, realizing that he had allowed himself too much in front of the potassium permanganate lord. There is sense in his words, the lord calmly responded to the monk's apology. I wanted to know how far this outsider could go. It's a pity that he learned too much, said the lord. Send one illegal of the highest rank, he ordered his servant monk. That's right, the Palantir of Truth, the Fence of Stolen Goods. Av confirmed the relic. When the waiting time has passed, you can look into the Palantir to find out where the creator of the Tower of Learning is. But maybe he could immediately ask the ball who locked it in the tower, the Mad Hermit suggested, and the android agreed. Of course, he will also get to the creator to repay the debt. Hyun Woo asked if he could welcome the little animal that had escaped from its floor of the Matrix, and the android thought about it. The illegal fox's strength has weakened so much that it has disappeared from radars altogether, the neural network reported. There won't be any problems if we leave her alive, the girl concluded. Still, it's better to be sure. How about chaining him up and training him? She asked the hotelier. There are many interesting artifacts on the 9th floor, including a magic chain for role-playing games. And how many relics do you need to get to assemble the device? The hermit asked lazily, and drove away after hearing the number 5. Everything is simpler than it seems, the girl neural network said. The relics are in the same hands. Here he is. He showed a photo of the lucky one to the crazy hermit. Wow. What people even without security, the mafia boss smiled. The fat dumpling from Montana has lost a little weight, but hasn't lost the impudence on his face. That's better. The electrician appreciated the efforts of the alcoholic novice master. Now at least you won't fall over after the first shot, he said to the cautious Shuken. Thank you, master. The slightly drunk and satisfied hunter beamed with gratitude. Once you've finished, get lost. I'm tired of raising the same toast, said the electrician. Shuken ignored the words as his vision was still blurry. He looked at the back of the departing master. He hadn't managed to outdrink him, but at least his efforts had not been in vain. Thank you very much. A slightly tipsy Shuken bowed again. At that very moment, having completed the passage of the secret level of the Matrix. What a blockhead, he forgot to drink for the horse, thought Master Electrician. But at least he's polite, not like Korea's #1 nerd Hyun Woo. Shiken appeared in the middle of the ruins. On a dark night, not at all where he entered the Matrix. Apparently the hard drive was still glitching. He perked up, noticing unexpected changes in his surroundings. At his feet lay many dead and wounded hunters of unknown origin. Newbie Sweetie met a hunter, illegal barbarian with inclinations. I had just sobered up and then a job came up, said the cautious Shuken. Come here, cute student, jumped on the young meat. His hand automatically reached for the sword that lay nearby. At least there was no shaking, like with a real master. But his skill was more than enough. Shuken stood in a fighting stance. Master Electrician told him an ancient fable about a small but very persistent bird. It is better to practice one blow 10,000 times than to practice 10,000 blows, said the electrician. The warrior was thrown out of the temple because he couldn't do anything and only made mistakes, but he didn't give up. He studied one strike and one technique and did nothing else for 50 years until he became a master breaker. Fire hose technique, the cautious Shuriken shouted and knocked down the pervert with a powerful attack. The mad hermit stared in surprise at the notification that had just appeared. It was in vain that Anka was sent to draw portals. The illegal had already died. The hermit was upset. If these are not students, then who are they? The border guard asked. The gathering of an inquisitive crowd of people suggested where to look for the answer. Oh, it's Shuken. The crazy hermit happily recognized his friend. In one movement, he jumped over the entire crowd and found himself next to his friend. When he returned, the hermit asked, almost crushing a couple of people. Already at home, Shuken made a cup of coffee after vodka without a snack. Everything went fine. What a bastard, Hyun Woo exclaimed, after hearing the whole story of Shuken's training with the drunken master. When the hermit was training, they didn't even offer him a sniff. They immediately sat him down at the welding machine. The hermit was indignant. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Don't you want to chat? Shuken changed the subject cautiously. Wait, the hermit remembered. And about the toilet he told him? He asked Shuken. That's it, Shuken remembered, trying to come up with an excuse as quickly as possible. He said that without your practical advice, he wouldn't know how to live. He conveyed the words of the electrician. Shuken. Here is a never-ending alcoholic. He decided to be cheeky. The crazy hermit was indignant. Don't worry, he was just shy, tried to calm Shuken down. In fact, he was glad. The cautious Shuken was pulling the wool over his eyes. Oh, God bless him. The crazy hermit changed the subject. lazily sprawled on the sofa. It's good that I didn't tell him everything, the cautious Shuken rejoiced. It was no wonder he took a shit in the electrical panel, thought the crazy hermit. But maybe he can still tell what kind of BDSM games with animals are. Shuken asked casually. Yes, we got a little fox, now we're training him to use the litter box. The hermit waved it off. An illegal fox can be used for fur right away, the hunter became worried. Have mercy, I will wear slippers, the fox squeaked. But the hermit silenced her with his finger, threatening to use her for a fur coat. She immediately fell silent, subject to training, Shuken concluded with an experienced look. I just became curious about what it was like to mess around with a fox, the hermit clarified. Foxes not only provide valuable fur, he told his friend, but also provide useful information about the tower. And what if he runs away? Asked the cautious Shuken, looking at the fox, powerless with fear. She won't run far, she's weakened, the hermit answered carelessly, and we'll put her on a leash. The crazy students burst through the doors with a report. Shuken only had time to shift his gaze from the phenomenon to the mad hermit. Why are there two of them now, Shuken? The hermit asked cautiously. The second student, Ha-Na-Rin, introduced the girl to Hyun-woo. Two at once, the always cautious Shuken was stunned by his friend's antics. The Rain Man sat in a celestial hut without legs, blown by all the winds. This made the Hatter very upset, as it was always raining in his soul. A guest appeared in the heavenly hut. When will this rain stop? All the storm drains are flooded, the monk asked him. Didn't he get Rain Man's karma? Asked the Hatter. I can cry where I want, he said. You must go down to the 9th floor and deal with the outsider. The monk got down to business. If we manage, they will pour another path, the monk said. Since this is the case, the Hatter smiled. We can go for a walk, he said. The experienced electrician's lightning bolts burst from his hand as soon as he raised it to the sky. Excellent, he agreed. Hatter, servant, celestial being, sprinkler, waterer, he will kill everyone, so tell him, he said to the monk. Fox Alice, the crazy hermit, gave the illegal animal a nickname. It's not very pleasant when they put a collar on it. Hyun-woo sympathized with the little animal. But what can you do? The animal can't go without a leash. And he's already gotten used to it, he realized. I wonder how the collar looks in human form, the hermit thought. The android girl and the students did a good job. Now the hermit had an artifact that suppressed the will. A very convenient thing, the Mad Emperor thought. If he had to have even more slaves. Now he could read the fox's thoughts and decided to test the ability immediately. The fluffy shawarma was sleeping soundly, as if nothing had happened. Softly, warmly, they scratch behind the ear. Feed him, it's great. He read the fox's thoughts. Why the hell did she go to the tower if she wants to lie down and have fun? The hermit wondered. Other illegals went all the way to earn karma, as if their existence depended on it. Someday I'll ask why she climbed into the tower, the crazy hermit decided, looking at the fox. A guest came into the house and he turned around to meet her. Cutie. So Yeon greeted the rare guest in her own home. The beauty came to study the magic of the Taoists, the hermit found out. Kitty, called the domestic fox, the beauty So Yeon. She jumped up at that very moment, wagging all her tails. They settled in like homeschooled students. Hyun-woo didn't understand a thing about what the girls started chatting about. First, Soo-hyun received a rank from Master Electrician. Now, Cutie So-yeon will learn Taoist magic from Fox Alice, the hermit thought. I have no idea what's going on, it's like they're speaking Elvish, Hyun-woo decided. But So-yeon was so lovely. She studied so hard that you couldn't take your eyes off her, so she would succeed, the hermit thought. The Palantir of Truth has rebooted and is ready for use. Hyun-woo received a system notification, which made him very happy because he had been waiting for this for a long time for the main quest. Even the white-haired android diligently greeted him at the table in the living room. On this occasion, she even gave up games. The crazy hermit was surprised. Can the ball be trusted as much as Av? Hyun-woo asked with a squint. But the fortune teller neural network took out a purple Palantir, and she began a spiritualistic session in search of the spirit of the developer. Hyun-woo was surprised because it was the first time he saw the source code. Before that, the system only showed itself through the interface. He squinted at the bright light of the system notifications that had thrown the ball out when it was turned on. The Sharik's firmware was changed, and now it works better and faster. The white-haired android in the guise of a cute girl wiped away non-existent sweat, as if she had unloaded a train car. Palantir worked on the principle of a modem and allowed you to search for the answers you needed, the android explained. Formulate a question mentally and you will receive an answer. That's all the instructions, the hermit learned. Time for the important questions, Hyun-woo thought, choosing his search words more carefully. Even the little android covered her mouth so as not to interfere with her non-existent breathing. The mad hermit recalled how the tower's curse was cast upon him, how I was separated from my dear friends for 12 years, how they made me go crazy climbing the tower over and over again. Who locked him in the tower was the main question in the hermit's mind. The modem was silent, and Hyunwoo even lightly touched it with his fist to check if it was working or not. The Palantir hummed loudly with its cooler, but refused to give out information. Maybe it needs to be knocked on so that it gets a better signal. That's what Dad did. Hyunwoo wanted to break the slow modem. The little android could barely contain the rage of the mad hermit. As soon as the connection was made, Hyunwoo felt a light discharge through his fingers. The ego was transported inside the modem's hard drive so quickly that he didn't immediately realize it. "The connection is one way," said an unknown voice in the purple space. A blurry image of a man flashed ahead, as if someone had hidden him. But the feeling was more like that of Av's neural network, just as lifeless the hermit felt from his voice. Hyunwoo demanded clarification, but the image reminded him that the connection was secure and one way. "Find the developer's tower at the source of the bad weather," transmitted the image of an encrypted message. "Then he will know the whole truth about himself," the image said mysteriously, which annoyed Hyunwoo, who wanted immediate answers. "The border guard must find him," the image told him, "because it was he who locked him in the tower." Having said this, the image began to crumble into fragments, as if someone had erased a message they had heard. Hyunwoo rushed to hold on to the elusive information, as if he had forgotten that he was not in physical space. "Guardian?" the white-haired girl screamed above him. It seemed that only his consciousness had been ported to the modem, but not his body. The mad hermit rose, gradually coming to his senses. But what was he going to do, raising his hand to strike? The crazy hermit asked the worried neural network and why his cheek hurt. Av answered him that he simply fell after connecting to the modem. Hyunwoo's guess was confirmed. He was in that place only with his mind. The message left more questions than it answered. What other truth is connected with it? The hermit recalled. He asked if he wanted to try connecting again, but the modem was stuck on permanent recharging. He seemed to be in a bad mood, the android girl noticed. But Hyunwoo answered her that he had some things to do. And one huge question has arisen. Who is this clumsy developer? Now his target is the creator of the tower, the one who called himself the developer. Whatever the truth, the mad hermit promised to get to the bottom of it. What kind of tower is the developer? He asked Av to find all the information about it, patting him on the head. With this, he already wanted to deviate, dumping all the system work onto the neural network, but it delayed him. Did she really find it so quickly? He asked. But that wasn't the point. It looks like we need to go immediately, the girl neural network blurted out worriedly. The illegal conqueror, who had already received karma, climbed onto the floor, Av informed him. Taoists are those who practice self-discipline and live on the donations of others. Lazy slackers who brainwash people with pseudo-philosophy about exaltation and celestials. Usually they did not harm anyone, but there were those who took orders for liquidation. The Hatter looked thoughtfully at the city below. Come to think of it, he didn't know who this outsider was and he needed to be found. Even though it's tiring, you just have to kill everyone, said the pseudo-philosopher fascist. The people below ran and took cover from the sudden downpour, when multiple lightning bolts struck buildings, ignoring lightning rods. Panic arose and they ran in all directions, as if they were being attacked by monsters. The Hatter received the karma of a celestial simply by climbing the tower, and became immortal by killing the blue dragon. As usual, the media was in turmoil over such a brutal attack. The fascist Hatter gave 1 hour, threatening the inhabitants of the 9th floor of the Matrix. Don't wait, let the outsider come, he said into the camera lens. Hyunwoo contacted the association headquarters, much to President Qui-gon's relief. It's embarrassing to admit, but without Kim Hyunwoo, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the illegals, the Hunters Association president thought. Sometimes he had thoughts that maybe the world really should be destroyed, he said out loud. And they already live longer than they are allowed to, after so many disasters. It seemed like only Hyunwoo was keeping the world from collapsing, Liam thought, but he was called away. No matter how strong the enemy was, they could only believe in the mad hermit. The fascist in the hat yawned tiredly. He was waiting in the place he had just cleared. Time crawled like a snail for the immortal idler. The monster in the hat may finish what he started, but he changed his mind. He felt someone rapidly approaching in the air. What was he wondering as he watched the curtain of clouds and rain break through? Here he is, the monster in the hat exclaimed joyfully. The outsider had arrived, he realized, when he noticed a guy in a tracksuit riding on a lifesaver. Hyunwoo flew. Covering his face from the rain, streams of water soaked his suit and obscured his vision. Again, some electrician turned off the light. He immediately rushed at the illegal immigrant. The Hatter followed his movements with an impudent smile. He dodged easily as if he had become a ghost. It would not be easy, the hermit understood. The Celestial can walk on air, the Hatter declared about his cheats. Hyun-woo barely kept his balance on Rastashishka and transferred his weight to his other leg. The visiting electrician is grinning. Let's see how you'll smile now, the hermit returned the grin. And he pulled the berserker's inferiority complex out of Hermione's bag. Even the slacker in the hat had his testicles clenched from this. Size matters, the mad hermit said cheerfully, and he knocked the bird down onto the hard ground with a steel rail. Did the bastard really get away? Hyun-woo thought as he examined the landing site. There is no way without compensation, the hermit heard a voice from under the rubble. It's not for nothing that they call him an outsider, said the illegal slacker. Even his stupid hat was unharmed, the mad hermit noted. That's right, someone just has a small sword, said the hermit. And where did such power come from on the 9th floor? The lazy hatter wondered. You can't just kill like that, you have to cut them up properly and study them, the fascist Hyun-woo ignored. The mad hermit got angry. This illegal alien was messing with his brains even more than before. Hey, Mr. Short-Barreled, why the hell did you turn off the electricity in the whole city? Oh, the character of a pervert, bad luck, teased the lazy hatter. I hear from the ballet dancer, the mad hermit answered him. What a boorish fellow! The hatter returned the insult to the hermit. But he himself, apart from women's dancing, probably doesn't know how to do anything, the hermit noted. The hatter got angry and was the first to lose his temper, he thought. What is this monkey allowing himself to do? This is a man's suit and not a woman's dress, the hatter blurted out. Pathetic excuses. It's just a hobby. It happens to everyone, the hermit noted. The hatter was angry that he had not heard about the ancient Taoists. Oh, are those lazy slackers from kung fu movies still flying on wires? Hyun-woo asked. The hatter blurted out that he didn't go to school, and Hyun-woo honestly admitted that he didn't go. After all, his parents died long ago, and since childhood he had to work to survive. So they talked. The hermit blurted out and kicked the illegal intruder with all his might. The blow hit its target well and the hatter flew back again. I thought that the Celestials were known and revered everywhere, but here there were nothing but country bumpkins. The so-called Taoist shook himself off. I'll have to teach them some sense about who the immortals are, the man in women's clothes said with a serious face, the hermit thought. I also beat women, the hermit admitted and took out his magic stick. The hatless hatter barely held back the blow with the sword's scabbard, and he responded with a powerful slashing attack from above, but the mad hermit dodged. And then he received a counterattack from the hatter, who fought without taking out his blade. They exchanged a few blows as Hyun-woo was surrounded by clones, who brought girlfriends. He asked the hatter. The technology is not new. Anyone can use it. The hermit was indignant. They surrounded him and pounced on him in a crowd, as is proper in a fair one-on-one fight. Whoever didn't bring friends was to blame. With a powerful attack underneath himself, Hyun-woo broke out of the encirclement and soared into the sky. To create doppelgangers, one must read the Hokage's secret scroll, Hyun-woo heard. A blue Taoist mandala lit up behind him, and the enemy used an unknown skill. The restraining magic of the chains burst out from the mandala behind his back. There won't be a bazooka, Hyun-woo asked angrily. The enemy had many abilities. 2 dragons, Anode and Cathode, explained the illegal electrical engineer without a hat. Now, as soon as we close the electrical target, then we'll see who's the ballerina here, the lazy Taoist gloated. Hyun-woo had a major short circuit between the dragons. One was surrounded by water, the other was shocking with electricity. Invigorating discharges penetrated under the skin, bringing back recently forgotten feelings. The sparks broke the water into ions, and a hydrogen explosion thundered. Children teach chemistry well, the lazy Taoist thought to himself. What? The immortal choked when the cloud of steam dissipated. We've already met different electricians, thanks for removing the chains, the crazy hermit thanked. But now it was time to finish dancing. Hyun-woo got really angry. The absurd calligraphic kick knocked the Taoist down to earth again. The winged hermit landed at the crash site of the Celestial. It's good that he didn't die right away, said the illegal Taoist. The outsider was needed alive. Do the clones have a small sword too? Asked the mad hermit. Red lightning bolts burned through the air around the clones. Hyun-woo destroyed the technique of incomplete illusions at once. Why didn't you immediately say that you have a welding qualification? The Taoist was indignant. Why talk if you can show it right away? Answered the mad hermit. Now, as soon as I weld up all the holes, Hyun-woo hit the Taoist. And whoever gave him a rank, the hatter gritted his teeth. The outsider was pulling for 5th. if not higher. Birds are flying low. A mad hermit noticed the rain. A few drops fell on his face. I hope it was really rain. The hermit was horrified. Rastashishka, the crazy hermit saddled a stick to rise higher. Clones certainly couldn't have dripped so much, which meant the rain was real, and something was approaching, the hermit realized. In the midst of a heavy downpour, a Taoist's sarcastic laugh was heard. Now let's see whose snake is longer, the mad hermit heard. The mad hermit sensed something was wrong where he hid the boa constrictor. In order to stop the hatter as quickly as possible, Hyunwoo changed the trajectory of the magic wand. A hail of lightning rained down on the hermit from all sides while the Taoist told his boring biography. Hyunwoo extended his staff again and tried to brush off the annoying narcissist. The essence of his long life is to wait until the water flows under all the stones. He collected mana in 1 point. The mad hermit missed, lost his footing, and began to fall. A ball lightning of enormous size exploded in front of the hermit. The hermit thought as he fell down, he needed to finish off the illegal installer before he turned everyone off. The distance between them was growing, but he had a disadvantageous position below. Unexpectedly for himself, the hermit received quite severe damage. The immortal hatter who had lost his hat stood in the sky and gathered more strength. Super mutant mode activated, the Taoist smiled, beginning the second phase of the fight. He pulled out a sword and his hands and feet turned into chicken feet. Hyunwoo made a superhero landing and came to his senses. The chicken dragon Taoist had already attacked him from close range. He sped up noticeably, so much so that Hyunwoo could barely keep up with the mutant. They crossed weapons, sending sparks flying in all directions. The electric arc spread to the mad hermit himself, and whoever promised to show a masterclass on seamless welding welded a chicken hybrid with a discharge. It will be now, the hermit answered. I'll just insert the electrode thicker. But the chicken Taoist slashed hard with lightning bolts, stunning the hermit. He coughed up blood. It was no joke. The second phase of the fight was making itself felt. No one gave him a chance to rest. The chicken Taoist pounced on him from above. They fought in streams of electrical discharges, jumping back and forth. The mad hermit didn't get a sour thrashing from every blow. Chernobyl bastard, he desperately hit the Taoist. But the chicken foot pressed itself to the chest with arc discharges of many lightning bolts. It doesn't work, the hermit gritted his teeth, but he had defeated the 5th-class electrician. He jumped back sharply to put some distance between them and buy himself some time. The hermit would have died many times already if he had not undergone intensive training as a master of electrophoresis. Taoist, with the power of the chicken dragon, it is not so easy to kill, the hat said, knocking out a spark. In the pouring rain, he gathered the lightning bolts into a tight bundle, raising his chicken foot. A whole stream of encouraging discharges of high power fell upon the mad hermit. Each drop of rain contained lightning, and the discharges were more powerful than before, the hermit realized. Taking out his magic stick, he spun it like an umbrella so that the rain wouldn't fall on his body. You're pretending to be a helicopter, the chicken paw mocked Hyunwoo. The helicopter won't save you from a relaxing electric massage. The chicken-footed one laughed when the hermit was chilled to the bone. Hyunwoo was in a dire situation. He couldn't even use Oz Room of Rescue and escape to her. Well, said the lazy Taoist, there are still many thrills for the hermit in the world of electrical engineering. The massage worked perfectly, completely relaxing the entire body, the Taoist stated, evaluating the results of his work. It's so great that the client is still conscious, an excellent consumable for testing. Hyunwoo heard the voice from above. In gratitude for choosing our services, the Taoist mocked, I will show the final technique of complete electrolysis. The chicken dragon is coming, said the Taoist, and a huge face appeared in the sky. A suit of lightning rushed at the defenseless hermit. He grabbed the lifesaver stick like a lightning rod and squeezed it tighter. It was unlikely to help, but what else could he do? The poor brat heard the voice of the king of macaques from the magic wand. Hyunwoo didn't immediately understand where he had loaded into. The battlefield with the chicken Taoist had disappeared. Instead, he found himself in washed-out mountains with a couple of pine trees, obviously in an inferior level of the matrix. The wounds also disappeared, the hermit noticed. Could it really be that the afterlife had happened? He thought when they called out to him. I couldn't strangle the boa constrictor, you blockhead, said the Monkey King. Why are you staring? You yourself were the first to start measuring whoever has the longest one. He is right. That's what he said. The macaque sarcastically said. Oh, there are monkeys in the forest too. The hermit noticed the Macaque King. Hyunwoo asked where they were, and the macaque wondered how to define the special level of the matrix where they were. He himself doesn't know, but he's still being clever. The hermit couldn't stand the pause. The situation was about the same as with the master electrician. The consciousness connected to a secret level of the matrix, with a separate processor that worked faster, and that's why Hyunwoo hasn't died yet. And what next? The mad hermit plopped down on the cold stones. Pretty soon he will die from the last blow of the chicken dragon, Hyunwoo realized. So give him strength, he asked the king of macaques. Why suddenly? Of course not, the impudent monkey teased. Just a break between rounds, it's nice to watch a man get beat up by a lizard, the macaque laughed. Now let's see if there is pain in this world. The mad hermit got angry. Monkey, zookeeper, illegal zookeeper. Macaque recalled everything Hyunwoo had told him before. And now you come and ask me for strength, but you do it without respect, said Monkey, in a picturesque voice. In principle, it is possible. If you ask nicely, I will take pity. The talking monkey bared his teeth. The boa constrictor needs to be strangled somehow. Macaque spread his paws. The hermit seriously thought about whether it was worth it or not. Maybe he could just quietly weld the monkey. Forget it, he decided, when Macaque was already ready to make concessions. He immediately screamed, how could this be? But the hermit waved it off. He didn't need this power. In the end, what could the already dead monkey do, even if he pulled out his power? Hey, I would have definitely strangled the viper. The king macaque couldn't stand the ridicule. If you don't show it, you can't prove it, said the mad hermit. Show me how to strangle a python, Hyunwoo suggested to the macaque. The monkey king realized what a cunning trap the little man had led him into, but he could no longer go back on his words. So brave, and now hide your head in the bushes, asked the mad hermit. What a nasty homo sapiens, the monkey king thought to himself. A rare bastard, he said. The hermit. Life is like that. The crazy hermit quickly justified himself. The image of the chicken dragon was rapidly approaching the helpless target. The emo Taoist was already anticipating the reward that would be given to him for the outsider's head. But what is this that is happening down there, where the dragon should already have pulverized the border guard into atoms? The Taoist asked himself. Red lightning burned through the image of the chicken dragon, which meant the border guard was still alive. Below, a supernova lit up. The point where the hermit stood flared up so brightly. The star exploded, dispersing all the remains of the chicken darken. The snake was strangled. The emo Taoist was horrified. How was this possible, he thought? And the Tesla coil underneath him showed no sign of stopping and continued to send out discharges, until a crazy hermit dressed as the Monkey King jumped out in front of him. We strangled the snake, now we'll beat up the lonely chicken. The hermit smiled. The Monkey King saw off the impudent guest, who disappeared without even saying thank you. Well, they quickly concluded a contract, and quite a profitable one, Macaque thought. He thought that due to the time limit he would be able to extract favorable conditions under threat of death. But the hermit is either stupid and therefore not afraid of anything, or he is truly reckless, Macaque recalled. On the other hand, for his purposes, it was just right, decided Monkey. If Kim Hyunwoo is indeed an outsider as he is considered to be, the monkey was considering the agreement. He looked at the wasteland where he lived. This was a reward for having already been an illegal immigrant once, bare stone. That was the entire apartment. But maybe the crazy hermit will be right, thought Monkey. And he also talked about dresses, and the Rain Man himself was horrified. The mad hermit passed by as if riding on a rocket. Wait, the emo boy shouted after him. No need, uncle, uncle. The rocket pierced the thick curtain of clouds and flew on. Quite high, the mad hermit asked the magic wand. He recalled the plan he and the macaque had worked out together. Although the blue dragon chicken's strength was great, it was not to this extent, said Macaca. This is definitely a scam, said the monkey. But here it is, exclaimed the hermit. Hyunwoo shrunk the lifesaver and swung it until Emodaus caught up with him. Having hit it hard, he smashed the electrical panel from which the blue dragon chicken was fed. Do you think you can win now? Asked the emo Taoist. Why not? The mad hermit answered the question with a question. He obtained the Monkey King's golden armor with good insulation, and now he didn't have to worry about the chicken Taoist's lightning. It's disgusting, he lamented after turning off the arc welding machine. The swindler needs to be set on the right path. The hermit swung his teaching stick. Now Hyunwoo could push back the nimble emo Taoist. He would have fenced with a knife, the hermit mocked. Now he had more advantages again. Frankly speaking, the emo Taoist was good with a sword and moved very quickly, the hermit noted. But compared to a fifth-class electrician, his movements were mediocre. The crazy nerd spent 100 years honing his fencing skills at a hidden level. No one can compare to Chong Ma, he sent the arrogant emo Taoist flying. Stick massage is no worse than electric massage, said the hermit. What a bastard, the Taoist gritted his teeth. This is not a massage but a real spanking. We do pain for free, you don't have to worry, the crazy hermit replied. The emo Taoist literally exploded with anger. Hyunwoo closed his eyes when the stone fragment scratched his face. Now let's see who is the main masseur and electrician in the area. The emo Taoist took off and sparked again. Show, again. A downpour of emo douse poured from the sky. Hyunwoo was upset. With his finger, he beckoned the discharges in clouds as if to a lightning rod. The power of the chicken dragon was still with the Taoist, and he threw all the lightning at the hermit. The discharges covered Hyunwoo, and with his armor well insulated, he didn't have to worry about strong penetrations. He smiled. If two are equal, the one with better defense wins. He remembered the ancient principle of the tower. What the emo Taoist didn't understand, noticing the massage stick near his face. For the third time, the hermit brought the lazy Taoist down to earth. You always need to study. Thank you for the informative lecture, said the hermit. Now we will test all his knowledge on the teacher. The crazy student smiled. Chicken Dragon Power, thanks for the new move. Hyunwoo released all his mana. He pinned the Taoist down so that he wouldn't suddenly run away, using the demonololi technique. Black Rooster Dragon, Hyunwoo shouted as he poured the power of the absurd into the technique. The emo Taoist was definitely not prepared for such a massage and panicked. He awkwardly held out his sashimi knife to defend himself. But the black chicken dragon swallowed him whole like a nut. As usual, the mad hermit stood in the middle of ashes and destruction. The monkey's special armor skin came off of him when he ran out of mana. The hermit flopped down on his back after a hard massage. The time for using cheats is up. It's good that your hands and feet are in place, thought the hermit. Before I pass out, it's time to check the artifacts, he said, and looked at the blue sphere in his hands. But the information turned out to be even more classified than before. The hermit was surprised. Well, to hell with it. I'm going to take it to the pawn shop to the android appraiser of the stolen goods anyway. In the meantime, he could sleep and wait for the evacuation command. The hermit relaxed. And he began to snore loudly right in the middle of the dirty swamp that the city around him had turned into. 3 days later, Agent Rosa escorted him from the sanatorium and immediately asked him home for the hermit. Where is the first one? Hyunwoo asked. Rose smiled slyly and said that Mi Ryung was busy, although in fact it was she who gave her some work. It's been a while since I visited the guild. It's time to restore order so that the useful blockheads don't relax, the hermit decided. The second Catwoman humbly took her place next to the Mad Emperor. She smiled triumphantly. Now she was left alone with the master. While that girl is away, we need to seize the moment. Agent Rosa pricked up her ears. She specifically told the driver not to rush, and now she could spend a little more time with the master. Or maybe the girl even started dreaming when the crazy teacher said she had to leave. I'll be there when I get back, the hermit answered the discouraged girl. He just took off and ran away. Agent Rosa couldn't come to terms with such a turn of events. Could it really be that he's gone to another woman? She was horrified by her thoughts. The silent question that now rang out in her head. The whole plan down the drain. We're just circling the area, Agent Rosa gave the order to the driver. If the girl decides on something, she can't be stopped. She will definitely snatch her time with the master one-on-one. The android appraiser was turning the hard drive that had fallen out of Emodaos over in his hands. But the assessment didn't give anything, even with the white-haired girl's hacking skill. Apparently nothing can be done, the crazy hermit realized. The little thing can just lie there. What about the developer and his secret apartment? He asked the neural network. This secret level is at the very top of the level tree, Av answered him. What is this top of the tree? The mad hermit wondered. The developer has created a special level for himself, but it is not clear for what purpose, the android girl reported. You just need to get up, the mad hermit resulted. But the problem is where this top was added by the android Av. The place in the hierarchy of matrix levels is known, but where it is physically located in memory is difficult to understand, the girl explained. Hyunwoo, who had never gone to school and didn't know the slightest technical details, just tell me what to do and where to go, he thought. It will take a little time to figure everything out, the android girl reassured him. He remembered the developer's vague encrypted message. It wouldn't be easy to understand. Wait a minute. A great idea came to his mind. The hermit jumped up. If we use the chicken dragon's energy source and the master bonsai's foot wrap, it should be enough, Hyunwoo guessed. With this, he returned back and was immediately surrounded by the aroma of perfume with the scent of roses. The blooming girl smiled welcomingly. Why are we taking so long? He asked in alarm, to which the girl replied that it was simply because of traffic jams on the roads. She gently leaned her head on his shoulder. He could feel her shampoo. She seems to be in a good mood. As always, the asocial hermit was unable to read people. Maybe she just likes riding in the car, the clueless hermit wondered. The king has arrived, prostrate yourself, said Hyun-woo, and opened the doors without knocking. How unexpectedly we found the couple in each other's hot embrace. Oh my god, the cat smiled. But the crazy hermit still didn't understand what these people were doing. And when it started, he asked his best friend that he had started dating a slave. 5 minutes later, he figured everything out. Before leaving for the association, Hyun-woo was told by a cautious Shi-kyung. After the battle with the illegal fat lion, Anya supported him, the modest hunter said. Hyun-woo looked at both of them carefully. In principle, he didn't give a damn what the slaves were doing while they were working. This is not an interrogation. The hermit was surprised by the reaction of the confused people. He looked sternly at the slave Anya. She had been behaving like this lately. After all, she had a dark past in the costume gang, and Shurken, his dear comrade, was a hermit in his thoughts. However, the past is in the past, he decided, but it sounded like a blessing from the master. But there are more comfortable places, the tactless hermit asked, embarrassing the couple. Master, the slave asked. There is a contract for him, she said. Agent Rosa immediately pricked up her ears as soon as she heard that it was a contract for advertising Abibus suits. Master? The girl clung to his hand as Hyun-woo listened to the terms of the contract. Money, money, and more money. Agent Rosa explained the benefits clearly, but she was clearly not interested in them. It is absolutely necessary to go, the girl passionately persuaded him. She did it so persistently that even the couple in love were surprised. A few days later, Shurken spoke at a press conference. Cutie. So-yeon was watching the broadcast in the dressing room and waiting for her friend. You did well, she encouraged the always reserved Shurken. She did a good job too. He returned his gratitude to the cutie So-yeon after the Border Control Guild ousted Aries and took their dungeons. The Korean Hunters Association began to revive as if after the rain. Hyun-woo didn't charge high prices, and now hunters could develop in low-level dungeons. The guilds of friends also joined the hermit's conditions and formed a cartel, but agreed not to jack up the prices. So far, there are no problems with profits and competitors, and none are expected, concluded the cautious Shiken. But, he thought, and became distracted. Something was bothering him. Isn't that Alice the fox? He asked Cutie. So-yeon, and what is it chewing on? She's gobbling up cat treats, said the beautiful So-yeon, scratching the fox on her lap. A cute little fox, indeed, she said to the cautious Shiken. Don't worry, said Little. So-yeon, she's litter-trained and comes in a carrier. Shiken thought, from a distance you can take him for a cat, of course, but is that normal? Still, the creature is half human and half fox. Shurken tensed up. The mad hermit was put into interesting poses and filmed, but he still didn't understand what it meant or how it all came to this. The dummies in the studio are made of silk. You could put them on, the antisocial hermit noted. Work is work, he reassured himself. Since he signed up, he had to do it. But the photo shoot for the tracksuits turned into something else, completely unnoticed. What kind of flower poses are these? The mad hermit wondered. The two devoted students enjoyed the process and waited patiently for it. Oh yes. Their eyes flashed with a conspiratorial look. Good job, the photographer praised the hermit when they were finished. I'll take the suit, said the suddenly awakened mafia boss. Since that's all I'll take my leave of, the hermit waved goodbye. Not only did they give him money, but they also took away his suit. The hermit rejoiced. Once Mira Young returned, the peace was gone. Even a simple ride in a limousine felt like being between a rock and a hard place. Scylla and Charybdis argued over who would sit next to the master, and their screams made my ears ring. Tomorrow I'll load the footcloth in the labyrinth to open the chicken dragon's hard drive, the hermit thought. I'll definitely go alone, he decided, just glancing at the two beasts. Maybe I should get a third one, for balance. Late at night, the photographer processed the photos. The shooting turned out to be successful. The silent shadow of the Dragon Empress's personal guard appeared behind her. The will of the lady is the law. No matter what she asks, the guard took out a pocket knife. The monsters were raging on the 14th floor of the labyrinth when they heard a scream. Rastashishka! A long stick flew at the stupid faces. Everyone died quickly and almost painlessly with one blow from the hermit. You're holding the extension pole incorrectly, grumbled the annoying macaque. Now they had a permanent connection. It was so quiet, the hermit was indignant. Now we have a contract, declared the monkey, and the stick must be used correctly. Learn the art of the killing stick, macaque said, but when Hyun-woo answered, well, one can always try out new skills on monster dummies, the hermit decided. He doesn't know anything at all, macaque lamented. He hasn't even heard of the principle of borrowing power, he asked Hyun-woo. Illegals borrow strength from those of higher rank. But if the difference is too great, it is useless. Force cannot be used, Macaque explained. What nonsense, the hermit replied, and enraged the hairy monkey. Bald, stupid monkey! Without skills with a stick, the power of the Monkey King will not manifest itself. The macaque yelled at the hermit. A digging stick is useless in the hands of a dumb macaque, but useful in the hands of a smart one, which is not clear, cried the king macaque. Okay, you've convinced me. I'm tired of listening to the monkey's senseless squeals, hermit. Macaque was indeed good with his staff, combining his attacks well. To try everything out, the mad hermit went down to the level below, where the monsters were at least somewhat suitable for training. I wonder where the mute on the interlocutor is registered in the contact, thought Hyunwoo, listening to the endless grumbling of the macaque. It was so quiet before. Why are you chatting now? He asked the Monkey King. What do you mean to piss off Hyunwoo? I was already thinking about cracking the stick, which also doubles as a hard drive. Harder. But then the stupid mobs of the labyrinth arrived just in time. The crocodile snouts arrived, and Macaque suggested that the hermit not cut it all off, but master the basic techniques of the magic wand. Okay, let's begin, said the Shaolin hermit and waved his staff. The first mad cat woman took the throne in the estate she built for the hermit. At his request, she made this throne smaller and less luxurious, but now they would not have fit here together. But on the other hand, you can sit on your knees, the student dreamed. But she was interrupted by a guard with a report. This is it. The innocent maiden blushed pink, and I almost lost consciousness from an excess of feelings. The hermit was too good. Don't peek, said the dragon empress, embarrassed to the experienced demona loli. Why not if that's the case? Asked the ancient loli priestess. I'm leaving. The contract worker bowed obediently. She could still see everything from the inside. The embarrassed cat carefully opened her treasure again, and she melted on the throne in the pink drool of a passionate, innocent maiden. She launched into a long dream filled with girlish fantasy. They had nothing in common with reality, but this did not stop the girl from dreaming. A little more, and the girl would no longer be able to be brought back from the world of dreams. She pressed the folder of photographs right to her heart, as if she were hugging a teacher. I would have just stood there on the throne drooling, but I heard a noise. Who came crawling in, uninvited? The first student asked angrily. She who doesn't need an invitation. The second student responded just as boldly. The masked warriors were still a problem for her, so it was best not to start a fight, Agent Rose decided. She came to knead the buns so we can help? The Empress asked her guest. The buns are in perfect order, taut and smooth, but here she is for a deal, said the second student. The master likes mine better. Agent Rosa smiled and got down to business. It's about the photographs she holds, Rose said, and she took out exactly the same gray envelope and printing press. She glanced slyly at her rival and took out the contents. Bug! The Dragon Empress screamed, but Rose stopped her. Not only Mi Ryung came to borrow the photo before publication, but Rose came for this too. The problem was that now each of them had their own set of photographs, and Rose showed up for an honest exchange. Could it be that the first Catwoman has guessed, changing her anger to mercy? Rose took the photographs out of the envelope and beckoned with them as if they were a treasure. Would you like to see these photos? Agent Rose spread her web. From the corner of the first candidate for concubine's tender lips, saliva began to flow treacherously. The Monkey King watched the mad hermit's progress through his live broadcast. Even the experienced macaque was impressed by Hyunwoo's actions, but he still had doubts. The hermit removed valuable crocodile skins without any effort, and he finished it all off with a pathetic finishing blow, through which the power of the absurd could flow. Will this bald monkey cope? The hairy Monkey King asked himself. At first, the actions of the mad hermit were clumsy, relying too much on force. But as he used it, he became increasingly aware of the distance and the speed at which the lifesaver was being extended. The essence of the magic wand is that it can be used as both a melee and a ranged weapon. With a wide grip, you can wield the stick like a spear, shortening it like a dagger in close combat, quickly switching between them. It all depends on how you hold the magic wand. And that's why the art is hard to learn and takes time, Macaque thought. Hyunwoo chopped up the monster's meat one by one, holding the rolling pin correctly. In an instant, the hermit extended his telescopic baton and struck the tall reptiles in the faces. With only a few grumpy pieces of advice from Macaque, the hermit quickly settled in. The boy is definitely a genius, the Monkey King realized after all his observations. The hermit stretched his shoulders. From the unusual movements and exercises, they were a little numb. The training with electrician was not in vain and still helped him master new skills. His entire training consisted of endless combat, and he learned these lessons well. In battle, every step and movement is important. You need to think about the good and kill whoever you are ordered to, the hermit remembered. But Yun-woo had learned more than that. The style of attack, the methods of all-round defense in endless variations over 100 years. But the instructions also decided a lot, greatly shortening the long path of learning. Now, any fighting technique is a piece of cake for him, Hyun-woo said in the middle of a mountain of crocodile corpses. Cheater, thought Makak to himself. Just very diligent, thought the crazy overachiever to himself. Will there be more instructions? The hermit asked the monkey boastfully, and grumbled that that was enough for now. The mad hermit assessed that Mangaki's footcloth was almost discharged. No need to use the magic stick anymore, he asked Makak. And he agreed. Hyun-woo had mastered the weapon to a sufficient degree. How about using the digging stick together with the chicken dragon's power? Asked the Monkey King. I thought, Hyun-woo answered. But instead of answering, he thought about why Makak was asking. The mad hermit did not understand what this could mean. Disappointment awaited me at home. Mangaka's footcloth didn't work on the chicken dragon's ball. The power of the chicken dragon could not be used. And will not be used for now, Monkey clarified. It turns out that he spent all his time in the labyrinth in vain. The hermit was upset, feeling the taste of deception. It seems the owner is angry. I'll come later, said the slave Anya meekly. He got a contract again. This time from Rita Suits, and also with good conditions, the slave reported. 2 cunning cats stood right there. If the hermit could read faces, he would have noticed how the first one blushed. The hermit thought it was a good offer, but he didn't seem interested. I'll just refuse. He threw away the contract. In his free time from the main tasks, he preferred to idle. There was enough money without this. He leaned back on the sofa. Why work when there is so much slave labor around? The hermit thought. Wouldn't it be wonderful to take part in a photo shoot, master? Agent Rose smiled sweetly, closing her eyes. Again, the hermit was indignant, but they gently and decisively took him into custody. This was not at all necessary, the student coaxed. Such investments will definitely benefit the master. There is no such thing as too much money, the student insisted. He was lucky that he didn't see Mi Ryung's face. She was the one who could have given away their plan. What do you think, First Cat? He suddenly stunned the student with a question. She hesitated with her answer, but the stupid hermit still didn't read the atmosphere. Photos are good, squeezed out the innocent girl, red as a tomato. These two were in collusion. Suspiciously even more than when they were competing, the hermit thought. But recently, we were like cat and dog, squabbling over every little thing. They look like they've become friends, the crazy hotelier came to an illogical conclusion. At that very moment, he received a system notification. Av knocked out an invitation for him. How timely he was to escape from the difficult questions of persistent students. But what a mess. He looked around the room of help and the drooling android girl. Get up, digital slob. He pressed the button to exit hibernation. I was just too busy working, the girl said when she woke up. Where does all this food come from? The hermit asked, and learned that digital food can be copied infinitely in this dimension. Convenient logic, the hermit appreciated the advantages. He might move here, he thought, but asked out loud if he had managed to find out anything about the developer. Secret level on the 12th floor, the android said with meaning, declaring the information she had obtained. The 12th, the very top one, was remembered by the hermit who had scant knowledge of the tower. The search identified it as the developer's original apartment. But what that meant was up to the hermit to figure out for himself, she said. But how to get there? Asked the hermit with topographic cretinism. A blind man's compass, he suggested. Problem. He saw the android's worried face, but she shook her head. Everything will be fine. But there is a but. The hermit asked the eternally slow system. Time, the girl said. To go through so many levels, you need to spend a lot of time. The transition could take a couple of years, the girl Av sadly stated after all the calculations. This is too much, the crazy hermit immediately dismissed this option. Still, he is the only border guard at his level of the Matrix, and he cannot leave it for long. Of course there are capable crazy students. They can fight with weak illegals. But if, like last time, an illegal conqueror appears, problems cannot be avoided. The pressure of the chicken dragon was still fresh in the hermit's memory. The floor couldn't be left to these two, Hyun-woo decided. Try to find another loophole, the crazy cheater asked the android girl. Denied, no loopholes, the white-haired neural network replied. Is it really that hard? The crazy hermit flared up. Breaking the virtual furniture, the little girl barely saved her pizza. This was disgusting. Hyun-woo was indignant. Each time this quest required more and more effort, time, and dedication. After thinking for a bit, he had a good guess. There was someone to ask. He quickly jumped to his feet and changed his anger to mercy. After all, there is a tailed guy who knows the Matrix like the back of his hand. The blonde idiot reached for the tasty food again. The Monkey King showed up here to ask questions, scratching his ear thoughtfully. Hyun-woo waited patiently until Makak deigned to answer one simple, direct question. How to quickly get to the 12th level of the Matrix. Do they pour there or what? Asked the impudent macaque, asking for details. Nothing to do, the crazy hermit asked sharply. Macaque asked a lot of questions. In any case, what he can say about the Matrix is limited by the system he jumped from the tree. Even if he says so, the system may not let this information through. Stop pushing the issue. Tell it like it is, the hermit couldn't resist. Okay, the chatty macaque took pity on him, at the very top of the Matrix tree. His voice was drowned out by the white noise of interference, so that the hermit could not make out a single word. The foam plastic creaked disgustingly on the glass, and the hermit even closed his eyes. The macaque sighed with the look that they were telling a fool, but he didn't believe it. He called the hermit to the sandy area and drew a line. This time, not only the sound signal was blurred, but also the visual perception. The system saw his thoughts as processes and filtered out those that were unwanted. As if he had drunk methyl alcohol, the hermit rubbed his eyes. So there's nothing to find out, Hyun-woo said with annoyance. Some simple, not particularly important information can be found out. The macaque spread his paws. The question about the 12th level can be answered, King Macaque chuckled. Come here, tailed baboon, the mad hermit got angry. Let it be, the manganese lord thought. Whoever he was, he had a high level of access in the system. He could easily observe Hyun-woo inside the macaque level. The emo Taoist hatter was destroyed. Just by the outsider border guard who had received his power, the lord reasoned out loud. Excellent. The manganese lord was pleased. The border guard, created for inspection, now having become an outsider, kills illegals who passed him. What a wonderful karma, the lord rejoiced. But his servant was not pleased with this development. Leave the outsider alone, asked the monk servant of the lord. He has collected so much, I wonder how much more karma and skills he can absorb, this guy answered Lord. So let's give him a little time, he decided. How many bananas do you want? Asked the mad hermit in surprise. Yes, I've already said it 1,000 times. A kilogram every day, insisted Macaque. But the ass won't crack. The mad hermit got angry. He doesn't know the Matrix with endless palm trees. Having bargained for half of what was agreed upon, Macaque finally told how long it would take to get up the Matrix tree. The journey will take almost 2 years, and will require many quests and some other things. The illegal must complete the task of the 9th floor, Macaque answered evasively. But the rest of the data was again lost by the system's censorship. Repeat, the hermit asked, and Macaque tried to figure out how else to convey the meaning. Each level of the Matrix has its own characteristics, he continued. But is it possible to shorten the time? The hermit asked. He must protect all its inhabitants like a border guard and cannot be absent for 2 years. King Macaque wondered if he was selling his precious data cheaply. Tell me, furry ones, where is the secret gate for cheaters? The mad hermit prayed. King Macaque smiled. Who would he be if he didn't know all the tricky loopholes he heard about the Cloud of Duri? No matter how much he ran, he still returned to the guild. The faithful cats took up wait-and-see positions on the left and right. The slave again hinted at the contract, and a bouquet blossomed in the room. But the mad hermit refused, and the flower garden immediately withered. The hermit munched on waffles without feeling while surfing the net. With the Duri Cloud, he could climb the Matrix catalog much faster and reformat a couple of hard drives in the developer's brain that locked him in the training level. Girls, the crazy hermit remembered his faithful students, and when he saw the withered flower bed, even the tactless hermit felt something skip a beat. To cheer them up, the emperor took out his phone. He called the slave Anya. Watching their reaction, the cats came to life, and he asked to send him a contract for filming for an advertisement. The girls again flared up with joy and beauty. Even the dumb one would understand what was going on, the hermit realized. And so, he turned to the crazy students, who did not even hide their joy. I need to get something. Find it, asked the mad emperor, his henchman. The first catwife is at your service, sir, Miryung nodded. The head student is ready to perform. Just give the order. Head. Agent Rose hit her chest. I'll take you at your word, said the mad emperor. Sometimes it's useful to have servants, he thought. The new illegal was making his way through the levels of the Matrix. The hermit received a system notification. Where do they even get them? There are already no more places in the cemetery. Hyun-woo got angry. The hermit fell into apathy again, fighting with all sorts of small fry. They didn't even reward such illegals anymore. Even if he galloped on horseback, the mad hermit decided no one would disturb his rest. Here comes a vacation, thought the goblin impaled on a pike. Only between revivals he could say he was resting. And so, there is no pension, no vacation pay, slavery within the system where you are just fodder for horses. The ninth floor neighed. An illegal idiot. He put on a brave face and sprayed vile saliva for a long time before leaving the labyrinth. Finally, the pedal-powered hermit from the lounge area came galloping up and greeted me. "Tell me your number. I'll bet on you at the races," the hermit asked politely. "What kind of undersized one is this?" asked the miscarried centaur, pointing his stick at the hermit. "So they haven't given you one yet? And your passport is in your belly. How do you want to enter, you beast or a humanoid?" the border guard asked. "Who cares?" The mutant stamped his hoof. "He went everywhere without documents," he told the border guard. "Without documents, that means we'll write it down as servalat," the border guard decided. "You're making fun of me." The Przewalski's horse neighed inarticulately on a minimum wage. "Didn't they teach us how to behave at the border?" The polite border service officer was surprised. "It means that the responsible border guard Hyun-woo is tired of lying around." And he dragged it into the horse's croup, or chest, into the middle part of his mysterious anatomy. The horse plowed a deep furrow even without a plow, after such a blow. It would be better if he ran in the races, the half-horse thought. What kind of monster is this on some ninth level? I need to turn on the cheats urgently, thought Polkanya, and turned on the fortune teller. Why did he stare at the systemic trajectories of the future? The reverse centaur shrank in fear after looking through all the available quest options. There was a dash and the word death everywhere, only for sausage, but as I thought, there are not enough hooves to jump. There is no back like a centaur to ride, the hermit noted. The question is, how will you die, quickly or slowly? Asked the mad hermit. Hyun-woo read another flattering review of his insignificant exploits. As soon as I relaxed, 2 loyal students burst in to report on the completion of the quest. The mad emperor praised both of them in a restrained manner, and the cats purred contentedly. A pipe for smoking ganjubas, the hermit read on the status board. The necklace was part of a big, bold plan, so Hyun-woo smiled. I'll be there when I get back. The hermit began to get ready, again leaving his faithful disciples. I'll be quick this time, he said, and wrapped the pipe in Mangaka's footcloth. Agent Rose was surprised. It was the first time she saw this ability of the teacher. Teacher, the Dragon Empress sighed languidly, when he gently put his arm around her shoulders and leaned slightly, as if he wanted to say something. She couldn't take her ruby eyes off him. He plucked up the courage to steal the young maiden's first kiss. His lips moved slowly closer, his breath burning the skin of his face. She closed her eyes, completely dissolved in his arms, surrendering herself entirely to the heat in her chest. Cutie. So Yan dropped her phone after reading all that. She was digging around on the internet until she came across clickbait and read a fan story about a teacher and a student. At first she thought it was a novel, but it turned out to be a sentimental drama, but about familiar friends. But what kind of suspicious content, little? So Yan was horrified. Who could have written such a thing? Always cautious, Shuken knocked, heard no answer, entered the room, and almost died. Cutie. So Yan didn't know what to say. And as her friend came to his senses, he behaved badly. Asked Shikyung. Hyun-woo had entered another secret level, this time a forest in the mountains, he noticed. There was no mistake, so he just needed to look hard, the hermit decided. And he jumped up to look around in case he noticed anything. But what is this mad hermit so angry about? What a stupid level. All around there is forest and mountains, a solid, impenetrable wall, and nothing important. Already falling, he saw a cave. It looked more like a focal point. After performing a superhero landing, which is never too late to practice, he headed towards the cave, cutting its way through the forest at great speed. Until I found myself at the edge of a strange well, there were no other objects nearby, so this was definitely necessary. The hermit jumped inside. It was good that the passage was not deep. After walking a little through the cave, he saw the light again and was surprised. In the gap grew a huge branched tree, similar to a willow. "Who are you? Do you have a plan?" a local voice asked him. And he took a good drag on his pipe. This is an excellent level. There are bushes and ganjubas, the hermit thought. The great Kuret's Hashishin, the hermit recognized without difficulty. Kuret's Day Song, called by the full name of the owner of the hidden level. We use it within reasonable limits, but who will you be? Kuretz lazily asked the hermit. Hyun-woo replied that he had come for the cloud of Duri that the Monkey King had bequeathed to him. Okay, Kuret's Hashishin answered him, without even turning in his direction. Everything is clear. Again followed a leisurely, lazy answer, which finally infuriated the impatient hermit. He was already thinking about giving the native a good talking to, but he suddenly decided to answer. But before he got down to the silliness, Hashishin warned him. And again, he took a deep drag from his pipe. His brain was clearly dazed from the drug. The hermit was angry. How is the younger Kuretz Hashishin, or rather the brother of the Monkey King, doing? Daesung asked. Fool, he said, hearing the story of Macaque, who had fallen at the hands of the hermit and now had made a contract with him, still wanted to climb the matrix tree. And where is the magic stick? Asked Kuretz Hashishin, and the hermit admitted that he doesn't have it with him now. Mangaka's footcloth only allows you to connect to one server at a time. You can't take a second one with you, Kuretz realized. The Monkey King had already climbed the tower, and not alone. What does this mean? The hermit asked. I've heard about the 7 Kurtzes. Daesung answered his question with a question. 7 powerful yokai, companions of the Monkey King, Kuretz explained. At the moment, none of them are moving up the matrix tree, except for the stupid Monkey King who is now left with the deleted server. And what are they doing then? Asked the border guard. Are they just lazing around or something? They just sleep and smoke hookahs in these dismal fragments of the matrix, explained Kuretz Hashishin. But why did he himself give up illegal tourism? The hermit asked. There is one obvious truth that he understood, said Hashishin. No matter how high they climb, it is impossible to completely return all the karma and powers in the system. Moreover, that guy, muttered Hashishin mysteriously and took another drag. That's all. Kuretz made it clear that the character's side dialogue about the world's lore was over. If the Monkey King is still fighting, that's good, yawned Chicken lazily. The hermit sighed. They always cut their stories off in the middle, but since they finished, let him give up the cloud of Duri, the hermit said. Will he be able to hold it? Asked Hashishin, exhaling smoke. Don't bother with your stuff, the hermit answered sharply. But Hashishi explained that he had no intention of squeezing the cloud of Duri. This level allows you to transfer accumulated skills, but there is no easy way to obtain them, Kuretz replied. Strength is forged from the steps taken, Kuretz continued to explain. Did Emo Taoist use the Chicken Dragon's abilities as freely as his own? Asked Chicken. But this place has its own methods of transmitting karma, Kuretz drew out. We must repeat the karma of the Monkey King, Hashishin said mysteriously. What kind of strange logic does this matrix have, as if someone had long forgotten that they live in a game, the crazy hermit wondered. 2 rulers sat at a map of the world and divided spheres of influence. How shall we divide it? Asked Agent Rosa, the main rival. She herself would like to take part in the restoration of Mexico City after the White Elephant's attack. But now there is complete chaos and anarchy there. Of course, it would be easier to clean out all the gangs with the KGB, but that could cast a shadow on the teacher, she thought. But Pijo has a lot of experience in seizing territory, and their skills could be useful in Mexico City. Here they could create the city of the master's dreams. The girl devised a cunning plan. Half, the first candidate for concubine, put forward her conditions. She will build half the city as she wishes, the Dragon Empress proudly declared. Okay, for the sake of cooperation, Agent Rose was ready to make concessions. We'll draw the border here, and here's the difference in heights. They began the businesslike division of the pie. To get the cloud of dope, you need to be no less stoned than King Macaque, said Hashishin. What? Hyunwoo was surprised. How much do you need to blow out? He wondered. Shouldn't he have been taught first, but Hashishin waved it off. The hermit must learn this art himself. After all, he is not strong in the art of smoking Dao, and is more specialized in physical strength, showed biceps, Hashishin. In the end, the crazy hermit gave up doing everything himself. What a damn monkey, he couldn't explain everything right away. The hermit got angry. Even if he knew, there would be no point in helping because without repeating karma one cannot gain power, Kuretz Hashishin explained. And Brother Macaque himself figured it out on his own, without help. So he needs to pull like him, the hermit realized. And then it will be counted as his personal karma. Well, it's worth a try, thought the crazy hermit. I can't stand watching others work, I'll go lie down, answered Kuretz Hashishin. Something else I remembered before I went into Nirvana, I remembered Hashishin. Cloud of Duri Macaca, among those clouds that Hashishin had sent up earlier. So good luck in your search, said Kuretz. Cloud. Hyunwoo looked at the sky. How long has this slacker been smoking here already? A multitude of white clouds floated peacefully across the looped endless sky in a limited matrix. Endless mountains stretch across the horizon of this strange server. The hermit has aged unnoticed after spending 3 whole years on the accelerated server. 100 years had been spent on the technique of electrophoresis, but the hermit was indignant when he dealt with the Tao of smoking for the first time. At first he tried to use the 5 elements, using the power of the absurd, but the cheat did not work. Then he jumped over clouds, hoping to find a suitable one, but this quickly became boring. Even after he walked like a master electrician through the clouds, nothing worked. It didn't work to ride the cloud. After all, it was just water vapor. Hyunwoo didn't give up and tried to connect the clouds with magic. He tried to squeeze them by force, but they turned into rain and disappeared. Eventually, he realized the step of emptiness and began to walk in the sky. Pushing off the dense manna beneath his feet, he could run, but not for long. As soon as he lost concentration, the hermit immediately fell down like a stone. It would be better if he asked the king of macaques. Forgetting about pride, the hermit thought. But then he imagined how he would mock him, and he abandoned this idea. What else can be done, he thought, looking at the endless clouds peacefully floating across the sky. Chicken Gashish left his den and smoked outside, adding new clouds to the sky. The mad hermit was struck by the guess and he shouted a battle cry. It is indeed possible to walk in the sky. Teacher Gashishin was surprised. Or not, he thought, as the hermit once again fell to the ground like a flat cake. The hermit took off again, so it's possible. The amazing thing of Tao? It works even though it shouldn't, Gashishin puffed. But it's still far from perfect, noted the lazy Kurits. This is the umpteenth attempt that has failed, although the guest has previously fallen to the level of the clouds, noted Gashishin. However, it didn't matter whether it would work out or not. From that day on, he lost all hope, Kurits recalled. But why was Macaque so attached to this blockhead? Daesung wondered. He even told him how to get karma, which is very unusual for Macaque. The mad hermit felt hot after the exercises, or maybe he was already starting to feel the cloud of Duri. Why did he take off all his clothes? Kurtz wondered silently. It's good that this psycho left his underwear on. A naked man in the sky doesn't bode well. Hyunwoo hovered above the clouds, carefully stepping on them with his feet. This time it should work, he realized, having finally inhaled his fill of the dope. Eventually, he turned again to the power of the absurd, through stories of flying masters. One master had a technique of light body. If you can't make the clouds denser, you need to lighten up. Remembering his power, Hyunwoo noticed that in the clouds of this matrix, normal physics with steam and condensation did not work. By applying the basics of lightening the body in the bushes of Master Electrician, one can feel the clouds, the hermit realized. The void step he used before was incomplete. Now he stood up, relying on his internal energy as if on the ground. Wow, noted Gashishin. Before the hermit was bursting with magic, but now everything comes easy. The hermit walked confidently on the cloud surface, as if it had texture. Clouds of Duri immediately reached out to the mad hermit. At last, he exclaimed joyfully, I've caught the devil's rush. And he collapsed on the cloud as if it had become a soft feather bed. You should have put on your pants already, exhibitionist. Throw away your clothes. Kurets. Hashishin. It seemed heavy to the hermit, since he had already managed to get out of the habit of it. 10 more years were added to his age of virginity. At what price is strength given? Don't be afraid, you'll make up for it, Kurets Hashishin reassured the innocent hermit. Here is a ring as a keepsake. With an expansion function, the artifact was given to the hermit. But why did the cloud of Duri become a ring of Duri? The hermit asked. But Kurets only shrugged his shoulders. When you catch the arrival and not such things are seen. Expand. The hermit decided to try out the new thing. And the cloud of Duri became a cloud again and poured out into the sky. Squeeze, the hermit commanded joyfully, thinking about the methods of application. The cloud became a ring again. The matrix acquired an increasingly complex logic, the hermit realized. Just don't use it too often. It might glitch, warned the great curates. Of course, the hermit answered confidently and wanted to press the exit button. Give something to Brother Makakich? Asked Kurets Hashishin. Okay. The hermit listened attentively to Hashishin's lengthy message. A peaceful dispute about the division of spheres of influence turned into an open war, and the girls, forgetting about everything, furiously swung pillows. As a familiar voice called out to them, the cats turned around happily. Girls, don't fight. A crazy hermit has come to visit his students. But what is this? He asked, looking at the designer Madness. What kind of madness land have they built? The hermit was stunned. Mastered the cloud of Duri. Well done. Macaque supported. But why? He asked. But he himself said to get a cloud of foolishness. The hermit was indignant. They both froze, experiencing cognitive dissonance, and looked at each other. Didn't Bart Kurits tell the hermit how to bring the cloud of Duri? Makakich asked. No, the hermit answered incredulously. He was told to repeat all the smoking rituals. Was there another way? He asked the Monkey King. And from his silent reaction, I understood that yes, the hermit had been horrified for 10 years in vain. Why the hell did he catch the parishes for so many years? Hyunwoo was indignant. Makak remembered that his brother had not listened very attentively to the instructions on how to transmit the cloud of Duri. Well, let it be so. They didn't spend much real time. They got a cloud, a new experience. The 120-year-old man consoled himself. In fact, it was possible to do without this. Makak shook his head. He could have simply shared his karma since the cloud is part of it, and thus transferred the ability to control to the hermit. What's done is done. There's no need to regret it, the mad hermit said to himself. It's time to get up, said Makak. And Hyunwoo asked again, through the labyrinth, he suggested. You can't ride on a cloud in a narrow space. Monkey shook his finger. You need to climb into the rectum, he told the hermit, the peculiarities of logistics in the Matrix Tower. The warrior waved his spear, repeating senseless movements for the 1,000th time in a world where there is magic and art strikes. Why did you come? He asked the unexpected guest who interrupted his valuable training. About that man, the warrior asked. But the monk shook his head. That's how the master realized that the conversation would go about something else. I'll have to listen, he decided, and sat down, crossing his legs. Under her seat, Maritza materialized a toilet seat, a special skill that took all those years of training. Then he loaded the entire snack bar and even a shot of pepper vodka into his hands. Maybe I should pour you some cold as a tear. The warrior offered the guest and prepared to listen. I can't drink at work, the monk refused, and greedily swallowed his saliva. Then I'll take a sip myself, since that's the case before it gets hot, said the warrior. So why did you come? The master of fast pouring cheered up. We need help. The monk briefly stated the purpose of the entire visit. It was amazing, said the master. For the first time, he had seen a monk go against the will of the Lord. And how are things with that boy? The warrior asked a leading question. That's what needs to be cooled down. He's gotten too carried away, the monk replied. The outsider, the warrior clarified, was talking about one person. So, Emo Boy Taoist is already that, the master of pepper vodka concluded. And there was a lot of talk. Chicken claw, electrical installation, the warrior grinned. Laziness, he replied with a refusal to the monk's request to deal with the 9th floor. Makakich explained the direct passage, but only for experienced illegals it is possible to rush to the 12th in one day. One day instead of 5 due to new abilities is good news for the hermit. If it hadn't worked out, he would have taken on the students again. But now there was no need for that, the hermit decided. But since the passage was for experienced illegals, how could the poor border guard squeeze through? The hermit asked. Let him not worry about it, said the macaque, because he already has a pass. The last time the emo boy dropped the required item. Chicken Dragon Karma can only be obtained illegally, but it is proof in itself, so it will do as a pass, Monkey explained. We can leave right now, suggested the Monkey King. But first, Mangaka's footcloth needs to be filled, the hermit reminded. One leg there, one here, I really want to punch the developer in the face, said the hermit. He just doesn't want to get his hands dirty. The soldier explained his refusal, taking apart the portable pub. And he returned carefree to his useful pole vault training. If you cope with the task, you will receive karma. 2 paths, the monk suggested. He played his trump cards, realized the price of bribery, master of pouring. No need to even go down to the tower. 2 paths for 1 hair, he asked the Lord's servant. Don't forget the promise, he said, and immediately apparated. Even though the Lord told him to leave the outsider, he must be eliminated as quickly as possible, the monk said. The best master in the world who uses a technique named after him. There are many strong people in the Matrix Tower, but not many who have gone beyond human capabilities at their levels. The master of liqueur had less karma than even Emma Boy. However, to get her, he would do anything, the monk thought. So he came to the potassium permanganate lord and asked for a favor. And in return, he promised to serve as a loyal dog of the regime, the monk recalled the story. Are they at least going the right way? Asked the hermit, and Macaque told him to shake the compass. Hyunwoo shook it and the Tamagotchi vibrated and lit up. The beam of the indicator hit the sky like a searchlight so that it would be clearly noticed. Squeeze the chicken Dragon Ball and get going, instructed Macaque. The hermit was worried about the cat girls, how they would cope without him. As usual, he left without explaining anything, but the girls are not timid and will cope if necessary. Squeezing the chicken Pokemon tighter, he rose into the air like a rocket. The ball sparked due to poor contact with the direct pass server, but he still connected to the required level of the matrix, and the hermit found himself at the bottom of a deep well. He said, "Let's go," and waved his hand. Riding the cloud of Duri, the hermit began to climb the mine. The slave accountant was sorting through contracts and refused the annoying agent. He didn't want to lag behind and hoped to find a way to persuade the hermit to agree to another photo shoot with their brand. But the girl had no choice but to refuse and tell the agent to go to hell with his proposals. The owner's popularity skyrocketed and caused a lot of concern. Abibus's ads are now at the top of search queries, and everyone wants sports shorts with a hermit. It's good that the owner refused to advertise, the slave exhaled. But this did not reduce the amount of work. She was still mercilessly exploited, even despite better working conditions. "We've already arrived," asked the hermit. "And now? And now?" he repeated every 5 minutes of the boring climb. This is even more boring than hanging around in Gashishin's level. The hermit was bored. "The final stop, we've arrived," said Makak, tired of listening to the whining of the crazy hermit. Hyunwoo saw the door and asked if this was the one for him, as if there were many doors there. He brought the chicken dragon Pokemon key to the door and something clicked loudly. Imitating the creaking of a rusty, long, uncleaned gate, the virtual door opened. The 12th floor looked like a strange set of abstracts and was difficult to display due to its complexity. Some kind of inscriptions, the hermit thought. But he couldn't read them because he was a poor student at school. The built-in interface with Windows did not jump out, and the hermit thought of another way to enter. "Aggressive connection," he said, and stuck the digging stick into the tower. It is impossible to get to the hidden level from other servers, so he left his here. The hermit took out Mangaka's footcloth, and the system suggested using it for a secure connection. On the floor of So-yeon's guild, girls drew pentagrams for a witch's love spell. "And you can also tell fortunes," said the fox Alice with meaning. It was not easy for cutie So-yeon to see an illegal immigrant in her panties. There are different types of fortune-telling. On bones, animal entrails, coffee grounds, hair, the fox listed. The fortune-telling wheel can be spun back and forth guessing about the past and future, Alice explained. But the all-seeing eye of the Matrix does not allow cheating and looking into the future, but you can find out whether you are lucky or not, said the fox. "How about a test?" the fox suggested, much to the delight of cutie So-yeon. She folded her palms, twisted and turned, and the fox sang magic words. A ball with predictions appeared from the magic circle. "Now you just have to wait," the fox instructed. But the ball gave out the inscription full P instead of an answer. What this could mean the girls did not understand. The level began to rebuild itself, right before the eyes of the mad hermit. From the tower textures grew the textures of the wooden ship. When the ship was loaded, the hermit noticed an entrance on the side. Inside, everything was dusty. Scrolls with drawings were scattered around, and instead of lamps, round clouds of landscapes hung. Each cloud represented a certain level of the matrix. "Hello, Mr. Anderson." A welcome message appeared as he passed the entry point. "Who is this joker?" asked the hermit and turned around, noticing the presence. Developer, the long-haired programmer, introduced himself. "The joke is really outdated." He commented on the bot at the door. "What other biblical references are these?" asked the hermit, looking around. "There is a secret archive of matrix drawings here," the developer told him. "Volumes with code and so on. That is why there is an arc," he explained. "Noah, the programmer, introduced himself with his nickname, the creator of this place," he said. "And he called the hermit here too, developer." Hyun-woo was delighted. "Yes, that's right," the shaggy programmer confirmed the input again. "He created a training tower and planted a hermit in it like a red maiden." The developer nodded his mane at everything. "How long has he been looking for it?" the hermit exclaimed joyfully. "A good opportunity to close the gestalt and return the favor," the mad hermit grinned. "But they are not enemies." The developer quickly raised the firewall. "I know," said the hermit. "But duty is duty." He continued to beat up the developer's defense. As if he didn't know why this was happening to him, the mad hermit was angry. The defense cracked, and the puny programmer was grabbed by the collar. "Don't worry, I won't hit you too hard," Hyunwoo said and swung wider. The sounds of obscene language, coughing, and dull blows to the kidneys swept through the ship. The developer's virtual head was severely swollen from the aftermath. What goes around comes around. The crazy hermit fulfilled his long-standing dream. "Now we can have some tea," Hyunwoo said to the developer. "My light mirror, tell me and report the whole truth," sang the master of negotiations. This was such impudence that the programmer was stunned, but the hermit dismissed these accusations. After all, it was he who was locked up for 12 long years, as if in a prison. "If there were reasons, then lay it out quickly before your fists itch," the hermit threatened. What was the reason for locking him up? Hyunwoo wanted to know first. It would be nice to tell the whole background of the story first, but the developer skipped it. He chose the most steadfast tin soldier and pointed his finger at the hermit programmer. The ravings of a madman, a masochist, were found. Hyunwoo was indignant. There's no way without details, the dim-witted developer realized, having also lost his social skills. Each floor of the matrix in the tower has its own logic and physics. On the ninth floor, it is a level reboot. Now, on the ninth floor, the 21st loading cycle has begun, the developer explained. That's right, he confirmed the hermit's guess. He had also loaded many times, but he didn't remember it. But in the past downloads, the hermit showed himself well, so the choice fell on him. In the sixth cycle, he was an ordinary hunter, maybe a little stronger than the others. Moreover, he didn't even have any special skills like other hunters. However, he was still able to kill the illegal with a powerful jerk. But the main reason is that the hermit distorted the standard scenario in the matrix of the ninth floor. All levels of the matrix were originally just testing programs. The ninth floor filtered out the bottom half of the list of illegals. Each time it was destroyed, but now the mad hermit broke this loop. There was something else that inspired confidence. The programmer squealed through his broken nose. The fact that it is the mad hermit who will be able to change the entire matrix, the chosen Neo, was accidentally let slip by the developer. And because of this, he was kept in the tower as if in a prison, the hermit exclaimed. What was so special about it? Hyunwoo was surprised, and the developer replied that the 12th cycle was especially memorable. The hermit lost his arm in a fight with an illegal immigrant and was bleeding. All the comrades had already fallen and lay dead underfoot. The hermit lured the illegal immigrant to a nuclear power plant that was nearby. Having used the curse artifact on the illegal, the hermit pressed the detonator, and he blew up the nuclear reactor, taking the monster to the grave with him. The developer wanted to retell everything, but the hermit waved it off. Whoever he was, his current personality was the product of one stream of memories. The confinement gave the hermit time and strength, because fortitude alone cannot change the entire matrix. But the tower had a limit to the strength of the monsters, the hermit objected, a kind of training device. Ordinary citizens of the levels could only receive karma in the training tower. Beyond its limits, the accumulation of karma, and therefore strength, is significantly reduced, the hermit learned. X2 experiences, that's the main feature of the tower, said the developer. Got it, accepted it, but what are the changes in the matrix that the developer wants to make? The matrix is being used incorrectly, the developer explained. Initially, there were 5 people on the team. The designer who drew the matrix and its concepts. The engineer is the one who developed its mechanics and logic. The tester is the one who adjusted everything and introduced the balance system. The developer programmer wrote the code for everything to make it work. And the system administrator, the one who makes sure the system works, called everyone Noah. Without a team leader, everything would fall apart, the mad hermit suggested. The problem started when the designer, tester, and engineer colluded with each other. They stole the access passwords from the sysadmin and tried to erase the developer. He was lucky to be saved on a secret server where no one had access. Sysadmin must have hidden too, Noah assumed. After they stole the project, they started using it with their blackjack, and the developer didn't finish the story. He noticed something and fell silent, performing a quick search. What happened? Asked the mad hermit, who had fallen silent. The developer. Oh, come on, the shaggy programmer told him. An experienced illegal has come down to the 9th floor. A master of the pub appeared on the triumphal arch with a pole. How strange, he thought. No one greets him. No flowers, no loaf of bread, not even an offer of a drink. The dummies filmed instead of running for cover in any unclear situation. People had completely gotten out of the habit of monster attacks. The guard shouted Shushu into a megaphone. He came here for the underdog. But there is no choice, the master of liqueurs thought to himself. And he opened the door of the spatial refrigerator. Hundreds of dummies with telephones turned into ice cubes. The pouring master made another swing with the long stick in his hands and caused another ice age on the city streets. How else to announce yourself, call, give a note to the newspaper, organize an ice show, our choice. Cutie, so Jan and Fox Alice listened to the news with concern. It's better not to run into an illegal immigrant, said Alice the fox. They would die from just one look from this monster, she told the beautiful So-yeon. Lisa is lower ranked than Master Electrician or Demonololi, but even he says so, So-yeon thought. The Master of Pouring didn't use simple ice. There was no mana visible in it at all. It turns out that everything he created was his karma. The fox pricked up his ears. There are even receivers, Empress Lowly heard, breathing heavily. We've already met a couple of times in previous cycles, said the Master of the Infusion. He towered over the girls on the ice column, just having fun while he waited for the underdog. What a monster! Empress Lowly could barely breathe and had already spent all her strength. She hit him with the power of absurd and the power of lowly, but to no avail. Even the power of the first volume of Capital, as performed by Agent Rose, did not work. The book was covered with ice faster than the girl could read the spells. As many as 2 heiresses with such power, the pouring master muttered enviously. And all because of the outsider, he wanted to test the girls. But time was running out, he lamented. Let's do everything quickly, the master grinned ominously. From below, Demonololi shouted, warning the contractor. The girl turned around and saw a huge wave of ice approaching her. At the last moment, she dodged the ice age. But the master of cold liqueur appeared above the Empress of Loli. A healthy club approached the tiny student. The damn elevator will take a long time to descend. The crazy hermit was nervous. It was worth leaving the border for a day, as an illegal immediately appeared, and now the hermit was worried about his shift. Get your Pokemon pass, Monkey ordered when they arrived. We'll be there in 10 minutes, Macaque directed the hermit with his topographic cretinism. The ruins of Rome were replenished with new ruins. There would be no end to tourists, the hermit managed to think. As he noticed something terrible, a strange guy was groping his catgirls. We will not forget, we will not forgive. Illegal crossing, only liquidation, shouted the mad hermit. But the pouring master managed to dodge the strong blow. Oh, here comes the main client. He's already tired of waiting, said the criminal. The hermit held the Empress Loli tenderly. He felt her pulse. He checked through her chest. Maybe they'll offer me a drink right now, the pouring master asked. We'll even give you a light, the mad hermit answered menacingly. He appeared out of nowhere. Where was he, and whom did he see? The pourer asked. The hermit asked the Monkey King to transport the catgirls away from the battlefield. He gently laid them on the cloud. Good thing they were both breathing. The cloud of Duri turned on autopilot and rushed away with the students. The cloud of Duri, an unusual thing, noticed the anomalous artifact by the master of pouring. The mad hermit released bloody mana without further ado. Wow, magic isn't bad either. The illegal was having fun at the 9th level. But is that really all? The pouring master took a closer look. The illegal was surprised that Emma Boy was killed with just this. These are flowers, said the hermit. And now there will be berries. But the illegal mug did not understand the local metaphors and stood with his mouth open. Now we'll weld your saddle, the mad hermit became furious. So he learned how to weld. The master of pouring looked at the hermit in bewilderment. Seamless, we'll weld all the hatches shut, the mad hermit muttered. They exchanged a few blows with the life preservers. A lively battle on equal terms began. The hermit mastered the monkey staff well. But the master of pouring had something to answer with. He struck with ice projectiles. Nothing special, he said pompously after the attack. But now the mad hermit stood above, his power clearly underestimated. As a master of close combat and face-to-face negotiations, he rushed towards the illegal. Zero-range absurd strike, Bruce Lee's technique used, hermit. The illegal immigrant's carcass rolled across the stones, ringing with each blow. Rastashishka, the illegal immigrant, heard, and noticed the rapidly increasing inspection device. What kind of endoscope is this for a giant? The illegal immigrant was horrified. Wait, we haven't finished yet. A crazy border guard was pursuing the enemy, and he attacked with a series of simple blows with a lifesaver stick. And the illegal immigrant fought back with a steel crowbar with which he had trained a lot. But the life-saving stick hit harder, and the illegal drinker was pushed back. Turn around for a thorough search, the border guard asked politely. Help! The hooligans are depriving us of our sight, the pouring master yelled. And the border guard backed down. He didn't want to bend over for inspection in a good way. That would be a different story, said the mad hermit and applied the technique of the long-armed fetishist. But then an unpleasant surprise awaited him. The mandala behind his back became covered with frost. Now it's clear how Emma Boy was detained, the illegal filling master gritted his teeth. Since you have endured the duel for so long, you should introduce yourself properly, the hermit heard. The ice was not broken by lightning. The hermit was surprised because he was a poor student at school. Master Refrigerator, nicknamed Glacier Binge, introduced himself as an illegal. The developer was worried, even though the border guard had swatted Emma Boy. As luck would have it, his opponent turned out to be a legendary creature. He's a repeat illegal, and he definitely has karma. And all of the developer's energy went into locking Hyunwoo in the tower 12 years ago. The mad hermit tensed up and removed the ice from himself. The hermit sent static currents through his body to heat himself. Thanks to the Monkey King's karma, this movement was hidden. Enough demonstrations, said the refrigerator. It's time to finish the repairs. He himself moved towards the mad hermit, closing the distance with one jump. A steel crowbar collided with a mad hermit's lifesaver. The freezer chilled him to the bone. Rastashishka, he pulled out the telescopic staff of the Monkey King. What kind of karma is this? He asked Makak. He himself doesn't freeze from his own refrigerator. But Monkich didn't know anything about the karma of the illegal refrigerator. Omeva Shindaru, a harbinger of a critical blow, sounded from behind. Just not there, the hermit blocked the heavy blow with a crowbar with difficulty. The impact carried him to a cliff of rubble, their battle changing the landscape beyond recognition. "You're holding up well," said the Freon master, and was sent on an erotic walk. "And who promised to fix everything with welding?" the freezer quipped. "Almost everything is ready, we will soon seal it all up," the hermit replied. "Okay, then it won't be boring," the pouring master answered calmly. "How about this?" he asked and turned on the ice maker. "It's always like this. You order a drink and it's all ice." The hermit was upset. Ice spikes flew in large numbers towards the crazy border guard. All he could do was refuse his order and retreat. Your order was being pursued by an illegal part-time bartender. The metal of the leather vest was covered with frost. "The main thing is not to lick it," thought the hermit. "Now we'll set up the accelerated freezing and finish," the freezer man rejoiced. "I'll finish you off with one blow." He pointed the crowbar towards the hermit. A cloud of dust and ice chips rose from the impact. The freezer was surprised. The blow hit the target but without the desired effect. His steel tuner's pry bar was firmly grasped. "Gotcha," thought the crazy hermit, and took away the crowbar. "You can't fix the refrigerator without a crowbar," he told the illegal immigrant. "Hold your teeth." The hermit swung to inspect the oral cavity. And he punched the fetishist, the drunken master of the freezer. Hyun-woo looked at the effect of the blow, but the fight was clearly not over yet, he realized. "Go away, it turns out that the refrigerator has a second specialty." He changed his clothes in the settings and now looked like a plague doctor. "The second phase is like a real boss." The hermit was upset. Lord of Expiry, the freezer, introduced himself again. The ice crows pecked at the hermit. "I didn't think that the first specialty would not be enough," the refrigerator noted. "It looks like it's time to say goodbye. No one can stomach the delay anymore." "Have you already caught indigestion?" asked the master of Expiry. The mad hermit was rapidly covered in ice. "Thanks for the show, fool," he said, and squeezed the detonator. The magic chains were firmly welded to the freezer's hands. "A well-fixed client does not need anesthesia," said the hermit. "Get ready. All the holes are about to start welding," the alarmed illegal immigrant heard. "What kind of tricks are these?" They didn't agree on this. The shackled freezer hesitated. "Have a good rest in our prisons," said the polite border guard. "Let him sit in the monkey house and think about his behavior," the hermit exhaled. The abandoned birds began to melt, even without mana replenishment. After them, a blinding downpour fell on the ground, and it smelled like stale food from the freezer. The hermit looked at the secret seal device that the developer had hastily assembled. "It's disgusting. The illegal master graduated from a vocational school, not a Sharashka vocational school, and caused problems. The borrowed karma hit me with muscle spasms as a rollback. Thanks to Noah, he sealed the illegal for 5 days, but the danger was great. He managed to cope with the karma of the glacial binge, but he couldn't cope with the expired drink. His stomach wasn't ready for that. As they say, if you can't win, turn on the cheats," thought the hermit, looking at the sun that came out from behind the clouds. The Dragon Empress came to in the hospital after a difficult battle. Her thoughts were confused, and she had difficulty understanding where she was. The girl stirred, and her guard immediately emerged from the darkness. "Report everything," the Dragon Empress ordered. "And what about the illegal immigrant?" she asked the servant after listening to the report of the attendant. "The mad teacher saved her, but Dumanololi could not say more. Their magic could be felt everywhere, but the demoness did not tell the whole story. At some point, the illegal immigrant disappeared, and the hermit asked for details," the demoness said. "In this fight, the girl's attacks were completely useless." "Don't lose heart," said Loli. "This illegal was too strong anyway." "But maybe you want even more heroic strength," Loli tempted. A shadow of determination crossed the Dragon Empress's face. Could it really be a dream? Agent Rose realized she was in a strange place. She clearly remembered herself in battle and reading marks, but then the memories ended. Perhaps this is death, a bitter guess occurred to her. But she hadn't done so much of this and that with the teacher. The innocent cat girl almost cried. "Everything is fine. This is not death." The first volume of Capital spoke to her. "Who is this?" asked Agent Rose. "A strange artifact that has never behaved like this before." "The essence of the spirit, it was not Marx who wrote this volume but Hegel." The spirit of their book was introduced. It was he who taught Mason the labor theory of value. So Mason was not the owner of the artifact? Agent Rose was surprised. And the spirit was outraged that the man was just a pathetic worm who was looking for the truth. "So this is not the afterlife, but then where is this place?" the girl asked. "Remote server? Report spirit of Hegel?" "She is currently in the hospital." He had long noticed talent in the girl, but Her understanding of philosophy was still weak, the spirit noted. But she needs to work hard to become a true seeker of truth, Hegel's spirit told her. Recovery is not fast, Noah noticed as the hermit grimaced in pain. According to the hermit's story, the illegal immigrant had a special anomalous body in the Matrix. These bodies are born of myths, and they have twisted logic. In short, they are stronger than those with whom the hermit fought, the developer explained. But there is a solution since he was called here, the hermit suggested. That's right. Developer Noah confirmed his suspicions. It needed to be, and he paused for hidden advertising, but Hyunwoo didn't fall for the fucking clickbait. You need the same rank of karma as the freezer of expired goods, the developer said it simply. Karma beats karma, the mad hermit asked the game master. It's not even a matter of quantity or rank, Noah answered him. Damn cheaters, the hermit was outraged when he found out that there were those who cheated more than him. Well, look who's talking. The developer sighed and continued to outline his cunning plan. You can't get by with cheats. You need karma of a similar rank, and there aren't many ways to get it. However, he already has the appropriate karma, Noah said. The hermit looked at the passball with the chicken dragon. It was here because Noah allowed this server to log in. Now the protection on the chicken dragon server was removed and it could be used. After all, it was he who wrote these servers with hidden levels, the developer said confidently. These devices compress karma and store it, he explained to the hermit. Now I'll open it with developer tools, said Noah, and he performed programming magic. A lot of tabs and dialog boxes with a crooked and inconvenient interface opened. But what can you do? The entire matrix was programmed by 5 people. One karma can be overcome by another, but what about the essence? Asked the hermit. Each karma has its own essence, just as fire cannot defeat water, so karma can be incompatible with another. As the area of frost and lightning, the mad hermit specified to Noah. He only has chicken dragon karma, the developer said. The Pokemon ball sparked again from a bad connection in the programmer's hands. But he quickly fixed everything and gave the magic server to Hyunwoo. Is that all? Asked the hermit. Is the preparation complete? He heard in response. You can download it. The rest is up to you, Noah added. But what to do with this Pokemon? Asked the hermit. To strangle the snake or not? He looked at the azure ball. It's simple. All you need to do is, Noah paused for your ad, tame your dragon. Or give him a light and still tame the dragon, the developer added. He finally connected, said Noah, giving the hermit a little time to think. There are 3 ways to fry the chicken dragon. But the time that can be spent and the final nutritional result in karma differ for everyone. By speeding up the server, Noah was able to buy the hermit 3 days to roast the dragon. The hermit loaded into the next secret level of the matrix, where there was an eternal downpour and lightning flashed. Here is fresh meat, said the huge snake that was flying in the sky in front of Hyunwoo. He remembers me, the hermit was surprised because they fought when the chicken dragon's karma belonged to Emo Boy. A boy with the karma of a hairy monkey, said Chicken Dragon. Damned boa constrictor, who's hairy here? Somehow the mind of the Monkey King was uploaded to the server. The monkey is here too, Chicken Dragon was surprised, leaning towards the magic stick. Yes, it has a hairy tail, so it is a macaque, laughed the dragon. So you know each other, the hermit asked the 2 digital creatures. The old friends began to argue loudly, and the hermit was getting quite tired of it. By the way, can you turn off the shower already? Hyunwoo asked coldly. You can't see a damn thing because of this downpour. What kind of imagination did the developer have who came up with this? The climate control is broken, and you'll be running around anyway. You'll get warm. The dragon smiled. Who knows why consciousness was preserved, said the dragon, but it is obvious that the hermit came for his karma. So what are we going to do, asked the chicken snake hermit. He could follow in the footsteps of the chicken dragon, the snake suggested. There is no time for that, the hermit quickly replied. Crawling like a snake takes too long. You can capture karma, or get recognition, which means entering into a contract. The capture will give an achievement in the list of achievements for defeating the dragon, but the bonuses from it are half-hearted. The second option of the snakes was suggested. The last option, recognition by karma itself. But the level of mastery will depend on the skills of the user, called the last option, Chicken Dragon. Only recognition means, the mad hermit decided without hesitation. To gain recognition, you simply need to fight the chicken dragon. But you have to fight without help and cheats, the snake in the grass said slyly. So you can't use a bending stick, the hermit threw his staff aside. Great, you just need to defeat the kite, he said, easy as pie. It's good that you made a decision, said the dragon, but it will be difficult, he warned. Aren't they equal in strength to the Monkey King? Asked the hermit. The macaque can only fight with a stick, And even then, when the dragon is sleeping, the snake amused himself. But nevertheless, the Monkey King was defeated, said the hermit. It was in the tower where the balance system reduces abilities. What the hermit fought with was not even half of the macaque's strength. This is true, the hermit asked the tailed one, and he confirmed that the matrix had a twisted balance. It is impossible to win with a real dragon challenge on his server in the current situation, so the snake offered his own option. 5 minutes of real combat attacks, that's what the mad hermit must endure. All we need to do, declared the self-confident cheater, is quickly complete the level. That's right, as soon as you move the timer will start, said Chicken Dragon. The main thing is that the boa constrictor does not later retract his words, the hermit warned. That won't happen, the dragon replied, but he was so self-confident, the snake declared. Hyunwoo released all his mana at once and attacked the Quirin dragon. Meanwhile, the Mad Freezer sat on a strong leash. The chains were perfect. Nothing could break them. But for such durability, they paid with time. It won't be long before they fall off. When I get out of here, I'll freeze you like a mammoth, the illegal Santa Claus was indignant. Noah watched the broadcast from the server, from his workplace. Despite long-term use, the dragon's karma was full-fledged, almost 100% of its true strength, he noted. Initially, his remote servers could only accommodate half of the image's true powers. So was it possible to improve the server? The developer wondered. The remaining 3 were able to do something, he recalled his former colleagues. So it was a great stroke of luck that such a full-fledged server with karma fell into the hands of a hermit, thought Noah. The boy will be able to gain much more strength than before, though through great pain. I love to endure pain. I used the technique of self-hypnosis on myself, a hermit. Where did the cocky boy go? Chicken Dragon asked him. Snake in the grass, this is a scam, Hyunwoo shouted. We agreed on no cheats, so don't cry now, the Chicken Dragon grinned. This is not at all like fighting Emo Boy the Taoist, the hermit noted. Back then, he worked in the special Monkey King uniform and was not very susceptible to short circuits from electricity. The Chicken Dragon's lightning struck an order of magnitude stronger than the Taoists, and without the fitter's vest, the monkey flew in painfully. But more importantly, he couldn't see them, even though the speed of the discharges in the matrix was slowed down several times. Usually people died from electric shock, the dragon noted. But the hermit held up well. The masochist's karma was taking its toll. Maybe you should just give up, Chicken Snake suggested, but Hyunwoo brazenly refused. Then we'll pull the switch one more time, smiled the Chicken Dragon, and he turned on the electrical stimulation at full power. It doesn't hurt, the hermit shouted. Enough of this. Hyunwoo quickly realized that even the karma of a masochist would not help here, and he escaped from lightning, whose charge moved several times slower than light. Hey, you viper in the grass, said the Monkey King through a hidden connection. What do you need, flea-bitten? Answered the old friend. A little busy, said the dragon. All your plans are cunning on the face, said the macaque. Do you want to pass on your karma to a crazy guy? Asked the monkey. The dragon looked at the hermit, who was running back and forth from the slow lightning bolts, and voluntarily Maycock added, which was completely unbelievable. The furry boy himself also chose the dragon, said. The only one who tries to return the stolen karma, added the snake, looking at the monkey. Even if he lent his karma, then the guy is worth trusting, the snake continued. So why not join the winning bet? Asked Chicken Dragon. There is nothing else to do in this world of rain and thunder anyway, and the chance is worth the risk, said the serpent. What is he talking about? Hyunwoo thought, and noticed the kite high in the clouds. Is he a lightning rod? The mad hermit got angry. Hyunwoo didn't understand what to do with this electric worm. As soon as you rise up, lightning strikes, but you can't avoid them on the ground either, the hermit thought. For the first time, lightning struck slightly behind him, Hyunwoo noticed. Glitches, or they began to move slower. The hermit was surprised. Another bolt flew past, only slightly grazing him. No, he was starting to get used to the speed of the Matrix's slow lightning. He started to dodge, Chicken Dragon noticed. He finally got used to it. Moreover, now the boy saw them, and therefore deftly dodged them all. Now let's play like adults, said the hermit, delighted with his success. 3 charges hit the target at once, and Hyunwoo simply froze from such a sharp jump in difficulty. Boom! The lightning bolts exploded, drying the tracksuit completely, but it still soon became wet. You're cheating again, the hermit shouted as he climbed out of the crater. Didn't he order the full course? Chicken Dragon asked. A full course of electrotherapy, said the dragon. Or he thought he would get karma for nothing, said the serpent to the hermit. Now it's clear why the tailed one doesn't like this snake in the grass, the hermit grumbled. You can always go out, said the dragon, but Hyunwoo immediately refused. Pain, let the pain pass through you and it will go away. The hermit continued the practice of masochism. It hurt. It still hurt. The hermit writhed from a dozen lightning bolts. "Shall we continue our training?" asked the helpful sadist, and the hermit gritted his teeth in anger. There was no way he could dodge more than 2 or 3 bolts of lightning, the speed and power of which were constantly increasing. Maybe I should run in all 4 directions, the hermit thought. But this will only make it more difficult to control everything, so he needs to accept it face to face, he realized. With his Korean nerd strength at its maximum, Hyunwoo began practicing dodging. After hundreds of roasts, his senses began to sharpen. The system added speed to his reaction. Now he playfully dodged all the lightning because he could see them well. The hermit prepared himself. He waited for the discharge. Now he could see how the slow electricity of the matrix flowed. The hand rose to meet the charge, accepting it like a lightning rod. And she easily rejected it. The resistance of the skin of her hands increased to the level of rubber gloves. The mad hermit could pick up bare wires with his bare hands without fear of electric shock. He changed the movement of lightning. Chicken Dragon was surprised. The boy showed a good result. But the hermit still had to dodge most of the lightning, the electric shock trainer calculated. Even with infinite respawn, on a training server, without a special skill of comprehension, the system would not have simply increased the stats. Already in the fight against Emo Boy, Chicken Dragon realized that the guy is not ordinary even among the Matrix cheaters. It didn't look like he had been accumulating skills for a long time, Snake observed. What is the source of cheats, self-discipline? The dragon wondered, but it does not give so much strength. Too much mana can't be extracted from the human body either, thought the dragon. That's it, he noticed, after watching the Korean nerd for a little while longer. He no longer screamed in pain when lightning struck him, but endured in silence. Every time after he fell, the crazy Korean Rocky nerd got back up. It was in his eyes, the dragon realized. No complaints, no regrets, a strong spirit, and a little bit of Sharingan. The hermit repelled another lightning bolt. An incredible concentration of attention pushed through the mechanics of the Matrix. He sped up his own time, relative to everyone else, and now he could catch lightning that was not slowed down. The hermit easily controlled the flow of electricity with his fingertips. He repelled, deflected, and received all the lightning bolts that the chicken dragon sent at him. Suddenly, the rain stopped, the mad hermit noticed. 5 minutes at full speed. As agreed, said the dragon, completing the test. That's it. The hermit didn't believe it. Do you want more? Asked the flying Tesla coil. Give me the contract, the document where the reward was issued, you sly face, said the hermit. But karma has been received since the rain has stopped, said the cunning snake. But Hyunwoo did not feel anything. The thing is that he gained access to karma, but the skills themselves are still blocked, explained the dragon. The hermit remembered that the Monkey King had said the same thing when he trained him to use the staff. Now, too, the hermit realized, the use of karma already depends on personal skills. Even with the speed cheats in your blood, it's not easy to get the hang of using them, Dragon said. So from that moment on, the crazy hermit began to suspect something was wrong. That's right, ready to accept the full anus Zappacanus technique, the chicken snake grinned. Master Freezer patiently counted all the sheep, and he waited for his turn. The chains slowly fell with a slow animation. The equipment was already asleep, but because of the video image, he was still standing in prison. I had to wait until the end. The Freezer Master wondered at the exit whether to immediately end the Ice Age or fill all the supermarkets with stitching. I had a good rest in our punishment cell for the insane. A border guard met the prisoner. It was dark in the cell, so when the freezer climbed out, a bright light hit his eyes. Have you gone completely wild already? Asked the crazy border guard cheerfully. That means he didn't run away, the master of hidden pouring calmly answered. And as soon as he ran away, he immediately turned on the second phase of the expired version. The Matrix changed her clothes to strange, medieval-inspired attire. You'd better think about how to get back home, the hermit suggested. No way, he thinks he can deal with the freezer in 5 days. The hermit also did not hesitate and put on his vest, monkey. The rotten monkey has already been seen, said Master Freezer. That's not all, there is a special technique, which I recently learned on myself, the hermit said, and covered himself in static electricity to keep from freezing. Lightning struck the ice crows with an overdue date inside. And who put the horns on him? The freezer asked the crazy hermit. These are horns like a trolley bus, the polite border guard explained. Electricity supply. Now we'll install it in the freezer too. And yet he shined the contacts directly at the freezer master. He struggled to fight back with his crowbar. Ice Age, the master cast and blocks of ice appeared around the hermit. Rastashishka activated Hyunwoo's telescopic baton, and he swung his magnifying stick as he should. The wide area attack shattered all the ice around the hermit. I just turned on the ice generator and it starts breaking everything. The freezer man was indignant. Excellent. The chicken dragon's techniques worked. The hermit rejoiced. The techniques of the Tao were difficult to master since the hermit did not do well in school. I had to adopt something else, not from the Tao techniques, the hermit remembered. Once this thing is studied, according to Chicken Snake, there will be no more restrictions. The nature of this power was the complete opposite of the freezer's ice karma. But Hyun-woo was still worried. But now he easily dealt with the ice of the master of expiration. Ego's cold energy could not pass through the heated vest, a new skill of the hermit. Where did the horns from the chicken trolleybus come from? Asked the master of the stitching. 5 days ago, this was not there. The border guard on the 9th floor was just an average guy, Freezer recalled. The manganese lord only allowed Ema Boy to use the chicken dragon's karma. But how did this guy get it? The hidden filling master wondered. Decided to pour something quietly, the crazy hermit asked the frozen freezer. He was really distracted by the shot and missed the hermit's blow. Now we'll register it as illegal smuggling of refrigeration equipment, said Hyun-woo. And we'll also issue a fine for late payment, the hermit added. And we'll take away the vodka, the kind border guard gloated. The hermit quickly read out the rights and carried out a correct arrest of the illegal immigrant. There were no injuries. The detainee accidentally tripped over the border guard's boot, after which the honest border guard conducted a thorough search in all places. But the illegal did not want to give up and turned the freezer on full blast again. With quick, coordinated actions, the crazy border guard turned off the power to the dangerous device. The freezer man fell to his knees, he said quietly. It was decided. Even if he had to use all his strength, he jerked the illegal to the side. I'll freeze you like a mammoth, the illegal promised and added wings to the image. Did he spend all his gold on skins or something? The hermit asked him, surprised. Oh, I froze the crowbar, but now it will crumble with one blow from the lifesaver, Hyun-woo teased. Don't worry, it's a special metal. It's stronger than a monkey's staff, said the freezer, offending the monkey. And like a real warrior, he went into a bayonet fight in a world where there is magic and art strikes. The hermit dodged, but it was not worth exposing himself to dangerous blows. The overdue crows flew at him again from all sides. The freezer combined attacks. But Hyun-woo quickly turned them off with lightning from the chicken trolleybus. Unfortunately for him, there was no reduction in the number of expired products. More were coming from the freezer. The chicken dragon's karma was ending. The hermit felt it was time to end the fight. He let the enemy come closer and grabbed the bayonet with his isolated palms. Mom didn't teach me not to touch other people's things, asked the master of expiry. And he was very surprised when he was lifted into the air along with the crowbar, just to slam into the ground like a bag of bones. There's no need to poke sticks in your face, the hermit replied to the lying illegal. The hermit concentrated. Time flowed more slowly for him than for the others. He learned to use his fingers deftly to control lightning, but it wasn't enough. Use the power of the chicken dragon, the snake told him. The karma of lightning that was given to the dragon from above sparkled in the hands of the hermit. Hyun-woo absorbed all the karma into one decisive blow. Now he held his breath. Along with the acceleration of his processor, he could make such powerful attacks in an instant. Chicken Snake's rapid-fire thunder activated the hermit's skill. The crit was successful, and the animation of the Jedi dissolving into the Force started. All that was left of him was a plague mask, and the hermit was finally able to catch his breath. A notice has appeared about the liquidation of another illegal immigrant. The hermit had flashbacks of Vietnam, how much he worked to raise the level of information, and finally, it happened. It was a great time to visit the blonde, the hermit decided, and commanded the entrance to the room of rescue. But nothing changed. The download failed or the command didn't work, he wondered. Here is the password, here is the door. He said the magic words, but he still couldn't get in. 5 days later, Shuriken picked him up after the interview, again working as the hermit's driver. 5 days later, he still could not access the system. And even with the increased level of access to information, he could not read the characteristics of the freezer server. Maybe something happened to the blonde neural network. The hermit was worried. He got a strong boost from the processor acceleration and spent a little time in the hospital and was unable to charge Mangaka's footcloth in the labyrinth. Of course, it was possible to entrust this to ardent and passionate students. Master, here is the best medicine in the form of candles. Call me to cure you. They pounced on him. But the hermit waved it off. We'll manage without alternative medicine. The girls were very upset, but they didn't stop dreaming about it. After all, they are his faithful disciples. The hermit smiled. They worked hard. He ruffled their silky hair, let them rest. We listen and obey, the students answered in chorus. At least in this they came to an agreement, the hermit thought. Once he loaded the footcloth and visited Noah, everything would become clear, Hyun-woo decided. He looked around. The hikikomori programmer's workplace was clean. Has the pig really decided to clean up? Asked the hermit. It was so clean here. The hermit couldn't get used to it when Noah asked him what was the matter. Here, Hyunwoo held out the freezer mask, which was also his server. The indicators on the modem are not lit, which means there is no connection, asked the hermit. Appearance is not important, the programmer explained, but this karma still will not suit the hermit. To use it, you need to have a good command of magic, the developer explained. Hyunwoo was disappointed, but that wasn't the only question he had for Noah. He couldn't enter the system room, the mad hermit said. What does it mean to enter? The developer asked instead of answering. He looked surprised. Help out, the room where Av lives. Doesn't Noah know about this? The hermit thought. Why is he so serious? Hyunwoo thought, watching the programmer's reactions. This requires some background information to answer, the developer said. That system room is not as simple as it seems. Noah prepared himself for the story. All this time, the system information was going to Hyunwoo through the help room with Av, the developer clarified. Still, he was confused. The programmer rubbed his beard thoughtfully. This place was not created by the designer, he told the mad hermit. This space was not really in the Matrix, Noah explained. But it only made things more confusing, Hyunwoo thought. He is not the only border guard in the Matrix. There are others, the developer said. I saw this thing. The developer opened a system window in front of the hermit. This is a search skill that comes with the title of border guard, but Hyunwoo didn't have it. After the Matrix was created, someone exploited a vulnerability in the system and created this room. It's just a hypothesis, the programmer said, but it's possible that he knows the girl Ev. It may be related to the sysadmin with whom they created the search box. The hermit was stunned by such statements, that the blonde blockhead could do such a thing. Oh, sysadmin, he couldn't believe his ears, that neural network or something. A slob, a computer gamer, a network with a weak processor, he recalled the girl. Such assumptions, the developer simply finished his thought. I need to ask her myself, the hermit thought. How to get into the system room, he asked the developer. Noah promised to find this room, and Hyunwoo breathed a sigh of relief. At least he figured something out. Now let him tell him everything he didn't tell him last time because of the illegal refrigerator smuggler. Lord of Manganese sat again in the empty hall and consulted with himself. The monk was kneeling and thinking about how to account for the lost karma. You can't leave an outsider alive, the monk answered timidly. From the very beginning, they wanted different things. The monk heard the will of the Lord. He knew everything in advance, but he did not stop the monk because he wanted to see what would come of it. Everyone who is locked in the Matrix has different desires. Of course we are talking about players, not mere mortals, said the Lord. Do as you wish, the Lord smiled contentedly. He will benefit from any outcome. There are no restrictions. Let him go and kill the outsider border guard. The Lord threw up his hands, giving a complete carte blanche for the liquidation. But all in all, it should take no more than a month. Even if after so many victories the border guard is defeated by a monk, he is worth nothing. But if the boy defeats the monk and gets to the very top, the monk heard the Lord's terrible bet. That will be the best dinner then, the cruel Lord grinned ominously. So the original purpose of the tower had changed, and it had become a testing laboratory, the hermit concluded. And so the illegals strive to climb up the matrix tree, following the new scenario. Some may become illegal for personal reasons, but not all, Noah explained. And it's all for karma, the hermit asked him. Destroy your world to get back the stolen karma. Yes, they are crazy, the crazy hermit decided. True, they are real scoundrels and moral monsters, Noah confirmed. So there is something to discuss, said Noah, and poured something stronger into a glass. Wouldn't Hyunwoo like to help regain control of the Matrix? How quietly the hermit guarded the sofa in complete solitude. On the other hand, there was someone present, but she could not be called a person. Fox Alice was quietly snoring on the litter, fluffing up her tails. The illegal fox used to run around like a little animal, but now it has returned to its human form. What a pose and appearance! The hermit became embarrassed and decided to touch the fox a little. Don't snore, animal. He poked his finger at the fox so that she would wake up and stop whining. Gav, the owner of the house, the stupid animal, was alarmed, not knowing how to behave. Why did she even climb up the Matrix Tower? The hermit asked her. And why suddenly she wanted to answer the question with a question, but was cut off by one look from the hermit. I'll tell you everything, the fox squeaked. The furry skin's former habitat was destroyed, so it fled, the fox said. Someone stole her karma and said he would return it if she climbed the tower. He took the karma of the entire level too. There was no other choice, the fox continued. But Hyunwoo heard a familiar white noise, the system filtering this information. So now she doesn't need to climb the tower anymore. asked the hermit. She had enough of her karma, her litter box, her food bowl, and on top of that she was branded, the hermit thought, looking at the living fur coat. The owner will give me a treat, asked the fox and waved all her tails. So take it yourself, what's the problem? He asked, watching as the fox jumped to the shelf. She brought a jar and handed it to the hermit. There was an inscription on the lid. No more than one stick a day, wrote Cutie Soyeon in her beautiful handwriting. Figa was trained. The hermit was surprised. It was he who influenced them so much, thought Hyunwoo. Yes, eat as much as you like. When it runs out, we'll buy more, the irresponsible hermit allowed. This isn't drugs, he thought, and left, saying goodbye to the fox, who was already drooling. How are things at the zoo? The hermit asked the old men who were connected to the same server. The hairy macaque was indignant about who had piled up the pile under his favorite pine tree. It's a natural process. Snakes have a cloaca, Chicken Dragon explained. Moreover, everything will clean itself, he said. But Macaque could not be calmed down. He would stink for another week, he shouted. Now, I'll insert a chopstick. The owner of the server with the pines was indignant. The hermit listened to their squabble. Chicken Dragon was a useful source of information, but was constantly arguing with Monkey. Enough already, are you acting like animals? The hermit tried to stop them. There's something I want to ask, he said to the old farts. The two faces stared at him with interest, forgetting about the squabble. Why did they go into the tower? The hermit asked them. It turns out that they went into the tower to fight with those who are at the top and in control of everything, Hyunwoo realized. That's why only fragmentary images remained of them, and not the full body, the dragon explained. And they began to argue with the monkey again about minor details. Maybe he should put them in cages, thought the crazy zoo director. Why such questions? The Monkey King was surprised when he asked the hermit. Hyunwoo wondered if these two might respond to the idea of a crusade on the tower tree. As long as the system remains the same, the illegals will continue to push through and genocide every level in their path. First, we need to eliminate the tester, said the developer, naming the first point of their plan. It regulates the balance in the Matrix Tower and all matches and is located on the ground floor, Noah explained. If you eliminate the tuner, you will receive an important key, Noah explained. But how to get there? Asked the hermit with topographic cretinism. Underground floor, the menagerie asked again. The hermit nodded when he asked them the same question as Noah. It's easy, and killing the tester is easy too, said the hairy macaque, who was already climbing the tower. Isn't she strong? The hermit thought, hearing such an answer. However, before the meeting there is something that needs to be done, thought Macaque. But the path itself will not be easy, he revealed secret information. The ground floor is not connected to the tower tree and cannot be reached in the usual way. But Macaque didn't know exactly what had infuriated the mad hermit. And you should also be wary of corpses, Macaque said meaningfully. Empty shells of illegals are collected at level 0. Images of consciousness are stored on servers and bodies are transferred to a morgue in the basement. Useless minds are disposed of, and the strong ones are stored in hidden levels of the matrix. Physical bodies were kept in the morgue just in case, Macaque said. And why such a division? Asked the hermit. Two Monkey Kings tried, just to guess. As in the ears, there was a disgusting creaking from the filtering of data. The hermit realized he needed to get to the first floor and then jump from there to the ground floor. The journey would take 10 days, he learned. The hermit decided he would learn the rest from Noah. To get to Noah, it was necessary to recharge Mangaki's footcloth again, which infuriated the hermit. For frequent use, this became a problem. It all came down to time. He was a border guard and couldn't be away from duty for long. He gave her leave and he asked the student who came in why she returned. We haven't seen each other for a long time, she said, in Demonololi's voice. Demonololi? The hermit asked warily. He was too afraid, the ancient Loli stated. There was no need for that, she said. And the hermit grabbed her by the horns. They really are real, he pulled them to the side. They are comfortable to hold, the hermit thought. She says not to be afraid, but Hyunwoo asked how he could trust her, since they had fought before. Believe me, the demonic Loli in Miryung's body almost cried. Having played enough with the horns, the hermit released the demoness who was sitting in the body of his dear student. She tried to convince him of his honesty, but she simply repeated the same thing. The fox snored peacefully, not even waking up. What a useless animal they had, the hermit thought. Come on, speak, he said to the offended demoness, who did not understand how the mistress of the body could follow the mad teacher. Miryung trained in the inner world, and Demonololi was responsible for her body. She just stole it, the hermit thought. And why did the hermit ask this? But she only answered that the cat girl looked like Demonololi. and therefore was interesting to her. What kind of kinship of souls surprised the hermit, and the demoness confirmed that this was exactly how they could become even more similar. Tomorrow I'll tell you the rest. The impudent demoness interrupted her story. She had no intention of sharing much, and the hermit was thinking about giving her a good spanking. What kind of training was this, he asked. It didn't seem like there was any threat coming from the demoness at the moment. Due to her previous defeat, the Dragon Empress expressed a desire to become more united, and was now fighting with the demoness's servants. So Mi Ryung will also receive karma. It will be to their advantage in any case, the hermit thought. Illegals will be coming here all the time, so it's also useful for the girl herself. But I have a small request. The demoness narrowed her eyes slyly. All because of the influence of this body, but also her own interest, Demonololi said mysteriously. Mi Ryung's identity is on a secret server, but her body is still burning, the demoness sang sweetly. Therefore, Mi Ryung's essence remained the same. She looked slyly at the hermit. Closer to the body, the mad hermit, unable to understand the atmosphere, told her. Nothing special. Just stay the night, the demoness suggested. Nightmares are dreaming. At first the hermit did not understand the proposal, but then he understood. An old demoness in the body of a young cat? He will have nightmares. What? Nova asked with a cheerful face, pouring fresh chafir. Is there a way to get to the secret apartment straight away? He asked the developer. To get here, you need to use Mangaki's footcloth. It has been sweaty for a long time and stinks, the hermit explained. It really isn't pleasant, Noah thought, and took a sip of invigorating tea. Okay, I'll put together a separate artifact, but I'll have to wait, the lazy programmer promised. It will take 2 or 3 weeks, Noah said, and Hyunwoo was fine with that. Let's get to the main issue, he said. What is the fastest way to get to the ground floor, the morgue? He asked the developer. It would be a problem if, while he was away, a strong illegal showed up like last time, the hermit said. Find the tester's item, Noah said to the mad hermit. You need an item related to the tester to get into the morgue, just like he got into Noah's secret apartment. But how can one obtain it? Asked the hermit. And Noah promised to look. It's strange, no matter how much I search, I don't see it. The clumsy programmer was surprised. We just used the secret passage, the annoyed hermit asked. Perhaps he can take advantage of this, again inserted space for advertising developer. And so the secret anus still exists, the hermit clarified. Is there any problem with it? He asked the thoughtful developer. Now there is even a navigator for the stupid. Noah gave the device to the hermit. The hermit looked at his status. A navigator for stupid people with topographic cretinism. It was listed there. But the problem was that the hermit was already impatient to set off on his journey. The artifact leads reliably, but the road itself is crooked, the developer explained. You can only get to the place that is specified in the coordinates. But if the place is destroyed, he will not be able to return from there, Noah said. You will hang in the space of imaginary numbers on the fields of the matrix, the developer explained. It's like on the secret servers of illegals, the hermit asked Noah. No, said Noah. This place was different. This space in the outer wall of the tower, once there, he was doomed to wander forever in an endless void. The hermit wondered why it was created, and Noah replied that it was assembled by renegades from the development team. If he chooses a navigator and finds the necessary space, he will get there in a matter of moments, the developer said. Long and soft or fast and hard, the hermit understood the essence of each choice. What to choose? Wondered the crazy hermit with topographic cretinism. I made up my mind and heard Hegel's voice from Agent Rose's book. No, answered the girl sitting in the KGB headquarters, and the book asked why. Why think like that for so long? Others will sell their souls for the truth. The philosophical grimoire tempted. Is it true? The girl with the flower nickname was surprised. Although she was better than all the previous idiots who were taught by the book, she still only mastered half of the book. Indeed, perhaps it was worth studying philosophy to the end, the girl decided. She thought so even when the teacher told her the truth about the Matrix world. Moreover, that little one also started training, intelligence reported. But this means that there is only one mentor. In other words, no one will interfere with them, the girl dreamed. The little splinter was constantly getting underfoot, and their strength was equal, so it was simply impossible to get rid of it. But since she's not here now, it's time to take the bull by the horns. Rose smiled sweetly. So it's better to put philosophy aside for now. The successor of the Mad Emperor jumped up. Are there really more important things to do than gain power? Asked Hegel's spirit. Much, trampled all bookish pride, in a word, the main catwoman. If training can be interrupted whenever you wish, then you will begin training, the book asked, not knowing how else to entice the student. Here's a footcloth, just wash it later. The hermit gave the source of evil to the horned one. And why is it needed? He asked the demoness in the body of a student. In order for Miryung to receive Loli's karma, the demoness replied. Does he really distrust him that much? Asked the demoness, seeing the hermit's suspicious look. Miriam asked for a footcloth and was very nervous. Maybe she was being threatened, the hermit thought. It is worth apologizing for the past, said the demoness, and the hermit did not immediately understand what she was talking about. Then the dragon empress became very angry, said the demoness. The demoness shrugged her hands. She did not admit her guilt. And Miryung remembered all the dialogues that the demoness had. On this note, I say goodbye, said the horned beast, and waved her hand at the cat girl. Be careful there, she said. What kind of manifestation of concern is this? The hermit became wary. I'm more worried about the carrier girl, said the illegal Loli, what she might do if the hermit disappears. And to the chicken dragon, say hello to that lizard, she said at last. What a circus of freaks, the hermit thought, and there are more and more of them. The hermit took out Hermione's pouch. It was time to hit the road. Both of the yokai recognized the horned one and remembered her with a quiet, not evil word. What are you talking about? Asked the hermit. But the chicken dragon diverted from the topic. Does he really know Demonololi? The hermit was surprised, and the dragon was even more surprised at how the devil called herself. Also karma, the hermit heard, through the long beeping of the matrix censorship. Ask Loli directly, Macaque suggested to the hermit. We'll figure this out later, the mad hermit agreed. Do you want to send a cloud of Duri to test the artifact? Asked Monkey. Then, through the karma of the macaque, it will be possible to highlight the location of the Duri cloud. But if they miss, then all that's left is to console ourselves with the fact that it's not he who's missing. The hermit summoned a cloud of dope, and the Kamara filled the entire house. Donning the monkey's flea-bitten vest, he directed the cloud at the artifact. He was slowly sucked into the drain, as if into a portal, the hermit thought. Move, he commanded, the artifact of the lazy developer. The cloud successfully connected to the remote level. Noah's modem sparked. Since the hermit has now received the karma of the macaque, it will be easier for him to control the cloud. Hyun-woo tuned his senses and delved into his inner vision. He slowly opened his eyes in the inner vision where the cloud was. Excellent. Here it is, the hermit saw, the matrix's anus in front of him. In the morgue, there was a whole mountain of decomposing corpses. The bodies lay piled one on top of the other. Frankenstein girl rummaged through this stinking, rotten pile of pus. The sought-after thing glowed faintly in the darkness of the morgue on the ground floor of the matrix. The trinket was found, and the Frankenstein girl was delighted. The preparation is complete. Only a little remains. The chimera rose to its multiple limbs. Why did I do this? I could read in the eyes of the Buddha statue, which once again acted as a punching bag. And not only she, others from the diaspora of Demonololi rubber mugs also got it bad. The Dragon Empress wrote out a certificate for a sanatorium for everyone. But no one could use them at this level of the matrix anyway. The girl finished off one and immediately turned her gaze to another target. Instant destruction of a scary-looking monster. Individually, they were worth little. And even if they all came together, there wasn't much of a diaspora. But their main advantage was that the freaks never ended and continued to push forward. Exhausted, the Dragon Empress reacted more slowly, and the greedy hands finally reached the fragile girl to grope her. The rubber muzzles did not forgive such miscalculations and rushed after them to finish off the enemy. Demonololi stopped the rubber friend's beating simulator, and they melted into thin air. What are we sitting here for? Who are we waiting for? Asked the demoness when she entered the training cave. Away from the fetishists, in the safety of the internal server, she could walk freely in all her glory. Why the hell did she do this? The first Catwoman almost cried, clearly not because of the monsters. She got so angry that she clapped her hands in admiration at Demonololi. Don't change the subject whenever you feel like it, the Dragon Empress cried out angrily. But she has already apologized. As the girl asked, Demonololi answered. It helped a little since now they shared one body. The demoness justified herself. Every night I dreamed only of the teacher, the insidious demoness teased. Poor thing. What should an innocent maiden do now? The devil spread her hands theatrically. With the teacher covered in flames, the crazy student, but she likes him, the demoness objected. He is a teacher, the embarrassed maiden cried. But she loves him, the demoness said frankly. And that's why she drools every night from rainbow dreams, finished off the girl demoness. Suffering only makes things worse for herself, she told the upset Dragon Empress. But I won't joke like that anymore, the demoness promised in the contract. But in that case, the benefit of the secret weapon will be lost, she said, and Miryung pricked up her ears. How old do you think she is? Asked the demoness. How many men has she seduced? She began a sly conversation. Who would fall for something like that? The Dragon Empress was indignant. He will give in at once, the old woman in girlish guise confidently declared. Away with doubts. You need to strike while the iron is hot. The insidious demoness has set her nets. There is no more skilled woman in the entire matrix, the devil smiled slyly. The noble monk, with centuries of abstinence, could not resist her charms. The emperor, with many concubines, fell at the feet of Demonololi. Everyone fell before the charm of the unusually beautiful Demonololi. The girl's teacher was a real heartless blockhead, but even he couldn't resist Demonololi's charms, she proudly declared. We'll lasso you in one fell swoop, Demonololi chattered confidently, but Mi Ryung listened with her mouth open. This meeting will be fateful. The old woman was pulling the wool over the inexperienced girl's eyes. She could only share the secret with the Empress of Dragons, said the demoness. The innocent maiden both wanted and was itching to. Don't you really need a teacher if you've been thinking for so long? The devil cut off the innocent girl. But first, you need to get Demonololi's karma. The devil named the price of her seduction services. A crowd of rubber friends surrounded the timid and innocent girl. The first floor border guard, Polkon, stood guard at the only entrance to the floor. Woof, he blurted out when he spotted the intruder in the tracksuit. Please, here are the documents and the pass. The crazy border guard showed everything to his colleague. He's fast, the hermit said disappointedly, but Makak asked him to find the keys faster. This one, asked the hermit, feeling for the only key in the pocket of the guard dog. There is a small gap in the wall for it. The hermit remembered the developer's instructions. The doors of the morgue automatically unlocked. Now it was possible to go down to the basement, the hermit thought. There was no order in this crypt. All the bodies lay as the system had thrown them here. The e-book with the spirit of Hegel was slightly shocked by the current from bad contacts. Well, this is old stuff, thought Agent Rose, leafing through the ancient artifact. Got to Nietzsche? Well done. Third step, the book praised me. But what is this languid look? The book asked. All because of him, because of the teacher, the book clarified. He is not there, the maiden answered. When she went to visit him, it turned out that the teacher had already left without saying goodbye, Rose recalled. Such an opportunity would go down the drain. The devoted student became angry. After the third step, I became even more irritable. It's not good, Hegel's spirit thought. Do you want to seduce this mentor? Asked the spirit of Hegel, and the cat demon pricked up her ears. The solution lies very close, the spirit told her. The girl listened attentively. If he reaches the last stage of the book, he will be able to control the feelings of the mentor. The maiden heard the proposal. Are you suggesting that we play with the feelings of our favorite teacher? Agent Rose asked sharply. Hegel's spirit immediately denied everything, but the cat demon did not calm her anger. The thing is that he is not the only target. The book quickly recovered. The language of the soul can be used on that little one. He quickly blurted out the Talmud before it was sent to waste paper. Agent Rosa was surprised by the little one, changing her anger to mercy, and she propped her chin up with her fist. The Talmud had given out a useful thing. Sounds great. Rose has thought of all the creative ways to use her new powers. Control over that girl will be possible after the transition to the 5th volume of the Encyclopedia of Philosophy, said the spirit of Hegel. Okay, the maiden agreed solemnly, applying the new plan. Divide in half and die, Agent Rose said, using the force on a simple book. In the third stage, she could use the force on inanimate objects. The magic clearly worked on one of the many books from the Lenin library. The book was sent for recycling with a crack at the spine, as it was ordered. Ugh, nasty thing. The crazy hermit kicked the rotting piece of meat and it started splashing with liquid. The morgue stank of carrion. Apparently the freezer had been stolen from here, and the tester was still nowhere to be found, the hermit thought. If he stayed where he was, the rotting zombies would continue to bother him. He jumped on the head of one of them. The hermit pushed off and flew higher to look around. It seems that the necessary point was still present at this level of stench. In the distance in the mountains there was an abandoned castle, the only building among mountains of corpses. It was teeming with zombies that had not been preserved well without a freezer. Let's go and see, said the hermit when he reached the castle gate. Be careful, the Monkey King warned him. These zombies are not so simple. These are no ordinary corpses, he said, as the missing eye sockets of one of them gleamed with malice. One zombie warrior attacked with a powerful slashing attack that the hermit barely managed to dodge. Hyun-woo pushed off from the opposite wall and rushed towards the zombie warrior. The explosive attack tore it apart with a deafening bang. But in place of one, a bunch of more semi-autonomous corpses came running. They suffered the same fate, and the hermit quickly dealt with them. The impacts left a deep crater underneath him. He became so powerful. He certainly suspected that the bodies of illegal immigrants would not be ordinary ones. But in fact, they still retained their physical qualities, having overcome rigor mortis. The Matrix allowed them to move, but they were still no match for the Hermit, Makak said. Mobs for farming hero coolness points, the Hermit realized, and he began to earn these points with a series of simple strikes. After training with the chicken dragon, his internal processor worked faster, and his reaction speed increased. Therefore, farming coolness went without a hitch. His movements were not yet keeping up with the speed of perception, the Hermit noted, but the current level was quite sufficient for brainless, rotten corpses. The corpses acted on reflexes, but they were not capable of more, said the chicken dragon. The choice miasmas of the expired period hit the Hermit in the nose again. What a disgusting thing. He tried to plug his nose, but the smell came through, even when he inhaled through his mouth. So that's where the noise came from. A voice suddenly rang out in the morgue. And then it turns out there are guests, said the girl Frankenstein. Fuck, miracle woman, what an abomination, the Hermit said. Even the zoo was speechless after examining the model of the Transformer. You don't understand anything about beauty and practicality, the Chimera smiled. Why have you come? Asked the girl Frankenstein. So she is a tuner, the Hermit asked. And the girl nodded. A mortal could not understand the beauty of her body. Well done for coming. A live test subject was needed, the Hermit heard. I'm just about done with the experiment, the Chimera said. She took a step forward. The one who controls everything that fell into her tenacious paws and claws, said the Frankenstein girl. The queen of the hive, the reckless Transformer girl, introduced herself. This is what a tester should look like, the Hermit asked with disgust. To hell with talking, I need to pull myself together. She pulled out a couple of her limbs. Burn the witch, the Hermit recoiled from the vile sight. Dozens of insectoid tentacles and legs emerged from the crazy tuner. The Hermit dodged, but the Chimera hit quite hard. Stop with the Kunstkamera already, he said, and punched the ugly woman. She recoiled from the damaging effect of the blow. Before that, only corpses could be opponents. The constructor with the name assemble, the girl yourself fell on its back. And that's all. The Hermit was surprised. She's joking, he asked the arthropod tester. Too strange, Macaque suspected. It can't be, he said. It's her body, said the Monkey King, who was the first to notice its peculiarities. A strange magic ignited inside her ruined body, the Hermit saw. The ground suddenly shook under his feet. The Hermit did not understand anything. Two huge spotlights, the eyes of an immense monster, peered out at him from the darkness. Even the spiritual menagerie was stunned by such a turn of events. And the guest is not an ordinary person, said the monster in the voice of the Chimera. How would an ordinary person get here? The mad Hermit asked the fool tester. As soon as such a blockhead got a position in the Matrix, he provoked Chimera. From above, the chicken dragon shouted to him over the telepathic bridge. Not in a million years, said the gaping Hermit, looking up. The magic attack hit with a radius that he barely dodged. His feet froze, and the monster attacked again with magic. The lightning bolts were slowly approaching. The Hermit turned on the battle mode and could see them. He dodged at the last moment and donned the flea-bitten monkey's vest. Rastashishka! The Hermit shouted out a command and swung harder. But the huge muzzle managed to dodge the wide blow. What kind of nonsense did she do to herself? The Monkey King thought as he watched the fight via live broadcast. He felt in her the vibrations of various karma, of his former comrades and enemies. Even the chicken dragon's karma, said the macaque to the snake. So that's it. She connected the karmas of the murdered illegals, Macaque realized. The ugly centipede laughed loudly throughout the castle, which meant he had helpers, she said. That's not the whole puzzle, said the chicken dragon, also taking a good look at the reptile. The worm is able to use the karma it has attached, he noted. The lightning that struck earlier belonged to the snake, the Monkey King agreed. And ice crystals from the freezer of the Master of Expiry, the Hermit confirmed. What clever mortals, laughed the vile arthropod Chimera. The Hermit watched as the monster crawled out of a deep hole. The zoo at the exit was also stunned with disgust, looking at the freak. The Hive Queen spilled out all her arthropod bodies. And this is the queen, the Hermit grimaced, more like a host slut. This body is excellent. Provocations are useless, the monster creaked. Useless? As if not. Who just went crazy? The Hermit replied. That's what the Hive demanded. The tuner, mumbled the Chimera, showing signs of schizophrenia. The mistress of corpses and their abilities. The Chimera clapped her mouth in a fit of megalomania. The diagnosis is not comforting, the Hermit thought. And why are all his opponents with their brains askew? The Matrix has had a bad effect on them. Better be careful, said Chicken Dragon. Chimera has a lot of karma. At least several hundred, he added, warning the hermit. Okay, chat, move. Pushed away from the microphone, Snake Monkey King. The chimera gathered all the mana it could and ominously hid behind a rock ledge. What kind of toxic energy is this? The hermit spun the magic stick like a fan. Look around too, the hairy macaque warned him again. A firestorm of many balls of fire flew at the hermit. Along with him, waves of cold flew from the other side, in a combined attack. Ghosts of regret and poorly spoken phrases pounced from behind. Meteors, ice, flames, curses. A multitude of magical attacks poured out on the hermit. Pikachu, I choose you. He squeezed the chicken dragon's ball. A glow of flashes of light engulfed the entire battlefield. The hermit directed a powerful blow towards the chimera. He shouted. And with one blow, he blew up the rock behind which she was hiding, throwing the centipede into the air. Here I am, he said, and landed in the area of the parasite's back of the head. The chimera extended spikes from its neck to block the surprise attack. But the hermit had already released the power of the divine fetishist with many arms. The mad hermit roasted to the fullest. A monstrous explosion thundered. The centipede lay torn to shreds after such a magical attack. But the vile arthropod creature was still moving. And now the mad hermit hastened to the chimera to finish off. But suddenly, her bodies came together like pieces of a puzzle. The body was restored. The hermit realized the unpleasant news. Hyunwoo dodged a series of lightning attacks again. The monster attacked immediately after recovering. He came closer and swung the telescopic thunderstick hard. The hermit hit the schizophrenic woman so hard that sparks flew from her eyes. But suddenly he discovered a magical barrier in front of him. What kind of wall is this? The hermit tapped on the transparent barrier in front of him. The dragon empress breathed heavily, emitting a bloody aura. The Lola demoness looked at her charged with alarm. At first, the girl did well, but accepting the intelligence of all the yokai was still difficult for her. The dragon empress smiled a devilish grin. Eventually, she lost her mind, Loli Demon noted sadly. What kind of firewall is this? The crazy hermit asked the zoo team. It looks like an earthen wall of Horseradish Mountain, answered Monkey thoughtfully. The energy is the same, only it was made transparent with the help of other karma, Macaque suggested. That's not the problem. Look at her body. It seems Chimera has poured most of her power into the regeneration karma, said Monkey. The further into the forest, the thicker the partisans. The mad hermit scratched his head. So you need to beat the bastard up faster than you can recover, he said. I thought I would leave the guest unharmed, but apparently it wasn't meant to be. Chimera justified herself. Especially for you, I will show you my true form, the chimera rasped with its rotting mouth. And she bit her tail, sinking her sharp teeth deep. What kind of auto-cannibalism is this? The hermit exclaimed. The menagerie was again stunned by the bizarre creature. The chimera curled into a tight cocoon and emitted an aura of dark mana. Now she looked like a disgusting ball with an eye made of rotting flesh. The lump of rotten meat attacked with a multitude of thin cockroach legs. The speed of his attacks increased greatly, and the hermit could barely dodge everyone. He moved closer to the Mitboy to warm him up properly. But the transparent magical barrier of Krainsgora stood in the way again. He was attacked by black lightning, but Hyunwoo blocked it with a bloody aura. He stopped to see if his attack worked or not. And again, many legs flew towards him from one point. The rotten tentacles tried to surround him, but the hermit fought them off with his life-saving stick. The big-eyed thing regenerated literally from a piece of flesh. If even this is not enough, he must play his trump card, the hermit decided. Let's test the new technology, he said, preparing a sheaf of electric arcs. He kicked the stinking ball of flesh away to get out of range. But the thin, disgusting legs of cockroaches reached out to him again. A splinter in the seat, the hermit, gritting his teeth, dodged many attacks. The cuttlefish was covered in ominous mana and fully restored. The hermit thought, well, his opponent was not particularly powerful. Ice balls flew towards him again. The creature switched to long-range attacks. Hyunwoo easily knocked down the weak magic with his magic stick. Fireballs followed, in exactly the same order. The Devil's Chimera had simple attack patterns that even the hermit became bored. He easily repelled the already known sequence of magic shots, but even so, the problems did not end. Not too absolute a power of regeneration for such rotten stuff. The hermit tensed. If he delays any longer, he will simply run out of strength and the creature will win. The chicken dragon noticed the same thing. It was time to wrap it up, he said. You'd better tell me the weak spot, admirals, Hyunwoo shouted to the menagerie. But he is not, answered the Monkey King. A monster almost immortal, agreed the chicken snake. But there is one oddity. the cunning macaque noticed, stretching out his words to irritate the hermit. At first he thought that all the karmas were collected in the center of the huge body. The hairy one was chattering while the hermit fought to the death. There is a battery for karmas, macaque concluded, somewhere outside the body. And indeed, the chicken dragon realized, agreeing with the monkey. You can whenever you want, said the snake. At least you're good for something, flea-bitten one. You yourself can only fly and shit. The hermit heard another squabble between his friends and shouted at them to look for a vulnerability and not to chat. What strange sounds. The hermit froze for a second to look around. A huge fireball was flying towards him, blocking his entire field of vision. The magic flew past, burning the skin on his face. He barely dodged. The snake waved its tail as if it noticed something the dragon said to the hermit was wrong. Is it true, Captain? Asked the hermit, dodging another attack. There is a weak connection between the pillar and the cliff, Chicken Dragon explained. The hermit looked at the lonely stalactite that stuck out like an antenna. All the other stalactites had long since collapsed, but this one remained intact, he noted. Hyunwoo decided to quickly check their guesses and rushed towards the target. The meat creature tried to stop him by freezing his legs. Oh, if she reacts like that, then there is definitely something there, exclaimed the hermit. No, uncle, the incomprehensible creature screamed after the crazy hermit. The level boss became nervous. How wonderful, Hyunwoo gloated. And with a strong kick, he broke the stone support into pieces. A magic crystal sparkled brightly in the middle. At least he didn't have to gut anything, the hermit thought. Here is Koshchai's needle, said the chicken dragon, recognizing the sought-after item. Thank you, Captain, the mad hermit replied, and held out his hand for the crystal. All the claws that the Myth Boy had were reaching out towards Hyunwoo, but he had already managed to mercilessly crush the beautiful trinket. Deep within the yokai camp, the mad dragon empress raged. She tore apart immortal images with her bare hands and bathed in their blood. An ordinary person would have lost their minds long ago, Lowly Demon noted, but the girl held on. Although weak, there was still some semblance of reason in her crazy head. The thirst for madness grew stronger and stronger. Every second she could lose control completely. She tore the monsters apart over and over again, and it wasn't enough. The meatball shrank. Its magical connection to the source severed. It writhed in agony, cursing the mortal who had coveted karma. The monster unleashed its last magical powers on the hermit, hoping to defeat him with one attack. Time is short, the Monkey King suggested. We need to hurry, he stated the obvious. The admirals are getting on my nerves, the hermit, gritting his teeth, was dodging the schizophrenic monster. The time of borrowed karma with a flea-bitten vest is coming to an end, Hyunwoo realized. Now let's cast it at full blast, decided the mad hermit. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the dark cave. Who touched the climate control? The tester was surprised. Dragon trolley mode on. Mad hermit connected horns. Now it will all end. He gathered enormous power on the tip of his finger. Mana from the clouds rushed towards his outstretched finger as he thrust his hand upward. What kind of tricks are these? The ugly creature was horrified, sensing something was wrong. To interrupt the hermit's cast, simple but powerful spells were fired at him again. But he still stood firm, not canceling the magic casts. The art of Tao is not about performing tricks with electric shocks, the chicken dragon taught him. Send energy into the sky and capture space, the hermit recalled to the Taoist practitioner. Add a drop of ink to it. Don't try to make it perfect, the dragon taught. It is enough to just touch the clouds with your energy. At the very end, discharge all the lightning that exists into everything that moves. The chicken dragon expounded the essence of the Tao. This is the essence of the tree of lightning technique created by the chicken dragon. The thirst for madness completely overwhelmed the devoted student. She completely stopped hearing her own thoughts. The momentum did not weaken, despite the fact that she had been holding on for so long. Maybe this strength will be enough. It will already last longer than last time, the student doubted. Maybe it was time to give in to her secret desires, she thought. How long can I hold back and torment myself, whispered a voice from within. Why become someone's doll? Student. The master's voice was suddenly heard. She looked in his direction. The demons inside suddenly calmed down and retreated. He appeared before her as he had the first time, mysterious and majestic. Is she so weak as not to believe in herself? Asked the image of the hermit. It was all because of her parents who controlled her like a doll on a leash, he asked. Since this was the case, nothing needed to be changed, the master asked himself. If the past bothers you so much, just cross it out, erase it from your memory, advised the mad hermit, and put yourself back together from this moment on, as if today were your birthday, he said. The past was erased. He gave her a new name after a session of intensive psychotherapy. Her name is Miryun. The image of the mad hermit smiled. The rotten centipede writhed in hundreds of lightning bolts that burned through it. Shock therapy worked perfectly on the schizophrenic. She writhed in pain. It hit well. The hermit was surprised, rejoicing at such a result. In previous battles where he fought with opponents of smaller dimensions, such a technique could not be used, but on a huge centipede, it was just right. These Tao of yours are a useful thing, the mad hermit realized, casting aside his past prejudices. Due to the strong recoil, the lightning blocked the monster's regeneration. That you are no longer recovering, he said to the rotten reptile. Here he bit the electrode, now it will become easier, he calmed the dead animal. It won't hurt because the current will evaporate the nerve tissue faster, the caring veterinarian explained. Rastashishka. He pulled out the stick, tearing the body from muzzle to tail into small pieces. The dragon-headed centipede let out a final, plaintive wheeze. The mad hermit exhaled and handed over the flea-infested robe to its owner without even washing it. The tester's dropped item appeared in his hand. Some of the information about it was hidden by the system, as usual. A secret place was created for experiments or something, Hyunwoo read. Since this is a developer key, the hermit realized that there is definitely something inside. I'll just take it and show it to Noah, the lazy hermit decided. He took a ring from his pocket and commanded the cloud of Duri. Now we need to look for a way out. The hermit flew up over the mountain of corpses. He slowly floated, trying to figure out where to go, his topographic cretinism making itself felt. It seems we need to go south, the chicken dragon suggested. Or in the west, the snake doubted. His sense of direction was no better. Just stand on the cloud and look at the walls, suggested the hairy macaque. The dragon empress came to her senses after remembering her teacher. The crowd of yokai surrounded the girl again, but now she felt strength within herself. She gathered Demonololi's energy around herself, letting the rubber diaspora come closer. Perfect. The demoness, who was watching the battle from the side, applauded her. The girl was talented and very quickly mastered the power of Loli. There is nothing else to do to get out. With things, the devil built a portal. But the girl hesitated, not knowing where to start this conversation. What's the matter? Asked the cunning demoness. She, of course, knew what it was, but it was pleasant to watch the innocent maiden tremble. The innocent but very persistent student hesitated, becoming unexpectedly meek. Give me the secret weapon, she said to the cunning devil. Secret weapon, the horned beast said, with an incomprehensible look. To hell with it all, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and was about to run wherever her eyes looked. Cool down, we're talking about which secret weapon she wants, the demoness reassured the girl. An experienced lowly priestess should have more than one weapon, the devil instructed. Depending on the character, status, and relationship, the seduction strategy can be different, the lowly priestess shared her experience. Therefore, this and that are needed. Here and there, the more she spoke, the more the eyes of the dragon empress lit up. The girl liked it so much that she didn't want to let go of the experienced lowly. Every weapon has its place and time, said the demoness. Here we play innocence, there the seductress. These are the basics, she said, but the choice is yours, shared the priestess lowly. I'm not sure it will work on the mentor, she answered Mirion's question. There are two things. The first is to attack little by little, but persistently, signs of attention, light touches, but most importantly, persistently. Persistently, the crazy student was surprised. It is true, the demoness agreed, this is the only way to achieve an unusual atmosphere. But at some point, the innocent maiden, like the hermit, lost her social skills. Well, either solve everything in one go, the devil continued. It's risky. But if it works, the devil portrayed obscenity. But the stupid dragon empress still didn't understand anything. And she knew about love from children's fairy tales. It couldn't be simpler. The priestess Lole squeezed Mirion's cheeks. Quickly but riskily, slowly but surely, the devil explained the essence of the choice. But what else could a crazy student of a crazy hermit choose? It was a warm spring day. He was lying on her warm lap. She was stroking his hair with a gentle hand. The gentle rays of the sun warmed the couple, who could not take their eyes off each other. The girl looked at him with loving ruby eyes. He couldn't resist her innocence, and his hand reached up to pick this flower. For a moment she was stunned, not knowing what to do, but then she leaned forward like a flower after rain. Cutie. So Yeon's ears slowly turned red from the pages she had just read. She turned away for a second, took a breath, and returned to reading. In the end, this love fanfic drew her in very strongly, and she was interested to know what happened next. It's not every day you read about your friends. Moreover, what was written was not without foundation. The student really did not leave her master, the girl thought intensely. She's usually completely emotionless, as if she doesn't care about anything. recalled the cutie Soyeon. What was written was clearly fiction, but the author wrote very vividly, I wanted to know the continuation. We've arrived, the driver interrupted the confused beauty's thoughts. There is a magic teleportation circle here, asked the fox Alice when they found themselves at a miniature copy of the Forbidden City. They came to experiment with magic circles. As soon as they appeared, they were already greeted. The cutie. So-yeon noticed the servants. They suddenly lined up in 2 rows, as if they were holding an official reception in the imperial palace. The servants of the Dragon Empress let them through, so they could enter, the girls decided. The building is big, maybe we should split up, suggested the nimble fox, in order to find the circle faster. I heard a languid sigh coming from the closed room. Cutie So-yeon. Oh, what kind of sounds were those? She was surprised, beauty, and looked inside. Teacher, came a languid, high-pitched voice, and cutie. So-yeon was stunned. The first floor, said the big-eyed devil, who had just begun his ascent. But what is this? He noticed a peacefully snoring body nearby. The examiner was out of his mind, the red-faced one realized. He must have gotten drunk or something. What the hell has appeared here? A replacement or something, the red-faced one heard. The eyes in the back of his head looked at the guy in the tracksuit who entered. New examiner, asked the red devil, the guy who came in. I heard a lot of funny guys in the tower, just right. The devil laughed. I'm so tired of these crazy people. The morgue is nearby if anything happens, the hermit replied. You are impudent, entertain me some more, said the devil, but received a sleeping pill in the form of a slipper. Get some sleep, said the mad hermit, and put the red-faced one to sleep. It's not nice to mock the weak, it's even shameful. The animals sneezed at Hyunwoo. The first Catwoman arched her back, too much and too tensely than was necessary, but her talents were obvious. She arched a little more and lifted herself up, twisting her hips in front of the mirror. But it's so embarrassing, do I have to do this? The Dragon Empress thought when the cutie. So-yeon entered the room. Now turn back, Miriam said, not noticing that she was being watched. What was going on, cutie? So-yeon didn't know what to do. Either the skis weren't working, or Miriam had gone crazy. Witnesses don't live long, the mad demoness muttered. The beautiful. So-yeon cowered in fear before the mad empress's face. Since she is the teacher's friend, she cannot kill, the innocent maiden reasoned in anger. It will just erase the memories, don't worry, the yokai will only bite her once, said the crazy devil. I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, the frightened cutie, So-yeon begged for mercy. A small bite, not at all painfully, the mad empress calmed down. What, use it, but it's a disgrace, the student argued with the demoness, while So-yeon froze in horror. You'll be useful, let's leave the memory erasure for now, said the student. But in return, So-yeon heard the cutie and tensed up, wondering what they might ask for in return. You will work for me, the crazy student said menacingly. Agent Rose concentrated. She stood in the center of the Len-ina library. Let's start, the determined Catwoman commanded, and got ready. Dozens of books flew out of their places on the shelves and rained down. Stop, the girl commanded, and the books obediently froze as if alive. Place, she shouted the command from the book magic again, and the books flew back. But one solid volume with a crash course on the Matrix hit me on the head. The fourth step is still a bit difficult, concluded the spirit of Hegel. No one had ever reached such a level so quickly the spirit did not finish speaking. The girl grabbed the relic tightly. Why didn't you remove it right away? The girl was very indignant. She took hold of the page as if she were ready to use it for toilet paper just to test. The spirit screamed, Don't tear it. What was the point of this training if she had used this ability before meeting the spirit? Strengthening exercises. Before the next step, the student heard the spirit's explanation. The capture of the mind is within the radius of control. He will master it. Then he will be able to defeat that little impudent woman, Rose realized. Where is the owner? The slave accountant lamented. There are still so many documents to approve. Cautious Shirken came to help the girl. He asked her to give him the documents. Here, she handed him a stack of papers, and when he reached for it, he lightly touched the slave's hand. Thanks for the help. The couple turned away in embarrassment. Shirken, the slave addressed him sheepishly, and he took a step closer. His hand lightly pressed against her waist and pulled her smoothly towards him. Shirken carefully leaned towards her. While you were lounging around, your friends burst into the guild room with food and other snacks. The couple pretended to work and looked at those who entered with displeasure. Hyunwoo brought the item to another appraiser while Oz pawn shop was temporarily closed. She was definitely a tester, the hermit asked. She looked too stupid. He briefly described the chimera with a bunch of karma and schizophrenia. to such an extent that he was surprised by the fall of his former employee, Noah. Initially, the girl planned to create an all-powerful karma, but ended up stealing someone else's, and this led to insanity. Everyone associated with the Matrix Tower project is a sick bastard, said the hermit. Now we can visit the vault, Noah said, since the waiting time is up. The hermit took the tester's crystal and looked at its status again. Pass, he commanded, and moved to the internal storage server. The connection was established quickly. The server was small, apparently. Boris Mart placed him in a similar cell, and the hermit looked around in the confined space. Before him stood frozen images of illegals, gray like concrete statues. Excellent work, meowed the fox, happy about the end and the upcoming treat. I'm dying of fatigue, stretched the beauty So Yan in a sports top. Progress is great even with the help of the system, the fox said, grabbing the stick. Cutie. So Yan looked at her status details. In just a couple of weeks, she received 1 rank in mana. Usually the growth limits are set in the tower. After you leave it, the growth slows down, and now it was growing rapidly again. Isn't it time to go? Asked the fox Alice, reminding her of the errand. The Dragon Empress asked for something, said the fox. Ah, that same thing. A shiver ran through my body. Beauties in sports tops. It would be better if they erased her memory. Like a statue, the hermit picked Boris Mart's nose, and he was surprised like a real one. But Hyunwoo didn't understand how they were supposed to help, what all this fuss was about. Oh, Thunderbolt Electrician, he saw a concrete sculpture of a 5th-class master. This is the image of an illegal immigrant, the hermit heard the explanation. The body still radiates karma, even though it looks like a statue. Besides, look ahead. And Hyunwoo looked further down the corridor. He was very surprised to see familiar sculptures, illegals, Emma Boy, Macaque, and Master Freezer. All those who died in the tower gathered in this storage, said Monkey. The snake confirmed correctly. His body should also be somewhere here. The hermit looked up and saw a huge boa constrictor above him. Well, did you go to the storage facility? Noah asked him upon his return. The Terracotta Army, but what good are they? Replied the hermit. None yet, the developer answered evasively. But what if they become allies? Of course, the crazy hermit was surprised. He detained everyone. What was it, he asked Noah when he took a strange ball out of his pocket. The hermit heard the thing that would help turn what was said into reality and change everything, and was very happy. Convince the illegals to fight for you, Noah simply suggested to him. It's been a long time since he's been given a beating, the hermit thought. The tattered Hikikomori has really overworked himself. Once again, everyone was beaten up, or what, said the main character of the shonen manga. Is there another way? He asked when Noah refused the previous one. The procedure itself is simple. The programmer decided to explain in more detail. You need to go to the remote server to the illegal, talk to him, upload your consciousness into this stone, and then come with it to the storage where the body is contained. The hardest part here is convincing people to support him, Noah explained calmly. Convince these psychos, the hermit remembered. All the crazy people he had dealt with over the last 100 years. Is it even possible with this fucking menagerie that he has already packed? Okay, hermit. It dawned on him that there was someone who wouldn't be stubborn. Here it is. It fell to the stupid programmer. There is a way. The menagerie has been with him for a long time, so they can be revived without any difficulty. But what will he do himself then? The developer asked him. If you revive the Monkey King, you will have to return all the karma you borrowed from him. In other words, it can no longer be used, Noah explained. And the chicken dragon gave away only a grain of karma, which means he will be reborn with only that, and there will be little use from him. The annoyed hermit sat back down on his chair, and he just thought that he had found a way out. But it is possible to refuse the borrowed karma, Noah suggested, but the hermit refused. He still needed it. He sprawled out on the table, and just when he thought he had eliminated an important person in the tower, the problems only got bigger. In order to finish off the Matrix Tower, it was necessary to eliminate the tester, Noah reassured him, not in vain. By the way, what happened to Av? Did you find her? The hermit asked, remembering the blonde pizza eater, but he hadn't heard any answer yet. What's more important is that the Fenka he asked for is ready. The developer handed the device to the hermit. Now he could get into the developer's secret apartment from the 9th floor without the mangaka's footcloth. If you resurrect us, you won't be able to use karma, Macaque confirmed the programmer's words. So they didn't hear the conversation with Noah. In the secret apartment, the hermit asked and learned that the system carefully filters all leaks. Is it possible to resurrect the menagerie so as not to give up karma? The hermit asked them. There is one way, the Monkey King raised his finger cheerfully. For this you need to. He did not finish. Just do it like with the Dury Cloud, get personal merit, Makak said. But for the cheater, it was not fast enough. The chicken dragon understood Hyunwoo's indignation and said that there was another way. "We've returned, master," sang Fox Alice as she entered with cutie So-yeon. "Have you decided on everything?" his beautiful girlfriend asked. And he replied that everything was fine. "Great," said the girl, and sat closer. The hermit understood that this was not without reason. 2 weeks ago, her stat points had increased greatly. The girl asked if he knew anything about it. "And what did Shiken say?" asked the hermit. It seemed to him that such growth was something ordinary, after all. He himself was a cheater. But Shiken's stat points also increased sharply, the hermit learned. Could it really be the consequences of the fact that he removed the tester, who was in charge of the balance system, from his post? But only a week had passed, the hermit thought. While he was thinking, cutie. So Yan pricked up her ears. Time to casually ask the main question. But he's so slow-witted. So Yan was worried whether everything would be okay, and finally decided to say it. "What kind of girls does he like, cutie?" So Yan asked bluntly. The hermit, with low social sense, did not understand either the question itself or its meaning. He strained all his meager knowledge on the subject and thought hard. "What?" the gears sparked. "Unable to process a normal request, just describe your type," the girl said, annoyed. He wanted to give the only hypothesis that was there, maybe she likes him, but he didn't finish, because the cutie got really angry. For the journalists, the hermit asked, but the cutie sharply answered no. But then why didn't the hermit with low social skills understand? Just lay it out. His persistent girlfriend pressured him. The ideal, and he had one in principle, was 7 celestials, the furry macaque declared dreamily. Especially the first of them, the lustful macaque drooled, so much so that the snake shamed him, at whom the flea-bitten one opened his mouth. "And the holy man himself, you see," asked the monkey king in revenge, and the chicken dragon answered, "Naturally, he has completely different roots." "And the fourth one came to the hayloft herself," said Makak. The dragon was indignant. "Don't you dare defile the daughter of the Jade Emperor," he said. "And who in the heavenly brothel almost had his karma stolen while they were scratching him behind the ear?" Makak sarcastically said. "Bastard," the dragon blurted out. And the one who accepted women as victims finished off his monkeys. Hyunwoo thought how tired he was of these voices in his head. Then another brilliant idea came into his bright head. "Finally, I remembered. Cutie." So Yan was delighted. Now she won't have to endure a tiger bite. And he showed her the screen of his phone. For a couple of seconds, the girl carefully looked at what she saw. What a taste he has, a twisted hermit. The girl was horrified. "I wonder if he has already decided who he will resurrect," he thought. But then he came across a copy stone. And speaking of birds, thought the lazy programmer, he walked up to a complex hologram that performed the functions of Google search, looked like a magic pentagram, but was essentially an unnecessary, stupid effect. Noah swiped his finger across the touch portion of the holographic screen, and a status window appeared. Why doesn't she want to see him? He asked himself as he looked through the message. "The time will come, I will meet him myself. Don't say anything." It was written in the message with the signature AV, read by the developer. "What is there to think about? Everything will definitely work out," the experienced lowly whispered to the innocent maiden. But she still had doubts. "Are you scared or something?" asked the demoness. "So you're worried. If something goes wrong, the relationship will never be the same again." The innocent girl thought about these words. "Lend me your body for a moment," the demoness asked. 10 hours and she will charm him completely. She offered a guaranteed option. The servants reported that So-yeon had arrived, and the maiden tried to hide her embarrassment. Was it possible to find out the master's preferences? The impatient student asked. And cutie, So-yeon, timidly answered yes. Here he held out the phone screen. The Dragon Empress brought the phone closer to take a better look. Such, the girl was surprised. 12 of the 13 levels of the Matrix are closed. The monk reported the unpleasant news. "And what is the reason?" asked the angry lord of potassium permanganate. "A glitch or a system failure, maybe a Trojan was caught." The monk didn't know the reasons. "But it is known who has access rights to control the levels of the Matrix," said the monk. "Ah, that beast. Understood who I was talking about, lord of potassium permanganate, and smiled evilly. "We cannot rule out such a possibility," the monk replied, reminding us about Sisyadmin. "I thought she was dead, but she was found. And also in cahoots with the border guard outsider," the lord said. And the monk was surprised. He didn't know this information. As I said earlier, the lord released some manganese effects, and he hit them on the indestructible textures of the tower. "I will remain inactive." He finished the sentence. What kind of curved effects of destruction did they draw? The monk thought. No tricks or gimmicks, said the Lord, striking a spark between his fingers. The battle between the two welders will be legendary. But this time, too many harem elements had stuck to the border guard. The Lord of Manganese envied. I'll help you just once, he promised the monk, who could not even hope for such a gift. She closed the floors for a short time. The Lord sparked with wiring so that he would not go down. She was stalling for time, he concluded. In that case, we'll use another place, he ominously promised the monk. Crazy day, even for a crazy hermit. Hyunwoo sighed. Let's get back to our dragons. What kind of method was he talking about? Karmas can be studied simultaneously, the chicken dragon suggested to him. The hermit's brain creaked as he listened to the explanations, but the gist of it was that there was a trick that would allow him to do this quickly and in a cheating manner. We must use the space-time circle, said the serpent. The technique divides into several parts, he said, and the hermit recoiled from his nightmares, but the dragon calmed him down. The program simply launched his consciousness. It was possible to create, for example, 5 virtual copies and give each one tasks and study 5 karmas at the same time. The cheater liked this. Big reward, big risks. Just like in life, the dragon warned. Strain your brain, Macaque intervened when the hermit asked what he was risking. The spiritual power consumption will increase, you idiot, the Monkey King replied. The load from the cloud of Duri was equal to 10 years. 5 karmas will result in the load from half a century of efforts, Macaque warned. It's all because of the server's acceleration features, said Chicken Dragon. According to the rules of the hidden levels, there is no fatigue, but the pain is felt in full. In other words, everything depends on the amount of spiritual strength, the hermit concluded. Now the best option is to create just 2 virtual images, said the dragon. There is no other way, Makakich confirmed. This training will be different from the previous ones, because the task is to get 2 animal karmas at once. Okay, I understand. The hermit resigned himself. Just like in Naruto, it won't work to create 1,000 shadow clones. Speaking of birds, the Monkey King changed the subject. Is it true? He asked the hermit. About your preferences, the furry monkey clarified when the hermit did not understand him. Of course, everyone has their own perversions, Macaque noted condescendingly. Isn't it a bit small? The dragon wondered. It's not just that, the macaque added, and the hermit asked them what they were talking about. The girl in the picture he showed to Cutie. So Jan reminded him of the monkeys. Yes, he made it all up. He just showed the game screen, the first thing that came to hand. The crazy hermit justified himself. He's making excuses, which means he's definitely hiding something. The pervert quietly whispered to the dragon. Monkey. Overall, she looks like his students, Chicken Dragon agreed, definitely abnormal. Lolidemon adjusted her antennas. She knew that the hermit was strange, but not to that extent, she said to the innocent maiden. So the reason why nothing worked before, the Dragon Empress asked a leading question. Forget the word defeat, child, Lolidemon replied. Get ready to act according to the plan that was discussed earlier, he told the innocent maiden via telepathic communication. First we'll do this, then that, and then wow, that very thing, the demoness whispered to her. And even this very thing, the innocent but devoted student was embarrassed. Cutie. So Yeon came to her senses and relieved her soul by reading love stories. Her earlobes blushed with embarrassment, and she confessed to Kim Hyun-woo, the beauty So Yeon read. And yet the fanfic matched the real story. Is there really something between them, the teacher and the student? So Yeon began to suspect. The picture shown was a distraction. The hermit was too antisocial for this, So Yeon realized. But if she went to the Dragon Empress empty-handed, a catastrophe would have happened. I sold it for what I bought it for. Let them figure it out for themselves, the girl decided for herself. The disciple, the hermit, carefully examined his ward from head to toe, and again in reverse order. Yes, teacher, his faithful student greeted him humbly after so many days. What is this? He finally asked, pointing to a crate of liquor nearby. Alcohol, the student answered honestly, but he saw that anyway. He looked at the open top and bare belly of the crazy student and couldn't quite get the context. Why is she dressed like a heroine from a game? Got carried away by cosplay, the hermit wondered. The girl caught the teacher's gaze on herself with embarrassment. He involuntarily lingered longer than he should on the exposed parts. But the hermit did not understand why I should show my hobbies until the student opened the first bottle. Teacher, she held out the first glass with ice cubes. Please, teacher. The girl stood up to pass him the alcohol. What is it? He asked. Just drink it, she answered. He asked again several times, but received the same answer. Just drink it. She insisted too much, and the hermit felt uneasy under such pressure. I knew it. The demoness grabbed her horns. The fool never drank. That's why she does everything so clumsily. Why offer a drink without a snack and just like that without a reason? Asked the horned one, but the girl waved it off. I see the goal. I don't see any obstacles. The fool is inexperienced, but he is no better. The demoness was despondent that she underestimated the social skills of the couple. If everything could be solved with alcohol, all the other methods would not be necessary, the demoness said, discontentedly. Shouldn't everything be like this? The Dragon Empress didn't understand. She had done everything right. Get the teacher drunk and strengthen the relationship, isn't that right? The devoted student thought. One glass will not be enough for such a thickhead, said the demoness. The crazy hermit, who had absolutely no understanding of other people, wondered why she was hanging there now. Cosplay. Now drinking. She is, of course, an adult. She can do what she wants, but why was he thinking? He just wants to relax after everything that happened. He imagined a fun get-together. But the alcohol she took was meant to get her completely drunk, he noted. The only thing stronger is absinthe tincture. The hermit looked into the glass. They could have started with beer. Okay, let's finish quickly and get out of here, he decided, and unexpectedly took the glass from the cat girl's hands. Hyun-woo knocked it back in one gulp and regretted it. It was as if he had swallowed aviation kerosene. Act innocent, maiden. Suddenly the horned lowly was alarmed by the unexpected luck. Offer him another glass before he comes to his senses, the demoness insisted, and talk. Although no, she changed her mind. It's better not to talk, but what to do? The cat girl got alarmed. It was time to make decisions, she said, discarding other unreliable options. One of two things, or we retreat, said the mistress of Lowly. Either you drink yourself, we move on to plan B, commanded the seduction operation Lola Demoness. Either he will fall or you will get drunk yourself since you still won't be able to outdrink him. And if you just hint a little, that will be enough. The demoness whispered to the innocent maiden. Now is the best opportunity while the competitor is not around, the demoness reminded the doubting cat girl. If this is some kind of joke, the hermit began. But the crazy cat girl jumped up abruptly. Wait 5 minutes, better 3. She became incredibly serious, as if she was about to kill someone. Okay, the hermit agreed, wondering what the hell was going on in the girls' heads. Luckily for him, an invitation came from a long-lost person. The invitation was activated immediately after reading, and the hermit immediately moved. Welcome, the pizza eater greeted him. It was obvious that she had also arrived recently. The virtual apartment was unusually clean. The white-haired android, the hermit wondered. Is it really her? Or maybe it's a fake. Just in case, the crazy hermit thought, and slammed the neural network onto the monitor. Why again, the neural network beeped, and Hyun-woo was convinced that it was the same AV. You always engage in physical violence, said the android Av, offended. But the hermit gently patted her head like a kitten. A lot has happened, she told the neural network girl. She needs to tell. And to me, Av smiled. She was increasingly returning to her human feelings. What the hermit couldn't say before, the girl asked. Answered correctly, but before that she paused. I'm sure the developer has already spilled the beans, but I'd like to introduce myself, she said. Hyun-woo listened attentively and did not understand why the inhabitants of the Matrix loved long introductions and boring titles so much. Sysadmin, the girl finally said. I'm monitoring the entire Matrix. Gaff, said Polkan, when he woke up from a long and deep sleep. What happened? He said, and the room shook with sudden changes. A whole tasteless altar of marble rose up from below. A means of communication with the upper floors of the Matrix, Polkan learned the device. The first floor exam was removed. Everyone starts from the 9th, he read. Red-skinned Clear-Eye also woke up after a long healing sleep. Where is this doctor? I'll prescribe him an enema myself, the red-skinned barbarian was indignant. The man in the tracksuit rose higher, happily wagging his tail at Polkan, that there was somewhere to dump the problematic illegal immigrant. So she didn't even know who she really was, the hermit learned, Av's story. But why did you kill yourself? He asked the neural network, concerned. Now it was clear why it was slow at first. She will tell you this later, the blonde android girl answered him. Now agreeing to everything, teacher. Stuttering from drinking, said the innocent maiden. She timidly opened her eye to assess his reaction, but she didn't know that the hermit had disappeared and she didn't know to whom. Let's drink so much, the Dragon Empress went on a drinking spree. A complete failure, she admitted her defeat and poured alcohol on her wounds. Stop drinking, the demoness told her. The client left. There's no point in this. The teacher ran away, Lolideman snapped, and the drunken cat girl reached for more. Suddenly a loyal henchman appeared. What did the disappointed cat demon ask there? A message from the association. An illegal immigrant will appear soon, her henchman conveyed to her. 2 hours later, still nearby, the Dragon Empress smiled. Great. The drunk cat girl decided she was in the right mood to beat up some idiot. The ninth floor of the Matrix was closed by Av. The hermit was surprised when he learned this information. That's right, the android girl confirmed his conclusion. After the hermit gained higher access to the system, she was able to restore her lost memories. She learned the entire current situation in the tower, and that the illegals from its top wanted to kill him. The ninth floor could soon be destroyed, the android girl warned. She blocked access to him, but because of this, she could not get in touch for a long time. And how long will this last? Asked the hermit. About 2 months, answered the blonde. That doesn't sound very definite, the mad hermit remarked. The girl sulked and reminded him of her circumstances as best she could. Due to her escape from the development team, she had to place restrictions on her own memory to prevent her from being found by the system. And she still hasn't returned completely, she told the hermit. He answered clearly. So when the floor opens, a whole bunch of illegals will come pouring in, the hermit realized. And people will be needed for protection, the neural network girl agreed. The invaders of the Matrix Tower cannot descend, said the girl. But the illegals from below will easily rise up. Hyunwoo heard the disappointing news. Now their numbers will also increase, Av warned. There have been changes in the tower. The engineer has taken away the powers of the sysadmin, and now the first floor is connected to the ninth. The damned Gaijin broke through the labyrinth, trampling monsters. I'll rip your mouth open and gouge out your blinkers, the red-faced starer screamed threateningly. Here he went out through the purple portal to the other side. But he was already being solemnly greeted, the Empress of Loli, in all her glory. Just don't merge too quickly, said the horned beast angrily. Life had not prepared the illegal for this. They had just met and were already doubting him. Maybe you can at least quench your anger a little. The Dragon Empress went on the offensive. Since the floors are connected, absolutely any scoundrel or illegal immigrant can get to the ninth. One illegal immigrant is a lot of trouble, but what will happen when hundreds of them come? The hermit thought. But who can he ask for help? The mad hermit wondered, digging through the list of his minions. Hana Rin is currently busy studying the Talmud in her personal training center. Mi Ryung is learning from Demonololi, albeit strange techniques, but these are details. Cautious Shurkin, who received a rank from Master Electrician. And the useless snoring fox, really? Why did he even remember her? Hyunwoo said something nasty when he found out that there would be about 10 illegals every day, and even more. It's good that he killed the tester earlier, the android girl reminded. Otherwise, she could raise her monsters of the dead from the morgue. Initially, those who failed to reach the end of the tower tree were restored by the system after some time. The hermit remembered that Master Electrician had said something like that. He was just waiting. Regenerate faster, the Mad Empress ordered, and punched the red illegal once more. The barbarian barely dodged the deadly attack using reflexes. That's it. He's already gotten used to her speed. There's a chance of winning, thought Clear Eyes. A trainer with an evasion function. Excellent, said the Empress, appearing behind the unfortunate barbarian. He had already died. The Dragon Empress kicked the lifeless body in frustration. She finally sobered up, heard the cat-like voice of the experienced Loli, and told her to be quiet. She seemed angry, but the girl pouted in disappointment and did not answer. And you still ask after such a disgrace why you even listened to this advice? The cat demon was indignant. We made him pay attention to her. We should be happy, said experienced Loli. Before that, she had not been interesting to him, the experienced Demonololi reminded. But he simply ran away. The innocent maiden blushed with embarrassment. That's the point, he ran away, insisted the experienced Demonololi. Previously, he openly ignored all offerings and signs of attention, and now he openly ran away. Such an action is not from reason, the demoness continued. In other words, Koshkodayeva is not indifferent to him. The conclusion took the girl by surprise. The red barbarian stirred when he came to his senses, but he didn't immediately understand what was happening. The teacher liked her. The girl flushed pink and crushed the cockroach's head beneath her. The hermit will be gone for a month if he goes to train with the shadow clones, the chicken dragon warned. That is why we will begin preparations now, said the hermit, and called his entire retinue. Glad to hear from dear hunter Kim Hyun-woo, the cunning politician Qui-gon greeted him. A furry little animal will arrive soon, the hermit warned of a catastrophe. There are some steps that need to be taken, he told the cunning senator. But the senator already knew about the invasion and was going to call the hermit himself. The association has a special radar that sees all illegals on the horizon. When first activated, it shows 7 manifestations of illegals. The senator shared the information. Of course, Thanks to the sharp increase in the characteristics of hunters, the situation has leveled out somewhat. So this is a widespread phenomenon. The hermit remembered the words of Cutie, so yawn. But now it is to his advantage since we need to deal with the illegals, said the hermit, counting on the senator's help. Things are settled. Time to talk to the gang, muttered the crazy mafioso. Gathering everyone at such an early hour was unusual, the cautious Shuriken noted. It would be better if they helped with the work, the slave girl lamented. The fox snored loudly. Everyone gathered, and the mad hermit quickly got down to business. What is it this time? Asked the cautious Shuriken, and he was almost blinded by sparks of happiness. The innocent maiden did not even hide the strength of her feelings and purred contentedly. The retinue couldn't help but notice how the Empress of Dragons was bursting with energy. What's wrong with her? The silent question hung over the briefing. Has she completely lost her mind? Asked the cautious Shuriken. But the hermit himself wanted to know. I have to say something, he began, looking warily at the cat girl. I'm going to a special gym for a month, he warned his friends. I'll leave all the work to you parasites, said the mad hermit. Come back, Agent Rose wrote in the command line, to the flying books. The books obediently flew on to gather dust on the shelves. In a short period of time, the maiden received what it took the spiritual dragon 1,000 years to achieve. A real talent, the spirit of Hegel realized, watching the tired girl. Midway through stage 4, he told her, impressive progress. That's not the problem, the maiden said discontentedly. I have a bad feeling about it. As if while she is sweating and training here, the little one is enjoying the teacher's freedom. Let's move on, the crazy student decided. Why delay? How about a break for rest and preparation, the spirit of Hegel suggested. Great, that means I can visit that little thing for now, Agent Rose rejoiced. The preparations are complete. The guys will not disappear in a month, the hermit told Noah. There is a risk of mind destruction after training with shadow clones, Noah reminded. But in a short time you can become stronger, the hermit replied. What about the item that will help convince illegals to fight for our team, the hermit asked. Here it is. The developer handed over one of his many scrolls. This thing allowed to conclude an equal contract, which is ideal for cooperation in uncertain conditions, the hermit read. It turns out he already knows who to invite to the match, Noah asked him, since he is ready to use the contract. You can trust him. We've been pissing in the same bushes for 100 years, the satisfied hermit replied. And now the hermit has finished drawing the large magic circle. What if it all takes more than a month? Hyunwoo wondered. Let's increase the speed inside the hidden level so that we can gain additional time, Chicken Dragon reassured him. Then let's go, the hermit decided, not to delay the inevitable any longer. The circle is activated with good control of the Tao force, Chicken Snake reminded. First you need to gather all your strength in your hand. He repeated the instructions. And then begin to manage the basics of the technique. The hermit concentrated and the technique worked, the dragon reported. He stood in front of himself as if looking in a mirror. It was impossible to understand who was real and who was a clone. The hermit noticed that he was the spitting image of him, and even pinched the clone in front of him. A very strange sensation, both hermits thought in unison. The preparation for the study of karma is complete, said the Monkey King. Now choose which chair you want, said the Chicken Dragon. Behind each of the animals, a door appeared with a test of personal karma. Once the training is completed, all that remains is to combine the two images into one. One to the left, one to the right, the hermits assigned roles. Good luck, he wished himself in unison, and everyone entered their own door. Wait for the mentor, the cat girl said dreamily, leaving the hidden server. What is this? She was surprised by the swarm of bats outside the window. Someone called Batman, the girl thought. The blood-sucking ghouls broke the windows and were rapidly approaching their new prey. Suck yourselves, the girl commanded the ghouls within the radius of her magic. They exploded into bloody shreds, but the blood did not scatter as it should have. Instead, she gathered herself into a huge bloody dragon. The hermit hung in the void. No light, no extraneous sounds. His mind got used to the deprivation. I found it. My eyes lit up with the cheating fire of the Sharingan. He could sense the crowd of monsters with his sixth sense. Even without light? What kind of a gathering was this? The hermit asked himself. He could see them clearly through his night vision device. They got on her nerves. He cracked the rubber face so hard that it swallowed its teeth. It's good to hide. It's as dark here as a black man's. I'm tired of searching even with cheats. The hermit got angry. The Chicken Dragon made a hardcore effort to make the hermit learn to control the power of the Tao inside his eyes. The hermit resigned himself to simply dealing with the crowd of rubber-faced waiters. Let's drive our city dwellers, he rubbed his fists. Get your rubber faces ready. The Monkey King asked the dragon what he had done, and he replied that he had simply adjusted the time. So, this is also possible. The Monkey King was surprised. As it is not easy to surprise him, It is possible, if you are careful, answered Chicken Darken, and it is better not to use it. The faster the internal time, the greater the impact on the psyche. There is a risk that strong acceleration will lead to the collapse of the mind, the dragon warned. And how much did he speed up time? Asked the Monkey King, the dragon. 10 times, answered the chicken snake. More is possible, but it's better not to. But isn't that too little? Thought the furry macaque. They only have a month, so they can gain no more than a year. Everything will be fine, Chicken Dragon assured. Unlike Hyunwoo, they were starting from scratch. The guy has a different starting line. He already has considerable experience in understanding karma. He will cope quickly, although from such an acquisition, there will still be a difference in strength. There were still 100 or so left. The hermit counted the rubber mobs. The power of the Tao and the Sharingan is already running out, the hermit blinked. It would definitely be enough to finish off the rest, but that was all. He assessed the situation. I wish I had more Tao power, the hermit thought, as suddenly the test ended. He swung into the void, a bright light hitting his eyes painfully. Congratulations, the chicken dragon conveyed to the mad hermit. Pretty quickly, the karma of a dead man is yours, said the dragon. And the hermit wondered if he was not acquiring the karma of a dragon. Not at all, replied the serpent. His karma is a composite of many others. It contains dozens of other karmas intertwined with each other. So there is still work and work to do, sighed the mad hermit. The karma of a dead man was only a beginning. And where is Macaque? He asked the chicken dragon, and he replied that Monkey was obviously with another hermit. Is everything okay with him? Hyunwoo wondered. But he can handle it. He's a different person after all. What's next on the list of achievements and stupid challenges? Asked the hermit. The karma of abstinence takes up most of the chicken dragon's karma, the hermit heard. One must achieve enlightenment through discipline, said the dragon. Another nonsense, thought the hermit. There will be no hints. You need to do everything yourself, the snake explained. Once again, turn on the power of the absurd and decide everything yourself, the hermit scratched his ear. In any case, there is no way back. Without these tricks, you cannot make the dragon's power your own. New York was thoroughly destroyed by invading forces that were pouring in from everywhere. Bon appetit! The huge, ugly, illegal immigrant clicked his shark jaw. The humanoid shark ate people like chips. Wounded hunters lay everywhere. The girl hunter pressed her hand to the wound. She didn't even have the strength to run away. Even with the recent upgrade, they easily lost to this monster. The monster sent another pack of people into its mouth, and the warrior took out a lightning rod. He said to the monster, "Get lost," and slashed from shoulder to seat with his saber. The fifth-class master looked at the weakling at his feet. What kind of useless trash was this, he thought. But the monster was not dead yet. An electrician turned around at the sounds. The monster recovered from the blow. Its regeneration was on point. It needed stronger attacks, Electric realized. The insect swung the toothpick. It didn't hurt. The monster clicked its rows of teeth. This is not even the bottom, the fifth-class master said condescendingly. In an instant, he moved behind the monster using Shadow Step. Hundreds of blows chopped the shark into pieces and instantly drained the monster of blood. You're a dumbass, the fifth-rank master snorted contemptuously, returning the lightning rod to its sheath. The wounded huntress wanted to know who saved her and asked the master. An electrician, a fifth-class welder, he introduced himself proudly. This electrician has good skills. It won't take long to become a celestial, said the furry macaque. Why did Hashishin refuse to be reborn? Asked the chicken dragon. My brother is just lazy, I swear, replied the Monkey King. But there is a suitable candidate, so everything will be fine. Macaque grinned. And the main problem is not this now. Monkey looked towards the door. 100 days have passed since then. So far, so good, said the chicken dragon, and the macaque agreed perfectly. But now he is studying the karma of asceticism. The dragon had a premonition of difficulties. This karma is the hardest to obtain, due to the dragon's vague, undefined statements in particular. For an uneducated hermit, it will not be easy to obtain it, especially since the previous methods do not work, the dragon noted. Hyunwoo accumulated the Tao of lightning in his hands in the middle of the icy wasteland. A static electric force surged around the mad hermit. And yet he succeeded. He looked contentedly at his slightly frostbitten hand. Finally, he managed to place the power of lightning inside the Tao. The hermit rejoiced. The basis for mastering abstinence was already prepared, he realized, and looked at the door of the next test. There is no right way. He remembered the chicken dragon's instructions, which made him even more confused. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Asked the hermit. That's all that can be said, replied the pseudo-philosophical dragon. This will definitely work, the crazy hermit doubted the pumping methods. If you felt the rush, then everything is correct. The Tao Master poured out evasively. The most important thing is what knowledge you receive and what meaning you see in it. The chicken snake answered evasively. Now, there are even more problems with his head. The crazy hermit scratched his head. But as before, you will still have to understand the logic of the matrix yourself. The mad hermit plunged into deep meditation, self-contemplation. What's the point? He thought about everything while he didn't move for dozens of days. Should we blindly follow the chicken dragon's karma? Or is there another way? This method does not help in cognition at all. Days flew by completely unnoticed. The hermit opened the doors to change to a meditation room. Before him again stretched the white, snowy wasteland. Back to the beginning, Dadabayo, the hermit exclaimed in his heart after so many days. Cutie. So Yan was going to help the slave Anya, but she didn't know why. These were troubled times. The cute huntress has arrived at the Border Guard Guild headquarters, Hyun-woo, understanding what was going on, Cutie. So Yan promised to help with the magic circles in the hermit's mansion. She could have called earlier, she consoled the tearful slave. What about this couple? She asked Shirken and Anya. Fox Alice was sorting things out with the recently settled electrician, and these two cat girls who had arrived from training were constantly squabbling. Only the order of the mentor keeps her from tearing out her hair, said Agent Rose. As if that would help, the mentor has been hers for a long time, the Dragon Empress said. How neglected everything was, the sweet hunter. So Yan looked at this madhouse. But wait, did Mi-ryung and Hyun-woo really have something going on if the cat girl is fluffing up her tail like that? Nonsense. I read too many fanfics, decided Cutie, so Yan. It was surprising to see him here, thought the cautious Shuken, looking at Electrician. He himself brought him here, placing him in the Great Hermit's Guild. Fox Alice was sleeping on a mat right there on the floor when they entered. The fox girl snored, carefree and loudly throughout the guild. She is trained, does not chew on topics, is accustomed to the litter box. The fox heard the noise when she woke up. What kind of mongrel is this? Master Electrician asked the walking collar for a fur coat, and the fox hissed. Who would have thought that they would clash over nothing? Said the cautious Shurken. Let the crazy Hyun-woo come back quickly to look after this freak show, Shuk-young prayed. Snow. Snow is falling like whiteflies. The hermit moved a little from the effort spent on meditation. For the umpteenth time, he tried to unravel the inverted oriental pseudo-logic of the matrix. Now he'll just pull the snake's tail and find out everything, thought the hermit, and headed towards the exit. Tired of sitting straight on your seat? Asked the chicken dragon. This is what got you so scared? You were afraid for Hyun-woo's sanity, snake. He really got karma in such a fucked up way? The crazy hermit muttered angrily. But he can't get it, the snake told him. Everyone has their own path. Give him a hint quickly, the hermit demanded, but the dragon only shook his head. What do you mean, no? The hermit did not let go. There must be cheats for this case, too. Self-knowledge and knowledge with someone else's help are different things, the snake answered evasively. This is where there can be no learning, he continued. From the left or right to drag, the hermit thought about the demand to go there, God knows where, to take that, God knows what. Time is running out. A result is needed, the hermit demanded. He uttered some nonsense that could not be reproduced with a smart look. The hermit thought, well, now he will listen to it in a foreign language. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He translated the ancient saying for the hermit. What does Kim Hyun-woo see? Chicken Dragon asked him, finally being more specific. The hermit realized something, and before he lost the thread of the absurd logic of achievements in the Matrix, he went to the training room. For someone who said he wouldn't teach, you talk too much, the Monkey King said to the snake. So this is not a hint, but an ordinary question, the pseudo-philosophical snake cunningly answered. In any case, now even the stupid ones will get it, the chicken dragon smiled. The snake was lucky, thought the Monkey King. His tests were easy. The shadow clone in Monkey's room was in danger, he said. The hermit braced himself, remembering the words of the devil's snake. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, he thought, and looked at himself. He originally looked at the chicken dragon and thought of becoming like him. But why did he even do that? He was on the wrong path from the start. First, the karma of the deceased, then asceticism. And ahead, there are still many components of someone else's path, not his. One cannot move just to get the chicken dragon's karma. He gets his own power, the hermit realized. In order not to lose himself, he must find his own path. The absurd logic of the Matrix penetrated deeper and deeper into Hyun-woo. It turns out that he must come face to face with his complexes and problems. The hermit opened his eyes and realized that he was, in fact, flawless. What a handsome man, Hyunwoo thought, and achieved enlightenment in one fell swoop. Here is the karma of abstinence. The chicken dragon congratulated him. This is where the training ends, the pseudo-philosophical snake told him. The goal was to look at yourself, it was more self-discipline, the dragon said, than training. But the first thing the hermit said was that he would repeat the path of the dragon. Now he has two karmas, Chicken Dragon confirmed. In other words, everything depended on self-hypnosis. The hermit smiled. The Matrix loves this kind of thing, the dragon agreed, but they were interrupted. You coo sweetly, but this will have to wait, declared the arriving macaque. At first it seemed like nothing serious, but now the problem is the size of a furry animal, he said. It didn't work out. It wasn't lucky, that happens, Macaque justified himself. He died or something? The crazy hermit wondered, but Monkey shook his head. I went a little overboard with karma and went a little cuckoo, answered Macaque. He went wild like a herd of yokai and screamed everywhere, Abervalg. He stunned his comrades. Hyunwoo couldn't believe what the yokai told him. The monkey nervously stamped his feet. He said that at first everything was fine, but in the end, everything went wrong, and the copy of Hyunwoo became an evil spirit. The Monkey King immediately felt that he was mastering karma too quickly to be suspicious. The dragon explained that the point is that the compatibility is good, almost perfect. The hermit was surprised that such things could change a race, but the dragon replied that in a sense it was obvious. The dragon asked the macaque why he did not stop the transformation, and he replied that there was no way he could have prevented it. Hyunwoo tried to calm them down, saying that it wasn't a split consciousness, so there were no problems yet. But the dragon objected that when his mind mixed with that of a yokai, a severe identity disorder would arise. And even now, everything is not so rosy, the snake explained. Then Hyunwoo demanded to tell him what to do about it. The dragon had an idea and asked the monkey where the copy of Hyunwoo was. He replied that he fought the Bull King for the last time. Then the dragon told the hermit to go there and kill his mad copy. Meanwhile, another intruder on the 9th level of the tower tested the strength of the barrier with his foot. He was surprised that the 9th floor residents had the strength to extend the lockdown. However, he still had nowhere to rush. The summiter had lost most of its strength and would not last long anyway. And the main threat won't do anything in a short period of time either. Moreover, he did not come alone, but in the company of reliable friends. He failed to summon the 4 heavenly kings, but the dummies next to him should have been enough. QT. So Yun read the news. It had been 35 days since the tourists arrived. All the hunters had become stronger, but there were also more disasters. The girl was falling off her feet from fatigue, and the slave Anna lay completely exhausted. The two of them had to control many magic circles, and although they had help, they hadn't had a proper rest for a long time. Meanwhile, Yunwoo asked the dragon if the karma would disappear if he killed the copy. But the lizard explained that if you kill the copy, you will simply eliminate the personality. Even if you kill the body created by magic, the karma belongs to him and will not disappear. However, there was another problem with this. The dragon was worried. At the moment of the clone's death, information from its brain passes to the owner. The clone has definitely accumulated a lot of knowledge through training, so there will be a lot of information. And if Hyunwoo can't handle it, his mind will be destroyed. The hermit did not think for long and then ordered to take him to his clone. There, his version, which had become an evil spirit, had already completely destroyed his rival. The yokai pinned the defeated one to the ground and began to mock him. He completely ceased to be human. At that moment, Hyunwoo appeared and called his twin brother crazy, because now he would have to clean up after him. Meanwhile, the electrician dealt with another intrusion, quickly cutting off the freak's hand. He was about to finish off the impudent fellow, but he caught the 9-tailed fox's intent gaze. He pointed his sword at the annoying beast and it screamed innocently. The electrician really wanted to finish her off, but he couldn't do it. Then the electrician remembered that the fox had made a contract with Hyunwoo, and he promised her protection. While they were arguing, they felt the presence of another intruder. Another freak smiled at them and said hello politely. Another conqueror destroyed several blocks and admired the ruins, but at the same time was tormented by boredom. If it weren't for the great cause, he wouldn't even agree to such a trifle, the scoundrel thought, as he was attacked from behind. However, he noticed this attack in time and raised his huge hammer to block it. 2 of the mad hermit's disciples appeared right above them, and Miriam was annoyed that she had missed. Hyunwoo meanwhile asked his copy in yokai form when was the last time he looked in the mirror. He immediately realized that the calmer original had come to kill him. After all, the Monkey King was very worried, saying that a little more, and it would lead to a splitting of consciousness. But since yokai already knew everything, The hermit decided to skip unnecessary explanations. But yokai didn't understand why they should kill him because right now they needed power. To which Hunwoo replied that he needed common sense and that he was not going to live without it. Akai didn't like this because they were both copies of the original and agreed to this division. And he confidently declared that he was not going to die meekly. He had the same rights to become an original again. That's why he said that he would kill his second self and pointed his finger at him. Even the calm version of Hyunwoo had a vein pulsating on his face from such words. He wasn't just kicking around pears either. They mastered karmas of similar strength, but the dragon's karma required simple meditations. While the monkey's karma forced the second copy to fight strong monsters, it meant that they were on different levels. But even so, calm Hyunwoo was not going to give in and decided to punch himself in the face. The yokai assumed a symmetrical fighting stance and arrogantly asked if he could defeat it. The Monkey King was very nervous behind the door and offered to intervene, because Yunu had achieved his goal, received karma, but the dragon was against it. They were just assistants. The dragon wanted to answer in more detail, but changed his mind, which angered the monkey even more. He understood that since there was a problem with the Monkey King's karma, he was worried that their protege would lose and go crazy. But the dragon told him to put his worries aside and just trust the capable guy. Meanwhile, the clones began exchanging blows and hitting each other with their fists. At some point, Yokai intercepted his hand and kicked him with all his might. And when the calm clone wanted to dodge, the yokai suddenly struck him with his forehead. He launched it into flight, but immediately caught up with it and swung his fist right in the air. After a powerful blow, Yokai screamed that a normal person would never defeat him. But still, Hyunwoo with the dragon's karma rose after the blow. Such an attack could not kill him. But as soon as he moved, the yokai simply disappeared right in front of him, and he appeared right above his head and raised his leg to strike with his signature technique. Yokai asked, since he had never been hit by his own techniques, and promised a new experience. He delivered a powerful blow with a long and heavy name, so that Hyun, with the dragon's karma, had to hit him with his wings. The yokai just laughed, even though his blow was reflected by the thunder god's technique, since he had exactly the same one. And then Hyunwoo got nervous because his enemy was himself, exactly the same, only more aggressive and without breaks. Despite the same base, there was a clear difference between them, Yokai stated. Yokai wanted to suggest something, but Hyunwoo rejected it outright. There would be no deal with evil. The yokai released its claws and became even more angry than before, with red lightning bolts striking around it. No matter how you look at it, he's the spitting image of an evil spirit, Hyunwoo noted. The yokai grinned smugly. Even though the dragon's karma was stronger, it didn't mean that he had already lost. He simply had to finish off his opponent before he could take advantage, Yokai decided, and rushed into battle. But as soon as he approached, lightning struck him. The blue dragon? Hyunwoo apologized for the inconvenience because he wasn't kicking balls either. It was hard to disagree that they had a terrible character. He jumped up, telling the yokai that he was in vain relaxing, and brought down a powerful blow. The intruder pressed on the protective barrier, and it cracked like thin ice, and the passage's defense was broken through. The yokai screamed in pain and resentment in the middle of the crater left by his body after falling. Hyunwoo smiled. He understood that it wasn't easy for his twin brother, but he had to try harder, he said. If he had a high-resistance monkey vest on, he wouldn't have been lying around from the electric shock. The yokai asked how this was possible, since they had the same amount of time to master karma. Hyunwoo agreed they were on equal terms minus the power of the karma itself. When yokai did not understand, Hyunwoo explained that the dragon karma he had mastered was complete, while the monkey karma was partial. It's like fighting an opponent who has a sword while you only have the hilt of it. Hyunwoo suggested not to complicate things and promised not to bully his brother in that case. But these words only made the yokai even more angry. Even on his deathbed, he did not want to help his copy. Hyunwoo sighed heavily. Now he understood what it was like for others to have to deal with his stubborn nature. But there was no choice. They both had a hard time, so another sin on the soul did not make the weather, said Hyunwoo and jumped forward. But at that moment, the yokai completed its transformation and became a huge evil gorilla. Hyunwoo didn't expect this from himself. He became a monster. And on top of that, his speed increased. Although the yokai was still the same trash, Hyunwoo said and hit him with his fist. After the blow, he again provoked the yokai so that it would not sit still, and they would finish faster. Just the sight of him spoiled his mood, thought Hyunwoo, looking at the hairy monkey, and hoped that he would never see him again. A whole sheaf of lightning fell from the sky onto the yokai, incinerating him. The electrician bowed before the intruder and his overwhelming strength. He didn't understand what was going on, but his Thunder God attacks didn't do any damage to the freak. The freak complained that the fight ended quickly and said that if he had known that it would be like this, he would not have knocked out the fox so quickly. The intruder said it was time to finish and instantly moved, ending up between them. He decided to kill the fox first. Apparently, he wanted a fur collar for himself. But Electric had not yet given up and blocked this blow, albeit at the cost of great effort. He jumped to the side and swung his sword, causing a bolt of lightning to fly between them. The freak admitted that the blow was good, but he didn't leave it either. The big guy indifferently kicked the poor guy in the stomach with his knee. He thanked him for lifting his spirits and grinned nastily. But at that very moment, the Monkey King landed right on the freak's head. He asked the intruder why he was so proud of the status he received from his grandfather and mocked the weak. So Yan and the slave were once again puffing over the magic circles, which were squeezing their mana dry. Cutie. So Yan suggested that they take a rest since they had already dealt with important matters in that place. Meanwhile, Miriam's servants, who were guarding the girls, encountered other freaks. The girls heard a strange noise and screamed in alarm. One monster ate the guards, and another hooded monster asked the girls if they were Hyunwoo's accomplices. He scared them more than the bloodthirsty freak next to him, and demanded to know where Hyunwoo was. Miriam dodged the hammerman's heavy blow and landed to the side. The intruder was nervous because Agent Rose was still hovering over him. But while he was distracted by her, Miriam kicked him. She moved quickly like a cat. The alien flew into the wall from the blow, but did not let go of the hammer. The girls went down to the illegal and were disappointed to note that they had expected more from him, but it was only 3 minutes. The girls were surprised how it was possible to become so ugly and so quickly. The alien became angry and took on his true form, just as ugly as the others. He called himself the god of disasters and comically moved his rubber face and then hit them with a hammer. However, such a show of force did not frighten them at all. On the contrary, they continued to mock him. Either the toad or the talking catfish called them fools and said that their cheap tricks would not work on him now. He suggested that they attack and see who was right and who was wrong. But as Mir Ryan told him, he was too slow. They both used their abilities. Rose said to stop, and Mir Ryan took a step. At that very moment, the toad-headed man fell to his knees and was ground into powder in a column of fire. Miriam took a couple more steps because they needed to finish faster since they were waiting for their teacher. Meanwhile, the Monkey King mocked his illegal freak and asked him why he was lying down. The monkey asked him if he was angry because of old jokes in hell, to which the freak began to scream even louder. He screamed loudly, but the monkey said that he didn't have time for that and suggested that the illegal freak die quickly. But the freak said that it was in vain that they were laughing at him, because he was no longer the same as he had been before. And he began the second phase. The Monkey King realized that his opponent was being arrogant, having only received the karma of 8 stars. She wasn't bad, but I wouldn't say she was good either. Just average karma, declared the hairy czar. The freak told him not to pretend to be calm, because with such a defective karma, the king could not defeat him. The self-confident freak swung his fire stick and rushed to attack. While the illegal was threatening him, the Monkey King simply yawned. He didn't care at all about it. After all, he knew that the illegal would do something similar. And he also took a gift with him and took the Plague Lord's karma out of his pocket. The illegal was confused and asked what this meant, but the Monkey King told him that this was meaningless information for a dead man. He squeezed the ice ball and said that it was time to try out the gift from the student. Hundreds of ice crows appeared in the air. Hyunwoo arrived just in time. When his girlfriend and slave were already pinned against the wall, the intruder greeted him. He said how long he had been waiting for this meeting, but the hermit rudely interrupted him. He angrily told the hooded illegal that he had no intention of chatting with him now. The illegal realized that the man in front of him was expectedly arrogant and declared that he had not come alone, and that besides him and the ghoul, a couple more illegals had come here. Hyunwoo stretched tiredly. His opponent was simply afraid to come alone and brought a gang of dummies with him. He pointed his finger to the sky and said that he had been counting on this and had prepared for it. Their company was joined by the Blue Dragon himself, who had returned his karma. He greeted the one who had imprisoned him in the past with satisfaction. The hooded illegal was surprised, and Hyunwoo stated that he also had friends. And then Hyunwoo called him an engineer, and the illegal intruder flinched. The hood immediately realized that this was the work of the adder. The little one, although she had lost her strength, had already figured out who he was. He decided that he first needed to contact other illegals, but suddenly discovered that the artifact that connected them was destroyed. Hyunwoo noticed how nervous he was and asked what was wrong, At this point, the pair of illegal friends quickly fell into a deep sleep. Hood threw away the shards and stated that he didn't care. Even if Hyunwoo was well prepared, he could handle it alone. Turning to his bloodthirsty and ugly companion, Hood said that the blue dragon was on him. A toothy monster named Ghoul looked up and recognized the dragon, calling him a worm. Having wished himself a bon appetit, the monster jumped into the sky, although he had no wings. Hyunwoo summoned a cloud and told the girls to sit on it and get as far away from here as possible, which they did. Hood confidently declared that no one would interfere with them now. He decided to show his true appearance and took off his funny hood. But instead of a face, he had a mask. Hyunwoo was very surprised by such a masquerade. The engineer declared that he was the one who created this world, that he was a being who knew the truth. But Hyunwoo did not listen to him. He simply attacked. He struck with all his might, ordering the scoundrel to shut up, and he flew to the side. The engineer was indignant and called Hyunwoo an unbridled savage, and barely managed to suppress the momentum of movement. Hyun liked being a savage, because he was going to savagely beat up the hated creator of the tower. He struck him several times and did not stop even when he was asked to stop, but then his fist encountered a solid barrier. Hyunwoo was surprised to see in front of him a botanical garden that the engineer had just grown. He was outraged by what Hyunwoo said and attacked him with wooden tentacles. But the hermit raised his hand up and blocked the tree's attack with his lightning. Having smashed everything to pieces, he grabbed the engineer by the collar and suggested changing the location. And he struck a powerful blow. On him, the engineer plowed a long furrow and declared, Hyunwoo received an irritating force. However, the engineer had something to say in response to this. He grew his tree-like vines again. However, Hyunwoo did not allow himself to be locked in and blew up all the vines with a bolt of lightning. He told the engineer that he would finish him off before he did anything else. But the engineer replied that it was too late, and Hyunwoo froze. The creator again began to talk nonsense filled with megalomania, called himself Brahma, and took off his mask. Huge wooden statues appeared before Hyunwoo, and he realized that his opponent was not so simple. The hermit became nervous and said that he should have called his wooden soldiers earlier. The engineer said that he shouldn't brag to him. Even though he is the creator and his combat power is not great, it is enough for Hyuna. Because his creations have the power of illegals, the engineer inserted punch cards into his soldiers. They came back to life, and the engineer said that now Hyunwoo would fight 3 illegals at once. The hermit smiled and replied that he should have told him right away that a crowd would attack one person. Brahma wondered if he would be as bold in the face of death. He confidently added that he had great karma, and Hyunwoo was surprised. Instead of explaining, the engineer ordered his wooden soldiers to attack. There was a huge explosion, so much so that even the blue dragon turned around. He realized that there was a fierce battle going on there, which meant he had to hurry and go to help. The monster turned into a huge toothy whale and was not going to leave the road, and declared that only by eating the dragon would he be able to feel full for the first time. The dragon noted that the appearance was painfully large for a ghoul, and the appearance was strange. He realized that this was the karma of the black whale. The ghoul was surprised that the dragon had heard about this karma. The dragon replied that he had seen her several times in purgatory, and he still remembers how the black whale ate all the deceased. Ghoul laughed. This karma was incomparable. It allows him to swallow even such a big worm as a dragon at once. The monster opened its truly gigantic mouth and said that it was extremely hungry. But the dragon calmly advised him to quickly close the millstones, because the smell was terrible, and the whale was fried by a strong lightning discharge. The ghoul burst out laughing. The sneak attack didn't work on him due to his high regeneration. It didn't work, the monster said to the dragon, and again opened his stinking mouth. Since one blow was not enough, the dragon struck twice at once. And when 2 blows were not enough, the dragon increased their number to 100. And the whale felt great pain. The power of the fusion between the black whale and the ghoul was impressive, Dragon noted. Even though he had struck with all his might, the core had not yet appeared. And he told the ghoul that few people know about the karma of the black whale, for the simple reason that it was the dragon who killed him many years ago. And now, he was interested in how long the current black whale would last. The ghoul cried from grief and pain and died from 100 discharges. Hyunwoo was breathing heavily. He barely stood up to the combined attack. Brahma was also surprised by his amazing vitality and said that Hyunwoo was a real monster. The hermit became nervous. His opponent still wouldn't shut up, and the engineer kept chattering about how even Hyun's stamina would come to an end because he was just a human. After all, unlike him, the engineer had a cheat for endurance. It never ran out. But the hermit responded with confidence, saying that he understood everything and did not want to prolong the fight either. The plan of action was clear. He needed to grab the enemy and finish him off quickly. He guessed right, the engineer answered him, but declared that nothing would come of it, because his wooden dummies blocked his way to him. To clear a path for himself, he used the lightning step and moved instantly. Once close, the hermit shouted that it was time for the engineer to wrap up the puppet show. But then the side effects of using the power caught up with him, and he froze right in the air. At that moment, vines appeared from the ground again and reached out to Hyun. In the end, Hyunwoo's plan backfired on him, and he was the one who got captured. Brahma said that he would listen to his words, and his wooden statues charged with a powerful attack. But then a voice from above asked how long they would beat him, and with a powerful blow of his staff, the Monkey King smashed the engineer's sword. Seeing Hyunwoo's gaping mouth, the macaque cheekily stated that he was surprised by his cool appearance. The Monkey King apologized for the delay. He still couldn't master the new toy that was given to him. The engineer was outraged by the interference in their fight and shouted where he was from. The macaque said that a very annoying fly had been pulled out of hell. He had to sweat to get rid of the freak. Brahma was indignant and asked again who it was he had gotten rid of. The impudent Monkey King began to tease the engineer and asked him if he had expressed himself too complicatedly. And he declared that if it is not clear in words, then it is better to see at once. And his speech burst into flames. There was another cry from above, and they saw a black whale falling down. The monster collapsed right at the feet of the stunned engineer. The dragon also arrived to punish the sinner who imagined himself to be a celestial being. Of course, the engineer was extremely outraged by this, and called the dragon a pathetic snake in response. "What else could you call a fake who stole someone else's karma to pretend to be a god?" asked the dragon. Hyunwoo was surprised and asked the Monkey King if he knew anything, but he also did not understand the word about a fake. The hermit tore off the vines. Since his help had arrived, it was time to finish with the engineer. Brahma responded to this so that Hyunwoo would not become arrogant for bringing two non-entities. He said that he would show them his power, and one of the statues grew arms, and then everything was filled with bright light. The engineer's wooden people seemed to have been transformed, and another handy one was added. Now all four heavenly kings and a fifth were in place, which meant they had no chance, he said. Hyunwoo turned to his mentors and said that he had already used up all his stamina. That is why he asked to clear the way for him so that he could deliver one decisive blow. Hyunwoo smiled slyly and the others understood what he had in mind. The dragon replied that sometimes such a ward takes their breath away. The Monkey King complained that they were being forced to work again. One of the wooden soldiers swung a huge stick when the engineer ordered him to attack in anger. The monkey broke through it, but on the way there appeared another wooden statue that was playing a guitar. The powerful bass stopped the Monkey King. He had no defense against it. But the serpent intervened and struck lightning and eliminated the bad guitarist. The dragon got really angry and decided to teach the wooden warriors a lesson. After all the barriers were destroyed, Hyunwoo happily rushed forward. The last statue took out many huge swords that aimed at Hyuna, but this attack was also eliminated by the dragon with his lightning tree. Brahma was amazed that his main puppet was defeated with such ease. Then he opened the entire lotus and summoned a whole army of wooden dummies, hoping that the numbers would decide something. They all rushed straight towards Hyun, who was fearlessly hovering in the air. But then the Monkey King appeared with the karma of a plague doctor, which was perfect for many purposes. Now Hyunwoo could freely break through to the engineer. He took out his hooked hands and grabbed the tower's creator by the collar. A powerful blow sent Brahma into his final flight. He could not believe that some human had surpassed an immortal. Hyunwoo was surprised because immortality didn't mean invulnerability. If you beat them up well, they would all end up like ordinary illegals. The engineer let a red trickle down his cheek and noted that his insolent tone had not changed. In the end, he was never able to overcome it, the dying immortal reported. He became curious about how Hyunwoo would deal with this, and he asked what it was about. The dying engineer decided to deprive Hyuna of sleep out of curiosity, so he didn't explain anything and only said what was above. From him, as from the other illegals, an artifact with karma fell out in the form of a lotus, and Hyun was given the highest access to information. He scratched the back of his head and picked up the lotus that hung in front of him. It was the lotus of the creator of all things, but not all the information was available, even at his level. Tired after the battle, as was his custom, he lay down to rest on the hot asphalt. A week later, he gathered journalists to somehow calm the Earthlings in connection with the recent events. Moreover, he had not held such meetings for a long time. There was a hospital department nearby, so he asked them to be quieter. But he was immediately interrupted by a hail of questions. Everyone wanted to attract attention. He was asked if he saw that the video of his fight had gotten 100 million views, but Hyun didn't care. But the journalist said that this video excites minds not burdened with intellect. The main problem is that a huge monster, a dragon, and the Monkey King who recently attacked the Earth have appeared. People were worried that Hyunwoo might have teamed up with these illegals and that what happened was just a show. Hyunwoo immediately dismissed all insinuations not about him, but the table died a long time ago. The hermit understood that they needed a sensation, but he was a little tired of just saving the world. So he decided to be brief. Those who want to live should keep their mouths shut. At this point, the conference ended, and Hyunwoo decided to leave after saying everything he wanted to. After he actually left wishing them luck, the journalists were simply speechless. Agent Rose rode in her limousine and admired her teacher. He was quite bossy. And since he quickly finished the meeting, that meant he should be free soon. The perfect setting for her main rival to fall for the trick and fly away to a distant island. So Yeon is in a meeting about the dungeons and other matters. Slave Anya and Shiken are on a date at a restaurant where they were given coupons. Everything was going according to her plan. Rose smiled, her eyes full of determination. Miriam dared to make such an impudent face in front of the teacher, Rosa recalled. She didn't know what kind of tricks her competitor was trying to pull off. But today she decided to pull off her own, without a twinge of conscience. The girl blushed in embarrassment because she was going to go much further. Hyunwoo walked through the hospital corridors, the reporters exhausting him more than the battle with the monsters. He thought for a second and stopped, wondering if everything would be okay with his thoughts. He remembered the bad relationship between Electric and the nine-tailed fox, both of whom stopped by for treatment after the battle. There was some noise coming from the electrician's room, and Hyunwoo became worried. He didn't understand what was happening, and he already imagined these two fighting once again. In anger, he burst into their room to calm them down, because there were other people in the hospital. But I found him in a completely different struggle, in which there are usually no losers. In order to get some air, Electrician tried to move away from the fox, but she stubbornly stuck to him. Finally, the nine-tailed fox noticed its master and greeted him, and a strange mood filled the room. Thoughtfully, Hyunwoo suggested that Electrician not go to the ward, but rent a separate room in the hotel. And he began to justify himself, saying that it was not his fault that she came herself, having fallen in love with him after the battle when he saved her. Hyunwoo waved at them and told them to take their time and decided to leave the two behind. As he walked out into the corridor, he thought about his luck, but quickly threw it out of his head. He needed to work and not think about others. Then he visited the android girl, whose shelter was a mess as always, but she said that she was already cleaning up. He asked her before having fun. She did what he asked, and the girl said that everything was ready. Pointing upward, she said there was no activity there. The android explained that the reason was still unknown, but she was really trying to find out. But the hermit still looked at her with distrust. He ordered to inform her when he found out something. Hyunwoo remembered that now his access level was the highest, which meant that their dialogue would not be filtered, which made him happy because he had wanted to ask her for a long time. Approaching the android closely, he demanded that she tell him everything she knew about the designer. Miriam listened to her servant, who whined pitifully, falling to his knees and trembling with fear. He committed a mortal sin because his report that the teacher was going to be attacked was fake. The frightened servant said that a girl with purple hair burst into his room yesterday and told him to use Kim Hyunwoo as bait to drag the guild leader to this place the next day. She put him under hypnosis and told him to come up with a reason himself, and the servant was forced to obey. Miriam was furious at the way her main rival had tricked her. Agent Rose was blossoming with happiness because she was left alone with the teacher. Hyunwoo was resting and getting checked, but looked confused, so she asked if everything was okay with the tests. But that wasn't the issue. He was simply very worried about the answer to the question he asked the neural network about the designer. The girl answered very quickly that she knew nothing about it, which left him dumbfounded. She knew absolutely nothing. This thought made the hermit frustrated for a long time. In a rage, he began to smash her game consoles, and the android screamed that it was not her fault and that she really couldn't have known anything. The designer helped create the tower but never showed his face, the girl explained. She promised to find out everything, but asked not to destroy her limited collection of games. Hyunwoo sighed heavily. The highest access simply wasn't of any use. He came back to reality and asked Rose what she was doing in the hospital. The devoted student said she had one question for the master. She opened the book and in a mysterious voice asked if he could answer. Hyunwoo immediately felt that they were trying to hypnotize him, but it didn't work. although it was annoying. There were already so many problems, so the hermit decided to joke and turned on his magnificent acting. Rose was glad that the hypnosis had been applied and asked him how much progress she had made in her relationship with Miriam. Hyunwoo asked in an indifferent voice what had happened, and Rose, embarrassed, asked about intimacy. Then the hermit confidently replied that there had been no intimacy. Rose could not hide her joy, thinking that she was under hypnosis. When the teacher confirmed everything, she realized that Miriam had simply deceived her, although these were her own delusions. She quickly forgot about her anger, because this was a great opportunity to beat the little guy right now. Then Rose asked him in a languid voice what he thought about her, and the girl's cheeks flushed. She grew bolder and touched his face, asking if he wanted them to move forward. Hyunwoo reached for her hand, so she thought until the very end that everything had worked out, and then he removed his hand as if nothing had happened, and replied that he didn't know anything. Rose recoiled. All this time she thought he was under hypnosis, and now she felt as if she had been caught by the tail. Hyunwoo also stunned her by breaking her hypnosis from the very beginning. The hermit grinned. Rose usually kept a good face, but now she showed a real bouquet of emotions. This lifted his fallen mood, Hyunwoo said, which embarrassed the girl even more, causing her to turn red as a poppy. She screamed loudly and hurried away, slamming the door, and Hyunwoo laughed. Now he had a new way to get rid of stress. Having moved in, he realized that it was time to get down to business and got out of bed. Hyunwoo arrived at Noah's in high spirits and didn't hide it because someone had helped him improve. Noah replied that it was good, because further conversation might give him a headache. First, his next enemy is the designer, and he is much more complex than Brahma. He himself is strong, but the 4 heavenly kings who are under his command are not so simple either. Therefore, he most likely won't be able to cope with the current level, Noah stated, and Hyunwoo predictably grabbed his head. After all, it was the same old boring storyline with leveling up before each battle. But there was good news, Noah said. He figured out how to use the lotus that Hyunwoo got after the battle with Brahma. The lotus of the Kalpa, the hermit read the boring description, and he didn't like it. It was about terrible ordeals, and he didn't like that. He quickly realized that he was in for another training session before the decisive battle. Just like a professional athlete. Noah laughed and confirmed everything. Then the annoyed hermit hit the table in anger. Hyunwoo was outraged that he had barely figured out one adventure before another was already being thrust upon him. But there was great karma inside the lotus. It was surprising to hear that this karma was so cool. Noah spared Hyunwoo's mental health as best he could. And he explained that this is karma that surpasses karma, he stated meaningfully. The Brahma that the hermit had crushed was a fake, but the lotus karma itself was real, Noah said. And Hyunwoo pretended to understand everything. But to gain such enormous power, rigorous training was required, Hyunwoo quickly realized. Everything is according to the standard method of classic plots with pumping until you reach the galactic level. Hyunwoo was required to absorb all of the karma, Noah informed him, which was completely out of the ordinary. The designer sat in a dark room and wondered how his test subject would perform this time. Someone rudely tore him away from his thoughts and demanded that he pay attention to himself. The designer apologized. He understood that everyone was very busy, everyone had families and children, and suggested getting straight to the point. He called the 4 heavenly kings to make them an offer. The evil ogre clapped his hands and grinned maliciously. Before that, he told them that the engineer had died at the hands of a mortal from the 9th floor, which surprised them quite a bit. The big-eared tiger was surprised that some pathetic mortal could kill the owner of great karma. Raspberry was also amazed by this and hid her embarrassment behind her fan. The celestial being in the hat also did not believe this news, as if it were absurd. To all these exclamations, the demon only laughed. He told them from the very beginning that with stolen karma, the engineer would not last long. The celestial smirked, because the demon himself stole his karma from his sister, and so was able to climb up the tower. The demon immediately became angry and promised to widen the celestial's mouth if he did not stop. But he responded to this threat with his own, promising to cut off the demon's hand first. They both felt a powerful pressure from the tower's master and immediately fell silent. The designer was pleased with the strength of their friendship. It made him extremely happy. But they still got carried away, and he reminded them of the purpose of the meeting, his proposal. The demon asked him what it was, since he was taking so long with it. He didn't understand what it could be if it was more important than the engineer's death. The designer placed 4 glass balls with karma in front of them and said that this was a gift for each of them. It was karma of the highest quality created to raise their level, the designer explained. Tiger asked what the conditions were and suggested that they needed to get rid of the enemy on the 9th floor. But the designer condescendingly stated that it was really a gift and they shouldn't have to pay for it. Tiger slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't believe the free cheese. But since he needed a reason, the designer said he simply didn't care. It didn't matter what they did with that karma, it would eventually become part of his dinner, he declared, and the entire tower will soon turn into a luxurious feast. So he wished them to enjoy the gift to their heart's content, for the sake of the future feast, and he licked his lips carnivorously. Hyunwoo kept trying to figure out what he needed to do. Noah told him to separate the karma from the lotus and absorb it whole, something that had been impossible until recently. But some of Hyunwoo's trophies proved unusually useful, Noah said. Even one of them is enough as fuel. Noah surprised the hermit. Hyunwoo realized that the items left over from the battle could be given to his team. He said to leave the halberds karma and the dark whale and use the rest for fuel. Noah said that he would need 2 weeks to prepare, and Hyunwoo could rest for now. He also added that next time Hyunwoo might come with the Monkey King. Noah wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he could give the monkey an important gift. The Celestial asked the others what they thought of the supposed gift from the designer. But the demon interrupted all their thoughts. All this was just empty chatter for him. They were told that it was a gift, which meant they could use it without looking back, the carefree demon decided. The Celestial called him a fool for this, because first it was necessary to check whether it was a medicine or poison. Then the demon said that if it was poison, he could sacrifice himself and take all 4 karmas at once. But as soon as he reached for the gift, all the heavenly kings jumped up from their seats and stopped him. Raspberry held a fan to his throat, so Demon quickly had to declare that it was all a joke. He took his karma and declared that he would go and test it, and they could continue to stare at their gifts. The Celestial called him a barbarian and sighed indulgently when the demon left. He looked at Tiger and asked him what he was going to say. Tiger made the observation that they were given karma after the engineer's death. And the designer also stated that all this was for the sake of the future feast. Even though the tower owner said he didn't care, it was obvious who he had chosen as his victim. It was the mortal from the 9th floor that was supposed to be his dinner, Tiger guessed. And the designer's gifts are a kind of tools that will help set the table. If they use this, then they themselves will end up at the festive table, but in a completely unexpected form, Tiger realized. Hyunwoo brought gifts like Santa Claus, but things didn't go as planned. His menagerie fought over their fan preferences and idols. The Monkey King fought with the snake and shouted to him that when he ascended he lost his eyes, but the dragon did not give up his position. Hyunwoo sighed heavily. He didn't even want to get involved in his squabbles, but the fan culture of the people clearly had a bad influence on the Celestials. But at that moment he received an invitation from the system, which was supposed to happen in 5 seconds. As usual, he suddenly moved to a secret room. But he was very surprised by the guest he saw there, and immediately asked what he was doing there. There sat Noah himself. A week had passed since they last saw each other. He said that he had an important matter to do with the android girl, who was also the tower adder, so he made his way through. Noah reminded Hyun of the gift he was preparing for the Monkey King, but he decided to put it off, because he had a question for the android girl. He reminded Hyunwoo of the black tower on the 12th floor and said that he needed something from there. The strange stone that is on the top floor, only it could contain karma. The demons that lived there weren't the friendliest, but they weren't a threat to Hyunwoo. Moreover, it was not even necessary to climb the tower. You just had to break the wall of the upper floor from the outside and go inside. The hermit scratched the back of his head. It was no wonder that things had been too quiet lately. He realized that there was nothing he could do about it, and agreed to go immediately after he completed several important tasks. Noah asked him what happened to the karmas that Hyunwoo gave to his friends. He remembered that although he had given out gifts, his menagerie was still racking their brains over them. The Monkey King asked the dragon why he was chuckling again. If he wanted to use it, he could use karma or not. After much deliberation, the dragon decided that he would not use someone else's karma. The Monkey King chuckled. He had been expecting such an answer. He already had experience using other people's karma. After absorbing the plague karma, he became stronger, but it was inconvenient to use it because of the unfamiliar clothes. When they fought 3 against 1, this was a plus. But in a one-on-one fight, such karma could become a weakness, the Monkey King reasoned, so it was better not to touch her. In his case, the problem was in the inadequacy of his own karma, he said. They made their decision when a mad hermit joined them. He left again, but told the menagerie that he had another matter to settle first. He waved at them and told them to keep an eye on the house, which infuriated the monkey since he treated them like pets. When he left, the monkey thought about how strange Hyunwoo looked, because even with the contract, using someone else's karma was not easy. The dragon was always surprised by this too. It went beyond the simple imitation of someone else's karma. The Monkey King suggested that it was Yunwoo's special talent to make every karma his own. He didn't know that someone was spying on them from behind the scenes of virtual reality, and said that Yunwoo himself might be even more incredible than the tower. The hermit came to check how the electrician was using his gift, but immediately realized that he did not have time. The thunder god was uncomfortable with the scale of the karma, but he was gradually getting used to it, he said, while the fox rubbed against him incessantly. Hyunwoo noted that this was great since Dragon had problems from the start. The electrician agreed. It was unpleasant to wield stolen karma. If it weren't for his goal, he would have refused to. But now he was too weak to be so stubborn. The last fight showed that. Then the thunder god reminded him of their deal, for which he had sacrificed his pride. He asked the hermit to find the karma of the sword god after they defeated the designer. The thunder god reminded Hyun that this was not a request, but their deal, and the hermit confirmed everything. Hyunwoo didn't understand why Electric needed her if he was so correct that he didn't even intend to absorb her. But he promised to get it, because after defeating the designer he could find any karma in the tower and wished Electrician to train hard. And with that it was time for him to go, and he took out his traveler's compass. While he was flying, he thought that his words sounded like bragging, but in reality, rising was very boring. On the other hand, he managed to arrive quite quickly at the tall black rod. Looking at the wall, he remembered Noah's words. He said that the wall simply needed to be broken down. Hyunwoo was glad that he was able to quickly get to the wall without even blinking an eye. Swinging his arm properly, he politely knocked on the wall. But another wall appeared behind the covering, and Hyunwoo understood why the recoil was so great. He struck again, this time using his lightning ability. After several attempts, he managed to create a door where there was none before. Now he needed to take the stone and quickly leave without being detected. But then he noticed something under his feet and looked. There were some dummies there that someone had taken out before, and then Hyunwoo noticed the horned demon. Hyunwoo told him to introduce himself first, responding to the demon's grumbling. But at that very moment he noticed that the demon was holding in his hands the stone for which the hermit had come, and immediately rushed at him. Without any ceremony, Hyunwoo grabbed the horned one by the hand and told him to grit his teeth harder, and also immediately give the stone that was in his hand and swung it properly. Hyunwoo hit the unfamiliar demon with such force that he flew back and released the stone from his paws. After the demon kicked up a pile of dust, Hyunwoo taught him a lesson in polite conversation, as they weren't friends for familiarity. Having caught the stone, he read the description. It really was the strange stone he was looking for. The deed was done. Hyunwoo was about to run home, but then the demon called out to him angrily, and the hermit's face darkened. The demon noted his not weak blow and shot some kind of fireball himself. The demon grew more horns and began to boast that he was bored killing regular mobs, but the alien's blow had flexed his muscles. But Demon added that, anyway, this blow was nothing more than a tickle for him. Hyunwoo was surprised that the demon's appearance had changed since it was in its second phase. It wasn't a normal mob with a rubber face. The evil demon decided to pay him back in the same coin and swung for a tickling competition. Now Hyun had to retreat quickly to avoid being hit by the heavy crowbar. He was horrified that the demon had broken the floor, made of the same material as the tower, which took Hyunwoo 3 hits to break. Moreover, despite its large dimensions, the demon could develop a serious speed. This means that there is a top-level illegal in front of him. The demon was even glad that his blow did not pass. He just wanted to try out new karma. Hyunwoo was surprised that the illegal immigrant suddenly had great karma. And then he asked if this demon was one of the designer's 4 dogs, which immediately angered him. Hyunwoo realized that he had hit the nail on the head, and the demon wondered where a simple tramp could get such information. This meant that in front of him was not just an interesting tramp, but a terribly suspicious one, the demon stated. Smiling, the gray face said that he would not tear Hyuna into pieces, to which the hermit replied that he was not crab meat and would not let himself be torn apart. And he added that if the demon's hands are itching so much, then let him take off his face and unscrew his vile eyes. The demon became furious and shouted loudly that he would now install a retractor for the talkative mouth. But the hermit apologized, saying that he had already done everything and did not intend to stay any longer. After calling the room of rescue, Hyunwoo said goodbye to the demon. The android girl realized that he simply ran to the shelter to hide from the demon, but Hyunwoo claimed that it was a tactical retreat. Scratching the back of his head, he declared that he had taken the power of the Heavenly King, checked everything, and therefore there was no need to waste any more energy. Thanks to the fact that the summoner's power had returned, he could move straight to the 9th floor. So he was just taking advantage, Hyunwoo said. But the android countered that it took 5 hours to prepare for the move. But Hyunwoo didn't mind this because he had something to discuss with her. Then he asked her to tell him about the Great Karma. Two illegals were already talking about it, as if it was encountered at every step. The girl thought, if I explain in detail, it will take a lot of time, she said. But I decided to simplify it and said that there is a clear difference between great karma and ordinary karma. Usually, karma is a power that can be obtained through sacred recognition by one who has passed countless trials. Someone was recognized by the deity as a dragon, and the Monkey King and Electrician gained karma by creating a legend about themselves. Simply put, normal karma required a lot of work, Hyunwoo realized. For great karma, achievements are not so important, just as someone's recognition is not required, the android said. It was impossible to master this karma on your own. You had to go through a special process. Great karma, the power that one possesses from birth, she said, is nothing less than perfect divinity. Someone expressed doubts about the truth of the reason why the designer distributed the great karma to the four heavenly kings. Raspberry said it was a matter of common sense, not simple doubt. Previously, the Tower Lord appropriated all the karma for himself, except for bribes to the higher-ups. But now he simply gave away great karma. The designer chuckled at these words. He had always considered her to be smart. Even while she was drooling with greed, she didn't stop thinking about every suspicious move she could notice. Prudence is one of the reasons he selected her for the four heavenly kings, the tower owner said. But her acting left much to be desired, because the designer had already realized that she had recognized his plans. Then Raspberry asked him directly if he really considered them food for a mortal, and the demon did not deny it. The girl was then very surprised that he thought that a mortal would survive a fight against them. The designer laughed. Of course, with the current strength, it was impossible for a mortal. Then the demon asked her to imagine that it had actually happened, and she trembled from his power. The tower owner licked his lips again like crazy and said that this was his unrivaled delicacy. Raspberry called him crazy, but the demon just waved it off. If there was food that could satisfy his hunger, he didn't care. Hyunwoo gave in to the android girl's gaze and admitted that he really didn't understand anything. The hermit stretched wearily. He didn't see much difference. One karma was better than the other, he said. But when Summoner asked him why he asked then, Hyunwoo simply threw a stone at her. He asked her to give this stone to Noah. Since he came here, it meant that she could also visit him. He asked her if it would be possible to close the floor like last time, but Summoner replied that even if she tried, it would only last for an hour. The hermit was worried about the heavenly king he had encountered. And there were 3 more like him, and no one knew when they would appear. He needed to figure out how to protect the 9th floor without his participation, and Summoner had an idea. A gift for the Monkey King could help here, the android reminded about what Noah was preparing. Noah asked me to tell the monkey that he had found a way to make his karma whole again. The Monkey King was extremely surprised when he heard such news, so much so that he even screamed. Hyunwoo told him to come see Noah in a week, and Dragon asked how he could get his stolen karma back. The hermit then responded with a question about why they were so skeptical about such statements. The dragon replied that it was not so. Then Hyunwoo asked them who the horned demon was, which immediately made the animal faces nervous, making it clear that they definitely knew him. The Monkey King asked why he was asking such a question, and Hyunwoo replied that he had just recently met the horned one while carrying out an errand for Noah. They said that they don't really know this demon, but they know someone who knows him well and is close to his student. Meanwhile, Miriam and Rosa were glaring at each other. Miren was unhappy with what Rose had built in the city. The teacher could not live in such chaos, she said. But Rose replied that her rival was no better, because her tastes were stuck in the Stone Age. She made a sarcastic comment about how Miriam wanted to send the teacher to the bamboo garden with the waterfall. Then Miren slammed her fist on the table. There was nothing to talk about, and she was ready to grind her into dust. Then Rose replied that their thoughts coincided in this. She also wanted to deal with her competitor. They both jumped out of their seats and hissed at each other like angry cats. Just as they were about to come to blows, Miriam's servant entered the room to make a report. She looked at him angrily, so that he immediately cringed and began to apologize for disturbing her. But the servant reported that Master Hyunwoo wanted to see Miriam. Hearing this, the first student smugly threw back her hair and said that it was time for her to go. After all, the teacher needs her immediately, the sly cat grinned. Rose couldn't help but scream, but she had nothing to say. Hyunwoo asked his student to ask his teacher about the horned demon, one of the heavenly kings. Miriam looked disappointed that he had business not with her, but with her horned mentor. The hermit asked if he had called at an inconvenient time, but the student waved her hands and replied that everything was fine. At that very moment, she turned to the inner world where the demoness lived. After a short conversation, Miriam informed him that the demoness wanted to invite him into her personal space. Even though it was sudden, hearing Demon's name made her want to talk to him in person. It was convenient, Hyunwoo thought, but he didn't know how to do it. Miriam asked him to put his hand on her shoulder, which the hermit did. A moment later, Hyunwoo found himself in the middle of the ruins and realized that this was her space. Turning around, he saw the demoness and responded to her greeting. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She definitely wanted to spill all her emotions, but she held herself back from asking how he knew the horned demon. The hermit immediately noticed that she was much creepier than usual, so he told her everything as it was. And then it was his turn to ask how she knew the heavenly demon. The demoness laughed. In a sense, they had the only and unique relationship on the whole earth. She revealed that she was the older sister of the blockhead who stole her karma and escaped to the top of the tower. Hyunwoo was very surprised because they were very different from each other. But Demona really was her younger brother. The two horns on the demon's head originally belonged to her, and their color is different because they were colored by his energy, the demoness explained. She began to climb up the tower, and even teamed up with Miriam just to punish the little scoundrel. Hyunwoo was surprised by their friendly and family-like relationship. Having calmed down a little, the demoness said that she had a request for him. She asked him to help her, just as he helped the dragon and the monkey king. She even agreed to a contract with a pledge in the soul, if he doubted. And then she will take full responsibility for her stupid brother, the demoness declared. A week later, the monkey king and Hyunwoo arrived at Noah's Ark. The impatient macaque immediately rushed at Noah, demanding that he get down to business without delay. He wanted to know right away if it was true that his karma could be returned, but he shook Noah so hard that he couldn't say anything. Realizing his mistake, the macaque let him go and apologized guiltily. Noah didn't get angry because the monkey could be understood, but before he started, he took out the box and put it on the table. There was a lotus there, made with a strange stone, as Noah explained to them. Hyunwoo asked if it was true that absorbing it would give one great karma. Noah warned that one still had to be careful, but he suggested starting with the yokai, whose situation required urgent attention. Hyunwoo read the description. It was a spatial movement device, but the description was not complete. Noah explained that the passes contained the coordinates of the collector's room, an imaginary space where the designer stored the stolen karmas. Hyunwoo immediately realized that being able to break into the enemy's warehouse was like winning the jackpot. The hermit asked Noah how he managed to find such a treasure trove, and he replied that it was all thanks to him. He reminded him of Hyunwoo's request to get into the system room when the adder went missing. To find information, Noah began to search the tower thoroughly. And I accidentally stumbled upon the very place that was releasing simply incredible power of influence. He examined it from all sides until he discovered a tiny opening, and looking through this crack, he saw a multitude of karmas that were rushing back and forth, colliding with each other and creating real chaos. This means that his karma was there too, the monkey realized. It is obvious that the designer used this place to store karmas. Hyunwoo was surprised that the designer had time for all this collecting, and he asked why Noah didn't immediately take the Monkey King's karma, but he replied that it was impossible. Finding the right karma among such a jumble was beyond his capabilities. Hyunwoo was afraid that when the monkey himself got into the storage, he wouldn't be able to cope either. But Noah reassured him, saying that karma always recognizes the owner. Hyunwoo was surprised that karma had a homecoming instinct just like pigeons, which was quite convenient. Then, the hermit suggested stealing all the karmas from the storage, but the macaque objected that this was not a very good idea. If you absorb a large amount of karma, the body will not withstand it and will collapse, explained the Monkey King. The only option was to conduct training with each stolen karma. But instead, the monkey had a better idea, he said, and took the stone. He decided to be a real little brother to his lazy family. The Celestial spoke with the heavenly demon, who told him about his meeting. The mortal whom the demon met on the 12th floor calmly dodged his blows, and on top of that, he knew who they were. The demon added with annoyance that he had barely wanted to seriously fight when the mortal had slipped away with the help of a strange teleport. Raspberry then suggested that the mortal might be the tower owner's future dinner. She showed his image on her palm, and a small figure of Hyunwoo appeared there. The demon jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly that it was he. He was surprised that Raspberry knew what he looked like, and the girl told them that she had recently spoken with the owner of the tower and learned of his true intentions. The demon slammed his fist again in frustration, realizing that the mortal he had encountered was the tower owner's dinner. At this point, he quickly left the meeting, and when asked where he was going, He replied that they knew themselves. He wanted to eat the mortal whole, bones and all, the demon growled angrily. After all the truth that he heard, he could no longer sit still, and asked where the three of them had forgotten their pride. Then Tiger stated that although the designer was not an ordinary person, he still would not act to his own detriment in an unfavorable game. And that means he saw in the mortal what they could not see, Tiger told them. The demon was outraged that Tiger thought he could be defeated by some worm, but he added that there was still danger. The danger was in acting alone, Tiger said with cold fury that they had only one way. Hyunwoo offered the demoness to go with them to the tower owner's secret storage room, but there was no karma there for her to take. Moreover, the demoness confidently stated that her karma alone was enough for her. Hyunwoo expressed doubt, and the demoness asked why he doubted. The hermit told her that no matter how he looked at her, she did not look strong. The horned heavenly demon, although he had no brakes, was far from weak in terms of strength. The demoness realized that in Hyunwoo's eyes she was too weak to compete with her brother, but she added that for her victory over her brother, strength is not so important. Because everything is already determined from the moment they are born, said the demoness. Hyunwoo bared his teeth, the demoness spoke to him in riddles again, and she threw up her hands, saying that this could not be explained to a human. Then he offered to show her in the real world, because he had already spent a lot of effort to get her statue, but the demoness was still sitting in this world. Then she said that there was no other way, because if her brother felt her energy, he could run away even further than before. That's why she patiently waits for the moment when her brother will not suspect anything at all and will appear before her. Hyunwoo returned to reality. A little time passed and his students were fighting again. He shouted at them, demanding that they stop the disturbance immediately. And he reminded them that he had told them to get along with each other, and both girls looked down guiltily at him. Hyunwoo sighed heavily, his head already hurting from their squabble. Having calmed down, he noted that Rose had appeared very quickly, despite the fact that he had suddenly torn her away. But the girl was glad to come. She was called urgently. How could she not come? Said Naren, and looked askance at her competitor. Miriam immediately realized that the impudent girl remembered her words from the last time and returned them. Hyunwoo thanked the student for rushing to him quickly. There was work for her. He came closer to her and put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he had a request. With a serious look, he asked her to stop the 4 heavenly kings. The 4 heavenly kings were just preparing to invade the 9th level. Before leaving, Tiger reminded them that they had one goal for which they agreed to work together. Kill the mortal Hyuna, and thereby trample all the hopes of the designer, but a delicious dinner. And once everyone understood, he gave the command to go looking into the well of the tower. Noah thought Hyunwoo would come later and asked him if he was ready. Before leaving, Hyunwoo asked his student to figure out the alarm device that would stop petty thieves while he was gone. It had been a while since she had started doing this with the android, so they should have finished by now. The Monkey King who went to rob the treasury should also return soon, Hyunwoo said. This means that everyone has already done everything possible, he said contentedly, because now there is less work. All that remains is to absorb the great karma when you don't have to worry about other little things, said the hermit. But the ball was big, and Hyunwoo didn't know how to swallow it. Noah suggested that he just squeeze it in his fist and gather his will there. Noah warned him again that it could be dangerous. Hyunwoo understood everything, but there was only one way out. Until you try, you won't know for sure whether there will be a return from karma or not. Noah wished him luck, and the hermit fell asleep right on his table. Hyunwoo began to look around. He fell into Brahma's karma. He didn't understand why Noah was intimidating him, because the place here was not bad, similar to a temple. But since no one came out to him for a long time, the hermit began to grumble that the owner had forgotten all about manners and was not greeting guests. He looked at the statue with the engineer's face, which was serenely staring into space. The statue spoke so loudly that his ears were blocked. The owner told him that he was surprised that he was noticed, and he tried so hard to hide. The real form of the master of karma appeared, and he introduced himself as Brahma. He was waiting for it with impatience because he wanted to find out who had so mercilessly killed one of his personalities. Noah was sitting over Hyunwoo when someone called out to the creator and asked if the hermit had left. He saw and immediately recognized Sumiter and one of Hyuna's students. He asked them what happened, because they were in the process of creating a signaling device. The girls said that the device was already ready, and the 9th floor was securely sealed. Then he asked what brought them here, and the little android became nervous. The thing was that she detected a powerful flow of energy that was heading towards them, and Noah got nervous. It seemed that the 4 kings were coming towards them earlier than they thought, and already on their way, the girls hurried to Hyun to tell him the news. But they were too late. The hermit had only recently entered Brahma's karma and would be gone for some time, Noah explained to them. He asked the summoner how long their door with the password could withstand the onslaught of the four heavenly kings. But before she could finish speaking, there was a knock on her door which had taken so much effort. She grabbed her head and started screaming loudly that the door was collapsing. The kings have already reached the 9th floor and are knocking with all politeness. The android girl said that she couldn't stall for long, and Noah realized that he needed to come up with something urgently. But then they heard a mocking voice saying that they had created a real drama here. Noah was delighted when he realized that the Monkey King had returned. The android girl recognized the communication artifact from him, and Noah told her who gave it to her. The impudent monkey smugly declared that he was glad of such a stormy reaction to his return. Before leaving, the Monkey King told Noah that he had someone to meet, and the tower creator did not think that the communication device would be useful. The Monkey King understood their situation in general terms and said that he had one proposal, and he told them that the secret door could be opened with a password, which surprised everyone greatly. The girls were immediately indignant that they had worked so hard to seal it. But even that was not so important, because the heavenly kings would immediately enter here. The monkey said that he just needed to change the coordinates to his location and call the lizard. Although he stated that there shouldn't be any problems even without the dragon, Summoner asked him why all this, and the Monkey King answered her that his brothers were now gathered next to him, their hands itching to use their power. So they can rest assured that all they have to do is open the door when given a signal, he said. Meanwhile, Yunwoo was trying to understand what kind of personalities Brahma was talking about. Noah was telling him something like that. The Brahma he killed was 1/3. He took the main karma for himself and ran away from the rest. Then he thought that since they were one body once, and even after one of them became a thief, they decided to take revenge on him. But the deity only laughed loudly, which discouraged Hyuna. The hermit then asked what made him so happy, and Brahma replied that he was amused by the reaction to his joke. Brahma declared that he was not capable of revenge, and besides, one of them was just a thief. They wanted to thank him for dealing with the traitor instead of them. This was originally their task, but the thief put a seal on them and they had to do nothing. And having become free, Brahma decided that he needed to pay tribute to his benefactor. Hyuna was very happy, realizing that Brahma would give him the great karma he came for. True, Brahma immediately said that he could not do this, and smiled widely. The mad hermit immediately prepared to knock his way out of the strange god, but he asked him to calm down and laughed again. He hastened to explain that he wanted to give up karma, but he simply couldn't. And all because the karma had already been given and was right in Hyunwoo's hands. After he arrived at this place and received the recognition of Brahma, karma immediately came to him. The hermit was surprised that something like this could be given away so easily, but Brahma didn't care, because he had already begun to accumulate his karma. But just absorbing it wasn't enough to use the power. Hyunwoo didn't understand what it meant, but there was no time to explain. The temple began to collapse because the karma that supported this place had already been transferred to Hyun. The real body of Brahma was outside the tower. He just had to go home, so he told Hyun not to worry because they would meet again soon. If, of course, he can become a vessel that will contain great karma, Brahma added. Brahma suggested leaving all further conversations for later, which infuriated the hermit. Meanwhile, the sky demon was angry with frustration that the wall was too strong even for him. The tiger was also surprised and said that the mortal obviously had some stubbornness, but they could not wait any longer, and he decided to help. The demon snapped that he wasn't finished yet, but Tiger pointed out that now was not the time to brag to each other. But at that very moment, the secret mega gate opened, without waiting for it to be broken into. The heavenly kings were very surprised to realize that the mortals from the 9th floor opened the doors themselves. But when they came out, they appeared in a strange place. The tiger immediately recognized the welcoming committee in the form of the Monkey King, who immediately began to tease them, saying that he had been waiting for them for too long. And he added that it would be better for the cat to first say hello, not to the Monkey King, but to someone else. The dragon hovered above them, already eager to talk to his old friend. The dragon told the cat that he did not think that they would meet under such circumstances and called him a traitor to the 4 cardinal directions. It had been a long time since Tiger had abandoned his position and run away to join the designer. And he asked if it was now comfortable for Tigger to sit on his throne, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted to them what they were planning, whether they had decided to set a trap. After all, this is stupid. The two of them couldn't stop the 4 heavenly rulers anyway, Tiger shouted. The tiger gnashed his teeth again and said that this was all just talk, and the demon next to him also wanted to start. Instead of greeting, he launched a fireball at the Monkey King. and he himself turned out to be the projectile. The Monkey King told him that they were being too arrogant, because they were just dummies with toys that were given to them. And so it's in vain that they try, dummies can't compare to the original, said the monkey. And the demon stopped, his attack didn't work. That's because the Monkey King now has a second boss phase, the battle-victorious Buddha. The tiger recognized this appearance and shouted for the demon to leave there immediately. He began to boast that he would not lose to some monkey, but Tiger interrupted him. He had already noticed something was wrong. After all, the karma of the Monkey King was comparable to the karma of Buddha. Just as the demon wanted to run away, he received a powerful jab from the macaque. If it were up to him, he would have dealt with the demon right away. But there was someone who wanted to see him, said Monkey, and shoved the teleport ball into his mouth. The demon almost choked on the glowing golden ball. He disappeared in a flash of light, and the king wished him a safe journey to his grave. The demon found himself in the middle of the ruins and cursed foully at the macaque. But when he heard a greeting from behind, he immediately shuddered at the sound of this voice. The demoness told him that his unwelcoming appearance hurt her to the very heart, since they had not seen each other for so long, and appeared before her brother. She was so happy to see him that she wanted to tear her eyes out on the spot. The tiger asked the monkey what kind of trick it was and where he sent their friend, to which he asked, "Are you really going to run after him?" And he suggested running and interrupting the touching family reunion. The tiger was really angry because the monkey had started to indulge in a lot of things since she had returned her karma. He turned into a huge tiger and said that for those with great karma, even the heavens are not scary. The dragon noticed that the tiger's appearance was not as he remembered it, and the monkey agreed with him. His appearance became more impressive. It was a great karma that belonged to one of the 4 heavenly kings who controlled the world order. And he named the warrior in the green robe, which referred to Indian mythology. He also added that the others received no less impressive gifts, which reached the level of holiness. And they are just insignificant yokai whose karma is not so significant, said Tiger. He asked them if they thought they could still stop them, just the 2 of them. Tiger bragged that since they understood everything, they should quickly tell him where Hunu was, but a strange sound interrupted him. The monkey crossed his arms in front of him as if it were a quiz and said the answer was wrong. Everything Tiger said was wrong except for one thing. It really wouldn't be easy for them to fight even though they had gotten their karmas back. That's why he called his brothers so that they wouldn't get bored at home, said the Monkey King. And from the hole in the sky, 7 wise men with animal faces fell out. The Monkey King began to introduce their entire menagerie with a voiceover. But it was still a set of extras, so what difference did it make? The last sage with a pipe told Tiger that he knew about his service to the designer. And even though they met unexpectedly, it was just right for a warm-up. The monkey clapped his hands contentedly. According to all the rules of the courtyards and streets, 8 against 3 was considered a normal situation, if not against you. Even though he wasn't a fan of such battles, their opponents received great karma, and a crowd can even put out a lion. That's the whole morale, he shouted to his brothers, and the yokai rushed to attack in a crowd. Meanwhile, on the ruins of the world of Demoness, there was also a battle going on between brother and sister. The demon was breathing heavily. He should have been stronger than his sister, but for some reason he was inferior to her. During their fight, he couldn't even touch her, and he again experienced forgotten sensations. It felt like his karma refused to fight his little sister. Hearing this, the demoness called him a fool, because everything followed its own path and nature. She suggested that he ask her for forgiveness, so her brother was even taken aback. Not only did he steal her karma while she was briefly asleep, but he also destroyed her homeland with the heavenly mountain. It was for this very reason, she said, that he should now be crawling on his knees. But the brother shouted loudly that all this was complete nonsense, and rose from his knee. He admitted that he did everything, but he didn't see anything wrong with it, because they are yokai and can do that. The little sister laughed at his naivety, so much so that she even grabbed her face. And then she told him that she was very grateful to him, which confused her brother. Until this moment, she still had family feelings, but thanks to his dirty mouth, she was able to get rid of them completely. And at that moment, the horns on the demon's head crumbled as if they were made of clay. The demoness told her brother that although he knew the nature of the yokai, he was completely ignorant of the laws of karma. She helpfully explained to him that karma has a will that strives to find its owner. That's why the brother actually came himself to return what she had stolen, the demoness said and struck. She asked him in a commanding voice what it was like to personally complete the second coming of the Akash. After the destruction of the temple, Hunu found himself in complete emptiness and darkness. At first, when the temple collapsed, he simply passed out. But now he didn't understand where he was taken. He was still spinning around like a fool when he heard the voice that was the reason for his awakening. The hermit shuddered at how powerfully it sounded, as if from everywhere. He became nervous that someone had snuck up on him from behind his back so easily, and demanded that his interlocutor introduce himself. And when he turned around, he was immediately amazed at the disgusting thing he saw. Below him hung an eye that asked with an invisible mouth if it was true that he didn't know him. She sounded like a girl, and Hyunwoo dared to tell her that she didn't even tell him her name. Because how could he know such a big-eyed woman? To which she replied that she didn't expect such stupidity from him. After all this time he was thinking that he was simply super talented and gifted, the voice said sarcastically. She narrowed her eyes, reproaching him for his excessive pride, which hurt Hyuna, but she decided to explain anyway. He should have already realized that he had entered an imaginary space. His body was now stabilizing karma, and at another time they would hardly be able to talk. So she had to steal his soul for a while. Hyunwoo was surprised that she could say such strange things so calmly. Big-Eyed apologized for scaring her, but there were no other options. It was time to reveal the secret. After all, she had been watching him for a very long time, she said in a strange voice. Hyunwoo immediately shrank back, remembering everything the stranger could see, and bashfully covered himself with his hands. But the girl said that everything was not so. He asked her why she was following him. The girl said that it was too early for him to know about it, and it was time to part. The girl with stalker tendencies declared, and Hyunwoo began to dissolve into thin air. As he screamed at the mosaic his body was turning into, she told him to remember something. The top of the tower is not the end of his journey, the stranger said. There is more than one story arc ahead. The demoness asked her silent brother how it felt to find himself sprawled on the ground. She told him that since he stole her karma, he had to immerse himself in training and become its new owner as quickly as possible. But the alien power intoxicated his mind, and he began to recklessly stir here and there, and therefore karma left his body. The demon saw again the long-forgotten look of his sister, which she had when he admired her strength. Despite sharing the same origins, her strength surpassed all other yokai. However, soon the admiration turned to hatred every time she looked at him from the top. Those eyes looked at him as if they saw only insignificance. The demon screamed at her to remove that hateful look. He said that he no longer needed her handouts because now he had the great karma of a heavenly god. He smugly told her to watch her back, because he was stronger than her now. The demoness smiled indulgently. She knew this karma, and told her brother that he could not cope with this power. But the brother did not calm down. He said that now her karma no longer holds him back, so he will definitely win. Therefore, her fate is to die at his hands, the brother boasted. But as soon as the demoness ordered him to fall to his knees, the careless brother staggered and fell to the ground. And even the multi-tiered birdhouse behind his back did not help him against his sister. The demoness said that no matter how you look at it, the bottom suits him best. He still didn't understand how this happened because her karma was no longer there. The demoness apologized to him because she said it just now, but in fact, he is not her brother. In his memory, they were together since birth. But these memories are false. And all because he himself is a fake, the sister told the bitter truth. She created it from her karma when she experimented with biblical myths. So the reason he couldn't resist her orders wasn't because of karma. It was just that he was her creation from the very beginning. She stunned the homunculus's brother. The demoness knew she might have gone overboard with the family game, but was that a problem? The demoness asked. Because they are yokai and can do that? She returned her brother's words. The demoness released her power and said that it was time to end their strange relationship. She wondered how many steps she took he could handle. His karma was bad, and she grinned a terrible grin. Hyunwoo came to his senses in the same place where he was in the Tower Creators arc. Noah immediately came to him and congratulated him on the successful addition of karma. He told Hyun that he slept for about a day, and the problems seemed to have been there, but at the same time they had already been resolved. Almost immediately after he fell asleep, the four heavenly kings appeared to them, and Noah stunned him. But when Hyunwoo was about to rush into battle, Noah hastened to calm him down and said that everything had resolved itself. Although they had difficulties, now everything is calm, said the tower's creator. He opened a teleport window for him and said that it was better to see everything with his own eyes. In the picture, the yokai were kicking the tiger in the stomach. The whole cheerful crowd. The tiger was indignant that they had been fighting all day without any respite. But the yokai only laughed at him louder because the fights only raised their spirits. The yokai became so furious that they almost broke Tiger's spine. The elder sage brother lazily smoked bamboo and suggested that his brothers take a break, since that way the pleasure would last longer. The tiger screamed, looking up. For a long time, the keeper of order will just look at this. But the dragon remained indifferent to his cries. It was rather pathetic to ask such a thing from an enemy. The dragon called him a traitor and told him to shut up and just die before he himself joined the fight. The Monkey King appeared from above and asked if they were finished with the lyrics. It was time to finish. The monkey shouted to his brothers to move aside, otherwise they would be hit. The Monkey King swung his stick and shouted at Rui to rise, and he flew down in a column. Compared to this stick, Tiger began to seem like just a flea. The shockwave even penetrated the spatial window opened by Noah. A whole Tower of Babel was sticking out of the ground, and it became clear that with this blow everything ended. Hyunwoo realized that of all the kings, the cat had lasted the longest. But they left behind some generous artifacts. Hyunwoo was surprised that they were dealt with so quickly. And Noah said that numbers decide in such matters. The only one left was the demon that was entrusted to the demoness. He was still alive. Hearing this, Hyunwoo wanted to go to help. But then the demoness herself appeared to them and told them to hold their horses. She didn't need help. The demoness gained horns on her head and other signs of marital infidelity. Hyunwoo told her thoughtfully that she had changed a lot, as had the atmosphere around her. Slapping her forehead, the demoness said that she had simply appeared in her true form before him. So from now on he must call her mistress, she said, and stroked his cheek. The demoness smiled seductively at the young and inexperienced man. Feeling threatened, the hermit quickly brushed off the annoying demoness, and she gave him a gift from her brother, in gratitude for his capture. And she said that she would go and get used to her returned karma. She left him completely bewildered, and with a feeling of emptiness, as if he had ceased to be the hero on whom everything rested. A few days later, Hyunwoo called Shir Kyung to distribute the gifts. But when he looked into the hermit's mansion, he didn't understand what was going on in this mess. Meanwhile, the Monkey King introduced his brothers to Korean pop idol culture. He claimed that the girls from this group were not inferior in beauty even to the Celestials, and the Yukai moved closer to the screen. Meanwhile, the Elder Sage tried all the varieties of tea, which were not inferior to the drinks of the Celestials. He asked the dragon what this work of art was called, and for the 100th time, he answered that it was soju. Then Shiken decided to find Hyuna himself, and just when he saw his students, he already wanted to ask them a question. But they walked without noticing anything around them and radiating a murderous aura. They had faces like they had had a fight, and the modest guy decided to keep quiet and just follow them. Shikyung was amazed that Hyunwoo was giving them the karma of high-class conquerors. But Hyunwoo confidently gave his friend a sword and said that it would be better than the previous one. Noah said that the great karma of the 4 heavenly kings disappeared the moment they were destroyed. All that was left was the regular one, but it wasn't much use, and there was no time to train, Hyunwoo explained. That's why he decided to give them an attraction of unprecedented generosity. After all, only his friends could cover him when he went to the top of the tower. Shiken even shed tears of joy. He then handed over a steel glove to Miriam, saying that this item would suit her. The girl was so happy to receive a gift from the teacher that she couldn't even find the right words. The demoness shared with her one secret of seduction, and Miriam had to apply her strategy. The student assumed a cute cat-like pose and thanked him for the gift. The sight before her sent a bolt of Spanish shame through Hyunwoo. A few hours ago, the demoness had taught her that men were most drawn to those who evoked their protective instinct. Of course, Miriam was already too strong to pretend to be weak, so she just had to pretend to be the cutest pet that had been with people for a long time. A sweet and affectionate cat, said the demoness, which greatly embarrassed Miriam. The girl did not understand why a person should pretend to be a cat, but the demoness insisted. After all, a pet can become a life partner at any moment, said the cunning demoness, and Miriam thought about it. The words life partner gave her far-reaching dreams. At the time, this idea seemed excellent to her, especially since her experienced mentor supported her. But looking at the teacher's stunned face, Miriam quickly blushed from shame and embarrassment. Hyunwoo pretended not to see anything and told her to use the gift to her heart's content, which only made her feel more ashamed. Next, he called Rose to him, and the girl proudly approached him. She immediately figured out her competitor's intentions to pretend to be a cat in order to trigger the teacher's protective instinct. It wasn't a bad move, but it could be a real burden on a person, Rose thought, as she accepted Raspberry's fan. Naturalness was important in this matter. She read all the books about love relationships and made a list of nicknames for couples in love. In the end, she managed to find that very killer word that would please any guy, she thought, when Hyunwoo asked how her present was. The girl smiled gratefully and said that she liked it very much. And then, making a seductive face, she called him brother. Now, a wave of Spanish shame washed over Miriam, although Rosa took it for envy. She thought that the mentor would like it too, but the hermit ignored her, as he had his competitor before. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunwoo said sadly that it seemed like everyone was a little out of sorts today. On that note, he decided to make a quick escape, as he still had business with the android Av, and told them to try out the gifts. To avoid any objections, Hyunwoo used the Room of Requirement pass and disappeared in a blue flash. There was an awkward silence and Shuriken promised to keep everything a secret. The android was surprised by his depressed appearance, as if he had eaten too many rotten mushrooms. Then he asked her what about his request. He was worried about the words of the big-eyed stalker, who said that the tower was not the end. The adder told him that she had looked through the old records of the tower, but that this had never happened before, so she had found nothing. The only thing she could assume was that the top that the stalker was talking about was not part of the tower. Hearing this, the hermit sighed. He did not expect to learn more today. At the time, it seemed to him that he was looking at a creature completely different from him. But now he decided to put this topic aside. What worried him was that it was still quiet at the top of the tower, although a competent owner would be angry that his people had been beaten. Then the android told him that she had found out something by studying the information that had fallen from the 4 heavenly kings. From it, she figured out the designer's intentions and said this, stunning Hyuna. This was important information, so he jumped up and asked why she hadn't told him about it before. Then Summoner began to mumble that she was afraid of causing him discomfort. But Hyunwoo still demanded that she tell it straight out. Then the girl blurted out that the designer wanted to catch him and eat him. The news discouraged him. Cutie. So Yeon also looked into the hermit's mansion. She heard that the fox moved in with the electrician. But she was more worried about what happened to Hyunwoo's students. They were terribly depressed. Rose harshly blamed everything on Miriam and her pretend cat image. But she started screaming so loudly that it was Rosa who spoke like a crazy person and ruined everything. They immediately began to fight, unable to restrain themselves any longer. So Yeon heard that the fox had returned and asked her to help separate the rowdy girls. But she was amazed as soon as she saw in what company and how the 9-tailed one was walking and asked what it meant. Today was their first day, said the fox. He told Electrician to go into the room and wait for her, because she would come soon. Smiling, he called her a cutie and asked her not to linger. They were enveloped in an atmosphere of pink flies. So Yeon was extremely surprised. She knew that the fox was running after Electrician, but he was known for his prickly nature. But now you couldn't tell that about him. And she didn't understand when everything had changed so much. So Yeon again demanded an explanation from the 9-tailed fox. She wanted to ask her how she melted Electric's heart, but then 2 predatory cats jumped on the prey. They knocked Cutie so Yeon off the road and rushed straight towards the fox. Clutching her hands, each demanded to know how to lasso a man. Meanwhile, the tower's creator sat over the drawings in his ark and said that the time had come. He looked at the magic circle again and decided to consult with Hyunwoo first, when he suddenly noticed him near him. Noah was just about to contact him, so he had a chance to see the hermit, but he suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Hyunwoo angrily demanded to find out how to get to the designer, and if he didn't know, to find out immediately. He was furious and wanted to rip out the tower owner's tongue. Noah couldn't even guess what caused this. He tried to calm Hyuna down first, no matter what. The enemy wouldn't escape from them. He added that getting angry wouldn't help anything, and Hyunwoo stepped back a bit and apologized. When the hermit told him everything, even the creator of the tower was taken aback by the true reason why the 9th floor had been attacked all this time. All because the scoundrel wanted to have a hermit for dinner, although eating intelligent beings was unethical. To be more precise, Hyunwoo added, the designer wanted to absorb all the collected karmas. Now they understood why a creature for whom it was easy to destroy the earth had waged such a long war of attrition. Hyunwoo was like a pig on a farm to him, being fattened up for slaughter, by the way, out of a need for proteins and not for the sake of omnipotence. All this time he lived like a hermit and worked hard because of the scoundrel who saw him as food. So Hyunwoo was furious. After that, he obviously couldn't control himself, and Noah understood this. After learning of the designer's intentions, Hyunwoo thought about it thoroughly, and now he couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't shake the feeling that the land was in danger because of him. Because if it weren't for him, all these illegals wouldn't have invaded. Even though it sounded crazy, Hyunwoo still couldn't do anything about it. He wanted to get to the designer as soon as possible and put an end to everything. But for that, he needed Noah's help. Noah sighed heavily. Breaking through the path to the upper floor was not an easy task, because all the paths were tightly blocked. And to overcome the firewall, a particularly powerful spell was needed. Luckily for Hyunwoo, it was right in front of him. It took time to install, but it was the solution to their problem. The hermit was indignant, because having such a thing, Noah should have said about it earlier, but the creator hid it because he knew about Hyunwoo's violent nature. He would simply rush to the designer and in a couple of moments be sent to rebirth. But even now it was too early to go there, because Hyunwoo had hardly learned how to use the great karma he had received. Noah could feel the difference in energy, so he had a condition. The hermit had to achieve the ideal in mastering the karma of Brahma, and he would finish with the magic circle for now. Hyunwoo chuckled and promised that he could handle it. It wasn't the first time he had to go through tough training. In return, he asked Noah to open the imaginary space for him and call those who were now chilling on Earth. After all, it was time to collect rent from the entire zoo for free accommodation, said the hermit and scratched his fists. The designer sat alone, looking forward to the upcoming dinner. True, he regretted that his tail was too long and had become attached to Hyuna. He couldn't let some scum interfere with his plan. And besides, Hyunwoo was in league with the tower's creator. There was no doubt that Noah would find the spell and fight his way to the top of the tower. But in this case, the owner of the tower decided to play a little joke on him. After a short conversation on the street, the fox finally understood what the two students wanted from her. Looking at their beady, glowing eyes, she didn't even know what to answer them. It was nothing like what she had seen before when she first met them. It was hard to believe that they were both obsessed with the same person. She wondered where the gentleman got so much charm from. But having decided that her life would become calmer, she immediately agreed to help them, confidently declaring that for her, it would be a piece of cake. But when I thought about it seriously, I started to get nervous, because I had to tell two girls how to attract the attention of men. She was a real seductress who had been playing with men for thousands of years, absorbing their life force, an old woman with experience. Since it was part of her natural gift, the fox didn't need any special prompting to use it. But now it played a cruel joke on her because she had nothing to say, and she realized that she was in trouble. She couldn't tame someone stronger than herself, and she couldn't say that she was born that way. In the case of Electric, they were just kindred spirits. He surprisingly preferred reckless girls, but if the fox told the truth, the students would not leave a wet spot behind her. She didn't know what to do at all because even Mrs. So-yeon had left this madhouse. Miriam couldn't stand the silence first and asked the fox why she was silent. Rose tried to reason with her. They both thought that the fox's advice must be so grandiose that it could never be expressed. The counter of their expectations was off the scale, as was the fox's anxiety level. She needed to get something out of herself quickly, she thought, when she heard someone talking. There were two ikai walking there, and grumbling about how they were always being driven back and forth. Secretly from the others, they leafed through the book that the Monkey King had recommended to them. He told them that this work would make the hearts of the yokai beat faster, and she called herself the newly met owner. The fox seized on this clue and asked the girls if they were ready to make platonic love real. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo moved into an imaginary space where he gathered everyone and thanked them for their presence. The yokai and even Electric listened to him carefully to understand what he was planning. But then the hermit noticed that the main beasts, the monkey and the dragon, were not at the meeting and asked where they were. They told him that they were very busy because their favorite pop idol group was broadcasting today, and Hyunwoo was surprised at how quickly the yokai were pulled into the human world. The laziest sage asked the hermit why he called them. It was related to the designer, or rather, Hyun needed help. Nothing special, they just all had to fight him in turn, he asked, banging his fists. The lazy sage was surprised that he wanted to fight them. It was like a new kind of training. Hyunwoo explained to them that he had received a gift in the form of great karma, but it turned out to be wrapped too tightly. To which the lazy sage asked him if the hermit was sure that his limbs would remain in place during the process. This is because the yokai brothers can't really hold back their strength during a fight. But the hermit only smiled and said that it would only be better for him. Based on what Brahma told him, there was only one reason why he could not use karma. His body was not strong enough to cope with her. In this case, the solution was simple. You just need to harden the steel until it becomes impenetrable. He was the first to suggest that his teacher go out and check his progress at the same time. Just recently, Electrician returned to his original karma, and now nothing limited him. Hyunwoo challenged him to give it his all, and the Thunder God sighed, calling him a cheeky boy. He was just about to test his sword, and the hermit was a perfect opponent, he said. Hyunwoo noticed that his weapon had changed. It used to be bigger, and the electrician said that it had become deformed from use. It was as if the sword had adapted to its owner, he said, and Hyunwoo was surprised by his level of swordsmanship. He struck a dramatic pose before the fight and declared that he would surpass his teacher. The Thunder God responded in kind, and there was a roar and explosion from their blows between them. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, its current owner was conjuring up meaningless magic circles. He hadn't worked with them for a long time, so he didn't have time for uninvited guests, he said into the void. And he asked the guest what brought him here. The man in the suit was called Hermes. Hermes asked the demon what he was trying to achieve, and when he gave an evasive answer, he asked him not to pretend to be a fool. Today was the day of the promised karma, and the designer pretended to be surprised to learn that Hermes had come to collect the debt. The designer suggested giving away several karmas at once, but Hermes said that they would not postpone the payment time for the sake of ordinary karma. They needed great karma. The designer said that he finished the work on time, that there was karma, but there isn't. Hermes gathered a clot of energy into a ball and fired it at the designer, who had been sitting with his back to him the whole time. But he parried the attack with a light gesture of his hand, as if it were an ordinary snowball. The designer asked what this chaos was, since he was soon to meet a guest here, and Hermes had created a mess. Then the guest in the suit turned around and said that for the sake of great karma, they would wait 2 months. However, if he did this again, the wrath that had descended from above would not end there, Hermes warned. The designer smugly said he would take note, and they said goodbye. The demon was indignant that the guest turned out to be too noisy, which was very unusual for him, but in any case, he eliminated the extra witnesses. Meanwhile, the Monkey King was glued to the TV screen, where another pop diva was being shown. He admired the purity of the girl's face, not realizing that it was all filters and makeup. The star that the Monkey King was rooting for received a higher ranking than the one that the dragon was rooting for. But then they started arguing again for no reason, and the macaque started fighting. To the dragon's indignation, he asked him why he was sitting with a sour face, as if he was burying someone. But the dragon denied that there was no problem and said that he was just thinking. He was worried about how much time was left before Hyunwoo defeated everyone, said the dragon, and even the macaque became quiet. After all, he too must have wondered why Hyunwoo had suddenly gathered them together, the dragon said. Neither the Yukai brothers nor the thunder god Electric can defeat Hyuna, as none of them have achieved divinity. To draw out all the power, it would take someone like them, said the dragon. And the Monkey King agreed with him for once that the hermit needed much more strength. Even their help had a limit. They both knew how precious great karma was. It could not be acquired. So whoever wants to master it needs an unequal opponent. He needs a stronger rival. Who will put pressure on Hyuna until he kicks the bucket? And if there was no suitable candidate, then the macaque and the dragon would have to go. But they both knew that a real monster would soon appear in the place where the hermit was. Which is stronger than the two of them put together, said the monkey, as the demoness appeared over the battlefield. And since that lady was coming, they would have to go to the auditorium anyway, so the Yukai decided to spend their time usefully and watch the concert. But they were interrupted by some noise. The nine-tailed fox was loudly instructing his students. The yokai didn't understand why she was screaming, as if something had happened, and the girls at her feet fell down, exhausted. The fox insisted, because they themselves asked her for help, and now they were despondent. Suddenly, the girls felt embarrassed. It was unusual for them to communicate with the teacher like that. But the fox only sighed. They can do whatever they want, but then they will remain just students for the rest of their lives. Since her help was no longer needed, she decided to leave, but the girls grabbed her legs. They promised to do everything so that she would continue her training. But the fox really hoped that they would simply retreat out of shame. But these two girls turned out to be incredibly resilient and continued to stare at the fox. Looking at their puppy eyes, the fox only became more cheerful. She loved to make fun of others. She told them to go back to the appeal and start rehearsing again with their heart and soul. The girls started off hesitantly, but then they shouted with all their passion, calling Hyuna the master. The dragon and the monkey were extremely confused by what the girls were doing. The Yukai in the imaginary space noted that the heavenly demon Electric had already surpassed the level of mortals and would soon be equal to them in strength. Then the laziest sage said that all this was talk about the future, but now he had reached the limit in the battle with Hyunwoo, because the hermit turned into a wild monster that was beyond his power. Of course, Electric felt intuitively that his former student was stronger, but it never even occurred to him that the difference between them was so big, Hyunwoo easily repelled his attacks. No matter how much Electric tried to distract Hyun with false attacks, he saw them all. And the blows into which he put all his power, the hermit took head-on. Hyunwoo's movements were ultimatum-like, as if telling him not to waste his energy and focus on the essence. It does not consist of some random swings of swords, but of a sword capable of cutting through even the heavenly heights. The electrician could not believe that he was now receiving instructions from his student, and his reputation as a teacher was at an end. He had no choice but to acknowledge the reality, so Electric extended his hands in a gesture of acknowledging Hyunwoo's strength. With the truth that the hermit showed him, he managed to bring his technique to the limit, said the electrician. Hyunwoo was surprised because he didn't say or do anything, but electrician had already left, saying that it was time for him to hone his skills. He promised the hermit that next time it would not be so easy, leaving the student perplexed. Hyunwoo decided not to ignore his words. He was still a little surprised that electric had become stronger, especially that powerful blow that couldn't be dodged, and he barely fought it off. But this was still not enough. More danger was needed, thought Hyunwoo, and began to look around. Looking at the yokai, he expressed hope that things would be different with them. But the demoness intervened in their dialogue and declared that while she was here, the yokai were simply useless, and jumped from a great height. Hyunwoo shouted at her that she was too noisy for someone who was late, and he covered himself from the shockwave. The demoness asked for forgiveness for being late. She needed time to get used to her karma completely. She told him that if he wanted to be truly scared, he didn't need company because she had become much stronger than all the yokai combined. Hyunwoo brushed off such statements. Of course, he heard that the demoness was strong in the past. He was sure that the beast rabble would not tolerate such humiliation, but the yokai had already disappeared. Hyunwoo was very surprised at how far they had managed to retreat, wishing him luck in the fight. The hermit asked the lazy sage where his pride was, but he replied that he simply knew his place. The yokai told the demoness that she could spank Hyuna without any problem, they wouldn't interfere. The hermit confidently said that perhaps the yokai really would have been too few for him. He just needed an opponent to fight at full strength. Then the demoness said that even his full strength might not be enough for him, because in her eyes he was just a baby. She warned him to be prepared to put his life on the line because she might kill him. Feeling threatened, Hyunwoo instinctively stepped back, saving his throat. Even though he had lost his vigilance by mistake, he couldn't even follow her movements. And then the hermit realized that if she wanted, he would already be dead. Hyunwoo started moving again. He previously thought that the demoness was just bragging by calling herself the goddess of all yokai. But apparently she really did rule them, he said, and the demoness laughed. She suggested that we stop wasting time on pointless warm-ups and move straight to the second phase. Her power increased many times over, and Hyunwoo felt the overwhelming pressure of her ability. In the past, this technology was certainly powerful, but not even close to what it is now. The demoness laughed and asked what was wrong with him, because she had only taken one step, and he was already shitting himself. Hyunwoo also released his power. Even though the demoness became stronger, it didn't change anything. He wasn't lazy either, and he believed that she was underestimating him by using a technique that he had already defeated once. Hyunwoo asked her if she missed his hands and went on the attack. The essence of the technique of killing in 10 steps is that the attacker's mana doubles with each step. It is very powerful but has one clear minus. While using this technique, the user himself becomes physically weakened. So Hyunwoo tried to stop the demoness before she could take her second step and rush towards her, ignoring the mana casting. The demoness replied that he was right in some ways but also wrong in others, and the hermit froze. All because she is no longer just a demoness, but a mistress demoness. She advised him to remember well that it was something other than her title that had led her to rule over the yokai. And the overwhelming force, the Horned One said, magically became many times greater than his. She used the divine palm of destruction with the power of an atomic explosion. The animals had not seen such a sight for a long time, and it brought back memories. Then, being still fools, they started a fight with the elders, but it couldn't be called a fight, rather a beating. They attacked the demoness lady with the whole zoo, but eventually got tired quickly. The lazy sage's knees still hurt before the rain. They had taken a beating after that fight, but they thought that Hyunwoo could handle the lady. He really could be called a monster. And if he uses great karma, even the elder demoness will be in trouble. And if he doesn't use it, then he won't have a chance, the yokai reasoned, watching his overcoming. Hyunwoo was indignant that the demoness's hand was too heavy. His whole body was numb from the pain. He told himself to brace himself. No matter how strong she became, the method of destroying her technique remained the same, he thought. The demoness chuckled. She saw how hard he was thinking and hoped to stop her before she took 10 steps. And she offered to handle her next step. Hyun didn't care. He hoped that he could handle 3, maybe 4 more steps. He wanted to squeeze all the mana out of himself and gather it in one point, and deal with the lady in one blow, but suddenly all his mana disappeared, as well as the pressure of the demoness that acted on this area. She explained to him that this technique was not originally designed for 10 steps. Its essence is the limit point. The technique is powerful, but puts pressure on the user, which is why it was divided into 10 parts. If she had taken these steps in her previous body, they would have seemed like a mere trifle to him. compared to her ultimate power. But she, the one who had regained her power, only needed 2 steps, the demoness lady explained. The first step is the beginning. The second is the end. And as for the last one, it took some time for it to reach its goal. And all because the second step is taken from the sky, she said, and Hyunwoo, looking at the sky, saw the nightmare of a pedicure master. He thought, as a strong blow with a long, pompous name fell upon him. The lazy sage said that no words would be adequate to describe this spectacle. What they saw was God-level, and Hyun had a hard time in the pillar of fire. His brain understood that he would not die here, since he was in an imaginary space. But the sensations completely erased this confidence. He could only think of death when he heard laughter and a voice that called his methods of achieving his goal barbaric. Hyunwoo stood up and was very surprised to see Brahma here, although he didn't even know where this one was. Then the deity reminded him that he had warned that they would meet again. Hyunwoo wittily stated that Brahma could have taken his time since he appeared when the last nail in the coffin was driven in. Brahma replied that he was just a residual image that appeared when he transferred karma to Hyun, and therefore there was no point in blaming him for anything. He did this to provide a small service and help in mastering the great karma. So he explained who he was and why he looked a little different. But Hyunwoo still grimaced with displeasure. But since this was the case, I asked the image to urgently come up with something. They had little time. But Brahma replied that there was little that could be done about it and shyly scratched the back of his head. He told the hermit that he had already dealt with it himself and asked if he understood what great karma was. And he himself answered that this is the innate power of the sacred might of the cheats, which cannot be acquired during life. Despite this, Hyunwoo still wanted to possess this power, and then there were 2 options. Wait a million years for karma to take its natural place, or be reborn, the strange god stunned with his mega revelation. He explained that the power of spirit, mana, and vital energy must reach 0 so that only great karma remains in the body, after which she will release her power, trying to protect the energy vessel. And as soon as everything inside it stops, the vessel will immediately begin to form anew, one that is capable of containing great karma. This is exactly what had already happened to Hyunwoo when the demoness lady had brought him mentally and physically to the brink of exhaustion. This meant that he had already awakened his great karma, understood Hyunwoo and grinned. The demoness coughed up blood, even though she had regained her strength. This technique was still very tiring for her. She herself understood that even she had a hard time withstanding her strength, so she usually left the powerful blow with the long name for last. And she realized that it must have made her very angry that he had endured a series of her secret attacks. Even before the blow, he was still standing on his feet, as if ready to attack, and the demoness was not going to exert herself that much. She understood that, of course, Hyunwoo did not die, but most likely was transported to an imaginary space. The demoness wanted to kick him to bring him to his senses, but suddenly she was thrown back by a shockwave. The hero performed a super-heroic rebirth and threw off her divine heal mana. Even the Sage of Sloth was surprised that the hermit had surpassed the limit point of the demoness lady. Now Hyunwoo has officially reached the level of the god of cheaters and has been reborn without a single scratch. He was incredibly happy with the new feeling of the hero's invulnerability and thanked the demoness for such a boost. The demoness was annoyed that someone had so easily overcome the power that she had accumulated for an eternity through hard work. She noticed the obvious thing. The hermit had not been restored by the power of imaginary space. His rebirth was close to creation. It was the power of great karma. In a short time he moved to the divine level. And he became a deity. Hyunwoo moved and agreed with her conclusions. And he asked what had happened to the proud lady demoness. Was she really scared? But the horned one only grew gloomy and answered him that his words were meaningless nonsense. She wouldn't have become a yokai goddess if she was afraid of such nonsense, the demoness declared, and released all her strength. Hyunwoo liked this mood, and he also chuckled contentedly. But he said that he was a little tired from the journey to the other world, and decided to finish everything in one blow, using divine cheating techniques. He had already realized from her unstable mana that she was not okay. But the demoness still accepted the challenge. They both shot rays of love and kindness at each other. The afterimage of Brahma chuckled at how crudely his protege was using the great karma. Now his debt to him was closed, and he could only wish the hermit good luck. The lazy sage shouted to the others to use mana barriers. Otherwise, they would be hit by rays of goodness and love. Another explosion produced a terraforming action in imaginary space. Noah, who was busy with his witchcraft with the tower code, was distracted by a special energy and realized that the hermit had succeeded. Hyunwoo laid the horned lady on the ground. She lay there without strength, He himself was also barely breathing. After their battle, he too collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and, as was his custom, decided to sleep. He woke up again in Noah's Ark, where he was lying on a hard wooden bed, and he grumbled with discontent that all his fights lately ended with him fainting from exhaustion. Hyunwoo noticed Noah and asked him how long he had been sleeping, and was told that it hadn't been that long. The creator of the tower was very frightened when the Lady Demoness herself carried him in her arms. Noah wanted to scold the hermit for his recklessness, but he praised him because the great karma had taken root in his body as his own. And in this regard there were two pieces of news, one bad and one very bad, Noah said. The magical teleport was ready, and now Hyunwoo could get to the top floor at any time. But an unexpected circumstance arose, Noah said. After he finished the teleporter, he examined the defenses of the top floor and discovered that the designer had strengthened them after learning of their plans. Therefore, the number of possible passengers on the tail has been greatly reduced. The maximum is 5 people. Moreover, the protection can become even more powerful, so that even Noah's teleport will stop working. He suggested that Hyun come up with a new plan, but he didn't even listen. It would take too much time, the hermit said. He was already planning to go alone, but now he had the chance to take 4. That should be enough. Hyun gave the expected answer, and they had a day to prepare, to think carefully about who to take with them, Noah warned. But Hyunwoo had already thought of everything. He promised to bring everyone with him, but then he remembered that there had to be more news, and Noah said that it was from his students. It was more of a request. They gave Noah the coordinates, he told the hermit, and snapped his fingers. The girls asked him to move Hyunwoo as soon as he woke up. It was supposed to be a surprise, so Hyunwoo didn't know why he was moved, but he found himself in his mansion. He sighed in relief as he recognized his home, glad he hadn't been drawn into anything creepy when he heard the greeting. Turning around, he saw his students dressed as maids, who greeted him by calling him master. The girls tried very hard and blushing innocently asked him if he was very tired, and then they offered to help him with this, but the hermit quickly turned away, saying that he had a lot of things to do, so he simply ignored his students. Having torn off the girls' caps, they became very furious and promised to use the cat-o'-nine-tails on their collars. But even the thick armor of the mad hermit showed a deep crack when he stepped out the door. This time they hit the mark and looked really cute, Hyunwoo thought. But he had to assemble a team, and very quickly he returned to Noah. Hyunwoo stated that everything was ready and there was no need to wait or ask anyone anymore. Moreover, he already had a titanium support group, a real dream team, a macaque, a snake, an electrician, and a horned woman. The demoness confidently declared that if she was there was nothing to fear, and the dragon was eager to get even with the designer. The monkey suggested taking one of the brothers instead of Electric, but he said that he had become stronger after the last fight. Hyunwoo pointed out to Noah how confident his team was and said that they would beat anyone. Even if an illegal alien appears on Earth during their absence, the remaining 7 yokai will quickly deal with it. Besides, his loyal friends remained there with their guilds. He decided that first they would deal with the designer, and then properly celebrate the victory. That's what this battle is for. Noah wished them to return safe and sound in that case, and they stepped into the teleporter. When they disappeared, the adder appeared. She didn't think that they would be in such a hurry and was a little late. Noah told her that they had done all they could, so she shouldn't worry, but the android still wanted to see what was going on. Meanwhile, the owner of the tower was still sitting in one room, at a table that was covered with food. Apparently, he had no other rooms. He was impressed that the creator was able to drag 5 of them through at once, despite the reinforced defense. But this was within the designer's expectations, and he had prepared for this eventuality. Hyunwoo looked around, studying the place where the designer had been hiding from them all the time. He told everyone to be on guard, because it was unclear when and what trick the villain would pull. When they saw a strange black thing that was quickly approaching them, she instantly unfolded like some kind of sheet or net and covered Hyunwoo's companions. And then from behind, the hermit heard the voice of the one who had long been waiting to meet him. Turning around, Hyunwoo saw the cannibal designer simply standing in front of him. He thanked him for Hyunwoo coming all the way, because it would make the day unforgettable. Hyunwoo immediately understood who was in front of him simply by his infinitely impudent and disgusting face. The designer also realized that introductions were unnecessary and smiled. He was genuinely glad to see them and was looking forward to it, he told Hyun. He replied that he too was glad to death, and rushed into a frontal attack on his enemy. But as soon as he hit the designer's body, he crumbled into mist. It was an illusion. The demon said that he was sorry to greet the guests like this, but he had to cool the hermit's ardor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to integrate the dialogue, he said. and apologized for being rude when Hyunwoo realized they had moved. The owner of the tower invited him to sit down at the table and have some food as an apology. Naturally, the hermit was indignant. What kind of food could there be here after all? He came to fight. But the demon offered to find out what happened to his team. He again invited Hyun to sit down and hear the answers to his questions, of which there were many, the designer said confidently. Hyunwoo sat up, irritated. He didn't like all this talk, but what could he do? Otherwise, the plot wouldn't advance, the conflict wouldn't be revealed. Having sat down, he asked if the owner of the tower was satisfied, and he was satisfied. Then, the hermit asked the first question, what had happened to the others, and received the answer that nothing special. He simply locked them up somewhere, and so that they wouldn't get bored, he assigned a high-level illegal to each one. But they could be considered safe, since it was only necessary to detain Hyunwoo's friends, and so that they would not interfere with their meeting. The owner of the tower remembered that there was one person among his companions. He didn't understand what his name was, and Hyunwoo said electrician's name. Then the demon warned that most likely this man would die quickly. His courage was commendable, so the strongest opponent was sent to him. The electrician did not understand what was happening. He remembered how he was sucked into a black fog, and then he lost consciousness. Now when I opened my eyes, there were only blooming sakura trees around, with a simple texture. He realized that this was the designer's trick, which meant that the others were also scattered to different places. This meant that most likely Hyunwoo was left all alone. Although there was no need to worry about him, because he was strong, Electric thought. He was already thinking where to look for an exit when he heard a voice from behind, which asked him if he was a heavenly demon. Instead of answering, Electric swung his sword, causing it to flash with a bright light like a Jedi's. But when the smoke and ash from the blow cleared, he saw that the unexpected enemy had disappeared. The enemy began to boast that Electrician had excellent reactions, and it was not for nothing that he was given such a grandiose name. Then the electrician asked who was in front of him, and he answered that he was just an idler who wandered like clouds in the sky. But he was a master of the sword. The tower owner said that this swordsman was a master of his weapon and never lost, being the strongest on all floors. No matter how hard the electrician tried, it would be difficult to survive in a fight with such an opponent, Demon said. But Hyunwoo did not agree with him. He called the god of thunder his teacher, who would not let himself be broken just like that. The tower owner had no choice but to throw up his hands, since Hyunwoo was so confident in his partner. The demon suggested asking something else, but Hyunwoo wasn't sure that he would lay his cards on the table about his true face. But there was another question. Why was there food only on his half of the table? Then the designer replied that Hyunwoo already knew that he didn't need any other food except him, and he licked his lips again, disgustingly. The hermit didn't doubt for a second that the demon's mouth would spew out such slop, because he was completely out of his mind. Then the demon stood up from his place. He was already impatient to begin the long-awaited fight. The demon had been watching Hyunwoo for a long time and sensed the karma of the thunder god in him, the great power of the dragon Tao that circulated in his heart, the mana of the monkey king, and even the sacred power of Brahma. All these karmas were unable to coexist with each other, but Hyunwoo possessed each of them, and the aroma that the demon felt excited his appetite many times more than any snack. Hyunwoo realized that he was facing a mentally ill creature and shot rays of kindness and love at him. Since the demon was so hungry, he decided to quickly feed him, and again began to attack with his fists. The voiceover began to read an ancient legend that no one needed. That long ago there were rumors about a brave warrior with an unusual sword. No one could keep an eye on him, much less touch him with their hand, and so rumors reached the king, and the warrior was invited to the palace. The king wanted to confirm that the rumors were true, and that the swordsman's skill had reached the divine level. There was nothing outstanding in the warrior's skill, but when the king asked him, he said that he would show one dance. And he took out his sword with a purple tint, which was the basis of his skill. That day, he put his whole soul into this demonstration of ability. And those who looked at this screamed with delight, as if a celestial being was dancing in front of them. And the dance was called the Magnificent Sword of the Universe. That's how very original it is. Therefore, when he waved his hand, the heavenly demon was immediately hit and injured. Never before had he met such an opponent. His movements were impossible to predict, and he was surprised that the enemy had achieved the highest art through dance. But the electrician still had a chance, and he swung his sword again and released a wave of fire. The sword-wielding disco dancer dodged the deafening blast and thought he was gone. But then the electrician attacked him again, breaking through a thick layer of dust and smoke. He was glad to finally catch his opponent and swung his sword again. The dancer was surprised that the electrician was able to take the energy blow and counterattack at a speed comparable to his. He didn't understand where such a monster came from and prepared for a fierce fight. The electrician said he wasn't done yet and attacked again with the fire blade. The sword flame turned into an explosion and then increased in intensity many times over, forcing him to retreat. The electrician threw the dancer back again with a series of simple blows with a powerful, pompous name. The dancer jumped back and said he couldn't believe a sword could be used so crudely as a club. He shamed the electrician and made an elusive swing that wounded the enemy again. These were excellent skills for a mortal, but the dancer realized that this was the limit for the electrician. The electrician wiped his face and said that he was making a lot of noise, just like his useless sword dance. Then the dancer was surprised that the electrician did not notice the position he was currently in. After a couple of fly swipes, he was already on death's door, dancer said. The electrician chuckled and admitted that the dancer's swings were a pain in the ass, his blows like a lingering haze. He took a few hits while chasing after him. But what was wrong with that? The thunder god asked. The sword dance, each movement seeming to cut time into many pieces, was irritating, he said. The swordsman dancer entered the ranks of the Celestials thanks to his skill and, apart from his love for his work, he was not interested in anything. That's why, after climbing the tower, there were no more hesitations left in his soul. The art of sword dancing was everything to him, so he could not hold back if someone insulted him, and this time the dancer became angry. He gave the electrician a head start to enjoy the dance, but decided not to restrain himself any longer since the enemy did not value his life. He said that he would gladly finish him off and used Bankai, Bloom Sen Bonsa Kura Kagayoshi, the dancer said. He politely warned the electrician that this was the energy of 1,000 streams, flying in different directions at the same time. This technique shaved off all possible combinations of blows, and the dancer suggested to reflect it with rough methods. He was already tired of giving concessions, so he boldly rushed at the electrician. It sounded self-confident, because it turned out that not only the dancer gave his opponent a head start, the electrician also had a second phase. The dancer was very surprised where the electrician got such a powerful lightning force, which he had not used before. The thunder god said with regret that his art had not reached the limit of perfection, although he had tried a lot. But I saw a free breakdance dancer that surpassed any transformation. And so I decided to behave modestly and not act like a dancer, but instead to act in my own way, said electrician. Multiple bolts of lightning struck the dancer's sword streams and instantly destroyed them. All this time, electrician waited for his eyes to get used to the dancer's movements so as not to miss a single movement and released all his strength. The dancer looked at the thousands of discharges in amazement and realized that he couldn't avoid them. When he came to his senses, it was already too late, because the electrician had already approached him with an arc welder that cuts everything. He struck one blow with a long name that damaged morale with the power of pathos, and won the battle of complexes over who had the coolest name. Hyunwoo leaned over his enemy, who was sitting on the floor of the destroyed office and resting. The hermit thought for a long time on the way here about how exactly to beat the enemy, but he realized that it seemed like he was worried in vain. Looking at the defeated enemy, he said that if he had known about his weakness, he would have come earlier. But the cannibal only grinned. The demon asked why even now Hyunwoo continued to fear him. The hermit wondered why he would be afraid of someone whose arms he had torn off. But then the demon asked the question that Hyunwoo had been asking himself, why he lost so easily. It was a trick, or some kind of trick, the demon said for the hermit. What would happen to the earth if he lost? The designer of his thoughts voiced, and Hyunwoo became nervous. He didn't understand how a demon with strange inclinations could read his thoughts. The demon said that even the slightest fear gave off a rich aroma to him. Oh instantly moved straight to the hermit, as if he hadn't just been beaten up, and said that he loved fear. Hyunwoo felt himself being frozen, and the demon began to send out rays of evil from the antagonist. The hermit barely dodged the powerful purple explosion. He didn't understand what happened, whether the demon moved at high speed or teleported. But the feeling was completely different, as if space was distorted for a split second. It was the magic of the shadow step. It remained a mystery how the designer had obtained this technology, but now was not the time to think about such things, Hyunwoo realized. He decided to finish off the demon quickly and went on the attack again before he did anything else. Meanwhile, the owner of the tower told him that since he had answered his questions, it was now the hermit's turn to answer. When the demon began to walk towards him, he was completely restored, as if he had not been harmed. And the designer asked if the illogicality of the tower seemed strange to him. Hyunwoo, as usual, didn't understand what was going on and asked the demon, but he suggested that he at least think for himself once. After all, the owner of the tower took away the karma of supernatural beings and forced them to climb the tower. The beginning may not have been equal, but the result was quite equal for both sides. And he gave a reward to those who reached the top. They were given back their native karma, so that no one took anything away from the successful illegal climbers, the demon said. And then the question arose. What did the owner of the tower get in return for forcing everyone to go upstairs? And having said this, he showed Hyun many of his clone copies that appeared out of thin air. Hyunwoo was surprised to realize that the designer could use the cloning of the Monkey King. The demon had inflicted the karma of the others on himself as the tuner thought Hyunwoo. But that time only a part of the power was used. The designer was a head taller than the owners of karma themselves, and he noticed that the hermit still had not understood anything. He asked him if he thought that the tower had given him all this. For the sake of a couple of techniques, the designer asked contemptuously. He certainly wouldn't make so many enemies among supernatural creatures for such a trifle. Moreover, he would not have planned the tower, the demon said, and while his copies were charging rays of goodness, he again suggested that the simple-minded hermit should think and sent out beams of dark energy. There was an explosion that could have hit him because he was being held by the demon clones. But after this, Hyunwoo still had the strength to snap back and scold the designer. Hyunwoo was upset that he couldn't think normally because his opponent was talking from all sides at once. The hermit was saved only by the fact that he knew how to use Brahma's regeneration well. What was surprising, the demon noted, was that even the engineer couldn't master it properly. Hyunwoo replied that the demon simply didn't know how good he was and offered to show his true ray of kindness and love. The designer noted his rough handling of the great technology, but there was definitely something to it. He told Hyun that he preferred a purer taste, and a lotus opened in his hand. The rays of good and evil collided with equal power, and the space between them exploded. But in the end, Hyunwoo was blown away by the shockwave and had to retreat. But what the demon showed next went beyond all bounds. He possessed all the techniques of the heavenly god of thunder and his arc welding. The demon told the hermit that his end was near and grinned like a madman again. The designer waved his hand and left a wide and bright mark from the impact. Numerous lightning bolts struck the mad hermit. The stalker girl was indignant. Not much time had passed since she suggested Hyun to meet upstairs. How her protege was on his last legs, and since things were so bad, she decided to help him a little. The electrician looked at the defeated enemy. He himself should have already understood that their battle was over. Therefore, the thunder god hoped that the polite opponent would tell him where the exit was, but he replied that there was no need to hurry. After all, in any case, the door he needed was already open, said the dancer, and a huge gate appeared behind the electrician. The exit was hidden behind an illusion, but the dancer warned that it was still a trap. Behind the door are hungry illegals waiting for battle-worn loot. It would be hard to survive even with a team, dancer said. But electrician didn't even listen. He didn't care. It didn't matter how many enemies there were. His sword was able to pierce anything. The dancer smiled peacefully. It was a surprise for him to meet such a man in his last fight. But he told the truth to the electrician. When he approached the door, he felt that on the other side was hell. And this time he really would have to risk his life. He thought that if he had known about this earlier, he would have seen the fox again before the fight. But then the electrician threw these thoughts aside. Otherwise, his sword would have wavered during the fight and boldly stepped through the doors. But when he looked in there, he heard the nasty voice of a monkey, who teased him for fighting for so long. All three were already in the room and had dealt with all the enemies. Electric was still far from the yokai, the monkey said. But the demoness lady told him not to tease her, because another mortal, Hyunwoo, had already reached the level of a deity. The same thing went for electrician. One day he could become stronger, she said. The yokai told him that they had been here for a long time, but they still hadn't found Hyuna, even though it was the top floor. They didn't find anything even with their powers, the macaque said. But the demoness said that she no longer thought so. She wasn't sure, but she pointed her finger to the sky. There was something there. She didn't know what exactly, and where it was above because they were already on the top floor of the tower. It was like a fly flapping its wings. She discouraged the Monkey King with her description. They thought that if Hyunwoo was next to them, they would have easily found him. But an android appeared and said that the demoness was right. Hyunwoo was kneeling and resting. The evil forces were too evil and too strong. The demon walked confidently towards him, arrogantly asking if he was thinking of giving up. The hermit gritted his teeth. He urgently needed to recover. But then the demon used the gait of a demoness and ordered to stop fluttering. It looked pathetic. Hyunwoo was already injured and now he was being pinned down again. He didn't understand how the designer could have gotten all the karmas he knew. How was this connected to the tower? Hyunwoo shouted, and the demon told him that he was close to solving it. Only half of what Hyunwoo said was nonsense. The karmas that the designer had were in no way connected with those he knew. The demon put his finger to his chin and thought about how to describe his attitude towards the tower. He said they have a symbiotic relationship where they take things from each other. If you give the tower what it needs, it will make an equal exchange. And in return, he will provide something that only illegal conquerors can get. The demon asked if Hyunwoo understood what was being discussed, since the hermit could lose the thread of the conversation and become dull. Conquerors receive the energy that always appears when a strong person overcomes challenges and grows. That is why all successes and experience are tightly connected with this, and the essence of their soul, and this is called karma. But since the hermit is a cheater, he probably was not threatened by this. The demon said that all the beings in the tower were transcendents and spread his arms wide. Hyunwoo thought his mind had never been so filled with one word: defeat. That's what it all meant when the usual cheats don't work and you have to wait for the plot armor for the main character. The demon told him that there was no point in resisting, because death was already near, which meant it was time to become his food. He released black energy and enveloped Hyuna in it. He could no longer recover due to lack of mana, and he could no longer defeat him by force. But at that moment he moved into an imaginary space, and the stalker's voice told him to get up immediately. She told him that he wouldn't achieve anything if he just lay there, and Hyunwoo seemed to wake up when he heard that. The huge eye appeared before him again, as if he had encountered the sin of pride. The stalker's eye asked him if he was glad about their meeting, which was planned later but happened earlier. The stalker told him that he was beaten like a dog, and Hyunwoo cheekily reminded her that she promised to look after him. But then he shamefully slapped himself in the face. The designer was ridiculously strong, so even with cheats it was impossible to defeat him. Although he got it pretty bad, it was all a lie, said the stalker, which stunned the hermit. She asked him if he had noticed anything strange while he was fighting with the designer. For example, he was more worried than usual, the stalker told him, and the hermit thought about it. Even though he should have been nervous, even for such an important fight, thoughts of defeat were creeping into his head too often, Hyunwoo realized. On top of that, the designer was able to get into Hyun's head, and he didn't even understand it and took someone else's thoughts for his own. And from that moment onwards, the demon became stronger and stronger, the stalker said. This is the true nature of a demon's power. He takes possession of a dark power that increases as long as his opponent is afraid. The demon always used the fear that lurked in those close to enlightenment to plunge them into impenetrable darkness. He is a demon of the mind that absorbs countless souls and thus fills his belly. Hyunwoo thought about it. He realized that the demon is stronger the more he is feared. But he was surprised because he was not afraid of him at all. But the demon still exerted strong pressure. Nerves, worries, anxieties, doubts. Even if there were few of them, a second was enough for the demon to turn them into fear and panic. This was the very reason why he sat Hyuna down to talk first. He took the attack and showed his weakness to pull the fear out of his heart and turn it into his strength, and Hyunwoo fell for his trick. Although it was impossible to avoid this on the demon's territory, there was a way out, the stalker encouraged him. The ability to absorb fear sounds terrifying at first, but in fact it is worthless if he can overcome all his fears. The stalker showed him a terrible clot of all the karmas that had to go through terrible trials, and this was the accumulation of their fears. She specifically extracted the best for him, with care for his psyche, and Hyunwoo was surprised by the amount of karma. The hermit wanted to know who she was and how she did it, but the stalker replied that now was not the time to think about such things. After all, right now the demon is happily devouring his strength and life achievements, so he has about 10 minutes left until the end. The only way to overcome the demon of the mind is to introduce this ball of love and goodness into yourself. Afterwards, there will be two possible developments. He will step over himself and achieve harmony, after which the demon's powers will not work on him. Or else, fear will get the better of him, and he will gradually die, leaving behind fragments of reason. Such a reliable plan, like a Swiss watch. Stalker said that the decision was his, but Hyunwoo didn't even doubt it. He immediately said that they needed to press full speed ahead. He didn't want to think, because there was no other way anyway, and there was little time left. But it was still too early for him to die, because he hadn't even gone on a date with anyone, Hyunwoo said confidently. Because he believed that it was better to try his best to survive, his fighting spirit inspired him. The stalker warned him that while he was struggling with his phobias, not a second would pass in the real world. However, the perception of pain, the feeling of time in this clot, were unknown even to her, but the hermit said that this would be enough. He touched the red material with his hand and said, "Let's go," waving his hand. The android explained to the dream team that they would not be able to rise until the space-distorting magic wore off. But the Monkey King was still surprised that she was able to get in here because the portal was one time. But Av herself did not know how it happened. When all the team members gathered in this place, a crack in the security appeared and she was able to get inside. She told them that she thought she could get in here with admin rights. Until the Yukai came, she used an invisibility artifact and hid near the walls. After examining the area, the android girl found a magic circle, quite powerful, so she could not see what was inside. If there is something so complex there, it means the designer locked Hyuna there. And even the dragon realized that he couldn't break the barrier with brute force. Then the dragon asked her if there was a way to dispel the circle. The android replied that there was, but the distorted distance would be like between heaven and earth. The demoness lady suggested that they shorten the distance because while they were chatting here, Hyunwoo might have been absorbed. Without further explanation, the demoness began to use her space-compressing power. The android shielded herself from her incredible power, and the demoness ordered her to take care of the magic circle and dispel it. The demoness decided to shorten the distance between heaven and earth with her own essence, and to get rid of the fly that was getting on everyone's nerves, she said, thinking about the owner of the tower. The ogre, meanwhile, enjoyed Hyunwoo's power, something the tower had never given him. He liked the taste from the start, although it usually takes time. He couldn't restrain himself because he had originally planned to swallow everything separately to prolong the pleasure. But absorbing all the power completely seemed like a great idea to him. When suddenly he heard the voice of his victim coming from the web. Hyunwoo was so satisfied with his test that even the demon was happy to see him. The demon fell into a stupor and did not know what to say. He could not believe that the prey had managed to escape, although it was already on the brink of death. Besides, something changed. Hyunwoo, noticing the demon's confusion, began to mock him. He asked if the mind demon was scared, and then the owner of the tower shuddered. He did not expect that he could be exposed. One friend gave Hyun a hint. He revealed everything the first time because the mind demon was famous. The demon sighed indulgently, hiding his excitement, and wondered who might know his identity in the tower. It was worth checking. But then he asked Hyunwoo what difference did it make if he knew his identity. He told him that this information did not give him anything, and now he would show what real fear was. Black tentacles rushed towards the hermit. Now Hyunwoo understood everything. Until now, the demon had been hiding his abilities with the help of mana. If you think about it, everything was exactly as the stalker showed him. It's noisy and damp, just disgusting. The sound of foam on glass everywhere, a real hell. This place was the epitome of chaos. If you got stuck in it, you could disappear without a trace, along with your second sock. But when Hyunwoo encountered the demon, he saw the main difference between him and chaos. This was where that bastard was wrong. His maddening sounds no longer had any effect on Hyuna, and he was able to strike. All this time, the demon was having fun, created a tower, stole other people's achievements, enjoyed life, shouted Hyunwoo to him. But now it was time to pay the price for locking him in the tower for 12 years. Hyunwoo's fist slammed into the demon's jaw without any problem, and this time the real damage was done. The demon flew back and did not understand why he could not avoid the blow. Hyunwoo shook his hand. He planned to finish it all with one attack. But the demon turned out to be stronger than he thought, and immediately began to make sarcastic remarks that Hyunwoo was too self-confident and could only hit him once. The demon not only possessed mana, but could also apply karma, and reminded the hermit of this. Hyunwoo replied that he almost died from those tricks, so he hardly forgot about them. But the problem for the demon was that if he used karma in his current state, his body simply wouldn't be able to handle it. That's exactly what happened. The demon's hand burst like an overcooked sausage, and he himself fell to his knees. The demon gritted his teeth in pain and anger. He didn't believe that his body couldn't bear it. The demon's abilities should have grown as Hyunwoo became consumed by fear, but the demon's strength left him. Hyunwoo chuckled. The stalker's words about the longer he didn't give in to fear, the weaker the demon's powers turned out to be true. This meant that the demon really couldn't do anything. He looked weak and exhausted. Looking at his fainting state, it was clear what kind of demon he was. He had already begun to whine pitifully, because without his ability, he could do nothing. He thought that his power was capable of dealing with any chaos and could withstand even beings with divine powers. He stood before the saints who had attained enlightenment and had never been humiliated like this by a mere mortal. From the demon's expression, Hyunwoo realized that he had already realized the situation and decided not to waste time. The demon's end was near, he said, but suddenly he himself fell to his knees. And only now, when the adrenaline had worn off, the hermit felt all the injuries he had received. He was still recovering and breathing heavily, and the demon seized his chance. He wanted to kill Hyuna without thinking, but he realized that he didn't have the strength to do so right now. That's why he first decided to run away, and instantly moved behind the hermit. Hyunwoo cursed. He realized that if he let go of the slippery worm now, then who knows what it would lead to in the future. But his body did not obey at all, and the demon could leave, even if he lost everything he had received in the tower because of one person. The demon promised to definitely return and take revenge, but a fiery projectile was already flying at him from above. He instantly fell flat on the ground under the influence of an irresistible force. And then he recognized this ability. The demoness lady herself stepped on him. At first, she couldn't tell who was who, feeling similar energy, but when one of them started running away, she immediately realized that it was a demon. Hyunwoo would rather die than retreat, the demoness said. However, she herself lost a lot of strength when she tried to pass through the demon's magic circle. However, the demoness could still hold out, and that was enough for Hyun to deal with him. The demon became quite ill, was breathing heavily, and was trying to get up. He didn't understand how she was able to attack after breaking through his magic circle, but he wasn't going to give up. He couldn't leave things as they were. But then Hyunwoo patted him on the shoulder to cheer up the tired demon. He promised him that everything would soon end and he would feel better. And he prescribed an excellent sedative for the depressed patient, right in the jaw. For better effect, Hyunwoo repeated the prescription several times. And then he injected the laxative directly into my stomach, demonstrating all the benefits of alternative medicine. But the hermit himself was in such a state that he could barely move his arms. However, the sight of his beaten enemy gave him real pleasure. The demon pitifully admitted that this time the victory was his, but next time, he promised to get even, which made the hermit laugh to tears. The demon told him that fear would always exist because it was the basis of all living things, an endless swamp that will suck in anyone unless they are drunk, drugged, or in love. He screamed that he was the embodiment of fear, that it was impossible for such a pathetic mortal to get rid of him. Hyunwoo replied that there was some truth to this, but he was protected by the protagonist's cheats. He said that fear is like a swamp that sucks everyone in. Fears, doubts, worries, your turn to go to the board, the teacher calling your parents, he overcame them all. Obsessive thoughts and feelings overwhelm the owners and weigh down their souls, like that lonely ice cream in the refrigerator. But for Hyunwoo, this place was not a swamp. He knew that there was always a way out. Even if you were swallowed, there were two of them. As long as you walk the paths of doubt, you will always find light at the end of the tunnel. Only the strongest, or sociopaths, can reach this place. They feel no fear. Of course, none of them suffered like him, but Hyunwoo knew for sure that the place that seemed like a swamp was only an illusion. In fact, this is another step to climb higher, he thought, because he was always the main character. Hyunwoo started to stomp around and kick like crazy. He shouted that he would only be glad if the demon returned, then he would again trample him like a bug and assert himself. Then the demon felt tiny before his power and madness. Hyunwoo suggested that he run away like a coward and declared the tower his own by firing a powerful volley from his fist. Rays of goodness and love reached the demon, and for the first time he himself experienced the fear with which he tortured others. In the streams of light it was clear how pathetic and weak he was, and then he completely disappeared. In some building, Hermes reported to his superior that the problem had been solved. He wanted to talk about the upcoming meeting, but his boss stopped him. Then, blind Hermes asked the boss what surprised him so much. It turned out that the boss felt that the magical traces of the mind demon had evaporated, and he himself did too. Hermes suggested that there was a war between the towers, but the chief replied that this was not the case, which meant that everything needed to be checked. If the tower's owner had changed, they should notify him of the true state of affairs, he told Hermes, who was still sleeping. He nodded understandingly and said that he would handle everything personally due to the special importance of the matter. And he promised to immediately go to the 51st tower, which was under the control of the mind demon. Hyunwoo looked at his right good emitter and couldn't believe that he could win. He was surprised that after everything that had happened, he was still alive. When he received a bunch of system notifications that he had now become the tower master, he still couldn't believe what had happened, even after the notification when the Monkey King's staff fell from the sky. The Dream Team arrived in time to help him, but Hyunwoo had already taken care of everything. They all rode on the stick of the Monkey King, who held the android Av in his hand. He asked the girl why she was with them and how she ended up there, but she wearily replied that it was a long story. But she added weakly that she was glad he was okay, and Hyunwoo didn't understand why she looked like that. The demoness was the first to jump towards him and apologize for being late. She understood that Hyun must have had a hard time. She said she had to tinker with it before they got here. Hyunwoo saw blood on her lips and thought that someone had hurt her, but then realized that it was a side effect of using her powers. And that means that those who defeated the demon were she, the hermit realized. It turned out that they really did fight him, but since he dealt the final blow, all the loot and rewards went to him, Hyunwoo thought to himself. The demoness did not understand why he froze and reminded him that she had asked a question. Then the hermit replied that thanks to them, everything went well. He offered his team of gullible dummies to return home after a difficult raid, the results of which he appropriated. Hyunwoo left Noah and Av to clean up all the mess after the mind demon and the fight with him, since there was no more protection. He guessed perfectly because they knew the tower better than him, but he did not share his admin rights. Hyunwoo swore in his mind that this was in no way an exploitation of friendship, and then the whole team returned home using teleportation. Hyunwoo didn't understand where it came from, but his students somehow found out and were waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as they saw their master, they immediately pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Later, he realized that Av and Noah had shared information with them about what happened. Hyunwoo didn't usually get this kind of reaction, and now he was embarrassed. He asked them what they were doing, and the girls looked at him with red faces. They both started crying because he was in a dangerous place, he could die, and he didn't tell them anything. Hyunwoo froze in place. For a second he really thought that he was guilty of something. So he decided to show them his apologies, and stroking both of their faces he said that he was back. They should have stopped crying, because he is the main cheater of this story and will never really die. He dealt with the students easily, but the cutie So-yeon completely reprimanded him. A couple of days passed after his recovery, and they had a barbecue. The Yukai were especially insistent on holding the party, even though Hyunwoo was the only one who almost died during the mission. But to give the menagerie its due, they protected the land in his absence. Then a demoness came up to him and said that the Yukai just wanted to have fun, because this was their last night on Earth. The demoness appeared before him fully armed, and on her belt she held a pumpkin flask. Sitting down next to him, she explained that the yokai had returned their karma, and that the debt to him had also been paid, so they would go to their native lands. Then he asked her why she refused to come back. The Monkey King and the Dragon told her that they were staying to explore the tower, but it seemed more like they liked the modern world better. The electrician and the nine-tailed fox have firmly established themselves in this world, and they also have no reason to go home. Hyunwoo shared with her his concerns that he was unable to fulfill the promise he made to Electrician. He couldn't find the sword god's karma, even at the top of the tower. According to Noah, the sword god had never been in the tower. Then Electric said that he wanted to find the sword god because he was a legend, the one who could freely wield any weapon. The Electrician thought that if such a character existed, it would definitely be at the top of the tower. In any case, he just wanted to know the teaching method that had helped him achieve such heights. But it was pointless, since the master didn't exist at all. There was no point in focusing on it, said the Electrician. Hyunwoo looked at the sweet couple. His mentor actually looked calm and quite happy. In general, the hermit understood why others wanted to remain on Earth, but he did not know the demoness's motives. She admitted to him that she just wanted to try something, but that was all she could say. Hyunwoo asked what exactly, completely unaware of what she meant, and the demoness looked at him with a meaningful look. Meanwhile, Noah and the android Av discovered something amazing that even the tower's creator didn't know about. And the android asked him what that glowing door was in front of them. They stared at the passage that led to nowhere and assumed it was a trap created by a demon. But what's more important was the strange energy coming from the passage, not typical of this world, as if there was another world behind the door. And Noah replied that that's true, you never know which level of the matrix is the last. Perhaps it had something to do with being higher up the tower, Noah said, and Av's eyes widened in surprise. She suggested discussing this with the hermit, and Noah agreed, but for now it was necessary to observe the object. Noah told her that Hyunwoo was currently having a party and deserved to rest, so it would be better for them to finish cleaning the first floor for now. Hyunwoo asked the demoness what she wanted to try, thinking it was about food. But the horned one called him a fool, but perhaps he was only pretending. But the demoness only smiled indulgently and said not to worry. She decided to brighten up this day with good tea. The demoness explained that it was a rare and precious drink, the so-called heavenly cry, and there was almost none left in the world. Numerous gourmets who have tried this tea have said that no other tea can compare to this one, she explained, and she suggested that he try it. After he told her this, Hyunwoo himself was intrigued. The smell of the tea was indeed different, but he boldly emptied the glass under the sly gaze of the demoness. Hyunwoo was delighted with the taste of the tea, No bitterness, the aroma of fruits, and a unique aftertaste. It truly was the drink of the gods. He instantly became cheerful and felt the fiery water spreading throughout his body. But then he saw how the demoness began to triple before his eyes. Then the demoness chuckled again and said that no tea in the world was worth a sip of heavenly tea, and not just because of the taste. Hyunwoo lost his ability to judge clearly and suddenly felt like he could dance well and was a master of jokes. The demoness told him that she had taken such a step and shared the precious drink, but he had to figure out the rest himself. Hyunwoo managed to see his students, after which he fell asleep. The students were worried about him, but the demoness reassured him that he was just sleeping but would soon come to his senses. But until that moment, they can do whatever they want with it. Fulfill any secret and hidden thoughts. In any case, Hyunwoo will not remember anything in the morning, said the demoness, and said never to do that. She told them to take the teacher quickly and not to quarrel among themselves. The demoness sighed with relief. That was enough. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult, she said. She wished them an unforgettable night, and preferably without witnesses to their crime. Hyunwoo came to his senses in the bedroom and asked where he was. The students bent low over him, breathing heavily and blushing. After drinking strong tea, Hyunwoo completely lost control of himself. That is, he behaved like an animal. He started hugging them out of the blue, but the girls didn't resist. The students were surprised by his impulsiveness. They didn't know about this side of him. After drinking tea, they began to seem very beautiful to him. But perhaps a crocodile would have seemed the same to him? Miriam asked him if he would really take responsibility for everything, and Hyunwoo replied that, of course, since he is the main character of this story. Previously, he always avoided all expressions of emotion that they showed, the student noted, and she asked if he was really that embarrassed to have feelings for them. Hyunwoo agreed, but quickly explained that it wasn't their business. In his situation, there was no time for feelings and relationships. He thought about this while he was locked in the tower. He believed that it was worth getting out to solve the problems. But in the end, he had to solve the problems of the world that were created because of him, and survive many battles in which he won in one go. But then the stalker's eye appeared and told him that there was something more, and from now on, his whole life would be just like this. He just wasn't ready to involve them in such a dangerous and thorny path, so he thought. But now everything has changed, Hyunwoo shouted to them. If he dies, his body will simply rot in the ground, so why deprive yourself of such an opportunity? He gave out the base. He's been holding himself back for so long, so he'll have to pay for the lost time. Hyunwoo came to his senses not remembering anything, and with a severe headache, as if lead had been poured into his ears. The drink the demoness gave him was definitely good. He remembered that today he had an important meeting at the top of the tower, so no matter what he did yesterday, he needed to leave quickly. Hyunwoo waved goodbye to the half-asleep students and was gone. The army taught him how to get dressed in 40 seconds, so it came in handy. Hyunwoo instantly moved to the top floor and noticed that, unlike the darkness that the demon had brought, it had become more decent here. It looked even more luxurious than he could have imagined, but Av countered that it was all in keeping with its owner. Hyunwoo pretended to be choked by modesty, but in reality he was happy. He knew who wanted comfort even more than he did. He also saw such decoration in one game, as if someone had copied and pasted it, and at these words the android choked. He then asked them if they had figured out what he had asked them to do, and Noah replied that they had not yet. But he added that they had a more important problem than this. Hyunwoo was stunned when he found out that they didn't know whether the tower would collapse or not. Then the creator said that this was the worst possible scenario. It is not the entire tower that will collapse, but the system that supports it. He explained that each level of the tower has its own magic circle, which has its own special characteristics. These circles consume a lot of mana, so when they created the tower, they doubted, because they did not know where to get so much magical power. And then they turned to the demon. Because this is a great way out of any situation, always call the demon and everything will be fine. But the demon did not help them. What a surprise. And they were unable to find out more because those who created the tower with them betrayed them. They never found the source of the magic, so they could only assume that it was on the upper floors, Noah said. But no matter how much they searched around, they found nothing. It was clear that he was somewhere inside, but it was not possible to find the end. And all because Noah believed in a perpetual motion machine and did not know about the law of conservation of energy. This meant to them that the identity of the decision-maker was unknown. One day he could suddenly turn off the valve of magical power, and then they would watch as the tower collapsed. Hyunwoo realized that the problem was more serious than it seemed. They had to find the source urgently. But suddenly they heard a voice that told them that they shouldn't worry about this problem. The one who appeared before them declared that he had come all this long way to deal with this problem. Hyunwoo was surprised they didn't call a plumber, and he showed up so quickly that they didn't even feel him. Hermes bowed and apologized for being late. He immediately realized that Hyunwoo was the owner of the tower and came to him. The reason for his arrival was that he had to collect the debt of this tower for electricity. And this debt was not small, plus penalties accumulated, so the children need to pay the utilities on time. Hermes knew it was frustrating, and there was little time left, so he suggested that they resolve everything as quickly as possible. But Hyunwoo, who lived as a hermit far from civilization, forgot that nothing is free and became indignant. He immediately got into a fight, although he should have understood that the tower existed for some reason. Av screamed loudly as the mad hermit's blow caused the expensive plaster and molding to fall. She began to be indignant that he had broken the beautiful interior, but Hyunwoo replied that he was still virtual and would recover on his own. But it turned out that Hermes also had excellent skills and was not harmed by the blow. He said that all the tower owners were the same, no matter how much they changed. But what could you do? Only the most crazy ones got through the selection. Hermes sincerely did not understand what he had done to deserve this. But Hyunwoo replied that someone who came home without asking was called a robber. And since he came as a guest, he should have introduced himself first instead of talking about debts, Hyunwoo said, and grabbed the blade of the sword. Hermes was surprised by Hyunwoo's strength and understood how he was able to defeat the mind demon. But he withdrew his blade, saying that there was no point in swearing. After all, he came anyway to tell them the truth about this tower. For example, the question that worries them is where the magic comes from to support the tower, said Hermes, and shook himself. Hyunwoo asked the guest who he was, and he realized that the wild barbarian was finally ready for dialogue. The guest bowed again as he simply loved to do, and told them his name. He said that he came from an organization that had a contract with the tower to supply magic. Hyunwoo was surprised and thought that Hermes was somehow connected with the big-eyed stalker. But even if so, it was difficult to trust someone you had never heard of. But all that was left was to listen to him, Hyunwoo realized, and demanded that Hermes introduce himself properly. They sat down at the table as is customary among well-bred people, and Hermes told them not to worry so much. He showed them 2 fingers and said that they only needed to know 2 things. To operate the tower, a huge amount of magic is needed. To maintain the system, the previous owner signed a contract for the supply, and that was their organization, Hermes explained to them, without specifying whether there were others. He assumed that Hyunwoo should have already realized what situation he was in, but he had significantly overestimated the hermit. If magic was a commodity, then Hyunwoo realized that Hermes had come here for a debt he wanted to shake out of him. Hermes did not immediately understand what the hermit meant when he translated everything into street terms. Hyunwoo was angry at the demon. He bragged so much, but he himself turned out to be a malicious non-payer for electricity. The hermit asked what would happen if he did not pay, and Hermes warned that then they should be prepared for the power to be turned off and the tower to be destroyed. The risk was high, Hyunwoo thought. Perhaps he should have just grabbed the guest by the scruff of the neck. But Hermes shrewdly stated that holding him by force would not give them anything, because he was an ordinary employee of the organization. Everything else was their doing. Av asked him how to pay off this debt, and Hermes said that everything is very simple. Every healthy person has 2 kidneys. Karma had to be provided because the tower is a huge karma generator, so it was logical, Hermes told them. The previous owner had not paid off the debt, and Hermes hoped that the new owner would fix this. He was heavily in debt, the galactic utility worker said, and Hyunwoo said he was good at pretending to be polite. Hermes provided them with the payment details and a printout of the debt, and expressed hope for the right decision. Otherwise, they will regret it greatly, he warned, and was gone. Noah also did not understand what kind of supreme public services were being discussed. But this was probably what they were looking for, he said, and the hermit scratched his head, not understanding what was happening. But then Av jumped up from her seat and said that this was not the main problem now, Hyunwoo asked to spare his nerves. But she showed the document and said that there was simply a hellish amount of money involved. This was clearly something they couldn't afford. She threw the sheets at him. The android said that all that awaited them from now on was bankruptcy, and Hyunwoo instantly lost his temper and slammed the table. He was nervous because he had worked so hard and had been through so much, and now they had hung the debt of the previous tenant on him. Hyunwoo wasn't going to let that happen. For the first time, he realized that being an adult wasn't about sleeping until noon and eating sweets, but paying bills. He quickly came to his senses and told them to return to their conversation. They had told him that they had found some information about something supreme, he reminded them. Noah grimaced. He wanted to say this as delicately as possible, but now he had no choice. He gestured with his hand to show Hyun a secret gate in their tower. Even as the creators of the tower, they were not sure whether it was a passage or not. From the energy coming from the gate, it was clearly leading to another place. Perhaps this is what is above, Noah said, and Hyunwoo chuckled. It was a treat to his ears, and without thinking twice, he headed straight for the passage. Noah tried to warn the hermit because they did not know where the passage led and what would happen when the tone appeared there. But Hyunwoo did not listen. They needed to get their debt out of the way, or at least by themselves sometime, and none of them had a better idea. The hermit hoped that he would be helped again. As last time, he could not contact the stalker, but he could not sit still either. He told them not to worry, because whatever danger awaited him, he was the danger. Behind the gates, some warriors were bowing their heads and asking for mercy. The owner of the 50th tower stood before his throne with a huge inferiority complex. He mocked the rebels who dared to rise up against him and did not want to dirty his hands with them. He didn't even think of forgiving them, simply because they themselves had confessed. One of the knights could not stand it and shouted that the lower floors of the tower were a real hell, and that was the only reason they rebelled. Zig raised his club with one hand and told them not to even dream of mercy. Villain Clichés, Volume 3, page 12. They would have all died. But Hyunwoo appeared and grabbed the tower owner's rail. The hermit quickly realized from what he heard that in front of them was the most important person in this building. Siegfried was dismayed that his magnificent sword was stopped by a bare hand and asked him who she was. And Hyunwoo politely explained to him that he was not the person who came to answer questions. He came to ask them. It just happened that way. When Zig didn't understand what this meant, the hermit decided to show visually what happens if you slow down. A deuce in the liver, no one lives forever, the hermit told him for the acquaintance. And before Zig could say anything, Hyunwoo grabbed his face. And pressing him firmly, he asked in a terrible voice if he knew anything about the management of public utilities. Instead of a quick answer, Zig began to find out who the invader was. Although the main thing was that he was stronger, and not that he was from the middle class. Then the hermit left him a reminder about who was asking the questions. He realized that Zig did know something, which meant he had found the right person. And again, he reminded that it was worth answering immediately and not asking counter-questions. But Zig didn't learn any lesson from what happened and decided that he would now defeat Hyuna, so he swung the crowbar. He shouted something about execution without trial or investigation. 4 of the standard phrases of villains. But Hyunwoo just grinned. He was already behind the blockhead with a crowbar in his hands. Nothing perks you up in the morning like a cup of coffee. And when I grabbed the wrong wire, the room started sparking. The hermit was surprised that after his blow Zig was conscious. It was for the best, because he had so much stress accumulated, and here was an excellent punching bag at hand. He also asked to be warned that if his punches became weaker, then he would do 10 more repetitions in the same spot. And when Zig didn't answer, he swung again, and he screamed as if he saw a terrible one with a scythe. The head of the energy company was surprised that the 51st had a new owner, and the mind demon was destroyed. It was quite unusual how the mind demon got into the tower. He surprised his boss when he first contacted him. He was the one who wanted to build his own tower, rather than buy one of the existing ones, which was the first time this had happened. He was not a simple creature, and the chief could not have imagined that everything would end this way. The boss noticed Hermes' narrowed expression and asked what was the matter. He replied that Hyunwoo was indignant about the debts. Even though Hermes had explained everything to him, Hyunwoo seemed as unpredictable as a demon, and there might be problems with payment. The boss suggested that they just watch. If Hyunwoo didn't follow the agreement, this was their chance to break it, and make one of their people the owner of this tower, because that is exactly why they created that passage. So Hyunwoo realized that the passage in the tower led to the neighbor from the 50th tower, and Siegfried, its owner, was now sitting on his knees and apologizing. Hyunwoo asked why only their towers were connected by a secret passage, and Sieg told him that passages were complicated. He explained that there are no alliances, and there is an unspoken rule not to enter other towers. However, he himself did not know that there was a passage, the decision on which was made by the managers, and he did not use it. Zig didn't think that someone would just show up and allow themselves to be so rude, and the hermit immediately put him in his place. Hyunwoo offered to apologize again for the intrusion and waved his hand, but Zig quickly backed down. He couldn't believe that the mind demon was destroyed, and Hyunwoo asked why. The mind demon was great and terrible. Its abilities were superb, Sieg explained. Not many tower owners could handle him, and Hyunwoo sighed in understanding. The demon's abilities were worth recognizing. And then it dawned on him that Zig knew about the demon from somewhere. Although the towers were not to be visited, he told him about the meeting of the tower owners. The neighbor was surprised that Hermes didn't tell Hyun about this place. Once a year, the tower's management agency holds a meeting of tower owners, although it is more of a get-together. But there was useful information to be gained there. Hyunwoo was surprised that he was only being told about it now. He asked how to get to this gathering, and Zig replied that there was nothing complicated. They would come for him at the appointed time. The most important thing was to maintain good relations with the managers and stick to the contract, he added, and Hyunwoo became nervous. He became gloomy, as he had already managed to have a nice man-to-man talk with Hermes. Hyunwoo realized that they most likely didn't tell him anything because he was on the verge of ruin, and so there was no way he could go to the meeting. Hyunwoo started shaking Zig out of anger and asking if he had karma, and if I found it, lend it until Friday. Zig started babbling that he couldn't just give it away, but Hyunwoo promised to return it with interest. He almost strangled his neighbor, demanding that he give him some karma. When the stalker who always contacted him when Hyunwoo was angry spoke to him, the stalker noticed his happy face and was surprised that he so strongly desired their meeting. So Yeon read an advertisement that offered her a trip. Nine-tailed Fox waved all her tails with joy. She said that all of them freeloaders had to do more than just protect the ninth floor, so they deserved a reward. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and take a break for once, and So Yeon couldn't object. Of course, Electrician didn't care. Fame passed him by, but the rest of the protocol mugs managed to do some damage. And they look too noticeable, cutie, So Yeon reminded. Nine-tailed Fox said that she knew a way for the others. She herself knew how to disguise herself, but the demoness refused to go. Cutie. So Yeon almost dropped her jaw when she saw who came in. Before her stood the Monkey King and the dragon in a new guise. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the false appearance of the yokai. The fox explained that she taught the animals her art of camouflage. She wanted to ask if it was enough, but cutie So Yeon completely forgot herself, looking at the handsome men. In her mind, yokai looked cool, like pop idols. The fox awkwardly scratched her empty head and began talking about where she should have started, that they had no money. But luckily, the completely charmed cutie. So Yeon agreed to give a few slackers a ride. But in return, she wanted to go with them, and she stunned the fox a little with her reaction. That was good, the fox answered, but asked why such zeal. Hyunwoo, meanwhile, told the stalker that he would have gone crazy if he hadn't gone a little longer. He was indignant that she had only just shown up, and the girl replied that she had been spying on more than just him all day. It was nice for her to show up again when he needed her the most, and Hyun could only marvel at her self-love. He asked her how she would help him this time, which was also the height of impudence, but fortunately the stalker did not notice it, and said that he would figure it out. She told him not to waste each other's time and told him to go to the tower owner's meeting. Hyunwoo was very surprised. He didn't even know how to get there. And besides, he needed something like a certificate of the tower's owner. He was worried that he was about to go bankrupt and owed a mountain of karma, and if he didn't pay it back, he would lose everything. But she again told him not to worry. The stalker gave him a red ball and said that having come all this way, she couldn't help but take care of such little things. Hyunwoo immediately felt karma in the ball, which was in abundance there. The stalker said that this was his payment for good work. She said that she had taken care of him like he was her own child and could not leave him in trouble, and reassured him that even the tower managers would not touch this thing. This karma is filled with fears of mythical creatures, a sense of injustice, and a combination of fears. Hyunwoo didn't believe that he could just take such a treasure. There were so many things mixed up in it. He asked her what the plan was, and the stalker replied that she was tired of covering his fifth meridian. But she couldn't leave him either. The time had not yet come. The hermit asked when it would come, and she replied that she first needed to attend the meeting and find double. Who would tell him what to do next? Sounded very strange, but there was nothing left to do but agree. Afterwards, they stopped their private conversation, and Hyunwoo left the imaginary space, the karma ball sparkling in his hands. He completely forgot that all this time he had been holding Siegfried by the throat, and he almost choked. Hyunwoo apologized and let in the unfortunate neighbor who almost lost his life. He began to loudly complain, indignant that he could forget about him at such a moment. Hyunwoo said that he would just leave as an apology, and Siegfried was surprised that his neighbor would leave so easily. He couldn't believe his eyes, but the hermit shouted after him that he had already received everything he wanted. Wishing him a happy stay, he disappeared into a secret passage between their towers. The team of tower creators widened their eyes and stared at the karma ball, which emanated incredibly strong energy. They asked where karma came from, and Hyunwoo promised to tell them about it another time. Android Av confirmed his hopes. This karma would be enough to pay off the mind demon's debt. Finally, the hermit could lean back and breathe out as if a weight had fallen from his shoulders. He had only just become the tower manager, and already a colossal responsibility had fallen upon him. Hyunwoo wondered if others knew how hard he had to work for the good of his homeland. Meanwhile, a group of disguised idlers reached the famous resort. Lisa was surprised that they arrived so quickly, but the thing was that cutie. So-yeon had arranged a private flight for them so that they wouldn't have to run into anyone. At the airport, they were met by Shurken, the slave Anna, and a third friend, who has not yet been revealed, and he simply exists. Shiken said that they were also on vacation and suggested that they spend it together. The fox clapped her hands and said that the more people, the merrier. But So-yeon didn't like the idea. She really wanted to capture the comfortable romantic atmosphere of a vacation. And now this journey was doomed, she thought, assessing their wild company. However, there was nothing to do in Cutie, so Yeon suggested going to the hotel. There they immediately threw a pool party, the girls started splashing in the water, the guys watched. Shiken, like electric, looked with pleasure at the girls' swimsuits. So Yeon didn't plan anything like this at first, but she ended up being happy with how it turned out. When the bald monkey king came up to her and asked why she didn't play with everyone else, Cutie. So Yeon explained with embarrassment that she has been afraid of water since childhood. The monkey king was heading to look around the hotel. He didn't like getting his paws wet either, and he offered Cutie So Yeon to keep her company if she wanted. So Yeon agreed, but when she stood up to go with him, she tripped and began to fall into the pool. Then the monkey instantly did a classic rom-com scene with a fall and support, and the beauty's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but feel emotional at how beautiful the macaque's camouflage was and pressed her hands to her face. The monkey did not understand what kind of beauty was being discussed, and the girl immediately tried to change the subject. She pointed to a huge statue of a mad hermit and said the view was just great. It was strange, but the monkey tactfully supported So-yeon. Everything around was filled with Hyunwoo statues. There was no amusement park or bamboo grove. Of course, the monkey expected something like this, because the city was being rebuilt by Hyunwoo students. But their obsession was shocking. The monkey suggested that the hermit must be tired of this madness. But So-yeon replied that he did not know about this place. Suddenly, the monkey decided to inquire about her estate and moved closer. He reminded her that such scenes only look natural in movies, but in reality, he was already tired of holding her. A couple of days later, the tower managers gathered again to discuss pressing matters. Everyone was stunned by the intelligence that Hyunwoo had obtained, that their matrix level was not the last one, and that he had his own administration. Hyunwoo hid his identity as best he could, and Siegfried from the 50th tower did not know who he was. Noah said that even with coordinates, it is impossible to be aware of all movements. Hyunwoo asked if there was any way they could track him down, but Noah explained that he had already tried everything and it was no use. Apparently, Hermes, who came to visit, had special powers. This meant that there was no point in placing great hopes on his trail. As the stalker had told him, the only thing Hyun could do was follow her advice and show up at the owner's meeting. Then, when he finds the person she was talking about, he will be able to find out more information. So Hyunwoo was counting on finding a way to protect the tower. His worries never stopped for a minute. Noah consoled them with the phrase that everything that happens happens for the best. But this only worked for the main characters. The hermit stood up from his place. He had already dealt with the main question. Now he wanted to rest. When he heard voices behind him that were glad to find him there, he saw his dear students who told him that despite being busy, he should eat well. And so they came to feed him, the girl answered in chorus. For once they had established mutual understanding. But this did not concern Hyunwoo, who hoped to at least live peacefully in his new office. Noah reported that after reorganizing the tower system, he gave access to his students as well. Hyunwoo was furious that now he couldn't hide anywhere from the girls' importunity. The hermit felt betrayed, but it was too late. The girls had already grabbed him firmly. It was only now, after Hyunwoo was dragged away, that Noah realized what a mistake he had made. They took him to a restaurant where they laid out a rich table, but Hyunwoo still felt out of place. He asked them why such a sumptuous feast was needed for a simple dinner. Then Miriam asked him if he wasn't tired after all his fighting. It was the least they could do for him. Hyunwoo thanked them, but still looked at the table skeptically. Everything was great, but the composition of the dishes corresponded to all the myths about how to attract the attention of a partner, which clearly did not pass censorship. So he had to immediately avoid this situation. He told them that he was not hungry now and would eat later. But then Rose intervened and told him that since he worked so hard he shouldn't skip meals and poured him some tea. But if he was not hungry, they could clear the table and continue the postponed conversation. They were curious how exactly Hyunwoo would take responsibility for their feelings, she said, and the hermit became nervous. He honestly admitted that he was simply not ready for such a question, and the girls promised not to press him and to wait for him as long as necessary. But while they were pressing, they might accumulate a lot of feelings, so he had to help release them, they said, and began to feed him. Hyunwoo recalled how it all ended after the strong tea that the demoness gave him. The situation repeated itself. They did not lag behind and continued to ask him if he would help them. And Hyunwoo suddenly felt like a little child with many nannies. Now he felt that he would be even more exhausted. He had had a hard time that day. A few days later, Hermes appeared. And from his appearance, Hyunwoo thought that he was diligently obtaining karma for him. But Hyunwoo angrily replied that he didn't seem like the type of person who would work and called Hermes a fool. He was a little upset by such rudeness, but Hyunwoo threw him a karma ball so as not to waste time and told him to get out as quickly as possible. Hermes appreciated the ball. A huge amount of karma had been collected there. He froze in place, not understanding where he got so much karma from, but Hyunwoo told him to move. He also asked if everything was okay, and Hermes replied that it was more than enough to pay off their debt. He thanked them for their cooperation and hid the ball in his inside pocket. He had questions, of course, but now he had to leave them behind. The agency's policy was simple, no matter who gets the karma or where, so he confirmed the extension of their contract and the rights to use it. Hyunwoo responded so indifferently that Hermes grimaced. He informed Hyun that he now had advantages as the owner of the tower and opened a new portal. A yellow hole appeared right in the middle of the wall. It looked like the tower had no protection against hacking. Hermes solemnly informed him that, as the owner of the tower, he was invited to the ball. He wanted to explain the essence of the event to the hermit, but Hyunwoo again showed his open disdain and said that he knew everything. Hyunwoo explained that he knew about this because he came across the passage they made in his tower, and he kindly asked the owner of the 50th tower about everything, and he answered with pleasure. Hyunwoo reproached Hermes for not only treating him like a debtor, but also discriminating against him. Hermes immediately pretended to be blind and hid his eyes. He was surprised and silent. He quickly realized that there must have been a fuss about this by now, and he immediately apologized. The envoy admitted that he should have announced the meeting immediately, but he had underestimated Hyuna. His apology sounded sincere, but it only upset Hyunwoo, who wanted to resolve everything quickly. Hermes told them that the connection to the main matrix was direct, and to return they had to use the front door. Moving between towers was not an easy task, and Hermes could do more complicated things, Hyunwoo thought. This means that most likely the passage to the 50th tower is his doing. At this point, Hermes got ready to go home, saying that he needed to report to his superiors. Without waiting for Hyun's answer, Hermes disappeared. He didn't even need the passages. But now the hermit could forget about him, because there were more important things to do. Then he resolutely headed straight for the passage that the messenger had left for him. Finding himself on the other side, he was surprised by what he saw. It looked like a social reception for some aristocrats. The tower owners tried in every way to emphasize their status. There were quite a lot of participants, Hyunwoo noted, and all of them were no weaker than the mind demon. But now he caught a lot of glances at himself, and he felt out of place. As if he were a clown in a circus arena, Hyunwoo thought of himself when he was addressed. A girl from the service staff recognized him as the owner of the 51st tower. But when asked how she knows, she replied that she is responsible for holding this event. Hermes had just contacted her and asked for special attention since this was his first meeting. This was a stroke of luck for the hermit, and he immediately asked her directly if she knew a certain double. The head of the power company was impressed that the dumb kid was able to collect so much energy in such a short time. Hermes asked if it was worthwhile in that case to find out about Hyunwoo's sources. But the boss answered negatively. It was not worth wasting energy on this, even if some problems arose. Hermes reported to him that Hyunwoo had just arrived for his first meeting of the owners. 3 factions were planning to get to the newcomer. He became a problem for them in many ways. The spiritual, angelic, and demonic factions all had their eyes on him in one way or another, and they had been in balance until now. Now there is a dark horse who has defeated the mind demon, but does not join any of the factions. Hermes noted that things were definitely not going so smoothly with the spiritual faction. It turned out that Hyunwoo had already encountered the owner of the 50th tower, who belonged to the spiritual faction, Hermes reported. Of course, Siegfried himself was a small fry, but the faction itself suffered reputational losses. Even though it was rude to others, Hermes already guessed where Hyunwoo would step in. and the boss chuckled. Even if Hyunwoo joined another faction, there was no certainty that they could handle him, the chief said. When the manager thought about it, Hyunwoo asked if she didn't know Double, and she replied that she knew all the owners of the tower. However, this is the first time she has heard this name. Hyunwoo guessed that this person might not be the owner of the tower. Since she didn't know this, there was no point in talking to her, and Hyunwoo said that he would find the person himself. Then the hermit came out to the center of the hall and decided to put on a show for them, since all eyes were already focused on him. Hyunwoo reminded them that for them, people were like animals in a zoo. The tower owners were not averse to looking at them whenever they wanted, and he asked if there was Double among them or someone who knew him. The hostess was speechless from such expression. Hyunwoo told them not to drag it out, but no one answered him, and a gloomy silence reigned in the hall. A Balrog on the minimum came up to him and said that he was a suspicious guy. Hyunwoo asked the red-skinned bastard who she was and noticed Siegfried behind his back, with whom he had a conversation not long ago. Then the hermit asked him if he was Double, and the red-faced one objected that the little man was taking too much liberty. The demon from the spiritual faction recognized Hyunwoo as the new owner of the 51st Tower, and the demon pointed to the beaten Zig and said that this weakling was from their gang and someone had to answer. Hyunwoo immediately pretended to be friendly and waved his hand kindly to his neighbor. Then the hermit suggested closing the topic, since the red-faced one doesn't know who Double is. But Ifrit was furious and asked Hyunwoo what all the fuss he was making was about. He called him a cocky peacock who fluffed up his tail just because he had defeated one of their gang. And he declared menacingly that if he only wanted to, his existence would end. If Hyunwoo didn't want to fly out, he should shut up. The hermit boldly replied that he didn't care who was in front of him and from what faction if the conversation didn't yield anything. When Ifrit flared up menacingly, the steward tried to get between them and calm him down. She reminded him that fighting was prohibited in the conference room, and Ifrit grumbled in displeasure. He decided to take out all his anger on the girl and started to get bully at her. And then he kneed me in the stomach, as confident people always do. He told her that she shouldn't mind her own business, just like the guy next to her, and the girl winced in pain. How to recognize a weakling? Hyunwoo remembered the ancient rule of the tower as he watched this scene. They always assert themselves at the expense of others. Ifrit mocked the unfortunate girl, telling her to remember this lesson. Then he turned to Hyun to say the same thing, but noticed that the other person had disappeared, and he appeared right behind him and grabbed him by the head. Hyunwoo didn't hit him, he just threw the red-faced idiot in the other direction. He hit the wall hard, and Hyun couldn't believe that all the tower owners were moral monsters, but apparently the selection system helped them. And he asked the red man why they all considered themselves invincible. The Fire Spirit King, Jade, who was fluent in fire, was considered high-ranking compared to other owners. The strongest among the strongest, so in this situation the other owners panicked. After all, it was Ifrit who was suppressed with a couple of moves, which no one could have predicted. And this was done by an unknown player who just appeared and became the owner of the tower, being a mere mortal. Hyunwoo turned to the stunned girl and asked her for forgiveness. She didn't understand why exactly, but Hyunwoo had already taken out his cloud and sat her on top to take her away from the battlefield. He waved his hand and the cloud flew away, and the party promised to be noisy. The hermit felt that the bull was about to explode from anger and shame. A pillar of flame burst out from his fifth meridian, and he became like a fire. Stalker showed Double what Hyunwoo had arranged as soon as he arrived at the owner's banquet. It all happened less than 10 minutes after his arrival. He was deeply impressed by the explosive temperament of the one the stalker was watching. Double called her out right during the event and apologized for the extreme measures. Because in that situation there was no way to meet secretly, Hyunwoo is an excellent warrior but a lousy scout. There was nothing that could be fixed, and the stalker decided not to interfere, which meant that Double would have to take on additional work. Although Double himself was worried that Hyun wouldn't be able to handle the situation, the stalker reassured him, suggesting that he return and watch. Because the scoundrel she chose as her hunting dog is incredibly ferocious. Hyunwoo quickly stretched his shoulders in order to have a proper conversation. Ifrit flew towards the hermit like a rocket, ordering everyone to immediately get out of his way. He wanted to turn this hall into Hyunwoo's personal hell, and was already shouting out the long name for the normal punches. But the hermit did not allow himself to be beaten. He immediately approached him and began to mock him. Ifrit froze in place in surprise, and Hyunwoo asked him how he dared to attack a common man. Insecure jocks who assert themselves at the expense of the weak must die, Hyunwoo said, and punched him in the solar plexus. And then Ifrit realized how badly he had miscalculated. He didn't even have time to react to the blow. Hyunwoo didn't wait for the heavy landing and jumped after him, landing on top and showing off his excellent flexibility. With a powerful kick, he sent the arrogant boor straight to the ground. Zig couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even though he got beat up last time, he didn't think his neighbor was that strong, and he wondered if Hyunwoo hadn't shown him his true strength that time. The hermit looked at the confused demon and asked him if he was really giving up after all the pompous phrases. Ifrit possessed a powerful fire element, and like all fools, he believed that he did not need to work on himself anymore. Right before everyone's eyes, he was humiliated by overwhelming force, because there is always a bigger fish, the ancient maxim went. But at this point, the demon decided to burn to the ground with shame and used his ultimate ability. A flash of fire passed the hermit, who seemed to have stepped into a furnace. Ifrit summoned hellfire and turned his burner to maximum. He bragged that no matter how strong Hyunwoo was, he wouldn't be able to withstand his flames for long. The hermit swung his weapon and loaded his main caliber, after which he made a breakthrough so that the expensive floor under his feet cracked. He kicked him until Ifrit covered his burner. Hyunwoo wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all, Ifrit had managed to heat up the situation. The patient himself lay down to rest and showed no signs of life. Hyunwoo then stepped forward and put on a friendly face again to repeat his question about Double. Double, who was hiding behind the others, realized that Hyunwoo was simply a monster. Hermes showed the footage of the fight to his superior, and he was impressed. He said that when he arrived at the scene, chaos was already taking place. The tower's new owner created chaos and disrupted the entire meeting, the envoy said. The protests from the spirit faction were understandable. Someone had to take responsibility and admit guilt, the chief said. It was a matter of honor for everyone. But a public apology was needed to resolve the conflict, he said. But on the other hand, the fight was mutual, so it would be stupid to blame one person. Besides, the one who provoked the conflict was Ifrit. Then the boss decided that it was necessary to hold a meeting of the owners again, and that it was indeed possible to gather for a banquet more often than once a year. He decided to fix the ruined event, but this time the conditions for the conversation would be suitable. Of course Hyunwoo wouldn't apologize, he understood. Of course, if Hyunwoo doesn't pay the karma he's due, or the spirit faction finds out about it, he said, they will have to turn to one of the tower owners, the sun god. Hermes tensely clenched the armored slits on his face, instead of eyes upon hearing this name. He thought that the boss wanted to eliminate the problematic client, but he denied everything, saying that Hyunwoo was very important to them. But now there was a good reason for intervention, and it would be convenient to put him in his place, he said. And then it will be, as it happens, you just trip and hit your stomach on a boot, it happens to everyone. That evening, the android Av scolded Hyuna. Not only did he not find Double, but he also returned having made enemies for himself. But the hermit waved it off indifferently. Overall, she drew the right conclusions from his story. After the fight, he kindly asked everyone questions, but it was useless. Hyunwoo was indignant, thinking that the stalker had set him up, but Ah said that couldn't be true. Noah agreed. Double was connected to the managers, and he probably hid his identity because Hyunwoo was making a lot of noise. After the hermit raised his voice, he could no longer appear according to the rules of conspiracy, Noah scolded him. The mad hermit scratched the back of his head. He didn't really want to get into a fight, but what happened? Happened. He waved it off. In the end, Double himself could have contacted him if it was so important and it was no longer his responsibility. But at that moment, Noah flinched and said that someone had just gained access to the tower's security system. Hyunwoo asked if it was Hermes from the administration, but a confused Noah said that it was someone stronger. The hooded man who appeared admired their security system, even knowing the coordinates he could not get here normally. Hyunwoo slammed his fist on the table in anger, outraged that his tower was a walkthrough for all sorts of people. They walk in, and then their swimming trunks disappear. The stranger took off his hood and said that there was no need to worry because he was the one Hyunwoo and Double were looking for, and he came to tell them who the managers were. And the blonde with long hair said to convey an interesting proposal. That evening, a group of slackers visited the local casino, and the dragon was not impressed. He thought it was a local landmark, but it was quite noisy. Cutie. So Yeon explained to him that they were gambling here. She explained to him that if you play for small amounts, it is a good way to lose money. But the dragon refused. He grew up in a village in the mountains, and I couldn't get used to human games. You can take a dragon out of a village, but you can't take a village out of a dragon. Although, according to his observations, being in human form suited the Monkey King. He played for high stakes and amassed a considerable capital. That's what a cunning monkey is for. After going all in, he urged his opponents to play, but they became despondent. He started shouting loudly for them to get lost if they couldn't play, and the dragon noticed that he was overdoing it. Cutie. So Yan taught him the basic rules, but she didn't think the monkey would learn everything so quickly. At this rate, the macaque could grab all the casino's money, and so Yan began to worry. As expected, men in black appeared and advised the problematic guest to go with them, to which the macaque rudely waved him off. He didn't know who they were and wanted to continue playing. But they suspected him of being dishonest and demanded that he go with them. The macaque claimed that it was all down to his skill and luck, but the bald guard gave the signal to take him away. But here they made a mistake. In a world where there are supernatural beings, one should be more careful. The Monkey King got angry. While his friend was dealing with the guards, the dragon looked at everything serenely. He already knew what would happen next, because the monkey's honor was offended. He couldn't stand this and began to throw away the guards who had grabbed him. Here the guards realized their mistake and were very surprised that the simple-looking guy was very clever. The angry Monkey King immediately started a riot and scattered everyone. As expected, said the dragon, while Cutie So-yeon simply fell into a stupor. She shouted at the dragon to immediately calm his comrade down and not act smart here, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Double told everyone the story of how the virtual reality towers were born. Magic was a common occurrence back then. Its flows were evenly distributed and flowed through all dimensions without any problems. It was a natural flow, when one day some creatures, not changing the course of events, they lowered the mana of the towers and took power into their hands. They became monopolists in the sales of one resource and imposed their conditions on everyone. Double was crucifying himself, but Hyunwoo snorted from boredom. He didn't care about the lore. Then, the stalker's messenger became indignant that Hyunwoo was too carefree. Hyunwoo stretched. The manager is the main villain. All the stories don't need long introductions, he said. He advised Double to stop beating around the bush and get to his proposal. Then he decided to go straight and suggested that Hyun lead the overthrow of the tyrant, apparently counting on the fact that he was an idiot. It was obvious that Double was very keen to deal with the manager. It was not an easy decision, but it was all for the future, he said, the usual nonsense. Hyunwoo cleared his ears again. All these calls for noble rebellion did not bother him much. The story was as old as the world. But he suggested doing this so abruptly that even Double was taken aback, not understanding whether this was stupidity or courage. But the hermit declared that he was just about to do the same thing. By his nature, he could not stand any social institutions above him. This way, he could get rid of the annoying tax payments of karma. Having quickly decided everything, he asked Double if there was anything else he wanted to talk about and if they had a plan. And they plunged into long, drawn-out debates on how to overthrow the damned tyranny and return the world to a non-democratic path of development. The fox was having fun with the electrician, they were returning, and she was happy with the trip. But Cutie. So-yeon was angry, her first vacation in many years, from which she brought back bills instead of souvenirs. The security guard's medical expenses, damage to the building, and lost casino profits had to be paid for. She loudly scolded the Monkey King, indignant that she should be the one to deal with everything. He looked down guiltily. He didn't have that kind of money, not even close, to which So-yeon began to scream even louder. If he was so poor, there was no point in doing this at all, she said, and slammed her palm on the table. Scratching her head, she said that money was not such a big problem for her. She was much more concerned about the news that spread instantly that someone had caused a disturbance in the casino. But her reputation suffered from this scandal, because her name was much more famous. According to surveillance cameras, she arrived together with the troublemaker. She taught him how to play, and journalists inflated this into suspicions of a love affair. The man himself, according to journalists, deserved the title of sweet boy and had a handsome appearance. So they suspected her of using the services of an agency and being on a secret date, and her friends laughed at this news. But at that very moment, an unidentified object flew past them at great speed. He destroyed the onboard television that was spreading slander and lies. Cutie. So Yeon was burning with anger, and everything became scary because if a small accident happened, only a dragon could fly. But then the anger turned to frustration, and she simply burst into loud tears. The story was full of absurdity and lies, claiming that she had caused a stir in a casino during a date. But now it's unlikely that anyone would want to start a relationship with a girl who has such a reputation. She cried because she would die alone, and the Monkey King began to console her. He told her not to say such meaningless things and promised to fix everything by saying that he would date her himself. Cutie. So Yeon was amazed at this turn of events, and the macaque assured her that he would take responsibility as her debtor. So she must stop crying, he said, and wiped away her tears. The girl stopped crying and became completely numb, not understanding what she was thinking and feeling now. Double told them that first they needed to find the one who had lost her eye while chasing spatial karma. And Hyunwoo asked in confusion how it was possible to lose something important, to which Double shyly shouted that it happens. Double heard that her unit was retreating and she suffered a fatal injury that did not kill her. Immediately after this, her body appeared somewhere in the vastness of another dimension, and it is difficult to calculate her coordinates. Doubly wanted to dive into flashbacks of past wars again, but Hyunwoo refused such details and asked where to look for the stalker. Double said that when studying other dimensions, one must avoid the attention of the leaders and also accuracy and skill. Hyunwoo once again brushed aside the pathetic excuses. He realized that they needed help in their search, but Double objected that it wasn't necessary yet. It was a delicate matter, and it was already time for him to return. It wasn't easy to get in and out of the tower, especially when it was being closely monitored by the power company. He suggested continuing at the next meeting of tower owners. Hyunwoo messed up the last one, because in order to maintain order, the company will definitely hold it again. Double took the liberty of giving Hyun some advice, to really be careful this time since they would be waiting for him there now. The general change of the spiritual faction is the world tree with a hollow. A small group of anonymous Fairyland cosplayers sat in the hollow. Ifrit was indignant. There was no talk of any dialogue with the offender since he had beaten him up badly. Even though they were from the same faction, none of his friends were in a hurry to avenge him. He turned to the leader of their gathering of dummies, Naiad. She was the queen of the water spirits and demanded revenge. Long-Eared told him to calm down because he himself should have understood everything. None of them could cope with that force. If they had attacked in a crowd, the outcome might have been different, she noted. But there would not have been any losses. Besides, other factions could have been drawn into this matter, and then they would have had problems. Therefore, it would be better to find the strength in themselves and apologize, although they did not know how their enemy would look at it. The hermit did not look like a person capable of dialogue, but rather a savage who had put all his stats into strength. It was scary to think what he would do if they didn't resolve this conflict, so Naiad decided to make a deal. They accepted the second offer that the organization put forward to them, to ask the sun god for help. He was one of the most powerful executives in the energy company and had to figure it out. A couple of days later, everyone was sitting with tense faces and Hyunwoo told them to relax. If they had a guest, they would frighten him with their grimaces, he said. And Hermes appeared on the threshold, to which the creators of the tower were indignant that they were tired of cleaning up all the mess after him. And Hermes was angry that they were ignoring him and hurried him. Hyunwoo asked him why he was so serious and went to the portal. This time, Hermes did not go with him again, because he had a lot of work to do because of the hermit. But now, there shouldn't be any problems, because the meeting place had been chosen especially for him. Hyunwoo asked indignantly what this meant and shook his fist at him, but the company messenger had already disappeared. It seemed like some kind of joke, the hermit thought. In any case, he would soon find out everything anyway. Outside the portal, they were already waiting for him, and Hyunwoo noticed that he had more fans. He asked the dummies, who were huddled together fearfully, what he owed such attention to. Hyunwoo asked if they were the Spirit Gang, the Firehead's minions. Ifrit was about to explode, but Naiad stopped him, introducing herself as the leader of their gathering of clowns. She said they had gathered to propose to him, kneel down and apologize. The hermit chuckled, thinking about how sick the humanoids were that owned the towers. Naiad said it was because he had used violence against one of them and almost killed him, a bad man. They acknowledged the provocation of their ally, and that he started the fight, but the damage exceeded all limits of what had been done. Naiad could not deny the guilt of their organization and did not want to waste any more energy on this dispute. She haughtily stated that the conflict could be ended here, thanks to his change, unless, of course, he wanted to make enemies. The hermit chuckled angrily. Their words could be taken as a threat, and that was for the best because he knew how to lose his temper in no time. Hyunwoo heard a voice inside himself asking him not to do this, and looking sideways, he recognized Double. He used telepathic magic and asked not to show it. If others noticed it, it could become a problem. Double asked the hermit what he was planning, since he had made him a promise. Hyunwoo remembered being told that he should never start a fight under any circumstances. Because even though his fights had ended well up until now, what is the likelihood that everything will continue to go so well in the future? If he eliminates any of the tower's owners, this will become a reason for the organization to directly intervene, and they will immediately stop supplying magic. And so the spice must flow without ceasing. Otherwise, they will lose the tower before they overthrow the tyrant. Then Hyunwoo confidently declared that he could easily control himself. He promised that everything would be okay, and so Double could go about his business. Hyunwoo realized that he almost lost his temper and ruined everything, So he walked past Nayad and said that he accepted their offer. She was surprised that he walked past her so rudely and asked where he was going, since first he had to give 200 apologies. But then the hermit made a terrible grimace and called them hopeless fools. They froze at his gaze, and the hermit told her not to nag him so that he wouldn't lose his temper and swat the annoying flies. He turned his back on them and told them to attack first, and promised to survive this humiliation. But stating that they were unlikely to decide on such a thing, which was true, Nayad told her minions that it was time to leave. Ifrit asked her how they could leave since their honor was at stake, but they could do nothing if the hermit did not want to apologize. She promised to give Hermes as much karma as he asked for destroying their enemy. It turned out well, Hyunwoo thought, but Double still warned him. The spirits would not retreat so easily. They were definitely planning something. Hyunwoo asked what these factions were that looked like meetings of mentally ill freaks, and Double promised to tell him when they met in person. He said that the hermit should be interested in something else now, not factions, and he leaned back in his chair out of boredom. Hyunwoo didn't even know that someone was very interested in him. The tyrant sat in his office and peeped a little at the recordings from the hidden cameras. After the fairy faction left the meeting, it passed without incident. After some time, a harbinger of future misfortunes, or rather an important set of experience points, sat in the middle of mountains of gold. Hermes came to him with a proposal to take care of a newcomer from the 51st tower. The request came from the spirit faction. Before him sat Ra, the sun god, the head of the pagoda that was under the control of the energy organization. He smugly declared that the person he had been given the order for was not worth his efforts. Ra was surprised that the dummies did not dare to attack the newcomer as a whole. The request was a request, but the question remained of how exactly to get to the desired tower. He thought that Hermes would lead the guy to this place, but he only came with a message, and Ra handed over the stone of movement given to him by the spirit faction. It was imbued with the magic of the world tree and could break through any defense that could connect portals. Ra was surprised that such weaklings had such an item, and Hermes suggested that he would get his answers once he completed the order. When Hermes wanted to move on to the plan, the god interrupted him. There was no longer any sense in these words when he had the stone. He said that he would quickly figure it out and enjoyed the sight of the pearl in his hands. Hyunwoo tried to understand the intricacies of the tower owner's politics. They had a real 3 kingdoms there. Double strictly insisted that he not dare touch anyone with a finger. The hermit sprawled on the sofa. He was tired of working, but no one would do it for him. When he smelled the sweet aroma and heard a voice that told him it was time to rest, the demoness said that she had prepared this gift especially for him. He jumped up from the sofa and she told him that this scent was called illusory. The demoness did not stop trying to confuse his mind. The scent was supposed to calm the body and mind, relieve fatigue, and induce a state of light coma, a precious treasure. Hyunwoo was surprised that his body was actually filled with strength. He asked her why she showed up since she had been unwell for the last few days, and the demoness said that it was time for his students to repay the debt. And Hyunwoo fell into a stupor. She pinned him to the sofa and said that he would pay off the debts. She planned to eat him today, she said, smiling carnivorously. The hermit asked where such an unhealthy appetite came from and said that it was not tasty at all. And the demoness reminded him that he was in her debt for the day when she treated him to delicious tea at the party. Even though his students took it as help in Cupid's affairs, there was nothing free in this world, she said. Hyunwoo still pretended that he didn't know or remember anything and demanded that he be released immediately. But belatedly, he realized that he could not move, because the demoness was stronger than him. The item she brought had collected her mana for several days, and as long as he could smell it, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to get out. Suddenly, the pink smoke became heavy and oppressive, like jelly. The demoness reassured him that once the scent wore off, his body would return to normal. She reached out to his defenseless face again and reassured him that she wouldn't eat him completely today, just take a bite. But just before the bite, a red sign appeared in front of the demoness's face. Hyunwoo received an emergency call and was immediately called to the main room. He sank contentedly into his chair, the emergency message literally saving him. But then he saw another illegal immigrant in his possessions, who was holding the android Av by the throat. Ra chuckled and said that if the tower guard had delayed for another second, he would have strangled the girl. In the blink of an eye, Hyunwoo crossed the room and snatched the android from his hands. Both of the tower's creators were out cold, so things weren't as bad as they first seemed. This means that first we need to detain the malicious border violator. Ra grinned smugly and didn't even have time to blink when the hermit appeared next to him. He had been building up too much stress lately because of the dummies that weren't allowed to be touched, so he didn't even think about it. He hit the intruder hard but received no notification of penetration, as if he had hit a fish scale. The illegal immigrant really did have a vest made from the skin of an unknown creature on his body. Ra looked surprised and called Hyunwoo a cruel aggressor, in keeping with his organization's double standards. Now he understood why the gang of spirits had paid him a tidy sum to teach the newcomer a lesson. The invader asked not to waste any more time on chatter, although he himself chatted a lot and released his powers. The energy that emanated from Ra reminded the hermit of the power of the demon reason. The magic was at a high level, which meant that the intruder had a relationship with the managers. In exchange for their orders, the factions received their privileges. The managers could keep everyone under control by forgiving karmic debts, even to their own detriment. Double warned him that if he encountered one of these, the differences in skill would be severe. Each of these henchmen of the regime was capable of destroying any faction on his own. Hyunwoo smirked. His opponent could be stronger than even the mind demon. This meant that the best way to win was to kill the enemy before he could act. Ra smirked smugly. He realized that the newcomer wanted to defeat him with one blow. After all, the boy did not understand that all of Ra's power was not concentrated in his hands, but in his abilities, and a skeleton appeared behind Hyunwoo's back. These warriors were Ra's main force. The hermit barely dodged the sudden blow. Hyunwoo felt a sense of déjà vu. The skeletons were resurrected fallen warriors. Each of them was strong. A multitude of skeletons appeared around the hermit, who was raised by the sun god with borrowed magic. The energy of the tower climbers emanated from the pile of skeletons that were gnashing their teeth. Ra waved his finger and said that it was time to deal with his task. Hyunwoo sighed heavily. He barely escaped from the demoness and immediately fell from the frying pan into the fire. At the same time, a fairy looked at the crossroads near Hyunwoo's house and looked at people with disdain. She was unhappy that this assignment was given to her. She was ordered to infiltrate the newbie's tower and gain some karma while Ra dealt with Hyunwoo. The naiad said that the world tree needs more karma. After all, it feeds on karma and then produces it in greater quantities in the form of fruits. The higher the quality of the original karma, the higher the karma received, and they have already spent a lot on ordering a newbie. Of course, in the worst case, they will have to cut their shares because there will be no harvest, but no one will like that. And for them, these fruits were a delicacy. They planned to steal as much of the goodies from the 51st tower as possible before it came under the control of the managers and grow a new crop. For the fairy who controlled the wind, it was easy as pie to sneak into the tower and steal karma. And so she found herself there, but she was worried that the exchange might not be in their favor and turn out to be a waste of mana. While she was getting to this level, she felt the presence of strong karma, but she thought she was imagining it. But it didn't matter to her. Through a special device, the fairy absorbed karma. When she heard an angry voice behind her, which told her that she was in the way, the angry demoness grabbed the fairy by the scruff of the neck and dragged her to the ground. She threw it so hard that the illegal immigrant plowed a furrow in the ground. And when she tried to get up, she began to be crushed like a midge by the power of the demoness. She promised that she would not let her get away with the fact that her plans were thwarted on her own territory. Hyunwoo, meanwhile, was picking off the skeletons one by one, their numbers not helping them at all because he was much faster. But the army of skeletons was endless and could simply wear him down. Ra kept bragging while sitting idle that this army was created to protect him. Even if the skeletons fall, it will only be for a while and they cannot be stopped. As long as he's alive, they are alive, he gave a hint. He kept babbling about how Hyunwoo couldn't do anything and that he needed to accept it. But the straightforward, slow-witted man finally figured out what to do. The skeletons will exist as long as the one who feeds them with magic is alive, which means there was no point in wasting energy on them. Taking a running start, he jumped straight towards Ra, who was simply sitting on the throne, because he could summon a huge snake that waited in the ground for Hyunwoo to jump to Ra. The snake grabbed him with its mouth, and the hermit resisted with his hands and feet so that he would not be bitten. Ra helpfully explained that it was a viper, blessed by the sun. The skeletons were his shield, and the snake was his main weapon, he said as the viper fired a red beam. Ra could not even imagine that he would have to summon a snake. The request caused him much more trouble. He thought that he had already dealt with it. In any case, he acknowledged the strength of Hyunwoo, who was sitting on the ground to gather himself before the second phase. Ra had already imagined how he would get his body into his army, and it would become a useful soldier. But first, he had to separate the meat from the bones, and he gave the command to his skeletons. But having let them get closer, the hermit used a powerful blow with a wide attack radius. Hyunwoo told Ra that since he was told not to kill anyone, he had held back until now. All this time he had only met weaklings, so his expectations were low, but now he realized that there was no need to hold back. This time he decided to give it his all and show his skills. The second phase began. The hermit sent a beam of love and goodness at him, tearing apart the rocks. Ra's entire army was blown away in one fell swoop, and Hyunwoo jumped straight towards him to show him how it felt to fall, after which he began to beat the invader, despite his strong armor and scales. When the armor cracked, all that was left was to scratch out the arrogant little god. After a powerful blow, Ra flew away like a rag doll. Rolling along the ground like a ball, he hit his back against a rock. Hyunwoo didn't let him rest and jumped after him, telling the god not to be afraid. He didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to try out my new long-memory alien therapy on him. Ra called upon his last hope, and his huge viper appeared. But for the hermit, this was just a ridiculous nuisance, and he ordered her to go away. The blow tore the snake apart, and Ra's last hopes were dashed. He couldn't believe that even his snake was destroyed with one blow, and the enemy didn't even go bald, which was pure cheating. And then, for the first time in the entire fight, it dawned on him that he was dealing with a monster. Meanwhile, Hermes reported to the tyrant's superior that Ra had already begun his task, and they hoped that everything would soon fall into place. Hermes thought that one day would be enough for the sun god to figure it out, but it might take a week. After all, this god really loved to play with his victims and enjoy the process, so he has a bad character. The tyrant chuckled. A week of outrages was still a small price to pay for them. But he was really curious if Ra would be able to deal with the newcomer. Ra stood on his knees, raising his hands up, which were already ready to fall off. He gave out the name of his customer. Hyunwoo sat astride the skeleton while another fanned it. The hermit asked Ra why he didn't tell him everything right away, so that they wouldn't have to fight. He wouldn't have broken every bone in his body and would not have had to leave all these humiliating reminders of why he shouldn't walk on the ground. Hyunwoo grumbled that he had wasted so much effort, but he was thinking about the order for his head. But at some point he thought that Ra was lying to him and moved closer to him. Ra was the head of the tower under the company's management, and there was no way they could not know about this order. The intruder became nervous and began to make excuses. He said that if the managers had known, he would have had to pay a huge percentage, but he wanted to get everything himself and hid it from them. But having said this, he stopped short, because for a long tongue the managers would not leave his tower. Ra could only hope for the mercy of the winner. Hyunwoo sighed. It didn't matter whether the intruder was telling the truth or not. He couldn't do anything about the company right now anyway. This meant that it was necessary to move on and sort out their situation. The hermit slammed his fists and said that he had to teach manners to those blockheads who decided to play with him. Naiad held a meeting. She told the blockheads about her brilliant plan, and they liked it very much. It would take a long time for the fairy to steal the karma, so for now they could only wait. While they were anticipating the skin of the unkilled newcomer, someone entered their portal. Naiad thought that it was her fairy minion returning, but instead some man was flying at her. Looking closely, they realized that the one who turned the table over was the sun god. "Oh my wa Shindaru," said Hyunwoo, and greeted everyone present. He grinned devilishly, anticipating how he would pluck these stupid geese. The spirits, proud as rams, rushed at Hyuna from the threshold without waiting for anything. He prescribed them 2 sedatives on the fly to keep them out of trouble. Naiad, meanwhile, realized how much she had miscalculated in this life. Hyunwoo approached her and said in a cold voice that he had warned them not to jump over their heads. So why didn't they listen to him? He asked and grabbed her by the shoulder. He told her not to delay and start talking, otherwise they would all go to fertilizer. The Naiad grabbed his hand, holding it tightly. She tried to keep her cool because she was the only one who could fight. If she used the tree's power, she might be able to summon the owners of the other towers, she thought. But she wasn't sure it was worth it. Her faction and even the god Ra had been defeated. It was hard to believe that such a power existed. She bit her lips and forced out a pathetic apology. As if that would help, it sounded crazy. "We tried to kill you, I'm sorry." She bowed, swallowing her pride, and offered him a formal apology for causing a disturbance. And she asked for mercy. Hyunwoo heard this and grinned. It was surprising that this stupid elf stepped on her own throat under the threat of death. Since it was sincere, the hermit accepted her apology, and Naiad thanked him and asked him to let her go. But the hermit became her worst nightmare. He leaned closer and asked if she really thought this would be enough. "They're not in kindergarten, so an apology is enough. Bills need to be paid," Hyunwoo said. And he wrote her a receipt for payment, without any pity, because this stupid individual planned to kill him. Scratching his fists, the hermit smiled maliciously. It was nice to release the accumulated stress. The demoness looked disappointed. She thought that the status of an intruder from another tower would help the fairy to last longer. It was a shame that it happened this way, but she didn't have to restrain herself. The fairy was able to get up, which surprised the demoness, which means she still had strength. The fairy was the queen of the wind spirits, but she still didn't understand where such a difference in their abilities came from. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't cope with such an enemy alone, but it was possible to unite the forces of the faction. It could work, she thought. It was necessary to break the stone of movement and take the portal out of control and drag the demoness into the general dimension. But for the fairy, this was a risk of losing her status as a representative, because she would return empty-handed. The demoness noticed her anxiety and, grabbing her hand, saw an object that could be the illegal's trump card. And she assumed that if this ball was destroyed, the fairy's last hope would disappear, and she began to whine pitifully. And then the demoness let go of her hand and suggested that she try it once. The demoness wanted the fairy to show her power, at least once, even if it was a waste of energy, because she could not defeat her. The demoness mocked her. She wanted to see the weakling struggle for life, and the fairy gritted her teeth. She didn't think that other members of the faction would ignore her, which meant they would definitely help, and she pressed on the stone. A wave of strange energy appeared, and the demoness turned around. The fairy was already anticipating how the others would deal with her opponent. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to a green lawn in the rays of dawn. The demoness called this move banal because she was simply teleported. The fairy rejoiced and cried out that she had brought something nourishing for the world tree. She asked the others for help, but at that moment a bright light and flashes of lightning appeared from the hollow. The huge trunk of the world tree fell nearby, almost crushing them. But the demoness remained unperturbed. And then they saw a shadow in the dust, who asked them, in Hyunwoo's voice, what they were doing here. The fairy was speechless when she recognized her enemy, who should have been in his tower. The hermit looked at the demoness with distrust and asked her what was following him, but she simply spread her hands, making it clear that she had nothing to do with it. She just caught the thief in their tower. Everything else is pure chance. The fairy appeared in his tower as soon as he left to fight Ra. So these phenomena could be connected, the demoness suggested. And then the hermit remembered that in front of him was one of a group of dummies. His face instantly took on a shadow of madness. They not only planned to kill him, but also rob him, Hyunwoo asked. The fairy began to bleat like an unhappy lamb, but the hermit's shadow was already hanging over her like a sentence. He decided to take pity, because he was already tired of beating weaklings, and simply gave her a resounding slap. The fairy landed after plowing the ground, and the hermit told her to dig up her friends later. He planted them for a short time, but the world tree would not grow from them anyway, he said, and the fairy saw the protruding heads of her dear companions. The fairy was immediately horrified by the monster she encountered today. Hyunwoo left the dummies with the fairy and said that it was time for him to go. Smiling, he expressed the hope that they would see each other again and opened a portal using the raw stone. The demoness asked where the trinket was from, and Hyunwoo replied that he simply borrowed it from a friend. Unfortunately, the thing was disposable, but it didn't matter, Hyunwoo said, and they disappeared. Naiad bit her lips until they bled and promised to kill Hyuna for sure. Some humanoids could only be fixed by the grave. The fairy turned to Naiad and said that these words should have been said after Hyunwoo left. A couple of days later, Double arrived at their top floor, lamenting the altercation Hyunwoo had caused, as if it was the hermit's fault. He grumbled because he said that Hyunwoo shouldn't do anything, but the hermit waved it off. It was hard to restrain himself. He told him not to be angry because, in the end, no one died. But this still had no effect on the rebel, and he began to curse again, saying that Hyunwoo would not repent even if he killed everyone. There was an invasion of the faction's territory that day, and they were obliged to defend it, Double said. And Hyunwoo completely destroyed and trampled their dignity as one of the factions. As a result, Naiad arranged a meeting with the other faction leaders, Double said, and he suggested that Hyun imagine what was currently on the agenda of their meeting. In the temporary hall, 3 Naiads gathered, and 2 more creatures that he had called. She started the conversation first, breaking the silence. The reason was obvious. He was the owner of the 51st tower. Specifically, she needed their cooperation in killing a troublesome newcomer. The leader of the angel faction, Lucifer, said that he had expected this, but was surprised that Naiad was willing to go so far. He asked his older brother Jay what he thought about it, but he didn't know anything and told him to only call him for special reasons. After all, meeting with a brother who was a traitor could damage his reputation, to which Lucifer threw up his hands and called his brother biased because of the past. Lucifer agreed to help Naiad. The idea of killing the independent owner of the tower sounded tempting. He confidently declared that once he caught the newcomer, he would be finished with him. and he asked what Naiad could offer him. She answered with understanding, there was no free lunch. She promised to distribute all karma for the next 100 years in their favor. The tyrant was puzzled by the news he had received. The god Ra had been defeated, the spirit faction had been defeated, and now a meeting of leaders had taken place. He was surprised, but everything was moving in the direction he needed, Tyran said. The sun god did not convey anything to them, only that he had failed the mission and wanted to live, Hermes reported. God Ra no longer wanted to leave his tower, much less deal with the owner of the 51st tower, and became completely depressed. The tyrant grabbed his head and asked what was known about the results of the meeting of the faction leaders, and they assumed that one of the leaders would definitely answer yes if Naiad offered him the power of the world tree. Although Hyunwoo cut off the tree trunk, fortunately the root survived and the tree could be restored. Of course, it will take some time, but after that everyone will benefit, because the tree creates a lot of karma. The tyrant decided that the situation was right and he could let them take out Hyuna while he could simply watch the developments. Double threw a real tantrum and banged his fist on the table, asking what they should do now. At this rate, the tower owners could form a coalition of at least 2 factions, and that was very dangerous. Besides, the managers will now pay attention to him and will monitor him closely. The espionage that was already so difficult for him would become even more difficult, Double said. He screamed again since he had no time to sleep, and Hyunwoo apologized dryly. It turned out that the hermit had to keep an eye on Tyrant's company while Double was looking for the necessary thing for the stalker. The rebel revolutionary agreed and asked how Hyunwoo would do this. Hyunwoo chuckled and said that he was just trying to get some attention one more time. Lucifer considered the offer. It was clear that he would not be paid immediately, but 100 years of payments was both a lot and a little. He realized that the pride of the spiritual faction was greatly hurt. She asked him to give an answer, and Lucifer agreed there was a lot of karma. He said he was in, and Naiad sighed with relief and looked at Jay. She asked him what he would do, and he replied that he was sorry, making it clear that he would not be involved in this. Naiad asked his reasons whether the reward was too small, but Jay answered evasively. He was impressed by the newcomer, but Jay said that they shouldn't be nervous because he wouldn't bother them. He was busy training his faction. Naiad was unhappy with this. She knew that Jay did not like conflicts, but she thought that she had appointed a large reward. At least the angel faction was joining them. That should have been enough to stop Hyuna. She was already anticipating her revenge when a hermit appeared behind her, who found their meeting amusing. The Naiad almost lost her soul and screamed loudly in horror. She pointed her finger at him and asked how he got here, because it could only be done with the help of a travel stone. And only the members of her faction had it, and Hyunwoo pointed to the wall, saying that his dear neighbor had expressed a strong desire to help with this. He politely asked him to help because he missed the elf and Zig kindly helped, Hyun said. The Naiad realized that Zig had betrayed her, but the hermit said that all this was trifles. More important was what they were talking about behind his back, and he asked her to tell him more. But Naiad was covered by Lucius. He admired the fact that Hyuna was always one step ahead, and immediately recognized the one he had to kill. Lucifer introduced himself and said that he was one of the 4 great angels. Moreover, he just agreed to kill him, and said that he would deal with it on behalf of his faction. Hyunwoo just snorted incredulously in response, and Lucius said that this meeting would be much more interesting than originally planned. He added that if the hermit had any questions, he could ask his friend and pointed to Jay. The head of the demon faction, who had rejected Naiad's offer, sat silently with his eyes downcast. Because he liked the hermit, but Hyunwoo was surprised because he saw this guy for the first time. Hyunwoo thanked him for the information and said that now it was his turn to prove it. Proving himself worthy of being a friend to the silent Jay, he added, and with one blow he cut off the head of the nasty angel, who didn't even have time to raise his hand. The hermit struck without thinking, because in front of him was the leader of the faction, but he turned into slime, although he did not die. The body continued to speak, and said that it was unfortunate that it had been dealt with in this way. Hyunwoo demanded that the purple mist that was obscuring everything be removed, and the angel chuckled. He appeared behind the hermit and asked how he knew it was an illusion. Hyunwoo also chuckled. It was obvious that the faction leader wouldn't let himself be killed with one blow. Besides, he wanted to see his pain and suffering. Lucifer laughed. He thought the same way, and he was pleased by the similarity of their thoughts. But Hyunwoo was already tired of this chatter and hit the illusory body again. At this point, Lucius fled, expressing hope that next time they would meet properly. Hyunwoo decided that Naiad would be next, but she was nowhere to be found. Overall, he was pleased with the result. It was enough to attract the managers, and he approached the unknown supporter. He only knew that the leader of the demon faction was in front of him and asked why he was on his side. Jay replied that his faction doesn't like being called demons. That's a nickname given to them by others. But in fact, their origins are far from that, he said, which surprised Hyuna. Jay decided to introduce himself. Someone called him a gift from heaven. Someone called him the Messiah and the Savior. They gave him different names. He spoke and showed his horns. Hyunwoo was surprised to meet the most famous prophet in all religions here. Even those who did not believe in him knew his name, the most famous holy being. From his reaction, Jay concluded that there were creatures like him in Hyunwoo Tower. Jay said there was nothing special about it. Myths and legends are similar, but demons were completely different. Hyunwoo replied that he had seen holy beings, and that in his living room there lived a talking dragon and a talking monkey who were crazy about pop idols. The hermit said that all this was quite unexpected. The holy beings from his tower were very different from Jay. And the demon replied that there were reasons for this. In any case, he was on his side. As Hyunwoo had heard before, Jay liked him, but the other factions found him disgusting. Hyunwoo asked what the reason was, but Jay said that now was not the time for such questions, since Naiad had gotten out of here first. This means that it was hardly safe for them to be in this place. Before leaving, Jay threw him a travel stone connected to his tower and suggested that he come to him at a convenient opportunity. Then Jay will answer his questions and tell him why they need Hyun's karma. And also what is happening inside the towers, said the demon, in the noise of destruction. Hyunwoo barely managed to jump into the portal to Siegfried before the temporary level collapsed. Just a little more, and it would be the end for him, the hermit thought, when someone grabbed his leg. Zig grabbed Hyuna by the clothes and started screaming about what the hermit had done there. After all, he told Naiad that he had infiltrated the meeting thanks to Zig's betrayal. Spitting saliva, Zig complained that he would come to an end if the vengeful elf gave orders, and he would be gone before Hyun himself. He demanded that he say at least something and take responsibility. The hermit quickly prescribed a sedative pill for Zig and immediately injected it into the violent patient's stomach. He yelled at Zig to watch his language and think about how he was behaving. Hyunwoo repeated what he heard and did not understand why he had to protect Zig from his own faction. He asked his unfortunate neighbor why he was making such a fuss over something so nonsensical. Then Zig asked the hermit if he had any good suggestions, and Hyunwoo immediately replied that he did. With a malicious grin, he replied that he had an excellent option for his neighbor. The tyrant and company boss received the latest news from Hermes. Now he knew that the spirits and angels were together against Hyunwoo, who came to their meeting. The chief thought it was strange, since the appearance came from the 50th tower, even if the hermit was threatening Zig. Where could he get information about a meeting that Zig didn't know about? Hyunwoo couldn't learn it from Tyrant's organization either. The boss ordered to put all other matters aside and investigate this matter. He put down the karma stone that Hyunwoo had given them earlier. It was empty. The tyrant took up this matter because there was something that was bothering him. The hermit certainly couldn't have earned all the karma on his own, the tyrant noted. And Hyunwoo often acted like everything was okay, but most of the time, he shouldn't have known that much. The tyrant was unsure of the reasons, but thought that Hyun was being helped by someone, Hermes agreed, saying that it could be one of the managers. It was unlikely, Tyrant also doubted it, but he thought about it. But there was a possibility that behind the newcomer, Hyunwoo was the one they immediately thought of. So now they have to check everything. The head of the investigation instructed Hermes, and said that if his guesses are correct, they will close the problematic tower. Siegfried pretended to be able to read, and so asked Hyunwoo what was going on. The hermit smiled. He liked the confused face of his neighbor. It was all about trust. There was always the possibility that Zig would ask his own people for forgiveness and go back. So Hyunwoo decided to play it safe and turned to specialists who drew up a slave contract. More precisely, an agreement on strong bonds of friendship. And if Zig agreed, he had to put his cross next to the last name. Of course, it was purely voluntary. Now Zig had to be glad that his former allies would not attack him. Hyunwoo promised to take responsibility and asked to tell about all the weaknesses of the spirit faction for his own safety. And Zig was also required to do a couple of simple tasks. Turn off the lights, bring food, sweep the tower courtyard, a mere trifle. Hyunwoo said it was pretty easy, but the neighbor was unhappy with his slave contract. But when he started to get very stubborn and say that he wouldn't tolerate this, Hyunwoo suggested that they have a friendly sparring match. Opinions quickly changed and Zig asked Noah where to sign. The hermit dealt with one problem, and having taken the stone of movement to Jay's tower, he decided to deal with the second. After arriving at his domain, Hyunwoo was embarrassed. Jay called himself a saint, but it was still unusual to see it. The mood in the tower was truly as if he had arrived at a church or temple. An ent named Peter approached Jay and informed him that a guest had arrived. The conversation was going to be long, and Jay asked Wooden Peter to leave, who nodded in agreement. Hyunwoo turned around to look at the wooden man. There was a feeling that they were familiar, although they saw each other for the first time. Jay said that he had been waiting for him and offered to sit down at the negotiating table. Hyunwoo thanked for the invitation. There were a lot of questions, so he suggested getting straight to the point. And he asked what the energy company was up to, but Jay responded by asking why it mattered. No matter how the company used karma, it had nothing to do with Hyun. The hermit agreed. He had no special reason, but enemies are not righteous either. Without a doubt, karma will go towards bad deeds. Most likely the scoundrels will take full advantage of those below them. The previous owner of Hyunwoo Tower was just like that, and because of him, he went through a lot of hardships. And therefore, the mere mention of the slave exploitation of workers causes him righteous anger. The hermit decided that he would deal with the villains even if Jay did not tell him anything, and asked if these reasons were enough. He grinned. The answer satisfied him, so he decided to tell everything he knew. The dimension of angels was a heaven with flying cities. The 4 archangels were in a meeting. Lucius informed them of the alliance with the spirit faction. Gabriel repeated everything he heard just in case, so as not to make a mistake. They accepted the order for Hyuna. This meant that they needed to immediately call out an army. But Lucius said not to worry. Gab insisted because they needed the fruits of the world tree. But Lucius said that the newcomer turned out to be stronger than at first glance. Even though Lucius had used an illusion that time and couldn't know for sure, it wasn't worth acting rashly against a newbie. From their point of view, it was reasonable to wait for the spirit faction's moves. Lutzi suggested attacking when Hyunu was already weakened, and everything would end with his retreat. It was a perfect plan. But the question arose as to whether the spirit faction would attack first. Lucius said that it was the spirit faction that needed help, so they themselves would begin to act. Besides, Naiad was madly bent on revenge against Hyun and would definitely be the first to act. She knew that since Lucifer had taken the brunt of the blow, he certainly wouldn't attack first. That's why they had to start, and they had to eliminate the faction's traitors. The gnome couldn't believe that Zig had suddenly betrayed them, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to it either. He believed that now all forces should be concentrated on the hermit, and Naiad agreed with him. To deal with Hyunu, they summoned all the forces of their faction, and for this they needed a portal of the appropriate size. The world tree in its current state was no help. 3 or 4 idiots at most could enter the portal. In any case, they needed nutrients to restore the tree's productivity. And the quality must be at least the level of the owner of a large tower, he said. And Ifrit understood her plan. She wanted to use Zig as fertilizer for the world tree. The dummies fell silent, realizing that they could have been in Zig's place, and Naiad ordered them to prepare for capture. She clenched her hands angrily and muttered through her teeth that she would destroy Hyuna. Lucius said that they need to prepare, and all the sacrifices that come from the tower owners will go to the fortifications of paradise. And Gabriel realized that Lucius wanted to drag Hyuna right to this place. No matter how strong the newbie is, this place is full of power-ups for angels, and he won't be able to do anything. Of course, there was a being capable of causing a dimensional shift with his power, and Lucius said that his skills would be enough, turning to Uriel. Double thought that the matter was becoming more and more complicated and promised to do everything. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was shocked by the truth he heard. Jay told him that karma is a being through which magical power is achieved. Therefore, karma was an unattainable thing for ordinary beings. But the towers were capable of accumulating and condensing karma and the stories that create it. The endless war between people has taken countless lives. Disasters took the lives of innocent lambs and came out of nowhere. Other examples of injustice that history remembers, pain, disappointment, all this became karma. Now Hyunwoo understood how exactly karma is extracted and what is the nutrient medium for its cultivation. The endless killing of creatures on the lower floors of their towers fed the strength of their owners. Hyunwoo didn't believe that it was possible to receive karma like that, and Jay explained that everything was simple, war or disaster. As long as the tower owner approved, there were no problems. Hyunwoo grabbed his head. He suspected that the villains had no morals, but this time they crossed all the boundaries of humanity. The hermit regretted that he could not deal with those who imagined themselves to be gods. His words sounded harsh, but Jay agreed with him. The head said that he was not at the first meeting of the leaders. It was a gathering not at his level. However, from his disciples, he learned that the reason he entered the battle was to protect the maid. In front of everyone, he cut up the red-faced demon and was even ready to extinguish him forever. As soon as Jae heard this story, he was immediately convinced that, unlike other moral monsters, Hyunwoo had a conscience. Hyunwoo had a hard time accepting such praise. There was always something hidden behind it. Maybe Jae wanted to give him a quest. So the hermit asked directly to dispel his doubts, but Jae assured him that nothing like that would happen. He only hoped that with his strength and conviction, Hyunwoo would be able to change the system that the tower owners had built here. The plans sounded grandiose. It was unthinkable that Hyunwoo would be able to handle it himself, but the demon faction's forces were also not enough. It will take a long time to sort out what's happening without affecting the lives of others, Jae said. But there was a simple way, quick but with possible consequences, Jae said. The creators of the tower were horrified by what karma was being used for. They were so angry that they were thinking about how best to quarter the scoundrels who exploited pain, and Zig shuddered at these words. At some point, the tower's creators realized that Zig was also one of these moral freaks. He immediately began to justify himself and say that he was the one, never and nothing. There were perhaps a few accidents and natural disasters, but that happens to everyone, and Noah and Av winced in disgust. Hyunwoo told them to stop so he could destroy the spirit faction while he needed this guy. And Zig seized on this thought. He said that they needed him, and let them not forget about it. But he quickly fell silent when the hermit said that he had to cooperate with all his might, because that was the only reason he was still alive. Under such pressure, the unfortunate slave owner from the karma plantations became despondent. Av wondered how Jae collected karma in his tower if he didn't kill anyone. After all, the karma that was coming to the top was hardly enough to pay the energy company, and Hyunwoo said that Jae had his own method. If it could be called that, Jae sacrificed his own soul. When Hyunwoo found out about it, he was stunned. Jae realized that all misfortunes are converted into karma, and it is valued above all else. A high price is paid for the despair of the lower worlds. Therefore, the sacrifice of a being close to the divine level was highly valued. The price he paid was far less than what his followers paid, and he got off easy. Everything worked out, but his soul suffered. And he became like this, Jae said, and pointed to his horns. Hyunwoo asked if it wouldn't be easier to throw the tower. But for Jae, the answer was simple. Someone else would have paid the same price anyway, and he knew it. At this point, he proposed to end their meeting and asked Hyunwoo if he had any other questions. But now it was not so important. The hermit gathered his council in order to decide how to deprive the faction of spirits of the ability to collect karma. Hyunwoo told them that, no matter how much he thought about it, it was more logical to deprive the enemy faction of karma than to fight them. It is unlikely that the factions supported each other entirely. They were driven by profit. And if it is made so that the spiritual faction can never pay back, then their shaky alliance will crack. Noah agreed with the idea. It was better than destroying tower after tower, which was Hyunwoo's style. He gathered them because he was not strong in politics, and Av said that everything would depend on the behavior of the other planters. It was hard to say anything now, and even Zig couldn't help them. But Noah said that everything is not so bad, and he knows how to implement this plan very simply. But first he had to climb up to the planters' towers and look at their lower floors. They just happened to have a tower operator on hand, Noah said, and they looked at the confused Zig. Av threw up her hands. They found a use for the trash, Noah supported. Even trash can be useful, he said. Hyun liked this idea. He was interested in where the karma on the lower floors came from and how it was obtained. And he asked the scum for help. Zig said that he would do everything, and asked him not to call him that. He asked them if they could all go together, what to do if the spiritual faction sent assassins. They didn't plan to leave the top floor unattended, he asked. Hyunwoo suggested that the spirit faction might send a couple of Siegs since the world tree was damaged and they were low on energy. In that case, it would be easy to figure it out. Hyunwoo grinned. He already knew who to entrust this task to. Someone had been hanging around his neck for a long time, and now he was trying on suits in the store, along with the cutie So-yeon. The girl completely lost her mind while dressing up her new boyfriend. The Monkey King didn't mind, but looking at the pile of shopping bags, he thought he didn't need it. He was already pretty tired of this role of a guy. His paws were falling off. When I received a system notification demanding that I pay for a roof over my head and bread, and take my dragon and demoness with me, the Naiad instructed her dummies, saying that Zig must be taken alive, so she would entrust them with the Stone of Movement. Several extras promised to do their best. The stone-faced humanoid declared that Siegfried was no problem for them. They told her not to worry and to focus on catching Hyunwoo. Wishing the dummies good luck, she led them into the portal and they promised to return quickly. On the other hand, a hospitable welcoming committee was already waiting for them in Siegfried's tower. The idiots started asking stupid questions like where Zig was and who they were, but the macaque said they didn't need that information. He asked them which of them was the strongest and asked him to vote. The stonehead thought with great delay and did not know what to answer. And the macaque continued to mock them, saying that according to the hermit, they were all a bunch of idiots. So you can play with them as much as you want and then squash them, said the Monkey King and looked at them angrily. The stone head began to creak like millstones again, trying to produce a clear answer. He approached the macaque menacingly and furiously asked if it wanted to die. Some bug from the lower floors dared to be insolent to the owner of the tower and the planter. He didn't understand where his opponent got such bravado from. But while he was thinking, the macaque threw his staff over his head and the intruder looked up. The king macaque used his signature move of lengthening and grabbed the stick. A powerful blow fell upon the stupid blockhead with the stone head. The demoness chuckled and told the snake not to interfere, even if the monkey had a hard time. But the macaque only welcomed this. He wanted to have a blast today. Meanwhile, the tower's guardians arrived on the lower floors and were impressed. There was poverty and devastation all around. The villages were clearly dying of hunger. It's surprising that anyone lived there at all. Hyunu looked at Zig and regretted that he hadn't killed him earlier. He immediately began to justify himself. His tower was peaceful. There were almost no wars. Most often, people died here from hunger. Hyunwoo glared at the villain. Throughout history, humanity was haunted by hunger, but it was forced to. As a result of poor agricultural development and population growth, but not intentionally for the sake of the greed of the landowners, Hyunwoo demanded that everything be corrected. He asked Noah if he had finished, and he replied that the tower was simpler than they had thought. Now Noah has a plan that will work 100%, and he promised to explain in detail when they returned home. And then he said that they could go back. Hyunwoo nodded and took one last look at the destroyed world. After all, these were flowers. In the other towers and plantations, everything was even worse. All this reminded him of the lonely past he had lived through. Noah noticed the hermit's confusion and asked why he was hesitating. But Hyunwoo brushed it off, saying that there was nothing to worry about, although he himself was terribly angry. The macaque waved its stick madly and slapped the intruders. They couldn't believe that they were all being beaten with a stick by some animal from the lower levels. A simpleton shouldn't have had such strength. The monkey threw the enemy back. He shouted at his partner not to stand there like a pillar and to help quickly. She replied that she had finished the long casting of the spell, which meant there was no need to worry. And the thick vines that had just sprouted flew at the king. The macaque grinned. These were just grown tree roots. It wasn't the first time he'd seen something like this. Brahma had used a similar technique, which meant he could deal with it quickly. But as soon as he thought to move, a powerful explosion of hundreds of lightning bolts rang out and evaporated all the roots. The dragon helped the macaque and melancholically stated that he still had a lot to learn. The Monkey King was outraged that his friend had interfered in his fight, but he said that he was tired of watching these efforts and ordered him to finish quickly. And all because the demoness lady got bored watching their fight. This had to be done before she herself flattened the dummies or the monkey himself. Hearing this, the macaque promised to finish everything quickly and ordered the blockheads to attack in a crowd. The invaders realized that they could not hold out any longer and needed to retreat immediately. The catch is that the stone of movement was in the possession of the stone blockhead, who fell asleep first. They were still hoping to escape when a voice from behind asked them what was going on. Hyunwoo had only been gone for a short time, and he already had guests, whom he hugged around the necks in a friendly manner, until their vertebrae crunched. The dummies didn't even have time to squeak before they immediately took off. Hyunwoo was pleased. He just needed fresh invaders. After all, they always have a stone with them to return home. The Naiad held a meeting of all her vassals, and their vassals who were not her vassals. And she announced to them that soon everything would end. In order to catch one person, they would unleash a war. Ifrit nodded nearby, saying that everything was going just fine, because they also had a faction of angels behind them. But the elf was more reserved in her expectations. They had already suffered heavy losses simply because they had stood up for Zig, who had also betrayed them. She thought that with the arrival of the capture squad, everything would be over, when she saw a shadow above her. They were the members of the capture squad who had arrived as she expected. But there was a catch. Several bodies fell onto the stump of the world tree, and the remaining dummies panicked. The Naiad realized that she had seen something like this before, and everything inside her went cold. A voice behind him apologized for the delivery. Hyunwoo wanted to sit them down gently, but something went wrong. He landed next to her, and the stunned Spirit Queen turned around. Hyunwoo arrived in person to teach everyone about humanity. The method was very simple. You grab the creature by the throat and squeeze it gently. He ordered her to shut up and listen. If she didn't want to be disgraced in front of her people, he had come to make a deal. Naiad was surprised again by these words. They were the same as mortal enemies, what Hyunwoo could offer her. The hermit smiled like a true humanist and told them, "Let's just live in peace." A couple of hours ago, his entire squad of idlers and prisoners returned home. The thing in his hand was able to prevent the spirit faction from collecting karma. The mind demon used gems to transfer karma to the invaders. Hyunwoo asked what would happen if these stones were placed in the towers, and Noah replied that he was thinking in the right direction. He just needed to know the coordinates. Zig thought for a moment and said that if they had a sample of the world tree. The world tree has spread its roots throughout the spiritual faction dimension to assimilate karma without hindrance. If you take a sample and analyze it with magic, you can find out the coordinates of all the factions at once. Noah agreed because they had an artifact for analyzing samples using magic, and he quickly finished the preparations. Once they find the coordinates, getting to the location will not be difficult. Noah warned the hermit that there was one more thing that would depend on his patience. He offered him to make peace with the spiritual faction. The hermit explained to the dummies of the spirit world that he was already tired of everything and had recently lost his sound sleep because of them. On top of that, after he came here, he wanted to swat everyone again, and that's a lot of stress. That's why I suggested ending this nonsense, because they should have understood everything themselves by now. The further they went, the more they would end up losing, Hyunwoo told her, and Naiad grimaced. She thought all of Hyunwoo's attacks were a fit of anger. There was no point in their war. Because they attracted the sun god himself, they used up too much karma. On top of that, they still owe a significant amount to the angel faction, so no matter what the outcome, they will be at a disadvantage. And she still couldn't be sure that they would ever be able to defeat this guy. But if she openly surrenders in front of everyone, she will lose her authority as a leader. The Naiad said she accepted his offer, but she had a condition, she added before Ifrit could protest. There were actually a lot of things she wanted to ask him, but first, the annoying elf said, she wanted to finish what they had not done at the last meeting. The Naiad believed in herself and demanded that he kneel down and bow his head immediately. Hyunwoo smirked at such a banality. All scoundrels are usually feeble-minded and asked her why. Naiad insisted that if he refused, there would be no deal. And after everything that had happened, he couldn't just go and get a truce. The hermit began to descend slowly and said that it was not such a problem. The Naiad was completely driven mad by the dizzying prospects. This way, the war could have been ended and its dignity preserved. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time when the hidden counter informed Hyun that the collection was complete. The hermit was required to pretend that he wanted peace until the thing was filled with samples, from which they would learn the coordinates of all the spirit towers. There was an option to sneak into the common dimension secretly, but Zig warned that their borders would not be so easy to overcome. It should be taken into account that as soon as they were noticed, the entire faction would join the battle, he added. So Noah advised pretending that he came in peace and buying some time for analysis, until the moment when a notification comes from the artifact. And then Hyunwoo could do what he loved most, bring fools down from the heavens of self-importance to the earth of reality. The elf hit her head hard. Hyunwoo did not differentiate between men and women. Everyone had equal rights. He looked angrily at the others. It was high time for them to realize the difference in their strengths and abilities and make behavioral corrections. Some dummies tried to tell him something, but Hyunwoo told them to shut up and continued massaging Nayada's face. He told the others that from now on, they were to stand at attention and keep their beaks closed, until he says the magic word ding. Hyunwoo scolded them. Only now did the blockheads understand, but he hadn't beaten them from the very beginning, even though he hadn't come for negotiations. But then it dawned on the hermit that perhaps his good intentions had been misunderstood, and he asked if they were deceiving themselves because he had come in peace, not because he was afraid of them. And he assured them that these were not just empty words, they had to understand this. And if not, then the reason they are still alive is because the hermit is a humanist and does not like unnecessary killing. But he doesn't have much patience left, Hyunwoo warned them. He told them that he was done with everything for today and that he had nothing more to do here and said goodbye with a final ding. Hyunwoo threw the samples, the magic of the world tree, and a piece of it on the table. He asked if that was enough, and Noah said that it would be enough for now. He then launched into a long explanation of what he would do with all this stuff, but Hyunwoo asked him to spare him the boring details. He asked them how long it would take to prepare, and the android girl thought about it. She said that all the calculations would take about a week, which was longer than Hyunwoo initially thought. Av explained that it was necessary to significantly increase the volume of absorption and to avoid detection, add stealth, and this needed to be taken care of. Given the current situation, she promised to complete the task as soon as possible. Hyunwoo agreed. After all, he needed some free time. His students had been demanding attention for a long time. They wanted to go shopping with him, and the tower's creators were surprised to hear this. They asked why they were doing this, and Hyunwoo sheepishly replied that there were reasons. It turned out that they wanted to choose furniture with him. The store had recently opened, and there were a lot of quality products there. The girls were happy to come here. They couldn't miss such a wonderful opportunity. And they kept calling him. Hyunwoo felt the pressure on himself as usual. He began to think that only he thought all this was strange. But he was surprised that there was not a single customer in the store. Not even the employees were visible. He even thought that at this rate the store would not pay the rent, but Rosa said that it did not matter now. She asked him how he liked this bed, since his was too small and this one was just the right size. The girl said that many exercises could be done on such a bed, and screamed at her thoughts. But Hyunwoo didn't understand what she was talking about when Miryeon also asked him to look at her. She asked him how big the shell was and stood in front of it. After all, you can put a lot of things on it while you wash the dishes, the girl said, and thought about something of her own. The hermit again did not understand what they were talking about, because they came here for furniture. But the girls couldn't be stopped. They only paid attention to the large-sized furniture. And then turning to him with eyes full of fire, they told him to follow them. Since the girls insisted so much, the hermit agreed. He didn't know if he could afford it. But he also needed to relax. There was nothing wrong with that. The girls took him by the arms, and together they went to look around the store further. Hermes went down to the vault, where the chief tyrant was waiting for him. He asked him about the results of the investigation. Hermes reported that the owner of the 51st tower had paid all his karma as expected. After a thorough check, Hermes found nothing strange. This could mean that the source of karma is not Hyunwoo Tower, but another place. And from this, in turn, it followed that they could trace the origin of the transmitted karma. But a lot of time has passed since its creation, so most likely no traces can be found, Hermes said. The tyrant replied that everything was fine, and Hermes asked him if his master was okay. He replied that of course not. And at his cry, Hermes fell to his knee. The tyrant really wanted to demolish the 51st tower, and he could hardly restrain himself. The fact that Hyunwoo might be connected to this was already enough to kill him. But on the other hand, he couldn't act on emotions. If they did that, the factions would lose trust in the system and break the contracts themselves. And in the end, they could join forces against their organization and fight back. And that made things more difficult. There wasn't much time left before they collected the required amount of karma. In such difficult times, they could not repeat the mistakes of the past, said the tyrant, and pressed Hermes again. The servant messenger asked if he was talking about the farm times. The tyrant confirmed that at that time his wonderful plan was thwarted, then he gave in to emotions. And those precious sources of karma were destroyed by him. When he thought about it, about the wasted efforts, how could he remain calm? First, they had to be patient once Hyunwoo crossed the line, and once they had evidence. That's when they'll talk to him, said the tyrant, his face twisted with anger. A week later, Noah finally finished his preparations and called Hyunwoo, who placed 11 stones and a compass in front of him. All the hermit had to do was choose the coordinates and use his magic power. It was more difficult to create a security system, but Noah had studied the Zig Tower well. Of course, the control towers were more difficult. But Hyunwoo didn't have to worry about getting stuck in other people's towers. He looked at the compass and realized that he had received another cheat artifact. Although the tower was 15 stones short, it was because the spiritual faction leader's tower was not connected to the others. These were a kind of plantation for the leaders, the best of which they took for themselves, Hyunwoo understood. Av said that it would be difficult for the spirits to save the world tree, even if they later connected the remaining 4 towers to it. Hyunwoo decided to leave immediately so as not to waste time, but suddenly he began to teleport. Av and Noah looked at him with concern, not understanding what was happening. Hyunwoo found himself in a luxurious room. He already thought that the stalker invited him again, but it was Double who called him, and he sat at the table and greeted the hermit. This time he was in the form of an angel, so Hyunwoo immediately understood which faction he actually belonged to, and this meant that he got to heaven. Usually it was impossible to use such a move, but Double tried very hard. Hyunwoo asked why he was called, not to give out praise, and Double replied that there was an urgent matter. He found out that Lucius was up to something with this spell to catch Hyuna. The hermit became bored and expressed the hope that his opponent had come up with something interesting. Since they dragged him here, it means they decided to really annoy him. But by that logic, Double was no different from the others, and the angel did not deny it. He told the hermit to be on guard. In this place, magic was damaging everyone except angels. In his current state, even he wasn't able to defeat the faction. Hyunwoo listened to his feelings. It was really tough. The hermit took the warning and said that he was busy, so it was time for him to go. But I decided to ask Double, as an experienced craftsman, if he knew how to use artifacts. The hermit grinned, which was very appropriate, and said that he had a request. Stonehead gathered his minions to assert himself at their expense. He still hadn't recovered from the lessons in politeness that Hyunwoo had kindly given him. One henchman decided to ask why the boss was so sad, and the Stonehead was surprised that they didn't know anything. He told them how he had gone on an errand for Naiad, hoping for an easy task, and when he came to, the faction leader was wiping the floor. In the end, even the troops they had gathered were defeated. They were unable to catch Zig, and the problem with the portal was not solved. This really made him nervous. The Stonehead heard and agreed the situation was shameful. And only a few moments later he realized that it was Hyunwoo himself who had come to him. To stop him from wagging his tongue, the hermit taught the blockhead manners again. He was not annoyed that when they saw him, everyone started screaming loudly and was terribly irritating, and the novices nearby became nervous. They thought about intervening because if they didn't, the leader would punish them later, but the hermit quickly put everyone to bed. Hyunwoo figured that this primitive tower must have the same structure as Zig's tower, and he headed to the lower floors. As expected, it was just as bad here. People suffered just like in the Zig tower, only it was a little hotter. Hyunwoo saw a thirsty man drinking water from a dirty puddle. He just wanted to leave after he installed the mana-collecting stone, but what was happening here was really irritating him. The hermit returned to the tower boss and said good morning to him, then asked him to wake up. The blockhead seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened to him and began to scream and jump again. And the hermit quickly showed him what would happen if he did not shut up. He told the blockhead that he really didn't like what he was doing and demanded that it be corrected. He's been busy lately, so the slave owner had better keep an eye on his tower himself, because there will definitely be an inspection. And if nothing changes again, he will feel very bad again, Hyunwoo said. He hoped that even a humanoid with a stone head would understand such a simple truth and let him go. And he warned that if the stone head did something wrong, he would receive a ticket to the next world that same day. Before leaving, the pitiful slave owner asked him what he should do, and Hyunwoo said, "Then, for the first time in a long time, people in the desert saw rain falling from the sky. The sky cleared of ash and a clean rain without volcanic dirt poured down." Hyunwoo sighed and headed to the next portal. He was already getting pretty tired of this routine. The next day, the angels were holding a meeting. Lucius learned that Hyunwoo had attacked the spiritual faction. Gabriel found out about this while he was dealing with the world tree, but considering how much magic was used, it doesn't look like it was a battle. Of course, Gabriel didn't go inside, but everything looked very suspicious. It was strange. Even after only meeting Hyunwoo once, Lucius realized that he was incapable of having a meaningful conversation. He chuckled, because this made the situation even more interesting, and he wanted to dig deeper. When they all heard a voice that told them not to keep secrets because he was already here, Hyunwoo grinned with his signature face and said that he just came to talk. Lucifer immediately admitted his mistake. He did not think that the hermit was one of those people. "And I never even dreamed that Hyunwoo himself would appear in this place," said the angel, and grinned. The hermit objected that the place did not look like a place of death, and he had not heard that it was famous for such things. The angel reminded him that he was bound by a contract he had made with the spirit faction for a very generous fee. He asked if the hermit really thought he would survive this time, but Hyunwoo had no doubt. Otherwise, the feathered hens will not have enough life to pay for what they have done. Hyunwoo couldn't tell everything in detail, but he was sure that Lucifer's accomplices already knew. The dummies from the spirit faction stared up in shock. Since yesterday they had not received karma from the towers, now the consequences have arrived, the fairy explained. The Naiad didn't understand what the problem was. The dwarf informed her that he had contacted the other tower owners. And no matter how you look at it, all of this is the work of Hyunwoo, who has been in each of them. According to reports, the hermit attacked the owners of the towers, which are directly connected to the world tree. He also went down to the lower floors. It was unknown what he did there, but after that, the karma collection began to fail, the gnome said. Although he gave the order for an investigation to be carried out, everyone was too scared, so it was stopped before it even began. The Naiad ground his teeth to stubs, repeating the name she hated. Hyunwoo scratched his ear and thought that someone was remembering him now. He told the angels what he did and why their union came to an end. After all, there was no point in entering into a fight without benefit for oneself. Lucifer sighed. Since this was the case, the agreement was truly in doubt. "But where is the proof that Hyunwoo is not lying?" he asked. And the hermit replied that only by believing him could they all remain safe. The angels huddled together like chickens in a henhouse at the sight of a fox. Hyunwoo asked if that was enough of a reason, and with that, left Lucifer to check everything on his own, which he did, immediately ordering Gabriel to check everything. And it was also necessary to find out how Hyunwoo got to paradise without knowing its coordinates, and also overcame their defense. Turning around, he noticed that Uriel was absent today. Gabriel said that their brother has been very busy lately and hardly sleeps. But Lucius found this strange, for he did not remember having entrusted any work to him. Meanwhile, the rebel angel and double agent in one person appeared in the imaginary space. But instead of the stalker, Oak Peter appeared and greeted him. The stalker met with them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Double told them to stop chatting and tell him why they needed him. Peter told them that although he was not sure, he might have found traces of the stalker's karma. Double was surprised because there was not a single place left that they had not searched. Peter thought so too at first, but then he found out that there was a place left where the warrior chosen by the stalker lived. This meant that the stalker's karma was in the 51st tower. Peter told Double that the hermit had recently visited the Tower of Jay, his teacher. Peter hid his true identity, so he had to pretend he didn't notice. But then, although weakly, he felt the energy of the teacher that emanated from the hermit. Double was surprised and asked if it could have been a coincidence karma just stuck to Hyun when he met the stalker. Peter was too sensitive to such things, but perhaps he attached great importance to it. This territory was not under the control of the managers, so it had not been explored until now. Peter advised Double to explore it if the opportunity arose. The angel, after some thought, agreed, and Peter thanked him for his help. He also asked to tell the hermit to be careful, because the spiritual faction is now in cahoots with Hermes. A gray-haired old man with a rusty sword sat in some ruins and waited for someone. When Hermes appeared on the threshold of his home, the old man asked what had brought him here after so many years. He replied that everything was quite obvious, since he was an errand boy, which meant he had come on business and not to have a cup of tea. The old man was the owner of Tower Number 1, which was under the direct control of the organization, and he was called the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster realized that it was very difficult, since Hermes came to him bypassing the others, but the messenger objected that the others had not coped. The Swordmaster was surprised that the request was sent to all the tower owners. Someone wanted to take out all their anger on one person. Not everyone can handle this. The king of greed is immobilized. The sun god goes into hysterics and has a nervous breakdown as soon as he hears the target's name. The old man was surprised because he had not heard any rumors that Ra had been defeated. The target of this quest is the owner of the 51st tower, Kim Hyun-woo. The old man said that he had heard many surprising things today, but Hermes said that the task had to be completed. If you use the travel stone given by the spirit faction, you can get to Zig's tower. Then he can find a passage in the Zig tower, and half the job is done. The old man was surprised because he could go straight ahead. But Hermes said that it would be difficult, because the hermit's tower had reinforced protection. Of course, thanks to the power of the world tree, it was possible to go there immediately. But because it was cut a little, it was impossible. In addition, the energy company's involvement had to be hidden from everyone. Even Hermes could not use his powers. Therefore, in the current situation, it was best to use the passage in the Zig Tower. The Swordmaster understood everything and decided to prepare first. He was looking forward to meeting the one who defeated the sun god. But Hermes warned him to try not to die. If only for the sake of his remaining atonement, Hermes added. The Swordmaster accepted his warning and asked if he could definitely get through the passage in Zig's tower. There might be protection there too. Hermes chuckled and said that it was impossible to block that path. It turned out that this passage was not created by Hermes, while Siegfried was conjuring with circles. He was indignant because the tower did not want to be put in order. He did not understand why he was trying so hard for the sake of the lower floors. But on the other hand, even though he was the owner, he could not disobey the terrible hermit and his order. He scared him more than death, but still, Zig worked all night and was dead tired. He was already thinking about how to take a rest when someone from behind decided to ask him in a familiar manner. Zig jumped back as if scalded and asked the intruder who he was. But instead of an answer, he received a wound on both legs, and he didn't even understand how. The old man pointed his jagged sword at him and demanded an answer to one question. "Where is the passage to the neighboring tower?" asked the insanely strong old man. Hyunwoo listened to the tower's creators, and they strengthened the tower by one more level. After a recent series of invasions, Noah decided to strengthen their defenses to keep out all sorts of people. That's why he fiddled with it. He wanted to block the passage in the jumper, but it turned out to be more difficult. The principles, the structure, his skills were not enough to analyze the passage. The door went beyond technology, as if there was something there. Hyunwoo was surprised. He didn't think there could be anything special in the passage. It looked like an ordinary gate. And right at that moment, a bearded old man appeared there and asked if there was a coin. He politely apologized for the intrusion and asked to answer one question. The old man immediately understood from their reactions and faces which of them was Hyunwoo, and he smiled. The old man swung his sword and a fiery streak of enormous power divided the room. Zig was lying on the floor of his tower, exhausted, when someone approached him. Another of the company's assistants yawned and said that the old man should have waited for him, but he went ahead to make a graceful appearance. He was surprised that the sword god didn't kill Zig. It was completely in vain, he thought. But in any case, the old man had to bring the most important thing to an end. He was irritated and wondered if there was any point in following the old ruin. He wanted to be useful in that fight, but as soon as he thought about it, a transparent barrier appeared around him. The barrier was quite strong. It was not made by an ordinary person, and the tyrant's henchmen realized that these were Hyunwoo's supporters that he had been warned about. The henchman tried to break the barrier, but when it didn't work, he simply collapsed on the floor, since he had a good excuse to laze around. After all, the master of the sword himself went on the mission, and he would definitely do everything right, because he was the best among the tyrant's minions. Hyunwoo shielded his comrades from the powerful shockwave with his hands. After the force of the blow had died down, the hermit told them to stand aside. They had a rather dangerous guest who miraculously managed to get through the barrier. The sword god was pleased. He knew Hyunwoo was strong, but this exceeded his expectations. He hadn't met anyone who could stop his attack for a long time. Hyunwoo asked the old man how he got here, since the passage was guarded, and he realized that something could have happened to Zig. The old man replied that there was no need to worry. He had not killed the guard dog, even though it had not told him where the passage was. Siegfried should have survived. But given the old man's attack, it was no surprise that he was defeated. In terms of strength, he was equal to the demoness, and perhaps even higher. A person with such skill was definitely working for the organization, and Hyunwoo asked about it. The sword god was indignant. He didn't like the designation work, but it was stupid to deny this connection. Hyunwoo realized that he was right, which meant he didn't have to hold back like he did with ordinary tower owners. He rushed towards the enemy with full power and instantly closed in on him. The sword god also reacted quickly and struck the hermit straight in the head with his sword. A powerful beam of fire burst out of the tower. Once again, its interior was disturbed, and Hyunwoo immediately scolded the intruder for causing a real mess here. He had barely dodged the previous attack and was now preparing to counterattack. A powerful blow threw the old man away, and they flew out together. They exchanged several blows, each of whom managed to react. The old man struck Hyuna with his sword, but was himself punched in the stomach, but was surprised that his opponent remained standing. It didn't escape his notice that Hyunwoo also had regeneration. He swung his sword again, and they separated, after which the sword god rushed after the hermit, and he moved to the side. The old man realized that he should not make any rash moves that the enemy could take advantage of. Hyunwoo spun the old man around and decided to keep up with him in powerful strikes and loaded the main caliber. A real dragon burst out from his fist, an ability given to him by divine karma. The sword god avoided the galactic strike, otherwise he would have been swatted. He noted that the hermit was incredibly strong and did not allow him to rest at all. But in such a situation, the old man went beyond the limits, and at that very moment, he deprived Hyunwoo of his hand. He did everything in his power to live up to his nickname as the god of the sword. But even after the blow, the hermit retained the ability to move and attacked again. Hyunwoo asked the old man what was wrong with his face, noticing his confusion. After the smoke cleared, he saw that the old man was still alive, even after the powerful attack. The sword god realized that although the hermit was strong, it was psychologically difficult to bear the loss of a limb. He couldn't imagine that Hyunwoo would immediately counterattack. And it will do it with overwhelming destructive force. Its speed was also high, the old man thought. It was impressive beyond logic, the sword god decided. The hermit's set of cheats was amazing, and he also had regeneration like a salamander. The sword god was forced to admit that Hyunwoo was much stronger than him, and perhaps today was the day his soul would be free. He remembered Hermes' warning, and his heart sank. The shadows of the past clutched at his back and shoulders with dead hands. A flash of light went off and flew straight into the face of the flying Hyun. The sword god began the second phase of the battle, and a pillar of light threw the hermit back, who decided to introduce himself. He was once a warrior who defended Asgard, but eventually became a traitor, bowed to power, and abandoned his friends, for which he bears the weight of the Asgardian legacy. A sinner who completes his deeds for the sake of atonement, said the old man, and became younger. Double spied on the hermit and was excited that everything happened so quickly. The managers sent Tyr, which meant they recognized Hyun as a threat, which was even worse. Double thought that if he was lucky, Tyr's assistant would wake up and intervene in the fight. This was not enough. Fortunately for now, the fight was on equal terms, as Tyr revealed his power as a master swordsman. But no matter how strong Hyunwoo was, Tyra couldn't be defeated, Double thought. Because until the company built towers in every dimension, they used Tyre to eliminate gods that stood in their way. Double realized that he couldn't stay away from all this and had to do something. Hyunwoo didn't understand why they dumped the psychological burden of the old man's problems on him, which he didn't ask about. Although he had become younger, he had suddenly learned to fly and used a ton of weapons just like his old enemy. But it felt completely different. Back then they were simple artifacts. The energy contained in Tyr's swords was similar to what he had been told about. The electrician then spoke of the sword god, who could wield any weapon, and legends were made about him. An invincible warrior who can use weapons in any way. All his numerous abilities consisted of the fact that he could do everything. Hyunwoo realized that he had met a cheater similar to himself. Tyr understood from his face that the hermit had already figured out the situation, because the power that emanated from the weapon was great. He told Hyun not to worry. He couldn't use them all at once, he just needed the power that was in them. He borrowed it, remembering all the battles he had gone through and the obstacles he had overcome. Now all this experience was in one hand, shouted Tyr, and suddenly attacked the frozen hermit. There was a loud explosion and Hyunwoo was blown away like a feather. The old man admired Hyunwoo's speed and reaction as he dodged the attack, but warned that Thor's strike would be much faster. He rushed to attack again, but the hermit so quickly that his movements blurred into the air. Hyunwoo dodged by bending back, otherwise the blow would have taken his head off, and instantly counterattacked the swordmaster with a kick to the jaw. The blow caused the master's head to explode like a balloon, and then tentacles of strange liquid flew at the hermit. This was the ability of the god Loki, a joker and a liar who could transform into anything and was excellent at catching enemies. Having bound his enemies with shadows, Loki attacks with the spear Gungnir, and always wins. Even though the swordmaster was not very good at wielding it, he was still able to use the full power of the spear while Hyunwoo was desperately trying to get out. The swordmaster threw his spear and a galactic strike resounded. The hermit blocked the spear with his crossed arms and willpower. Hyunwoo didn't understand what kind of incredible furry animal came to him if he couldn't even stop the spear. Hyunwoo heard the stalker's voice telling him that he was going to die soon, and then he was blown away by a spear. The swordmaster approached as the dust settled, and noted with disappointment that Hyunwoo had met such a boring end. But the hermit was alive. Gritting his teeth in pain, he said that he had not experienced such acute sensations for a long time. He did not understand where the old man got so much strength and where he had so many feats and objects behind him, and he thought that this time he was very unlucky with the enemy. Stalker told Hyun that she once considered the swordmaster as a candidate for a hunting dog, even though he was collaborating with Tyrant. However, she was surprised, even after Double's report. She thought that the hermit would easily deal with the old man. Overall, she noted that he was holding up well. Hyunwoo still couldn't figure out what kind of familiar voice he was hearing. After long and painful thoughts which were hindered by the spire in his body, Hyunwoo realized who could have come to him. The stalker was still in the guise of an undisclosed character from the game and greeted him. She asked him how he was doing, and Hyunwoo thought he was being made fun of. She saw the situation he was in. The hermit replied and spat out blood. The stalker said not to be too upset. He was just unlucky, as they said. And finally, thanks to the fight with this enemy, he can take advantage of it, she added. Hyunwoo asked what she was talking about, and the stalker replied that she had given him this thing a long time ago. It was her sharingan, the girl said, and Hyunwoo's eye twitched nervously. He rubbed his eye in bewilderment, which began to sparkle and feel different. The girl said that she would explain everything to him now and suggested changing the environment by dragging him into an imaginary space. The hermit was surprised that his body was being restored in this dimension. She asked him a leading question about whether he had ever been tormented by vague doubts. For example, why can he use someone else's karma as his own? The stalker stunned him, the nature of his cheats. Hyunwoo always thought that it was because he was just the main character and asked why such a question. Stalker reminded him of past battles. When he fought with Electric, he used lightning magic. After the battle with the Almighty God, his mana capacity increased, and in the remaining battles he used karma skills as if he was born with it. Stalker was surprised that he thought all this time that it was normal to have such cheats. Hyunwoo began to justify himself by saying that he had seen similar things in manga and books, which helped him use the power of absurdity. At which the stalker girl laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. Everyone had been gaining experience for hundreds of years, but he thought he learned everything from manga, just by reading. Stalker began to praise all the writers of the world for raising an entire generation of naive dreamers. In any case, he can easily cope with karma, precisely because of the power it gave him. More precisely, she put it in his eye, the stalker reminded again, and Hyunwoo touched the lantern. The story of karma that was revealed to him, and the story of its extraction. All this was made possible by her sharing it. Now he had to understand what its power was. The sword master looked closely at Hyun. He felt that there was something in the guy, which meant he had to expect surprises. He only had one wish, that Hyunwoo would be the one to accept his power. But perhaps he had placed too much hope, the old man thought. He already understood that this time everything was a waste of time and expectations. Suddenly, Hyunwoo disappeared, and the old man was surprised. He understood that the hermit did not die because he had good regeneration. On top of all that, the speed was insane. But the most incredible thing was that the hermit was able to touch the spear without Odin's power. At that very moment, Hyunwoo appeared right above the sword master, holding his spear in his hands. The stalker was able to explain to him that he was able to understand the essence of any karma thanks to the eye. And no matter whose it is, he can take possession of it just by looking at it. But until this moment, he could not use all the power because he did not even know about it. The stronger the object's abilities, the greater the strain on the Sharingan owner's body. That's why the stalker set two conditions when she gave him the eye. He could only absorb the karma he could handle. And without a powerfully trained body, the eye could not reveal itself 100%. When Hyunwoo defeated his enemies with astonishing speed, he received a divine body. During the final battle with the demon of the mind, he became the owner of a spirit close to perfection. All that was left was to test himself and gain experience. And thanks to the battle with Tyr, he did it. However, the stalker said, it was worth it because Tyr single-handedly studied all the powers of the Asgard, and he is a monster among monsters. Thanks to this battle, he will finally be able to open his true eyes, the stalker told him. It happened. An unprecedented strongest among the strongest appeared. The one who can cheat the system, the divine cheater main character, and just a handsome guy, Hyunwoo. Catching the spear, he felt the feelings and memories contained within it. The many wars it had been through. He saw all those victories that gave birth to the myth of this weapon, and swung his spear powerfully. The sword master barely held back the spear strike with his jagged blade. The galactic impact split the rock behind the old man. Hyunwoo chuckled. From now on, he could use his items. Stalker told him before sending him that if he loses even with such cheats, then he is definitely clumsy. She advised him to use Asgardian weapons against the sword master. Now he could do it without difficulty. Hyunwoo countered that it was easier for him to use his fists. And the stalker said that perhaps this was the best opportunity for Tyr to atone for his guilt. The swordmaster was stunned by the sudden change in Hyunwoo's strength. The hermit thanked the old man for kindly providing him with room to strike and swung his leg. A powerful blow to the ribs sent Tyr into retirement, and he tumbled like a toad. Only by thrusting the blade into the ground was he able to stop the chaotic flight above the ground. The hermit pressed him, not giving him a second to breathe. Ice walls grew around Hyunwoo, with which his grandfather tried to slow him down. But the hermit simply smashed the glacier by striking it with his spear like a club. The swordmaster didn't understand how Hyunwoo had reached a completely different level of karma and mixed it up so successfully. Plus, the hermit added Thor's power to the mix and sparkled like a short-circuited transformer. He swung the legendary staff and sent out a wave of power. The swordmaster switched to the power of the guardian of the gods and the world tree, Heimdall, and he made many powerful cuts with a metal tool. But the hermit was not harmed because he used the power of liquid Loki and even grabbed the old man with it. Hyunwoo decided to tell about his power. Thor couldn't use the power of feats. So what's the matter? He asked the old man. He began to charge the spear with his power like a huge lightning rod. And he answered his own question. It was simple. He is much stronger, Hyunwoo said, causing a universal explosion. Hyunwoo sighed. The old man had already annoyed him by avoiding his attack again. But this time he was not quite okay. There was a deep wound on the swordmaster's chest. The master lamented that he could not avoid damage, even with the fastest karma in the Wild West. It was the first time he had felt this way since he had lost everything and the tyrant stood over him. Then, he was able to leave only a scratch on the tyrant's face, who appreciated his skills and made an offer. He demanded to become his sword, and in exchange promised to leave the innocent inhabitants of Asgard alive. Of course, there were two conditions, said the head of the energy company. From now on, He will have to carry out all his orders and do it successfully, swear allegiance, and if he betrays, he will execute Odin by his own hands, as well as all the other gods and goddesses who lay like a human carpet under their feet. The tyrant asked how he felt about this proposal. The decision was not difficult for someone who was on the verge of death. The flashback ended and the swordmaster returned to reality. Hyunwoo asked if he wanted to continue, and the old man replied that he had sciatica, but he couldn't retreat since his body no longer existed. But then the hermit decided to give him psychological counseling and free him from the old man's guilt complex with his advice. His friends hardly blame him for the past, Hyunwoo said. He realized that thanks to his power. The feats contained in the weapon are filled with emotions and memories, and they all emanate the same feeling of regret. That the old man had to bear this burden alone, so they want him to stop carrying the burden of guilt and calm down. The old man was surprised. He had been carrying this load of weapons for 1,000 years, and this was the first time he had heard about their emotions, and he couldn't believe it. Hyunwoo simply understood everything by touching it. "It was a bad joke," said the old man. "The time that was allotted to him was clearly not something to laugh at," he told the hermit. Hyunwoo remembered what the stalker told him about the old man's stubborn nature. He would fight until the very end. The hermit realized that he had no choice. He had already used up all the phrases he could to dilute the exchange of blows. Now they both had no choice but to go to the end. Somewhere in Asgard, the swordmaster entered a second flashback. Another dead monster lay nearby. Even for Tyr, he was a formidable opponent. One of them also received serious injuries, but said that it was nothing because his friend had dealt with everything else. He believed that he too should follow his example, because wounds and death do not guess the time. It was his role in protecting Asgard, he said, looking at his men around him. Tyr was surprised that Odin would suddenly speak of this, and thought that the nearness of death had affected him. One asked him to cover him just in case he died, because he trusted him more than anyone. The sword god entered the phase of final push, utmost determination. They crossed the blades of their weapons, and sparks flew all around, after which they soared into the sky in a monstrous, deadly dance. They fought in the sky, using Tyr's guns as supports and pushing off from them to strike. Music of a duel of fates played in the background as they fought, but the old man's jagged blade cracked first. Hyunwoo threw Tyr down because he couldn't keep up with him anymore. The sword god landed with a somersault on both feet, barely able to stand. When Hyunwoo charged at the old man again, he used a special sword technique, and with great speed he dealt many blows through the hermit's body. But this was only his residual cut. Hyunwoo himself caught up with his opponent again, and then the swordmaster realized that it really wasn't time for him to retire. Today, he was tired. The hermit helped him with this and kicked the old man, sending him flying. One had once told him that he didn't expect anything special from him, and that if Tyr got tired, he could just leave. Otherwise, he makes you worry about him without good reason. After all the blows and flashbacks, the old man was still standing on his feet. He still wanted to show his strength of spirit, and felt that he had done little, so Hyunwoo did not relax either. Hyunwoo approached the pensioner. He gave him a lot today, so he decided to show him something special. Of all the hermit had fought so far, Tyr was the best, and Hyunwoo fired all his karmas at him at once, a powerful beam of goodness and love. Tyr had already begun to partially evaporate, but he continued to move forward, the shadows of regret hiding behind his back. He believed he had unfinished business and clung to his existence like a ghost, but the jagged sword cracked. Before he died, he saw Odin, who called him a fool who had had a hard time, and he told him that it was time to rest and give way to the young. The fragments of the broken sword fell to the ground, where only a burnt furrow remained. Hyunwoo exhaled. He was in a great mood. He didn't even want to argue. His battery died, and for the first time in a long time after the battle, he wanted to sleep. The blonde henchman scratched his head. After a powerful release of energy, he realized that something had happened to the old man. In that case, he had no excuse for idleness, and he reached out his hand to the hermit. But when he touched the portal again, he was forced to pull his hand back. He was surprised to feel a tingling current on his hand, but the barrier did not let him through. Although Hermes assured that no one could stop him, it happened. But this meant that he himself was involved in this barrier, and that the henchman was not allowed to see Hyun, which saved him. Hermes could not even think that a newbie could defeat a master. Besides, he possessed a strange power that copied karma. And so I decided to save this guy's life in order to think about how else he could be used to carry out the plan. It was dangerous this time, the stalker told him as she dragged him into the imaginary space again. He asked her how long she had been lying there, in real-time terms about a day. She answered. It was not bad. For his first feat, he used objects as intermediaries and got off easy. Otherwise, he would have overloaded his mind. But now there was nothing to worry about since he woke up. His body would also quickly return to normal, the stalker said. But the hermit had a question about when they managed to attach the Sharingan to him. She told him that she had been spying on him for a long time, but they had never encountered each other. The stalker said that she had carefully tried to hide her presence, and had done so even when he was locked in the training tower. Then she came secretly and performed the operation on him while he was sleeping. Hyunwoo was surprised that it had been so long and asked what prompted her choice, and she said it was the same reason Noah locked him there. Among all the people she saw, he seemed the strongest to her, said the stalker. That's how Hyunwoo beat 8 billion candidates. It wasn't that hard, the stalker said, and Hyunwoo replied that if she did that again, she would get to his brain. The girl admitted that she had overdone it then, but there was nothing else to do. Besides, it seemed like a great investment to her. She smiled, and she suggested that Hun himself reflect on how his life had changed after this series of coincidences. Just one look made him a cheater, he thought, when the stalker reminded him that his students were waiting for him. And it was necessary to return quickly, and she kindly helped with this, despite the hermit's protests. The stalker warned that besides them, someone else would be waiting for him there, and he could be useful to him, and she told them to find a common language. The hermit opened his eyes and discovered the girls bending over him. They were just testing new methods of treatment and awakening on him. Hyunwoo didn't really understand what his point was and where his t-shirt had gone. When I saw a demoness lady nearby, who said that this method was passed down from generation to generation among monsters. With the help of magic, it was necessary to press on certain points and speed up the healing of the body. The result depends on the strength of the magic. The demoness said that she used this ability for the first time, but since he woke up, it means he is a worker. In any case, thanks to him, she also had a wonderful experience, she said. The experience was amazing. These words left the hermit stunned, and he promised himself not to lose consciousness in their presence anymore. The tyrant received a report from Hermes that Hyunwoo had failed to be eliminated. Moreover, their chief swordsman went into early retirement. The tyrant was surprised that the hermit had defeated Tyr, although he had sent his fair-haired assistant with him. He doubted that the newcomer could defeat two at once, and Hermes explained that they had not attacked together. The swordsman set out immediately after receiving the order and did not wait. And the fair-haired partner, as always, took 3 hours to get ready and left later. And by the time he arrived, it was all over, Tyrant said. Hermes thought about giving the order to continue, but decided that the end did not justify the means and ordered a retreat. The envoy promised to analyze Hyunwoo's powers again soon and take action, and Tyrant brushed him off. After all, he had to soon begin important preparations for the establishment of karma. He didn't want to fill his head with unnecessary nonsense, and ordered Hermes to sort everything out. Hermes thanked Tyrant for understanding and for giving him another chance. Hyunwoo listened to the demoness after he fell asleep. Noah carried him to rest, and they did everything else. In front of him lay Tyr's blade. It was broken so it could no longer be used, and Hyunwoo didn't understand why he needed it. The demoness replied that she thought so too, and offered to raise the sword. It was easier to see once than to hear. When Hyunwoo took hold of the handle, it sparkled with a bright light. As usual, Hyunwoo went into the remote server. He heard the old man, who was surprised to see the hermit so soon because he thought that he would need more time to recover. Turning around, Hyunwoo easily recognized the one-armed old man as the sword god. He asked if the hermit was feeling well because he had a quest for him. Hyunwoo was surprised that the old man hadn't died yet, even though all his opponents had remained alive on their servers. The old man himself wanted to retire, and so he accepted his death in battle. He had already resigned himself to defeat and was waiting for eternal sleep. But this was until an eye appeared before him and took possession of his soul. The stalker saved the old man, or rather half of his former essence. Even after death, they did not allow him to rest in retirement. His body is definitely dead, but his soul is stored on the sword server. The stalker could create a new body, but first she had to wait. If the energy company finds out that he is not quite dead, they will label him a traitor. And that will be the end of all pension bonuses for length of service. Then the tyrant will completely destroy the native tower of the sword god with its inhabitants. As a result, he exists as a soul, thanks to which he can speak with Hyunwoo. And he noticed that the old man's aura had changed. He asked why he accepted the stalker's offer because he wanted to die and rest. Everything was exactly as the old man said, but the opportunity to survive reminded him of a long-forgotten desire. He decided to exist in order to give rest to the souls of long-departed friends. And to do this, you need to tap dance on the graves of your enemies. Hyunwoo was very surprised by such a desire after many years of serving the tyrant. He asked the hermit if he knew about their farm and was surprised. And he asked what it meant and how it differed from an ordinary tower. The sword god said that the farm also collects karma, and it looks like an immeasurably huge round space, inside which are two dimensions, Asgard and Olympus. Don't ask what the author is smoking. Like the inhabitants of the other towers, the measurements were transferred to the farm by force, all because the company stole and controlled the magic that was supposed to flow into his dimension. He didn't know it then and thought it was a disaster. The Asgardians were grateful for being given a new home. But who would have thought that all this was part of the test? On the establishment of the current system of exploitation of human suffering. After some time, that terrible day came. Many red balls appeared in the sky and fell to the ground. And then Tyrant collected his bloody harvest, killing all the inhabitants of Asgard. Hyunwoo was surprised and asked why, but Tyr himself did not know. He had to immediately enter the battle. Of course, the outcome was terrible. He suffered a crushing defeat and became his servant. But it was yesterday that he learned the whole truth from the stalker and was deeply shocked. It turns out that people were killed because she attacked an energy company. At that time, she learned from her spies that Tyrant would soon try a new method of collecting karma. A method based on the structure of the current tower. A system that replaces contradictory history with karma. In other words, he planned to sacrifice all the inhabitants of the farm to use them as material for karma. The stalker attacked to stop him. With great difficulty, she destroyed that place. But Tira was stronger. In the end, she was forced to retreat, and the fight ended with her losing her strength and being imprisoned. The tyrant realized that people connected to the stalker were hiding on the farm. So, in order to get rid of all possible threats, he decided to kill everyone in one day. The old man asked the hermit if he now understood the reasons for his post-traumatic disorder and desire for revenge. Hyunwoo was horrified that the tyrant had committed genocide by catching several people. The sword god did not know the reason for such hatred, but he thought that it was because the tyrant had lost all his karma back then. After all, he is incredibly fixated on collecting it, like a kleptomaniac hamster. The hermit wondered why, with such power, the tyrant collects karma through intermediaries. It was safer to do everything himself. And the old man also asked himself this question. He had already forgotten a lot since his friends had turned into ego swords. Hyunwoo used his head for once and realized that something was fishy here, and perhaps this was the key to the tyrant's weaknesses and goals. He asked a part-time retiree if there was a way to test this. He didn't have a direct answer, but he knew one person who could give him an answer. But the search for this man was quite dangerous, and his name was the King of Greed, Grid, the direct owner of the last tower, under the management of the company, and the only son of the tyrant in all dimensions. Double, meanwhile, met the stalker and knelt down. He told the lady that he found her karma in the 51st tower. More precisely, it was located between the passages that connected towers 50 and 51, so that no one would guess. The stalker let out a cry of surprise. She had searched the entire tower but hadn't thought to check there. But even Double couldn't sense her karma there, she said. He asked if it was worth collecting karma and starting preparations for restoration, and she agreed. The tyrant's fair-haired servant lay on his sides on the warm stone. He asked Hermes why he had come, as if he had something to say. Or maybe he came here to kill him, the blonde man immediately suggested. Hermes was surprised by the calmness of this guy, who understood everything. He realized this back then, on the day when the sword god died, and it turned out that the passage was blocked. It was not difficult for him to guess that Hermes had done it. The reason was simple, the blonde man answered. He was just lazy. And at the same moment he appeared behind Hermes. Of course, he noted, if he had been accused of failing the mission, he would not have been so calm, said the lazy man, lounging on the messenger's shoulder. But he reasoned that since the manager had not yet called him to his office, it meant that Hermes had come up with a convenient excuse for failure. If so, then everything is fine. Other people's affairs did not interest him. He did not care as long as they did not touch him. But if Hermes didn't want to believe him, then what would he do? The blonde man asked. He offered to try to kill him if the chance presented itself, but warned that it would not be easy for either of them. Hermes refused, brushed his hand off his shoulder, and said that in that case everything suited him. And he asked the blonde to sit still and do nothing, as always, after which he disappeared. The tower's creators continued to work on its code, discussing how else it could be improved. They were thinking about how and where to implement which algorithm when Hyunwoo came to them with a broken sword. He asked the two learned heads what they were doing there and why no one was meeting him. The hermit came earlier than they expected and repeated his question. He thought they were busy with the security system, but it was already strengthened to the limit of their capabilities. But after the sword god's last attack, They realized that normal defense was not enough and read the manual on home mining. Now they were working on a new security concept to avoid a breakthrough, meaning they were wasting taxpayers' money. Hyunwoo realized that they wouldn't tell him anything anyway and said that he had a request. He showed them the coordinates of another dimension and asked them to enter them into the compass they had used for the raids last time. Hyunwoo wanted to meet someone without anyone knowing. Noah agreed, even though it was unexpected. He asked who the hermit was dating, and Hyunwoo said that there was a promising guy that Tyrant was hiding. When he first heard this news from the old man, he was also surprised. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The son could be like his father. A long time ago, he had a chance to meet him in the company corridor. All he heard was Grid calling Tyrant his father. Even though he asked the manager, he didn't say anything. He just put his finger to his mouth and said that it was not time yet. That was the whole answer, which left the hermit with even more questions about why he should go to such a person. But there were no other options. The old man hoped to get him to talk when they met, but if nothing came of it, he would have to fight. The decision would be made by the hermit, but the old man did not think that in the current situation the King of Greed would want to fight. He gave Hyun the coordinates and asked his friends to transfer them. The hermit never understood what was going on, but hoped to understand when they met, and appeared in the dimension with a man chained to the pillars. Now he understood why it wouldn't have come to a fight. It's simple. The guy was under house arrest. He was tied up tightly, and Hyunwoo was worried that he would be able to speak at all. But the old man assured him that the boy's mind was separate from his body. He didn't understand how it worked. As usual, Hyunwoo wasn't very resourceful in such matters. Hyunwoo connected the old man's server to the body of the King of Greed, and judging by the blinking indicators, the connection was established. But suddenly the modem started to creak terribly, and Hyunwoo changed his mind, deciding to make a direct connection. As his fist was about to reach its target, an image of a guy appeared and greeted him. He wanted to say that he was glad to meet you, but the hermit's fist could not be stopped, and it stuck into the bespectacled man's stomach. After the blow, in the same second he moved into a room with many books. The sword god ran up to him and asked what he was doing. He thought that they were fighting with the King of Greed, and the old man was horrified by such words. On the contrary, they established a dialogue, drank tea, and discussed the weather. Old friends were already thinking of calling him on Grid's initiative, so the hermit was embarrassed by what he had done. Turning around to look at the guy who was cosplaying as the Black Butler, he realized that it was the King of Greed. After that, it became even more awkward because he turned out to be a weakling. Jay sat with a cup of coffee and thought about how he had never closed this place in the tower before, and anyone could come there to pray in times of need. But now, he was not happy about it. The traitor who had risen up against that man had walked through the door. "Open to the young flock," he said, glaring angrily at his brother. Lucius called him rude. They were brothers after all, and they didn't even offer him tea, to which Jay told him to say what was needed and get lost. He wanted to close that door as quickly as possible, and Lucifer chuckled again at such heartlessness. But he said that it didn't matter to him, because when he told everything, Jay himself wouldn't want to let him go. Lucifer came today to tell him about the second coming of the very one who can neither live nor die. Jay immediately realized that they were talking about their relative, who was once the supreme god. Moreover, the largest dimension, seeing Jay's reaction, the angel chuckled contentedly. The resurrection of his father made Jay think. Although normally he would have driven his brother away, Lucifer immediately corrected himself that he was not talking about a full return, but rather about processing. He needed to bring back to life what his father had left behind before he passed away. Then Jay's patience ran out, and he angrily shouted at his brother, slamming the table. Lucius was pleased with such a stormy reaction. He understood that his brother was interested. But having interested him, he decided to leave immediately. Because his task was to anger Jay, he advised him to lock the doors tighter. O promised that the next time he returned it would mean disaster, which will destroy all his demons, Lucifer said angrily. And he asked to betray Hyuna if he meets her. Even if it is not certain, soon he will have to come to him for a gift, Lucius said. Meeting Grid was strange, but the cosplay guy said not to worry. It happens. They were still in the inner world, where they couldn't get hurt, so there was no need to worry, he said. Hyunwoo felt awkward. All the tower owners were uncouth chubrabs with no manners or moral principles. But Grid looked normal, despite his origin. Grid already knew why Hyunwoo had come to visit him, from the old man's words. They wanted to know from him the true identity of the tyrant manager, whom he called father. Grid took a sip of tea and said thoughtfully that their relationship had once really been like that, although it is unlikely that Tyrant thought of him in such a way, all because during the time of the old farm, after the destruction of the company building, The karma changed under his influence was just a product of processing. He stunned them with a stream of delirium. Hyunwoo asked him to tell her and to drop all the formalities between them. Grid agreed and said that they had seen it at least once. Those who had reached the divine level could create new creatures. The tyrant had created Grid, they learned, and the old man exclaimed that such a creature would be weaker than its creator. And he created him, the divine being, the owner of the tower, because the manager stood out from everyone in this world. At the same time, it was one of the sources of the formation of this dimension, and represents a huge root that lies in the depths of this world. After all, the tyrant is magic itself. Grid stunned them with his revelation. It sounded crazy, but Hyunwoo decided to just take it on faith for now. The old man was amazed. This was not a small problem that could be easily left alone, but Hyunwoo wanted to know why karma was being collected. Why would someone who became magic itself create towers and collect karma if he was already so strong and could collect everything himself, much more effectively? Grid looked down. He didn't think they would understand quickly, and asked if it surprised them. A being that controlled magical power in all dimensions, and even spread it at will. But Hyunwoo didn't find anything wrong with it, no matter if it was magic or something else. This did not change the fact that he would overthrow the tyrant, the hermit confidently declared. So he suggested returning to the conversation, because all he needed now was to get useful information. Now Grid understood why that man had spoken of Hyunwoo, and that the time had come. The hermit was surprised to see Grid smiling, and he apologized, saying that he had simply remembered something. Returning to their topic of conversation, there was only one answer to their question, the cosplayer informed them. The manager created the towers because there was a reason why he could not collect karma with his own hands. This meant that he needed karma that he himself had not touched. He wants only one thing, to get a name that will belong only to him and will not intersect with anyone else's. Hyunwoo was dumbfounded. All these feats were for the sake of some name. Well, Hyunwoo got angry and would have gone to the civil center and filed a complaint, but it wasn't that simple. Creating your own name is a symbolic act. The essence is to free yourself from the limitations of magic. This will allow you to become an independent being. And the main components of such a creature are karma and magic. The tyrant is magic itself and cannot collect karma himself. Even if he takes it on, karma will not suit him since it will be tainted by magic. Now the old man understood the second time why the tyrant needed a system of towers. But Hyun was worried about what Tyrant wanted to achieve with this name, but Creed did not have this information. He has access to some of the memories and emotions that Tyrant had when he created Grid. There was only a desire in them that bordered on obsession and madness. That was all I could tell at this point in the plot, and I didn't know if that information was useful. Then the hermit decided to ask the last question, and slammed his hand on the table. He wanted to know what Grid had in mind. He told them everything too easily, so Hyunwoo wanted to know his motives. Grid didn't know how to explain it, but he switched to understandable language. They had a common desire. Glasses also wanted his father Tyrant to disappear as quickly as possible, a common motive in the fight for a rich inheritance. Grid repeated it again so they would understand. He is a being that is created from the karma that Tyrant collected from the previous farm. He decided not to get rid of karma, but to conduct an experiment and at the same time rework karma. The tyrant was looking for a way to return the karma he had collected to its original state. There were a lot of things that happened in this process that Grid didn't want to talk about, where he was a lab rat. These were not the most pleasant memories for him. He was soaked in a jar of brine. But then the tyrant quickly abandoned his experiments, because no matter what he did, karma was never cleared. And in a rage, unable to control his strength, he burned down the laboratory. As a result, the tyrant refused the changed karma and decided to concentrate on collecting new one and sealed his body for later. The seal was designed to last for several thousand years, and the hermit realized that the tyrant was the worst bad guy in the universe. And he realized that Grid was helping them because his creator had used him and abandoned him. And he wants Hyunwoo to avenge him. But Grid corrected the hermit and said that he was not interested in this. He just hoped that the world would be a better place without his creator father. Hyunwoo wanted an explanation, and Grid reminded him that karma was the sum of the owner's life experiences. He is created from such karma, and therefore keeps within himself the memories and feelings of his father. He writes everything down in books because this is his only entertainment and the only meaning of life. Grid gave Hyun one of the first books. It was a little raw, but he asked him to read it. The hermit was surprised by such frankness and took it to see what was there. But all that was there was pain and cries for salvation, fear of death, and nothing more. Most of the memories that Grid kept were of terrible screams and shouts. Perhaps in this book, he reflected the energy of some kind of massacre that was created by the system on the orders of the manager. And for the last thousands of years, he has heard these screams and felt the pain of those who screamed. With his whole body and mind, he felt how terribly absurd this was. It was for this very reason, for humanitarian reasons, that Grid hoped that his father's energy company would cease to exist. And only then will the world become such that no one will scream in it. The bespectacled man sat and wrote new memoirs. As he was asked, he told the guests everything they needed. And he asked Hermes if this was enough. And the messenger answered that he had done a good job. Hermes asked if it was interesting to talk with the guest, and Grid said that he was pleased. He was nervous, and the greeting didn't go well. But he felt in him a spirit of such strength that he had never encountered before in anyone. So I felt relieved, because if the basis of the plan is such a person, then the plan should be afraid, and Grid can finish his preparations. Hermes understood from his words that everything was developing well, although there were still a couple of difficult moments, Grid added. He needed a little more time. Hermes assured him that there was no hurry. Although the hermit received information, he was still unable to understand the tyrant's weakness, although he suspected that he was definitely hiding something else. Judging by the expression on the bespectacled man's face, it didn't look like he was lying. In the end, Hyunwoo decided to do nothing until he found the stalker's karma and took the day off. The girls took him to choose swimsuits and constantly asked him to evaluate them. Somehow, Hyunwoo found himself in a situation where he had to become an expert in women's swimwear. Because recently the students found out that So-yeon went on a summer vacation and they wanted to go too. Although the hermit always felt that the girls had their own hidden motives, and they constantly argued. They went to change their clothes, and Hyunwoo was supposed to be the judge who decides who wins. He never figured out whether his students were friends or hated each other, and unless it came to fighting, his social skills were failing. It was great that the girls weren't fighting, he thought. When he received a notification from the system, the upper class was calling him. That's why the girls flew out of the locker rooms to win his heart and soul. They discovered that the mentor had disappeared, leaving the hunters with nothing. The hermit already thought that he would have to work again and educate someone, so he screamed when he arrived. But he saw his newly appeared horned ally. He apologized for the sudden visit, and Hyunwoo was understanding. Last time they agreed to let each other know if anything happened to ensure safety. The fact that Jae came here in person could mean that something happened to his tower, and the demon nodded. A huge problem arose that affected the fate of his faction, and only Hyunwoo could help them. Jae grabbed his hand and began to beg. At the same time, Double was shuffling through the corridors of the heavenly city. He finally found an artifact of the right size to contain the stalker's karma. Now all that was left was to collect the karma in Hyunwoo's tower, and all the preparations would be completed, the angel thought. When he saw his brother Lucius surrounded by other angels, who asked him about the reasons for his joy, Hyunwoo decided that there was no truth in legs and suggested that they sit down first and think it over. Then Jae told about Lucifer's plans to use their father's remains. It was the same omniscient and omnipotent one, even though he had many incarnations. In general, Hyunwoo correctly grasped the concept. This raised so many questions about how Lucius was going to be resurrected and how their father could have died. This meant that his father was not present at the moment, and Jae replied that this was exactly the case. This was possible because before the tower appeared, it had merely risen. He told them to take care of the flock of innocent sheep and left, leaving them the holy body and relics. They served their father after the tower was built, continuing his work. At that time, Jae could not even imagine that one of the brothers, defiled by base desires, would injure his comrades and steal the relics, and thus he will betray them all. But in every flock there is a black sheep, and sometimes two or more. The traitor was, of course, Lucifer, Hyunwoo immediately guessed. After this incident, Lucius and his followers entered into a new agreement with the company, and they restored their appearance through magic and karma. They lured useful idiots from other dimensions and then perfected the current faction of angels. Hyunwoo's fists itched at this, but Jae didn't do anything because he didn't want any ill-considered consequences. He also thought that it was unlikely that Lucifer had relics. After all, to become the master of the holy body, one must have a soul with such a powerful karma as to not yield to the father. He could not imagine that Lucius, who had given up cultivation for base desires, could achieve such power. Now Jae realized his naivety, because in the tower where evil karma becomes karma again, nothing was impossible. The hermit realized that Lucifer would try to instill his soul into the holy relics and become omniscient and omnipotent. Hyunwoo was already getting tired of revealing the second character in a row with a complex biography, but Jae continued, Given Lucifer's nature, he wanted to use the relics as a weapon and take over all the towers in all dimensions. In this case, Tyrant would not have stood aside, but the fallen angel most likely took this into account and took measures, which is why Jay asked for help. The demons have become weakened by cutting off their souls, and they will not have enough strength to resist the angels. He could only ask the hermit for such a request, and he asked Jay to calm down. He was still going to meet his acquaintance who lived in the angelic abode, Hyunwoo said, and a teleportation circle lit up around him. And he realized that Double was dead and had already called him. He told Jay that if anything happened, he would tell him, but for now it was better for him to return to the tower. And he told him to relax, because he was going to visit Lucifer anyway. Once they had decided everything, Jay thanked him and Hyunwoo disappeared. Hyunwoo said right away that he was glad he was called because he had just met Jay. But when he looked around, he saw Lucius, who had already realized that Hyunwoo knew everything and was holding Double pinned to the floor. The fallen angel grinned and asked the hermit if he liked this picture. Hyunwoo asked what the hell was going on, and Lucius responded with the same question since he himself had called Uriel Double, giving out his agent's nickname. This was the name of the one he was looking for at the first meeting of the tower owners. This meant that ever since then, Hyunwoo had been in contact with a traitor to their faction, Lucius realized, and he was very eager to find out what their business was. The hermit immediately realized that making excuses was for weaklings, which meant he had to stop the angel. Lucifer began to grimace, feigning fear, because this was exactly the kind of recklessness he expected from Hyunwoo. He looked up at the magic circles that were sparkling and advised the hermit not to do this. Hyunwoo followed his gaze and saw that the entire room was a magical trap. It was a holy place, and so its power suddenly weakened. Hyunwoo remembered that there was a system in this place that took away the power of everyone except the angels, and Lucifer confirmed that this was it. No matter how much Hyunwoo struggled, he couldn't win. Of course, they understood that someone like him could still cause damage, and they offered him peace. Lucius extended his poorly drawn hand for a handshake. Since Hyunwoo met with Jay, it means he was aware of all the plans. Lucius promised that when he became the master of the holy body, he would not negotiate with anyone. He would receive absolute power like the Sith. So now, the hermit had a great chance to settle everything, just to shake the strange claw of the angel. And then he will not touch his tower as an exception, Lucifer said, an obvious lie. But the hermit joyfully grabbed his hand as if he had heard an excellent offer. Double began to shout, warning the hermit in anger about the dangers of dealing with Lucifer. He laughed. The taste of good deals was refreshing to him, and he was glad to come to an agreement. And then he offered to discuss their agreement and sign it, but suddenly fell silent. And when it dawned on him, he fell to the floor and began to scream, as if his hands were being squeezed in a steel vice. Hyunwoo chuckled and asked what was there to yell about, since he himself had asked to shake his hand. Lucifer didn't understand how this was possible. In the holy place, Hyunwoo couldn't use even a tenth of his power. This meant that the hermit had become stronger, so much so that even his idiot minions were getting nervous. Hyunwoo grabbed Lucius and jumped. He told him that they should be more open as friends. But you have to share with friends, and he threw it like a fallen angel's rocket. After which he jumped to Double and told him that this was not a performance, and it was time for him to fly away. He showed me a compass and said that now was a great opportunity to make a run for it. Lucifer was caught by his soldiers, but he let his enemies escape. He began to shout at his idle dummies and ordered them to prepare a call, demanding Hyuna back. But the movement circle was still recharging. They would have to wait at least another week. Lucius didn't care. He ordered the hermit to be returned immediately. Then he launched into a tirade about how they owed him like land owed to a collective farm. When a mad hermit appeared behind him and asked if he was bored, he took the angel with him. Noah and Av didn't understand what was happening. Hyunwoo suddenly showed up, dropped off the guest, and then disappeared again. Then the hermit appeared with the second angel and told Noah to open the illusory space. He asked to postpone all explanations until later due to the urgency of the matter, and Noah began to puff at the console. A purple portal opened, and the hermit immediately headed there with the captive. He dragged him into a territory where he could do whatever he wanted with the arrogant angel. So I played with him again to see who could throw the angel the farthest, and it rolled like a ball. Upon landing, Lucifer began to collect the ball of magic in his hands and gritted his teeth in anger. He threatened to punish the hermit, but suddenly fell silent and stared at him in bewilderment. Because Hyunwoo mastered the Monkey King's shadow clone techniques and applied them, the moral of this story is that even a lion can be extinguished by a crowd. Ancient wisdom. Hyunwoo was just about to polish his new skill when he came across a lucky punching bag. Hyunwoo chuckled and reminded him that it was impossible to die in this place, even if you wanted to with all your heart. Today you can die as much as you like, said the hermit, and began his lesson in good manners for the arrogant angel. On this day, Lucifer experienced an infinite number of ways to die, and booted up 1,000 times in total. At the same time, the remaining two archangels were holding a difficult meeting. They thought about what to do next, because if things continued like this, their plans would come to an end. Even if someone else transfers his soul to the holy relics, the karma collected for this is suitable only for Lucifer. Gabriel jumped up from his seat and said that he had to get his brother back at all costs, but he understood that they were powerless to do this. The Hunu Tower was too heavily defended, and without Uriel's technology, they wouldn't have been able to get in. But even if it were possible, they would not be able to defeat the hermit because everyone saw how strong he was. Hyunwoo's powers were not weakened even by the strongest debuffs of the Holy Land. Of course, they could still call on that same one, but that would be an extreme measure. After all, he had overcome even what Uriel had created, Gabriel lamented. Now they could only pray, more prayer, Gabriel said. After a while, Hyunwoo introduced them to the terribly vile and immoral Lucifer. Noah asked what happened to him, and Hyunwoo smiled and replied that these were secrets of the intelligence services and interrogation methods. Double was put to bed to recover from all the abuse. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Hyunwoo dealt with one problem and asked the demoness if she took what he asked for, and she answered in the affirmative. In this shot, she seemed to have grown a little. Hyun needed an item that would restrain the sinner, and she brought him the rosary of 108 people. The hermit was surprised, because even Noah's contract did not work on Lucifer, and he is the strongest in the tower with access to the system. But the demoness lady assured him that she was not messing around, and this thing was special. She suggested putting the rosary on the angel and seeing what would happen. When Lucifer became reluctant, Hyunwoo suggested that he return to the interrogation room. Just him, Hyunwoo, and many other Hyunwoos, each with their own idea. Lucifer then quickly agreed to accept the rosary and began to doubt who the real evil was in this world. After the successful test, Hyunwoo asked if this meant that Lucius would now obey all his orders. This differed from the contract in that the angel could carry out even an order that was beyond his capabilities. Hyunwoo wanted to know how it would be and assumed that if he told the angel to become a woman, then it would happen. To their surprise, the beads began to glow with unusual energy, after which the frightened angel screamed in horror as he felt the work of magic. After some time, Double woke up with a severe headache. The last thing he remembered was being saved by a hermit. He saw the group staring at the man in front of them in confusion. The hermit was puzzled that the demoness's magic worked exactly as she had warned. Double walked up to them and asked what was going on and what happened to Lucifer. When he saw a cutie in white clothes in front of him, of course he knew that angels are genderless from the start. But he still didn't immediately understand who this girl reminded him of. And only then did lightning strike him when he realized that this was his brother, or rather, now his sister. After some time, they stood at the passage that connected the neighboring towers. Double finished collecting the stalker's karma. Everything went well. All that was left was to hand this artifact over to Peter and activate it, he said. But Yunwoo still found it hard to believe that this was the same karma. Hyunwoo remembered what Double told him. Peter, who is now Jay's servant, was previously the stalker's subordinate. That's why Hyunwoo had a familiar feeling when they saw each other last time. Double began to justify himself, saying that he hadn't hidden anything. He just hadn't had time to tell. Double got in touch with the right person, so Hyunwoo will soon be able to go and do everything. However, there was a problem, his new sister, who couldn't be left like that. Hyunwoo entrusted this task to the demoness lady, and she agreed to accept the task. He also asked her to pass on a message to the students if he was delayed. They would be curious, so she had to take care of them. Hyunwoo wanted them to go on vacation without waiting for him. The demoness did not understand a word. But the hermit waved his hand and said that the students knew what he was talking about. With that, he said goodbye and waved his hand like an astronaut. Together with Double, they arrived at some kind of ruin, where they were met by Pinocchio Peter. He greeted them and asked if they brought karma. Hyunwoo immediately felt like he was doing something criminal. Double showed a golden ball with the stalker lady's karma. Peter called them into the hut, where the doors and walls were of nominal importance due to the huge cracks, and through a large screen connected to a hidden camera, Hermes watched them. He was very happy to see the hermit and that they had finally reached the final arc of this story. Peter placed the ball in the center of the chalk circle and said that everything was ready. They could start at any time. Hyunwoo wanted to clarify what restoration was, and he was told that this process does not affect the essence of karma. She simply becomes 1,000 times stronger in order to find her owner on her own. and then she will break through the dimensions and head towards the owner. And they will follow. They could use karma themselves, but it was dangerous. This method was the safest, except when the owner uses karma, Peter added. The hermit wanted to deal with this nasty matter quickly, but Peter needed to discuss something with Double, and he called him. When the hermit entered the circle, it immediately activated, which was unexpected. Hyunwoo asked what was going on and why that thing was activated, sensing something was wrong. He turned around to hurry them, but saw that Double had become ill. It turned out that the wooden man had shamelessly betrayed everyone, including his former mistress. He told them that this was the best outcome for him personally. Hyunwoo rushed towards the villain to make matches out of him, but he didn't have time to leave the magic circle. Peter said goodbye to him and promised to remember his sacrifice all his life. So Hyunwoo realized that he couldn't trust anyone in this world, and he ended up in the white world. The tyrant appeared and asked how the hermit had ended up in this building. Hearing his voice, Hyunwoo jumped back like a grasshopper, just in case. He didn't even notice when the tyrant approached him from behind. The company's boss gave off an overwhelming and eerie aura. But now what was more important was what Tyrant had told him, and Hyunwoo asked again what this place was. And then, looking at the white building with a blue sign and the inscription, Management, I realized where it was. In front of him stood the Tyrant, who immediately understood that Hyunwoo had not come here of his own free will. The hermit was surprised that Tyrant knew nothing about the trap that Peter from the demon faction had set. It was hard for even the boss to believe that a simple tower owner was capable of this. The tyrant didn't know what exactly was wrong, and he hated such situations. But this time everything worked out well, he told the hermit. He waved his hand and Hyunwoo was hit by multiple black streams of an unknown substance. The tyrant had long wanted to get rid of the impudent newcomer, and then he himself appeared to him. Hyunwoo covered himself with his hands, amazed by the power of the enemy, who threw him away with one swing. On top of that, the tyrant was incredibly fast, and he immediately appeared behind Hyunwoo. Raising his hand up, the chief told the hermit that he need not even try to resist, and he promised that everything would end soon. He slapped Hyun with an open palm, and he flew away. The black substance that burst from Tyrant's hands left a deep cut on Hyun's chest, but he withstood this attack that could kill anyone in all dimensions. In any case, it was useless against him, said the Tyrant, and landed next to the hermit. Even after many blows, Hyunwoo stood firm, and the chief was surprised, even though he knew that the hermit was a tough guy. But I didn't think that Hyunwoo was so strong. He silently covered himself with his hands. Hyunwoo told him to shut up. So what if the first blow went through? The tyrant grinned. He was even glad that he underestimated his opponent. It was more fun that way. Hyunwoo used his Sharingan, his ultimate cheat, and his eye glowed blue. The tyrant was surprised. This power seemed familiar to him when Hyunwoo connected the electric shock. There was a galactic shockwave and everything was drowned in bright flashes and thunderclaps. Meanwhile, Hermes realized from the sounds of battle that it had all begun and told Grid to prepare for the first stage of the plan. The tyrant was unhappy that the newcomer was snapping back, and he covered himself from him with one hand. He crossed the line, said the tyrant, and kicked the hermit like a football. The hermit looked at his arm. He had lost a limb in battle again, but this time it happened very quickly. But the tyrant did not let him stop. He fired at him from his finger rays of evil and childhood abuse. But as if that were not enough, the tyrant collected even more rays of evil and complexes. And he ran his hand through the hermit, who seemed to be cut by a laser. The laser beam cut through everything in its path like a Sith sword. But it was a double that melted like jelly. The tyrant looked up and realized that the real hermit was hiding among his own spears. Hyunwoo shot a rainbow of goodness and love at the tyrant, but he was ready. He had pain, depression, and loneliness, delusions of grandeur, which he shot at Hyuna. The beam from the Death Star incinerated many copies at once. The tyrant already thought that he had destroyed everyone, and the hermit would not be able to do anything, but Hyunwoo came from behind him. However, this attack did not come as a surprise to the Superman. He was waiting for the original to approach him. The hermit had to use the sword god's karma to dodge, but he still suffered. Hyunwoo used all his power, even his Sharingan abilities, and still couldn't calculate the enemy's attacks. It's not even a skill, but an endless stream of power. Besides, Hyunwoo's wounds were healing more slowly. His arm was restored, but if this continued, he realized that he would soon reach his limit. The tyrant assessed the approximate level of strength of the newcomer and honestly told him that now he could not do anything. And this means that it costs nothing to kill him. But he decided to make an exception, give one last chance to survive, and become his sword. Hyunwoo couldn't believe his ears, but Tyrant repeated the offer, impressed by Hyunwoo's strength. And now in this fight, he was convinced that such talent would definitely be useful to him in the future. Hyunwoo asked what the conditions were. The tyrant said that it was nothing complicated. He had to tell him everything he knew about the owner of the sharing an eye that he received. Then he would spare Hyuna and not even touch the 51st tower. This proposal was not bad in his opinion. Hyunwoo grinned. He was offered to simply watch as the planters killed people for karma, in an endless process. And people like Jay are treated like trash and corrupted. How can he do nothing? Asked Hyunwoo. And he said that this whole proposal was complete nonsense for the feeble-minded and morally depraved. When Tyrant was so decisively rejected, his face twisted with anger. Hyunwoo rushed towards the Tyrant and said that he would leave his refusal on his face. Many lightning bolts struck around the Tyrant. Hyunwoo put all his strength into it. But this divine cheating power was stopped by one finger of another cheater, galactic level. Tyrant reminded him that he had warned that Hyunwoo would not be able to do anything now, and his magic took the form of a hand. A finger made of pure magic flew at Hyunwoo, the sight of which made him nervous. The right side of his body exploded. As usual, he was lucky that his brain was not affected. Peter told Double to calm down, because the poison on the knife blade was quite dangerous, and if he doesn't use magic to recover, he might die. But Double told him to stop talking nonsense and to name the reason for the vile betrayal. Peter called him stubborn for asking such a thing in this situation. There is no good reason, the tree explained. The choice is always the result of weighing the sides. He saw a power that even Hyunwoo could never handle. After all, the tyrant is evil itself. He doesn't like cats and no one can defeat him, said the tree. Double demanded to see the scales on which everything was weighed. He couldn't believe that Peter would conspire with the tyrant for such a reason, but he assured him that he still wanted to punish the boss. He was just solving a problem and learned of a plan with a higher chance of success. The plan was told to him by the one who knows the most about the tyrant himself, Hermes. This news shocked Double, that the closest envoy to the tyrant's service was a traitor. Peter had heard about the circumstances that had prompted Hermes to do this, but that was not important now. The thing was that Hermes had already sniffed out everything: their plans, passwords, locations, fatal flaws. Hermes said that the biggest problem is to find a way to strengthen karma. The stalker is in such a large dimension that it is impossible to calculate the coordinates. In order to get the result, you need to increase your karma hundreds of times. This means that the tyrant will feel such enormous energy that it will tear dimensions. Unlike sharing the inner world, physical body movement would take 30 minutes, Hermes said, and he assured Peter that they would die before they reached the stalker, at the hands of the manager who would follow them. And those connected to this plan will die one by one, especially Jay's weak demon faction. Since most of the karma has been collected, the faction will serve as mana for him. And even if by some miracle the stalker returns, how can one be sure that she will defeat the tyrant? After all, she already lost to him once with a bang, Hermes asked him. But there was a way to get rid of the manager without meeting him in person. There was only one thing to do: lure Hyuna to the manager. And after that, Hermes will complete everything according to his plan, of course. The tree simply took his word for it. Afterwards, he began to justify himself by saying that he did everything he could to save everyone else. And to do this, one person could be sacrificed. So Pinocchio could not refuse. Hyunwoo still did not die. He wanted to recover urgently, but he could not use his powers due to his proximity to the tyrant. Now all his magic, both external and internal, was under the control of the boss. This meant that Hyunwoo would not be able to do anything that required karma, said the tyrant, and stepped on the hermit. He asked him what it was like to feel like powerless trash again, and he suggested talking about it right now. Then he might spare his life, but of course the hermit responded with an indecent gesture. Then the tyrant used his black substance again to slap Hyuna. He promised to destroy the hermit so that nothing would remain of him, along with his tower, when he sensed something in the main building. Right at that moment, while he was distracted by Hyuna, Hermes put his hands into the company's storage. Hyunwoo was left alone. He was burning with shame and pain, because he had so confidently promised the students to return. He screamed louder than everyone else but found himself in this situation. He couldn't do anything and was bleeding out right on the floor of the white dimension. Lucius's beads cracked, just like that, and he stared at them in surprise. The demoness lady also noticed and was surprised when she looked at the angel. She realized with horror what this meant. The hermit was in danger. When the tyrant came to the storage, he found a barrier there that did not let him access the accumulated karma. He tried to understand who betrayed him, but he heard a voice that told him that he had arrived earlier than expected. On the other side of the barrier stood Hermes. There was no point in pretending, and he was smirking contentedly. The errand boy noted how unlucky Hyun was. He hoped that the newbie would hold out for another 5 minutes distracting the boss. The tyrant's face twisted with anger, and he asked him what kind of joke this was. He was sure that some pathetic barrier would not stop him, but when he touched it, he received an electric shock. The barrier's forces reliably repelled the tyrant even when he tried to press. To avoid a strong recoil, even a Superman had to retreat. He realized that this barrier was not made of magic, but of karma. And these lightning bolts are the essence of Zeus. Hermes praised the guest and said that this is not only his father's karma. The barrier was rainbow-colored. All the gods of Olympus contributed to its creation. Here were all those whom the tyrant executed for resisting when the farms were destroyed. Hermes asked for their inheritance in exchange for becoming the tyrant's subordinate and received the karma of the gods from the objects. And then the tyrant realized that all this time, Hermes' goal was revenge, and that he had a complete failure in recruiting personnel. The boss was angry. He was being led by the nose all this time. Hermes was very patient. He thanked the tyrant when he called him a damn rat. The prank had really worked. Hermes smiled contentedly. He had learned all this over the years by watching his master. Then the tyrant asked what would happen next, whether he would sit locked up and threaten to take the karma with him. No matter how much magic he used, he would not be able to return the karma, and therefore he must destroy the barrier himself, Tyrant understood. The barrier was a collection of feats, and the explosive force would destroy the entire room if it was damaged, so he was forced to give in to Hermes' demands. And he said, standing in the pose of a Spider-Man, that if Hermes was counting on such an answer, then his whole plan was rubbish. He called Hermes a cockroach and jumped onto the barrier with just the force of his body. The tyrant hoped that the explosive force of the barrier would be suppressed by his magic at the moment of release. He mocked the traitor, thinking that this was his plan, and he easily broke through the barrier that had previously held him back. But when he found himself right in front of Hermes, he braked sharply. After all, his son was right above him, and a huge force had gathered around Grid. Hermes said that there was nothing surprising, because Grid was only using the power that the tyrant had given him, only to the fullest. Through centuries of research and transformation, Grid's abilities have been enhanced, from the accumulation of karma to the absorption of karma, from absorption to fusion, said Hermes, and so on until the explosion, and then the tyrant realized that Hermes had decided to blow up all the endless karma here, turning his son into a bomb. He didn't believe that they all just decided to die here, but Hermes said that his life here was just beginning. After he kills the tyrant and takes revenge, he will be able to stand proudly before the spirits of the family, the messenger shouted to him. The tyrant squinted from the bright light and covered his face with his hand. A powerful explosion reached the body of the hermit, who was still lying there. He was picked up like a feather and carried away. The force that burst from the vault destroyed the building. Double felt a mad surge of energy that tore through dimensions and asked if this was their plan. That meant it was over, he said, and Peter thought about it. But then the wooden man's voice trembled and he asked for forgiveness. With horror, the stupid tree said that he was wrong. It's all over, their lifeline, the fate of the dimension, and everything. Hermes did not understand how the tyrant managed to survive after all this. The tyrant looked at his hand and the magical substance. The situation was really dangerous. He could die if he used only the magic of this place. That's why he attracted the magic of another dimension and stopped the explosion of karma. Most likely about 3 towers were destroyed for this, but he did not need to know about this, the tyrant told Hermes. The boss asked him to answer one question, and for this reason he left Hermes alive. He asked him why he didn't collude with Hyunwoo, but betrayed him. It was clear why he used the newcomer just to distract attention as bait, while Hermes climbed into the storage. It was also clear why it was Hyunwoo. Obviously, he had the greatest fighting power and the strength of a stalker, and he was also the only one who could withstand at least a couple of moments of battle. But being so knowledgeable about Hyunwoo, Hermes could easily make him his ally. Helping Hyun and the stalker would definitely kill the tyrant. Maybe it was part of his tricks, he asked. Hermes screamed. It was he who had to kill the tyrant, only he and no one else. On the day when the tyrant destroyed Olympus, Hermes was the only one who survived, and only for the sake of revenge did he continue to exist. Because he had to kill the tyrant, Hermes cried out again and began to curse him. The boss understood everything. The reason was absurd and stupid. He waved his hand and turned away. It was boring, the tyrant said with annoyance, and his magic finger fell on Hermes, and just before the blow he smiled, because he was able to deceive the boss. Hyunwoo came to his senses in the imaginary space where the stalker usually summoned him, and did not understand what was happening. The day before the fateful battle, Hermes met with Grid to discuss their plan. Their main goal was to deceive the manager, when in fact they were buying him time, a plan as reliable as a Swiss watch, Hermes said. The technique he gave Peter had a second bottom, besides movement. Thanks to her, he met the manager and tried it on, after which he will naturally die and his soul will separate from his body. Then the second technique will come into play, which for some reason could not be used at home, without the tyrant's knowledge. This technique was supposed to strengthen the stalker's previously absorbed karma, which will unite with Hyunwoo's soul to find the stalker. At this moment, they need to distract the tyrant so that he does not feel karma. They will do this with the help of the tyrant's warehouse, which is overflowing with powerful karma, and what will happen next, Grid must know himself. Their main goal was to make the tyrant think that the plan had completely failed. This was the only way to catch him off guard when the hermit returned from another leveling session. Therefore, none of the participants in this plan should know about its final goal, except for the two of them, who will disappear after its implementation. Grid had nothing to lose, but he asked if Hermes was willing to sacrifice his life for a revenge he would not see. At first, the messenger of the gods thought that he would be saddened by this, but everything was not so bad. He himself did not understand when, but he was mortally tired at work. The tyrant grumbled. He had gotten so much trouble from the guy he kept alive to work as a courier, but now Hyunwoo was dead, and the stalker was left with nothing. The tyrant had enough knowledge and accumulated karma. He just needed to build everything anew. Everything is lost, Peter lamented. Even the huge explosion did nothing to the tyrant, which meant they had no hope from the very beginning. Double began to console the traitor. Everything was fine. He just needed to think positively and come up with a new plan. Double suggested running, but Peter said it was impossible. They still couldn't hide from those above. All they could do was kneel down, but Double objected that he wasn't talking about those on top. He was talking about the one standing right behind him, and the demoness was clearly not in the mood to talk to trees. She cracked the log so hard that it broke through the flimsy hut. Peter understood who she was. He heard that in Zone 51 there lived a resident stronger than its owner, and this horned beast was right in front of him, ready to make a woodpile out of him. The demoness grabbed the treeman by the throat and said that these were all rumors. Now it was her turn to ask questions. Noah realized something was wrong when the demoness asked him to open the tracking portal, but I didn't understand why she returned with a wounded Double. The demoness said that because of Peter, Hyunwoo fell into the hands of a tyrant and was killed, and she executed the traitor for her father and for the fact that he lied to her. She knew for sure that the hermit was alive, but to be in a serious condition it would be like losing his body. The demoness was determined to find him, wherever he was, and no matter what it took. Hyunwoo clearly remembered that he died after being hit by the tyrant, and thought that he had gone to hell. But then he realized that this place seemed familiar to him. Then a stalker appeared in a purple ball and said that it was not a complete collapse yet. He just died. For real, it happens to everyone. Apply plantain and he will be as good as new, the stalker said. Now she became an open character and he could see her image. She looked like she worked in a cement factory and smirked at his stupid face. Her hands touched him. The girl behaved very freely. She also wanted to stake out a place for herself next to the main character of the story. She was sure that he wanted to see her with all his heart, because she had helped him out so many times already. But Hyunwoo thought that without the stalker he wouldn't have had any problems. So he did what he had long dreamed of. When she started screaming and getting indignant, he apologized and said that he just wanted to check if she was real or not. Hyunwoo waved his fist, his hand hurt like a real one, and the girl's head was firm, which meant that everything was happening for real. After exchanging pleasantries, he still asked her to explain what was going on. It was clear that simply watching him as a game character would not work any longer. And the stalker said that although she didn't know everything, 2 weeks had already passed since he had fought with the tyrant. And during this time, he had already visited the Hyunwoo Tower and restored order there. And he came there in order to arrange another Armageddon. So many parallel lands have already been destroyed by villains, you can't even count them. Unfortunately, the planet began to resemble a donut, as if its core had been taken out. And the stone-faced girl told him the most terrible news for a man, that his world was destroyed. The entire tower was also destroyed, as were his comrades from the 9th level. So did the menagerie from the outside world, which was temporarily on tour with him. And of course, his lovely students, whom he should have thought about first and foremost. The hermit grabbed the girl and angrily demanded that she tell him that this was all a lie. The stalker told him to calm down. She was a master at conveying information, so the hermit couldn't do it. He demanded that the way into the tower be opened for him so that he could see everything with his own eyes. But she gave him a resounding slap to bring him to his senses. Hyunwoo barely stopped on the endless surface of this imaginary world. But then he was sedated and kicked in the head, as he liked to do. However, he managed to dodge the blow, which almost tore off his head. Hyunwoo went berserk and hit her again with his divine powers. But he was stopped by a slight movement. The girl was saved by a shield, the scales of the sun god. She stunned him by asking what he would do when he returned, and her right arm grew exponentially. Hyunwoo saw not only the dragon's karma in her blow, but many others as well, and he felt small. He still got punched in the face by the stalker because conveying something verbally was not an option. The girl stuck it into the ground and created a galactic explosion. And then the hermit realized that they would not get along. He bit his tongue a little and coughed. For the umpteenth time, his cheats weren't working. But the stalker didn't escape damage either. Hyunwoo took down her shield and used external karma to rip off her arm. She realized that in their battle the advantage was on his side, but it didn't matter because the absolute power was unmatched. Hyunwoo was in no hurry because a stalker draws karma from somewhere, but now he realized that the power came from mixing different karmas. And that means it is karma. He made a far-reaching conclusion. Since there is a man of magic, there must be a man of karma, a man of air, earth, fire. The girl praised him for his brilliant guess. For once, he used his brain. The hermit still doubted that he had understood everything correctly, and he said that he really didn't give a damn who she was. He just wanted to destroy the villain who blew up his world, the hermit said angrily. So he again demanded that the way to the tower be opened for him, and began to threaten with force. But she turned on the screen for him. There his tower stood, whole and unharmed, or rather its three-dimensional visualization of a four-dimensional space. He couldn't understand how this was possible because the stalker had told him that the tower was destroyed, and the girl had stated that he had made these conclusions himself. Before the tyrant's arrival, the entire tower and its ecosystem were transported to another dimension. It was the first time she had encountered such an advanced security system, and she asked who worked on it. Hyunwoo thought that this was the power of Noah's new technology, and was in a very confusing dimension that even a tyrant would not find it soon. Then the hermit sighed with relief and said that this was where it should have started. The girl said that now was not the time to relax. The main problem had not been solved. At that moment, there was no one in the world who could defeat the tyrant. Even a stalker couldn't do this. She had already lost to him once. In addition, by conquering new dimensions, the manager becomes stronger, gains new experience, while she was locked in this basement. Because of this, her sense of battle became dull. She became weak, and there can be no talk of Hyuna at all. He is now as weak as a sparrow. However, she had no intention of locking him away with her until the end of time, and said that there was a way to defeat the tyrant. Now he will take possession of her completely, as it should be, and without a trace. Karma smiled. The hermit shuddered. He couldn't stand another crazy fan. 3 were enough. But the stalker explained to the fool that it was about something else. She conjured a table for tea and offered to talk, since from the moment he lost consciousness, a lot needed explaining. At the same time, the tyrant built a new management building and invited his new hangers-on. A bunch of weak-willed blockheads with low social responsibility gathered in front of him. Gabriel, on behalf of everyone, said that they were surprised by such a sudden call, since the company is usually more secretive. He assumed that it was connected with the fall of a certain tower 2 weeks ago, but the tyrant grinned and said that it was not so, because Hyunwoo's tower wasn't destroyed, even though it disappeared from the dimension, and it could be called destroyed. After all, now this tower was like being in the middle of hell, with all its inhabitants. Av noticed that the number of monsters did not decrease, no matter how much the hunters chopped them down. And this was on all floors. Noah knew that moving between dimensions would have a side effect, but he could not even imagine such a thing. Double said that everything is within expectations, but with a sharp jump, the system simply cannot cope. So it was not their fault. They could not blame themselves, the angel told them. He believed that it was his fault. If it weren't for his stupidity, they wouldn't have been betrayed. And now they would not have to suffer so much, he said. But the creators of the tower began to console him. They were cut off from the magic wire, and if they hadn't had the savings, this place would have been destroyed long ago. Plus, they still had the strength of hunters to hold off the smaller monsters. In addition, they had a couple of friends with them, the dragon and the monkey king, and Siegfried the Landless, who protected them. So they will definitely be able to hold out for some time, Av said. That is until the hermit's 2 disciples and the demoness lady returned through the doors. 2 weeks ago, before the tower was moved, they got together as a dream team. The demoness was absolutely sure that the hermit was still alive and took Lucy with her. Because if the hermit had disappeared, the beads that connected him to the angel would have disappeared, but they only cracked, so they decided to fix it. In order to do this, they needed the power of the soul that wants to find him, so they decided to work together. The ritual was impossible without long-term concentration, so they would be motionless for a long time, the demoness said. Because of this, she left all the affairs of the tower to the guardians and the angel. But before leaving, she promised that they would definitely find Hyunwoo and bring him back. And now 2 weeks have passed since they left, Double said, and sighed. He didn't understand if anyone could survive that powerful explosion of karma, but all they could do was wait and hope that the girl would find the hermit. The tyrant told his dogs that he wanted to find the rebels and destroy them, every single one, to resolve this issue, and he decided to entrust this simple task to them, which made the dummies shudder. At the moment, due to the loss of all his staff, he simply did not have time for these little things. The Naya jumped up first and began to shout that he could not ask them for such a thing. After all, she gave him a huge amount of karma to destroy the hermit, and in the end his tower remained standing, and now they are demanding that it be destroyed. The tyrant snapped his fingers and the Ifrit's head flew off. He didn't use it anyway, but it served as a great example for the others. The elf stared at her former party comrade and fell silent. And then the tyrant explained to them the new state of affairs and their place in the food chain, somewhere below the phytoplankton. He added that he would destroy absolutely everyone who irritated him, so they had better be polite and remember the phrase, "Yes, master." Otherwise their life will be short, like that of mayflies, he said, and the shadow of the absolute monarch hung over them. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was drinking tea and eating buns in the company of the stalker. After his death, a spell was activated that transferred his soul directly to this place, he learned. But even the stalker didn't know who cast it, because she couldn't look into this dimension at will. There were certain subtleties, but she didn't want to go into the details of the physics of this world. And then Hyunwoo brought the stalker back to their previous conversation. He would need to take her to defeat the tyrant, and the girl said it would be easy as pie. After the fight, she told him that although the advantage was on his side, there was no point in it because absolute power had no equal. It sounded crazy even when she said it again, so she decided to rephrase it. If he had magic power equal to tyrants, he would hardly be able to defeat him with it, she said. But this would be possible if he received the power of another world, to which the tyrant has no access. Like her karma, the girl said, and popped the imaginary cake into her mouth. Somewhere in the blue fog, the demon of reason was glad that his doors had opened and that his prey would soon come to him. Hyunwoo was surprised at how he could take away her karma, and the girl told him that he had done that before. True, last time he only extracted fears before the fight with the demon of reason. But this time, he would have to take the whole thing, she said. A portal opened behind her. She told the hermit that he would take away all of her types of karma, which he had previously taken away one by one. Now he was about to take home a six-figure number of achievements, and the hermit was dumbfounded. And this girl removed the repetitions and laughed at her own joke in his stupid face. Hyunwoo was indignant. This task can be carried out for trillions of years because he only has 1 or 2 karmas. But that was before. Now he mastered karmas faster. It was enough to just look at her with the Sharingan. Right behind her was a whirlpool of karmas, compressed for convenience to the size of moments. 11 days with some change, if you spend a second on each without sleep or rest. True, the girl wasn't completely sure that his mind would withstand all this stress. A very reliable plan, thought Hyunwoo. She added that karma is a force that is an entity in itself, so it does not require magical power. It's like the manager does everything with the help of magic. Only karma, the same magic, only with a negative sign, in short. Hyunwoo realized that Tyrant's magical power was too strong. The girl looked at him carefully. He surprised her again with his intelligence at a difficult moment. Hyunwoo grabbed his head. Even in words, it all sounded very difficult. But as usual, reality left the hero no choice but to walk through the fire. He decided to continue even if he could fail, and headed towards the portal. The stalker warned him that he would first meet someone there. This being's karma was so complicated that even she had a hard time making it into an instant. But this power was important. If you think about it, she spent millions of years analyzing every karma to edit the film. Hyunwoo understood what was going on, and although he was irritated by the next meeting, he still went to it. On the other side, a familiar interior awaited him, as if from the depths of the ocean, dark and depressing. The hermit immediately understood who the stalker was talking about. His old acquaintance, a designer, or rather a demon of the mind. The cannibal appeared before him full of pathos from his return, despite the fact that he had been humiliated last time. He grinned and gave the standard greeting phrase used by all villains. Hyunwoo thought it was a resurrection, but the effect was temporary. There was only karma and part of the user's memory. a temporary effect. And once this simulation ends, the mind demon will die again, which he regretted. But thanks to this, he had another chance to meet his precious destiny. Hyunwoo winced at the disgusting sweetness in the demon's voice. He said that he was starting because he came for his karma, and there were only two choices: beat the demon until he acknowledges it, just like with the dragon's karma, or beat him until the Sharingan absorbs all the demon's power. The ogre said that everything suited him, and they rushed towards each other. Hyunwoo, as usual, solved everything with a crowbar, because there is no defense against a crowbar, the stalker remembered while watching him. But defeating the demon was not easy. She knew this firsthand. Before becoming the owner of the tower, the demon appeared to everyone who was on the verge of receiving karma and put them through tests. And then he watched their achievements and hopes crumble. He is the embodiment of evil. Besides, his story is proportional to karma. It couldn't cut his story in the movie because the demon lived too long. But fortunately, due to the nature and strength of the former master, the demon had a weakness. Hyunwoo found this weakness, or rather it suggested it to him, and that's why he was able to defeat the demon. However, now everything was different, and Hyunwoo should have felt it by now. The demon was once again no match for his strength, and counterattacked immediately. Hyunwoo noticed that the demon had definitely become stronger than before. Last time the demon of the mind used other people's karmas, but now he had nothing but his own strength. Once again, Hyunwoo's cheating abilities were easily blocked. As soon as the hermit began to think, the demon's hand turned into tentacles. A powerful grip resulted, causing the demon to slap the hermit to the floor like a fish. The demon asked him how he could be so strong if Hyunwoo had overcome his fear. Hyunwoo stood up, gritting his teeth, and called it all nonsense. And the demon explained to him that it was not about him. He remained the same. It was about Hyunwoo. There was a wonderful scent floating around Hyunwoo now, the demon said, just like the first time they met. A deep and gentle scent of fear. Hyun felt awkward. Well, he farted once. Why say such nonsense? He exploded with rage. There was no way he was afraid of the demon. The demon noted that Hyunwoo hadn't changed at all, still swearing and completely unrestrained. But the hermit also knew how to move quickly, so he ended up behind the demon. Then the demon asked him if everything was okay, because the hermit was screaming so loudly, but his face was full of fear. The hermit again told the demon to be silent and hit him with all his might. He turned his hand into a shield and said that he understood him, because he had come across a very annoying opponent. It's a shame when you can't use your power properly and you suffer defeat. But this is not surprising because the enemy has superior power. And after encountering something like this, you can get post-traumatic disorder. But it wasn't just that. Even though the demon wanted to drag out the fight, he had to take what was lurking inside him. And he promised to cut out with his scalpel what the hermit was so afraid of. After which, the mind demon shot tentacles at Hyuna. The hermit barely dodged all the tentacles, otherwise the manga would have abruptly changed genre. Hyunwoo was outraged that, living or digital, the demon was simply unbearable. He was able to grab Hyuna and ended up behind him, and the hermit became nervous. The demon threw Hyuna back in one fell swoop, sending him crashing into the wall. The demon successfully used his variable body morphology to his advantage. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth. He definitely had to get rid of this annoying demon. He thought he would never feel the feeling of fear before. The demon kicked the hermit again like a football to teach him a lesson in life. Fear is very fickle, said the demon. Only the weak feel it. He promoted his delusions. Hyunwoo might have thought that since he had achieved perfection in everything, he no longer knew fear. But if you look at them from the outside, he only continued to weaken. But the demon, on the contrary, became stronger and stronger, while he was conducting his intensive session of treating post-traumatic disorders. He lashed the hermit with whips and asked him what he was so afraid of. The tyrant was an absolute being. Although he survived and returned, he would still die. The demon voiced his thoughts for the hermit. He called Hyunwoo pathetic for being able to surpass the demon of fear, only to wet his pants in front of pure strength. And he decided to do the hermit a favor. His hand turned into a gigantic knife. The demon offered Hyun to die right there, because in this case he would be cured of his fears forever. But Hyunwoo had already heard enough of the demon's empty chatter and finally remembered how to enable cheats on the console. Only a demon could think that the best cure for fear is beheading. No matter what happens on his way, he will always be stronger. Because too many people needed his protection, Hyunwoo said, and family is the most important thing. The demon noticed that the hermit's strength and spirit had returned. The therapy had worked perfectly. However, he himself did not become weaker, which means Hyunwoo did not overcome his fear like last time. And then he realized that the hermit's main fear was the suffering of his loved ones, and that this was also his strength. He realized that Hyunwoo had already absorbed his karma, meaning the demon was no longer needed. The hermit rushed towards him with all his fury and ordered him to get out of his way. The demon found it amusing that fear had become a source of strength, just like he had. That was good too, he said, as the hermit punched a hole in him. Hyunwoo turned around in surprise. He thought the demon would resist to the last, but he didn't even try to dodge. All the tower's defenders were exhausted after a series of endless battles. Av asked the monkey how the situation was in other areas, and he replied that it was not getting any better. They stopped the monsters for a while, and after a short break, they would go back, said the macaque. And Zig was horrified by such an idea. Zig began to complain that he had fought for several nights in a row and deserved a rest, and now they were telling him to go back. Even though they were the only ones who could protect this place, the scoundrel demanded the return of the demoness. The arguments died down when the doors opened. The team of girls left the meditation room. The demoness was glad to see everyone because she had a task for them. The purpose of which is to help her bring back the hermit, she said and grinned. The demon of the mind told Hyun that although he had a fun time with him, such communication was still tiring for him. The hermit was settling in more slowly than he thought, and so the demon adapted to him. The demon said that it was gratitude for Hyunwoo freeing him from his severe hunger. It was strange to receive gratitude from a cannibal who was now pathetically disappearing like a hero. The demon added that he had better not be mistaken since he had not taken his side. He is not on anyone's side at all, but a creature that enjoys the fears of the world. Hearing this made me want to upload him to the server of hell. But Hyunwoo's fear today was weak for a demon, so he was curious about what path he would choose, and he said that he would continue to watch from oblivion. So Hyunwoo realized that he had another stalker. He scratched the back of his head, digesting the nonsense that the freak had told him, when the level he was on began to collapse, and Hyunwoo fell into the reel of film that had wound itself into a ball. The hermit realized that this was what the stalker had told him, her film of moments. He wondered what to do with them and touched one of the pieces, after which the hermit was pierced by electricity. Information flowed directly into his mind. The fragment connected through the eye, using it as a port, so it was painful for Hyun. He found himself on a battlefield where some master had already laid waste to many murderers. The master was completely blind, but the number of enemies did not decrease. Their leader egged on his expendable idiots to spend the hero's stamina points. He cursed the killer of thousands of people who turned their world of killers into a sea of blood. The warrior was called a mad demon. The whole crowd of fools rushed at him. He told them that he regretted that they could not see the fate that even a blind man could see, and immediately a dozen fools fell. Hyunwoo recoiled from the suffocating sight of the carnage the strong master was causing. These were not only the old man's memories, the best battles, and everything connected with them. It was all so realistic, as if he had become that old man and understood how to use his karma. Hyunwoo realized that these fragments have the same function, and if he watches these tutorial videos, he will gain a lot of skills. It's true that his head almost exploded from just one fragment, so it was hard for him towards the end. He could have gone crazy in the end, but he still jumped joyfully towards knowledge, their karma pipes. Meanwhile, Naiad stood at the world tree. The servants informed her that they had found the bodies of the spirit kings. She never told her dummies what the management agency had instructed her to do. And why did the three kings return in pieces after the meeting? Then the fairy asked her how she managed to revive the tree, as if it was not obvious. Then the tyrant told Naiad that he had a special gift for her. He promised to bring the world tree back to life, and said that the angels had already found Hyunwoo's tower, but they were having difficulty reaching it. However, for the world tree, such protection was a mere trifle, and this could make the task easier. The tyrant told her to do everything possible to revive the tree. After all, in case of failure, she herself will become his fertilizer, the tyrant warned. The Naiad replied to her servant that now it was time to think about the future, and she told everyone to be ready, to wait for orders, because as soon as a message came from the angels, they would all go and kill the enemies. The demoness heard them talking about enemies and asked if they were talking about them when she left the portal. The Naiad turned around in horror. Her tower had become a thoroughfare lately. She did not expect the 51st tower to come to her, although she herself was under siege. The demoness grinned and greeted her old friends happily, and said that they needed to do something with the tree. She said she had some unplanned circumstances and needed a little magical power. They would really like to solve everything on their own, but the tower was barely holding up without magic, and time was running out. Therefore, the demoness searched nearby for a place with the greatest accumulation of magic, and it was found, according to the coordinates of the tree. In simple terms, they were going to dry up the magic of the world tree. Naiad gave everyone the order to prepare for battle after hearing these terrible plans. The demoness looked with disdain at the gathering of aggressive fools. She hoped for the brotherly help of her neighbors. But seeing their attitude, I realized that I would have to act tough and gave the signal to the girls. Rose was indignant that she was called little. She recognized her seniority only during the search. They used their abilities on the idiots below, and they were flattened by their force. The elf fell to her knees under such a powerful pressure and did not understand how it was possible that someone other than Hyunwoo was so strong. The monkey and the dragon decided not to stand aside and also went forward. The dragon applied his lightning to the monkey's stick, and they told the fairies to grit their teeth harder. With a combined attack, they swept away many of their enemies. The staff stretched out so that it could caress everyone who had gathered on the plain, as smooth as a table, after which the path to the leaders was cleared of small fry. The monkey noticed that Naiad managed to dodge because she was able to lift up. It was expected that she was stronger than her subordinates, but the Yukai captain was much stronger. The demoness grabbed the stupid elf by the throat, just like she had Hyuna once. After she smeared it on the ground, she took out a blue ball, which had to be brought to the tree. The Naiad began to scream for the demoness to stop, because it had cost them so much effort to revive the tree. But the demoness advised to take cuttings next time, and stuck the ball into the hollow. She had sorted out the magical power for the ritual. There was one more thing left to do, the demoness said. The stalker watched the hermit, who was coping as quickly as always. He absorbed karma that is difficult to absorb even individually, in whole packages. She couldn't even imagine that Hyunwoo would manage to do it all at once. It felt like Hyunwoo just loved to endure pain and enjoyed it. Although, thanks to this pace, it will take him much less time. Yet when his soul absorbs all the karma, he will become a completely new being. But the body is not yet ready to withstand such power. The stalker didn't think that Hyunwoo would return to her in parts, only in soul. At the moment, he had a temporary body, but as soon as he left her space, it would disappear. The stalker lamented that if she had known about this in advance, she would not have spent so much effort. And she sighed irritably, thinking about where to find a suitable body. The clue is in the morgue, the voiceover said. Lucy perked up and flapped her wings nervously, not understanding why they were looking at her like that. The three girls kept their kind looks and smiles on her. The demoness said that although it was unexpected, they needed her body. The angel became stubborn and said that it was impossible, but quickly changed her mind. Looking at the demoness, Lucy offered to explain to her why they needed her body, and then she could help. The demoness changed her anger to mercy. The question sounded logical. Since Lucy participated in the ritual to summon Hyunwoo, he should have known that he had a soul left in another dimension. Luckily, the demoness had one useful item needed for the plot, so it was easy to find the soul. But there was a question of a vessel where to place it. However, the hermit's soul would not be suited to an ordinary body. It needed a strong one. And then it dawned on Lucy that they wanted to stuff the hermit's soul into her body. Although his body was ill-suited since he had become a woman, he was missing an important detail. On the other hand, the demoness believed in the power of plastic surgery and ancient rituals, so this could be corrected. So the demoness immediately got down to business, but Lucy begged and asked to stop. Since they needed a body for Hyunwoo, it didn't really matter whose body it was. She asked to give her a chance and promised to get them a good body from the angel morgue. Besides, this body was 100 times better than his own, Lucy convinced him. The angels gathered in the hall and were discouraged. They felt a familiar energy. Taking a closer look at his face, they recognized Lucifer in this cutie. Gabriel approached him and said that they had come to the sounds of an invasion through the window of paradise. The angels realized that Lucifer had escaped the tower alone and was subjected to terrible torture, which is why he had changed so much. Lucy said she didn't want to talk about it and asked if the body in the morgue was okay. Gabriel didn't immediately understand what it was about, and Lucy was furious about what other body she could be looking for. The divine body, that's what Lucifer wanted to examine. He asked Gabriel if she was ready, and he replied that they had removed all restrictions so that the soul with karma could be transferred. The angels were happy that their long-time dream would come true, and they would conquer all dimensions after all these humiliations. Now with the divine body, they will find Hyunwoo's tower and destroy it, since the hermit himself is already dead. Lucy told them to wait at the entrance because she needed to get ready. He walked up to the body, which sat like a living person despite the rigor mortis. Lucy decided that no matter what happened, she would take over this body herself and become Lucifer again. The potential of the divine body is limitless, and it will be able to destroy the seal. Of course, there was no complete certainty. That's exactly what he would have thought, and would certainly have done, if not for the conversation an hour ago. The demoness immediately realized that he would betray them as soon as the opportunity arose. The angel immediately became nervous and the demoness chuckled. She was just joking, and she simply clarified that Lucy could risk her health and betray them. The demoness reminded that when she restored the seal, she put into it not only Hyunwoo's power, but her own as well. And that meant that she also had access to control. She wasn't as strong, but there were some things Lucy couldn't refuse. And the moment doubts overwhelm her, Lucy's heart will explode. But everything will be fine if he doesn't have anything in mind, and reminded him that death always hangs over him. Lucy turned to the angels, who waited for her to finish her preparations. They could have started, but Lucy took out her compass and grabbed the sitting body. In the compass, they recognized the thing that the hermit used during the raid on Paradise. Lucy said that he should have been saved more quickly, but now he has no choice but to follow orders. He disappeared before the angels could figure out what was going on, taking their most valuable asset with him. The tyrant heard the sad news. The world tree he had revived had dried up before it could be used. Moreover, the raiders from the hermit's tower escaped unharmed. Everything was exactly like this, he learned from the words of the naiad. And that is why she asked him to resurrect the cursed seedling again. The tyrant was surprised. He had no idea that she could be so impudent. The naiad was sure that they needed her tree for revenge. But the tyrant did not listen to her words to the end, smiled, and said that he understood everything. The stupid elf was delighted, thinking that he had accepted her request. But the tyrant instantly moved and stood behind her. He extended his hand towards the useless thing. The elf fell to her knees and asked him why he was doing this to them. She begged for another chance, but Tyrant looked at her without any pity. Even in this situation, the impudent elf raised her voice at him. If she had the strength, she would have killed him, and Tyrant even called this line of thinking commendable. For her courage, or stupidity, he promised to tell her one secret. He had no intention of leaving anyone alive from the start. "It's much cleaner this way," said the tyrant, smiling devilishly. When he was looking for a new dimension for the company, he planned to use the spirit faction as cleaners to clear the way for him. "But now I decided to end everything here since it has come to this," said Tyrant. The naiad turned on the siren and howled with all her might from indignation and fear. With one wave of his hand, the tyrant silenced her forever. After that, he counted on his fingers all the towers that were his, 16 pieces including Jay's tower. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was practicing learning from the video from the karma tube. Soon after he started, he realized that there really were many karmas here. Among them was even the karma of an insect, a red ant, that grew up in one of the dimensions. He became the commander of the ant, although usually the female is considered the leader among ants. Ants like him had innate talents for management. He protected the colony well from enemies and became king. But like any king, he had his own difficulties and trials. Then he met a hungry praying mantis. Fortunately, it was not an anteater, but it was also a dangerous opponent. There was nowhere to run, and the king flew straight towards the mantis. But not for victory, but for defense. The outcome of this battle was clear to everyone. However, a miracle happened and the king protected everyone by killing the praying mantis. And so he achieved the karma of the king of an ant colony, that is, something that does not exist in the world. This shocked Hyuna. Before this, he thought that only legends were worthy of receiving karma, but even the life of an ant was considered worthy. And not only the ant, somewhere the mason who dug a tunnel in the mountain received karma. Somewhere the owner of an orphanage took care of children. Experiencing their lives, the hermit divided himself into endless selves and then returned again and again. And after countless splits, the realization came to him that karma is not subject to trials and does not depend on the size of the being. They all climb to their own peaks, and this power is contained in the names. When he finished and returned, the stalker girl congratulated him on his success, and she asked him if he had a feeling that he had approached infinity, and somewhere one titan choked on these words. Hyunwoo replied that he liked it and clenched his fist, feeling powerful. But now it was time for bad news, the stalker told him. Then the hermit began to grumble that he had only just returned, and they were already spoiling his mood. At this time, the tyrant destroyed paradise belonging to the angel faction. The birds lay around, none of them could offer him resistance. He interrogated Gabriel and still couldn't understand what he was saying with his broken mouth. The angel told him that the people from Hyunwoo Tower had stolen the divine body from the morgue. The tyrant thought about it. He realized that they were plotting something in Hyunwoo's tower, but he said that it didn't matter. Even if the midges tried to fix something, it still wouldn't change anything. The tyrant gently turned the angel's head until it clicked and released him. Having finished clearing out the angels, he decided it was time to visit Jay's faction. Meanwhile, The girls collected pure magic from the tree, armor reinforced by Noah, as well as a divine body to replace the lost one. Everything was ready. They still had many dimensions to travel through, and who knows what they might encounter. The demoness asked the students if they were sure they wanted to go, and the girls had no doubts. Miriam stated that from the moment the teacher saved her, her life belonged to him, and the same applied to Rose. Then they began to argue about which of them was the main wife, and the demoness suggested leaving it for later. She led them to find Hyunwoo's soul and return it to its divine body. The hermit learned of his plight from the stalker and was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe it and punched the non-existent table, and the stalker tried to calm him down because it was just a body. After he arrived to her, she began to assemble a new body for him and pointed to the clay mess. But it took a little while for it to form. Then Hyunwoo realized that he would have to idle away until the body was collected. It was deadly boring to be stuck in the void, because he couldn't spy on others like a stalker. And since there was nothing else to do, the girl suggested that he take possession of another karma. He was surprised because he thought he had accepted them all, but it turned out that they had removed the karma without combat skills. But after thinking about it, this karma could well come in handy for the hermit, she realized. Karma of the king of the dance floor, she said, and handed him the balloon. Hyunwoo didn't understand what was being said and came to his senses in some bedroom. The joke wasn't funny, and he started shouting and getting indignant. The stalker explained to him that the king of the dance floor was the first person to receive karma. 20 women dancers came to him during the day, and he danced with each one until he was completely exhausted, and now he must repeat this feat. The stalker grinned while watching an interesting movie with a high rating, and when she was already thinking about returning to work on her body, guests appeared on her doorstep. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was fighting off the dancers. He didn't want to dance jag-jag with them. Fortunately, at that moment, his students and demoness appeared and saved him from shame. But instead of the joy of reunion, he saw eyes full of cold rage. From their terrifying aura, Hyunwoo knew that he should never anger a woman. The stalker was delighted that she was relieved of her work, and they even dragged in a divine body. She was impressed and asked the rescue team how they managed to do it. But the girls were too busy punishing the out-of-control hermit, who was not at all bored without them. Hyunwoo asked in a hurry if it was possible to try on the new suit already, and the stalker said that she could load it into the shell right now. Moreover, the shell has the ability to stretch to fit the owner's soul, so it will be easy to get used to. It was wonderful, Hyunwoo said, and the stalker agreed with him and congratulated him on his second birthday. She asked him if he would behave well after such a gift, and the hermit replied that he would think about it when the opportunity came. But first, he would decide something. Shiken steadfastly defended the 9th floor and protected the people. But even after all the upgrades, he had exhausted his limits. But the huge dragon in front of him was still burning with rage and wanted to eat. Shiken lost heart. The hunters next to him fell. Teacher Electrician and the others were in another place. The journey here will take too long anyway. They won't make it in time. The guy realized that this was it. His hero's path would end here. He really wanted to protect everyone, but he couldn't, and the dragon spread his wings. But at that moment, the one who would save everyone appeared and decided to celebrate his birthday. He stood on the roof of a destroyed building, and monsters were flying all around. When Hyunwoo jumped, a fountain of fragments appeared in that place. He knocked down all the flyers in the blink of an eye, simply jumping from one to another. And he walked over their bodies straight to the dragon, who had been loading the main caliber all this time. Hyunwoo jumped right on the stupid lizard's head and charged his hands with lightning. With one blow, he sent the dragon into the leather goods and butcher's shop. The hermit thanked his friend for the good work and said that he could rest. After all, now he will take everything upon himself. The friend who disappeared for 2 weeks confidently declared. Shiken realized that he was alive and cried with joy, asking why his friend had only come now. He started to cry to Hyun in his new tracksuit. Then the hermit began to joke about his comrade, who was considered the representative of the country. Then Shirkin said that it was just sweat. But now was not the time to remember that. There were monsters all around and they needed to be taken care of, but Hyunwoo said it was okay. He's dealing with it right now. He surprised his friend. At that moment, Cutie So Yeon and the third extra friend were also happy to see him. After all, Hyunwoo mastered the shadow cloning technique and became a human army. He saved all his friends in all the hotspots where monsters invaded. By this time, his clones should have cleared out the entire tower. Shiken was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the hermit said that it was too early to relax. In order to restore the tower, they need to return and ensure the flow of magic as quickly as possible. And for this, there was only one way, Hyunwoo said to all his friends. He must go and destroy the tyrant, he declared pompously, although he could have already gone and done it. But he couldn't fight the enemy and control the clones at the same time. He couldn't be distracted. So they will have to defend the tower again, he told his friend, who had just almost died. The electrician was inspired. His student was still as impudent and looked down on him. The monkey and the dragon confidently declared that they alone were enough to protect the tower. Cutie. So Yan admitted that they were in despair, but now everything was okay. The hermit was glad to hear that they were all cheered up, and Hyunwoo could now go and stretch out one crazy tyrant. Jae sat in his tower, all alone, praying to the dead god. He was not at all surprised when the manager appeared in front of him. Tyrant was surprised that Jae removed all the protection from the tower, as if he was luring him here. He had already decided that there was some kind of trap here, but he realized that it was not so. Jae assured him that he had no hidden agenda, and that as a teacher he had no intention of hiding behind the students' backs. The tyrant was satisfied with this arrangement. He had a question for the hermit. He asked him what it was like to have a name like that everyone knew. The tyrant crossed thousands of dimensions and met many beings. Among them were those who considered themselves the best. Some had a lot of land. Some were called gods. But among them, there was no one as famous as Jae. That's why Tirana was always interested in what it was like to be a superstar. Jae thought about it. He accepted his fate completely calmly. He apologized but refused, causing the tyrant's face to immediately twist with anger. Jae said that a name is just a title for each creature. What is much more important is what kind of life he lives. But why would someone who only lives through other people's lives need his answer? Jae asked. After all, it didn't really matter what he answered. The tyrant would never understand it. The villain realized that Jae would also be useless to him, and he trembled with anger. At this point, he decided to end their short conversation. Jae prayed one last time and asked his father for forgiveness. He could not follow his path, but those who were still alive could help each other. But at that very moment, the mad hermit broke through the wall of the church and grabbed the tyrant by the face. He shouted to Jae that he was glad to see him because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. To keep the tyrant from bothering them, Hyunwoo punched him in the face and he flew off. The hermit immediately read a lesson in politeness to the annoying old man. It flashed like lightning and flew like a rocket into the stone wall behind. Hyunwoo chuckled and asked himself if he had hit too hard, or else Tyrant had flown further than intended. Surprised, Jae asked him where he was from and replied that it was just a resurrection. After all, Jae is also a master in this field firsthand. Anyway, everything was fine now. He just needed to exorcise the evil spirit, so for now, Jae could hide somewhere. Jae was worried that Hyunwoo might not be able to handle everything alone. He thought it was reckless, but then he saw the hermit in a new light. And I caught a flashback from the boundless energy that emanated from Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo decided to play a joke and asked Jae what he was thinking about. After all, someone had to teach the scoundrel a lesson, and Hyunwoo would definitely do it better than anyone else. After all, no other reasons were needed for this. Then Jae promised to pray for him, and Hyunwoo asked if the prayers had any effect. Hyunwoo galloped like a goat towards the tyrant, who should have been waiting by now. Hyunwoo asked the tyrant why he was sitting there like he was at home. He told him to get up and gave him an encouraging kick. What was happening was very similar to their game last time, only now their roles were reversed. Hyunwoo was on top. The hermit grinned maliciously and said that it was difficult to predict what a person is capable of. The tyrant was puzzled. Hyunwoo was definitely dead, completely dead, but he came back and controlled Karma under his control of magic. He immediately realized that this was the work of Karma herself. The stalker was watching their fight through hidden cameras. At the moment, she was nothing more than a spirit. But she caused him trouble until the very end. And yet he reminded her that she had lost to him last time, Tyrant said, and released his tentacles of magic. He laughed at her plan to give all her strength to a mortal and solve the problem at his expense. The Tyrant promised to come for her and destroy her, and threw Hyuna away with sheer force. He screamed that now everything was definitely different. He would not only destroy Hyuna, but would not leave even a speck of dust from his soul. Then the tyrant threw his black substance, pure magic, at him. Hyunwoo realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge or that he would hit those behind him, and used the karma of a sword warrior. His hand turned into a huge sword that cut the black liquid in half. Hyunwoo released colossal power, because no one could control his karma except him. Hyunwoo chuckled as he thought, everything went well, it was just too destructive for someone else's home. And he asked what the wizard, who had just lost his arm, thought about this. He quickly restored his hand with magic and screamed, but the hermit did not give him a chance to say anything and jumped closer. He used a compass and said that they would be better off walking. They were both teleported into an empty, dark, damp corridor. The confused tyrant asked where they were. This place was unfamiliar to him. Hyunwoo replied that it was a special place, a landmark of his tower, and it was called the Tower of Learning, the very one where it all began. For Hyunwoo, it was filled with many memories. This is where he started, and this is where the tyrant will end his existence. A few hours ago, Hyunwoo told Noah his plan, which he wasn't too happy about. Moreover, Hyunwoo planned to move Tyrant to the training tower in their tower, because otherwise nothing whole would remain around. So he needed a place where there was no one, and he didn't have to worry about the safety of his things. The tower was just approaching. Its walls were covered in space distortion spells, even stronger than those used by the Mind Demon. So strong that it distorted the distance between the stars. Because no one would bother him there, but Av was worried that no one would be able to help Hyun there. It would be a one-on-one fight. And would everything be okay in that case, she asked. Hyunwoo replied that he always fought without expecting help, although he was always helped. But there was another reason to drag the tyrant there. He was still indignant that he was dragged into some kind of spatial closet. The tyrant threatened to destroy him, tear him to pieces, grind him into powder. But he saw that Hyunwoo's fists were already shaking, and he thought that he was afraid. But after that, he changed his anger to mercy and said that he had become too nervous. After all, there really was nothing to worry about, said Tyrant. The hermit was surprised by the change in repertoire. He was already thinking of sending the tyrant into retirement. Hyunwoo brazenly asked the old man if anything would change if he pretended to calm down. But the tyrant asked to understand him correctly. He was in great confusion. It was difficult for him to foresee this plot development because he had not read shonen. A pathetic mortal stood in his way and even managed to rise again and tear off his arm. Besides, this tower was different from the others, said the tyrant. It was as if he was isolated in the middle of the vast universe. There was a huge space around, and the tyrant also noticed a delay when using external magic, which means there is a technique for distorting space. And from the hermit's reaction, he realized that the stalker had told the truth. But even with her strength, Hyunwoo was no match for him, said the tyrant, and attacked the hermit. He hit him hard on the arms, sending Hyunwoo flying into the wall. The tyrant began to lecture him on karma, and said that innate karma is a power that is formed the more beings have achieved it, while his magic exists beyond everything and everyone, representing an infinite world of all dimensions. It is because of this difference between karma and magic that there is a gap in development. This was his absolute power, he said in the voice of a mad Sith, and stretched his hands towards Hyun. For this reason, Stalker had no choice but to lose to him, even though she was the source of equal peace. But it seems that Hyunwoo didn't know about it. That's why he brought him here, asked Tyrant. He planned to use the gap to confuse his magic with super distortions. The boy who had just run away worked his head. But there was no point in that, because Hyunwoo was afraid of him. So much so that even now he didn't dare to do anything against him, Tyrant shouted. Hyunwoo's hands were still shaking, and that was the basis for such a tirade. Tirana called all mortals pathetic. Even though Hyunwoo had gained power similar to the source, he was still overcome with fear, and he promised to stop his torment right now and blocked all of Hyunwoo's senses of perception with magic. He smugly stated that this would continue until he freed Hyuna by incinerating his soul. His grasping hands surrounded the hermit, and the tyrant told him not to waste time and to surrender. One blind man spent half his life in the dark. His name was a mad demon, Hyunwoo recalled. He lived without knowing at what moment he might die from a sudden attack. That's why he always kept a sword with him. He swung it as his instinct told him to, and that's the only way he survived, because the crossbow hadn't been invented yet. After that, fear was not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, it allowed one to see what had previously been out of reach. Hyunwoo sat in the darkness, and at first nothing worked for him. And then he got a new level of feeling and saw these hands. When Hyunwoo began to move, the tyrant's grasping paws could not catch him. Hyunwoo admitted that he was really scared that if he lost, there would be no one to protect his friends, so he decided to become as strong as that fear. The hermit hit the tyrant so hard he'll need to go to the dentist. Hyunwoo suggested playing a game and finding out through experience which of them is better. The tyrant's magic or his fear, said the hermit, and swung again to trigger a flashback in the enemy. Long ago, when the rivers were deeper and the grass was greener, he existed only as a part of this world. He was able to know the world. It was unexpected, but he was not surprised because there was something inside him. He was perfectly aware of everything that filled this world. The clouds, the fireplace, except for the tiny bags of protein and mucus that were called people. He knew that everything in this world was created by him. He is the source of the world. And from the realization of this truth, he developed a feeling of superiority, flowing into megalomania. From then on, he never doubted his conclusions until this very moment. The tyrant did not understand what this feeling was and why his body did not obey him, and every step became heavier. Although the tyrant retreated, the hermit did not give him a minute to rest. The tyrant could not believe that his body was experiencing a sense of danger and again began to sing about pathetic mortals. Many uninvited hands flew towards Hyunwoo. The pitiful creature could not surpass the source, he said. Hyunwoo noted that even now, the tyrant was attacking in the same way as last time. Last time, Hyunwoo noticed that tyrant used his power the same way a child uses a toy. Because if the ability worked for millions of years, there was no need to use other techniques. Technology was invented by imperfect people to go beyond their limits. But for someone whose existence was infinite, this made no sense. But Hyunwoo was different from the moment he was born. He was at the bottom, so his whole life was a struggle. He fought all the time and accumulated useful experience of survival on the streets, then in the tower. And in the end, he ended up here. Hyunwoo smiled. He had no reason to lose. He collected all the karmas associated with speed, hundreds and thousands of karmas, and he rushed forward like a bullet, breaking the sound barrier. Using absolute divine light speed, he bypassed all of Tyrant's hands. It was hard to avoid such a number. They had a large area of coverage. Therefore, he collected the karmas associated with the wind and combined them into one. With a wave of his hand, Hyunwoo made hundreds of cuts and cleared a path for himself. The tyrant's last lines of defense fell, and he stood frozen in place, indecisive. Hyunwoo slammed his fist with the accumulated karma of martial arts towards the tyrant's hands. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire tower. The demoness assessed the damage. Even through multiple distortions, the shockwave reached the surface. Hyunwoo hit Tyrant again. He couldn't do anything. He mocked the enemy who had previously boasted that he could defeat him with a finger but was now puffing with all his might. The tyrant ordered him to be silent and again released his magic. Hyun had to jump back to avoid being hit by the black flames, but little hands appeared from the ground and grabbed him. The tyrant used a trick he had just devised. He slapped the hermit and thought he had finished him, and that there was no trace left of him. But the hermit used divine light speed. He asked Tyrant why he was grinning when he was already next to him. Hyunwoo grinned and prepared his right gun. And with all his might, he punched the scoundrel in the stomach so that he bent over double. But Tyrant was able to counterattack and punched Hyuna in the face. He gritted his teeth. His Majesty the Wizard finally used his hands, he said, and he hit him hard in the ribs so that the tyrant bent over again. After which he grabbed him by the throat and plowed through half the tower with him. The tyrant pushed Hyuna and extended his hand of magic to him again, to which the hermit responded with rays of goodness and love from all over the galaxy. But the beating of the biggest bad guy in the world didn't end there. A hail of heavy blows fell upon the tyrant, each one with concentrated karma. The last one flattened the tyrant. He was of such enormous size. The tower shook violently once again, right down to its foundations. Hyunwoo was surprised when the dust cleared and he could see the tyrant again. His magical shell began to crack and his true insides were revealed. The hermit asked him why he was clinging to people. Since he was magic itself, he should have sat quietly. And taking advantage of the opportunity, the hermit decided to say hello to his friends and ask why he was so obsessed with people. He himself must know perfectly well why he will never be able to receive a name. Because if he gets a name and becomes independent, then all existing worlds will collapse. It was pretty simple math. If you cut off the root of a tree, it will die. Or as if the entire frame of the main building had disappeared. The hermit was then surprised that the tyrant knew everything, but created such a mess because of a simple name. The stalker herself didn't know why, but she believed that they were never destined to find out. But she still wondered if there had ever been a time when a tyrant had been true to his role in the world. And since it happened that way, she suggested asking the spirit herself if the opportunity arose. Which is what the hermit did. He asked him why he had created all this mess, which launched another very useful flashback. One day, the spirit of magic witnessed a conversation between two small bugs, which aroused his interest. They looked like two rascals who met the morning after a party. But they still decided to go on the mission, which they were very happy about. The spirit was surprised that they exchanged strange names. Later he realized that these were names. At the time, it seemed to him that it wasn't that important. It sounded good, and he liked it. From that day on, between deliveries of magic to different dimensions, he paid more and more attention to the villages of people. They seemed strange to him. Their names consisted of only a few letters, but sometimes they contained love, sometimes greed and hatred, fear or admiration. It was amazing to him that the name made the owner significant. However, over time, one oddity appeared. As soon as the spirit heard the name, he also felt something. These were feelings, he thought, and saw how the boy created a water ball using magic. His mother praised the boy and admired his talent. The boy liked magic. With its help, one could create fire and water and anything else. The boy thought that magic was God, but his mother said that it was not. It was like air. Magic was just magic. This fleeting meeting, a simple remark without any malice. But it was at that moment that he realized that he was angry because he was devalued. Everyone but him had names. And then the spirit felt the need to acquire what he had never had.